Chapter 1: Activating the Godly Rich System. On this hot summer day, on a snack street in Donghai City, Su Yang sat blankly in the corner of a tavern. His expression was numb, but it was difficult to conceal the endless sadness in his eyes. He originally thought that this would be the happiest day of his life. After years of saving and frugality, he finally bought the diamond ring that his girlfriend liked today. He happily came to his girlfriend's rented house with roses in his hands. However, when he was about to knock on the door opened and a man and a woman walked out. The woman hugged the man's arm intimately. And this woman is Su Yang's girlfriend, Lin Jiayan. She has a beautiful face and sexy figure. She was once one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai University. Jiayan, he. Su Yang looked at the two people in front of him in disbelief. What do you mean by you? What do you mean by him? Su Yang, we're over. I'm laying my cards on the table. I don't want to waste my time on you anymore, Lin Jiayan said coldly. Su Yang, you poor bastard, are you actually a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Jiayan is the campus belle of our Donghai University, how dare you? The man who was speaking at this time was Meng Junying, the son of a real estate tycoon in Donghai City, a typical rich second generation. They were both students of Donghai University. Jiayan, didn't you say that I would never part with you even if the mountains and the earth were united? Didn't you say that we would work hard together, buy a house and a car together, and travel around the world together? Look, I have already bought the diamond ring you like, and today I am here to propose to you. Su Yang took out the diamond ring with trembling hands and put it in Lin Jiayan's hands. Lin Jiayan played with the diamond ring and said sarcastically, Su Yang, has this small diamond ring also used up all your savings in the past 2 years? It's been 2 years since graduation, and you're still just a clerk in Meng Xiao's real estate company. I can't see your future. I thought you were excellent in both character and academics in college and were the president of the student union. You must have a bright future. I didn't expect you to be so miserable after graduation. With a monthly salary of several thousand yuan, when can you afford to buy a house and a car? Will it be until I'm old and ugly? Su Yang stared at Lin Jiayan blankly, his mind went blank. The once gentle, considerate and caring Lin Jiayan suddenly changed. Bump! Meng Junying kicked Su Yang down and sneered, don't block the way. I'm informing you now that you are fired from the company. You don't even have a salary of several thousand yuan, and I'm afraid you won't be able to find a job in Donghai anymore, Meng Junying hugged Lin Jiayan and left laughing, and Lin Jiayan casually threw the diamond ring in front of Su Yang. Su Yang, did you see the white Mercedes C downstairs? It was given to me by Mr. Meng. I hope you won't bother me again in the future. Su Yang looked at Lin Jiayan, who left resolutely, and came to this tavern in a daze. There were already 2 empty bottles of Nulanshan on the table in front of him. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Su Yang was staggering in the middle of the road. Although it was early in the morning, the air was still filled with scorching heat in this hot summer. However, Su Yang felt cold all over and his heart was twitching in pain from time to time. His mind was filled with the good times he had with Lin Jiayan in the past, but today his dream was shattered, and his heart was broken with it. He was an orphan, without a father or a mother. To him, Lin Jiayan was not just a girlfriend, but everything to him. At this moment, his sky had collapsed. At this time, a car was speeding on the road. When it saw Su Yang staggering on the road, it stepped on the brakes urgently, but the inertia still knocked Su Yang several meters away in an instant. At this time, Su Yang had blood on his forehead and his eyes were blurry. He just wanted to leave like this. Anyway, he had no worries and it was a relief. Hey, sir, how are you? The woman driving the car came to Su Yang in panic, but no matter how she shouted, the person who was hit did not respond, so she quickly dialed 120. When Su Yang woke up the next day, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. He felt like he had just had a dream, a very long dream. Ding, the host has activated the super rich cashback system. The opposite sex will get 10,000 times cashback for spending with him. Why do I feel a voice in my head? Am I still dreaming and haven't woken up yet? Su Yang raised his hand and wanted to touch his head. As a result, he couldn't lift his hands and both arms were bandaged. However, he didn't expect to suffer multiple fractures in a car accident. I vaguely remember that I was hit by a car last night. I wanted to get away with it, but I was rescued by an angel in white. Believe that surviving a disaster will bring good fortune in the future. After experiencing this resurrection from the dead, it was time to face life in the future. When he was with Lin Jiayan was his whole world. He spent almost all his time and energy on her every day, so much so that he lost his own circle of friends. At this time, two women came out of the ward. One was wearing a nurse's uniform that fit her body tightly, outlining her perfect curves, like a sketch, showing her figure vividly. The other woman was wearing a miniskirt, with straight and slender thighs, full of elasticity and vitality, making people feel the breath of spring. These two are both rare beauties, and now they come to this ward together. Could it be that the long-legged beauty was the one who bumped into me last night? Su Yang couldn't help wondering. Hey, you're awake? That's great. Do you feel any discomfort now? The beautiful nurse couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Su Yang wake up. Water. Su Yang said hoarsely, his throat was so dry that it was smoking. Upon hearing this, the beautiful nurse skillfully picked up the kettle beside her and poured a glass of water. Since Su Yang's hands were almost unable to move, she personally fed the water to Su Yang. I'm sorry, I hit you while driving last night. Don't worry, I will take care of your medical expenses and lost wages, said the nurse while feeding you water. Hey, handsome boy, you can't ask for too much. After all, Sister Xiaotong bumped into you last night, and the responsibility is not entirely on her. Who knew you were drinking on the street late at night? At this time, the beautiful lady in a miniskirt next to her hurriedly said that she was really worried about meeting a rogue who would ask for a huge amount of money. That would be terrible, after all, they didn't have much money. Su Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. In the final analysis, it was all his own fault that he asked for trouble and ended up causing trouble for others. The beautiful nurse introduced Su Yang. This beautiful lady in a miniskirt is my best friend, her name is Kai Lingling. Since I'm busy here, I asked her to take care of you. My name is Wang Xiaotong, and I'm a nurse in this hospital. What's your name? You can just call me Su Yang. I just lost my job yesterday and now I'm a vagrant. Su Yang sighed helplessly. Thinking back to yesterday, he couldn't help feeling some tearing pain in his heart. Are you drunk because you're unemployed? Being unemployed is a very painful thing, but please believe that you will be able to get through this difficulty. Kai Lingling said encouragingly. At the same time, she peeled a banana and put it to Su Yang's mouth. Here, this is the fruit that Sister Xiaotong bought for you. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System has received Wang Xiaotong's consumption rebate. The consumption is 30 yuan, the sincerity index is 60.66%, the cashback is 6,066 times, the amount obtained is 181,980 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. At this moment, Su Yang's mind once again recalled the dreamlike voice. Chapter 2. Let me lie down for another 10,000 years. Su Yang glanced at his phone in confusion. Just now my mobile phone showed that 181,980 yuan had actually been deposited into my bank card. How is this possible? Su Yang was filled with shock and couldn't help getting excited. With this super rich cashback system, wouldn't he become the world's richest man? Cough cough. Su Yang laughed excitedly. Hey, Su Yang, are you okay? Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling looked at Su Yang, who suddenly started to smile foolishly, and couldn't help but worry that he might have had a brain injury. It's okay. I just feel that it's a blessing in disguise. I got to know two beautiful women. I'm happy. Su Yang said, calming his restless mind. In fact, Su Yang's treatment is what many people would love. You know, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling have countless suitors, and no man has ever enjoyed such treatment. Okay, Lingling, please help take care of Su Yang first. I have to go and be busy for a while. Seeing that Su Yang seemed to have stabilized, he thought there should be no problem, but he had multiple fractures and needed to lie down for a few more months, so he said to Lingling. Kai Lingling pushed Wang Xiaotong out of the ward and said, Okay, we are sisters, why are you being so polite? Your business is my business, and it's summer vacation now. I don't have to teach classes, so I'm just sitting there doing nothing. You should go and get busy first. Okay, I'll go and get busy first. I'll reward you well later. After saying that, Wang Xiaotong hurried to another ward. In the ward, Kai Lingling sat beside the bed, scrolling through her phone boredly. The two were speechless for a moment. Su Yang, you are injured and hospitalized. Can I help you notify your family and friends to come and see you? Otherwise, your family will definitely be worried if they can't find you, Kai Lingling said, looking at Su Yang, who was wrapped in bandages. Family? Friends? Su Yang was at a loss when he heard these two words. Does he have any family? He is just an orphan, adopted by a kind old man. Unfortunately, before he graduated from college and could fulfill his filial duty, the old man passed away. Friends? Maybe, but in the past 2 years, he has spent all his time either working or accompanying Lin Jiayan. He rarely contacts some of his former friends. How did I end up living a life without any relatives? I have no family and no friends, Su Yang said dejectedly. Ah? Kai Lingling looked at Su Yang in disbelief. What a miserable life this must be. Don't be sad, you will have friends in the future. Xiaotong and I will be your good friends, said Kai Lingling. Thank you. Su Yang felt a little touched. Su Yang and Kai Lingling gradually became familiar with each other as they chatted. It turned out that they were both graduates of Tunghai University. Kai Lingling and Wang Xiaotong were from the same class, and she was 3 years older than Su Yang. For a moment, they felt that it was a wonderful fate. From now on, you can call me Sister Lingling, and your best friend Sister Xiaotong. After all, we are 3 years older than you. Kai Lingling smiled happily. Okay, Sister Lingling, Su Yang called out, his face flushed. Kai Lingling was surprised to see this scene. This little brother Su Yang was too shy. He even blushed when he was called sister. Su Yang looked at Kai Lingling embarrassedly and his face turned even redder. At this time, Kai Lingling also felt something was wrong, so she asked, Su Yang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? I have to pee urgently, Su Yang stammered, and finally spoke out the words. These 3 short words seemed to have exhausted all his strength. After all, it was too embarrassing to say this in front of a beautiful woman. Ah! What should I do? Looking at Su Yang, who had difficulty walking on the hospital bed, Kai Lingling was at a loss for a moment. Wait a minute, I'll be back soon. Kai Lingling said this and hurriedly walked out of the ward and called Wang Xiaotong. Lingling, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Su Yang? Wang Xiaotong's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaotong, Su Yang has to pee urgently, what do you say we should do? He can't get out of bed and walk now, Kai Lingling said helplessly. Wang Xiaotong was also stunned when she heard this. She had actually forgotten about this. Su Yang is now unable to move around easily, and as a girl, it is indeed not convenient for Lingling to help. And she cannot always ask other people for help. After all, Su Yang has been lying in bed for more than a day or 2. Alas, it was me who caused the trouble, so it seems I have to bear the responsibility alone. Wang Xiaotong sighed helplessly in his heart. Lingling, I understand. Please wait for a moment over there, Wang Xiaotong said and hung up the phone. Rushed to Su Yang's ward. Following the sound of footsteps, Wang Xiaotong came to the ward, where Kai Lingling was waiting awkwardly. Lingling, it's getting late. Why don't you buy some dinner for us? I'm not busy right now, so I'll just look after it here, Wang Xiaotong said when she saw that Kai Lingling was a little embarrassed. Kai Lingling glanced at Su Yang with a puzzled look, wanting to know how you were going to solve someone's urgent need to pee. Wang Xiaotong responded with a sharp look, get out now. Okay, then wait for me, I'll go buy you some delicious food to replenish your body. After saying that, Kai Lingling left the ward. At this time, Su Yang and Wang Xiaotong were the only ones left in the ward. Wang Xiaotong took out the urinal, looking a little embarrassed. After a little hesitation, he mustered up his courage. Su Yang closed his eyes and his face flushed. He had never been so embarrassed in his life, and his heart had never been beating so fast. Sister Xiaotong, thank you, Su Yang said with emotion as he looked at the beautiful Wang Xiaotong. He really wanted to marry her. You're welcome. After all, it's me who caused you to be like this. It's my duty to take care of you. What's more, I'm a nurse here, said Wang Xiaotong. So the two of them started chatting. At first, Wang Xiaotong was worried that if she ran into a rogue, she didn't know how much she would have to pay. Fortunately, Su Yang was a decent person, and he was also a junior, so there shouldn't be too many disputes. Su Yang also said that he was also wrong and would not ask for any compensation. Even so, the cost of hospitalization was already a big burden for her. After all, her salary was not high, and it was really hard to make money. After an unknown amount of time, Kai Lingling came in carrying 2 handbags containing 5 or 6 dishes, such as braised prawns, spare ribs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Come and eat. I went through several streets and bought this food from the most famous stir-fry restaurant. It tastes really good. Kai Lingling said as she placed the dishes one by one. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received a rebate from Kai Lingling. The consumption was 120 yuan, the sincerity index was 52.3%, the cashback was 5,230 times, and the amount received was 627,600 yuan, which has been credited to the account. The familiar system voice came again. He had made more than 600,000 yuan in one go. Su Yang had not expected that Kai Lingling's sincerity index was so high. He really made money by lying down, and there were two beautiful women waiting for him. What more could he ask for? He shouted in his heart, "Let me lie down for another 10,000 years." Chapter 3 Beautiful Girls Shared Rental. The days passed in dullness and expectation. This may be the most peaceful and happiest time for Su Yang. He has the company of beautiful women, and the two beauties treat him to dinner every day. The super rich cashback system gives him an average of 600,000 yuan in cashback every day. He has been in the hospital for more than a month. He went from having nothing to having nearly 20 million yuan in savings, which is wealth that Su Yang could not have imagined before. This is simply because he cannot go out now, which means the rich man's cashback system has not yet truly demonstrated its value. On this day, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling came to Su Yang together. They were very shy and seemed to have something to hide. Su Yang felt that they were indeed a little strange today, and couldn't help asking, "Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, we have known each other for a month, and we get along with each other every day, so we are quite familiar with each other. If you have anything to say, just say it." Wang Xiaotong glanced at Kai Lingling, took a deep breath, and said, "Su Yang, we have something to discuss with you." Looking at the serious expressions of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, Su Yang was shocked. Are they going to abandon him? After all, they have wasted almost all their time in this ward for the past month, and often stayed here all night. Anyone would probably be fed up with it. After discussing with Lingling, we know that you don't have any relatives or friends here, and you don't have a place to live, so we plan to take you back to our home, which is the house that Lingling and I rented. It happens to have 3 bedrooms, so you can move in and live there. In fact, the main reason is that the cost of living in the hospital is too high. Lingling and I don't have much savings, so it's hard to support it for a long time. I'm really sorry. But you don't have to worry about your health. You have recovered well in the past month. Besides, I'm a nurse and can take good care of you at home. What do you think? Wang Xiaotong said awkwardly. Huh? Su Yang stared blankly at the two beauties in front of him. This was like sharing a house with beautiful ladies. It was like pie in the sky. How could such a good thing exist? Seeing Su Yang in a daze, Kai Lingling couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Why? Are you wronged by asking you to move in with us? After being together for such a long time, everyone has some understanding of each other's temperament. Kai Lingling is more straightforward and carefree, while Wang Xiaotong is a little more introverted. What are you talking about, Sister Lingling? How could I refuse such a good thing? But I have a request. Su Yang pondered. What request? Don't be too excessive, otherwise Xiaotong and I will not agree. Kai Lingling couldn't help but glare at Su Yang. He was really tactless and even put forward conditions. I wonder how many people would be eager to get what they want. Honestly, Sister Xiaotong and Sister Lingling, I am very grateful to you. Your care for me over the past month has made me feel that this life is worth living and filled me with hope and passion for the future. But I don't want to become a complete burden and encumbrance to you, so let me share the rent. Su Yang said sincerely. What? Your request is to share the rent? Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were surprised. They thought Su Yang would make some excessive demands, but they didn't expect that he would ask them to share the rent. Don't worry, I still have some savings now. I would feel bad if you don't let me share the burden with you, not to mention troubling you to take care of me, Su Yang said with a smile. Since you have this intention, let's share the rent together. But I have to say something first. Some things at home must be arranged by Lingling and me, and you must move out immediately after you recover from your injury. Wang Xiaotong said. After all, it is said that it will have a bad influence for a grown man to share a house with two girls, and there will be many inconveniences in life. If it weren't for her best friend Lingling being understanding and the close relationship between the two of them, she would definitely not agree to let a man share the house with them. Su Yang agreed without hesitation, thinking that it would take more than a month or two to heal his fracture. He should use this time to deepen his relationship with the two beauties. It would be hard to say whether he would stay or go. Although he had money now and could easily buy an apartment, it was nothing compared to the happiness of sharing a house with two beauties. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling could not have imagined that because of this car accident and their kindness, they got to know Su Yang, and their life trajectories were about to change. Since the decision has been made, I will go and handle the discharge procedures first, and then we will go home together, Wang Xiaotong said, and went to handle the procedures. After all, she worked in the hospital and was familiar with the process, so the fees could be reduced to some extent. The procedures were completed quickly. When Wang Xiaotong returned to the ward, Kai Lingling had already packed her things. Actually, there was not much to pack. Su Yang had almost nothing, only 2 sets of hospital gowns and a cell phone. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling worked together to help Su Yang into the wheelchair, called a taxi, and took Su Yang back home. The journey was not far, about 20 minutes, and we arrived at Yufu Community, where Wang Xiaotong and her friends rented a house. The community environment was quite good, surrounded by lush green trees. The environment of this community is pretty good, Su Yang said with emotion. The house he and his girlfriend rented before was indeed a little worse than this one. The environment of this residential area is good, but the rent is also expensive. There's nothing I can do. Lingling and I work far away from each other, so I can only choose a suitable location, said Wang Xiaotong while pushing a wheelchair. Kai Lingling walked in front, opened the elevator door, and went straight to the 17th floor, which was also the top floor of the building. We're home, welcome our new roommates, Kai Lingling said with a smile. Su Yang couldn't help but feel refreshed when he entered the room. The elegant fragrance made him feel refreshed and light both physically and mentally. The room was spotless and everything was neatly arranged. The balcony was even more colorful, and there were even their sexy underwear, which made Su Yang's heart beat wildly. You know, the 2 beauties around him were as beautiful as his ex-girlfriend Lin Jiayan. Su Yang's room is a second bedroom. The space is not big, with a bed, a desk and a wardrobe, but Su Yang is very satisfied. In order to welcome the new roommate, I have taken a special leave today. Today I will let you taste the cooking skills of Lingling and me. Tell me, Su Yang, what do you want to eat? Wang Xiaotong said with a smile. I don't have any dietary restrictions or any particularities, just whatever you want is fine. Su Yang didn't feel comfortable asking for a lot of money, as he knew that these 2 beauties had spent a lot of money during his hospitalization. Okay, you stay at home first. Call me if you have anything. I'll go shopping for groceries with Xiaotong, said Kai Lingling. Don't worry, I can basically move my hands now, but it's a little difficult for me to walk, don't worry. After Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling settled Su Yang, they went shopping for groceries together. Su Yang, sitting in a wheelchair, came to the balcony, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He wanted to plan his life well, how to rely on the super-rich cashback system to achieve a loser's counterattack in life. Chapter 4, Wind Chaser. Su Yang was bored in watching MM's live broadcast. They have never been so free before. It is estimated that Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling will not be back for a while. In addition to buying groceries, they also plan to buy 2 sets of clothes for Su Yang. They can't let Su Yang wear hospital gown all the time. It's okay in the hospital, but it's uncomfortable to look at him at home. At this time, Su Yang discovered a female anchor with delicate features, beautiful face, black and shiny hair, and a voice like nature, which was no less than that of a star. Although beauty effects were added, Su Yang could see that the person without makeup behind the screen was still a beauty. At this time, the beauty was engaged in a PK, and the person opposite her was a wretched-looking male anchor. Although Su Yang disliked him, he had to say that the guy was quite capable and his firepower was very strong, and it seemed that the beautiful anchor was about to fail. Although the beauty had more fans, most of them were just there to watch the fun, and the few fans could not withstand the firepower of the opponent. There are over 10,000 people in this live broadcast room, but there's no big brother? Come on, a big brother, please save the beautiful anchor. If you lose, the beautiful anchor will have to be beaten in public. We can't let the other side bully our goddess, let's raise some money. There were constant barrages of comments in the live broadcast room, but the score was still far behind the opponent. You are such a beauty, it's your luck that I got your swipe. Su Yang muttered to himself and directly recharged 100,000 yuan on the platform. This time he would be the boss, and he didn't want such a beautiful woman to be bullied by the other party. Then a rain of rockets flashed on the screen. Each rocket cost 200 yuan, and they were launched one after another without stopping. The PK score instantly surpassed the opponent's, making the opponent's score bar almost invisible. Fuck, Big Brother is awesome. Brother is so generous. Is this a super rich man? The live broadcast room instantly went wild. It wasn't that they had never seen a rocket shower before, but they had never seen one of such a large scale and lasting for such a long time. Su Yang fired all 100,000 in one breath. There is no doubt that he ranks first among the big brothers. Thank you, wind-chasing boy. Thank you, brother, the beautiful anchor said excitedly. Wind-chasing boy is the name Su Yang gave himself. After the mission was accomplished, Su Yang left without leaving any credit or fame, and directly exited the live broadcast room. Then a friend adding message popped up on the phone. Brother, I'm Yao Siyu, thank you for your support just now. You're welcome, beautiful. I'm just happy, Su Yang replied. I don't know how to thank you, brother. You saved me from making a fool of myself in front of my fans and family, Yao Siyu replied. Su Yang thought about it. Isn't this a chance to make money right at his doorstep? It's a pity that he can't move around now, otherwise he could ask the beauty to treat him to a meal. Since you want to express your gratitude, please help me to top up my phone bill, Su Yang replied and sent his cell phone number. Yao Siyu on the opposite side thought that Su Yang would make some requests. After all, he spent 100,000 yuan at one time, so it was impossible that he had no ulterior motive. She instinctively thought that he came for her beauty and must want to ask her out. But was he just asking her to top up her phone bill, or was he playing hard to get? Okay, brother. Yao Siyu thought about it and decided to top up 500 yuan of phone bill first and then talk about it later when you are familiar with the situation. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Yao Siyu's consumption rebate, consumption of 500 yuan, sincerity index 20.22%, cashback 2022 times, the amount received is 1,011,000 yuan, has been credited. With more than 1 million in hand, the 10,000 was really worth it. However, Yao Siyu's sincerity index is a bit low. I guess she still has some defensive psychology. The two chatted for a while, and 4 or 5 hours passed unknowingly. At this time, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling also returned home carrying large and small bags. When Su Yang heard the sound of the door opening, he hurriedly started his electric wheelchair and came to the dining table in the living room. He didn't want the two beauties to misunderstand that he was staring at their clothes on the balcony. The weather is so hot. It's cooler at home. Kai Lingling's cheeks were rosy, which was very attractive. Sister Xiaodong, Sister Lingling, you have worked so hard. You went out to buy food and clothes for me in such a hot day. Su Yang was touched when he saw the two of them sweating profusely. Don't be polite. Let's try these 2 sets of clothes to see if they fit you. Wang Xiaotong said as he took out 2 sets of clothes, even including underwear, socks, coats, pajamas, as well as slippers, toothbrushes, and other daily necessities. It was quite comprehensive. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Wang Xiaotong's consumption rebate, consumption of 1,000 yuan, sincerity index 61.32%, cashback 6,132 times, the amount received is 6,132,000 yuan, and has been credited. Su Yang was immediately overjoyed. Wang Xiaotong's sincerity index was really high, which made him earn more than 6 million in an instant. He wondered what it would be like if the sincerity index of this system reached 100%. He was really looking forward to it. Sister Xiaodong, you are so kind. I really have no way to repay you, Su Yang said excitedly. Okay, don't get so excited, as if you want to pledge yourself to me. Let me tell you, if you want to marry our Xiaodong, you can forget about it if you don't have a luxury car worth tens of millions or a villa worth hundreds of millions. Kai Lingling snorted coldly, and then continued, Here, these are the top quality ingredients I bought for you, and I will cook them for you myself. Do you also want to pledge yourself to me? Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received a rebate from Kai Lingling. The consumption was 360 yuan, the sincerity index was 53.33%, the cashback was 5,333 times, and the amount received was 1,919,880 yuan, which has been credited to the account. Su Yang thought that these two were really his lucky stars. Their sincerity index was so high, and they were very efficient in making money. He wanted to marry them home, haha. Lingling, stop teasing Su Yang. Let Su Yang try on the clothes first. Let's clean up quickly and start washing vegetables and cooking. Wang Xiaotong rolled her eyes at Kai Lingling. This best friend sometimes speaks without restraint. Sister Lingling, when I save up 10 billion, I will marry you if you are all willing to marry me. Su Yang knew that Kai Lingling was joking, but he didn't mind turning a joke into reality. Ha ha ha. Kai Lingling laughed so hard that she fell backwards, her breasts surging and looking like they were about to burst out. Xiaotong, listen, this is the biggest joke I have ever heard in my life, ha ha. Junior brother Su Yang, if you really save up 10 billion, I will make the decision for Xiaotong, and we will marry you together then. Kai Lingling winked at Su Yang. Wang Xiaotong felt helpless about this best friend. Once she started to act non-serious, she was simply invincible. Su Yang was also shocked by Kai Lingling's boldness and frankness. He didn't even dare to hope for such a good thing. It was exciting just thinking about it. Afterwards, Su Yang was pushed into the room by Wang Xiaotong and asked to change his clothes by himself, which he was able to do. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were busy in the kitchen. Chapter 5: A Warm Dinner. As time goes by, one after another delicious dishes with good color, aroma, and taste were served on the table. The whole room was filled with the aroma of food. One had to admit that these two beauties were great cooks. There were 8 dishes in total, which was quite a feast for 3 people and almost filled the entire dining table. The dishes are finally ready. Kai Lingling couldn't help but stretch, revealing her sexy curves. Let's go take a shower first, and then call Su Yang to have dinner together, said Wang Xiaotong. He had been sweating a lot after a busy day. Okay, then let's go take a shower together. Kai Lingling stared at Wang Xiaotong. I'll wash you first, don't try to take advantage of me. Wang Xiaotong said as she picked up her pajamas and rushed into the bathroom, locking the door. Although they were all girls, they couldn't stand Kai Lingling's tease. At this time, Su Yang was in his room, and after great effort, he finally put on his clothes. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly the doorbell rang. At this time, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling had finished taking a shower. They looked at each other in confusion. Who was coming at this time? When I opened the door, I saw it was the delivery man. Hello? Does the wind-chasing boy live here? This is the takeaway he ordered. At this time, the delivery man saw 2 beauties opening the door and he was really envious of the wind-chasing boy. Wind-chasing boy? You must have sent him to the wrong person. We don't have any wind-chasing boys here, Wang Xiaotong said, shaking his head. That shouldn't be the case. The address clearly says this is the address. The delivery man asked in confusion. You're not in the wrong place. I'm the wind chaser. At this time, Su Yang appeared in front of them in a wheelchair. It was he who ordered the takeaway, 2 bottles of red wine, each bottle costing more than 10,000 yuan. Are you the wind-chasing boy? Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling said in unison. Looking back, they saw that Su Yang had changed into new clothes. It must be said that clothes make the man, and at this moment, Su Yang actually looked quite handsome. Yes, that's my online name. Su Yang said with a smile. The delivery guy took one look at Su Yang slumped in the wheelchair and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what an optimistic person he is. Even though he is in a wheelchair, he still wants to be a wind-chasing boy. Kai Lingling put the takeaway on the coffee table and stared at Su Yang coldly. Su Yang, what do you mean? Don't you know we are cooking for you? And you still order takeaway? Are you looking down on us? Sister Lingling, you misunderstood. My mouth almost watered when I saw the food on the table. Your cooking skills are the best I've ever seen. I ordered red wine for takeout because I saw that you've been busy lately, so I wanted to let you drink some red wine to relax. Su Yang explained hurriedly. So that's how it is. You're thoughtful, but you actually want Xiaotong and I to drink? Do you want to get us drunk and then do something bad? Kai Lingling said. Ha! Su Yang was speechless for a while, but after he found out that he got to know Sister Lingling, he could speak in a very domineering way. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he sat in the wheelchair and opened his hands and said, Sister Lingling, do you think I can do anything illegal in my current state? Okay, Lingling, since it's a kind gesture from brother Su Yang, let's drink some. We can't waste it. Wang Xiaotong said. Kai Lingling was just talking, but she had already opened the takeaway box and skillfully opened the red wine. She did it very smoothly, and it seemed that she drank a lot of red wine. The 3 of them sat at the dining table. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling sat on both sides of Su Yang, so that they could look after him more easily. At this moment, all 3 of them had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. It was the first time that Su Yang felt so cared for, and by 2 beautiful women. Such a life was so happy. It was also the first time for Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling to have dinner with a boy at home. In fact, they felt a bit of recognition and sympathy for this junior fellow student Su Yang. After all, it was not easy for an orphan to grow up to where he is today, and his character was quite good. With this glass of wine, I would like to first express my apologies to brother Su Yang. You have suffered from this car accident. At the same time, I hope that you can recover soon and lead a brilliant life. Wang Xiaotong said sincerely, holding up the glass. Sister Xiaotong, this is really not your fault. It's my own fault that I was so depressed and brought trouble upon myself. Instead, I have caused you more trouble. Su Yang said as he drank the wine in the glass. What is there to be upset about? Living a healthy life is the greatest happiness, said Wang Xiaotong. She has worked in the hospital for several years and has seen too many separations of life and death and too many people suffering from illness. Because of my girlfriend's betrayal and the setbacks at work. Su Yang told the story of how his girlfriend betrayed and humiliated him that day with that rich second-generation man. I originally wanted to turn my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon only shines on the ditch. Su Yang said as he picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling also empathize with Su Yang's sad experience. In this materialistic society, who hasn't met a scumbag? This is also the reason why Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling have been single in recent years, because they were deeply hurt in the past. So although there are many people pursuing them now, they are all rejected by them. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. Okay, let's be happy. The path of life is to learn to forget and to give up. Life always moves towards tomorrow from farewell. Trekking through the years, everyone has his or her own story. Only when you look at things lightly can your mood be beautiful, and only when you look at things optimistically can your mood be bright. Take a break when you are tired, dance with the breeze, be quiet when you are upset, gaze at the flowers and plants, slow down when you are in a hurry, and smile at yourself. How about my cooking today? Kai Lingling said, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and putting it in front of Su Yang. This sweet and sour spare ribs melts in your mouth, the tender meat and the sweet and sour taste complement each other, it is so delicious. Sister Lingling is really good at cooking, Su Yang couldn't help but admire her sincerely. Try the braised crucian carp I made. Wang Xiaotong said as she picked up a piece of fish and put it in Su Yang's bowl. This braised crucian carp is fragrant and the rich sauce color is very tempting. When you put the chopsticks into your mouth, the delicate taste disappears without a trace. It's like a fairy floating in the air, and everyone thinks it's from heaven. Su Yang praised again. Hey, little brother Su Yang is quite literary and has good taste, not bad, not bad. The atmosphere gradually returned to normal. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling drank 2 glasses of red wine. Their cheeks were flushed and their eyes were a little dazed. The three of them were dreaming about the future. Kai Lingling liked singing. Although she was currently teaching music in a school, she hoped that one day she could become a singer and a big star. Wang Xiaotong hopes to own a clinic of his own to save lives and heal the wounded. Su Yang silently made a note in his heart that one day he would help the two beauties fulfill their wishes. Brother Su Yang, what about you? What do you want to do in the future? Kai Lingling asked. As for me? Of course I have to complete the small goal of 10 billion first. Su Yang laughed. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling couldn't help but think of the 10 billion joke and laughed, then little brother Su Yang should work harder. Chapter 6 Stealing the Beggar's Job. The next morning, Su Yang was awakened by a knock on the door. Su Yang, get up and have breakfast. Kai Lingling was seen knocking on Su Yang's bedroom door. Su Yang glanced at his phone in a daze. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. He had to admire their schedule. They drank 2 bottles of red wine last night, but they could still get up so early. Okay, I'll get up right away. When you are under the eaves, you have to bow your head. Su Yang couldn't help but yawned and replied. After washing up, when Su Yang came to the dining table, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were already eating. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, and porridge. Fried dough sticks and soy milk are Su Yang's favorites. Although he was originally sleepy, he couldn't help but feel refreshed at this moment. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Wang Xiaotong's consumption rebate. The consumption was 35 yuan, the sincerity index was 66.72%, the cashback was 6,672 times, the amount received was 233,520 yuan, and it has been credited. I earned more than 200,000 yuan just by eating breakfast. I am so worried because I can never spend all the money. Eat quickly, then we'll take you to the forest park in Donghai City to breathe some fresh air, which will also help your recovery. Xiaotong and I are on vacation today, so starting tomorrow, you'll be alone at home, said Kai Lingling. Okay, then you can go to work without worry. Don't delay your work because of me. I will treat you to a big meal at the restaurant at noon today, Su Yang said with a smile. Now that he has money, he has to spend it and feel what it means to be a rich man. Soon, the three of them finished their breakfast. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling both changed into white casual outfits, and Su Yang was also wearing a white casual outfit. The girl was young and beautiful, the boy was sunny and handsome, but it was a pity that Su Yang could only sit in a wheelchair and be pushed forward by the two beauties. The forest park was at least 20 kilometers away from where they were, so they had no choice but to take a taxi. We have to hurry up and save money to buy a car so that it will be convenient for us to go out. It's too troublesome to take a taxi every time, said Kai Lingling. Okay, let's try to pool money together and buy one by the end of the year, Wang Xiaotong said in agreement. They usually ride electric scooters to work, which is not only exposed to the wind and sun, but also sometimes there are strong storms and they can't ride the scooters at all. Hearing that the two were determined to buy a car, Su Yang couldn't help but consider whether he should just buy two cars for them, but he was worried that they wouldn't accept it so easily. Su Yang still had some understanding of their personalities, so he could only wait and see if there would be a suitable opportunity in the future. By the time they arrived at the forest park, it was already past 7 o'clock. There were already many people doing morning exercises in the park, including jogging, doing tai chi, and a group of people doing square dancing. There is a lush forest in the park. The trees are tall and the branches are thick. The sunlight cannot shine through, and there is a slight coolness. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling pushed Su Yang slowly forward in the dense forest, listening to the birds singing happily on the branches. The pleasant melody filled the air like poetry. At this moment, the three of them felt relaxed both physically and mentally. After all, they were more or less tired after taking care of Su Yang for more than a month. From time to time, people who were jogging in the morning passed by them. They could not help but be amazed when they saw the two beauties in white. Some even looked back and bumped into a tree, causing people around them to burst into laughter. They ran away with their faces flushed. There is a lotus pond in front. Let's go sit there for a while. It happens to be the season when lotus flowers are in bloom, Wang Xiaotong said. There is nothing wrong with the other two. The lotus pond in this forest park is also a beautiful scenery. When they arrived at the lotus pond, it was almost surrounded by people, and Su Yang was still in a wheelchair, so they had to find a pavilion to rest in. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, what do you want to eat for lunch? Su Yang asked. Since you want to treat us, then you make the decision. We won't object to anything you eat. Your thoughtfulness is enough, Wang Xiaotong said with a smile. Su Yang thought about it and made a decision. He couldn't be too shabby when inviting a beautiful woman to dinner for the first time. RF Seafood is one of the top restaurants in Donghai City, so he decided to choose it. As the sun rose, they walked around the park again and it was already past 10 o'clock, so they prepared to go back to the restaurant for dinner. As soon as they walked out of the forest park gate, Kai Lingling whispered to Wang Xiaotong, Xiaotong, I want to go to the bathroom. You guys wait for me here for a while. No, I have to go too, said Wang Xiaotong. Su Yang obviously heard what they said, so he said, then you go to the bathroom first, I'll wait for you at the gate. Then don't run around, Kai Lingling said, then took Wang Xiaotong's hand and hurried away. Su Yang sat in a wheelchair and looked at the park entrance, preparing to go under a big tree to enjoy the shade. At the same time, there was a ragged beggar over there. Su Yang originally wanted to go over and give some alms, but he didn't notice there was a step and he rolled down and fell next to the beggar. His white clothes were covered with mud. A beggar was kneeling on the left side of the tree. Su Yang was lying on the right side of the tree, with an overturned wheelchair next to him. The beggar couldn't help but glare at Su Yang, as he actually misunderstood that Su Yang was stealing his job. At this time, a young lady passing by saw Su Yang's appearance and thought he was a disabled person begging, so she gave him 20 yuan. Ding, the Shinhao Cashback System received a rebate from a passerby girl. She spent 20 yuan, the sincerity index was 42.33%, the cashback was 4,233 times, and the amount received was 84,660 yuan, which has been credited to the account. Afterwards, several girls gave dozens of dollars, and the system received nearly 1 million in cashback. Su Yang didn't expect that he could make 1,000,000 yuan just by falling off a wheelchair. The beggar next to him looked at Su Yang with murderous eyes, as if he was going to pounce on him and bite him the next moment. He had been squatting here for most of the day and didn't receive much money. As soon as this guy came, girls gave him alms in minutes. Does he have to look handsome when begging now? He. Big brother, I'm not here to steal your job. I just wanted to come over to enjoy the cool air. I didn't expect there would be a misunderstanding. All this money is for you. Su Yang felt the murderous intent from the opposite side and said hurriedly. At the same time, he gave all the more than 100 yuan he received to the beggar. After all, the beggar rushed up and beat him up, and there was no room for argument. You're smart. The beggar snatched the money from Su Yang's hand and said viciously, "Get out of here." At this time, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling also came out of the bathroom. They saw Su Yang fall to the ground and confront a beggar from a distance, so they hurried over. Su Yang, why did you fall? Did this beggar bully you? Kai Lingling and Wang Xiaotong hurriedly helped Su Yang up to the wheelchair, staring at the beggar with unfriendly eyes. It's just a misunderstanding. Su Yang could feel the concern of the two people for him, and his heart was warmed. Chapter 7, Enemies on a Narrow Road. In the taxi, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling took turns giving Su Yang instructions. As soon as he left their sight, this incident happened. They have to go to work tomorrow and are really worried about whether Su Yang can take care of himself. It was really an accident just now, you really don't have to worry. Su Yang said helplessly. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of our Seafood Hotel. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling looked at the luxuriously decorated hotel. They actually came here. Obviously, they also knew the RF Seafood Hotel. After all, it was the most famous place for eating seafood. And they had only been here once. The seafood was delicious, but too expensive. Su Yang, you don't want to invite us to eat seafood at our Seafood Hotel? Kai Lingling asked in surprise. It's too expensive here. Just a simple meal for the three of us will cost several thousand yuan. Let's go to another place, said Wang Xiaotong. Don't worry, I can still afford to treat you to a meal. Now that we're here, let's go in, Su Yang said with a smile. Just as Su Yang was about to insist on taking them into the hotel, a familiar and harsh voice rang out. Hey, Jiayan, isn't that your ex-boyfriend? Why is he in a wheelchair? He's really useless now. At this time, a man with gorgeous clothes and a colorful hat came slowly towards them, holding a sexy and charming woman in his arms. Seeing Su Yang's current disabled appearance and yet he was trying to pretend to be rich, Lin Jiayan couldn't help but despise him even more. You know, when she was dating Su Yang, she had asked Su Yang to bring her here to try the seafood, but was rejected because it was too expensive. Now he wants to invite two beauties to eat seafood, which makes her even angrier. Su Yang, I didn't expect that it's been just over a month since we broke up, and you've been so attentive to other girls. It seems that your so-called love for me was all fake. You were reluctant to take me to eat seafood, but took two beauties to eat. Leaving you is the best choice I've ever made. Two beauties, I advise you to be careful. Su Yang, this poor loser, has no money at all. Don't be fooled by him. If you go in to eat, I'm afraid you won't have money to pay, which will embarrass you. Lin Jiayan said coldly. Don't worry about it. Even if Su Yang has no money, so what? I can just treat him to a meal. I'm not like some people who would sacrifice anything for money. Kai Lingling sneered. During the time she spent with Su Yang, she had some understanding of Su Yang and Lin Jiayan's past. It was obvious that this woman chose to betray love by hooking up with a rich second-generation man. My love for you was real in the past, and my disgust for you now is also real. Today, I will not only treat these two beauties to seafood, but also the most expensive set meal. Su Yang looked coldly at his ex-girlfriend who was held in the arms of the rich second-generation Meng Junying. Then Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling pushed the wheelchair into the hotel. Let me see how you can afford it. Lin Jiayan snorted disdainfully, and walked into the RF Seafood Hotel holding Meng Junying's arm. However, Meng Junying's eyes stayed on Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. He looked them up and down from time to time, with lustful looks in his eyes. He didn't expect to be so lucky today to meet two top beauties. Compared with Lin Jiayan, they were not inferior, but each had her own charm. Not bad. Hey, you useless boy, although I have fired you, some of your personal belongings are still in the company. You can go and get them back, otherwise they will be treated as garbage. Meng Junying said. After hearing this, Su Yang thought about it and realized that he didn't have any valuables and it would be unlucky to go to that place, so he just let them go and left without paying any attention. Seeing that Su Yang ignored him, Meng Junying's eyes darkened. In fact, Su Yang's personal belongings had long been treated as garbage, but he didn't expect that such a waste would be surrounded by two goddess-like beauties. This made him very unhappy. "Hey, Su Yang, how can you say this is the most expensive package? Do you know how much it costs? Are you planning to sell me in Xiaotong?" Kai Lingling said anxiously at this time, without any of the domineering attitude she had just had. "Yes, Su Yang, just eat something simple. There's no need to be angry with them." Wang Xiaotong also agreed. He was really worried that the meal would last until the liberation. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, you really don't have to worry about money. In fact, I am an invisible rich man," Su Yang said helplessly. However, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling would not believe it no matter what. He did not look like a rich man. Maybe he had enough money for a meal, but there was really no need for him to be too extravagant. After Su Yang and his friends entered the lobby, a waiter came to greet them and very humanely arranged a more spacious and convenient seat for Su Yang, who was in a wheelchair. The waiter handed over the menu and stood aside politely, waiting for the customer to order. After all, most of the time he needed to explain the dishes and the customers. At this time, the lobby manager was standing at the entrance. When he saw Meng Junying, he hurried over to greet him. "Mr. Meng, welcome. The Meng family's Dihao Group is one of the leading real estate companies in Donghai City. It has a cooperation agreement with the RF Seafood Hotel. For top VIP customers, the lobby manager always greets them respectfully at the entrance. Old Ma, you have a distinguished guest here today. Come, let me introduce you to him." Meng Junying put his arm around the lobby manager Ma Hongyi's shoulder with a sly smile on his face and walked towards Su Yang. When Ma Hongyi saw Meng Junying smirk, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this young Master Meng was going to cause trouble again? He knew this Mr. Meng too well. He did nothing all day long and was obsessed with money and luxury. He was an absolute playboy who was good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. The beautiful women around him changed one after another. In fact, Ma Hongyi looks down on such rich second generations in his heart. However, when facing life, he can only bow down and greet them with a smile, otherwise his job will be lost at any time. When Lin Jiayan saw Meng Xiao heading straight for Su Yang and the others, she knew that he was going to humiliate them, and she was happy about it. Especially when she saw that Su Yang was accompanied by two beautiful women who were as beautiful as herself, she became even more angry. "Old Ma, come here, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su, my woman's ex-boyfriend, the junior employee who was fired by me. Today he comes here to enjoy your top-notch Fuming set meal." Meng Junying pointed at Su Yang, his eyes full of disdain. "What we eat is none of your business. Please don't disturb us while we eat," Kai Lingling said coldly. Meng Junying didn't care at all about Kai Lingling's impolite words, and even felt a little happy. Few women were so indifferent in front of him, but he liked it. He had already decided in his heart to take this woman down and let her feel the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch. "We just want to admire how young Master Su eats this top-notch Fu Meng set meal. After all, our young Master Meng can only eat it once. The set meal costs 888,800? Lin Jiayan said sarcastically. "Can they afford it?" Chapter 8, Face Slap. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling couldn't help but look unhappy. It is indeed difficult for them to afford the package of 888,800 yuan. "Su Yang, why don't we go to another restaurant? There's no need to fight with this kind of person," Wang Xiaotong said as he stood up and pushed Su Yang to leave. "I came out to eat happily, but I didn't expect to meet this kind of person. My good mood was completely ruined." Su Yang held Wang Xiaotong's hand and said firmly, "Sister Xiaotong, I originally said that I would treat you to a big meal, and this top-notch Fu Meng set meal is just right. You don't have to worry about the money. Since I asked, I can naturally pay for the meal. Manager Ma, right? Please serve us your Fu Meng set meal. Remember, one set of Fu Meng set meal for each of the three of us." Su Yang then said to the lobby manager Ma Hongyi. "What?" Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. "Ha ha ha, did I hear you right? You ordered 3 Fu Meng meal sets? This really made me laugh to death. You're a useless guy who doesn't even have a job and is in a wheelchair. You want to eat and dine for free." Meng Junying laughed arrogantly. Ma Hongyi, the lobby manager, didn't know what to do for a moment. 3 Fu Meng meal sets cost almost 3 million yuan, but no one had ever ordered like this before. "Mr. Su, the portion size of our set meal is quite large. 1 portion is enough for you. Aren't 3 portions a bit too much? Mahoney couldn't help but remind him. As soon as Mahoney finished speaking, Meng Junying slapped him on the head. Are you mentally ill? Didn't I say that this piece of trash is simply not affordable? Mahoney's face flushed red. He felt depressed at being slapped on the head and insulted in public, but he didn't dare to show it. So what if I can afford it? How about, Mr. Meng, let's make a bet. At this time, Su Yang slammed a bank card on the table and said angrily. Meng Junying couldn't help but sneer, you are worthy of betting with me? But I am in a good mood today. If you lose, let the 2 beauties beside you have a meal with me. You're dreaming. Kai Lingling said angrily when she heard that. What? You don't dare anymore? Meng Junying just looked at Su Yang with a sneer. Sister Xiaodong, Sister Lingling, please believe me this time. I won't let you have dinner with him because I will never lose. Su Yang said to the 2 with a firm look in his eyes. Looking at Su Yang's determined face, Wang Xiaodong and Kai Lingling finally nodded silently, but they thought in their hearts that if Su Yang lost, they would go home and make him know how dangerous the world is and make him never want to be reborn in the next life. Meng Xiao, if you lose, kneel down and apologize to us, and call us Grandpa and Grandma. I was wrong. Seeing that the 2 girls acquiesced, Su Yang spoke calmly to Meng Xiaoqing. Hearing this, Meng Xiao flew into a rage. Su Yang, you are courting death. You actually asked me to kneel down before you. What? You don't dare to gamble anymore. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Meng Xiao so angry. Mr. Meng, don't be fooled by Su Yang. Don't I know him? The last time he bought me that crappy diamond ring, he spent all his savings. He has no money at all. Lin Jiayan vowed and sneered. Su Yang didn't expect that Lin Jiayan really had no feelings for him at all. Was the diamond ring he bought with his hard-earned money so worthless? Okay, I'll make a bet with you. Meng Junying looked at the proud figures of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling and couldn't help but say. Besides, Su Yang was just a small employee of his company before, and he didn't believe that Su Yang could come up with 3 million. Old Ma, go get the POS machine. I want to see how long you can last. Meng Junying said. The lobby manager Mahoney hurried to the front desk to get the POS machine and came back soon. Pick up Su Yang's bank card and swipe it lightly. Ding, card swipe successful, spending 2.6664 million yuan. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a poor guy like you, Su Yang, have so much money? Have you always pretended to be poor in front of me? Lin Jiayan shook her head. She couldn't believe that Su Yang had so much money. Su Yang ignored Lin Jiayan. In his heart, the Lin Jiayan whom he once loved deeply was already dead. Mr. Meng, it's time to fulfill the bet. Su Yang laughed loudly. At this time, Meng Xiao had an ugly face and clenched his fists. He didn't expect to be tricked today. He waved his hand and slapped Lin Jiayan's cheek fiercely. Bitch, you actually teamed up with my ex-boyfriend to lie to me. You guys, you dare to humiliate me, you will pay the price with blood. After Meng Junying finished speaking, he turned around and left. No, Mr. Meng, listen to me, I really didn't lie to you. Su Yang is really a poor loser. Lin Jiayan ignored her red and swollen cheeks and stumbled after Meng Junying. The flies are finally gone. Su Yang said. At this time, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling looked at him with a look of scrutiny. They had never thought that Su Yang was really an invisible rich man. But no matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like it. Or was it that Su Yang's acting was too good? Mr. Su, here's your card. Please follow me to the VIP room. It's quiet there and no one will disturb you while you dine. At this time, the lobby manager Mahoney stretched out his hand to ask for help. He felt very happy at this moment. Su Yang also made him feel relieved. He had been unhappy with Meng Junying for a long time. The dining table in the private room is now filled with famous seafood from all over the world, including Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, French blue lobster, bluefin tuna, etc. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling didn't bother to settle the score with Su Yang at this moment, so they just ate the delicious food first. At this time, the lobby manager Mahoney walked into the box, accompanied by an elegant woman, who said respectfully to Su Yang. Mr. Su, this is Lu Mei, the general manager of our Donghai Fuli seafood branch. I came here specially to make the acquaintance of Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm sorry to bother you. This is the supreme VIP card our store gives you. You can enjoy a 20% discount when you shop in our store in the future. These 2 bottles of red wine are also a little gift from our store. Please accept them. Lu Mei smiled and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Su Yang. The man who could casually treat 2 beauties to 3 top-level Fumong meal sets must be no ordinary person. Perhaps he will be a distinguished guest of the hotel in the future. Su Yang naturally wouldn't be polite and accepted them all. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Lu Mei's consumption rebate. The consumption was 20,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 50%, the cashback was 5,000 times, the amount received was 100 million yuan, and it has been credited. When Su Yang heard the voice of the system, he almost rolled off his wheelchair with excitement. He never expected that the 2 bottles of red wine sent by Lu Mei were so expensive and the sincerity index was so high, allowing Su Yang to make 100 million yuan in one go. This meal was totally worth it. Chapter 9. I'm a rich man and I won't pretend anymore. By the way, Mr. Su, we have 2 other Fumang sets. If you can't finish them this time, you can leave them in our store and come over to eat them next time, or we can send someone to deliver them to your home. Lu Mei continued. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, what suggestions do you have? Should we pack up? Su Yang said. Pack your head, don't you know how small your home is? There's no room for so many seafood. Kai Lingling said incoherently while eating. Okay then, let's come over to eat next time. Su Yang said to Lu Mei. Okay, Mr. Su, is there anything else you can help me with? Lu Mei said with a smile. Su Yang thought about it and said, could you trouble Mr. Lu to help me apply for 2 more memberships, with a deposit of 5 million in each membership card? When Lu Mei heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that her bet was right. This Mr. Su was indeed very powerful. It cost him 10 million just to apply for 2 cards. Okay, Mr. Su, wait a moment. Lu Mei said as she led Ma Hongyi out of the private room and went to apply for the card in person. Mr. Lu, can you give me 2 more bottles of this red wine? They taste good. I plan to pack some and take them home to drink. Su Yang quickly added. After Lu Mei and Ma Hongyi left the room with smiles on their faces, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling stared at Su Yang. Was this still the little brother Su Yang they knew? Why did he ask for millions so easily? How could he live with them in that small 3-bedroom apartment when he was so rich? Could it be that he coveted their beauty and approached them on purpose? At the same time, they couldn't help but think of the 10 billion small goal. The joke of 2 women sharing 1 man didn't seem so funny now. They even doubted that Su Yang didn't really have 10 billion? Facing the table full of seafood, Su Yang's appetite was aroused. After all, he had never dreamed of eating such delicious food before. Just when he was about to eat a lot, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling looked at him with doubt, coldness, shyness, and murderous intent. Okay, Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, I'm going to be honest. I'm a wealthy person, but don't be angry. I didn't mean to hide it. I just received a huge sum of money in the past 2 days. It turns out that my grandfather was a wealthy businessman. Before he passed away, he found me, his only grandson, and transferred all his property to my name. Everything else I told you is true. I can swear. Su Yang explained hurriedly, and could only make up a reason at random. The secret of the super-rich cashback system must not be told to anyone, otherwise there will be endless troubles, even to the closest people. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling didn't know whether they should believe Su Yang's words, but after more than 2 months of getting along, they could feel Su Yang's sincerity. He didn't seem fake, nor did he have the dandy temperament of a rich man. Do you have 10 billion? Kai Lingling asked inexplicably. Not really, there's still a long way to go, but I will try my best. Su Yang said confidently. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that there was number 10 billion. If there really was 10 billion, would they fulfill their promise of 2 women sharing 1 husband? Although they felt good about Su Yang now, it was far from the love between men and women, not to mention that they were not willing to touch the so-called love at all. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, how could I have any bad intentions? You have been taking good care of me since the car accident. When I was in the hospital, you guarded by my side for so many nights. I swore at that time that if I could achieve hegemony one day, I would never let anyone hurt you unless they stepped over my dead body. Su Yang said seriously. Hearing this, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were deeply moved. They could feel Su Yang's sincerity. Okay, let's stop talking and eat quickly. Don't waste these delicious dishes, said Wang Xiaotong. So the three of them stopped wasting their time and energy, as this was the first time they had such an expensive meal. Not long after, Lu Mei returned with 2 VIP cards and 4 bottles of red wine. Mr. Su, the VIP membership card has been processed, and here are 4 bottles of wine for you, Lu Mei said with a happy smile. She believed that after getting to know Mr. Su, the performance of the Donghai branch would surely grow faster. Ding, the Shanghai Cashback System received Lu Mei's consumption rebate. The consumption was 40,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 55.66%, the cashback was 5,566 times, the amount received was 222,640,000 yuan, and it has been credited. It seems that I should come here to eat more often when I have time in the future. Mr. Lu is really a nice person. He asked for 2 bottles of red wine and actually sent 2 more bottles. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will come here often in the future, said Su Yang. That's great. From now on, this private room will be your exclusive room, Mr. Su. Come over anytime and the room will be reserved for you. Lu Mei was determined to make Su Yang satisfied no matter what. After Lu Mei left, Su Yang gave 2 VIP cards to Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling respectively. The two were reluctant to accept the VIP cards as they were too expensive, but after Su Yang's constant persuasion, they had no choice but to accept them. After dinner, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling pushed Su Yang to a large shopping mall and prepared to watch a movie at the cinema on the 4th floor. After all, they all had to go to work tomorrow and would not be so free in the future. Brother Su Yang, stop arguing. We can still afford the movie tickets. Kai Lingling rushed to buy 3 movie tickets, each costing 30 yuan. Ding, the Shanghai Cashback System received a rebate from Kai Lingling. The consumption was 30 yuan, the sincerity index was 60.22%, the cashback was 6,022 times, and the amount received was 180,660 yuan, which has been credited to the account. Su Yang couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Sister Lingling's sincerity index was steadily increasing. After entering the cinema, since Su Yang was in a wheelchair and could not sit in the stands, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling could only sit in the first row, holding Su Yang's wheelchair on the left and right. The movie they chose was actually a horror movie. Originally, Su Yang was not afraid of horror movies. However, the 2 beauties beside him exclaimed from time to time, and their hands on the wheelchair twitched from time to time, which made him feel uneasy and nervous. Ah! 3 people exclaimed at the same time. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were so frightened by the terrifying scene in the movie that they pushed the wheelchairs out nervously. Su Yang flew out of the wheelchair directly, and did a move with his buttocks falling backwards. At this time, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling finally reacted and awkwardly helped Su Yang up. Sorry, brother Su Yang, the movie was too scary just now, and my hands are out of control. Su Yang lay on his back, sighing inwardly, wanting to cry but without tears. This movie is scary, and you two are even scarier. Chapter 10, Meeting the Beautiful Anchor. Late at night, Su Yang was lying on the bed, thinking about what happened today. It could be said that it was a fruitful day. However, what bothered him most were Lin Jiayan and Meng Junying whom he met today. He had embarrassed Meng Junying today, and with his personality, he would probably not let it go. Moreover, the way he stared at Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling made Su Yang particularly disgusted, and he wished he could poke out his eyes. At this time, Meng Junying was sparring with Lin Jiayan. 3 minutes later, Lin Jiayan said pitifully, Mr. Meng, that Su Yang is too much. He is obviously a poor loser, but I don't know where he got the money from. Could it be that those 2 women lent it to him? Thinking of being humiliated by a loser today, Meng Junying gnashed his teeth in hatred. He must make Su Yang suffer a fate worse than death. As for the 2 beauties, they must also become his playthings. But Master Meng was by no means a brainless, reckless man. Naturally, he had to know both himself and his enemy before he could have no worries. So he made a phone call and asked for detailed information on Su Yang and the other 3 before deciding on the next plan. Although Su Yang had a premonition about this, he could only secretly think of a countermeasure. My hands unconsciously swiped the phone and watched videos. Suddenly I heard a familiar voice. It turned out to be the beautiful anchor Yao Siyu. Her voice was still as sweet as ever. A PK was going on at the moment. Since I've caught up with the fun, I'll give you a helping hand, Su Yang said, and then he recharged another 100,000 yuan and fired it out in one breath. Suddenly, a rain of rockets appeared on the screen again. Fuck, Big Brother shows up again. The wind-chasing boy is here again. The other side should just kneel down and surrender. The mood in the live broadcast room instantly became high again. Yao Xiu was also very excited. She didn't expect that this big brother could spend another 100,000 yuan so quickly. It seemed that he was a very powerful big brother. Thank you, wind chasing boy, and thank you, brother. Now I will sing a song for you to express my gratitude, Yao Xiu said, and sang a beautiful song. When Su Yang exited the live broadcast room, another private message popped up. Brother, how can I thank you? Should I top up my phone bill? Su Yang saw that it was a message from Yao Xiu, so he replied and asked her to top up her phone bill. This time, Yao Xiu recharged her phone bill by 1,000 yuan. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Yao Xiu's consumption rebate, consumption of 1,000 yuan, sincerity index 38.33%, cashback 3,833 times, the amount received is 3,833,000 yuan, has been credited. Yao Xiu's sincerity index increased quite quickly. Last time it was 20%, but this time it reached nearly 40%. Brother, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you to dinner. Is it convenient? Yao Xiu sent another message, directly inviting him to dinner. Does this mean he wants to meet her in person? Su Yang thought about it and decided that since Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling would both be going to work tomorrow, he would be bored at home alone, so he might as well accept the invitation. He could also use it to refresh the system. Okay, but I have difficulty moving around, so please come directly to the entrance of my community, Su Yang said as he sent a location message. Okay, brother, see you tomorrow. Yao Xiu replied, but he didn't quite understand what the inconvenience in moving meant. The next day, Su Yang slept until he woke up naturally. It was already past 9 o'clock. When he came to the living room, he saw breakfast on the table. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Wang Xiaotong's consumption rebate, the consumption was 20 yuan, the sincerity index was 65.66%, the cashback was 6,566 times, the amount received was 131,320 yuan, and it has been credited. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Even though the two of them were busy at work, they didn't forget to buy breakfast for themselves. After Su Yang finished his breakfast and washed up, it was already past 10 o'clock. He and Yao Xiu had agreed to meet at the gate of the community at 11 o'clock. So I prepared to go out early. After all, I was in a wheelchair and it would take some time to get to the entrance of the community. When Su Yang arrived at the gate of the community, it was already 10:40. It was still early, but as he looked around, he was stunned. Yao Xiu had actually arrived, wearing a light blue plain dress with a white gauze dress on the outside, revealing her graceful neck and clear collarbone. She was waiting quietly under a tree, and in fact, she had been waiting for 40 minutes. At this time, she saw a man in a wheelchair coming towards her. She had some vague guesses in her mind, so she walked forward. Brother, are you the boy chasing the wind? Yes, it's me. Are you surprised? Su Yang said with a smile. It's a bit unexpected. I didn't expect that my brother has difficulty in moving and is actually in a wheelchair. Yao Xiu said in surprise. It's hard to see such a person who can give a reward of 200,000 twice, but he does look quite handsome. Yao Xiu pushed the wheelchair, and Su Yang sat in the wheelchair and talked to her. It must be said that Yao Xiu was extremely beautiful and had a pleasant voice. It was a pleasure to chat with such a beauty. Brother, let's find a hotel nearby to eat. Yao Xiu suggested. After all, pushing a wheelchair is still a bit inconvenient. Su Yang had no objection. The main reason why he asked Yao Xiu to come to the community was because of the principle of proximity. Afterwards, Yao Xiu pushed Su Yang to a hotel. The hotel had complete facilities, including places to eat, drink, and have fun, as well as accommodation. Since it was Yao Xiu who treated them to dinner, Su Yang told them to just order whatever they wanted. There was no need to order too much, after all, two people didn't eat much. Despite this, Yao Xiu still ordered 6 dishes, which were mainly local specialties. As the dishes were served, the two of them ate and chatted. See you, just call me Su Yang from now on. No need to call me brother. I'm not used to it. Su Yang said. Okay, Su Yang, thank you for your support in the live broadcast room, and for giving me so much money in rewards. You are so generous. I think you must have a deep family background, otherwise it is impossible for you to casually give me 200,000. So I invite you to meet me for dinner this time, and I want to ask for your help. As long as you can help me, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse to repay you in this life. Yao Xiu stared at Su Yang and said seriously. Su Yang had some guesses in his mind, but he felt that Yao Siyu was a good person, so if possible, he would help. Siyu, what exactly do you want me to help you with? Just tell me directly. If possible, I will help you. Su Yang said. Yao Siyu hesitated for a moment and said, I want to borrow 2 million yuan from you. Oh? Why do you want to borrow so much money? Although Su Yang guessed that he might need to borrow money, he didn't expect that he would ask for 2 million right away. Although it was not worth mentioning to him, it was definitely a huge sum of money for ordinary people. Chapter 11 Communication. Tears were seen falling from Yao Siyu's eyes, and she said with a choked voice, I have been dependent on my mother since I was young. She has suffered too much to raise me. In the past 2 years, she has been overworked and has a serious illness. I need surgery urgently, but the cost of this surgery is very high, and I simply can't afford it. So, you borrowed 2 million for your mother's surgery? Su Yang said. It seems that Yao Siyu is a kind and filial girl. Yes, as long as my mother can have surgery and reduce the pain, I am willing to give anything, including. Yao Siyu's eyes were firm. There were some things she didn't say directly, but she believed that any man would understand what she wanted to say. In fact, she didn't know Su Yang very well. He might be a good man, or he might be a pervert. But in order to save her mother, she was willing to sacrifice her happiness. What else could Su Yang do now that things had come to this? He had to help. He hated to see a weak girl carrying such a heavy burden. Give me your bank card number and I will transfer the money to you. Su Yang said. Yao Siyu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Su Yang to be so willing to lend her money. She knew that once she accepted the money, it might mean that she would have to work like a slave for Su Yang in the future. She might not be able to pay back 2 million in her lifetime. But she still gave her bank card number without hesitation. Su Yang took a look at the account and immediately transferred 3 million. When Yao Siyu received the information about the funds arriving on her mobile phone, she was stunned. 3 million yuan was transferred? Su Yang, you transferred too much to me. 2 million is enough. Yao Siyu said immediately. Take it. You don't need to go to work for the time being. Spend more time in the hospital to take care of your mother. Don't worry about the money. Tell me if it's not enough. Su Yang said. Hearing this, Yao Siyu could no longer hold back her inner emotions. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes and she knelt down in front of Su Yang's wheelchair. Su Yang was stunned. He didn't expect Yao Siyu to react so violently. He quickly reached out to help her up. Su Yang, thank you. From now on you will be my master. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Yao Siyu said with a sob. Just like that, he conquered a beauty? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little proud. If he had seen such a beauty before, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to speak. After a long while, Yao Siyu's emotions slowly calmed down. The two chatted casually for a while, and Yao Siyu found out that Su Yang only had a broken bone in the car accident and was temporarily in a wheelchair. Maybe he would recover soon. Master, your legs are injured. Let me give you some massage therapy. It will help your health recovery. I used to give massage therapy to my mother, and my technique is pretty good. Yao Siyu smiled and said that now her mother's surgery fee had been paid, and she felt relieved. She felt much more relaxed all over, and even her tone of voice became cheerful. Su Yang hesitated for a moment. It felt weird to hear a beautiful woman calling him master. You don't have to call me master, just call me by my name. However, Yao Siyu's stubbornness left Su Yang helpless and he could only let her do what she wanted. Afterwards, the two finished their meal and Yao Siyu paid the bill, which cost 800 yuan. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Yao Siyu's consumption rebate, consumption of 800 yuan, sincerity index 85.66%, cashback 8,566 times, the amount received is 6,852,800 yuan, has been credited. Su Yang didn't expect that Yao Siyu's sincerity index would soar to 85.66%. This speed of increase stunned him. He gave out 3 million and ended up making more than 6 million. Why did it feel like he was getting it for free? Siyu, I will never let you suffer in the future. I will be your strong support. Su Yang said, holding Yao Siyu in his arms. Master, I won't ask you to take responsibility. I've already said that if you are willing to lend me money, I'm willing to work like a slave to repay you. You can ask me to do anything, and I won't disturb your original life. Yao Siyu said softly. She had already made all kinds of psychological preparations, but she didn't expect to feel a sense of security in Su Yang. After the two chatted for a while, Yao Siyu took out a bottle of water and gave it to Su Yang. Master, drink some water first, I'll go wash up. Su Yang nodded. As they chatted about life, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. It was time to clean up and go home. Ding, the super rich cashback system has received Yao Siyu's consumption rebate. The consumption is 3 yuan, the sincerity index is 100%, the cashback is 10,000 times, and the amount received is 30,000 yuan. It has been credited. At the same time, the system has activated the 10,000 times cashback for the first time, and a blood pill is awarded to enhance vitality and blood power. Su Yang was stunned. He was shocked by Yao Siyu's 100% sincerity index and the awesomeness of the godly rich system. Could it be that because he was injured, he was specially rewarded with a recovery pill? Su Yang swallowed the blood chi pill in one gulp without hesitation. Immediately, a warm current seemed to be generated in his body, flowing through his limbs. For a moment, he felt that he had endless strength in his body, and his hands and feet could be moved freely. It was originally going to take several months of recuperation to fully recover, but he didn't expect that one pill could completely cure him, and the strength in his body was definitely several times that of an ordinary person. After a while, Yao Siyu came over wrapped in a white bath towel. The towel wrapped around her graceful body, highlighting her perfect figure. Seeing this, Su Yang wished he could communicate with Yao Siyu again. At this moment, his body was filled with primordial power. In the end, Su Yang suppressed his excitement and let Yao Siyu help him wipe his body. For the time being, he did not intend to reveal that his body had recovered. After all, it was too far-fetched to say it out loud. After they cleaned up, Su Yang said, "Siyu, go back to the hospital to take care of your mother. If you have any difficulties, please tell me and I will do my best to help you." "Thank you, Master. If you need me for anything, feel free to call me. I won't disturb your normal life," Yao Siyu said. She didn't care whether Su Yang had a family or other women. She knew very well that Su Yang had saved her mother, and she was willing to give everything for it. After the two left the hotel, Yao Siyu sent Su Yang back to the gate of the community. Su Yang asked her to go to the hospital as soon as possible instead of asking her to take him home directly. Some trouble should be avoided as much as possible. Su Yang temporarily decided not to let Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling know about Yao Siyu's existence. When he reached the downstairs of the unit, Su Yang jumped off the wheelchair and carried it onto his shoulders. Instead of taking the elevator, he took the stairs and climbed to the 17th floor in one breath without blushing or panting. Chapter 12: Receiving a Gift. Su Yang, I'm back. After Kai Lingling returned home, she knocked on Su Yang's door. She wondered if he was doing well at home all day. She wasn't afraid that he would be bored, but she was worried that it would be inconvenient for him to do anything in his wheelchair. "Sister Lingling, you're back. Why did you buy so many vegetables again?" When Su Yang opened the door, he saw Kai Lingling holding various vegetables and fruits in her hands. In fact, Kai Lingling and her colleagues don't often cook at home. This is mainly because their workplaces have canteens and they basically just eat simple meals in the canteen, only occasionally improving their meals at home. If you don't cook, what will you eat? It would be embarrassing to let a rich man like you eat takeout, right? Kai Lingling couldn't help but joked. After saying that, Kai Lingling went to the kitchen to busy herself, while Wang Xiaotong got off work late and would not be home until around 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Yang controlled the wheelchair and came to the kitchen. He was not going to tell them that he had recovered for the time being. Firstly, it was difficult to explain, and secondly, he was worried that they would kick him out. This was something Su Yang could never accept. Even if he had the money to live in a villa, it would not be as cozy as this 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. "Sister Lingling, let me help. At least let me show my value. Otherwise, I'll feel like a waste," Su Yang said, and came over to help pick vegetables. Kai Lingling did not object to this, so the two of them got busy in the kitchen. "Hey, where is the rag I just bought last time?" Kai Lingling muttered to herself, looking for a rag everywhere. "Is it the one on top of the cabinet?" Su Yang pointed to the cabinet that was nearly 2 meters high. I don't know why they put the newly bought rag on it, so Kai Lingling moved a small stool and put it on the chair, preparing to take down the rag. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but worry that Kai Lingling would fall off the stool. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard Kai Lingling scream and the small stool fell over. Fortunately, Su Yang reacted quickly and controlled the wheelchair to slide over, and Kai Lingling sat firmly on Su Yang's thighs. Su Yang took the opportunity to hold her in his arms and felt the soft and elastic feel on his legs. Kai Lingling stood up reflexively and asked worriedly, "Su Yang, is your leg okay?" After all, Su Yang's legs have not recovered yet. If he hurts them by sitting, he will be in tears. Su Yang waved his hands. It would be fine even if a big man kicked him twice, but of course he couldn't say that. "Sister Lingling, it's okay, I'm not that fragile," Su Yang said with a smile. Kai Lingling couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when she heard that. If he really died because of her, she would have to take care of him for the rest of her life. After Kai Lingling and Su Yang prepared 4 dishes and a soup and placed them on the table, they heard Wang Xiaotong opening the door after a while. Seeing the table full of dishes and Su Yang and Lingling waiting, Wang Xiaotong felt indescribably warm and happy. At the table, the 3 of them ate and chatted. Wang Xiaotong said to Su Yang, "Brother Su Yang, you seem to be in good spirits today. What have you been doing all day?" I look very good today?" "Maybe it's because I'm so happy spending these days with you guys," Su Yang laughed. Wang Xiaotong rolled her eyes. After all, she had been a nurse for several years, and today she clearly noticed that Su Yan looked rosy and energetic. As he spoke, Wang Xiaotong took out a gift box, which contained the latest domestic mobile phone, and placed it in front of Su Yang. "Su Yang, your phone's screen was cracked when it was in a car accident. I'll give you a new phone," Wang Xiaotong said. Su Yang wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that he had given them a 5 million VIP card of our F Seafood Hotel before, and maybe they wanted to give him a gift in return. "Thank you, Sister Xiaotong." Su Yang took the phone with a smile. Ding, the Shinhao Cashback System received Wang Xiaotong's consumption rebate, consumption of 6,800 yuan, sincerity index of 70.13%, cashback of 7,013 times. The amount received was 47,688,400 yuan, and has been credited. At this time, Kai Lingling also took out a gift box. "Brother Su Yang, Sister Lingling also has a gift for you." Ding, the Shinhao Cashback System received a rebate from Kai Lingling. The consumption was 4,800 yuan, the sincerity index was 75.88%, the cashback was 7,588 times, and the amount received was 36,422,400 yuan, which has been credited to the account. Su Yang didn't expect that Kai Lingling's sincerity index actually exceeded Wang Xiaotong, which surprised him. Tonight was another great harvest. He now had assets worth about 400 million yuan. It seemed like a lot, but it was far from enough for what he wanted to do. Now that his health had recovered, he had to speed up the accumulation of wealth. After dinner, Su Yang returned to the room, took out the SIM card, and replaced the new phone given by Wang Xiaotong. He had to say that the new phone was more comfortable to use. "After playing with my phone for a while, I suddenly remembered the gift Kai Lingling gave me. I hadn't opened it yet and didn't know what it was. So I opened it and saw that it was a razor. It would be wonderful if days like this could last forever." Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that he would turn a disaster into a blessing. Bite. A message was received on the mobile phone from Yao Siyu, telling Su Yang that her mother's surgery fee had been paid and that she could have the surgery tomorrow. She also expressed her gratitude to Su Yang again. During the conversation, Su Yang learned that Yao Siyu was still renting a house. This suddenly made Su Yang realize that they were also renting a house. It seemed that they had to solve the housing problem so that they could settle down and make great achievements. So Su Yang decided to buy a house tomorrow. Su Yang had some understanding of the housing supply in Donghai City. After all, he was engaged in the real estate development industry before, and the Meng family's Dihao Group was indeed very powerful in Donghai City, occupying almost 1/3 of the market. One of Su Yang's goals is to defeat the Dihao Group just because Meng Junying revealed some inappropriate thoughts. While Su Yang was thinking about how to defeat the Dihao Group, Meng Junying of the Dihao Group had already collected some information about Su Yang, Wang Xiaotong, and Kai Lingling, including age, occupation, residence, etc. However, when Meng Junying saw the information in his hand showing that Su Yang shared a 3-bedroom apartment with Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, he couldn't help but feel angry. Why was this loser always so lucky that he didn't die in a car accident, but instead got to know 2 beautiful women? Humph, I can't stand this loser living with them. Sooner or later, they will be mine. Meng Junying snorted in his heart. In Donghai City, few women he liked could escape from his grasp. So Meng Junying ordered his men to threaten the landlord to take back the house and not rent it to Su Yang and his friends. He wanted to make Su Yang and his friends like dogs that have lost their homes, and let them know that if they offended him, young Master Meng, they would have no place to stand in the East China Sea. Chapter 13: Buying a Car and a House. The next day, when Wang Xiaotong and Su Lingling went to work. While eating breakfast, Su Yang was thinking about buying a car first, otherwise it would be a waste of time to take a taxi every day. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Wang Xiaotong's consumption rebate. The consumption was 28 yuan, the sincerity index was 70.13%, the cashback was 7,013 times, the amount received was 196,364 yuan, and it has been credited. After breakfast, Su Yang took a taxi directly to the largest car sales center in Donghai City, where there were all kinds of luxury cars. After arriving at the destination, Su Yang just got off the car and was greeted by a sales lady. Although Su Yang was not well dressed and came by taxi, as the largest automobile sales center in Donghai City, its service concept is quite excellent. Moreover, every sales consultant is young and beautiful among the female ones and handsome among the male ones. Just in this environment, it is very pleasant to communicate with people. "Sir, what kind of car do you want to know about? I can introduce it to you," said the beautiful sales consultant next to him. Su Yang just shook his head. In fact, he hadn't decided what car to buy. He could only look at what he liked and started to browse around casually. The sales consultant beside her couldn't help but feel a little nervous, thinking that this girl wouldn't really just come to take a look. She was a new employee and hadn't sold a single car in over a month. She was under tremendous pressure and was scolded by her leader every time she attended a meeting. At this time, Su Yang suddenly stopped and stood in front of a luxury car. Seeing this car, Su Yang felt that it was not bad, so he said to the sales consultant beside him, "This is it, let's go through the formalities." The sales consultant was stunned for a moment. "Sir, let me introduce it to you. This is the latest model of Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at 9 million. "Stop," I said, "go through the formalities." Su Yang waved his hand to interrupt the sales consultant's introduction. He also knew something about this car, and the key thing he appreciated most was its appearance. "Ah, okay, I'll go and apply for a discount for you, sir," the sales consultant said excitedly. "No need to be so troublesome, just follow the current price, but you have to fill up a tank of gas for me," Su Yang said, and took out his bank card. It was the first time that the sales consultant met such a generous customer. He decided on the car he wanted to buy in just over 10 minutes and did not ask for any discounts. "Okay, sir, the formalities will be processed for you right away, and then I will accompany you to the gas station to refuel." After the sales consultant said this, she hurriedly led Su Yang to go through the formalities. This time she was going to make a fortune. The commission from this order alone might be comparable to the performance of an average sales consultant for several months. The formalities went smoothly, and Su Yang immediately drove his Rolls-Royce to the gas station with his sales consultant. After arriving at the gas station, the sales consultant directly filled up the tank with 98 gasoline, which cost about 1,000 yuan, but this was nothing compared to her commission of hundreds of thousands of yuan. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received a consumption rebate from a sales consultant. The consumption was 1,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 70.65%, the cashback was 7,065 times, and the amount received was 7,065,000 yuan, which has been credited. When the system voice sounded, Su Yang was stunned again. This beautiful salesgirl had such a high sincerity index that she could almost make back the money she spent on buying the car. "Sir, do you have time at noon? If it is convenient, I can treat you to a big meal at noon," the sales consultant asked sincerely. After all, this was her benefactor, and she made a lot of money by placing the first order. Su Yang thought about it and decided that there was no rush to buy a house. He could go in the afternoon after lunch. The key point was that the salesgirl was so sincere that it would be a pity to miss the chance to make money. Besides, he was going to buy cars for Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling later. Having a familiar sales consultant would save him a lot of trouble. So I accepted the invitation of the sales consultant. This is a rather distinctive buffet restaurant with an average per capita consumption of 10,000 yuan and private rooms. After chatting with the sales consultant, Su Yang learned that her name was Jiang Yu. This was her first time working, her first time placing an order, and her first time making so much money, so she was so happy today and invited Su Yang to dinner. "Jiang Yu, since we have met, it is fate. I will come to you next time I buy a car. I may buy a few more cars in the near future, but the price should be within 1 million. Thinking that Wang Xiaodong, Kai Lingling, and Yao Siyu didn't have a car yet, Su Yang planned to give each of them a car so that it would be convenient for them to go to work in the future. Okay, brother Su Yang, please rest assured. I will definitely help you get things done beautifully when the time comes. Jiang Yu smiled happily. He was very excited inside. It seemed that he had met a financial sponsor. After the meal, Su Yang received another voice from the system ding. The Xinhao Cashback System received a rebate from the sales consultant. The consumption was 10,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 75.66%, the cashback was 7,566 times, and the amount received was 75,660,000 yuan, which has been credited. Su Yang thought that he would have to communicate more with Jiang Yu when he had time in the future. Afterwards, Su Yang drove Jiang Yu back to the car sales center, and then went straight to the Dongdu Yaoyuan sales center, which is the most prosperous community in Donghai and where the rich are concentrated. Arriving at the sales center of Dongdu Yaoyuan, Su Yang walked in with ease. Although there were many people inside the sales office at this time, it did not feel noisy. At this time, a young property consultant from the sales office walked towards Su Yang. Judging from her unfamiliar face, she must be a new employee. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a house? The little girl said with a sweet smile. Do you think I'm here to buy a car? Su Yang snorted coldly and couldn't help but want to tease this newcomer. The girl was embarrassed for a moment. Sir, can I introduce you to our property? As he said this, he was about to lead Su Yang towards the sand table. There's no need to look at the sand table. Bring me a color master plan and take me to the VIP room, and we'll talk about the specific properties directly. Su Yang waved his hand and said. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. He said and hurried to find the color picture. After a while, the sales consultant girl came over with a color picture. Just as she was about to hand it to Su Yang, she was snatched away by a white jade hand. Su Yang, are you looking for death? You come here to check out the business again? Do you have nothing to do at Dihao Group every day, so you just go around affecting other people's business? The owner of the white jade hand said to Su Yang with gritted teeth. The new sales consultant was stunned and said weakly, Manager Zhou, she is here to buy a house. Buy a house? Buy a shit. He's an employee of Dihao Group. He used to come here just to pretend to be a customer and check out the house, wasting a lot of our time and resources. You're new here, I don't blame you, you should go and do other things first. Manager Zhou said to the new sales consultant. Su Yang saw that Manager Zhou was wearing an exquisite black professional suit. The simple lines and elegant tailoring perfectly outlined her graceful figure, making her elegant temperament more prominent. But the look in Su Yang's eyes made him want to kill someone. Zhou Wen, don't get excited. I'm no longer an employee of Dihao Group. I'm really here to buy a house. This time I'm going to buy two. Is that okay as compensation for wasting your time before? Su Yang explained to Manager Zhou with a smile. Buy two sets? I don't believe you. Security, kick this guy out and never allow him to come in again. Zhou Wen said hatefully. She had been fooled by Su Yang many times in the past. Chapter 14, A Distinguished Guest. Two security guards held Su Yang up, one on each side, ready to take him out and teach him a lesson. Zhou Wen, wait a minute. I swear, I am really here to buy a house. I have brought my bank card and will pay in full for two houses. You can't treat your customers like this, God, Su Yang explained loudly. Zhou Wen walked up to Su Yang, facing him, her whole face almost touching his, and said coldly, buy two sets? Pay in full? Su Yang smelled the elegant fragrance on Zhou Wen's body, his heart pounding, yes, 2 sets in full payment. However, Su Yang couldn't help but gasp as Zhou Wen's high heels poked Su Yang's foot fiercely. She said in hatred, get out. The two security guards didn't hesitate any longer and carried Su Yang out. Seeing Su Yang's frustrated look, Zhou Wen finally let out a sigh of relief. She was mad because Su Yang had come to check out the property several times before. This time, Su Yang went even further and actually asked for full payment for 2 units, which would cost at least 20 million. It wasn't that she looked down on Su Yang, but this was simply not something a worker who had graduated a few years ago could afford. Wasn't this bullying her IQ? Stop, what are you two doing? At this time, the security captain of the sales office shouted hurriedly, and kicked each of the 2 security guards who were holding Su Yang. The 2 security guards were stunned for a moment and said, it was Supervisor Zhou who asked us to get this guy out. The security captain waved the 2 men aside, handed the car keys to Su Yang respectfully with both hands and said, "Mr. Su, your car has been parked for you." Jo-won was furious when she saw this scene. She hurriedly stepped forward and said to the security captain, "Captain Lee, what are you doing? Why are you so polite to Su Yang? Don't you know him? You are just here to cause trouble." The security captain naturally knew Su Yang. After all, he had come to check out the property several times before and they had dealt with each other a lot. But things were different now. This time he came in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Maybe he was an invisible rich man who was just pretending to be low-key before. So he pulled Jo-won aside and explained to her in a low voice. Jo-won couldn't help but glanced at Su Yang in surprise. Su Yang took the car keys, swung them around in his hand, and then prepared to leave the sales office. "Stop!" Jo-won shouted urgently. Jo-won was extremely conflicted at this moment. She was surprised that Su Yang was driving a Rolls-Royce, but she was also worried that she would be fooled by this guy again. However, if he really bought two houses, then the commission for both the company and the individual would be a considerable sum. "Humph, I'll trust you again. Come with me to the VIP room and we'll talk in detail." In the end, Jo-won was still unwilling to miss this possibility. In the VIP room, Su Yang looked at the general map in front of him. The entire Dongdu-Yayuan covers an area of more than 1,000 acres. You must know that this is a place where every inch of land is valuable in Donghai City. Moreover, it sells ready-made houses. Its strength is comparable to that of the Dihao Group. There is an artificial river in the middle of the entire plan, with single-family villas on the left bank and high-rise residential buildings on the right bank. Su Yang pointed to the high-rise building on the right bank of the river and said, "Look at the remaining houses in this building and help me choose one. And on the left bank of the river, help me choose a villa too." Jo-won stared at Su Yang and said coldly, "Are you sure you are serious?" Su Yang took out his bank card and said to Jo-won, "Really? If you don't believe me, you can check the capital. A 3-bedroom apartment plus a villa shouldn't be more than 200 million. The money in here is enough." To be on the safe side, Jo-won decided to verify the capital first to avoid being fooled by Su Yang again. The final capital verification result made Jo-won look at Su Yang in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe how Su Yang became a billionaire. Afterwards, Jo-won adjusted her mindset and personally took Su Yang to the site to see houses. In the end, Su Yang bought a villa and a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. After Su Yang paid, Jo-won said embarrassedly, "Su Yang, this is really bad business. I thought you were arranged by the Dihao Group to mess with us like before. To express my apology, I will treat you to dinner tonight." Su Yang recalled that he had indeed caused them a lot of trouble in the past, and couldn't help but smile. This could be considered a kind of compensation. However, he rejected Jo-won's invitation to dinner. After all, he had to rush back home in the evening. Otherwise, when Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling returned home and only saw the wheelchair there, he wondered what they would think. "In that case, I'll give you some gifts. Please wait for me for a moment," Jo-won said, and went out to get the gifts. Sure enough, after a while, Jo-won brought 2 security guards and moved 2 boxes of liquor, each box worth 2,000 yuan. She also gave Su Yang 3 red envelopes, each containing a shopping card worth 10,000 yuan. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Jo-won's consumption rebate, consumption 34,000 yuan, sincerity index 65.73%, cashback 6,573 times, the amount received 223,482,000 yuan, has been credited. Su Yang was immediately overjoyed. Not only did he get a car and a house today, but the key point was that not only did his money not decrease, he even made some extra money. "Jo-won, you are too polite. How about this, we can get together again when we are free some other time. I will still need you to buy a house in the future," Su Yang said with a smile. Afterwards, Jo-won brought 2 security guards to help move the gifts to the trunk of Su Yang's car. After some polite exchanges, Su Yang drove the Rolls-Royce and slowly disappeared from their sight. Until this moment, Jo-won still felt like it was a dream. She didn't expect that in just a few months, Su Yang not only drove a Rolls-Royce, but also spent nearly 200 million to buy a luxury house. What kind of experience was this? When Su Yang returned home, it was just past 5 o'clock. He was bored, so he decided to take a bath first. Anyway, Sister Lingling would not be home for more than an hour. So Su Yang soaked in the bathtub. Perhaps it was because he hadn't taken a bath for too long, he felt relaxed all over. He listened to music and fell asleep unknowingly. Kai Lingling rushed home in a hurry, put the vegetables she bought in the kitchen, then rushed into the bathroom, squatted on the toilet, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. In the bathtub next to him, Su Yang was awakened when Kai Lingling rushed into the bathroom. Before he could say hello, he saw a bright white spot. He suddenly couldn't make a sound and swallowed. At this time, Kai Lingling also felt that something was wrong. She slowly turned her head towards the bathtub and a scream resounded through the sky, accompanied by Su Yang's scream. After a long time, Su Yang sat in a wheelchair with a bruised face and nose. Kai Lingling didn't expect it to be Su Yang, and she beat him up reflexively, wondering if it was not good to sit in a wheelchair. Why did he have to crawl into the bathtub? Couldn't he wait until his body recovered before taking a bath? Su Yang, you bastard, don't you want to live here anymore? You actually peeked at me. Kai Lingling said as she felt like crying but had no tears, her cheeks flushed. Sister Lingling, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I fell asleep in the bathtub and was awakened when you came in. But before I could say anything, you. Su Yang explained awkwardly. Stop talking. Kai Lingling interrupted hurriedly, staring at Su Yang. When Xiaotong comes back and sees you like this, you know how to answer, right? Kai Lingling said, gritting her teeth. I know, I accidentally fell off the wheelchair. Su Yang replied weakly. Chapter 15 Evicted by the Landlord. In the evening, at the dining table. Wang Xiaotong stared at Su Yang's face and asked doubtfully, Did you really fall down? Su Yang secretly glanced at Kai Lingling and said guiltily, I really fell accidentally. Wang Xiaotong did not comment. She had been in the hospital for several years and had never seen anyone fall like this. How could the dark circles under his eyes look so cool? Lingling, what do you think? Wang Xiaotong turned and looked at Kai Lingling. It should be brother Su Yang who fell by himself. Well, he said he fell by himself. Don't worry about it. Let's eat quickly. The food is getting cold. Kai Lingling said. Seeing this, Wang Xiaotong had no choice but to give up, and the three of them prepared to eat. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. The three of them looked at each other, and Kai Lingling asked, Su Yang, did you order takeout again? Su Yang shook his head and said, I didn't order takeout this time. So Wang Xiaotong walked over and opened the door. Landlady, why are you here? Have you had dinner? Why don't you come in and eat with us? Wang Xiaotong was puzzled when he saw that it was the landlord, wondering why she came here so late. Xiaotong, I'm here to refund next month's rent and the deposit to you. The rent is 3,000 yuan and the deposit is 2,000 yuan, a total of 5,000 yuan. Please keep it. The landlady took out a stack of 100 yuan bills and stuffed it into Wang Xiaotong's hand. Wang Xiaotong was stunned. Landlord auntie, what are you doing? I'm not renting the house to you anymore. You should move out tomorrow, said the landlord helplessly. At this time, Su Yang and Kai Lingling also heard what the landlord said and hurried over to see what was going on. Auntie, why do you want us to move out so suddenly? Are you facing any difficulties? Moving tomorrow is too rushed. Kai Lingling asked hurriedly. The landlady was hesitant to speak, and finally sighed, Did you offend someone? Someone told me not to rent to you, otherwise I, an old lady, would suffer. And they asked you to move out tomorrow, otherwise they would break my legs. Since you are the ones who caused the trouble, I hope you will hurry up and pack up and leave tomorrow, and don't let an old lady like me suffer. After saying this, the landlord turned around and left helplessly. Auntie, do you know who threatened you to do this? Su Yang shouted at the landlord who turned and left. I don't know, but you'd better move out as soon as possible. If you make plans early, maybe no one around here will dare to rent a house to you. The landlord left without even looking back. After closing the door, the three of them sat at the dining table with ugly faces, and they had no appetite for the delicious food. The three of them were wondering who they had offended to force them like this. It must be me who has implicated you, Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, I'm sorry. Su Yang said in a low voice. He had already vaguely guessed who it was. Do you think it's Meng Juning from the Dihao group? Kai Lingling asked. Su Yang nodded, it should be him. Given his vengeful nature, he will definitely cause trouble for the humiliation he suffered at the Fuli Seafood Hotel. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The most important thing at the moment was to solve the housing problem first. If Meng Juning interfered, it might be difficult for them to rent a suitable house. He is seeking death. Su Yang said hatefully. Su Yang, don't get excited. The most important thing right now is to find a place to live and take good care of your body. Even if you want to deal with Meng Junying, there is no rush. Wang Xiaotong said. Lingling, let's call our friends first to see if there is a suitable house to rent to us, Wang Xiaotong said to Kai Lingling. Kai Lingling nodded and prepared to pick up her phone to make a call. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, don't worry about where to live. I just bought a house in Dongdu Yaiyuan. I didn't have time to tell you yet. All the houses there are fully furnished and ready. We can move there directly, and we don't have to pay rent in the future, Su Yang said with a smile. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were not particularly surprised to hear this. After all, in their opinion, Su Yang inherited a large sum of money. Although the housing prices in Dongdu Yaiyuan were very expensive, it was still easy for Su Yang to buy a house. However, Su Yang did not see any relief or joy in the expressions of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Su Yang, actually it's not appropriate for us to live with you. At the beginning we thought you had nothing and were injured by me. In order to take care of you more conveniently, we let you live with us. After all, men and women should not be intimate with each other, and living under the same roof may lead to rumors. Now that you are not short of money and have a house in Dongdu Yaiyuan, you can find a girlfriend to take care of you, or pay for a nurse. Your injuries should recover soon, and Lingling and I will eventually return to our previous peaceful life. Wang Xiaotong said slowly to Su Yang. Su Yang felt a pain in his heart when he heard this. He really liked this warm life with Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, but this rhythm was interrupted. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, are you going to abandon me? Su Yang said in a hoarse voice. I'm not abandoning you. We will still be good friends in the future. It's just that it's really inconvenient to live together. We can still get together when we have time in the future. Kai Lingling patted Su Yang's shoulder. We will contact a moving company tomorrow to help you move your belongings. At the same time, I have also found a caregiver to take care of you. Wang Xiaotong continued. Listening to Wang Xiaotong as if everything had been arranged in advance, I couldn't help but feel sad. It seemed that they had the idea from the beginning, but it just happened that the landlord was evicting them, and they made it clear to them by the way. Su Yang wanted to say, come and move into the new house with me. But he knew that Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling would not agree. From the beginning to the end, Su Yang had a strange feeling that they deliberately kept a subtle distance. Maybe they had been hurt by love before, or maybe they really just treated him as a friend. Since you have already made arrangements, what right do I have to refuse? You have taken care of me enough. After Su Yang said this, he pushed the wheelchair and turned back to his room in a daze. Looking at Su Yang's lonely figure, Kai Lingling's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. Xiaotong, why don't we move in with brother Su Yang, and then move out when he recovers? What? Are you moved? Wang Xiaotong stared at Kai Lingling and smiled. No, it's just that we are friends now, and I'm worried that he will be too lonely, which will be bad for his recovery. Kai Lingling explained. Lingling, don't worry, Su Yang's injury is not serious. You can see that he is full of energy and his face is rosy. He can take care of himself. But you have to know that if we are too deeply involved with him, we may end up hurting him. Do you understand? Wang Xiaotong said, staring at the night sky with deep eyes. Chapter 16, Moving to a New Home. At night, Su Yang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling suddenly wanted to separate from him, which made him feel lost, but he believed that this would only be temporary. Although he now had a super-rich cashback system, his life was still unstable and he had no career of his own. If the system suddenly disappeared one day, he would be back to the time before liberation. So Su Yang made a decision that he must build up his own huge strength as soon as possible and establish his own business empire. Only in this way can he face various risks in the future and pursue what he loves without scruples. The next day, when Su Yang got up, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling had already packed their luggage. As for Su Yang, he didn't have much luggage, so he could just carry his wheelchair and leave. So after breakfast, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling helped Su Yang move to his new home and went to visit him, at least to ensure that Su Yang could live a good life there. At this moment, Su Yang was still sitting in a wheelchair and did not tell them that he had recovered. Otherwise, they would definitely not believe it and might even suspect that he was deliberately pretending to be miserable to deceive their feelings. Dongdu Yaiyuan is a real villa area for the rich. Su Yang and his friends were stopped by security guards at the entrance while riding in a taxi. After several verifications, they confirmed that Su Yang was indeed the owner of this place. The security guards were stunned as it was the first time they had encountered an owner taking a taxi. Everyone who lives here drives a $1 million luxury car. After entering the villa area, the scenery along the way is picturesque. Although it is located in the urban area, it still appears quiet and peaceful. It seems that the environment here is quite good. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. Kai Lingling said suddenly. Su Yang didn't know what Kai Lingling was trying to say. Was she mocking him? He had a hunch that Kai Lingling and Wang Xiaotong didn't seem to like rich people, or that they didn't trust rich people. If you hadn't met them in a car accident when you were poor and destitute, perhaps they would never have given you the chance to know them. Just like the way Meng Junying, Kai Lingling, and Wang Xiaotong looked at him, all of them were full of contempt. Soon they arrived in front of Su Yang's villa. The yard was about the size of 2 football fields. There were various plants planted in it, with various flowers, trees and lawns, forming a beautiful picture. There was also a small pond in the courtyard. There were a few small fish swimming in the pond, and a few lotus flowers floating on the water, which made people feel peaceful and comfortable. The 3-story villa is fresh and unconventional, with white plaster walls combined with light red tiles, continuous arches and corridors, and a living room with high ceilings and large windows, which is very refreshing. Well, the environment is good, Su Yang. I have found a caregiver for you. She is excellent in all aspects. You can arrange a room for her and let her take care of you here 24 hours a day. Wang Xiaotong said. Su Yang had no choice but to agree and continue pretending to be in a wheelchair. Su Yang, to celebrate your housewarming, let's go out for lunch at noon and then go singing. Anyway, Xiaotong and I have already taken leave today for the move. Kai Lingling said with a smile. Okay, then let's set off soon. Su Yang agreed immediately, taking this opportunity to spend more time with them. After all, they would not live together in the future and it would be difficult to see each other every day. Wait a moment. The nurse I found for you will be here soon. Ask her to help clean up the house first. Wang Xiaotong said to Su Yang. Just at this moment, a middle-aged woman rang the doorbell outside the house. Through the remote monitoring, Wang Xiaotong said, Su Yang, she is Aunt Yang, the nurse I found for you. Upon hearing this, Su Yang remotely controlled the courtyard door to open directly. At the same time, Su Yang's voice came, Aunt Yang, please come in. When the woman entered the villa, Wang Xiaotong introduced them to each other. Aunt Yang, I'll trouble you to take care of Su Yang from now on. He has difficulty walking, so I'm sorry for the hard work. Don't worry, Xiaotong. We are old acquaintances. I will definitely take good care of Mr. Su. I can see that Mr. Su has just moved in and hasn't moved in yet, right? I'll go and clean up first. As the middle-aged woman spoke, she began to get busy. Aunt Yang is such a hard-working person. Su Yang saw Aunt Yang getting busy as soon as she arrived and couldn't help but praise her dedication. Su Yang, Wang Xiaotong, and Kai Lingling were visiting and chatting in the villa. It must be said that the quality of Dongdu Yaiyuan is indeed second to none in Donghai City. At this time, the doorbell outside the yard rang again. Su Yang was stunned. Today was the first day he moved here, and it seemed that he didn't know anyone. Maybe the things we bought have been delivered. Let's go over and take a look. Kai Lingling laughed and pushed Su Yang, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and ran straight to the gate of the courtyard. Sure enough, the goods were delivered, including flower baskets, cakes, fruits, and firecrackers. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Wang Xiaotong's consumption rebate, consumption of 600 yuan, sincerity index 78.55%, cashback 7,855 times, the amount received is 4,713,000 yuan, has been credited. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received a rebate from Kai Lingling. The consumption was 750 yuan, the sincerity index was 80.34%, the cashback was 8,034 times, and the amount received was 6,025,500 yuan, which has been credited to the account. Since it's a housewarming, such a happy event, naturally there should be some atmosphere. Kai Lingling said with a smile, and at the same time asked Aunt Yang to come out and arrange the flower baskets, cakes, etc. Finally, the sound of firecrackers livened up the atmosphere, and Su Yang asked Aunt Yang to take a photo of him, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Sitting in the wheelchair, Su Yang's face was filled with a cheerful smile, while Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were smiling sweetly, standing on his left and right, like fairies descending to earth. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, can't you really move in here? You see, the place here is quite big. It would be so lonely living alone. Su Yang asked hopefully again. The two of them shook their heads slightly when they heard this. Okay, let's go have lunch first, and then go sing. Aunt Yang, please help me pack up these things, Wang Xiaotong said. Su Yang knew that both of them could drive, so he told them that there was a car in the garage and they could drive out directly without having to take a taxi. Hey, sure, little brother Su Yang, now you have a villa and a Rolls-Royce Phantom, you're so impressive. At this time, Wang Xiaotong was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Kai Lingling was sitting in the back seat, taking care of Su Yang. She couldn't help but sigh and said, life's encounters are really wonderful. Even though you are down and out, you still have a treasure grandfather. Su Yang, I suggest you find a financial management company and plan your assets well. Don't squander them. Even if you have tens of billions of assets, they won't be able to withstand your spending. You need to plan for the future and don't be blinded by money, Wang Xiaotong warned seriously. She was worried that Su Yang, who originally had nothing, would suddenly have such a large amount of assets and would find it difficult to resist the temptation and squander it. Don't worry, Sister Xiaotong and Sister Lingling. I am preparing to set up a company and build a world-class enterprise. When the time comes, you can come to my company to help, Su Yang said firmly to the two of them. Chapter 17, Fantasy Aphrodisiac. At the RF Seafood Hotel, Su Yang, Wang Xiaotong, and Kai Lingling came here again. After all, they still had 2 sets of the top-level Fumong meals to enjoy, so they didn't have to spend extra money to go to other places. Lobby manager Mahoney enthusiastically led them into the specific VIP room. Soon, delicious dishes filled the table. Mr. Su, these 2 bottles of red wine are specially sent to you by our general manager Lu. Every time you come to our restaurant to dine, you will get 2 bottles for free, Mahoney said as he placed the 2 bottles of red wine on the dining table. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Lume's consumption rebate. The consumption was 20,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 60.66%, the cashback was 6,066 times, the amount received was 121,320,000 yuan, and it has been credited. Su Yang smiled and said, please convey my gratitude to Mr. Lu. Su Yang felt that he should eat here often in the future. He could easily spend hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, his assets were close to 1 billion. This was just letting things take their course. If he took the initiative, he would soon be the one to sit here and take the throne. At the dining table, Su Yang said, Sister Xiaodong, you guys are also moving today. Why don't you go move first after dinner? You can go sing later. Wang Xiaotong waved his hand and said, I've already made an appointment with my friend at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We're not in a hurry. We can sing for a while before going back to move. In that case, let us sing first. Su Yang is also looking forward to their singing. Although he has not heard them sing yet, they must be very nice. In a private room of Golden Years KTV, Su Yang was mesmerized by the singing of the 2 girls. As expected, they were beautiful and their singing was even more beautiful. In another luxurious private room, Meng Junying angrily threw the wine in his glass to the ground, stared coldly at one of his subordinates, and said, You said Su Yang and those 2 beauties came to sing in our KTV? Yes, Master Meng. The subordinate's voice trembled when he saw Master Meng getting angry. This is really interesting. I thought you were crying and begging for help today because you were looking for a place to live, but you actually came to my territory to have fun. It's like you don't take the road to heaven and insist on breaking into hell. Meng Junying couldn't help but sneer. Golden Years KTV is an industry under the Dihao Group. Real estate is its pillar industry, and there are also some entertainment KTVs, media live broadcasts, etc. Meng Junying laughed obscenely and whispered to his subordinates, arrange the waiters in the private rooms to serve them some tea and wine, and put more ingredients in them. Say that it's a promotion in our store today and they're giving it away for free. The subordinate immediately went forward to make arrangements. In the private room where Su Yang and his friends were, a waiter knocked on the door and came in, bringing a pot of tea and 6 bottles of beer. Su Yang thought they were delivered to the wrong room, but after the waiter explained, he learned that they were free gifts, so Su Yang gave the waiter a 100 yuan tip. Singing makes one thirsty easily, and they never thought that the tea and beer might be drugged. Lingling, do you feel something is wrong? Why do you feel hot and dry? Wang Xiaotong asked Kai Lingling. Kai Lingling was having a great time singing, but was stunned when Wang Xiaotong reminded her. As they looked at each other, they couldn't help but see each other's skin flushing, and they suddenly became nervous. They turned to look at Su Yang, only to see that Su Yang's face was flushed and he was staring at them with a dazed look. There might be something wrong with the drinks. We have to leave quickly. Wang Xiaotong is a nurse after all, and she has realized at this moment that they must have been given aphrodisiacs. Once the drug takes full effect, the consequences will be disastrous. Moreover, this is a KTV, where all kinds of people mix, making it even more dangerous. She just didn't expect that someone would dare to act so despicably in broad daylight. Wang Xiaotong said as she pushed Su Yang, who was sitting in the wheelchair, preparing to leave the box with Kai Lingling as soon as possible. At this time, Su Yang also obviously realized that something was wrong. He had been drugged. Who could it be? Just as they opened the door of the box, they were startled to see a row of big men in black standing outside the door, and in front of the big men in black stood a familiar figure, Meng Junying. Two beauties, are you ready to leave so soon? I haven't fulfilled my duties as the host yet. Meng Junying couldn't help laughing when he saw their blushing faces. So it's you, you despicable villain. Kai Lingling pointed at Meng Junying angrily, wishing she could slap him twice. I'll let you know how powerful this despicable guy is in a moment. You won't be able to stop. Meng Junying said as he glanced at Kai Lingling's slender legs and sexy figure. Kai Lingling was angry inside, but at this moment, they felt that all the strength in their bodies was dissipating bit by bit, and even standing was difficult. Humph, and you, a piece of trash. Today, I'll give you a chance and let you enjoy how I ravage these two beauties. Meng Junying kicked Su Yang in the chest. The entire wheelchair collapsed instantly, and Su Yang fell out. Meng Junying, if you dare to touch them, I will make you wish you were dead. Su Yang stared at Meng Junying coldly, which made Meng Junying feel scared. Fuck, you still dare to threaten me now. You embarrassed me at the RF hotel that day, so you are destined to be dead. Meng Junying raised his hand and slapped Su Yang in the face again. Ah, you don't know your own limitations. Bring the three of them to my room on the top floor. I need to stretch my muscles. Meng Junying ordered his men. Yes, Mr. Meng. Afterwards, a group of men in black carried Wang Xiaotong, Kai Lingling, and Su Yang to the guest rooms upstairs. At this time, there were few people in the KTV in the afternoon and no one paid attention to this scene. At this time, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were completely exhausted and could only let the big man in black take them away. Su Yang was treated much better. Perhaps the big man in black also wanted to save some energy, so he put Su Yang in a wheelchair and pushed him forward. Su Yang was anxious. He felt weak all over and hot inside. Although his physical fitness was obviously much stronger than that of ordinary people after taking the blood pill, it still took him a quarter of an hour to accumulate some strength. After arriving at the room upstairs, Meng Junying asked the big man in black to throw Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling onto the bed, while Su Yang was pushed to the bed in a wheelchair by Meng Junying. All of you go out. No one is allowed to come to this top floor room without my permission. Meng Junying ordered a group of his men. As their men left, only 4 of them were left in the room. Meng Junying walked towards the bed and stretched out his claws towards Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. The 2 girls were terrified at this time and were powerless to resist. They became more and more restless and could only look at Su Yang for help. Mr. Meng, wait, I have something to say. Su Yang suddenly shouted. Meng Junying paused for a moment, walked back to Su Yang and slapped him twice more. You are such a noisy loser. I've already given you a treat by letting you watch this unprecedented human flesh show. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue first. Su Yang endured the pain and still said, Mr. Meng, what do you want me to do to let them go? As long as you let them go, you can ask me to do anything, even take my life. Chapter 18, This is a Dream. I can take your life at any time. When I finish my work, I will teach you how to be a dog. Meng Junying kicked Su Yang to the ground again. Then he stared at the 2 extremely beautiful women and couldn't wait any longer. Meng Junying, you'd better stay rational. If you dare to do this, not only will you die, but your family will also be ruined because of you. Wang Xiaotong said, gritting his teeth. You stinky woman, you dare to teach me a lesson just because you have a bit of beauty? Believe it or not, I will dump your corpse on the street. Meng Junying slapped Wang Xiaotong in the face and tore her clothes. At this time, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were desperate. They didn't expect to fall into the hands of such a scum. Meng Junying, die. A terrifying roar was like thunder. Meng Junying looked back and saw that Su Yang had actually stood up. The next moment, a figure flashed by and Su Yang was already very close. He kicked Meng Junying and sent him flying. Meng Junying hit the wall and fainted. Puff. Su Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, and felt his blood flowing backwards, almost fainting. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were stunned when they saw this scene. How did Su Yang do it? They couldn't help but feel relieved, at least there was hope of escape. However, seeing Su Yang spitting blood, they were even more worried about his safety. Su Yang, how are you? The two girls asked anxiously. I'm fine, I still have some strength. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Su Yang said heavily. If some of Meng Juning's men outside came in at this moment, they would really have no way to escape. Su Yang hurriedly picked up the wheelchair and wanted to use it to push the two girls away, but the wheelchair was broken and could not be used. Su Yang, hurry up, run away first, don't worry about us. Remember to avenge us. Seeing that the wheelchair could not be used, Kai Lingling advised Su Yang to escape quickly. Even if I die, I will not abandon you. Su Yang said with a firm face. Then Su Yang carried Kai Lingling on his back, held Wang Xiaotong horizontally in his arms, and walked out the door tremblingly. The top floor was empty at this time. Perhaps the subordinates were worried that someone would disturb young Master Meng's good deeds, so they did not allow anyone to come to the top floor. Su Yang originally wanted to take the elevator directly to the underground garage, but the elevator was at the corner and there were vaguely two big men in black guarding it, so Su Yang quietly walked down the fire escape stairs. Su Yang climbed up the stairs one step at a time and nearly fell down several times. He had no idea what kind of medicine that damn son of a bitch Meng Junying had given him that was so strong and tormenting him mentally, but he could only grit his teeth and persevere. The two girls at this moment did not expect that this posture would make them even more shy on Su Yang. As the effect of the drug continued to take effect, they inadvertently saw Su Yang's handsome face, and their eyes became blurred. Su Yang almost collapsed, but fortunately he arrived at the parking lot safely along the way. When he put the two girls into the car, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Without daring to stop, I drove back to the villa immediately. When Su Yang rushed back to the villa, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but Aunt Yang was nowhere to be seen. Su Yang had no choice but to pick up the two girls again and send them back to the room. Sister Xiaodong, Sister Lingling, we're home, you are safe. Su Yang put the two girls on the bed and completely relaxed. The next moment, he fell headfirst onto the bed and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yang slowly woke up. He seemed to have had a very long dream, an indescribable dream that made him unwilling to wake up. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Su Yang hurriedly got up and looked at the bed. At this time, there was no one on the bed except him, but the lingering fragrance told him that it was not a dream. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling. Su Yang hurriedly got up, put on his clothes, and called out. It was already dark outside, 22:30. However, no one responded. Mr. Su, are you awake? Xiaotong and Lingling have already gone back. They told you not to worry and just have a good rest. Dinner is ready. Why don't you eat something first? Aunt Yang came out of the kitchen and said hurriedly when she saw Su Yang in a hurry. Ah. It's Aunt Yang. They told you they went back? Are they okay? Su Yang asked anxiously. It's okay, they are all fine. Mr. Su, is your leg okay? At this time, Aunt Yang saw Su Yang walking like the wind and couldn't help but asked in surprise. Oh. Okay, it's not that serious. You can walk freely now. Su Yang said with a smile. Afterwards, Su Yang hurried out and asked Aunt Yang to rest first. He had to go out for a while and drove away quickly in his Rolls Royce. He wanted to see with his own eyes that Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were okay. However, along the way, Su Yang's calls to them were not answered, which made him anxious. Soon, Su Yang arrived at the community where he lived before. When he came to the door of the house, Su Yang entered the password of the electronic lock and the door opened directly. He was pleasantly surprised to think that Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were still there, as the door code had not been changed, which meant that the landlord should not have come yet. However, when he entered the room, it was empty and their luggage had already been moved away. Su Yang was panicking. Could it be that he was captured by Meng Junying again? Why couldn't he get through on the phone? Just as Su Yang was about to go and settle accounts with Meng Junying, he glanced across the dining table and saw an envelope. Su Yang picked up the envelope in confusion. It said, from Su Yang. Brother Su Yang, you should be looking for us everywhere now, right? Wait. Don't look for it, you won't find it. What happened today was a life or death situation for us. That is the baptism of our lives. Thank you for saving us at all costs. But we have a life that is beyond our control. We are destined to be passers-by. I hope you can become stronger day by day. Start a brilliant life. Maybe one day, when you are strong enough, maybe we will meet again someday. Signed by Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. After reading the letter, Su Yang sat down on the chair in disappointment. They left. Looking at the familiar environment and the familiar smell lingering in the air, Su Yang decided to buy the house and keep this wonderful time in his memory. When you are strong enough, maybe we will meet again. Su Yang murmured to himself, repeating this sentence over and over again. Perhaps Sister Xiaotong and Sister Lingling are not ordinary girls. At the same time, this also left a spark of reunion in Su Yang's heart. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, please wait for me. I will become strong and find you no matter where you are. Su Yang's eyes were firm, and a scene of him and the two girls in a dream flashed through his mind. Was it really a dream? In this way, Su Yang sat in the room until dawn, until the landlord came to collect the room. When the landlord opened the door and saw Su Yang still lingering, his face immediately turned cold. Before he could drive him away, Su Yang said directly, I will buy your house at double the market price. In the end, the landlord left happily. He didn't expect that he could sell the house at this price when the second-hand housing market was not good. He made a lot of money. Chapter 19, The Fury of Mr. Meng. It was already early morning when Meng Junying woke up from his coma in the Golden Years KTV. At this moment, he stared at the dozen or so men in front of him with a gloomy face, and said angrily, a bunch of rubbish, so many people, and they actually let them run away quietly. Waste. A group of men lowered their heads, not daring to make the slightest sound. They knew how perverted and cruel Master Meng was, and they didn't want to become his venting ground. Get out of here, go and capture that loser Su Yang and the two women immediately. If you don't see them before tomorrow afternoon, I will break your limbs. Meng Junying shouted at a group of his men. Yes. A group of men left immediately, looking for the whereabouts of Su Yang, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Meng Junying didn't know that he and his family business would pay a heavy price for what happened today. After his men left, Meng Junying was still furious. He drove his car, ignoring red lights, and went straight to a residence. Lin Jiayan, who was half asleep, heard the door open. She came out and saw that it was Meng Junying. She couldn't help but mutter, Mr. Meng, it's so late. Why are you here just now? However, Meng Junying came up and slapped Lin Jiayan in the face. Without waiting for Lin Jiayan to react, he dragged her and threw her directly onto the sofa. Ah, it hurts, Mr. Meng, don't. Lin Jiayan was terrified, wondering what was wrong with Meng Junying tonight. However, Meng Junying showed no mercy to women. At this time, Su Yang was still in the 3-bedroom apartment, and had not yet left, and was also thinking about the next plan. At present, he had no foundation, and even if he wanted to seek revenge on Meng Junying, he was somewhat powerless. After all, he had no power. Therefore, he must have his own power base, otherwise he will still be too weak. First of all, he must build his own business empire, ensure a steady stream of cash flow, and cultivate a group of his own trusted subordinates. After all, it is impossible for him to do everything by himself. As for his business empire plan, he already had a candidate in mind. That was a professor from his university, who used to be the president of a world-class leading enterprise. His ability was unquestionable, but for some reasons, he was only teaching at a university now. Su Yang decided to ask him to come out of retirement. However, this is not an easy task. After all, he has no foundation now and needs to consider carefully. However, Su Yang plans to cater to the other party's interests first, get in touch with him first, and see how the other party reacts. This professor particularly likes to smoke a type of imported cigarettes, but unfortunately this type of cigarette is out of stock and difficult to buy. But no matter what, Su Yang plans to buy some at any price, at least to show his sincerity. Bite. I received a message on my phone. I opened it and saw that it was from Yao Siyuan. Master, where are you? My mother's operation was very successful. I want to treat you to a meal and thank you very much. When Su Yang saw this message, he couldn't help but smile. He only saved her mother indirectly, but he actually gained a woman who treated him wholeheartedly. So he told Yao Siyu that he was still in the same community and planned to take Yao Siyu with him to search for that brand of cigarettes. Yao Siyu simply replied that she had received the message, and soon appeared at the gate of the community. So Su Yang went over to have a simple meal with Yao Siyu nearby, and then went to buy cigarettes. When Su Yang appeared in front of Yao Xiu, she was stunned. The last time Su Yang was still in a wheelchair, how could he recover so quickly? She didn't think much about it, but was happy for Su Yang's recovery. "Master, this is my gift to you, please accept it." Yao Xiu took out 2 exquisite boxes, a pair of exquisite leather shoes and a suit. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Yao Xiu's consumption rebate, consumption of 130,000 yuan, sincerity index 100%, cashback 10,000 times, the amount received is 1,300,000,000 yuan, has been credited. Su Yang staggered and nearly fell. Yao Xiu always brought him surprises. A cashback of 1.3 billion was really amazing. However, apart from the cashback, the system did not give any other rewards. Perhaps it would only be given when the sincerity index reached 100% for the first time. "See you, thank you," Su Yang said as he hugged Yao Xiu in his arms. At this moment, Yao Xiu gave him the greatest comfort. Seeing Su Yang happy, Yao Xiu couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile on her face. "We finally found you, a piece of trash. Where are you going to run today?" At this time, 6 burly men in black suddenly appeared around Su Yang with wooden sticks in their hands and surrounded him. When the passers-by saw this group of ferocious-looking men, they could not help but hurriedly avoid them. "Damn it, this kid's legs are really not paralyzed. He was sitting in a wheelchair yesterday just to confuse us. We must cripple his legs today." 6 big men rushed towards Su Yang and the others in an instant. Su Yang hurriedly pulled Yao Xiu behind him, worried that she would be hurt. Against 6 big men, perhaps he could hold on for a while. After all, his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. "Master, be careful," Yao Xiu shouted, and at the same time her graceful figure floated out, heading towards several big men, like catkins dancing in the wind, but her punches and kicks were strong and powerful. The big men on the opposite sides couldn't help but be shocked, as if a violent storm was sweeping over them. Bang, bang, bang. While Su Yang was stunned, 6 big men in black were knocked to the ground by Yao Xiu in a few strokes, and they couldn't get up for a while. "See you, are you so powerful?" Su Yang looked at Yao Xiu's slender and sexy figure. He never thought that she could burst out with such strength. Yao Xiu smiled and said, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, master. My mother and I are orphans and widows, and we are often bullied by a group of hooligans. So I have been practicing martial arts all along. On the one hand, it helps me to strengthen my body, and on the other hand, it helps me to protect my mother from being bullied." Su Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Yao Xiu in his heart. When he first met her on the live broadcast, he thought she was just a vase. He was really narrow-minded. Then Su Yang walked up to several big men and said coldly, "Go back and tell Meng Junying to cripple his legs and apologize to me, otherwise the consequences will be unbearable for him." Finally, the 6 big men in black fled in panic. No matter how fierce they were before, they were now in a miserable state. "Master, why did they want to capture you?" Yao Xiu said, and couldn't help but worry about what would happen to her master if these people came again next time and she was not around. So Su Yang briefly told Yao Xiu about the grievances between him and Meng Junying. After hearing this, Yao Xiu could not help but angrily call Meng Junying a scumbag. "Master, I will protect you closely from now on. Every time they come, I will beat them down until they dare not appear in front of you again." Yao Xiu clenched his fists and showed off in front of Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head, confident that he could still handle a few hooligans, and Yao Xiu's mother had just finished surgery and needed someone to take care of her. Chapter 20: Visiting the Professor. Su Yang and Yao Xiu went to almost all the major tobacco stores in Donghai City. They bought imported cigarettes at 2 or 3 times the price. Even so, they only bought 6 packs. After a whole day of hard work, Su Yang thought that tomorrow was the weekend and the professor should be at home, so he planned to visit him again tomorrow and prepare some other gifts. "By the way, Xiu, I remember you said before that you were renting a house, right? I bought you a 3-bedroom house in Dongdu Yaiyuan. You can move in. I also live in the villa area over there now," Su Yang said, and took out the house key and handed it to Yao Xiu. Yao Xiu wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought, since she would follow her master in the future anyway, and everything she had belonged to her master, she might as well just let her take care of it for the time being. "Thank you, master," Yao Xiu said happily. Then Su Yang drove Yao Xiu to the Dongdu Yaiyuan community. At the nearby vegetable market, Yao Xiu bought some vegetables and prepared to cook in the evening. Su Yang was also wondering, how come all the top beauties he met could cook? And each of them had chef-level skills, of course, except for his ex-girlfriend Lin Jiayan. This 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house is also fully decorated and equipped with all kinds of furniture and appliances, so you can move in right away. At this time, Su Yang remembered that he had Aunt Yang at home, so he told her that he would not go back for dinner. He also placed the 30,000 shopping mall shopping card he received as a gift when he bought the house on the coffee table and asked Aunt Yang to use it for daily shopping. There were 2 boxes of liquor sent by Zhou Wen in the trunk of the car, so Su Yang moved 1 box as well. He was thinking of having a few drinks tonight. So many things had happened recently that he felt a little tired. Soon, the mouth-watering aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. "Master, the food is ready," Yao Siyu said, and brought the delicious dishes to the table. 4 dishes and 1 soup, all delicious and tasty. When Su Yang sat down at the dining table, Yao Siyu quickly poured a full glass of white wine for Su Yang and also poured one for herself. Su Yang looked at Yao Siyu in surprise and asked, "Siyu, can you drink too?" Yao Siyu shook her head. She had never drunk white wine before and didn't know if she could drink it. She could only say frankly, "This is my first time drinking white wine. I just want to drink with my master." Su Yang felt deeply moved, thinking that Yao Siyu was so considerate, good at singing and martial arts. He thought that he must have saved the galaxy in his previous life, which was why God allowed him to meet so many kind and beautiful girls. When he finished a glass of wine, Su Yang's face was already slightly red, while Yao Siyu remained calm. Su Yang couldn't help but wonder, "I can't sing as well as you, I can't fight as well as you, can I also drink more than you?" So the 2 of them took turns drinking, and soon they had drunk 3 bottles of white wine. Su Yang was already staggering, and was finally carried into the room by Yao Siyu, who moved the battlefield and continued to practice martial arts on the bed. When he woke up the next day, Su Yang felt refreshed, but it seemed that he drank a little too much last night and could only remember fragments. At this time, Yao Siyu had already prepared breakfast. At the dinner table, Su Yang transferred another 2 million to Yao Siyu, asking her to go back to the hospital to take care of her mother. This time Yao Siyu readily handed over the money, thinking in her heart that it was only for Su Yang to keep. At the same time, Su Yang called Zhang Yu, a sales consultant at the car sales center, and bought a BMW X5 from there for Yao Siyu. After all, it was impossible for Su Yang to take Yao Siyu with him every time he drove. Zhang Yu worked quickly. In just an hour, he drove the BMW X5 to the downstairs of the community. So Su Yang and Yao Siyu went downstairs to pick up the car after breakfast. "Brother Su Yang, thank you for your support of my work. This is a gift from me to you, please don't mind it." Zhang Yu smiled happily when he saw Su Yang. He didn't expect that just a few days later, he bought another car from her. Su Yang didn't hesitate and took the gift directly. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Zhang Yu's consumption rebate, consumption of 3,500 yuan, sincerity index 78.67%, cashback 7,867 times, the amount received is 27,534,500 yuan, has been credited. Sister Zhang Yu, you are so thoughtful. I will come to you if I need anything in the future. Su Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard the voice of the Tycoon system, thinking that he would have to ask Zhang Yu to buy a few more cars in the future. Thank you, brother Su Yang. I'll go back first. Zhang Yu saw that there was a very beautiful woman beside Su Yang, and he immediately understood. He didn't bother him anymore and left first. Su Yang then handed the BMW X5 key to Yao Siyu. "This is for you." "Thank you, master." Yao Siyu took the key without any hesitation, leaned forward, and left a lip print on Su Yang's face while he was shocked. Forehead. Su Yang quickly glanced around, luckily no one was paying attention. "Okay, Siyu, go back to the hospital as soon as possible to take care of your mother," Su Yang said to Yao Siyu. However, Yao Siyu shook her head. She had gone to the hospital early this morning while Su Yang was still asleep. Her mother recovered well, and she also hired a nurse to take care of her 24 hours a day. "Master, don't worry. My mother has already made arrangements. The most important task now is to protect you and never allow anyone to hurt you," said Yao Siyu. In this case, Su Yang no longer insisted, but he suddenly realized that he really needed some security forces around him. Just a rich second-generation real estate developer in Donghai City made him so passive. Once he touched the cheese of more people in the future, the blow he would face would surely be a storm. So it is necessary to start forming your own security team now. Siyu, I have a task for you. I want to form a security team with 50 people for now. How about you be in charge of this? I will be responsible for financial support and you will be responsible for implementation. Su Yang said after thinking for a while. Okay, master, don't worry, I will complete the team formation within a month. Yao Siyu said in a firm tone. Su Yang and Yao Siyu then drove to visit their university professor's home after buying some gifts. Su Yang originally wanted to drive himself, but Yao Siyu insisted on being the driver, so he had no choice but to hand the steering wheel to her. Yao Siyu is now his personal bodyguard and driver. It must be said that Yao Siyu's return this time has indeed made him feel much more relaxed and at ease. In front of a self-built villa in the suburbs of Donghai City, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove over, and then two people got out of the car, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They were Su Yang and Yao Siyu. Su Yang came to the door and rang the doorbell. Professor Ouyang, I am your student Su Yang, and I have come to visit you specially. Su Yang said. After a while, a man who looked like a butler led Su Yang into the house. Chapter 21, A Sudden Turn of Events. The courtyard is quiet and the sound of the piano is elegant, like running water in the mountains, soothing the restlessness in the heart and making people intoxicated. Su Yang and Yao Siyu stood outside a pavilion, quietly listening to the beautiful piano music. Inside the pavilion, an old man was half lying with his eyes closed, holding a feather fan in his hand, swaying gently, looking very comfortable. Next to him was a beautiful woman, graceful and elegant, with skin as delicate as jade, and long hair hanging on her shoulders, exuding a light and elegant aura. After the song ended, the woman playing the piano turned around and looked at the visitor curiously. Professor Ouyang, I am your student Su Yang. I have come to visit you today. Su Yang said, and presented 6 packs of cigarettes. The old man glanced at the priceless cigarettes and said slowly, It's rare that you still remember these cigarettes. I guess you spent a lot of time and money on these 6 fireworks. I'm really thoughtful, but I've quit smoking. You can take them back. Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. He had not contacted the professor for 2 years. He never thought that the old man had quit smoking. The cigarettes he had worked so hard to get suddenly became useless. However, now that I'm here, I have to bite the bullet and say what I need to say. Professor Ouyang, Su Yang is very grateful for your cultivation of students in college. At the same time, the students also admire your strength in the financial circle. The students came here this time because they want to start a business. Please help me, Professor Ouyang. The old man was indifferent to what he said, and just sighed helplessly. At the beginning, I wanted to teach you what I learned in my life. If you had not been swayed by love and abandoned your studies to work part-time, you would have been able to show your talent now. Su Yang knew that what Professor Ouyang was talking about was the love affair with Lin Jiayan when they were in college. In order to support this love, Su Yang often skipped classes to work part-time to earn money, which disappointed Professor Ouyang, who had high expectations of him. Professor Ouyang, I have now understood. Lin Jiayan has also abandoned me and left. I am now fully determined to create something great. Su Yang said sincerely. Professor Ouyang could not help but snort coldly when he heard this. He had seen through it all a long time ago. However, how could Su Yang, who was in love at the time, listen to other people's advice? Lin Jiayan left, and now here comes another beauty? Professor Ouyang is very disappointed with Su Yang. How can a man who spends all his time on women devote himself to his career? Professor Ouyang casually glanced at the woman standing behind Su Yang, but this glance made him stunned. I stood up involuntarily and walked towards Yao Siyu. It's you, girl? Professor Ouyang said in surprise. Yao Siyu actually recognized the old man as soon as she entered the courtyard, but she didn't expect that he was Professor Ouyang mentioned by Su Yang. Do you know each other? Su Yang asked in surprise. However, Professor Ouyang ignored him and directly invited Yao Siyu to the pavilion. At the same time, he said to the woman playing the piano in the pavilion, whinnying, make tea. Okay, Grandpa, replied the woman playing the piano, picking up the tea set and starting to make tea. Su Yang stared blankly at the professor, whose attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. He was cold towards him, but so enthusiastic towards Yao Siyu. It can be seen that they must have known each other before. Looking at them sitting in the pavilion and chatting happily, Su Yang walked over quietly, found a corner, and listened to their conversation quietly. Professor Ouyang completely ignored him at this time. When he saw him sitting over, he just glanced at him lightly and then continued chatting with Yao Siyu with a smile on his face. Su Yang touched his nose awkwardly. At this time, Professor Ouyang's granddaughter also poured a cup of tea for Su Yang. Su Yang couldn't help but look at her with gratitude. Su Yang and Ouyang Weiniang listened to their conversation quietly, and then they understood that Professor Ouyang once met a thief on the street and stole an important document from him. Professor Ouyang grabbed the thief's clothes tightly, but the thief was strong and looked fierce, and no passers-by dared to help him. Although Professor Ouyang was kicked twice by the thief, he still held on to the thief's clothes tightly. Seeing that the thief lost his patience, he took out a dagger from his body. At this time, Yao Xiu, who was passing by, flew up and knocked the thief to the ground in a few moves. Only then did Professor Ouyang save the important document. "Little girl, why are you with this guy? He is not a good person." Professor Ouyang glanced at Su Yang, who was sitting in the corner, and said to Yao Xiu. Su Yang's face darkened when he heard this, and he thought to himself, "I came here with good intentions to give you cigarettes and gifts, and it would have been fine if you didn't praise me, but you actually said bad things about me in front of a beautiful woman." However, Su Yang could only keep these words in his heart. He still had great respect for Professor Ouyang. Yao Xiu looked at Su Yang's aggrieved look and couldn't help but smile. "Grandpa Ouyang, brother Su Yang is actually a good man, kind-hearted, and he upholds justice. He helped me save my mother. But now brother Su Yang is in trouble. Meng Junying of Dihao Group not only snatched away his ex-girlfriend, but also found a group of gangsters to bully him, so I decided to stay with brother Su Yang and protect him at all times." In front of outsiders, Yao Xiu still calls Su Yang brother. If she calls him master at this time, there is no doubt that Professor Ouyang will probably educate Su Yang how to be a good person. Grandpa Ouyang, brother Su Yang chose to start a business in order to strengthen the motherland, change the world, and contribute to solving social problems and promoting sustainable development. Please help him, Yao Xiu requested. "Well, for your sake, I'll consider it," said Professor Ouyang. Su Yang was secretly delighted when he heard this, and secretly gave Yao Xiu a thumbs up. At the same time, he gave her a look, and Yao Xiu instantly understood, so she said to Professor Ouyang, "Grandpa Ouyang, I didn't expect to meet you here today, and I'm very happy. I would like to take this opportunity to treat you to a simple lunch at noon, okay?" Professor Ouyang gladly accepted this. It was a rare opportunity to meet this little girl today. Besides, he had to observe Su Yang for a while. If possible, he would help him. After all, Su Yang was a student he once thought highly of. Seeing that Professor Ouyang agreed to have dinner, Su Yang happily ran to drive the car. There was no doubt that he could only be a driver. When Professor Ouyang saw Su Yang's Rolls-Royce Phantom, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Su Yang already had such a luxury car. It seemed that he had some financial strength. Su Yang was driving the car, Ouyang Weiniang was sitting in the passenger seat, and Yao Xiu was sitting in the back seat chatting with Professor Ouyang. "Su Yang, let's go to our F Seafood Hotel. I haven't tasted the seafood there for a long time. But today is the weekend, I'm afraid the tables are full," Ouyang Weiniang said to Su Yang, and at the same time, she also wanted to take the opportunity to see how much financial strength Su Yang had. Su Yang smiled and thought that he had his own private box there. Chapter 22 Grand Plan. At the RF Seafood Hotel, lobby manager Ma Hongyi and branch general manager Lu Mei were standing in front of the door, looking forward to it. Su Yang had just sent them a message asking them to bring their distinguished guests over for dinner, and they would be there soon, so they asked them to give him enough face. Sure enough, after a while, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the hotel. Lu Mei and Ma Hongyi hurried over. Just as Lu Mei was about to shake hands with Su Yang, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of someone getting out of the back seat. "Ah, Senior Ouyang?" Lu Mei exclaimed, leaving Su Yang behind, and rushed to Professor Ouyang, stretching out her hands respectfully. She had never expected that this godlike figure in the business world would come to their hotel today. Su Yang stood in the wind, disheveled. Did he treat him like air? "I asked you to come out to greet me. Isn't this just a trick on me?" So General Lu Mei led Professor Ouyang directly to the VIP room. Today is the weekend and the hotel is indeed full, but there is indeed a VIP room reserved, which is Su Yang's exclusive room. After entering the private room, Lu Mei suddenly thought of Su Yang and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Originally, Ouyang Weiniang wanted to see Su Yang's performance, but she didn't expect that the old man was still as charming as ever. At the dining table, everyone looked at the top-level set menu Fu Mang, which was indeed luxurious. "Senior Ouyang, Mr. Su, the dishes are all served, please enjoy," Lu Mei said respectfully, and at the same time gave Su Yang 4 bottles of red wine. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Lu Mei's consumption rebate. The consumption was 40,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 60.65%, the cashback was 6,065 times, the amount received was 242,600,000 yuan, and it has been credited. Su Yang made more than 200 million again, and thought that since you spent so much money on me, I won't bother with you. After 3 rounds of drinks, Professor Ouyang and Yao Siyu were talking most of the time, while Su Yang and Ouyang Weining just listened quietly. Su Yang, I once had high hopes for you and taught you a lot of business knowledge. You should know the hardships of starting a business, and you should know my determination. Are you really ready for this? Professor Ouyang stared at Su Yang and said seriously. Su Yang held his head high, vaguely remembering the professor's ambitions back then, so he said, "Science and technology will develop the country and lead the world." Back then, Professor Ouyang was a legend in the business world, but he was ultimately defeated by the technological blockade of Western countries. Later, he was suppressed for various reasons, which made it difficult for him to realize his ambitions. Now he can only waste his time. Okay, it's rare that you still remember it, but do you know how much R&D investment is needed for scientific and technological research and development? It's a bottomless pit of burning money? Do you have strong financial support? Professor Ouyang sighed helplessly again. He did not think that Su Yang, who had just graduated a few years ago, had such strong strength. Su Yang has always kept the professor's teachings in mind. I can provide strong support for funding. I can guarantee to provide no less than 500 billion yuan for research and development every year. I mean no less than 500 billion yuan, there is no upper limit. Su Yang said with a firm look in his eyes. Professor Ouyang and Ouyang Weining couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. They simply couldn't believe what Su Yang said. What a huge background this must have, but on what basis did Su Yang have? I know it's hard for you to believe what I said, but I will prove it with practical actions. I hope you will give me this opportunity. It is also an opportunity for you to realize your ambitions and make those who once suppressed you kneel at your feet. Su Yang said with a little indignation. Professor Ouyang slowly calmed down his fluctuating emotions, his eyes sparkling. Okay, then I'll give you this opportunity, but I will only support you behind the scenes. Let Weining help you on the surface. Weining has learned a lot from me over the years. Weining, tell me your thoughts first. Professor Ouyang said. Ouyang Weining heard this and said, Su Yang, if you want me and Grandpa to help you, you need to meet 2 basic conditions first. First, take over the largest commercial office building in Donghai City as the company's office space in the future. Second, you need to take over a piece of land of at least 1 million square meters to build a scientific and technological research and development base. These are the 2 prerequisites. If you can do it, I will help you. As for the recruitment of R&D personnel, you don't have to worry, I can naturally handle it. These 2 conditions are difficult for Su Yang, but they should not be a big problem, so he said, no problem, I will buy the commercial office building within 7 days. As for the 1 million square meters of land, there is actually a suitable place, that is, a piece of vacant land of Dihao Group in the western suburbs. In recent years, due to the downturn in the real estate industry, the land of Dihao Group has not been developed. I want to acquire Dihao Group, but these things still need the teacher's support. Su Yang, you have a grudge with Meng Junying of the Dihao Group. You don't want to use your grandfather's name to help you deal with them, do you? Ouyang Weining said coldly. Yes, I want to deal with Dihao Group and make them bankrupt. As one of the leading local real estate developers in Donghai, they collude with the underworld, bully men and women, and do all kinds of evil. Shouldn't they be destroyed? Moreover, only the piece of land in their hands meets the scale of the technology research and development base you require, and they will never sell it to me. Su Yang said angrily. Just then, the door of the box was kicked open. A group of big men in black rushed in instantly and surrounded Su Yang, Professor Ouyang, and 4 others who were having dinner. Professor Ouyang couldn't help but frown. He hated this kind of underworld forces the most in his life, as they would always cause chaos. Su Yang, let's see how you can run today. I swear I will not be a human being if I don't break your legs today. Meng Junying said coldly while hugging Lin Jiayan. Oh? There are 2 more beauties here? How dare you, Su Yang, always have beauties by your side. These 2 beauties should stay and serve me well. If they serve you well, I might consider sparing your life. Meng Junying said arrogantly. Ouyang Weining couldn't help but get furious when she heard this. She had only heard before that Meng Junying, the second-generation rich man from the Dihao Group, was licentious and shameless and did all kinds of evil things. After seeing him today, she realized that he was indeed even worse. What's more hateful is that he actually wanted her to accompany him. At this moment, she even wanted to stab him directly. Su Yang, you are really a playboy. It was indeed a good decision for me to leave you at that time. Now you have learned how to hang out with rich women, and you change one every day. You are shameless. Lin Jiayan also mocked. Meng Junying, you really are haunting me. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you're bringing it to my door again. Su Yang sneered in anger. Today's good meal was ruined by this idiot again. Humph, you useless piece of shit. I'll make you crawl out of here today. Come on, break the limbs of the men and throw them out, strip the women naked and leave them behind. Meng Junying ordered his men. Su Yang and Yao Siyu were guarding Professor Ouyang and Ouyang Weining. When they were about to start a battle with the big man in black, a sharp voice suddenly came. Stop! Who dares to cause trouble in my RF hotel? Lu Mei rushed over with several security personnel. Chapter 23, The Arrogant Mr. Meng. Lu Mei brought several security guards to separate the two groups. She just stared coldly at Meng Junying with her beautiful eyes and said, Mr. Meng, what do you mean by this? Bringing people to my hotel to cause trouble? Meng Junying saw Lu Mei and his men blocking the way, but he didn't care. What could these few security guards do? He brought 20 of his men with him. Mr. Lu, don't say that I didn't give you face. Just pretend that you didn't see what happened today. If you insist on interfering, it will be hard to say whether your RF hotel can continue to do business in Donghai in the future. Meng Junying said to Lu Mei in a threatening manner. Lu Mei couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Normally, it would be fine for Meng Junying to beat, scold and humiliate the hotel staff. After all, the hotel business is about harmony and wealth. However, now he openly bullies the guests in the hotel. This is a naked provocation to the hotel. If it is not handled properly, the hotel's business will inevitably plummet. What's more, the guests here are by no means ordinary guests. There are also business legends that she respects. No matter what, she can't just sit back and watch. Mr. Meng, you don't have to threaten me. Don't even think about causing trouble here today. I've called the police and they'll be here soon. The country is now cracking down on gangs and eliminating evil. Are you confident that you can get away with it by making things bigger? Lu Mei responded coldly. Meng Junying's face was ferocious. He finally got the chance to stop Su Yang today. 2 beauties ran away last time, and 2 more came this time. How could he miss it? Ding ding. Meng Junying's cell phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was his father calling, so he walked outside. Dad, why are you calling? An angry roar came from the other end of the phone. Get back here right now. Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile recently? The anti-gang investigation team has already moved into Donghai. You are courting death. Get back here right now. Grass. Meng Junying almost went crazy. He was about to destroy Su Yang and win the beauty, but now he had to give up. Retreat. Meng Junying roared and turned to leave. A group of big men in black followed closely. Senior Ouyang, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for scaring you. Lu Mei said apologetically. Mr. Lu, there's no need to apologize. To be honest, they came here for me, but I'm sorry to cause trouble to your hotel. Su Yang said. After some pleasantries, Lu Mei gave them a new box, the door of which had been destroyed by Meng Junying and his gang. After moving to the new private room, Professor Ouyang, Ouyang Weining and others all looked unhappy. They didn't expect that the second generation of a rich real estate group would be so arrogant and ignore the law. Su Yang, I support you now and make the Dihao group bankrupt. Ouyang Weining said. Such evil gangs are the cancer of society and must be eradicated. Su Yang couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. This farce of Meng Junying's came at a good time as it gave him a powerful ally. Although it was just Ouyang Weining's statement, she had the support of Professor Ouyang behind her. After the meal, Professor Ouyang, Su Yang and others were about to leave. At this time, General Manager Lu Mei ordered someone to bring 4 gift boxes and gave them to Su Yang and others as an apology. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Lu Mei's consumption rebate. The consumption was 18,888 yuan, the sincerity index was 70.67%, the cashback was 7,067 times, the amount received was 133,481,496 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. No wonder the RF Seafood Hotel has grown to such a large scale and is one of the top high-end hotels in the country. Su Yang is very satisfied with this attitude. After Su Yang sent Professor Ouyang and Ouyang Weiniang home, they agreed that after they took over the largest commercial office building in Donghai, Ouyang Weiniang would officially take over and help Su Yang start a business. Prior to that, some of the preliminary planning and preparation work would be gradually implemented by Ouyang Weiniang. In a large shopping mall, Su Yang took Yao Siyu shopping in the mall. "Master, shouldn't we try to buy the Crown building first? That's the largest commercial office building in Donghai, right?" Seeing that Su Yang was still in the mood to go shopping in the mall, Yao Siyu couldn't help but remind him. Yes, it is the Crown building. It has 66 floors and is more than 300 meters high. It is a landmark building in our Donghai city and the most outstanding masterpiece of the Hongding Group. I have communicated with Zhou Wen and asked her to help make an appointment with the chairman of the Hongding Group. The other party has agreed to meet and chat tomorrow. Su Yang explained. "Who is Zhou Wen?" Yao Siyu asked puzzledly, thinking that it would not be so easy to make an appointment with the chairman of Hongding Group. Zhou Wen is the sales manager of the Dongdu Yaoyuan sales office and the daughter of the chairman of the Hongding Group. Su Yang said with a smile. It would naturally be easier to make an appointment through Zhou Wen. It was a rare occasion for Su Yang to take a beautiful woman out to the mall, so he decided to show off his rich personality and just go shopping. In a women's clothing store, Su Yang crossed his legs and watched Yao Siyu change her clothes. Whether it was a cheongsam, a miniskirt, or a dress, Yao Siyu could match them perfectly. Su Yang was so pleased that he directly bought 5 sets of clothes of various styles. After buying clothes, Su Yang took Yao Siyu to a gold store. He bought necklaces, bracelets, etc., anything Yao Siyu liked. Then they went to the supermarket and bought various nutritional supplements, fruits, etc. Su Yang said, "Siyu, let's go to the hospital to visit your mother later. I must thank your mother for raising such an excellent daughter like you, and let her rest assured that you will not be wronged by my side." Yao Siyu heard this and her eyes were blurred with tears. Perhaps the greatest luck in her life was meeting Su Yang. She was particularly happy these days. As she spent more time with Su Yang, her heart was completely conquered. At this moment, even if she was asked to die for Su Yang, she would not hesitate. "Master, you have given me so many gifts, I also want to give you a gift," Yao Siyu said, and magically took out a watch from his hand. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Yao Siyu's consumption rebate, consumption of 200,000 yuan, sincerity index 100%, cashback 10,000 times, the amount received is 2 billion yuan, has been credited. Su Yang pulled Yao Siyu into his arms and kissed her directly, ignoring the strange looks from the people around them. Yao Siyu's face turned red instantly and she shyly hid her head in Su Yang's arms. "Siyu, I just transferred another 20 million to you. You can spend it as you like. I just want to tell you that the more you spend, the happier I will be. Can you do that?" Su Yang smiled at Yao Siyu. As long as Yao Siyu had enough money in her hands, the more expensive the gifts she gave him, the more money he could get by brushing the system. Yao Siyu was extremely shocked when she received 20 million. Before she met Su Yang, it was extremely difficult to earn every penny, otherwise she would not have asked Su Yang to borrow money to save her life. The wealth of rich people was indeed beyond her imagination. Chapter 24 Purchase of Crown Tower. In the hospital ward, Su Yang sat in front of the bed and chatted happily with Yao Siyu's mother. Yao Siyu sat next to them, peeling an apple. She could tell from her mother's eyes that her mother was very satisfied with the man in front of her. "Xiao Su, I'll ask you to take care of Siyu in the future. I'm an old man and can only be a burden to her now." Yao Siyu's mother couldn't help but sigh. I don't know how much suffering Siyu suffered from this serious illness. The cost of the operation was an astronomical figure for her and her daughter. They wished they could just leave. "Mom, don't say that. You have suffered so much for me since I was a child. I will never let you leave me no matter what," Yao Siyu said with red eyes. "Auntie, don't worry, I will take good care of Siyu in the future. When you recover, move over and live with us," Su Yang said with a smile. Anyway, his villa is big enough and it would be lonely to live alone. The ward was filled with a joyful atmosphere throughout the afternoon. However, Su Yang and the others cannot stay here forever, after all, the patients also need more rest. When Su Yang returned to the villa, Aunt Yang had already prepared dinner, which was quite sumptuous. Su Yang had already informed her in advance that he would bring a friend back for dinner tonight. Aunt Yang looked at the beautiful woman Su Yang brought back, who was almost as beautiful as the angel in white, Wang Xiaotong. She sighed slightly in her heart. She didn't know where this girl Xiaotong had gone. Otherwise, she would be very happy to see Wang Xiaotong become the hostess here. Aunt Yang, come and eat with us. Su Yang shouted to Aunt Yang while sitting at the dining table. Upon hearing this, Aunt Yang hurriedly shook her head. But then he walked up to Su Yang and said, Mr. Su, I was introduced by Xiaotong because you couldn't walk. Now that you have fully recovered, you may not need me here, so I would like to resign from you. Auntie Yang, are you not satisfied with this job and your salary? Although I have recovered my health, someone still needs to clean up and cook at home. If you have any requirements, you can just tell me directly. Su Yang said. Actually, Aunt Yang has a very leisurely and comfortable life working here. Su Yang does not need any care at all, and most of the time he does not eat at home. He often has nothing to do. However, she feels bad about taking a high salary as a caregiver and living here in his old age. After learning about Aunt Yang's idea, Su Yang finally persuaded her to stay and gave her a raise. Su Yang trusted Aunt Yang, or it could be said that Su Yang trusted Wang Xiaotong. Aunt Yang stayed because she hoped to witness his growth and witness him finding Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. At noon the next day, Su Yang went straight to the RF Seafood Hotel. He was going to host a banquet here for Zhou Boyuan, chairman of the Hongding Group. As for Yao Xiyu, he was assigned to recruit security personnel. He was determined to take over the Crown building today, and the security work would be handed over to Yao Xiyu at that time. Mr. Su, please come in. Lobby manager Ma Hongyi invited Su Yang into the box. Su Yang had become a frequent visitor and distinguished guest here. Manager Ma, please order another top-level set meal fu meng today, said Su Yang. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, said Ma Hongyi. In a Mercedes-Benz V-Class luxury car, Zhou Wen was chatting intimately with her father and mother. At this moment, they were on their way to the RF Seafood Hotel. Wen, is the Su Yang you mentioned really capable of buying our Crown building? You should know that the original construction cost was close to 1 billion yuan. It is a landmark building that my Hongding Group has poured all its efforts into creating. Even if he is your friend, I can't sell it to him cheaply, said the middle-aged man, Zhou Boyuan, chairman of the Hongding Group. Zhou Wen was not sure about Su Yang's financial strength, but since he had generously bought a villa and a 3-bedroom apartment, he should have some confidence, otherwise he would not have dared to ask Chairman Zhou to discuss the matter. The middle-aged woman sitting in the front row couldn't help but say, Old Zhou, things are different now. The real estate industry has been declining over the past few years, and fewer people are buying houses. We still owe hundreds of millions of yuan to major suppliers, and the bank loan is about to expire. The cash flow may be broken at any time. If Mr. Su Yang offers a suitable price, we should sell it now. This middle-aged woman, dressed simply but with a noble air, is Zhou Wen's mother, Yi Yafeng. Zhou Boyuan sighed silently when he heard this. It was precisely because of the difficult market conditions and the risk of cash flow being cut off at any time that he had no choice but to sell the Crown building. Otherwise, he would not be willing to sell it no matter what, as if it would be like giving away his own child to someone else. In front of the RF Seafood Hotel, Su Yang and lobby manager Ma Hongyi were already waiting. After a while, a Mercedes-Benz V-Class arrived in front of the hotel. Su Yang saw a familiar figure getting out of the car. It was Zhou Wen. Following closely were a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. Although it was the first time Su Yang met these two people, he was not unfamiliar with them as he had seen them before on TV or in the news. Hello, Mr. Zhou. It's my honor to meet you today. Su Yang walked up to him and shook hands politely. Dad, he is Su Yang, Zhou Wen said from the side. Zhou Boyuan couldn't help but take a look at Su Yang. He was wearing a well-ironed suit and had a calm temperament. He was truly a promising young man. After some pleasantries, both sides went to the hotel box. Zhou Wen looked at the sky-high priced seafood on the table and couldn't help but smack her lips. Although her family was considered wealthy, this was her first time to eat the top-level set meal fumeng worth 888,800 yuan. Even her father would only order this fumeng set meal occasionally when entertaining very important people. At this time, the hotel's general manager Lu Mei walked into the box and brought 2 bottles of red wine. She also came over to say hello to Su Yang and Zhou Boyuan. After all, these two were distinguished guests of the hotel. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Lu Mei's consumption rebate. The consumption was 20,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 72.77%, the cashback was 7,277 times, the amount received was 145,540,000 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. Su Yang heard the familiar voice of the system again and decided to entertain guests at the RF Seafood Hotel in the future. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Yang said, "Boss Zhou, I admire you very much. You are a true entrepreneur who has made a lot of contributions to the construction of Donghai City and helped many people. Today I want to buy the Crown Building, not to take away someone's love, but to make the Crown Building famous all over the world. Because in the near future, the Crown Building will gather the top talents from all over China and the world." Hearing Su Yang's firm and powerful words, Zhou Boyuan and his wife, as well as Zhou Wen, were stunned. They didn't expect Su Yang to have such ambitions. Chapter 25, Starting a Company. After the shock, Zhou Boyuan said with emotion, "It's good to be young, to have such great ambitions. I also hope Mr. Su can achieve his wish." Then he added, "But I have indeed put a lot of effort into the Crown Building. If Mr. Su wants it, he will need to invest at least 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion? Su Yang said in surprise. Seeing that Su Yang seemed to be over the moon about the price, Zhou Wen hurriedly explained, "Su Yang, this price is not outrageous. You should know that the construction cost of the Crown Building is nearly 1 billion yuan, and there is also daily maintenance, rental income, etc." Su Yang waved his hand. "What's the matter? Mr. Su, do you think the price is too high? Then why not tell me your ideal price?" Zhou Boyuan frowned. Su Yang smiled and said, 2 billion. I don't want anything less than 2 billion. What? 2 billion? Zhou Boyuan, his wife, and Zhou Wen were all stunned, staring at Su Yang stupidly. Were they all hallucinating? Or was Su Yang joking? This was the first time he took the initiative to raise the price when doing business. It would have been fine if he didn't lower the price, but he actually almost doubled the price. My dear Su, are you kidding me? Zhou Boyuan asked in disbelief. However, Su Yang didn't waste words and directly asked for the other party's bank card and transferred 2 billion. Of course, he knew that the 2 billion was far more than the value of the Crown Building, but he also knew that Hongding Group was facing the risk of a broken capital chain. Despite this, Zhou Boyuan did not ask for a sky-high price. Even if he asked for 1.5 billion, it was normal. After all, renting out the Crown Building was also a considerable income. The key is that Zhou Boyuan is indeed an entrepreneur he respects, and he is willing to help him overcome the difficulties. They were still in shock for a long time until Zhou Boyuan received the message of 2 billion yuan in his mobile phone. With this 2 billion yuan, Zhou Boyuan was confident that he could overcome the difficulties. Boyuan, young friend Su Yang is so generous in helping us, let us treat you to the meal. Mrs. Zhou said with a smile. Zhou Boyuan had no objection and couldn't help but admire the young man in front of him even more. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received a rebate from Mrs. Zhou, with a consumption of 888,800 yuan, a sincerity index of 70.56%, a cashback of 7,056 times, and a received amount of 6,271,372,800 yuan, which has been credited to the account. Su Yang didn't expect that he would spend 2 billion on this meal, but instantly get back more than 6 billion. His eyes brightened. The guests enjoyed the meal very much. At the end, Mrs. Zhou invited Su Yang to visit her home when he was free. When she learned that Su Yang was not married yet, she looked at Zhou Wen from time to time, thinking that such a talented young man, who was of similar age to Zhou Wen, would be a great thing if they could be brought together. Now that Su Yang has reached a consensus with Zhou Boyuan, the subsequent procedures are simple and the specific operations will be handed over to Ouyang Weining. When Ouyang Weining received Su Yang's call, she was shocked. She didn't expect that Su Yang would take over the Crown Building in just one day. It was not only his high efficiency, but also demonstrated Su Yang's strong financial strength. It also gave her more confidence in the future path of the company. A few days later, in the office on the top floor of the Crown Building, Su Yang stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire picture of Donghai City, his heart surging with excitement. Now he has taken the first step. He wants to build Donghai City into an enterprise base, and then expand to the whole country and even the world. Master, it's time for a meeting. Yao Siyu was seen wearing high heels and a professional suit, which highlighted her charming figure. She came to Su Yang and said. Su Yang slapped Yao Siyu's elastic buttocks and said angrily, "You have to call me chairman in the company." Yao Siyu immediately looked aggrieved. "Yes, master." In the huge conference room sat Su Yang, Yao Siyu, Ouyang Weining, and a beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair, who was confident, calm, and capable. She was Luo Nailan, the administrative and personnel director hired by Ouyang Weining. As for Professor Ouyang, she supported him silently behind the scenes, and in fact, Ouyang Weiniang represented Professor Ouyang. So Su Yang appointed Ouyang Weiniang as the company's president, and Yao Siyu was temporarily responsible for security work and the chairman's secretary. Nalan, this is Chairman Su Yang. Ouyang Weiniang introduced to Luo Nalan. Hello, Chairman. I am very happy to join your team and look forward to realizing the company's great ambitions under your leadership. Luo Nalan said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Okay. Director Luo, welcome to join us. The subsequent recruitment of personnel will still depend on you. Don't worry, you will be proud of your decision to join today and the future. Su Yang said with a smile. Prior to this, Ouyang Weiniang had sent Su Yang information about Luo Nalan's resume, and it took Ouyang Weiniang a lot of effort to convince Luo Nalan to join the company. After all, Luo Nalan had worked in a Fortune 50 company before, and her future was limitless. But when she came to Su Yang's company, her future was unknown. In the following meeting, Ouyang Weiniang introduced the company's development plan, and Luo Nalan introduced the company's organizational structure, team building, and other related matters. At this time, Su Yang also realized how difficult it is to start a company and there are too many things to do. At the last meeting, the company name Phylong Global Strategic Group was determined, and it will become a company that will shock the whole world in the future. After the meeting, Su Yang transferred 10 million yuan each to Ouyang Weiniang and Luo Nalan and asked them to spend it as they pleased. In the early stage, the company's organizational structure and personnel were incomplete, and it was impossible to apply for various expenses and reimbursements step by step. Originally, Su Yang wanted to buy them another car, but they rejected it outright. They already had their own cars and had not achieved anything yet, so they were unwilling to accept it. Afterwards, Ouyang Weiniang and Luo Nalan became busy. The first and most urgent thing was to recruit staff. Someone had to be in charge of the operation of the entire company. Fortunately, both Ouyang Weiniang and Luo Nalan had extremely deep connections. In the chairman's office, Yao Siyu also reported on the construction of her security team. Chairman, through the introduction of some friends I met when I was practicing martial arts, I have now recruited 20 security personnel. Would you like to take a look? If you have no objection, you can immediately start working on the security of the crown building. Siyu, I didn't expect you to be so efficient. Then let them all come over. Su Yang said. He now hopes to have his own security team as soon as possible, otherwise he would not have been so passive when facing the bullying of Meng Junying. Yao Siyu smiled secretly. On the one hand, she happened to know someone from her previous martial arts training. On the other hand, she had a lot of money. It could be said that each of the people she found this time was worth 10. These people would later follow Su Yang to kill people everywhere, shock the world, and become famous. Chapter 26 Thunder Guard. The Crown Building has a floor dedicated to sports activities and fitness, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. At this moment, Su Yang and Yao Siyu stood on the platform, looking at the 20 security personnel standing below. Half of them were men and half were women. The team is well organized, stands upright and powerfully, is strictly disciplined, and exudes an awe-inspiring aura. Su Yang could tell at a glance that these were not ordinary security guards. The woman was heroic and the man was strong and powerful. What was even more valuable was the aura they exuded, which made people afraid. Yao Siyu explained, Master, most of them were retired Special Forces soldiers, so they are so disciplined and powerful. Su Yang nodded, and was very satisfied with these people. It was obvious that Yao Siyu had also put a lot of thought into it. So he said to everyone, Hello, team members. I am Su Yang, chairman of Phylong Huanyu Strategic Group. Maybe you don't know much about me and the company. It doesn't matter. I just want to tell you that today, you join the company, and the future will be the glory of your life. You are not here to simply be security guards in the company, nor are you here to protect me. You are here to protect the thousands of top talents in the world at Phylong Global Strategic Group in the future, because what we want to do is to break the blockade, develop the country through science and technology, and lead the world. This road is destined to be bumpy and difficult, and is also destined to be obstructed and suppressed by various forces at home and abroad, and even assassinated. I need you to be brave and fearless, and defend the mission with passion. From today on, you are the Thunder Guard. The purpose of the Thunder Guard is to guard the mission, promote the benefits of the world, and eliminate the harm of the world. May the world be peaceful, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and may the world treat us kindly. When Su Yang finished speaking, the 20 team members standing below stood taller and their eyes brighter, and shouted at the same time, guard the mission, promote the benefits of the world, and eliminate the harm of the world. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heated. Yao Siyu's heart was also surging, and she looked at Su Yang with even more admiration. Next, Su Yang asked them to introduce themselves, and then asked them to compete and select the 4 strongest ones to serve as team captains. Su Yang and Yao Siyu stood aside and watched their competition. Siyu, how does your strength compare to theirs? Su Yang asked. Yao Siyu thought about it and felt that if she went all out, she should have no problem dealing with 2 or 3 people at the same time. This would be enough to make Su Yang look at her with admiration. After an hour of fighting, 3 men and 1 woman emerged as the winners. One of the men caught Su Yang's special attention, because he had only 1 arm. Even so, his strength was the strongest among them. Su Yang walked up and asked, "How did you lose your arm?" He was once one of the strongest special forces soldiers in China. He was injured by a bomb during a mission. The one-armed man replied loudly. "Okay, from now on you will be codenamed Qinglong and the captain of the Qinglong team." "Yes, Chairman." Then Su Yang came to a calm but fair-faced male team member and said, "From now on, you will be called White Tiger and the captain of the White Tiger team." "Yes, Chairman." Then Su Yang came to the female team member among the 4. She had short hair, a pair of dimples, bright eyes and white teeth, wheat-colored skin, and looked heroic. "From now on, you will be called Suzaku, and the captain of the Suzaku team." "Yes, Chairman." The last one is strong and has a particularly strong ability to withstand blows. "From now on, you will be called Xuanwu and the captain of the Xuanwu team." "Yes, Chairman." Su Yang divided Lei Wei's guards into 4 teams, the Azure Dragon team, the White Tiger team, the Suzaku team, and the Black Tortoise team. He will lead them to step onto the world stage. "From now on, you can just call me Captain. I will be the captain of the Thunder Guard, and Yao Siyu will be the deputy captain of the Thunder Guard." Su Yang said to everyone. "Yes, Captain." Everyone said in unison. "Very good, next I want to test my strength. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, the 4 of you come together to besiege me. If I lose, please invite everyone to dinner and drinks at the RF Seafood Hotel tonight." Su Yang walked up to the 4 team captains and suddenly said. All the team members were stunned when they heard this, especially the 4 team captains who looked confused and doubtful. Did this captain underestimate them or was he too confident? "Master, what are you doing?" Yao Siyu asked in confusion. Any one of these team members could probably knock Su Yang down. When Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu and others heard Yao Siyu call Su Yang master, they could not help but drop their jaws in shock. After all, they were familiar with Yao Siyu and understood her personality. The fact that she was willing to call him master showed that Captain Su Yang was definitely not an ordinary person. "Why are you wasting time? Don't you guys listen to me, the captain, when I give the order for the first time?" Su Yang said with a gloomy face. He was not acting on a whim. He knew his own situation and strength. Ever since he took the Qi and blood pills from the godly rich system, his abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved. "Yes, Captain, I'm sorry." Then Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke and Xuanwu rushed forward, while the other team members formed a circle, looking at Captain Su Yang curiously, wondering how long Su Yang could hold out under the siege of the 4 team captains. Yao Siyu was also standing aside, feeling worried, and couldn't help but wink at Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, and the 4 of them understood. Indeed, at the beginning the 4 of them were ready to let go, but as the fight went on, they realized something was wrong. Su Yang's attack became more and more fierce and powerful. If the 4 of them had not joined forces, they would probably be the ones who lost in a one-on-one fight. The team members around him also put away their contempt for Chairman Su Yang. They had thought that the chairman of a company was weak and powerless, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. In a one-on-one fight, no one present would be his opponent. Yao Siyu also opened her sexy little mouth in surprise. She didn't know Su Yang was so powerful, and she was worried about him and protected him closely all day long. In the end, Su Yang was still at a disadvantage under the siege of 4 people. After this battle, Su Yang has a certain understanding of his own strength. If it were back then, any one of the team members could beat him. "Very good, the 4 of you are indeed very strong. I lost, but I will keep my word. Please invite everyone to dinner at the RF Seafood Hotel tonight. This can be considered as my welcome party for you," Su Yang said. "Thanks, Captain." There was a sudden cheer at the scene. They could also feel Su Yang's respect and recognition for them, which made them full of respect for Su Yang. At this moment, they also firmly believe that in the future, under the leadership of Captain Su Yang, they will be able to look down on the world. Chapter 27 Hotel Contract. In the chairman's office, Su Yang called Jiang Yu at the car sales center. "Brother Su Yang, hello." Jiang Yu's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ha, Sister Jiang Yu, I need 6 luxury buses to take me directly to the Crown Building," Su Yang said. When Jiang Yu heard that they wanted 6 cars, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. As for the price, it was 800,000 yuan per car, and 6 cars would be 4.8 million yuan. Jiang Yu felt that she would soon become a millionaire, and her colleagues were envious and jealous of her. "Okay, Brother Su Yang, deliver it before 6 o'clock in the evening." After Jiang Su replied, he hurriedly found his leader. For such a big customer, the company also fully cooperated in arranging the vehicle. Then Su Yang considered another problem. As the company grows and develops and introduces countless talents, the accommodation problem of these people must be solved. At present, the Thunder team can only let them stay in the hotel temporarily, but this is not a long-term solution. Perhaps the best way is to complete the acquisition of Dihao Group as soon as possible, so that the housing problem of employees can be basically solved. After all, Dihao Group has at least a dozen real estate projects on sale. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Ouyang Weining and others need to get the company on the right track before they can devote their energy to dealing with Dihao Group. So Su Yang planned to visit Zhou Boyuan, the chairman of Honding Group, tomorrow. Didn't Mrs. Zhou invite him to visit her home? Then he could go there tomorrow and consider buying 2 houses at Honding Group for employee dormitories. When Zhou Boyuan, chairman of the Honding Group, received news that Su Yang was planning to visit him tomorrow to discuss the purchase of 2 houses, he was shocked. What a big deal! He just spent 2 billion to buy his crown tower, and now he wants to buy 2 more buildings. Mrs. Zhou was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She immediately started preparing tomorrow's lunch. At the same time, she asked Zhou Wen to stay at home tomorrow and dress up well, as this was a rare opportunity to spend time with Su Yang. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 identical luxury buses stopped on time at the parking lot of the Crown Building, and 20 members of the Thunder Guard were receiving the buses. Car sales consultant Jiang Yu was holding a red handbag in each hand, which was filled with precious tea. When he saw Su Yang, he happily gave the tea to him. Ding! The super-rich cashback system received Jiang Yu's consumption rebate, consumption of 30,000 yuan, sincerity index 80.88%, cashback 8,088 times, the amount received is 242,640,000 yuan, has been credited. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh that this girl was getting better and better at doing things, and she made him swipe more than 200 million yuan through the system. At this time, Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan walked out of the Crown Building, looking a little tired. After a busy day, they were preparing to go home for dinner and rest. Seeing the energetic appearance of the Thunder Guard members in the 6 brand new luxury buses, they could not help but admire Su Yang's high efficiency, which made the 2 of them satisfied and at least reduced their workload. Tomorrow they will start interviewing key positions such as financial director, legal director, business director, and technical director, which is also the result of their work in the afternoon. President Ouyang, Director Luo, let's go to dinner together tonight. The newly recruited members of the Thunder Guard are here to welcome you, and they will also protect your safety in the future, Su Yang said to Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan. Thunder Guard? Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan were slightly shocked by the name. Yes, you should be able to see that they are not ordinary security personnel. Most of them are veterans with outstanding abilities. After all, the mall is like a battlefield. For our future ambitions, we must reserve protective forces in advance. The Thunder Guard will continue to expand, Su Yang said seriously. Chairman is very far-sighted. I admire you. Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan laughed. Su Yang didn't care about the 2's indifference. One day they would realize that they needed Thunder Guards. Finally, at Su Yang's invitation, Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan went to the RF Seafood Hotel with them for dinner. In the largest VIP room of RF Seafood Hotel, there is a large round table that can seat 30 or 40 people. Su Yang and his friends were in a harmonious atmosphere, toasting each other. Most of the people present had never dreamed that they would come to the most expensive seafood hotel in the East China Sea to eat, and they were grateful for Su Yang's generosity. Mr. Su, did you enjoy your drinking tonight? I'll give you 4 more bottles of red wine and 4 more bottles of white wine. Hotel General Manager Lu Mei came to the private room and said to Su Yang. Although this meal was not the Fumeng set meal, it was large in quantity and cost nearly 5 million yuan. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Lu Mei's consumption rebate. The consumption was 80,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 78.56%, the cashback was 7,856 times, the amount received was 628,480,000 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. Su Yang naturally praised the food. Boss Lu, you've come just in time. Let me introduce you to our company's senior leaders. This is the company's administrative and personnel director, Luo Nalan. Su Yang introduced to Lu Mei. Nice to meet you. Luo Nalan and Lu Mei shook hands politely. This is Yao Siyu, my secretary. And the company's president, Ouyang Weining, you two knew each other before. Then Su Yang briefly introduced the Thunder Guard. Thank you very much, Chairman Su, for your support to our hotel. You are all welcome to visit us often. We will definitely give you the lowest discount. Lu Mei said with a smile. Mr. Lu, I intend to sign a customer agreement with your RF Seafood Hotel. In the future, when our company's employees consume at your hotel, the discounts they enjoy will be specifically written down, including the company's banquet services, Su Yang said to Lu Mei. That's great, that's exactly what I was thinking. Lu Mei said with a smile. Although she had only known Su Yang for a short time, in this short period of time, she was able to often invite wealthy and powerful guests to dine here, and they were all very influential figures in Donghai City, such as the legend in the business world, Senior Ouyang, and Chairman Zhou Buiyuan of Hongding Group. So Su Yang assigned the matter to Luo Nalan, the Administrative and Human Resources Director. However, there was no need to rush. After all, Ouyang Weining and Luo Nalan were still busy recruiting staff and registering the company. After the company completes the registration, it will naturally have to sign an agreement with the RF Seafood Hotel in the name of the company. Director Luo, thank you for your hard work on this matter. Su Yang said to Luo Nalan. No problem. After the company registration is completed in the next few days and the legal affairs director arrives at the post, I will immediately promote the signing of the agreement. Luo Nalan replied. Lu Mei naturally had no objection to this. There were still some details to be discussed before signing the agreement. Then she left the box to avoid disturbing their team's dinner. Chapter 28, Lost Everything. After dinner, Ouyang Weining and Luo Nalan drove away separately. Su Yang told the Thunder Guards to stay in the hotel for the time being. If nothing goes wrong, they would all have their accommodation problems solved by tomorrow. The Thunder Guards had no objection to this. They already had their own rented houses. Of course, it would be best if the company provided accommodation, as this would also save some money. Just as Su Yang and his friends were about to leave, a woman's heart-wrenching cry for help was heard from the street in the distance. Following the sound, I saw 4 big men in black stopping a scantily clad, seductive woman. The woman was staggering, as if drunk, and kept pushing away the big men in black who were blocking her way, shouting for help. However, passers-by around pointed and talked, but were afraid of the power of the 4 big men and did not dare to step forward to help. Drag her to the secret alley in front. A man sneered and ordered the 4 big men. Yes, Mr. Meng. So 4 big men in black carried the woman and headed towards a dimly lit alley not far away. Su Yang saw the familiar figure from afar, Meng Junying. At this time, the Thunder Guards had obviously also noticed this scene. Their eyes were filled with anger, and they wanted to rush over and beat these scums up, so they looked at Su Yang. Xinglong couldn't help but say, Captain, we want to rescue that girl. All the team members nodded in agreement. Su Yang could understand the feelings of these former veterans who could not tolerate the dregs of society. Moreover, it was time to teach Meng Junying a lesson. Did he really think he was the underground king of Donghai City? Okay. Xinglong, Baihu, Suzaku, and Xuanwu, the 4 of you go help the girl and educate those social scums. I'll give you 5 minutes. Su Yang said to the 4 team leaders. Yes. As Su Yang finished speaking, 4 figures flew out like sharp swords and headed straight for the dark alley. Everyone else get in the car and wait. Su Yang continued. So a group of people sat in the car, waiting for the return of the 4 team captains. Now that they were there, it would only take a few minutes to solve the problem. In the dark alley, there was a big man in black guarding each side, not allowing anyone to enter. In the middle of the alley, Meng Junying pressed the woman against the wall, and no matter how much the woman begged, he remained indifferent. Just as Meng Junying was about to take another step forward, he was startled when 4 of his men were thrown towards him. I saw 4 figures surrounding me from both sides. Are you looking for death? Do you know who I am? I am from the Dihao group. With a slap, one of them interrupted Meng Juning's words with a slap. In fact, they had naturally heard of this rich second generation of the Dihao group. He was notorious and did all kinds of evil. He had bullied countless young girls. It would have been fine if they hadn't met him before, but today they must teach him a bloody lesson. Meng Juning was stunned by the slap. No one had ever dared to slap him since he was a child. He was so angry that he threatened, "No matter who you are dead. I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you." However, what greeted him was a violent storm. Seeing this, the girl next to him fled away in a hurry. At this time, Zhu Kei kicked Meng Juning directly between his legs, and a heart-wrenching scream resounded throughout the street. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise looked at the indifferent Suzaku and were stunned. They mourned for Meng Juning in their hearts. They seemed to have heard the sound of eggs breaking just now. "What are you looking at? Let's go." Zhu Kei glanced at the three people coldly. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise couldn't help but tighten their legs, then ran away, with Suzaku following closely behind. Only Meng Juning and four men in black were left wailing on the ground. Su Yan listened to the screams coming from the alley and couldn't help but be surprised at the methods of the 14 leaders. They really had their own way. After a while, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise returned. Su Yang checked the time and said, "Not bad, you guys have finished it in just 3 minutes. By the way, what did you do to Meng Juning? Why does his voice sound so miserable?" Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise couldn't help but look at Suzaku, and Suzaku looked up at the sky, so Su Yang and a group of people followed suit and looked up at the sky, but they couldn't see anything. "What does this mean?" Su Yang asked, puzzled. This operation can be summed up in 4 words: nothing happened, nothing gained. Baihu explained to him. Everything is lost? Su Yan couldn't help but think of something, and then looked at Zhu Kei, who was looking up at the sky with a proud face. Awesome! Su Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Then a group of people drove away. As for Meng Juning's ending, Su Yan thought it was what he deserved, otherwise, who knows how many more girls next door would have been harmed by him. In a hospital in Donghai City. The doctor was sweating profusely. He had tried his best, but was powerless to save the patient. Lying on the hospital bed, Meng Juning still looked pale and terrified. "Doctor, how is my son?" At this time, a deep and majestic voice asked in the ward. This man was dressed in a suit and looked dignified. He was Meng Qingde, the chairman of the Dihao group and also Meng Juning's father. "Son, don't worry, we will definitely cure you." A woman lay in front of the hospital bed, holding Meng Juning's hand tightly. "Chairman Meng, please forgive me for being unable to help. Young Master Meng's private parts were severely injured this time, and the possibility of recovery is low." Meng Qingde's face twitched fiercely when he heard this. This is his only son. How will he carry on the family line in the future? Meng Juning's face was ashen and his eyes were dull. The woman in front of the bed also cried heartbrokenly when she heard this. "Is there no other way?" Meng Qingde said in a hoarse voice. The doctor shook his head helplessly. "You doctors are so useless." The woman cursed. "Don't be afraid, son. Even if I have to take you to find doctors all over the world, I will definitely cure you." The woman cried and asked Meng Qingde to book a plane ticket. She wanted to take her son abroad to seek medical treatment. Die, I want them all to die." Meng Juning, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly roared madly. "Son, don't worry and go with your mother to seek medical treatment. I will definitely find them and avenge you," Meng Qingde said gloomily. Although he knew that the cause of the incident was that his son bullied a girl, he would not tolerate anyone else hurting his son. It was precisely because of this protection that Meng Juning became arrogant and domineering and acted without scruples. Of course, this matter could not be handled by the police, but he believed that as long as those people were still in Donghai City, with his power, he would be able to find them and skin them alive. Chapter 29. This girl can't be kept. The next day, Yao Siyu was arranged by Su Yang to return to the company to lead the Thunder Guards for training. However, the venue was limited after all, and as the number of personnel increased, it was necessary to build a special training base. So Yao Siyu was asked to discuss with the 14 leaders of the Thunder Guard and come up with a base construction plan. Su Yang simply bought some fruits at a fruit store near the villa area and prepared to visit the home of the chairman of the Hongding Group to discuss the purchase of 2 houses. Their home happened to be in the villa area of Dongdu Yaoyuan, which was not far away, so they decided to walk there. Early in the morning, Zhou Wen was woken up by her mother, who told her to dress up nicely today. She couldn't help but glance at her mother with resentment. Was she in a hurry to get herself married? Su Yang is here today to discuss business, not for a blind date. But in the end, I couldn't resist my mother, so I had to get up and start washing and dressing. Mom, what day is it today? Why are you up so early and busy? A lazy voice came from the second floor. It was Zhou Boyuan's son, Zhou Juanhao, who is currently the general manager of Hongding Group. His management ability is quite similar to his father's. Today, Mr. Su Yang, chairman of Phylong Global Strategic Group, is visiting our home to discuss the sale of 2 buildings, so naturally we have to give him a grand welcome. Mrs. Zhou explained to her son with a smile. Zhou Juanhao suddenly understood what was going on after hearing this. He naturally knew that Su Yang had purchased their crown building for a high price of 2 billion some time ago, which solved their current urgent cash flow problem. He did not expect that he would now purchase 2 more houses. Such a big deal. Based on the selling price of their property, the 2 buildings would cost at least 500 to 600 million. At this time, Zhou Juanhao received a call from his father Zhou Boyuan, asking him to go to the company first to organize a special meeting of the group's senior management to discuss the buildings that could be sold and specific strategies, and to submit a written plan before 9:30 in the morning. When Su Yang strolled to a villa, it was the home of the chairman of Hongding Group. Su Yang rang the doorbell. When Mrs. Zhou saw it was Su Yang, she hurriedly asked Zhou Wen to go and greet him. When Su Yang saw Zhou Wen, his eyes lit up. Zhou Wen was wearing a red suspender skirt with a petal-shaped hem, a pair of red high heels, and a fancy necklace and a pair of pearl earrings on her chest. She was full of passion and charm. Unlike the professional suit she wears at work, it's obvious that she's been dressed up, but it's really pretty. Zhou Wen, you look so beautiful today. Su Yang praised without reservation. When have I not been beautiful? Zhou Wen glared at Su Yang viciously. Ah, you still have the same temper. Su Yang was speechless. But, you are dressed so beautifully today, are you interested in me? Su Yang teased. Zhou Wen said disdainfully, if it weren't for the mother's pressure, she wouldn't bother getting up so early to put on makeup. Su Yang and Zhou Wen talked as they walked, and soon they arrived at the living room. At this time, Zhou Boyuan, Mrs. Zhou and Zhou Juanhao were already waiting here and warmly welcomed Su Yang into the living room. Everyone sat on the sofa and started chatting. Zhou Juanhao stared at Su Yang, this young man who was 2 years younger than him. He was indeed handsome and approachable. He had billions of wealth but was not corrupted by money at all and still maintained his original intention. Mrs. Zhou winked at Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen reluctantly picked up a cup of tea, walked in front of Su Yang, and bowed 90 degrees. Chairman Su, please have some tea. When Zhou Wen bowed, Su Yang inadvertently caught a glimpse of her majestic cleavage and swallowed in embarrassment. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Zhou Wen's consumption rebate, consumption of 40,000 yuan, sincerity index 70.89%, cashback 7,089 times, the amount received 283,560,000 yuan, has been credited. What a nice smell, great tea. I've never tasted such good tea. Su Yang stared at Zhou Wen with an intoxicated look on his face and praised. I don't know whether this praise is for tea or for Zhou Wen. In fact, Su Yang was really surprised. What kind of tea was this? It was so expensive. This tea is. Zhou Boyuan was about to explain. Zhou Wen said, if you like it, I'll give you 2 boxes. She thought that no one at home liked to drink this tea, so if Su Yang liked it, she could give it to him. In her opinion, 2 boxes of tea were not worth much anyway. Zhou Boyuan wanted to say something but stopped himself, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He usually couldn't bear to drink this tea. He spent several million to buy 4 boxes at the beginning. He took it out specially to entertain Su Yang this time. He didn't expect his daughter to give him 2 boxes casually. This is more than 2 million. Is it really true that we can't keep this girl anymore? Zhou Juanhao also had a surprised expression on his face. This sister was really generous to Su Yang. Once, he secretly made a cup of tea and was severely beaten by his father. Zhou Wen looked at her father and brother with strange expressions and was confused. Since young friend Su Yang likes it, and my daughter is willing to give it to you, there is naturally no problem. Zhou Boyuan quickly adjusted his mentality and laughed. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Zhou Wen's consumption rebate, consumption 2,200,000 yuan, sincerity index 70.89%, cashback 7,089 times, the amount received 1,559,580,000 yuan, has been credited. When he heard the system voice, Su Yang was shocked. This was the largest amount of money that the system had ever released. Looking at the display on his mobile phone showing that more than 15.5 billion yuan had been received, Su Yang was so excited that he wanted to kiss Zhou Wen twice. Thank you very much, Uncle Zhou, Miss Zhou. Su Yang smiled happily, and even changed the way he addressed Zhou Boyuan to call him uncle directly. Zhou Boyuan was also stunned when he heard this address, but he laughed casually. It was obvious that Su Yang's relationship with them had taken a step further. Afterwards, they began to discuss the sales plan for the two buildings, and Zhou Juanhao brought out the sales plan and prices for the two buildings. After a quick look, Su Yang found that both houses were located in Dongdu Yaoyuan, and they were two complete buildings that were not for sale to the public. As for the price, it was discounted by 10% based on the market price, and the final total price was 560 million yuan. Uncle Zhou, I'm honored by your warm hospitality today, especially the 2 boxes of tea sent by the beautiful Zhou, which are worth more than 2 million. Uncle Zhou agreed without blinking. Uncle Zhou is so generous, so I can't be stingy. The price of the two buildings will be calculated according to the market price of 630 million. Su Yang thought for a while and said seriously. Zhou Wen opened her sexy cherry mouth in surprise when she heard this. She was surprised that the tea was so expensive? No wonder her father and brother looked like that just now, no wonder they didn't drink it normally. Seeing Su Yang's serious expression, Zhou Boyuan stopped being pretentious and made the decision happily. Zhou Juanhao also admired Su Yang. He actually raised the price by 70 million. This was another 70 million for free to the Zhou family. Was it because of the more than 2 million tea leaves given by his sister? Or was it because of his sister? Chapter 30. Is it polite? After the sale of the two buildings was settled, Zhou Boyuan invited Su Yang to the restaurant, where he saw a table full of delicious food. At the dinner table, Zhou Boyuan, who rarely drinks, also picked up his glass, and the atmosphere was very lively. It can be seen that everyone is in a very good mood. If nothing unexpected happens, all three men will get drunk. If it were normal, Mrs. Zhou would definitely discipline Zhou Boyuan and Zhou Juanhao and would never let them drink so much, but today is indeed a happy day, so she let them indulge themselves for once. In the end, Su Yang could drink more alcohol, and Zhou Boyuan and Zhou Juanhao fell down drunk, and were sent back to their rooms by Mrs. Zhou to rest. Su Yang also began to feel dizzy, and with the help of Zhou Wen, he sat down on the sofa. My dear Su Yang, what do you think of our Zhou Wen? Mrs. Zhou asked the drunk Su Yang with a smile. Good, good, so majestic. Su Yang said vaguely, and then fell asleep on the sofa, with his head resting on Zhou Wen's legs intentionally or unintentionally. Zhou Wen blushed and couldn't help muttering, "You bastard." Mrs. Zhou was laughing secretly. Wen, help Su Yang to your room to rest first. You can't let him sleep on the sofa, otherwise it will be very rude. Just as Zhou Wen was about to refuse, she was held back by Mrs. Zhou's gaze. Is it polite to come into my room and sleep on my bed? Zhou Wen gritted her teeth in her heart, feeling that her mother wanted to sell her out. Lying on the soft bed, Su Yang seemed to be integrated into the clouds, with a faint fragrance in his nostrils. At this moment, he was awakened by the ringing of a cell phone. Su Yang picked up the phone with sleepy eyes and saw that there were 7 or 8 missed calls. Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan had called him several times respectively. Su Yang perked up and quickly called Ouyang Weining. President Ouyang, is there anything urgent? Su Yang asked anxiously. Mr. Su, I thought you were kidnapped and lost contact. Ouyang Weining couldn't help but sneer when she heard Su Yang's voice just after waking up. Well, isn't this a social event? It solves the accommodation problem for employees in the future, Su Yang explained with a smile, and then briefly talked about the 2 buildings purchased. Okay, I'm calling you mainly because I interviewed several key positions in the company today, including CFO, Legal Director, Contract Director, and Technical or D Director, and we're waiting for you to make a decision. Ouyang Weining said. From now on, the appointment of these personnel will be decided by you, President Ouyang. I trust you. Su Yang said. He was just a formality in the past. After all, he didn't know much about various aspects of the business. Ouyang Weining didn't expect Su Yang to delegate so much power to her, and he was not afraid that she would find a group of people with connections. However, she was still happy that he trusted her so much. Of course, for these key positions, Ouyang Weining and Luo Nalan still spent a lot of energy on screening and background checks. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang took a look at the environment in the room and realized that he was not in his room. He only remembered that he was drunk. After walking out of the room, I was still in Zhou Buiyuan's house, and it went without saying that this woman's boudoir was Zhou Wan. However, there was no one in the living room, so Su Yang called Zhou Wan. "What? You woke up so soon?" Zhou Wan's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Well, I was woken up by the phone call." "Where are you?" Su Yang asked. "I'm in the courtyard, tidying up my little garden. Would you like to come and take a look?" Zhou Wan said. So Su Yang came to the courtyard and saw a flower garden in the distance. Two figures were busy there. At this time, the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the mother and daughter, which had a different charm. "Su Yang, are you awake? Are you hungry? Auntie will cook for you." Mrs. Zhou asked with a smile when she saw Su Yang coming. "Auntie, it's no trouble. I'll be back soon." "Where are Uncle Zhou and the others?" Su Yang asked. "They can't drink much, so they probably won't wake up until night. You can chat with Wenwen first, and when you leave later, let Wenwen take you back." After Mrs. Zhou finished speaking, she left, leaving time and space to them. "How about my garden?" Zhou Wan boasted. These flowers were all planted by herself. Su Yang had to admit that Zhou Wan was quite talented in gardening. The garden was well maintained with flowers, trees, and plants arranged in an orderly manner, the flowers competing for beauty and the fragrance filling the air, which was intoxicating. "If you have time, please help me cultivate a garden," Su Yang said. "No problem." After getting Su Yang's approval, Zhou Wan happily agreed. After the two chatted for a while, Su Yang prepared to go back, as he felt embarrassed to stay here for dinner. "Let me take you there. Although the distance is not far, it will take 20 to 30 minutes to walk there, and you just woke up from being drunk." After Zhou Wan said that, she went to get the car and asked Su Yang to wait at the gate. After a while, Su Yang, who was standing at the door, saw Zhou Wan riding a small electric scooter, wobbling and speeding towards him, with her hair flying. "I thought you were driving?" Su Yang asked in surprise. "It just so happens that the cars have been taken for maintenance. We live in the same villa area and the distance is not far. How can it be as comfortable as riding an electric bike and enjoying the breeze? You should be content, right? If you really don't like it, you can just walk back by yourself." Zhou Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes and said. "Okay, but I have to ride your bike to give you a ride," Su Yang said. He had just seen Zhou Wan riding a bike, staggering from side to side. It was obvious that she was a novice. He didn't dare to put his life in Zhou Wan's hands. "No, are you looking down on me? Although I just learned how to ride this electric bike, my skills are still good." Zhou Wan was immediately angry. She actually looked down on her. She could ride a bike with 4 wheels, but she didn't believe that she couldn't ride 2 wheels. Su Yang finally got on the electric car reluctantly, his hands naturally supporting Zhou Wan's slender waist. Zhou Wan shuddered all over and almost fell over with her car. "You hooligan, don't touch me, hold on to the electric scooter with both hands." Zhou Wan snorted with a flushed face. Su Yang couldn't help but let go of his hands in dismay, muttering, "I just think it's safer this way." The electric car moved in an S-curve all the way. At this moment, Su Yang was sober and his mind was clearer than ever. Hold on to the handlebars with both hands," Su Yang reminded fearfully. "Shut up, I know how to ride," Zhou Wan said, gritting her teeth. At this moment, sweat was already streaming down her forehead, and it was obvious that riding was not easy. "Be careful, there's a rock ahead." As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Zhou Wan rushed forward. As a result, the electric vehicle lost balance instantly and fell onto the grass beside it. Su Yang rolled onto the grass in a flash, holding Zhou Wan. Zhou Wan was still in shock and patted her chest with both hands. The next moment he was stunned, and could not help but stare at Su Yang with wide eyes, an expression full of disbelief. "Ah, you stinking hooligan!" Zhou Wan burst out with unprecedented strength at this moment, pushed Su Yang down in an instant, and scratched him with the 9-in white bone claw. Chapter 31: Being Underestimated. Su Yang deeply realized how powerful a woman's explosive power was. If he had not reacted quickly and protected his face with his hands, he would have been disfigured. Just look at the bloody scratches on his hands. Su Yang explained again and again that his behavior was unconscious, and he spoke until his mouth was dry. Only then did Zhou Wen forgive his rudeness. To express his apology, he had to treat her to barbecue and milk tea. However, this time, it was Su Yang who rode the bike with Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen did not force it. After all, she had to ride on the street with heavy traffic, and she lost confidence all of a sudden. However, she still stubbornly believed that it was Su Yang who was too heavy, which caused her unstable center of gravity when riding the bike. Along the way, Su Yang rode his bike facing the evening breeze, feeling indescribably comfortable. From time to time, two soft lumps pressed against his back, making him feel like he was floating in the air. Su Yang and Zhou Wen came to a barbecue restaurant and sat down at a low table. Zhou Wen drank the milk tea she had just bought and asked Su Yang to order barbecue. Su Yang knows how to eat barbecue. Pancakes and green onions are indispensable, otherwise it will lack soul. Zhou Wen, on the other hand, was much more elegant when eating barbecue, chewing each skewer slowly. Zhou Wen, this is not the way you eat barbecue. Su Yang said, picked up a small pancake, took off a skewer of meat, rolled it with a scallion, and handed it to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at it and shook her head. She didn't like eating onions because they left a bad taste in her mouth. Try it, this is the correct way to eat barbecue, Su Yang advised. In the end, Zhou Wen couldn't resist Su Yang and took the burrito he handed over. Hey, isn't this the rich lady Zhou Wen? How come she has fallen to the point of eating junk food from roadside stalls? A sarcastic voice suddenly came. I saw a woman, wearing heavy makeup, a miniskirt, and high heels, walking up to Zhou Wen with a man. I like it, it's none of your business, Zhou Wen replied coldly, while biting the pancake that Su Yang had rolled for her. Hey, this loser is your boyfriend, right? Riding this broken electric scooter? I guess he really doesn't have the money to treat you to a big meal. I feel sorry for you. You missed out on Shui Kongcheng, the tall, rich and handsome man. But now that you have kicked this loser away, maybe he will give you a chance. The woman continued to speak coldly. If it weren't for Zhou Wen, the tall, rich and handsome man might have been captured by her. Li Chun, don't look down on others. My boyfriend's fart is worth more than you. And this electric bike is new one I bought, Zhou Wen said coldly to Li Chun. It seems that you have practiced your talking skills a lot in recent years. There will be a class reunion in a few days. Everyone will bring their partner. And it will be organized by your ex-boyfriend, Shui Kongcheng, who is now tall, rich and handsome. It will be at the RF Seafood Hotel. Take your loser boyfriend to see the world. Otherwise, your loser boyfriend may never be able to afford to eat the seafood there in his life. After Li Chun finished speaking, she took the man's arm and left with a twist of her hips. From beginning to end, the man next to Li Chun didn't say a word. He just looked at Su Yang with eyes full of contempt and a hint of envy. It was really infuriating that such a loser could be with a beauty like Zhou Wen. After Li Chun and the others left. It's so unlucky that I met her while having a barbecue. Don't take what she says to heart, Zhou Wen muttered unhappily. Su Yang smiled and shook his head. He would not bother with such a clown. However, your gathering does have a lot of stories, Su Yang said. He could hear some tension in the woman's words just now. It's nothing, actually. It's just that my ex-boyfriend Shui Kongcheng was cheating on me. Later, I found out and we broke up. But now, he still pesters me. It's so annoying, Zhou Wen said angrily. Then his eyes lit up, staring at Su Yang and said, why don't you go to the party in a few days and pretend to be my boyfriend? This way, you can show up in public and make those who covet me give up. Su Yang was speechless. These were the same old routines in life. People with a little money liked to show off. He ate the RF Seafood Hotel as a home-cooked meal. Their general manager always gave him 2 bottles of good wine. Did he show off? Was he proud? Okay, is there an appearance fee? Su Yang said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen stared at Su Yang with murderous eyes and asked, have you forgotten what you did to me today? Su Yang instantly felt the temperature around him drop. He glanced at the scratches on his hands and silently picked up a skewer of barbecue. He could not afford to offend them, but at least it would be fine for free. After eating, let's go home quickly, otherwise my mother will nag us again, Zhou Wen sighed helplessly. Afterwards, Su Yang rode an electric bike and took Zhou Wen home. Originally, Joan planned to send Su Yang home first and then ride back by herself. But Su Yang was really worried about her driving skills, so he decided to send her home and then walk back by himself. When Joan returned home, her parents and brother were sitting in the living room waiting for her. Well, Su Yang insisted on treating me to dinner that night, and I had no choice but to agree. That's why I came back so late. Joan explained to her mother. No, how could you come back right after dinner? Wouldn't it be nice to go watch a midnight movie or something? It's not even 10 p.m. yet, why are you back? Mrs. Zhou peppered her with soul-searching questions. Joan was stunned. Isn't it too late to come back at 2200 hours? In the past, if I came home at this time, wouldn't you always scold me? Let me tell you, Su Yang is a good young man. I have never missed a good one. You must cherish the opportunity. Mrs. Zhou said earnestly. Under the intimidation of her mother, Joan nodded helplessly, then hurried back to her room. Lying on the bed, she could still seem to smell the masculine scent of Su Yang. Thinking of how Su Yang had taken advantage of her today, she couldn't help but blush. After Su Yang returned to the villa, a beautiful figure was waiting for him in the living room. See you, why are you here? Haven't you rested yet? Su Yang asked puzzledly. Master, I haven't seen you all day and I was worried about you, so I came here to wait for you. Yao Siyu said quietly. Su Yang smiled and said, You have seen my strength, haven't you? Most people are no match for me, don't worry. But master, I haven't competed with you yet. I will only feel at ease if you defeat me. Yao Siyu said to Su Yang with affection. You must have a showdown, right? Come on. Su Yang said as he carried Yao Siyu into the room. But tonight, it is not peaceful. The 14 leaders of the Thunder Guard, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke and Xuanwu, were besieged by nearly 100 people. Although the four were extremely powerful, they were still outnumbered in the face of so many people, each holding steel pipes as thick as their arms. In the end, only Baihu rushed out under the cover of the three of them. Chapter 32 Storm. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. Su Yang was practicing martial arts with Yao Siyu on the bed when suddenly the phone rang. Su Yang took a glance and found that it was Baihu calling. Could something happen so late at night? So Su Yang answered the phone. Captain, it's bad, Qinglong, Zhuke and Xuanwu have been captured. Baihu's hurried voice came over the phone. What? Su Yang was shocked when he heard that. What's going on? Su Yang asked with a frown. So Baihu briefly recounted the incident of being besieged by hundreds of people tonight, and that this incident was most likely manipulated by the Dihao group behind the scenes. Su Yang didn't expect that the Dihao group was so powerful that they tracked down the 4 captains of the Thunder Guard in just one day. Immediately notify all members of the Thunder Guard to gather at the Crown Building for an emergency meeting, and bring any weapons they can with them. Su Yang ordered Baihu. At this moment, he did not dare to call the police rashly, otherwise the other party might be desperate and kill Qinglong, Zhuke and Xuanwu directly. Master, is there an accident? Yao Siyu asked with concern. Talk as we walk. Yao Siyu drove a Rolls-Royce with Su Yang and sped towards the Crown Building. When Su Yang and his team arrived, the members of the Thunder Guard were already lined up neatly and waiting. They had learned from Baihu that the other 3 team leaders had been captured, and they were all filled with indignation. Captain, Vice Captain. When Baihu saw Su Yang and Yao Siyu coming together, he hurried to meet them. What's the situation now? Has the other party contacted you? Su Yang said. Currently Qinglong, Suzaku and Xuanwu have been controlled by them and are being held in an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. Give me half an hour to get there, otherwise they will kill Qinglong and the others. Baihu replied hurriedly. Su Yang glanced at the Thunder Guards. Since they had just been formed, they had not been equipped with any equipment yet. Each of them was holding a wooden stick or an iron stick. Su Yang felt a toothache when he saw it. He did not expect that it would happen so suddenly. But no matter what, Qinglong, Suzaku and Xuanwu must be rescued. It seems that this time he has to face the Dihao group directly. He originally wanted to wait until the company is on the right track, suppress it economically first, and gradually disintegrate the Dihao group, but now time does not allow it. Everyone get in the car and go. Su Yang said. So a Rolls-Royce and a luxury bus rushed to the abandoned factory in the suburbs in the dark night. At this time, Qinglong, Zhuke and Xuanwu were suspended in the air in the abandoned factory, covered in blood. When they saw Su Yang, Yao Xiu, and Bai Hu appear with the Thunder Guards, they were moved but also worried about their safety. After all, the other side had an absolute advantage in numbers, with as many as 100 people. Su Yang couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw that they were still alive. Ha ha! I didn't expect that you guys are so loyal. You actually come here together to die. A bald man laughed wildly. He is the leader of the gangsters in Donghai City, known as the Crazy Demon. There is another person standing next to him, Meng Qingde, the chairman of Dihao Group, who wants to avenge his son personally. Who is the leader among you guys? The Mad Demon roared at the Thunder Guards. Su Yang stood in front without hesitation, staring at Quang Ma and Meng Qingde coldly. Meng Qingde, you are the helmsman of the Dihao Group and a leading entrepreneur. It would be fine if you didn't benefit the people, but you actually colluded with social hooligans and scum, harmed the people, and allowed your son to harm young girls. Today, my Thunder Guard will eliminate this harm for the people. Su Yang said angrily. Ha ha! With your strength, you want to get rid of harm for the people? I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death? The madman laughed. It was the first time he encountered such an interesting thing. Meng Qingde waved his hand to signal the Crazy Demon not to speak. He stared at Su Yang coldly, ignored Su Yang's words, and just said angrily, "They are all your people? So you let them hurt my son? Humph, what a joke. Given the evil things your son has done, anyone can punish him without any excuse." Su Yang said righteously. Who are you? What grudge do you have against my son? Meng Qingde continued to ask. He had to get to the bottom of these things. Although the 20 or so people in front of him were few in number, their momentum overwhelmed the more than 100 people, which made him feel uneasy. Who am I? I am the embodiment of justice. Su Yang laughed. Thunder Guards, listen up, what is your purpose? Guard the mission, promote the benefits of the world, and eliminate the harm of the world. The deafening voice resounded throughout the night. Kill. Su Yang gave an order and rushed forward, followed by Yao Xiu and Bai Hu. Do you really think I, the Mad Demon, am made of paper? Brothers, come on. The Mad Demon roared and rushed towards Su Yang and others. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle and the scene fell into chaos. Bai Hu, you go and deal with Qinglong and the others, and I will deal with the Mad Demon. Su Yang said to Bai Hu. Upon hearing this, Bai Hu immediately led people to rescue Qinglong and the others. As for Captain Su Yang, he was not too worried. After all, the four of them could only barely match the captain. Although Mad Demon also had some abilities, he was definitely no match for Su Yang. Meng Qingde stood on a high place, quietly watching the melee in front of him. He had to say that the 20 people on the opposite side were indeed powerful and were not at a disadvantage at all, especially that Su Yang. The madman could not help but retreat step by step in his hands. If it were not for the help of many younger brothers around him, he would probably have been defeated. It seems like I've hit a wall this time. But you're going to destroy my son's ability to carry on the family line. Even if you're a solid block of iron, you'll have to kick a hole in it. Meng Qingde murmured gloomily. The Mad Demon who was in the fierce battle was kicked to the ground by Su Yang. Come on, kill him. The demon roared at his younger brother with a sinister look on his face. He didn't expect this guy, who looked so white and tender, to be so powerful. So he secretly took out a dagger and waited for an opportunity to strike. Yao Xiu was always paying attention to the situation on Su Yang's side. Seeing Su Yang's great power, she was relieved. However, when she glanced at the Mad Demon, she was shocked. She saw that the Mad Demon had secretly circled behind Su Yang with a dagger in his hand. Master, be careful. Yao Xiu shouted urgently and pounced over. Go to hell. The demon roared. When Su Yang reacted, he saw that the madman's dagger had already stabbed into Yao Xiu's abdomen, and the blood instantly dyed her clothes red. Su Yang was furious and roared, then kicked the madman in the chest with almost all his strength. The Mad Demon was kicked out, knocking down several of his minions along the way, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Meng Qingde, who was far away, frowned when he saw this scene. It seemed that he had to take action himself. He slowly took out a pistol from behind him. He had spent a lot of effort to get this pistol. Bump! A gunshot shocked everyone. Meng Qingde was also stunned. He hadn't even had time to fire his gun, so how could there be a gunshot? However, immediately afterwards, there was the sound of urgent sirens, and a large number of armed police officers with guns surrounded all of them. Everyone inside, listen up. Put down your weapons and put your hands on your heads. Chapter 33: A Painful Lesson. The armed police force suddenly appeared, pointing their guns at both sides in the melee with live ammunition. The melee at the scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone squat down and put your hands on your head. This time, no one dared to hesitate. They all squatted down and held their heads. Meng Qingde quietly hid his pistol in a secret corner, and then calmly walked towards the armed police force, feeling fearless. With his relationship with the police chief and the fact that he was a guest of honor of some leaders of the municipal government, these people had to be polite to him. Help! Su Yang picked up Yao Siyu in panic and shouted to the armed police. At this time, a cold and beautiful woman walked out from the armed police. She was the captain of this operation. She took one look at Yao Siyu, who was injured in the abdomen, and signaled to send her to the hospital for treatment. Su Yang originally wanted to accompany Yao Siyu to the hospital, but was stopped. He could only suppress his worry. At this time, Meng Qingde walked towards the female captain of the armed police with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to reach out to say hello, he never expected that several black muzzles of guns were immediately pointed at his head. Don't get me wrong. I just want to say hello to your captain. I'm Meng Qingde, the chairman of the Dihao Group. I'm a friend of the Public Security Bureau chief and a guest of honor of some leaders of the municipal government. Meng Qingde introduced himself calmly. With the network of relationships he has built up in Donghai City over decades, everyone would give him some face. Are you Meng Qingde? The female captain had a cold expression and an equally cold voice. Yes, it's me. Meng Qingde felt proud. It seemed that this group of people also knew his name. The female captain gave a look, and two armed police officers kicked Meng Qingde in the knees, shouting at the same time, "Hold your head with your hands, be quiet." Meng Qingde was kicked to his knees and instantly became furious. He had never been humiliated like this in Donghai City. How dare you do this to me? I hope you won't regret it. Meng Qingde said as he was about to take out his cell phone to call for help, but was kicked away by the armed police. Don't waste your energy. We're going to arrest you this time. No one can protect you with those relationships you mentioned. The female captain snorted coldly. How is this possible? Meng Qingde couldn't help but open his eyes wide, full of disbelief. The person who came had bad intentions, and he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. He knew that if some of the things he had done in the past were discovered, the consequences would be self-evident. Everyone at the scene has been taken away. The seriously injured have been sent to the hospital for treatment. The sudden appearance of the armed police also surprised Su Yang, because they did not call the police, and from the words of the female captain just now, it can be judged that their main goal should be to arrest Meng Qingde, the chairman of Dihao Group. Captain, a pistol was found. The female captain took a quick look and said, "Take him back for fingerprint testing." Meng Qingde, who was being escorted forward, staggered when he heard that the pistol had been discovered. The Dihao Group was doomed. Su Yang was also scared. He didn't expect Meng Qingde and his men to have guns. Fortunately, the armed police arrived in time, otherwise they might have been killed here tonight. He couldn't help but blame himself for being too naive. He thought he could ignore the enemy just because he had some strength, but the opponent only needed one shot to take his life. Moreover, many members of the Thunder Guard were seriously injured, and Yao Siyu was stabbed while trying to save her. Perhaps since the introduction of the super-rich cashback system, she has become more and more arrogant without realizing it, and thinks she can do anything. It is time to reflect on herself and never underestimate any opponent in the future. Inside the interrogation room. Sitting opposite Su Yan was the cool and beautiful female captain. Tell the whole story from beginning to end. The female captain said calmly. So Su Yang recounted the whole incident from beginning to end. Next time you encounter something like this, don't be too blind or impulsive. You have to believe in the power of the people's police, said the female captain. Su Yang kept nodding his head in agreement. By the way, who was that beautiful woman who blocked the knife for you? Don't worry, the knife didn't hit any vital parts and your life is not in danger. The female captain suddenly asked. Hearing that Yao Siyu was fine, I finally felt relieved. Yao Siyu is the deputy captain of my Thunder Guard, as well as my personal bodyguard and company secretary. Su Yang replied. Oh? I hope so, said the female captain coldly. Su Yang was slightly stunned. What does this female captain mean? Is she interested in me? Now the chairman of the Dihao Group, Meng Qingda, and all the related personnel have been arrested, but his wife and son happen to be receiving treatment abroad and escaped. But without the Dihao Group, they can't make any waves, so you have nothing to worry about. You can take your people and leave now, said the female captain meaningfully. Su Yang's heart moved slightly, and he felt that this female captain seemed to be deliberately helping him, but he didn't know why. After all, he had never met this woman before, and he didn't even know her name now. Thank you. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. I will do my best to help you, Su Yang said sincerely. When Su Yang and Baihu and the others walked out of the interrogation room, it was already past 4 o'clock in the morning. As for Qinglong, Zhuke and Xuanwu, they were severely injured by Meng Qingda and the others and had been sent to the hospital for treatment. Baihu, come with me to the hospital to visit Yao Xiyu, Qinglong and others. Everyone else go home and rest, Su Yang said. Yes, everyone agreed. Although Su Yang had learned that Yao Xiyu was no longer in danger, he still couldn't wait to rush to the hospital, wanting to be with her in person, this woman who was willing to risk her own life for him. Seeing Su Yang leaving, the female captain of the armed police walked to an empty corner and made a phone call. Hello, Xiaotong, it's done. The Dihao Group will no longer exist, but it's a pity that Meng Qingda's wife and son escaped. And the man you mentioned, Su Yang, happened to be leading his men tonight in a fight with Meng Qingda, Kuang Ma, and a group of other land hooligans. Fortunately, I arrived in time. The female captain recounted the whole incident over the phone. Why is he so impulsive? Oh, I'm glad he's okay. A worried voice came from the phone. It was Wang Xiaotong, whom Su Yang couldn't find. Xiaotong, tell me the truth, what is your relationship with him? And where are you going now? I haven't seen you for a long time, said the female captain helplessly. It's not convenient for me to see you now. He and I are just friends, right? Wang Xiaotong replied. Are they really just friends? Let me tell you, there is a very beautiful woman by his side, and she even blocked a knife for him tonight. It can be seen that Su Yang has a special relationship with that woman, the female captain said meaningfully. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Wang Xiaotong couldn't help but stroke her belly with both hands. I wish he was alive. Chapter 34, Launching the Acquisition Plan. Su Yang and Baihu drove to the hospital. They were both silent along the way. What happened today was a big blow to them. After arriving at the hospital, Su Yang went to visit Yao Xiyu first, but she was already asleep, so Su Yang did not disturb her. He and Baihu went to visit Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. The three of them were in a ward, staring blankly at the ceiling, tossing and turning, wondering if Su Yang, Baihu, and the others would get into any trouble after being taken away by the armed police. They could only blame themselves for being so incompetent that they became prisoners and caused Deputy Captain Yao Xiyu to be seriously injured. Fortunately, his life was not in danger, otherwise they would have been too ashamed to see Captain Su Yang. At this time, the three heard the sound of the door opening. They looked up and saw that it was the captain and Baihu. Seeing them appear, they thought that everything should be fine and wanted to get up. You all lie down and rest well, Su Yang said hurriedly. Qinglong, Suzaku and Xuanwu didn't expect that someone would come to visit them so late, and they were deeply touched. I'm sorry, Captain, we are useless and caused the deputy captain to get injured. Qinglong propped himself up and said bitterly. Su Yang looked at the three wounded people. They must have been tortured to death by the crazy demons, but they were still blaming themselves. He couldn't help but say to them, you don't have to belittle yourselves. You are already good enough, but you were calculated and ambushed by them. However, we do need to learn a lesson from this. In the future, the Thunder Guard will have unified board and lodging and unified management. Baihu, tomorrow you go to the Administrative and Personnel Director Luo Nalan to purchase a batch of security protection equipment, such as uniforms, shoes, helmets, batons, stab-proof vests, bulletproof vests, blast shields, gas masks, etc. We need to arm ourselves as soon as possible, so as not to be at a loss in the event of an emergency again, without any weapons at hand. Also, the four of you team leaders must expand the Thunder Guard as quickly as possible and reach 100 people within a month. Yes, Captain. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise answered respectfully. You guys have a good rest, Baihu, you stay and take care of them. After Su Yang said this, he left the ward. Then, he gently came to Yao Xiyu's bedside. Looking at this beautiful face, which looked pale due to blood loss, Su Yang reached out and gently stroked it, muttering to himself, "See you, I will never let you put yourself in danger again. This knife stabbed you, and it hurts my heart." Before he knew it, Su Yang lay down in front of the hospital bed and fell asleep in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, a hand gently stroked his cheek. When I looked up, I saw Yao Siyu's gentle eyes. "Master, are you okay? Why are you sleeping here?" Yao Siyu said with concern. "How can I sleep without you around? How do you feel now?" Su Yang asked with concern. "Master, don't worry, I'm fine." When Yao Siyu saw Su Yang's worried eyes, she felt her heart filled with warmth, and even her wound didn't hurt so much anymore. "Don't be so stupid in the future. I have thick skin and I won't die even if you stab me," Su Yang said to Yao Siyu seriously. "Master, I told you that I can sacrifice everything for you, even my life." Su Yang looked at Yao Siyu, who was extremely serious, and couldn't help but hold her head in his arms. "You take a rest first, I'll go buy you breakfast. I'll be back soon." After Su Yang said this, he hurried out to buy breakfast. Looking at Su Yang's departing back, Yao Siyu felt that meeting Su Yang in this life was worth it. Although she already knew that Su Yang actually had other women in his heart, she didn't care. As long as she could protect Su Yang, it was enough. Soon, Su Yang came back with some breakfast. "Be careful of the heat," Su Yang fed it to Yao Siyu mouthful by mouthful. At this time, two beautiful figures came in holding flowers and fruits. They were Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan. When they learned the news early in the morning, they rushed to the hospital to visit Yao Siyu, Xinglong, and others. "Siyu, are you okay?" Ouyang Weining asked with concern. "It's okay, I'm sorry to have made you worry," Yao Siyu replied with a smile. Then they chatted briefly for a while until the doctor came to change Yao Siyu's dressing. Su Yang motioned Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan to come out. Obviously he had something to say. "President Ouyang, you don't have to worry about the hospital. We will go back to the company to hold a meeting soon. The Dihao Group is about to collapse. Our opportunity to acquire it has come," Su Yang said. Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although they still didn't understand many details, Su Yang's words were definitely not groundless. "Okay. Nailan will send out the meeting notice immediately," Ouyang Weining said. Afterwards, Su Yang arranged a caregiver for Yao Siyu so that she could have a good rest, and then he rushed back to the company with Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan. Along the way, Su Yang told Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan in detail about the arrest of Meng Qingde, the chairman of the Dihao Group. It was not just the arrest of the chairman, but the collapse of the entire relationship network of the Dihao Group. This gave them the opportunity to take over the Dihao Group at the lowest cost. At present, they have gained the upper hand and must start the relevant work as soon as possible. When Su Yang and his team arrived at the Crown Building, the company's key employees were already waiting in the conference room. In the conference room, President Ouyang introduced the company's chairman Su Yang to everyone, and also introduced everyone to Su Yang one by one. Financial Director, Zhang Huiyun. Legal Director, Si Tsueimon. Contract Director, Zhu Bowen. PR Director, Lan Yingying. Technical R&D Director, Jean Weiji. These are the backbone personnel of Feilong Global Strategic Group. Su Yang believes in the abilities of Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan. These recruited people are indeed very capable and have rich work experience. So Su Yang proposed two current key tasks. 1. Administrative and Human Resources Director Luo Nailan will lead the recruitment of department personnel as soon as possible with the cooperation of the heads of all departments. 2. Quickly initiate and implement the acquisition of Dihao Group, which will be specifically under the charge of President Ouyang. After the meeting, Su Yang injected 25 billion yuan into the company's account. The current market value of Dihao Group is only about 30 to 40 billion yuan, which is enough to pocket the money through operation. The company's key personnel are full of confidence in Su Yang's generous investment. You know, the 25 billion is the company's own cash, and when the subsequent scientific research-based projects are launched, additional investment will continue. Afterwards, Ouyang Weining presided over the specific action plan. As expected, when Meng Qingde, chairman of the Dihao Group, was arrested and his protectors were also brought down one after another, the stock price of the entire Dihao Group experienced a cliff-like decline. For a time, the real estate market in Donghai City also experienced a huge shock. As the leading real estate company in Donghai City, the collapse of Dihao Group will affect the changes in the real estate market. Chapter 35 Comfort. As the arrest of the chairman of Dihao Group continued to ferment, the real estate market in Donghai City cooled to the extreme. The real estate market was originally in a downturn and house sales were difficult. With the collapse of the Dihao Group, countless people were deterred from investing in real estate. Especially for the properties that Dihao Group has already built and is on sale, many owners are panicked, worried that the houses they bought will become unfinished projects, so gradually more and more owners have approached the government and asked the government to do justice. However, the government is also having a headache. The Dihao Group has actually been in a semi-suspended state due to funding chain problems. Now that the chairman has been arrested, suspension of work has become inevitable. The company also owes large sums of money to construction units and suppliers, and the houses cannot be sold and no one is interested in buying them. At this time, Phylon Global Strategic Group came into people's attention, acquired Dihao Group at a very low cost, and received strong support from the government. Phylon Global Strategic Group promised that it would take full responsibility for the construction fees owed by the former Dihao Group to the construction units and suppliers, and would ensure that the projects would be completed and delivered on schedule. At the same time, the company promised the government that it would start construction of a science and technology research and development base on the land in the suburbs. The total investment in the base would be no less than 20 billion yuan, and after it goes into production, it would pay hundreds of millions of yuan in taxes each year. As a result, it received strong support from the government, which not only solved the debt problem of the Emgrand Group, but also added a strong boost to their performance. Eventually, under the operation of Ouyang Weining's team, the company assumed the debts of more than 1 billion yuan of the original Dihao Group, but at the same time also obtained all the assets of the Dihao Group and had government support. Overall, almost no funds were used to take over the Dihao Group. As to whether taking over Dihao Group is a pitfall or a great bargain, it depends on Phylon Global Strategic Group's subsequent operation and management capabilities. But for most people, taking over the Dihao Group is a pitfall. Under the downward trend of the real estate market, it seems to be a bargain, but with weak sales and insufficient cash flow, the company will eventually become insolvent. What they don't know is that the purpose of Phylon Huanyu Strategic Group is not to sell the houses, but to build them into employee dormitories. As for profits, there is a continuous supply of funds from the Shanghai Cashback System, so there is no need to worry about funding issues. Moreover, after the scientific research base makes a profit, it will naturally return the money to the company. Ouyang Weining, along with the key personnel of Phylon Global Strategic Group, rushed to the office building of the former Dihao Group. With the arrest of Meng Qingde, as many as half of the senior executives involved were also arrested. At this time, the company was in a panic. Ouyang Weining and others needed to calm everyone's emotions as soon as possible and resume the company's normal operation and management. In the conference hall, Ouyang Weining listened to Cui Kongcheng, the former deputy general manager of Emgrand Group, reporting on the company's situation. This person had just joined the Emgrand Group not long ago, so he was the only person who was not implicated in the Meng Qingde incident. After listening to Cui Kongcheng's report, Ouyang Weining said, "Boss Cui, you are currently the highest-ranking person in the former Dihao Group. Now the company is in a difficult time due to the instability of morale. We need you to make more efforts to ensure a smooth transition. If you demonstrate excellent management skills, we will consider promoting you to the general manager of the real estate business sector of Phylon Huanyu Strategic Group." Cui Kongcheng said excitedly, "Please rest assured, President, I will do my best to ensure a smooth transition of the company and not cause any trouble to the leaders of the headquarters." Originally, Cui Kongcheng was also worried about whether he could keep his job, but now with President Ouyang's words, he suddenly became confident that promotion and salary increase were just around the corner. With the appearance of Ouyang Weining, president of Phylon Global Strategic Group, she promised that the company would continue to operate as usual and would not lay off employees at will, which put the anxious people at ease. However, President Ouyang knew that the company's real estate business sector needed to be rectified and managers for important positions needed to be recruited as soon as possible. At this time, Su Yang has been in the hospital taking care of Yao Siyu. "Master, what are you thinking about?" Yao Siyu asked when she saw Su Yang looking out the window in deep thought. Su Yang came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Now that we have successfully taken over the Dihao Group, we need a capable executive to condense a strong team. Once the real estate business is rectified, the construction of the technology research and development base will be started. This is the most important thing. To be honest, I don't really appreciate the management of the Emgrand Group. After all, he used to be a small employee of the Emgrand Group, and he often heard gossip about those senior leaders. Now there is no one available for the real estate business, so President Ouyang can only continue to employ Cui Kongcheng, the former vice president of Dihao Group, which will also make it easier to appease many employees. But why does this name sound familiar? Su-yang shook his head, wondering if he had heard this name when he was still a clerk in the company before. Master, this is easy. You can cooperate with Hongding Group. The strength of Hongding Group is not weaker than the original Dihao Group. They are very familiar with the real estate business and have strong capabilities. The most important thing is that our assets in real estate are not sold to the outside world, but are self-held. There is no conflict with Hongding Group, and we have had a lot of business dealings with them recently. Yao Siyu said. After hearing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up and he laughed. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Moreover, Zhou Boyuan, the chairman of Hongding Group, is an upright person who acts in an open and above-board manner. We can rest assured to cooperate with him. Then he held Yao Siyu's face and kissed her hard. For a moment, Su Yang had many ideas in his mind. Once successful, the company would be free from being distracted by the real estate sector. The original intention of taking over the Dihao Group was just for the land in the suburbs and the employee dormitories. After all, once the science and technology research and development base was built and operated, there would be at least tens of thousands of employees, and the demand for dormitories would be huge. So Su Yang called Ouyang Weiniang to communicate his idea, and Ouyang Weiniang strongly agreed. In this way, they would not have to be distracted by the real estate business. Phylong Global Strategic Group had just been established and there were too many things to do. At present, they only had these key personnel, and there were still too many vacancies in the staff of each department, so they had no energy to manage the real estate business. After finishing the communication with Ouyang Weiniang, Su Yang thought about it and decided that he still had to visit the home of Zhou Boyuan, chairman of Hongding Group. Hello, Su Yang, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhou Wen asked after answering Su Yang's call. Wenwen, I want to visit your house tomorrow. I need to discuss some things with your father and your brother. Can you help me make an appointment? Su Yang said with a smile on the other end of the phone. Are you coming to my house again? Don't get drunk and sleep in my bed this time. Zhou Wen blurted out, and the first thought in her head was that Su Yang slept in her bed. It was then that Zhou Wen noticed that she was in the conference room, meeting with the sales staff. Seeing everyone staring at her with suspicious eyes, she blushed and said, "That's all for today's meeting, adjourn." Chapter 36 Sleeping in my bed again. The next day, Su Yang brought some gifts and came to Zhou Boyuan's house again. Zhou Wen had been waiting here early. Why are you so polite and bring so many gifts? If someone doesn't know, I would think you are here to propose marriage. Zhou Wen said jokingly. Almost, anyway, I was thinking of kidnapping someone. Su Yang said with a smile. Zhou Wen couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. When they arrived at the living room, Mrs. Zhou greeted them warmly and pulled Su Yang to sit on the sofa. Zhou Boyuan and Zhou Juanhao also greeted them with a smile. Su Yang, have some tea. Zhou Wen came over with a cup of tea, the same as last time. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Zhou Wen's consumption rebate, consumption of 40,000 yuan, sincerity index 80.88%, cashback 8,088 times, the amount received is 323,520,000 yuan, has been credited. Hearing that more than 300 million yuan had been deposited into the system, Su Yan was secretly delighted. He did not expect that Zhou Wen's sincerity index towards him had reached 80.88%. This girl was definitely a potential stock. My dear Su Yang, congratulations. Recently, your Phylong Global Strategic Group has become a hot search in Donghai City. You have taken down the Dihao Group in one fell swoop. You are so glorious. Zhou Boyuan praised Su Yang. Uncle Zhou, you're too polite. This is just the first step in the strategic development of our company. Su Yang said with a smile. Are you planning to enter the real estate industry, Su Yang? But to be honest, now is not a good time. The real estate market in Donghai City is close to saturation, sales are difficult, and capital recovery is even more difficult. If you take over the Dihao Group, it may be a huge burden for you. Zhou Boyuan said to Su Yang earnestly. In fact, he was not optimistic about Su Yang's acquisition of the Dihao Group. He thought that Su Yang came here this time, perhaps to ask for advice on real estate sales strategies, or to have the idea of combining with their Hongding Group. Father is right, Chairman Su, taking over Dihao Group is indeed not a good choice. Zhou Juanhao also said. Currently, as the general manager of Hongding Group, he has a keen judgment on the real estate market, and even now, they are planning a transformation. Su Yang knew that they had misunderstood his strategic purpose, so he said. Uncle Joe, the reason I came to visit you this time is indeed to resolve the business issues of the Emgrand Group. But it's not what you think. I took over Emgrand to maintain it myself, not to sell it. What? Self-sustaining? Zhou Boyuan, Zhou Juanhao, and Zhou Wen looked at Su Yang in shock. How much capital must one have to dare to say such a thing? And they suddenly remembered that Phylon Global Strategic Group would invest 20 billion to build a scientific and technological research and development base. It seems that we still underestimated the strength of young friend Su Yang. Zhou Boyuan said with emotion. Su Yang said modestly, the funding problem is not a big problem. The main goal of Phylon Huanyu Strategic Group is to be a scientific research base, break the foreign technology blockade, and lead the world. Therefore, the greatest value of Dihao Group is the land in the suburbs and the unsold houses. After all, there will be tens of thousands of employees in the future, and the accommodation problem must be properly solved. In fact, including the 2 buildings we bought from your Hongding Group last time, they are used to accommodate employees. Young man Su Yang is very courageous. Zhou Boyuan praised. He did not expect that Su Yang's strategic goal was so ambitious. In that case, is there anything that young Master Su Yang needs our help with this time? Zhou Boyuan continued to ask. Su Yang thought about it, and then said bluntly, at present, the Dihao Group has many real estate projects under construction, including the construction of a scientific research base that we are preparing to start. There are many things to do, but after the Meng Qingde incident, the Dihao Group lacks management functions and has difficulty in operation. More importantly, Phylon Huanyu Strategic Group has just been established and does not have much spare energy to manage the real estate sector business. So this time, I want Uncle Zhou to come alone. Want someone? Zhou Boyuan asked in confusion. Yes, I hope Brother Juanhao can become the general manager of the real estate sector of Phylon Global Strategic Group and be fully responsible for real estate-related businesses. Su Yang said, looking at Zhou Juanhao at the same time. Zhou Wen couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard this. It turned out that the person Su Yang wanted to kidnap was her brother. Zhou Boyuan couldn't help but ponder after hearing this. Zhou Juanhao was his son, so he naturally knew his ability. He was his right-hand man and could already stand on his own. If Juanhao joined Phylon Huanyu Strategic Group, it would be equivalent to joining forces with their Hongding Group to achieve resource sharing. They could also rely on Phylon Huanyu Strategic Group to go further, which would be 100 benefits without any harm. And this shows great trust in Zhou Juanhao. Ha ha! Young friend Su Yang, you have such trust in my Zhou family. I have to admire your courage. However, this depends on Juanhao's own intention. Zhou Boyuan said with a smile. Zhou Juanhao is naturally not a stupid person. If his father can think of it, he can naturally understand it as well. Thank you Chairman Su for your trust. I am willing to join Phylon Global Strategic Group and will definitely improve the real estate business to your satisfaction. Zhou Juanhao said excitedly. He keenly felt that this might be a great opportunity to break out of the regional cage and go global. Su Yang smiled happily when he heard this. Many problems in the real estate sector will no longer be a problem. With Zhou Juanhao around, he can even mobilize the resources of Hongding Group for mutual benefit. After the important matters were settled, they came to the restaurant. From now on, the relationship between Su Yang and the Zhou family will be further developed, and the Zhou family will indeed provide strong support for the realization of the strategic goals of Phylon Global Strategic Group in the future. There was laughter and joy at the dining table again. Mrs. Zhou kept hinting to Zhou Wen to pick up some food for Su Yang. Under the intimidation from her mother, she could only obediently pick up some food for Su Yang. Watching Su Yang drink cup after cup, this state gave him a sense of déjà vu. Then he looked at his father and brother, and his speech had begun to become unclear. Su Yang, we agreed that you are not allowed to drink too much today and you are not allowed to sleep in my bed. Zhou Wen put her face close to Su Yang's ear and said through gritted teeth. Su Yang was holding up his glass and was about to have another drink with Zhou Juanhao when he suddenly felt someone talking in his ear and immediately turned around. As luck would have it, we came face to face and our lips touched. Ah! Zhou Wen screamed, her heart pounding. That damn Su Yang took advantage of her again, and in front of her parents and brother. It was so embarrassing. However, only Mrs. Zhou at the table saw this scene, and she was laughing secretly. Wen, fill up Brother Su Yang's glass. Today I want to become sworn brothers with Brother Su Yang. We will be friends regardless of age difference. Zhou Boyuan said loudly. Count me in, Zhou Juanhao said. Okay. Big brother, second brother, cheers. Su Yang said with his tongue rolled. Mrs. Zhou's face darkened when she saw this scene. What a messed up relationship this was. Wenwen, quickly help Su Yang go to your room to sleep. Seeing that the three of them were drunk, Mrs. Zhou shouted at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen couldn't help choking as she looked at the drunk Su Yang. Didn't you agree that you are not allowed to get drunk or sleep in my bed today? Chapter 37 Pretending to be a boyfriend. Meng Junying and her mother, who were far away overseas, were panicked and heartbroken when they learned that the Dihao Group had been acquired by Feilong Global Strategic Group and Meng Chengda had been arrested and imprisoned. I can't believe how such a big change could happen in such a short time. Su Yang, chairman of Feilong Global Strategic Group? Is it that waste Su Yang? Meng Junying stared angrily at the name mentioned in the news report, gritting his teeth and yelling, "It turns out that everything is because of you, Su Yang. I will never stop fighting you." But Su Yang was immersed in dreams at the moment, and it was that familiar smell. When he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Mrs. Zhou had already prepared dinner and warmly invited Su Yang to have dinner before going back. Su Yang couldn't resist, but his stomach was indeed rumbling with hunger. As for Zhou Boyuan and Zhou Juanhao, they drank even more this time and have not woken up yet. After dinner, Su Yang prepared to leave. Wenwen, see Su Yang off. Mrs. Zhou said to Zhou Wen. So Zhou Wen launched a small electric stove. After the two men arrived at the door, Su Yang asked Zhou Wen to go back, so that after sending him back, he would not have to send Zhou Wen back again. He was still worried about Zhou Wen's driving skills late at night. Do you remember what you promised me before? We will have a class reunion at noon tomorrow and you have to pretend to be my boyfriend. Zhou Wen said. Okay, no problem. Since I've promised you, let's see how I perform tomorrow. Su Yang responded with a smile. Afterwards, Su Yang returned to the villa and drove to the hospital without stopping to see Yao Xiyu, Qinglong, Zhu Ke and Xuanwu to see how they were recovering. Master, have you been drinking? Yao Xiyu asked when she smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Can you still smell the alcohol? Ha ha. Didn't you go to visit Zhou Boyuan, the chairman of Honding Group today? We have already discussed that Zhou Juanhao will serve as the general manager of the real estate sector of Feilong Global Strategic Group, so you don't need to spend too much energy on this business in the future. Su Yang explained with a smile. So the two of them chatted a lot more, and that night, Su Yang was still guarding in the ward. As for Qinglong, Zhu Ke and Xuanwu, their injuries recovered quickly. With Baihu's care, they will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. The next day, Su Yang arrived at Zhou Wen's house as promised. Zhou Boyuan and Zhou Juanhao had already returned to the company. Because Zhou Juanhao was about to take up a position at Feilong Global Strategic Group, some work needed to be handed over and arranged. Today, Zhou Wen was wearing a bright red silk dress with a very low neckline. Her face was like a lotus, her eyebrows were like willows, her skin was white as snow, her black hair was tied into a high bun, and her bright red lips were slightly raised. What a stunning beauty! Su Yang was stunned. She was dressed so formally today, while he was just casually wearing casual clothes, which seemed out of place. Why are you dressed like this? Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown when she saw Su Yang's clothes. Su Yang spread his hands helplessly. He didn't expect Zhou Wen to be dressed so beautifully today. Fortunately, I had foresight and prepared a suit for you. Hurry and change into it. Zhou Wen said forcefully. Then he took out a brand new black suit and a red tie. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Zhou Wen's consumption rebate, consumption of 130,000 yuan, sincerity index 82.66%, cashback 8,266 times, the amount received was 1074,580,000 yuan, and has been credited. Su Yang didn't expect Zhou Wen to be so thoughtful. This suit actually cost more than 100,000 yuan. It seems that he must perform well today, otherwise he would not be doing justice to this suit. Soon, Su Yang changed into a suit and walked out. His handsome face had a hint of maturity and depth, and carried an unspoken charm. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up as well. She didn't expect that Su Yang looked so handsome in a suit. Well, I don't know how to tie a tie. Su Yang handed the tie to Zhou Wen and said. Let me help you. Zhou Wen said as she came to Su Yang and helped him tie his tie seriously. Smelling the elegant fragrance emanating from Zhou Wen and looking at her serious expression, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. This was the first time he tied a tie. Okay, let's go, Zhou Wen said. Standing upstairs, looking at Su Yang and Zhou Wen leaving together, Mrs. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. They were such a perfect match. Su Yang drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, carrying Zhou Wen towards the RF Seafood Hotel. At the hotel entrance, the receptionist saw the familiar Rolls-Royce and hurried over to greet him. This person was already a regular customer of the hotel, and basically all the hotel staff recognized this car. Please help me clean the car briefly, Su Yang said to the receptionist. Okay, boss. Then Zhou Wen took Su Yang's arm and walked into the hotel. Since they were pretending to be a couple, their actions naturally had to be more intimate. 1. Your ex-boyfriend is quite powerful. He can even eat here and treat so many people, Su Yang said with a smile. I don't know what his current situation is. We haven't contacted each other for a long time. He was just an ordinary worker before, Zhou Wen replied indifferently. 7 or 8 people, both men and women, were already seated in a private room, including Li Chunchun, whom Zhou Wen met by chance at the barbecue stall that day. Li Chunchun said, Alas, you don't know that our former class beauty Zhou Wen has now found a loser boyfriend. We can only take her to eat at roadside stalls. How miserable. Ha, she can only blame herself for being so blind that she gave up on our handsome and wealthy President Chui. She must be regretting it now. A wretched-looking man nearby laughed. A group of people were eating and drinking and enjoying mocking others. At this time, the door of the private room opened. Zhou Wen walked in holding Su Yang's arm. Suddenly, all pairs of eyes were staring at the two of them. The woman was stunning, and the man was heroic. Hee, so this is your way of treating guests? Zhou Wen asked with a cold face. She started eating without even waiting for everyone to gather. The art of treating guests? That depends on who you're inviting. And you really dare to bring this poor loser here? How come he looks like a decent man after changing into a suit? Li Chunchun sneered at the two of them, and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel jealous of Zhou Wen's beauty. Wen, you're here. I'm so sorry, everyone was hungry, so we ate early. There's an empty seat here, come and sit down, order whatever you want. Chui Kongcheng stared at Zhou Wen, especially the magnificent cleavage, which made him feel restless. And he naturally ignored Su Yang, who was standing next to Zhou Wen. A poor loser was not worth his attention. I will sit wherever my boyfriend sits, otherwise he will be unhappy. Zhou Wen stood on tiptoe and kissed Su Yang on the cheek in front of everyone's surprised eyes. You? Chui Kongcheng's face turned red instantly. This was intentional to embarrass him. Chapter 38. This is the chairman. Zhou Wen, do you have any shame? You are not ashamed in public. Li Chunchun spat. Wen, did you deliberately find a loser to embarrass me today? But I'm sorry to disappoint you, I already have a girlfriend, who is prettier, gentler and more considerate than you. She will be here soon, Chui Kongcheng said with disdain. Congratulations, but my boyfriend is not a loser. He is richer than all of you here combined. Your assets are just a drop in the bucket for him, Zhou Wen said proudly to everyone. Ha ha. Everyone seemed to have heard a huge joke. Zhou Wen, you probably don't know what Mr. Chui's status and position are now, right? He is now the head of the Dihao Group, earning millions a year. How can a loser like you compare to him? Li Chunchun pointed at Su Yang and said disdainfully. Chunchun, you are wrong. To be exact, I am now the general manager of the real estate business of Phylon Global Strategic Group, which is the company that acquired Dihao Group and is preparing to invest 20 billion to build a scientific research base. I believe you should have heard of the company's name? Donghai City is the strongest, no doubt about it, Chui Kongcheng said as he straightened his spine. Yes, it's Phylon Global Strategic Group, absolutely the number one in Donghai City. They can destroy your Hongding Group with just a sneeze. What do you have to be proud of as the daughter of Hongding Group? Said Li Chunchun. Ha ha. This time, it was Zhou Wen who laughed out loud. This was the funniest thing she had ever heard. They kept praising Phylon Global Strategic Group, but they didn't know that the chairman of this company was the loser in front of them. You are right, Phylon Global Strategic Group is indeed powerful, but do you know who its chairman is? Zhou Wen said with great difficulty, trying to hold back her laughter. Of course I know, the chairman's name is. Chui Kongcheng was about to say Su Yang's name. I saw a beautiful figure walked into the box. Chui Kangcheng hurried over, put his arms around the girl's waist, and said intimately, "Baby, you're here." "Mr. Chui, I'm sorry, I'm late because of the traffic jam," said the woman apologetically. "It's okay, let me introduce someone to you." Chui Kangcheng hugged the woman and came to Zhou Wen. "Zhou Wen, this is my girlfriend," Chui Kangcheng said with a proud smile. "Su Yang, why are you here? Why are losers like you everywhere? You change rich women around you very frequently." When the woman saw Su Yang, she couldn't help but said angrily, especially when she saw a beauty like Zhou Wen holding his arm intimately. At this moment, Su Yang's face was as gloomy as water, and his cold voice struck his soul directly. "Lin Jiayan, you really disappoint me. Meng Junying is not here, and you actually changed another one so quickly." Su Yang's heart was filled with an inexplicable anger and endless sadness. He never expected that the girl he once loved so much, his first love, would be like this. For money, she was really promiscuous. "Hoof. Same here." Lin Jiayan responded with a sneer. "You know him? His name is Su Yang?" Chui Kangcheng was stunned, thinking, this can't be such a coincidence? The chairman of Feilong Global Strategic Group is also called Su Yang. He's just a bootlicker of mine when I was in college. A poor loser, and a former small employee of the Dihao Group. Lin Jiayan said lightly. Chui Kangcheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had been overthinking it. It was impossible for someone with this identity and background to be the chairman. "Ha ha ha, a bootlicker? Lin Jiayan, in your heart I am just a bootlicker? That's great, I hope you won't regret it in the future." Su Yang laughed. The innocence of first love that he had kept deep in his heart was completely shattered. "From now on, we are just strangers." Zhou Wen, who was standing by, was also stunned. How could she run into Su Yang's ex-girlfriend? This was too much of a coincidence. Chui Kangcheng was speechless. He originally wanted to show off Lin Jiayan, but he didn't expect that she was the ex-girlfriend of this loser. "Your name is Su Yang, right? It's a good name, and it's the same name as our chairman. But you're a loser and really unworthy of Jiayan. Take this meal for example, can you afford it?" Chui Kangcheng said as he took out a VIP membership card shining with gold from his pocket. Su Yang took a glance and saw that it was just a high-level VIP membership card. Lin Jiayan was about to say something but stopped herself, remembering that Meng Xiao had said something similar in this seafood hotel. It was a slap in the face, but she firmly believed that it must be the money that Su Yang got from the rich woman. "Yeah, can you afford it? But you are not allowed to use women's money," Lin Jiayan added. Su Yang sneered and shook his head. "Mr. Su, your car has been washed for you." At this time, a waiter took the Rolls-Royce car key and respectfully placed it in Su Yang's hand. "You, a loser, are worthy of having a car? I want to see what kind of junky car you drive. How can you have the nerve to ask the hotel to clean it?" Li Chunchun on the side snatched the car keys. "TSK, what kind of crappy car key is this? I've never seen 2RS before." Lin Chunchun took a look and threw it to the ground. In a flash, a figure took the key in one step. It was Chui Kangcheng. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but look unhappy. "Is this a broken car? Or are you, Li Chunchun, ignorant? Rolls-Royce? How could that be?" As far as he knew, Zhou Wen's family didn't have such an expensive car. "Ha? What are you doing? Are the food not to your liking?" At this time, the voice of Lu Mei, the general manager of the hotel, came over. "Ah, Mr. Lu, why are you here?" Chui Kangcheng said in surprise when he saw Lu Mei appear. Since a distinguished guest has arrived, it is natural to serve him 2 bottles of good wine as per the old custom, Lu Mei said with a smile. Chui Kangcheng couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard this. It seemed that President Lu should also know that his current status and position in Feilong Global Strategic Group was not comparable to the former Dihao Group. "Mr. Lu, you are too polite," Chui Kangcheng said with a smile, his back straight. "This is the old rule between me and Chairman Su. Chairman Su, please accept it." Lu Mei turned to Su Yang and said. Chui Kangcheng's smile suddenly froze on his face, and he looked at Lu Mei and Su Yang in horror. Yes, how could the benefactor of Lu Mei, the general manager of our F Seafood Hotel, be a loser? "Chairman Su, I am blind and rude. Please forgive me." Chui Kangcheng came in front of Su Yang, bowed deeply, and said in a trembling voice. Li Chunchun and other classmates were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How did he become Chairman Su? Mr. Lu, let's just forget about drinking today. I really have no appetite to eat with this group of people, Su Yang said to Lu Mei. Afterwards, Su Yang took the car keys that Chui Kongcheng handed over respectfully and said coldly, Chui Kongcheng, you disappoint me. The company is in the most difficult time right now. Instead of helping the company solve its problems, you come here to show off. You are fired. After saying that, Su Yang put his arm around Zhou Wen's slender waist and left the box. Seeing this, Lin Jiayan gritted her teeth and chased after him. Chapter 39, Watching a horror movie with a beautiful woman again. After Su Yang left the box. When Lu Mei saw the high-level VIP membership card that Chui Kongcheng dropped aside, she couldn't help but say, Mr. Chui, this membership card was originally issued by the Dihao Group. It cannot be used now unless authorized by the president of Feilong Huanyu Strategic Group. Chui Kongcheng was disheartened. His bright future was gone just like that? Seeing this, the students around quietly slipped away one by one. When Lin Jiayan chased out of the hotel lobby, Su Yang was already driving away, so she stopped in front of the car without hesitation and said to Su Yang with tears in her eyes, Su Yang, I was wrong. In fact, I still love you in my heart, otherwise I wouldn't have been in love with you for several years. Give me another chance, okay? I will definitely make it up to you. You must still love me, right? Su Yang looked at his first love in front of him and said calmly, the friendship between us is over, and we will just be strangers from now on. After saying that, he drove away. In the car, Zhou Wen looked at Su Yang and asked, can you really let go of your first love? Su Yang, who once loved her, had died on the night of the car accident. Su Yang said slowly, his memory going back to that painful night, and he thought of the two beautiful and kind girls, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Where are you now? Are you okay? Su Yang couldn't help but murmured in his heart. Su Yang, I'm almost starving. Let's go eat hot pot. Zhou Wen's stomach growled with hunger. Then Su Yang took Zhou Wen to a hot pot restaurant in a shopping mall. Watching Zhou Wen eating heartily, eating more than I do, I really wonder how she maintains her figure. Eat, don't be polite, this meal is on me. Waiter, please give me 2 more plates of lamb rolls and 2 more plates of beef rolls. Zhou Wen said. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Zhou Wen's consumption rebate. The consumption was 520 yuan, the sincerity index was 82.88%, the cashback was 8,288 times, the amount received was 4,309,760 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. Since the beauty is treating us, we naturally cannot waste the opportunity to make money from the system. Wenwen, I've been busy all day acting out this play with you, you won't just send me away with a meal, right? Su Yang asked with a smile. That definitely won't happen. Don't worry. After dinner, I'll take you to the movies. There's a horror movie that just came out recently and it's said to be very exciting. Zhou Wen said while eating. Watch horror movies? Su Yang was speechless. Do girls like watching horror movies so much? I want to see how brave you are. After dinner, the movie was about to start, so the two of them went straight to the cinema. However, when they entered the screening room, they were surprised to find that there were only 2 of them in the entire screening room. Why do I feel that this environment is even scarier than in horror movies? In the dim light, Zhou Wen tightly grasped Su Yang's arm. Maybe they chose the wrong time slot? No one came in until the movie started. It seemed like the theater was completely reserved. After watching the movie, Su Yang didn't remember what the movie was about, because Zhou Wen almost got into his arms, and trembled from time to time with shock. The softness and fragrance in his arms made Su Yang's blood boil. If you didn't know, you would think it was that movie. After sending Zhou Wen home, Su Yang wanted to chat with Zhou Juanhao, but he found that he was still in the company, so he could only communicate with him by phone. Now that Chui Kongcheng has been fired by him, the entire real estate sector is in a state of disarray, so Zhou Juanhao is required to take up the post tomorrow and also explain the situation to Ouyang Weiniang. Tomorrow Ouyang Weiniang will personally bring Zhou Juanhao to work, and Chairman Su Yang will also come out to support him and express his strong support. Whoever disagrees will be dealt with to ensure that Zhou Juanhao can take over the job smoothly. At the same time, Zhou Juanhao is fully responsible for the appointment of all personnel in the real estate sector, which means that whether each employee can continue to stay in the company depends solely on Zhou Juanhao's words. In the hospital, Su Yang chatted with Yao Siyu, but Yao Siyu kept staring at him. The master is wearing a suit today, which is so handsome and looks more like a mature man. I wonder which beautiful lady has such good taste in buying clothes for the master. Yao Siyu said with a smile. Su Yang couldn't help but smile awkwardly when he heard that. It was a gift from someone else for his supporting role today. Yao Siyu couldn't help but blame herself. She had been busy with company affairs during this period and now she was injured, so she neglected to take care of Su Yang's life. Poor master, as the chairman of Phylon Global Strategic Group, she didn't have many decent clothes and shoes. At this time, 4 people walked into the ward: Qinglong, Baihu, Suzaku and Xuanwu. Captain, Vice Captain. Oh? Are you all recovered? Su Yang asked in surprise. Yes, Captain, we are fine now and will be back on duty tonight. Qinglong replied. Su Yang stood up, walked up to the 4 people and ordered. After you go back, there are a few things you need to implement as soon as possible. First, follow up with Director Luo Nalan and get all the security equipment as soon as possible. Second, make good arrangements and management for the dormitory area. Third, recruit enough security personnel as soon as possible. You will be responsible for the security of the Crown Building, the dormitory area, the former Dihao Group office building, and the subsequent scientific research base. Fourth, continue to strengthen training and don't slack off. Yes, Captain, please rest assured. We will complete the mission. Qinglong, Baihu, Suzaku and Xuanwu replied firmly. After that, the 4 of them greeted Deputy Captain Yao Siyu and rushed to their posts. Master, I also want to be discharged from the hospital. I can get out of bed and walk on my own now. The knife didn't hurt any vital parts. Yao Siyu begged. It was too boring to stay in the hospital. Su Yang thought about it and agreed. Then you can live in my villa for the time being. Aunt Yang is here. She is a professional caregiver. I feel at ease with her taking care of you. Su Yang said. When Yao Siyu heard this, her mood instantly became happy. Thank you, Master. Then you get ready first, I'll go and handle the discharge procedures. Su Yang said, and went to handle the procedures. At the same time, I called Aunt Yang to explain the situation and asked her to prepare the room and dinner. After Aunt Yang hung up the phone, she couldn't help but get busy happily. Finally, she had something to do. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable if she was idle every day and got a high salary. And she had someone to talk to. It was quite boring for her to be alone in such a big villa. That night, Su Yang drove Yao Siyu back to the villa. Although Yao Siyu could walk slowly on her own, Su Yang still picked her up and quickly walked into the restaurant. At this time, the table in the restaurant was filled with delicious food. Mr. Su, Miss Yao, you're back. Aunt Yang said happily. Yes, Aunt Yang, thank you for taking care of Siyu these days. Su Yang said. Aunt Yang put on a confident smile and said, Don't worry, Mr. Su. I am a professional in taking care of people. Chapter 40 My building won't let me in. The next day, Su Yang slept comfortably and woke up at around 8 o'clock. When we came downstairs, Aunt Yang had already prepared breakfast. Yao Siyu had also finished washing up and was sitting in the living room watching TV quietly. Master, you're awake. Come and have breakfast. Yao Siyu said hurriedly when she saw Su Yang coming downstairs. Siyu, you need to rest more. Why did you get up so early? Su Yang couldn't help but say when he saw Yao Siyu in the living room. I've slept enough in the hospital, and doesn't the master have to go to a meeting today? I want to help the master tidy up his appearance. Yao Siyu said with a smile. Su Yang shook his head helplessly. After dinner, Yao Siyu helped Su Yang get ready. He was still wearing a well-ironed suit. After all, today was a formal occasion. Have a good rest at home. I'm going to the company first. Su Yang said to Yao Siyu, and then drove to the office building of Dihao Group. When he arrived at the entrance of the office building, President Ouyang, Zhou Juanhao and others had not arrived yet, so he prepared to go to the bathroom first. Stop, no outsiders are allowed to enter. The 2 security guards at the door stretched out their hands to stop Su Yang. Su Yang glanced at the 2 security guards. They were the former security guards of Dihao Group. Hasn't he the Thunder Guard taken over yet? I'm going to the bathroom. Su Yang said. Sir, I'm sorry. Today the group chairman, president and other senior leaders are having a meeting here. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Please find a restroom somewhere else. The security guard still stopped him and said. Su Yang couldn't help but frown and said, I am your chairman, get out of the way. The two security guards looked at each other. How do you prove that you are the chairman? Su Yang was speechless. How the hell can I prove it? The company's personnel positions have not been arranged yet, otherwise I can just make a phone call. Su Yang, why are you here? At this time, a pleasant voice sounded behind him. Su Yang turned around and his eyes lit up. He saw a cool and beautiful woman in a black business suit. Her round legs were wrapped in black stockings, sparkling with luster. It turned out to be Jin Shichin, the sales goddess of the former Dihao group. Manager Jin, what a coincidence! Su Yang said with a smile. Su Yang had a deep impression of Manager Jin and he also admired her very much. They were both working on a real estate project under the Dihao group and had some work overlap. Jin Shichin was extremely capable and sexy, and was known as the sales goddess of the Dihao group, because her sales performance alone was equal to the sum of all other people's performance. However, for such a beautiful woman, who was single with a 2-year-old daughter, many men couldn't help but stare at her. Even Meng Junying, the former young master of the Dihao group, was drooling over her. However, Jin Shichin had a strong personality and was untainted by the mud. You can only watch from a distance and not desecrate it. And I heard that she had been admitted to the highest institution of learning in China, but dropped out because of an unexpected pregnancy with a scumbag. She was later abandoned by the scumbag and has not remarried since then. In the eyes of others, she is just pretending to be noble. Su Yang doesn't think so. In his opinion, Jin Shichin is a principled person with strong working ability. With her abilities, she is fully qualified to be a sales manager. It's a pity that she is deliberately suppressed by the company's senior management in an attempt to make her surrender. Today the headquarters held a meeting and required all supervisors and above to attend, so I rushed here from the project. I heard that you have resigned. Is there anything you need to come here for? Jin Shichin asked in confusion. She might not care about others, but Su Yang, in previous work exchanges, felt that he was diligent and upright, and his eyes on her were not filled with lust like other men. Manager Jin came here for a meeting. Now I'm a company employee, but I don't have my ID yet, so the security guard won't let me in. Besides, I just want to go to the restroom first. Su Yang spread his hands helplessly. By the way, I heard that Phylong Global Strategic Group will self-hold all the properties sold in its real estate projects in the future. What are your plans? Su Yang walked up to Jin Shichin and asked. Yes, I've heard about this too. I originally submitted several resumes, but unfortunately the market conditions in all walks of life are not very good right now. All major companies are laying off employees, and there are unemployed people everywhere. Now I can only take things one step at a time. Jin Shichin sighed, saying that it was too difficult to find a job they liked. Manager Jin, are you joking? Do you still need to submit a resume when looking for a job? All the real estate sales companies will be scrambling to hire you. Su Yang said with a smile. Jin Shichin shook her head helplessly. I'm tired of this. I don't want to do sales anymore. Su Yang understood her feelings. His eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, Manager Jin, I seem to have heard you say before that you majored in secretarial studies in college. Are you willing to be the secretary of the chairman of Phylong Huanyu Strategic Group? Upon hearing this, Jin Shichin couldn't help but give Su Yang a blank look. She was truly full of charm. Stop joking. The position of secretary to the board of directors of Phylong Global Strategic Group is something you can only find by chance. Jin Shichin shook her head. Although such a position is suitable for her major, it is out of reach. Su Yang said nothing more after seeing this, and hurriedly said to the two security guards, Did you see that? I am also from the company, please get out of the way, I need to go to the bathroom. However, the two security guards still stopped us and said, Please show us your employee ID. Fuck. Su Yang was completely speechless. Two security guys, please let him go to the restroom. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. This is my employee ID. Jin Shichin said as she handed over her employee ID. Seeing this, the two security guards were about to let them go. Wait. A loud shout was heard. Everyone turned to look and saw a greasy middle-aged man with a big belly and a bald head walking slowly towards them. Manager Jin, why do you take this responsibility? Can you afford it? Today, the group's chairman, president and other big leaders are here, and there can't be any mistakes. What's more, Su Yang had been fired from the Dihao group before, and now he has come here. Who knows if he has ulterior motives? Don't be fooled. The man said. Manager Yang, Su Yang is not that kind of person. He just went to the bathroom. I trust him. Jin Qichin said firmly. Su Yang looked at the man. Wow, he was actually the sales manager of a real estate project. In his opinion, Manager Yang of the sales department was a good for nothing. Almost all the work report plans were completed by Jin Qichin. He didn't know how much of other people's achievements he had plagiarized. Upon hearing this, the two security guards had to stop Su Yang outside the door again. Su Yang stared at Manager Yang and felt a toothache. He didn't expect that this guy was still staying in the company. He would have to fire him sooner or later. Manager Yang, I'm just going to the bathroom, is that a big deal? Su Yang said coldly. Others may be able to do it, but you can't. Manager Yang sneered, thinking to himself, you kid was disrespectful to me before, so what's the big deal about you having some talent? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh, you baldy young, you'll be in trouble later. Manager Yang's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this. How dare they humiliate him in public? He shouted at the two security guards, why don't you drive this bad-intentioned guy away? Chapter 41 Chairman's Secretary. Just as the two security guards were about to drive Su Yang away, all the employees in the office building hurried out. The chairman and president are here, come over and greet them, a colleague said to the three people at the door. Sure enough, a convoy drove into the parking lot, and then 10 security personnel got off a luxury bus with high morale. At this time, President Ouyang, Zhou Juanhao and a group of people got out of the car and walked towards the office building in a mighty manner. The many employees who greeted him at the door immediately burst into warm applause. Su Yang, you bastard, get out of here right now and don't block the way of the chairman and the president. Manager Yang scolded Su Yang in a low voice again. So two security guards grabbed Su Yang's arms and tried to drag him aside. However, in a flash, a one-armed security guard rushed over and knocked down the two security guards with one punch and one kick. At the same time, 10 security personnel got out of the car and immediately guarded Su Yang. Hello, Chairman. President Ouyang, along with a group of people, spoke respectfully to Su Yang. Chairman? The employees coming out of the office building were stunned. This person is the chairman? Manager Yang from the sales department was in the crowd. Seeing this, he was sweating profusely. Was he mistaken? How could he be the chairman? Su Yang glanced at Manager Yang and ordered the Thunder Guards, throw that bald guy out. Immediately, 2 Thunder Guards dragged Manager Yang out, and the others were silent for a moment. Chairman, what happened? Ouyang Weiniang asked puzzledly. It's nothing, I just can't tolerate this kind of scum occupying company resources. Let's talk about it in this meeting, let's go. Su Yang said to everyone. Suddenly he turned around, stared at a cold and beautiful woman and said with a smile, Secretary Jin, come with me to the conference room for a meeting. Jin Qichin in the crowd was still in shock that Su Yang was the chairman, but Su Yang called her secretary in public. Okay, chairman. Jin Qichin replied excitedly after she realized what was happening. Ouyang Weiniang glanced at the cold and beautiful woman and didn't say much. Inside the meeting room, Su Yang sat at the top of the long conference table, with all the key personnel of the company on both sides. On one side of President Ouyang were the heads of various departments of Feilong Global Strategic Group headquarters, and on the other side were the heads of various departments of the real estate sector led by Zhou Juanhao. At the meeting, Su Yang clarified Zhou Juanhao's scope of authority. President Ouyang introduced the organizational structure and corresponding functional departments of Feilong Global Strategic Group. Zhou Juanhao gave a detailed introduction to the management ideas of the real estate sector. He also explained that he had led managers from various departments to join the company to ensure the normal progress of the real estate business. Since Su Yang chose Zhou Juanhao, he naturally believed in his abilities and the people he appointed. However, Su Yang did make a suggestion for the real estate sector employees. As the sales properties are converted to self-owned, the original sales department will be eliminated, but employees will be transferred to other positions as much as possible. Those who are unwilling to accept the transfer can be given compensation when they leave. When the former Dihao employees heard the chairman's words, they couldn't help but feel relieved. It is difficult to find a job now, and it would be great if they were not laid off. They can naturally accept a transfer. While the meeting was still going on, President Ouyang suddenly received a call. Chairman, the newly appointed municipal party secretary, together with the mayor and members of the leadership team, are coming to visit our company. They are already on the way and will arrive in about half an hour, said Ouyang Weiniang. The newly appointed municipal party secretary? Has the person been replaced? Su Yang asked in surprise. Yes, the former municipal party secretary has been dismissed for being involved in the Meng Chengde case. Yang Weiniang replied. Then let's adjourn the meeting. Everyone should return to their posts and do their respective jobs. Heads of departments should stay and welcome the government leaders together. Su Yang said. So Su Yang asked everyone to get ready and led everyone to the company building to wait for the government leaders to arrive. President Yang, how come the municipal party secretary, who just took office, is visiting our company? Su Yang wondered. Of course, it is whether the real estate projects of the former Dihao Group can be properly handled in the scientific research base we are going to build. These are all related to the major issues of people's livelihood in Donghai City and affect tens of millions of families. The former secretary was dismissed because of Dihao, so the new secretary naturally has to solve this matter. Yang Weiniang replied. Su Yang couldn't help but nodded after hearing this. After all, he was President Yang, and his analysis was good. After waiting for a while, I saw a government minibus slowly approaching. Su Yang and everyone else hurried over to meet them. Hello, Secretary Luo and Mayor Tang. Welcome to our company to inspect and guide our work. Su Yang extended his hand and politely shook hands with several government leaders. You are Su Yang, chairman of Phylong Global Strategic Group, right? You are indeed young and promising. The municipal party secretary exclaimed. Secretary, thank you for your compliment. Please come in. Su Yang said as he led everyone to the conference room. In the conference room, Su Yan looked at the new municipal party secretary, who had a dignified aura and sharp eyes. He and other government leaders still felt a little nervous. But suddenly I found that the woman on the other side looked familiar, and she was sitting next to the municipal party secretary. Yes, it was the female captain of the armed police that night. She changed her clothes and I almost couldn't recognize her. Chairman Su, we are here this time mainly to communicate with your company and gain a deeper understanding of the real estate projects for sale and the scientific research-based projects, as well as the help we can provide, said the municipal party secretary. Su Yang heard this and thought that it was just as President Yang had guessed. Mr. Zhou, please introduce to all leaders the implementation strategies for subsequent real estate projects. Su Yang said to Zhou Juanhao. A group of government officials on the opposite side immediately looked at Zhou Juanhao. Many officials were even surprised because they also knew Zhou Juanhao. After all, Zhou Juanhao was the general manager of Hongding Group before and was familiar with the personnel in various government departments. Zhou Juanhao then introduced the relevant measures and plans for the buildings under construction and the sold and unsold houses, and everyone nodded frequently after listening. I didn't expect that Chairman Su would poach the general manager of Hongding Group. This is cause for celebration. I was worried that your Phylong Global Strategic Group lacked experience in real estate business management, but it seems that we were worrying too much. The mayor couldn't help but laugh after listening to Zhou Juanhao's report. Mayor Tang was naturally no stranger to Zhou Juanhao. After all, Hongding Group was also one of the leading real estate companies in Donghai City. They had communicated with each other many times before and he highly recognized his abilities. Secretary Luo looked at Mayor Tang in confusion, so Mayor Tang briefly explained Zhou Juanhao's identity, background, and abilities. Hearing this, Secretary Luo nodded. Chapter 42, A Severe Beating. Next in the meeting, President Yang reported to the government leaders on the relevant situation of the scientific research base. After listening to President Yang's report, Secretary Luo nodded in approval. As for the construction of your scientific research base, all functional departments of our government will fully support it and open necessary green channels to help you develop rapidly, Secretary Luo said to everyone. After some exchanges, the meeting ended with warm applause. Secretary Luo, Mayor Tang, it's lunchtime now. Why don't you have a quick meal in our staff cafeteria? This is a rare opportunity, and I have many things I would like to ask you, Su Yang said respectfully to the government leaders. Since it's a working meal in the cafeteria, let's just have a simple meal, Secretary Luo said to everyone around him. After all, eating is also a form of work communication. In this office building, there is a floor dedicated to the employee cafeteria, and there are also 2 extremely large private rooms, each of which can accommodate more than 30 people. At this time, various delicious dishes have been served in the cafeteria's private room. When Secretary Luo saw the sumptuous food in front of him, he couldn't help but joked, "Chairman Su, your working meal is quite sumptuous." Chairman Su was thoughtful. "Since the food has been prepared, we won't be polite." The female armed police captain spoke up at this time. Secretary Luo and Mayor Tang looked at each other and said, "In that case, let us eat." So everyone sat down and chatted while eating. "Chairman Su, may I have a word with you?" At this time, the female armed police captain said to Su Yang. Su Yang nodded, then led her to the rooftop. "What's your name?" Su Yang asked. He still didn't know her name. "Ling Qingxue." "It's Captain Ling. Thank you for your help last time. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy casualties that night." Su Yang couldn't help but thank him. "It's just my duty," Ling Qingxue said calmly. "Captain Ling, I heard that you are an armed police officer in Kyoto. Why did you suddenly come to Donghai City to arrest Meng Qingda?" Su Yang asked puzzledly. "Of course, someone reported it to me." "Well, stop talking nonsense. I let you out just to see your strength. You dare to fight with 100 local thugs. I think you must be quite capable," Ling Qingxue said. Su Yang was stunned when he heard this. Is this woman crazy? She actually picked a fight with him. He never bullies women. "Stop joking, I don't fight with women," Su Yang said. Ling Qingxue stared at Su Yang with cold eyes, which made Su Yang feel creepy. The air was filled with tension, and the two looked at each other, with Ling Qingxue's eyes full of determination and challenge. They slowly walked around each other, looking for flaws while trying to predict each other's movements. Suddenly, Ling Qingxue launched an attack, like a tiger descending from a mountain, his fist smashing towards Su Yang like a hammer. The opponent dodged quickly, cleverly avoiding the blow, and then responded with a flying kick. Their movements became faster and faster, and every time their fists and feet collided, there was a dull sound. Their bodies collided in the air, and then quickly separated, leaving their shadows on the ground. Ling Qingxue's eyes gradually brightened. She felt a little interesting. It seemed that he was not completely useless, so she didn't need to hold back too much, so her attacks became more violent and powerful. Su Yang was shocked. He did not expect Ling Qingxue to be so powerful. He was already at a disadvantage and could only defend himself. Bump! Su Yang was panting as Ling Qingxue kicked him several meters away. He rolled on the ground for several circles. After getting up, he covered his chest with his left hand and his eyes with his right hand. He probably had panda eyes. "Stop! I won't hit you anymore, you are bullying me." Su Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. This woman really wanted to kill him and even disfigured him. "Humph, that's all you have, and you're still trying to imitate others in a group fight. In the end, you don't even know how you died. From now on, you should run your business honestly." Ling Qingxue sneered and turned away gracefully. Su Yang was left disheveled in the wind, having been beaten up for no apparent reason. Su Yang was puzzled. He didn't offend Ling Qingxue, right? After Su Yang cleaned up briefly, he returned to the private room in the staff cafeteria. Everyone's eyes were fixed on his expression. How come his eyes turned into panda eyes after just going out? "Chairman Su, what are you doing?" Secretary Luo looked at Su Yang's face and asked puzzledly. I just felt like sparring, so I had a sparring with Captain Ling. I didn't expect that Captain Ling is indeed a heroine with extraordinary martial arts skills. I admire her." Su Yang smiled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Secretary Luo, Mayor Tang and other government officials couldn't help but secretly give Su Yang a thumbs up. "You are awesome, you dared to compete with Captain Ling." They all know how powerful Ling Qingxue is. She is invincible in the team and everyone who competes with her will be beaten to a pulp. At this time, Ling Qingxue was sitting there eating by herself, looking refreshed. After the meal, the government leaders left. Su Yang was lying on the sofa in the chairman's office. Jin Qichin boiled an egg and put it in cold water to cool it down. Then she peeled the eggshell and rolled it around Su Yang's eyes to reduce the swelling. "Secretary Zhen, have President Ouyang and the others gone back?" Su Yang asked. He felt comfortable that this former sales goddess of the Dihao group was now his secretary. "Yes, Chairman, President Ouyang has already brought people back to the headquarters. President Zhou has also led the staff to work," Jin Qichin replied. Until this moment, she still felt like she was in a dream. She didn't expect that she was still worried about work in the morning, but now she has become the secretary of the chairman of Phylong Global Strategic Group. What's more surprising is that her former colleague Su Yang is actually the chairman. It seems that I am the only one who has free time, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. Now the entire Phylong Global Strategic Group has gradually got on the right track and everything can be done step by step. But next, he will be busy making money. After all, the company has no income now, all expenses are expenditures, and the funding needs in all aspects will increase. He already has a plan in mind. Secretary Jin, do you know any rich women around you? Can you introduce them to me? Su Yang closed his eyes and enjoyed Jin Qichin's eye massage. Ah. Chairman, what are you doing? Jin Qichin asked puzzledly, not understanding. Well, I do this all for work. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just think about whether there are any rich women around you. Of course, single ones are better. Su Yang said. He couldn't explain it clearly to Jin Qichin. Okay, Chairman. I'll prepare a list for you later. Jin Qichin said. She used to work in sales and knew some wealthy women who bought houses. If there were any suitable ones, she would recommend them to the chairman. Besides, the chairman seemed to be still single. Chapter 43 The Rhythm of Support. Secretary Jin, I remember you have a 2-year-old daughter? How are you going to take care of your daughter when you are busy at work? Su Yang asked. I put her in a daycare center. Jin Qichin couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had a child out of wedlock and her parents didn't like her, so she had to keep her with them. As for that man, she had given up on him a long time ago. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, if you are at ease, you can leave the child at my house. I have a professional caregiver, Aunt Yang, at home. She is usually quite bored by herself. If she has a child to accompany her, maybe she will be happy. Jin Qichin refused without even thinking about it. How could she leave her child in the chairman's home? If others knew about it, it would inevitably cause misunderstandings. If it affected the chairman's chance of finding a partner, she would be guilty. Since you have concerns, it's up to you. By the way, have you bought a house? Su Yang continued to ask. Chairman, I have just saved enough for the down payment and plan to buy a house in the near future. Jin Qichin said. You haven't bought a house yet? That's just right. The company has housing benefits. I will ask Director Luo from the Administrative Personnel Department to allocate one to you, so you won't waste money buying one. Moreover, the company's welfare housing is in Dongdu Yaoyuan, which is relatively close to the company. Su Yang said. Ah. Chairman, I can't accept it. Jin Qichin hastily refused. She couldn't help thinking, this is the first day as a secretary, and the chairman wants to help take care of the children and give her a house. Why does it feel like he wants to support her? Although she has given birth to a child, her figure is still plump and sexy. Many men are drooling over her. But when she was a colleague with Su Yang, she didn't think he had that idea. The house matter is settled now. If you work in the company for more than 5 years, the ownership of the house will belong to you. It's not a gift to you directly, so don't worry about it. Su Yang said without allowing any room for refusal. Okay then. Jin Qichin could only agree helplessly. I'll give you another 3 days off. Stay at home and spend time with your children. Children need their parents' company. Also, move your home to Dongdu Yaoyuan. Su Yang continued. Jin Qichin's heart trembled, tears flashed in her eyes. Yes, she hadn't been with her daughter for a long time, and rarely took her out to play, so she always felt guilty. Her daughter was everything to her, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for her daughter. Chairman, thank you. You are so kind. Jin Qichin said gratefully. Hee, what's wrong? Are you so touched? Do you have the urge to pledge yourself to me? Su Yang laughed. Chairman, please stop joking. A handsome and successful man like you will naturally be able to find the woman of his dreams. But I am already a fallen woman, and my only wish in this life is to take good care of my daughter. Jin Qichin said. Okay, but Secretary Jin, don't underestimate yourself. The title of sales goddess is recognized by everyone. Su Yang exclaimed. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yang actually fell asleep on the sofa. Jin Qichin gently covered Su Yang with a blanket, then went to the computer and prepared to sort out the list of rich women she knew. Although she didn't know what the chairman was going to do, her intuition told her that it would definitely be beneficial to the company. When Su Yang woke up, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, just in time to get off work. Chairman, you're awake. This is a list of rich women I compiled, please take a look. Jin Shichin saw Su Yang wake up, so she handed him the printed list. Su Yang took a look and said, put it on the desk first. When you come back from vacation, we can plan it together. Okay, Chairman. It's time to get off work. Do you need me to take you home? Su Yang said. Chairman, that's not necessary. I can take the bus back by myself. Jin Shichin. In that case, Su Yang prepared to go home. Chairman, if it's convenient, I would like to treat you to dinner tonight to express my gratitude. If it weren't for meeting you, I might still be worrying about my work. Jin Shichin said gratefully. Su Yang would not miss the opportunity to make money that was right at his doorstep. Let's go, let me drive you. Su Yang said. Jin Shichin did not refuse again. After all, it was she who was inviting Su Yang to dinner. Along the way, with Jin Shichin's navigation, they arrived at a daycare center where she planned to take her daughter for lunch. When they arrived at the gate of the kindergarten, Jin Shichin called the teacher. After a while, a young female teacher came out holding the little girl's hand. Mother! The little girl shouted happily and threw herself into Jin Shichin's arms. Cici, do you miss your mother? The little girl's eyes were red as she cried, Cici misses her mommy, and Cici misses her daddy too. They all say Cici is a fatherless child. Jin Shichin froze instantly upon hearing this. I'm sorry, Cici. Cici, you're so cute. Su Yang walked over and said with a smile. At this time, the little girl looked at Su Yang, her eyes gradually brightened, and she shouted excitedly, Are you daddy? It must be daddy, come with mommy to pick up Cici. After saying that, the little girl pounced towards Su Yang. Su Yang held her in his arms, looking at the innocent and hopeful look in the little girl's eyes. Cici, it's daddy's fault for not coming to see you for such a long time. Great. Cici has a father now. The little girl shouted happily. Jin Shichin looked at this scene, feeling both relieved and sad, but she did not expose the lie. She did not want Cici to suffer another blow in such a happy situation, so she could only look at Su Yang apologetically. Su Yang smiled and shook his head indifferently, then carried Cici towards the Rolls-Royce. Dad's car is so beautiful. Will Dad come with Mom to pick up Cici every day in the future? The little girl asked expectantly. Cici, Dad is very busy at work and doesn't have time to pick you up every day. Jin Shichin said to Cici apologetically. It's okay, Cici knows that Dad is busy with work. Cici said a little depressed. I'm sorry, Cici, Dad and Mom will pick you up as soon as they have time. Su Yang said while driving. This little girl is so cute and he likes her very much. That's great. The little girl laughed all the way. But Jin Shichin had never seen Cici so happy before. We came to a restaurant and found the environment was quiet. Su Yang picked up the menu and simply ordered some dishes. After Jin Shichin saw the menu, she felt warm in her heart, because the dishes Su Yang ordered were completely taken into consideration of his daughter Cici, and they were all things that children could eat. Chairman, thank you. Jin Shichin said sincerely. Shichin, we are just friends in private, no need to call me chairman. Su Yang said. Jin Shichin smiled and nodded. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Jinqi's consumption rebate. The consumption was 320 yuan, the sincerity index was 86.66%, the cashback was 8,666 times, the amount received was 2,773,120 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. When Su Yang heard the system's voice, he was surprised. He didn't expect Jin Shichin to be so sincere to him. Was it because of my kindness to the child? Chapter 44 Holding Hands. After dinner, Jin Shichin held Cici's little hand and walked towards the parking lot with Su Yang. Mom, that's not how you walk. Cici broke free from Jin Shichin's hand and came between Su Yang and Jin Shichin. She held Su Yang's and Jin Shichin's hands with her little hands respectively, then put their hands together, and then ran to the other side of Su Yang and held Su Yang's hand. That's right. Cici smiled happily. Jin Shichin felt the heat from Su Yang's palm, her heartbeat accelerated and her face flushed with shame. It had been many years since she had been so intimate with a man. Su Yang felt the soft touch of Jin Shichin in his hand, and his heart was moved. He decided to take good care of Cici in the future. Let's go home. Coming to the car, Su Yang carried Cici into the car and said, Su Yang, I'm sorry to trouble you again, Jin Qiqin said. Su Yang smiled and shook his hand. Soon, Su Yang sent the mother and daughter to the gate of the community. Cici insisted that Su Yang accompany her home. Jin Qiqin had to spend a lot of time coaxing her. Finally, Su Yang promised to accompany her tomorrow and had to go to work. Only then did Cici give up. When Su Yang returned to the villa, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and the lights in the living room were still on. Master, you're back. Yao Xiu went to greet him. When he saw Su Yang's panda eye circles, he couldn't help but be shocked. Master, you were beaten? It's okay. I just got beaten up after sparring with that crazy female armed police captain. But you, why aren't you sleeping yet? You should make sure to get more rest. Su Yang said with concern. I got it, Master. Come and see if the clothes I bought for you fit you? Yao Xiu happily took out 2 sets of clothes, 1 sportswear and 1 formal suit. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Yao Xiu's consumption rebate, consumption of 108,000 yuan, sincerity index 100%, cashback 1080,000,000 times. The amount received was 3,833,000 yuan, and it has been credited. You are still injured, why did you go out on the street again? Su Yang pretended to be angry, but he was very happy in his heart. Xiu was really awesome and directly returned more than 1 billion yuan. Is the money enough? Su Yang asked immediately. Yao Xiu helped Su Yang change his clothes with a smile, and said, there are still many useless ones. That's good. I'll accompany you to pick up your aunt in a few days. Then you can spend more time with her. Su Yang said. Well, okay. Master, I'll go to your room to help you change your clothes, and by the way, show you my new skills. Yao Xiu said shyly with a blush on her face. Su Yang looked him up and down and said with a chuckle, new technology? Okay, I want to see how powerful your new technology is. The next day, Su Yang slept until he woke up naturally. He was completely conquered by Yao Xiu's superb skills last night. He planned to recuperate at home for the next 2 days, otherwise he would be laughed at if he went out with panda eyes. However, when he picked up the phone, it turned out to be a message from Jin Qiqin, asking Su Yang to come to her house. Cici had been crying because she couldn't see him, and she didn't want to eat and couldn't be coaxed at all. Su Yang replied to her that he would be there in a moment. So he said hello to Yao Xiu and Aunt Yang, and drove to a nearby shopping mall to buy some children's toys for Cici. I want my daddy. I want my daddy. Cici sat on the floor and cried for her daddy. Jin Qiqin sat with her on the floor, holding her head. Cici used to be very obedient, but now she didn't know what had happened, and no matter how she coaxed her, it wouldn't work. She could only ask Su Yang for help. Bite. The doorbell rang suddenly. Before Jin Qiqin could get up, Cici quickly got up and opened the door, saying as she ran, Dad is here. After the door opened, there was indeed a familiar face. Dad, you're finally here. Cici ran happily into Su Yang's arms, giggling. Jin Qiqin was really helpless when she saw this scene. Her expression changed so quickly. She was crying just now, but now she was smiling happily. Cici, look what gift Daddy brought you. Su Yang took out a rag doll and a rocking horse from behind him. When Cici saw these gifts, her eyes seemed to be smiling. Thank you, Dad. Cici likes it very much. Then she kissed Su Yang on the cheek. Su Yang, I'm sorry to bother you to come here again. Please come in and sit down first. I'll make you a cup of tea. Jin Qiqin said awkwardly. This was the first time in years that a man had been allowed into the house. Su Yang came and sat down on the sofa. The 2-bedroom, 1 living room house was kept in perfect order by Jin Qiqin. Dad, I want to see the sea. Cici shouted to Su Yang. Jin Qiqin smiled bitterly at Su Yang and said, Cici has been clamoring to see the sea, but I've been busy so I don't have time to take her there. In that case, let's go there later. Donghai City is close to the sea and it only takes half an hour to drive there. Su Yang said. Okay, let's go see the sea. Cici shouted happily. So Jin Qiqin packed up simply and went to the beach with Su Yang and Cici. Jin Qiqin was also wearing a white casual outfit today, and walking with Su Yang, they looked like a couple. Su Yang drove a Rolls-Royce along the coastal avenue, and Cici's laughter was heard all along the way. Soon they arrived at the seaside. Dad, Cici wants to eat ice cream. Cici said, pointing to a stall selling cold drinks. Okay, Dad will buy it for Cece. As he said that, he walked over with Cece in his arms. However, Jin Qichin took the initiative to pay. She felt embarrassed to spend Su Yang's money as she had already troubled him enough. She also bought a bottle of drink for Su Yang. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Jin Qichin's consumption rebate. The consumption was 5 yuan, the sincerity index was 88.88%, the cashback was 8,888 times, and the amount received was 44,440 yuan, which has been credited to the account. The sincerity index increased a little bit again. It seems that Jin Qichin still has a good impression of me, Su Yang thought to himself. The family of three walked on the beach. Su Yang and Jin Qichin were held hand in hand by Cece again, and Cece ran happily in front of them. The scene was so warm. It must have been very hard for you to take care of Cece alone all these years. Su Yang asked. It's okay, it's not that hard. As long as Cece grows up happily, no matter how hard or tiring it is, it will be sweet. Jin Qichin said with a smile. Seeing the happy Cece at this time, she was also very happy in her heart. However, the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. She ran towards Cece and shouted, Cece, be careful. Su Yang looked up and his heart tightened. He saw a little boy running on the beach opposite him and he accidentally bumped into Cece. Cece, Cece. Jin Qichin picked up Cece in panic, only to see blood flowing out of Cece's nostrils. Mom, it hurts. Cece said vaguely. Let's go to the hospital. Su Yang took Cece from Jin Qichin's arms and ran towards the car quickly. On the beach, the little boy sat there in a daze. The little girl's nose hit his forehead, which hurt his head, but he was still frightened by the little girl's nosebleed. Chapter 45 Flowing Blood. In the hospital. Jin Qichin was walking around in panic while the doctor was treating Cece. Just now, no matter what I did, I couldn't stop Cece from bleeding. Su Yang walked forward, gently embraced Jin Qichin in his arms, and said softly, it's okay, the doctor will definitely cure Cece. Jin Qichin leaned on Su Yang's shoulder and nodded slightly, but she could not hide her inner anxiety. At this time, the doctor came over with a frown on his face. Doctor, how is Cece? Jin Qichin asked anxiously. The bleeding has been stopped, but the patient is still in shock due to excessive blood loss. However, the hospital just performed surgery on an O-type blood patient yesterday, and now we have no O-type blood in stock. We are urgently allocating blood from other hospitals. The hospital said helplessly. How could this happen? Doctor, when can the O-type blood be delivered? Jin Qichin said in a trembling voice, tears welling up in her eyes. We are communicating with other hospitals, but have not received a definite answer yet. The doctor replied. Cece is also type O blood? Su Yang suddenly asked. The doctor and Jin Qichin both nodded. Then use my blood. I happen to be type O blood. Su Yang said. O blood type? Su Yang, you also have O blood type? That's great. Jin Qichin was so excited that she was incoherent after hearing that. Okay, come with me, said the doctor, and led Su Yang away. I don't know how much time passed, inside the VIP ward. Jin Qichin stood guard by the bed, staring at Cece. Qichin, don't be nervous. The doctor has already said that there is nothing serious. Just stay in the hospital for observation today. Let Cece sleep well. Su Yang said comfortingly. Upon hearing this, Jin Qichin looked at Su Yang and said sincerely, Su Yang, thank you. If you hadn't donated blood in time, if something happened to Cece, I would probably have to live with guilt for the rest of my life. Su Yang smiled and asked, then how are you going to thank me? As long as you like it, I can do anything. Jin Qichin replied in a firm tone. Su Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Don't worry, I don't have any excessive demands. Besides, let alone Cece, even if it was a stranger, I would choose to donate blood to save people. But from now on, Cece will have my blood flowing in her body, so there seems to be nothing wrong with her calling me dad. Ha ha. Su Yang continued with another laugh. Jin Qichin couldn't help but smile. If you are willing, Cece will be your goddaughter in the future. The day passed quickly. At night, when Cece woke up, she saw that her parents were there and became lively and happy again. Seeing this, Jin Qichin couldn't help but feel relieved. Qichin, you haven't eaten anything all day. I'll go buy you some delicious food. You stay with Cece first. Su Yang said. Jin Shichin was about to agree, but was interrupted by Cece. I want Dad to stay with Cece, Mom is going to buy food. Jin Shichin wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did her daughter like Su Yang so much? She treated him better than her biological mother. Su Yang spread his hands helplessly. Okay, Mom will buy you some food. Don't be naughty, Jin Shichin said to Cece with a smile. Then she said hello to Su Yang and went to a restaurant outside the hospital downstairs to buy dinner. She would be back soon. After Jin Shichin left, Cece looked at Su Yang and asked dejectedly, Dad, why did you take so long to come back? Mom is so tired. She picks Cece up and drops her off at kindergarten, cleans the house, and goes to work. Sometimes she falls asleep on the sofa because she is so tired. Cece can only cover her with a blanket. Cece thinks about you coming back every day so that she doesn't have to be so tired. Su Yang listened to what Cece said, and felt that this little girl was really sensible. It was really not easy for Jin Shichin, a woman, to take care of a child and go to work. Don't worry, Cece. Dad will never abandon you and Mom. Besides, Dad bought a big house. How about we move there tomorrow? Su Yang said with a smile. Dad, is that true? Dad is so awesome. From now on Cece doesn't have to worry about other kids saying that Cece has no father. Cece said happily. Two people, one big and one small, were chatting animatedly. Sure enough, after a while, Jin Shichin came back with a few lunchboxes. What were you talking about? You look so happy? Jin Shichin asked with a smile. Seeing this warm picture of father and daughter, she felt both warmth and regret in her heart. How great it would be if this was Cece's biological father. Dad said he would never leave us and even bought a big house. Let's move there tomorrow, Mom. Cece said happily. Okay, we'll move tomorrow. Jin Shichin responded with a smile. They had originally planned to move tomorrow and had already contacted the moving company. Jin Shichin said this as she put the food on a small dining table. It must be said that this VIP ward was quite well equipped. In addition to the special room where Cece slept, there was also a large double bed next to it. Su Yang went to the bathroom first, then called Yao Siyu and told her that he had something to do and would not be back home tonight. Yao Siyu had no objection to this, but she told Su Yang to be careful. Dinner is ready. Jin Shichin shouted to Su Yang. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Jin Shichin's consumption rebate. The consumption was 220 yuan, the sincerity index was 90.99%, the cashback was 9,099 times, the amount received was 2,001,780 yuan, and it has been credited. Hey, Jin Shichin's sincerity index has soared again, and it has reached 90.99%, Su Yang sighed in his heart. This is probably the fastest time for the sincerity index to break through 90.99% except for Yao Siyu. He is really looking forward to what kind of reward the system will give when it reaches 100%. Dad, can you and Mom sleep in the big bed tonight and keep Cece company? Cece said to Su Yang while eating. Forehead. Su Yang didn't know whether to say yes or no. He naturally planned to stay with the mother and daughter, but he didn't prepare to sleep in a bed. He planned to spend the night on the sofa next to them. Jin Shichin was also a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Cece to sell out her mother so quickly. That night, in the ward, on the double bed, Su Yang could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Jin Shichin next to him. Jin Shichin closed her eyes at this time, but her heartbeat was accelerating. Although they slept in their clothes, they were still in the same bed. If Su Yang made any move, would she refuse or accept it? In fact, after Su Yang used his own blood to save Cece, she already had the answer in her heart. Su Yang, who was lying on the bed, was also distracted. He admired Jin Shichin very much. On the one hand, she was indeed very capable at work. On the other hand, she was indeed a plump and sexy goddess. It was pleasing to the eyes to have her around every day. Chapter 46 Moving. The next morning, Su Yang and Jin Shichin got up early. In fact, the two of them did not sleep all night. They were struggling between their conscience and their conscience. They just lay there motionless the whole night. After looking at each other, they looked at each other's panda eyes and couldn't help but smile at each other. Jin Shichin felt relieved, but she was also very pleased that Su Yang did not do anything excessive. She was willing to treat such a boss and such a friend sincerely. In fact, Su Yang also knew that if he had done anything inappropriate last night, Jin Shichin would most likely not refuse, but the relationship between the two had not yet developed to that stage. Although they were colleagues before and now they were superiors and subordinates, they still spent too little time together and did not know each other well enough. He did not want to become a fool who lost his mind when he saw a beautiful woman. "Cece hasn't woken up yet, I'll go buy you breakfast," Jin Qichin said. "Okay, go ahead and don't worry, I'll take care of Cece," Su Yang replied. Afterwards, Jin Qichin went out to buy breakfast. When she came back, she saw that Cece had woken up. Su Yang, the doctor, and the nurse were all there. She felt nervous and asked hurriedly, "Su Yang, what happened to Cece?" Su Yang gave her a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. Let the doctor give Cece another comprehensive checkup. If there's no problem, we can go back and move." Jin Qichin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard that. She was shocked to see the doctor just now. "Su Yang, let the doctor check you out, and have some breakfast first," Jin Qichin said to Su Yang. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Jin Qichin's consumption rebate. The consumption was 15 yuan, the sincerity index was 92.22%, the cashback was 9,222 times, the amount received was 138,330 yuan, and it has been credited. Su Yang took the breakfast and was surprised that Jin Qichin's sincerity index had increased again. It seemed that after last night, her impression of him had increased again. "You should have some breakfast too. The doctor's examination will take some time." "Don't worry, Cece is in good condition," Su Yang said to Jin Qichin, who looked a little anxious. Jin Qichin nodded, but she didn't know whether he heard her or not. Her eyes followed the doctor and it was obvious that she was still nervous before the test results came out. The final examination results were as expected. Cece was fine and could be discharged from the hospital and go home at any time. Only then did Jin Qichin feel completely relieved and fed Cece while eating breakfast. After breakfast, Cece couldn't wait to see the new house her father bought, so Su Yang drove them back to their residence. At this time, people from the moving company also came downstairs. "Just sell these TVs, air conditioners, washing machines, etc. The new house has the latest equipment." Su Yang pointed at those things and said to Jin Qichin. "Okay then, but it's a pity," Jin Qichin said helplessly. Many of the items were bought with her monthly salary. Now she has to sell them all at a discount, which makes her feel a little painful. Since these large items were not needed, there were very few things that needed to be moved, and Jin Qichin quickly packed up the packages. Cece just stared at the rag doll and rocking horse that Su Yang gave her. These were given to her by her father, and she just wanted to take them away. Su Yang arranged a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom house in Dongdu Yaoyuan for Jin Qichin, and when they arrived downstairs in the community, the 2 uniformed security guards, standing tall and sharp-eyed, immediately said excitedly when they saw Su Yang, "Hello, Captain." Su Yang naturally recognized these 2 men. They were both the first members to join the Thunder Guard. At Su Yang's request, the 2 buildings purchased in Dongdu Yaoyuan had to be equipped with security personnel, and it seemed that this has now been implemented. "Not bad." Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. Jin Qichin's eyes were full of surprise. It was the first time she saw security guards in every unit of a building. "You 2 uncles are so handsome," Cece shouted happily. "Help us carry the luggage," Su Yang said to the 2 of them. Arriving at the new home, little Cece said happily, "The house my dad bought is so big." Jin Qichin also knew about the houses in Dongdu Yaoyuan. After all, they were in sales. Although it was not their own property, they would also follow up on some information about competing properties. Su Yang actually said that such a finely decorated house was just a staff dormitory. What a generous boss he must be. "Are you satisfied?" Su Yang smiled at Jin Qichin. "Of course I'm satisfied, but this way I'll owe you even more," Jin Qichin said with a wry smile. "Ha, then you should work hard for me for the rest of your life," Su Yang said with a smile. Then Su Yang took Cece to a children's room. The environment was warm, especially the bed with a unique shape, like a unique art boat. Every detail was full of creativity and uniqueness. "Wow, it's so beautiful, Dad." Little Cece came to the bed excitedly and danced with joy. When Jin Qichin saw this scene, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. After being busy for most of the day, they just had a simple fast food at noon and did not finish cleaning up until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "Su Yang, let me cook for you tonight." "I'm so sorry to have wasted your day," Jin Qichin said. "Okay, then let me try your cooking." No need to be polite. You are my secretary. It is my duty as your boss to arrange your life so that you can devote yourself to your work in the future. Su Yang replied with a smile. Afterwards, Su Yang brought Jin Qichin and Cici to a nearby shopping mall, preparing to buy some ingredients from the supermarket and let the mother and daughter get familiar with the environment. By the way, Cici should go to the kindergarten in Dongdu Yaoyuan from now on. This way it is close to home and the kindergarten is inside the community. Su Yang suddenly thought of Cici's schooling issue, so he said, "Okay, that's very convenient." Jin Qichin couldn't help but feel emotional. It seemed that after meeting Su Yang, everything was no problem and everything was arranged properly. She thought to herself that she must be a good secretary and repay Su Yang. At this time, Cici ran to a shop selling photo frames, pointed at the photo frames on the wall and said, "Dad, Mom, I want to take a photo and hang it on the wall at home." Finally, at Xiao Cici's strong request, Su Yang, Jin Qichin, and Xiao Cici took a family photo of the three of them, and this photo will always be hung on the wall of their home. After they finished shopping at the mall and bought ingredients, Jin Qichin got home and started cooking. Although she was busy every day before, there was always something missing in her life. Now, she seemed to understand what was missing. It's just that Su Yang is so outstanding, and she is just an unmarried woman with a child. So she suppressed her inner thoughts and took good care of Cici, which was her greatest wish in life. As for the rest, she just let nature take its course. Chapter 47. 3 Beauties Gathered. That night, while Xiao Cici was asleep, Su Yang slipped back to the villa. As expected, Yao Siyu was waiting for him in the living room again. "Master, you're back." Yao Siyu greeted him intimately. "Siyu, you haven't fully recovered yet and you need to rest well. I'm going back to sleep first." After Su Yang said that, he ran back to the room and closed the door. She was afraid that Yao Siyu would come to her to exchange skills, and she had not slept all night in the hospital. Now she was really tired, so she fell asleep directly after taking a shower. Yao Siyu watched Su Yang running away in panic and couldn't help feeling puzzled. People were just worried about him, and she would be relieved when he returned home, so why was he so panicked? Su Yang slept particularly soundly this time. The next morning, a girl rang the doorbell in front of Su Yang's villa. Aunt Yang went out to buy groceries, but Yao Siyu got up very early, so she went to open the door, wondering who it could be. The door opens. I saw a beautiful woman standing outside the door. She was wearing an orange short skirt, revealing her long legs and towering breasts. Even Yao Siyu couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. "Beauty, who are you looking for?" Yao Siyu couldn't help but ask, but she probably had already guessed it in her heart. The woman opposite was also looking at Yao Siyu. Even though Yao Siyu was only wearing simple white casual clothes, it could not conceal her charming and upright figure. She also had a beautiful face and a pleasant voice. "My name is Zhou Wen, I'm here to see Su Yang, are you his girlfriend?" Yao Siyu shook her head and said, "I'm not the master's girlfriend, I'm the master's secretary and personal bodyguard." Master? Secretary? Personal bodyguard? Zhou Wen was a little confused and thought that rich people really know how to have fun. "The master hasn't gotten up yet, please come in first, Miss Zhou." Yao Siyu invited Zhou Wen into the villa. Since it was a beautiful woman looking for the master, she naturally couldn't ruin the master's good fortune. "Oh, okay. Last time Su Yang told me that I could come and take care of his garden when I have time. This time he brought many varieties of flowers and green plants." Zhou Wen said, pointing to a truck at the door. "Wow, these flowers are so beautiful and fragrant, making people feel refreshed." Yao Siyu praised. So the two girls directed the truck to a garden in the villa. The original flowers and green plants were indeed much inferior to those brought by Zhou Wen. "Miss Zhou, why don't you go to the living room and rest for a while? I'll go and wake the master up," Yao Siyu said. "No need, I will instruct them to renovate this flower garden now." Zhou Wen waved her hand. Seeing this, Yao Siyu had no choice but to go and wake Su Yang up first. "Master, Miss Zhou Wen is here. You should get up and go see her." Yao Siyu went straight to Su Yang's bed and said while shaking Su Yang's hand. Su Yang, who was still asleep, asked sleepily, "Who's here?" "Ms. Zhou Wen, I'm here to take care of your garden at your invitation." Yao Siyu couldn't help but say again. At this time, Su Yang's mind finally cleared up, and he remembered what he had told Zhou Wen before, asking her to help him take care of the flower garden when she was free. So he washed up quickly. "Wen, you're here so early in the morning." Su Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw Zhou Wen's familiar figure from afar. What do you mean early? You're such a lazy bum. It's already past 7 o'clock. Zhou Wen pouted. Su Yang just laughed it off, thinking that he didn't sleep well the night before. Later, Su Yang saw that there were some more beautiful flowers in the garden, as well as green plants in various artistic shapes, which were pleasing to the eyes. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Zhou Wen's consumption rebate, consumption of 55,000 yuan, sincerity index 82.88%, cashback 8,288 times, the amount received is 455,840,000 yuan, has been credited. Su Yang was in a good mood. Zhou Wen came to help him spend more than 400 million yuan early in the morning. However, these flowers were really expensive. It made sense that they looked good, after all, it was all hard-earned money. Wenwen, thank you. Let's have lunch here today. Su Yang said to Wenwen. Let's talk about it after you're done. Zhou Wen said lightly. How can that be? See you, go and tell Aunt Yang to ask her to cook more dishes at noon. Su Yang said. Yao Siyu nodded in agreement and then went to contact Aunt Yang. Aunt Yang happened to be buying groceries, so she asked her to buy more. Zhou Wen looked at Yao Siyu walking away, and sneered at Su Yang. Boss Su, Uncle Su, you really know how to have fun. You even found a maid? Forehead. Speaking of maids, Su Yang felt both awkward and strangely excited. How can I explain this to you? She insisted on calling me master, and there was nothing I could do. Su Yang spread his hands helplessly, and then told Zhou Wen about what happened to Yao Siyu and her daughter. Turns out she is a miserable woman. Zhou Wen sighed in her heart. She originally thought that she called Su Yang master just to please Su Yang and play tricks. However, when she heard Su Yang say that night, Yao Siyu blocked a knife to save Su Yang and almost lost her life, she realized that Yao Siyu was indeed a grateful person, and she put Su Yang's life above anyone else. Perhaps the reason why she called Su Yang master was to remind herself all the time that she should repay the life-saving grace with her own life. At this moment, Zhou Wen actually had a little respect for Yao Siyu. Who else could risk her own life and death to protect Su Yang? After a while, Yao Siyu came back and said to Zhou Wen, Miss Zhou, I have already told Aunt Yang to make more food for lunch, so you can stay and eat with the master. Yao Siyu knew a little about the relationship between Su Yang and Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen seemed to be quite good in both appearance and personality. If her master liked her, she would naturally try her best to bring them together. Siyu, don't call me Miss Zhou, just call me Wenwen. As he said that, he took Yao Siyu's hand, walked to the flowers, and introduced them to her. Soon the two women became familiar with each other. If you didn't know them, you would think they were good friends. They completely left Su Yang alone. Su Yang was bored. They were looking at the flowers, so I would just admire you. You are more beautiful than flowers. It is much more pleasing to the eye than looking at the flowers. Just when Su Yang was engrossed in watching, a message suddenly came on his mobile phone. He opened it and found that it was from Jin Qichin. She didn't know how to coax Cici now. Ever since she had Su Yang as her father, Cici would feel listless if she didn't see him for a day. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Cici's desire for fatherly love was very deep. After all, she had always been accompanied by her mother. Now that she had a father, she hoped that they could always be together. Su Yang thought about it and told Jin Qichin the address of the villa, asking her to bring Cici to his house for lunch at noon and introduce two friends from work to her. Chapter 48 Boss Su's Generosity. In the living room. Zhou Wen and Yao Siyu were still chatting, from the garden to the living room, from the stars to the moon. Hey, can you guys listen to me for a few minutes? Su Yang couldn't help but sigh helplessly. The two girls looked at each other and couldn't help laughing, and actually forgot about the male host. So he paused their conversation to see what Su Yang wanted to say. Seeing that the two beauties finally stopped and looked at him, he cleared his throat and said, My daughter will come over later. What? Daughter? You have a daughter? The two girls stared at Su Yang in surprise. This was completely beyond their expectations. Seeing that he had successfully attracted the attention of the two, Su Yang couldn't help but explain the matter about Jin Qichin and her daughter with a smile. Besides, little Cici now had his blood flowing in her body, so it was not wrong for her to call him dad. After listening to Su Yang's explanation, the two girls suddenly realized that they did not expect that Su Yang actually recognized a daughter. You don't have any intentions towards the little girl's mother, do you? I heard that some men like young women. Zhou Wen sneered. I swear to God, all this just happened naturally. Su Yang vowed. At this time, the doorbell rang. Su Yang said this and went to the door to pick up the mother and daughter. Dad, Cece misses you. When little Cece saw Su Yang, she immediately jumped happily into Su Yang's arms. Dad misses Cece too, Su Yang said with a smile. Then he looked at Jin Qichin, who was holding some fruit in her hand. You're here, why are you buying things? Jin Qichin smiled and said, don't you have friends here? I would be embarrassed to come here empty-handed and eat for free. Su Yang picked up Xiao Cece and brought Jin Qichin to the living room. Zhou Wen and Yao Xiu both looked at Jin Qichin. They saw her plump and sexy figure, curly hair, skin as white as snow, and she was extremely beautiful. Her every move showed her maturity and charm. Jin Qichin was also looking at the two beauties opposite her, one of whom seemed familiar. Jin Qichin? Zhou Wen. The two women said in surprise at the same time. Ha? You know each other too? Su Yang said with a smile, but it was not surprising. At that time, Jin Qichin worked at Dihao Group and Zhou Wen worked at Hongding Group. Both of them were beautiful women and sales managers. Even though they had never dealt with each other privately, they had met each other before. So Su Yang introduced Yao Xiu and Jin Qichin to each other. And then nothing happened. The three women began to chat excitedly again. Fortunately, the cute little Cece was there to accompany Su Yang this time. Cece, come here quickly. Let me introduce two aunts to you. Jin Qichin suddenly waved to Cece. So Cece ran over obediently. Hello, aunties. Cece called sweetly. Cece is so well behaved, so cute and so beautiful. Zhou Wen said praisingly. So little Cece was held in the arms of Zhou Wen and Yao Xiu in turn and played happily, leaving Su Yang sitting lonely on the side. Fortunately, it was time for dinner soon. Aunt Yang prepared a table full of delicious dishes, and she seemed to be in a good mood. After all, it was rare for such a big villa to be so lively today. It's time to eat, three beauties, Su Yang shouted to the three of them. At the dinner table, the three beauties all praised Aunt Yang's cooking skills. Although they thought their own cooking was not bad, it was still a little lacking compared to Aunt Yang's. Auntie Yang, thank you for your hard work today and for cooking so many dishes. Su Yang said. It's not hard at all. Cooking is fun. Aunt Yang said with a smile. The meal ended with laughter and joy, and then the three beauties rushed to help clear the table, wash the pots and dishes. Su Yang nodded frequently when watching this scene. This harmonious picture, these three beauties are three beautiful scenery. Su Yang crossed his legs, holding little Cece in his arms, and watched the cat and mouse cartoon together. The two of them, big and small, were really enjoying the show. After working for a while, the three people came to Su Yang and looked at him straight. Su Yang felt something and asked in confusion, what's the matter? Is there something wrong? The three of us are planning to go shopping. Will you stay at home and help take care of Xiao Cece, or will you take Xiao Cece with us when we go shopping? Zhou Wen said. Su Yang thought, is there any need to choose? Cece said she wanted to accompany you shopping, so I'll go with you too. Su Yang said. Cece in his arms looked at her father in confusion and said nothing. The three girls sneered disdainfully and said, if you want to follow me, just follow me. Why are you pretending? What's your attitude? I'm worried that it's not safe for you three beautiful ladies to walk on the street. Su Yang couldn't help but explain. Ignoring Su Yang, the three women walked out together, with Su Yang following closely behind them, holding Cece in his arms. In the end, Su Yang drove them to the largest commercial street in Donghai City. Today, Su Yang decided to be a professional driver, a competent dad, and an awesome chairman. Zhou Wen, Yao Xiu, and Jin Qichin are three beauties. They are usually busy with work and rarely go shopping. What is important is that they got to know each other because of Su Yang, and as they are all beauties, they have a lot in common and appreciate each other. On the street, three beauties were walking in front, immediately attracting countless eyes from the surroundings. Some pedestrians even bumped into a telephone pole accidentally. Everyone was amazed at the sight of three such rare beauties appearing all of a sudden. Su Yang rode little Cece on his shoulders and walked behind them, looking at the astonished eyes around him with a sense of pride. They first came to a cosmetics store. Su Yang knew nothing about these things, but the three women knew a lot about these products. If you like anything, just buy it. I'll pay for everything today. Su Yang said proudly. The clerk at the side could not help but look at Su Yang with contempt, thinking that he was not afraid of biting his tongue when he boasted. This was a luxury goods store, not a street stall. If the three beauties all chose a set of cosmetics, it would cost at least more than 1 million yuan. He hated this kind of people who pretended to be rich to please beautiful women. Since Boss Su is so generous, we won't be polite. Zhou Wen laughed. She knew Su Yang's strength. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for him. Just consider it as the reward for taking care of the garden today. As for Yao Siyu, she naturally had no scruples and bought whatever her master asked her to buy. Only Zhen Qiqin said awkwardly, I still don't want it. This set is worth hundreds of thousands. It's too expensive. Considering that she worked hard for several years and saved only a few 100,000 yuan, it would take her several years' savings to buy a set of cosmetics. This is naturally not her consumption concept. Qiqin, you don't need to spend money. Cici's father is here. Didn't he say that he would pay the bill? You can't underestimate your boss Su. Zhou Wen said with a teasing smile. Yao Siyu also nodded in approval. Zhen Qiqin blushed when she heard this. Why did these words sound so ambiguous? That's right. If I don't spend 10 million today, it would be disrespectful to me. Su Yang laughed proudly. Chapter 49 Heroic Moment. After buying cosmetics, they went to the clothing store. Su Yang was secretly delighted and sat down on the sofa. The enjoyable show began. Zhou Wen, Yao Siyu, and Zhen Qiqin were seen changing into different kinds of clothes in turn, and they would come in front of Su Yang, walk around and comment on them. The three top beauties fully demonstrated what sexiness, enchantment, charm, and maturity are. They were so charming and enchanting that Su Yang's blood boiled. Although they are all extremely beautiful women, each has her own characteristics. Su Yang can see that Zhou Wen's biggest highlight is her turbulent breasts, Zhen Qiqin's round and slender legs, and Yao Siyu's stunning figure. Of course, I have a little beauty, Cici, in my arms, so I can't leave her behind when buying clothes. In the end, I spent more than 2 million yuan on buying clothes. Zhen Qiqin had mixed feelings, but she was not as calm as Zhou Wen and Yao Siyu. As the saying goes, one should not receive rewards without merit. These were cosmetics and clothes, and the prices were so high that she was still a little overwhelmed. After buying clothes, everyone decided to put the things back into the car first, otherwise there would be too many things to carry. Dad, Cici wants to eat ice cream again. Walking on the street, Cici said to Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the three beauties walking and talking in front of him, and thought that buying an ice cream would only take a few minutes, and he could just catch up with them soon, so he carried Cici to the cold drink shop on the roadside. Hey, Siyu, look over there, why are there several men bullying a little girl? Zhou Wen pointed to the corner of the street in the distance, where a girl was surrounded by three men. Yao Siyu and Zhen Qiqin couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. In broad daylight, in clear view of the world, these few scoundrels, let's go and help that girl. Zhou Wen, who was full of justice, said as she hurriedly walked towards the little girl. Yao Siyu and Zhen Qiqin also hurriedly followed. Little beauty, stop struggling and just come with us. This way you will suffer less physical pain. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unkind to you. One of the thugs with dyed yellow hair threatened. The little girl just huddled in the corner in fear. Hey, you bastards. You have the guts to bully a little girl in broad daylight. Zhou Wen couldn't help but shout. The three hooligans were startled when they heard the sound, but when they turned around and saw the three beauties in front of them, their eyes lit up, and they were three top beauties, so they couldn't help but look them up and down and sneered. Zhen Qiqin felt a burning sensation on her legs when being stared at, so she used the clothes and cosmetic boxes she bought to cover her lower body. Three beauties, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise, hee. The three hooligans couldn't help but laugh obscenely. I'll take care of it today, so get out of here. Zhou Wen said without fear. Hey, this girl has a very hot temper. It seems like her brain is on her chest. The yellow-haired gangster stared at Zhou Wen's chest and laughed. Zhou Wen's chest heaved with anger when she heard this. She didn't expect that these thugs would dare to be so arrogant in broad daylight. Yao Siyu slightly turned sideways to block Zhou Wen and Zhen Qiqin behind her. Her eyes gradually became sharp, and she said coldly to the three hooligans, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. The three thugs laughed even more wildly after hearing that. They didn't expect that they would be threatened by three beauties today. If this got out, they would be so laughing that their teeth would drop. Brothers, let these three women see the might of us men. As they spoke, the three thugs approached Yao Siyu and the others. Stop! Stop, don't bully the three sisters, I will go with you. At this time, the little girl in the corner suddenly cried and said to the three thugs. However, the three thugs turned a deaf ear to them and were determined to have some fun with the three beauties. Zhou Wen and Jin Qiqi looked unhappy. They didn't expect these three gangsters to be so difficult to deal with. Only Yao Siyu stared at the three gangsters with indifference. If her wounds had not yet fully healed, she would have rushed up and beaten the three gangsters to make them cry for their parents. Dad, there are bad guys bullying Mom. Little Cece suddenly shouted at Su Yang. Su Yang was shocked when he heard this. He turned around and saw three thugs approaching the three women, so he ran over with Cece in his arms. Three beauties, one for each of you, come on, said the yellow-haired man, and was about to grab Zhou Wen's breasts with one hand. Just as Yao Siyu was about to make a move, a loud shout came from far away. Stop! Then everyone saw Su Yang take a step towards Zhou Wen, holding Xiao Cece in his right hand and tightly grasping the wrist of the yellow-haired gangster with his left hand. Leave this to me, the three of you step back, Su Yang said, handing Cece, who was in his right hand, to Jin Qiqi. Su Yang, be careful, Jin Qiqi reminded with concern. Don't worry, the master is a martial arts master. These little thugs can't hurt the master at all, Yao Siyu said confidently, while pulling the little girl, Zhou Wen and Jin Qiqi back. Huan Ma was shocked when he saw Su Yang suddenly appear, especially when he grabbed his wrist with such strong force that he was unable to break free. What are you two still standing there for? Go ahead, the yellow-haired gangster said urgently to his two companions. However, with a sound of crack, the yellow-haired man's arm was broken, and then he was kicked several meters away by Su Yang and fainted. The two hooligans nearby were so frightened that their faces suddenly changed drastically. This was a master, so their knees softened and they knelt down to beg for mercy. Brother, we were wrong, please forgive us. You two slap each other 10 times, then take that yellow-haired guy and get out of here, Su Yang said coldly. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The two thugs slapped each other and thanked Su Yang for his forgiveness. Wow! Dad is so awesome. Little Cece looked at Su Yang with eyes full of admiration. It was also the first time for Zhou Wen and Jin Qiqi to see Su Yang take action. They did not expect him to be so quick and efficient, and they immediately felt safe. Only Yao Siyu was the calmest, as she was the only one who had seen Su Yang's true strength. After sending the three little thieves away, everyone turned their attention to the little girl. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for saving my life, said the little girl gratefully. Why did they arrest you? Zhou Wen asked. The little girl couldn't help but feel sad. Her father originally opened a dental clinic and his business was booming. However, he was framed by a competitor and not only lost his medical qualification, he also owed loan sharks. The three thugs just now were the loan sharks collectors. Brother and sister, please save my father. He is the best dentist in the world. If you don't pay back the money, those people will chop off one of my father's hands. Then my father will be really finished, said the little girl crying. How much money do you owe in loan sharking? Su Yang asked. The principal is 200,000 yuan, and the interest is 300,000 yuan, the little girl stammered. She knew that this was a huge sum of money, and no stranger would be willing to lend a helping hand. Big brother, as long as you are willing to save my father, I will make money and pay you back after I graduate from college, the little girl said and knelt down. Chapter 50 helped to the end. Everyone was moved when they saw the little girl kneeling down. Zhou Wen wanted to help the little girl up, but the girl refused to get up. Jin Qiqi, Yao Siyu, and Zhou Wen couldn't help but look at Su Yang. Ultimately, it would depend on Su Yang's decision. Get up, I can save your father, Su Yang said to the little girl. The little girl was overjoyed when she heard this and kept kowtowing to Su Yang. Su Yang also hurriedly helped the girl up. Only then did he see the girl's appearance clearly. She was pure and lovely, and a beauty in her own right. Of course, Su Yang did not save her for this reason. Do you know where they captured your father? Su Yang asked. The little girl nodded, and then told Su Yang the specific location, which was the office of the loan sharks. So Su Yang called Qinglong and asked him and Suzaku to lead the Qinglong team and Suzaku team to rescue the girl's father, and at the same time asked them to control the situation and wait for his arrival. Now, the Azure Dragon team and the Suzaku team each have 25 members, which meets Su Yang's current staffing requirements. Asking them to deal with the thugs who collect usury is simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but Su Yang wants to deliberately beat that group of people. I will ensure that the mission is completed. Xinglong replied firmly. Xinglong, what's the matter that the captain called you about? You look so excited. Xuanwu looked at Xinglong's excited expression and asked in confusion. We have a mission. Go and rescue someone. We must perform well this time and must not mess it up again. Xinglong said. Upon hearing this, Baihu, Suzaku and Xuanwu also became excited, thinking that the time to prove themselves had come. Then why are you still standing there? Let's go. Xuanwu said anxiously. Xinglong glanced at him and said, I'm sorry, Xuanwu, you and Baihu stay behind. The captain only wants me and Zhuke to go. Ah. Xuanwu and Baihu were disappointed upon hearing this. Looking at the backs of the Azure Dragon team and the Suzaku team leaving with great momentum, he could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. Su Yang, on his part, has also driven there to help his daughter solve the problem completely. Along the way, through chatting with the little girl, I learned that the girl's name was Tang Shanshan and her father's name was Tang Wenba. Tang Shanshan is currently a freshman at Kyoto University. Her father is a famous dentist both at home and abroad. As for her mother, she passed away when she was very young. When Su Yang heard Tang Shanshan say that his father was a famous dentist, his heart was moved. He had thought about building a dental hospital for Wang Xiaotong and giving it to her as a gift. What he needed was a professional doctor like Tang Wenba. From what you said, your father's previous clinic was framed by a competitor, and the reason he borrowed money from loan sharks was also a trap? Su Yang asked. The little girl nodded affirmatively. Although there was evidence, it was not sufficient, and the competitor had some connections and background. Su Yang kept it in mind. If he was going to use Tang Wenba in the future, it would be necessary to help him clear his grievances. After all, his medical qualification was revoked because of this incident. Otherwise, how could he be allowed to see patients in the hospital without a medical qualification certificate? Soon, Su Yang and his friends arrived at the place the little girl mentioned. It was an old and dilapidated building near the suburbs, and few people visited it usually. At this time, 10 security guards in uniform were standing in front of the building, holding electric batons and standing tall. Looking closely, they were all women, members of the Suzaku squad under the Thunder Guard. Zhuke was standing in front. Seeing Su Yang coming, he walked forward quickly. Captain, the people have been rescued and are safe and sound. The scene has been controlled by Xinglong and is awaiting your instructions. Suzaku reported. Very good. Let's go up. Su Yang said to Yao Siyu and others. Originally, he wanted Jin Shichin to take Cici to wait in the car, but little Cici insisted on going with them. Zhou Wen and Jin Shichin were very shocked at this moment. They did not expect that the security team of Feilong Global Strategic Group was so strong. The aura exuded by this group of people was awe-inspiring. When you walk into the building, you can see a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, and they are all members of the Thunder Guard. When we arrived at a spacious area on the top floor, we saw 7 or 8 thugs squatting in a corner with their heads in their hands, and 10 security guards holding electric batons were standing around them. Captain, you're here. Xinglong saw Su Yang coming with a group of people and hurried to greet him. Well done. Su Yang said with a smile. Xinglong felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He thought he was going to have a big fight, but it turned out that these were just a few petty thieves. He didn't even need to do anything because they were all scared to death. Dad, are you okay? Tang Shanshan ran up to a middle-aged man and said nervously. Shanshan, Dad is fine. Who are these people? Why did you come with them? Tang Wenba asked. He had asked the one-armed Mr. Xinglong before, but the other party did not tell him at all. So Tang Shanshan told her father what had happened. Tang Wenba was shocked because this person turned out to be the famous chairman of Feilong Global Strategic Group. Thank you, Chairman Su, for saving my and my daughter's lives. I have no way to repay you. Tang Wenba took his daughter's hand, walked in front of Su Yang, and was about to kneel down. Su Yang hurriedly stopped them from kneeling and said to Tang Wenba, Mr. Tang, you don't have to be polite. Maybe I will need your help in the future. Chairman Su, don't worry. Just say the word and I, Tang Wenba, will be at your disposal. Tang Wenba said firmly. Good. Then Su Yang signaled Xinglong to call the leader of this group of thugs over. Who is the leader here? Come here quickly, our captain has something to ask you. Xinglong shouted. A fat, bald man squatting on the ground hurriedly knelt down and crawled in front of Su Yang and others. Brothers, I know I was wrong. Please let us go. The bald Chinese character begged for mercy hurriedly. Let me ask you, how much money does he owe you? Su Yang asked. The bald man was shocked when he heard this and said, I don't owe you any more money. I'll just treat this money as a gift to you all. Su Yang frowned, so Xinglong kicked the bald man hard on the butt. Just answer whatever I ask you. The bald man was a little confused after being kicked, and could only say carefully, the principal is 200,000, and the interest does not need to be calculated. Okay, Shiqin, transfer 200,000 to him. Su Yang said to Jin Shiqin. After all, Jin Shiqin was his secretary, and it would be unworthy of him to transfer the money himself. Jin Shiqin was stunned for a moment, but then immediately transferred 200,000 yuan. The bald man didn't expect this big brother to be so particular, and he didn't dare to neglect him, so he quickly returned the IOU to Tang Wenba. Xinglong, teach them a lesson. If you dare to bully the people and do evil again, it will not be so easy to forgive you. After Su Yang said this, he led everyone away. Chapter 51 Company Management Meeting. After the matter is settled, Su Yang asked Zhu Ke to arrange personnel to escort Tang Wenba and his daughter home, and asked Jin Qichuan to transfer 100,000 yuan to them. Tang Wenba wanted to refuse, but thinking that he already owed such a big favor, he didn't care about the extra 100,000. He hoped that he would have the opportunity to repay the favor in the future. And in the future business empire that Su Yang would create, they, father and daughter, did make great contributions. At this time, Jin Qiqin thought that it was a good thing that she was only allowed to transfer 100,000 yuan. If it was more, all her savings would be gone. However, the next moment, she suddenly received a transfer of 200 million yuan from Su Yang into her account, with a message attached, "You are in charge of the money from now on." Jin Qiqin's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. She counted carefully over and over again to see how many zeros there were. She couldn't help but be touched by Su Yang's trust in her. He let her manage such a huge sum of money. Wasn't he afraid that he would abscond with the money? After this incident, the three girls no longer had the heart to go shopping. Besides, it was getting late and it was time to go back for dinner. What do you want to eat tonight? I've already told you that I'll pay for today. Su Yang asked the beauties while driving. Whatever you want. The three girls replied. In this case, Su Yang planned to go to the RF Seafood Hotel to refresh the system. No opportunity could be wasted. After all, the scientific research-based project would be launched soon and there would be a lot of money to spend. In the private room of RF Seafood Hotel, looking at the table full of various seafood, the happiest person was the little Cici, who found it very novel. At this time, the lobby manager Mahoney came in and presented 2 bottles of red wine. Mr. Su, these are 2 bottles of red wine sent by Mr. Lu. Please accept them. Mr. Lu has something to do today and cannot come in person. You're welcome, just take care of your own things. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for the wine. Su Yan replied. Ding, the Shinao Cashback System received Lu Mei's consumption rebate. The consumption was 20,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 78.56%, the cashback was 7,856 times, the amount received was 157,120,000 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. After dinner, Su Yang drove Zhou Wen and Jin Qiqin, mother and daughter, back home respectively, and then took Yao Siyu back to the villa. Lying on the bed, Su Yang was thinking about the company's affairs. As the company's staff grew and the business gradually expanded, the company's existing 6 luxury buses could not meet the demand, and some business cars were needed. His secretary Jin Qiqin also needed a separate car. So Su Yang sent a message to Jiang Yu at the car sales center, demanding 2 luxury business cars Hongqi HQ9, 1 Hongqi H9, and 1 BMW X5. Delivered to the Crown Building at noon tomorrow. The business car and Hongqi H9 were classified as company assets. As for the BMW X5, it was intended to be given to Jin Qiqin. After all, he also gave a BMW X5 to Yao Siyu, who was also his secretary at the beginning. Jiang Yu, who was about to go to sleep, suddenly received a message from Su Yang. After opening it, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He was thinking about what gift he should give Su Yang this time. The next day, Su Yang got up early and prepared to pick up Jin Qiqin to work, and at the same time send Cici to kindergarten. Yao Siyu originally wanted to go to the company with her, but Su Yang refused. He asked Yao Siyu to have a good rest at home and promised to accompany her to the hospital in the afternoon to take her mother home. When Su Yang arrived downstairs at Jin Qichin's residential area, he called her. Jin Qichin didn't expect Su Yang to come to pick her up, and she felt helpless. She let the chairman of Phylon Global Strategic Group pick her up. This honor was not something that everyone could enjoy. Dad. When little Cece saw Su Yang, she immediately rushed over happily. Ha ha. Cece, be a good kid when you go to kindergarten. Mom and Dad will pick you up after school. Su Yang said to Cece. Don't worry, Dad. Cece is very well behaved. Cece said obediently. The kindergarten was located inside the community, so Cece was sent to the kindergarten in just a few minutes. Chairman, this morning at 9 o'clock is the company's weekly management meeting. President Ouyang hopes that you can attend and not be a hands-off boss. Some things still require your decision, especially those involving the use of large sums of funds. Jin Qichin said to Su Yang seriously. Oh? Why did you change your name to chairman so quickly? Su Yang said with a smile. Jin Qichin replied, I'm worried that the company won't be able to change for a while. From now on, I will devote myself to work. Along the way, the two chatted, especially about the list of rich women. Jin Qichin introduced each person to Su Yang in detail. Before they knew it, they arrived at the Crown Building. When he arrived at the chairman's office, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Ouyang Weining and Luo Nailan were still very efficient at work. There were obviously many more unfamiliar faces in the company. Jin Qichin was busy making tea for Chairman Su and preparing relevant materials for the management meeting. Chairman Su, are you finally willing to show up? At this time, Ouyang Weining knocked on the door and walked in. Ha ha ha. President Ouyang, thank you for your hard work these days. Su Yang said with a smile. For the sake of a grand career, it is worth the hard work. I think you still need to know some important matters of the company. The meeting will start soon, and I will report to you in detail at the meeting. Ouyang Weining said. Su Yang nodded and looked at the time. The meeting was about to start, so he packed up and walked towards the meeting room with Ouyang Weining and Jin Qichin. Everyone was present in the conference room, mainly the heads of various departments of Phylon Global Strategic Group and Zhou Juanhao, the head of the real estate sector. At the meeting, heads of various departments reported on their work progress in turn. Finally, there were two important things that needed to be prepared. First, after communicating with the government departments in charge, the groundbreaking ceremony for the scientific research-based project is planned to be held in 10 days. Secretary Luo and Mayor Tang of the government will personally attend the ceremony with their team members to strongly support the project construction, which requires us to make corresponding connections and preparations. Second, the recruitment of the research team is progressing smoothly. With the launch of the research-based project, all research and development equipment also need to be put on the agenda and equipment procurement needs to be implemented. Some equipment needs to be imported, which takes a long time and requires a large amount of funds. The initial budget is that the research and development base will be completed and meet the operating conditions within 2 years, requiring 50 billion yuan. Su Yang couldn't help but smack his lips when he heard this. This thing really burns money. It seems that he needs to speed up the process of making money. Regarding these two matters, Su Yang said, 1. Zhou Juanhao will be in charge of the groundbreaking ceremony for the scientific research base. 2. Immediately inject another 10 billion into the company, and will continue to inject capital as the project progresses. Don't worry about the funding. When President Ouyang and others heard this, the atmosphere instantly relaxed. In fact, the main concern was that the funds would not be enough. With the chairman injecting another 10 billion, they would not have to worry about the funding problem for at least the next year. Chapter 52, Small Bridge, Flowing Water, and People's Home. In the chairman's office, Su Yang stared at the list of wealthy women in Donghai City and fell into deep thought. He decided to take advantage of the opportunity of government leaders' presence at the groundbreaking ceremony of the scientific research base to fully demonstrate the economic strength and influence of Phylon Global Strategic Group and thoroughly establish the company's leading position in Donghai City. He would then set up a dental hospital and a media company, both of which would be built into top domestic companies, and then given to Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Although he didn't know why they left without saying goodbye, as long as he was strong enough, he would be able to find them back and fulfill his original promise of 2 women worth tens of billions to share one husband. Afterwards, he called Zhou Juanhao to his office and told him his ideas about the groundbreaking ceremony, which must be made grand and that he must invite top-tier celebrities to open the ceremony and liven up the atmosphere. Zhou Juanhao also fully agreed with this. After all, when the company's reputation is improved, many things will be done with less effort. So he said, "Chairman, I will work out a specific plan within 2 days and report to you." After Zhou Juanhao left the office, Su Yang still has some urgency about the funds. He needs to speed up the pace of making money, so he made a plan for rich women. As long as he gets to know a group of rich women, he will hold a large birthday party and invite all the rich women to attend. They will not come empty-handed, right? By then, he. Zhen Qiqin stood aside, looking at Chairman Su staring at the list of rich women with such an obscene smile, and couldn't help but frown. But considering the chairman's wealth, he wouldn't do anything bad, right? Secretary Zhen, let's go visit a wealthy woman tomorrow. Make an appointment with her in advance and tell her that she's the chairman of Phylon Global Strategic Group and wants to discuss a deal with her. Su Yang pointed at one of the names and said to Zhen Qiqin, "Okay, chairman." Zhen Qiqin replied, and at the same time glanced at the person designated on the list, who was the owner of the largest chain of beauty salons in Donghai City. At this time, Su Yang received a call from Jiang Yu from the car sales center. "Chairman Su, the cars you requested are now delivered to you." "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to come and take it over," Su Yang replied. Then Su Yang took Luo Nailan and Zhen Qiqin to the parking lot downstairs, where there were 2 luxury business cars, a Hongqi HQ9, a Hongqi H9, and a BMW X5. "Chairman Su, this is a decoration I gave you. Please don't reject it," Jiang Yu said as he took out a gift box. Ding, the super rich cashback system received Jiang Yu's consumption rebate, consumption of 8,500 yuan, sincerity index of 82.55%, cashback of 8,255 times. The amount received was 70,167,500 yuan, and has been credited. Su Yang naturally accepted it without hesitation and said, "Sister Jiang Yu, you don't have to call me chairman from now on. It's better to call me Brother Su." "Okay, Brother Su," Jiang Yu called sweetly. Jiang Yu originally planned to invite Su Yang to lunch again at noon, but unfortunately Su Yang was too busy and refused. "Director Luo, please arrange for someone to bring 2 Hongqi HQ9s and 1 Hongqi H9 under the company's name." Su Yang pointed at the Hongqi car and said to Luo Nailan. Luo Nailan nodded. She had originally planned to apply to purchase a few commercial vehicles, but she didn't expect that the chairman had already done it in advance. Then Su Yang handed the BMW X5 key to Zhen Qiqin and said, "This car will be yours from now on." Zhen Qiqin was flattered and waved her hand hastily, "Chairman, I don't need it." Su Yang frowned and said, "This is also for work, so that I can be there whenever I need you." Yao Siyu is also a secretary, so she is also equipped with a car of the same model. After hearing this, Zhen Qiqin took the car keys. After Su Yang finished dealing with the car issue, he drove back to the villa alone and promised Yao Siyu that he would accompany her to the hospital this afternoon and bring her mother home. "Master, you're back," Yao Siyu said happily when she saw Su Yang coming back. She could go and take her mother home today and finally take good care of her. "It seems that you are all ready, so let's go to the hospital," Su Yang said. After arriving at the hospital, Su Yang was busy with the discharge procedures, while Yao Siyu accompanied her mother to pack her things. "Siyu, how is your relationship with Xiao Su?" Yao Siyu's mother asked with a smile. "It's great. He even bought a house for us. We will move to our new home soon," Yao Siyu said with a smile. "Xiao Su is such a good person. He is our savior. We must repay him." "I know, Mom." At this time, Su Yang also came over. He didn't know what the mother and daughter were talking about so happily, and said, "The procedures are all done, Auntie, I will take you home." In a village in southern China, the small bridges, flowing water, and houses hidden by green trees are quiet and warm, like a flowing landscape painting, which makes people yearn for it. 2 beautiful women sat barefoot beside the stream, watching the sunset. If Su Yang were here, he would definitely recognize them. They were Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. "Xiaotong, are you really not going to tell Su Yang about your pregnancy?" Kai Lingling asked anxiously. Wang Xiaotong shook her head when she heard this. Everything seemed like a dream. Because she hit Su Yang with her car, she and Lingling became very good friends with Su Yang. However, she did not expect that when they were about to leave, they were ambushed by Meng Juning and were drugged. Fortunately, they were rescued by Su Yang. Lingling, why are we hiding here? It's to avoid the family marriage. If they knew about Su Yang's existence and that we are pregnant with his child, do you know the consequences? Wang Xiaotong said solemnly. But have you really decided to give birth to the child? Kai Lingling asked again. Of course you have to give birth to the baby. After all, it's a life. Didn't you also decide to give birth to it? Wang Xiaotong said with a smile while stroking Lingling's belly. Kai Lingling also stretched out her hand and touched Wang Xiaotong's belly, and said expectantly, maybe one day when Su Yang becomes strong, we can go find him. I don't know whether Su Yang will be surprised or frightened when he sees the two children. The two of them smiled at each other. Although they hid in this corner of the countryside, they had been paying attention to Su Yang's movements. Now they learned that he had established Feilong Global Strategic Group. If it could really grow into a world-class technology leader, perhaps they would meet Su Yang again. Otherwise, meeting him would only harm him. It's getting dark, let's go back and have dinner, said Wang Xiaotong. Okay. It's your turn to cook tonight and I'll wash the dishes, Kai Lingling said with a smile. Then the two of them held hands and walked happily, forming a beautiful scenery in the afterglow of the setting sun. Chapter 53 Rich Woman's Plan 1. Song Yuehua, divorced, 38 years old, chairman of the Fenty Beauty and Health Company, with chain stores throughout the districts and counties of Donghai City, an annual operating income of tens of millions. Su Yang listened to Zhen Qiqin's report and said, have you made an appointment? Chairman, according to your request, the meeting time has been scheduled before lunch, that is, at 11 o'clock. Zhen Qiqin replied, but she didn't understand why she had to rush over to discuss cooperation at lunchtime? Or even go there specifically to eat for free. Su Yang looked at the time and it was already 10:20, so he said, then let's go. Chairman, are we going alone? Don't we need the business manager and legal manager to be there to discuss cooperation? Zhen Qiqin couldn't help but remind him. Su Yang waved his hand. It would only make sense to discuss these things in person. Inside the negotiation room of the Fenty Beauty and Health Company, Song Yuehua was holding a meeting with her employees, requiring them to perform well today and clean the negotiation room carefully again. She also didn't expect that the chairman of the famous Feilong Global Strategic Group would come to discuss cooperation with her in person. This surprised her. After all, they belonged to different industries and had few intersections. However, if some cooperation could really be reached, it would be a good thing. As the time approached, Song Yuehua led the employees to the company gate in person, waiting for Chairman Su to arrive. I saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly approaching. Su Yang and Zhen Qiqin walked towards Song Yuehua together. Hello, Mr. Song. This is Su Yang, the chairman of our Feilong Global Strategic Group. Zhen Qiqin introduced him politely to Song Yuehua. Hello, Mr. Su. I've heard of you for a long time. You are indeed a promising young man. Song Yuehua walked up to Su Yang, shook his hand and exclaimed. Mr. Song, after seeing you today, I can see that your skin is as white and tender as ice. It seems that it will be right to cooperate with you, Su Yang said with a smile. After some pleasantries, both sides came to the negotiation room. Song Yuehua sat on one side of the conference table with several company managers, while Su Yang was only accompanied by a secretary, which gave people the feeling that he was using his power to overwhelm others. Why don't we let them leave first? Song Yuehua said. That's not necessary. Let's talk about cooperation directly. Mr. Song's company is the leader in the beauty industry in Donghai City. I plan to cooperate with your company for a long time and purchase a batch of membership cards as a benefit for the company's employees, Su Yang said directly. Upon hearing this, Song Yuehua suddenly realized that he was actually a good boss, being so considerate of his subordinates. Okay, Mr. Su, our company's products and services are definitely beyond doubt. Since you chose us, you must have some understanding of it. As for membership cards, they are divided into 3 levels. The face value of ordinary membership cards is 2,000 yuan, the face value of VIP membership cards is 20,000 yuan, and the face value of Supreme membership cards is 100,000 yuan. Song Yuehua explained. Of course, this is just the market price. If Mr. Su has a large demand, the price can be discounted. Song Yuehua continued. Secretary Zhen, how many employees does the company have now? Su Yang asked. Currently, there are 160 people in the Feilong Global Strategic Group headquarters, 300 people in the real estate sector, and 100 people in the Thunder Guard. Zhen Qiqin immediately reported the number of people, which showed that the statistics had been done before. Su Yang nodded, but as the company's business continued to expand, there would definitely be more and more employees. Then buy 2,000 ordinary membership cards, 1,000 VIP membership cards, and 500 Supreme membership cards first. Su Yang said. Song Yuehua and the others were stunned when they heard this, and then they couldn't help but say in surprise, "Chairman Su, are you serious?" "Mr. Song, our chairman's words are always trustworthy." Jin Qiqin couldn't help but frown, actually questioning her chairman. "Sorry, I lost my composure," Song Yuehua said embarrassedly. "It's okay, if there is no problem, we can pay now," Su Yang said. Song Yuehua was excited. She didn't expect Chairman Su to be so generous when talking about business. "You know, this deal is worth 74 million yuan, which is the company's revenue for several years. Mr. Su, thank you for your trust. I wonder if you can accept a 10% discount," Song Yuehua said after thinking for a while. Su Yang nodded in agreement, and then asked Jin Qiqin to complete the transaction of money and goods with them. "Chairman Su, it's time for lunch now. Please allow me to play the role of host. I just happen to know a farm stay with unique features," Song Yuehua asked with a smile on her face. Su Yang was delighted. "He was waiting for this meal with you. Just wait and see how I can make back the money I just spent." Afterwards, Su Yang, Song Yuehua and others drove to a farmhouse. The environment here is quiet, but the dishes are not cheap, and the main dish is roasted whole lamb. Soon, the fragrant roasted whole lamb and various dishes were available. Song Yuehua even took out 2 bottles of mutai, and everyone drank happily. The meal cost 28,000 yuan. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Song Yuehua's consumption rebate, consumption of 28,000 yuan, sincerity index 73.59%, cashback 7,359 times, the amount received 206,052,000 yuan, has been credited. Hearing the system's notification of the account arrival, Su Yang grinned, "Mr. Song, happy cooperation. It is my honor to work with Chairman Su," Song Yuehua said sincerely. "Okay. Today we can be considered to have made friends. In a few days, our Phylon Global Strategic Group will hold a groundbreaking ceremony for the Scientific Research Base Project. Secretary Luo of the Donghai Municipal Party Committee and Mayor Tang will lead the team members to participate. At that time, you can also be invited to attend to support the development and construction of our project," Su Yang said, holding Song Yuehua's hand. "Chairman Su is indeed very prestigious. The government has to stand up for you. Don't worry, I will definitely be there to support you," Song Yuehua replied affirmatively. After dinner, when Su Yang and Jin Qiqin were about to leave, Song Yuehua couldn't help but say, "Chairman Su, if you have nothing to do this afternoon, I would like to invite you and Secretary Jin to our beauty salon to experience it. It's just right to relax and rest after drinking." Su Yang thought about it. Indeed, he drank almost 8 taels of white wine, and he would definitely need to sleep after returning home. Since he had applied for so many membership cards, he had to experience what it felt like. "Then I'd rather obey than be respectful," Su Yang said with a smile. So Song Yuehua happily took them to the company's top beauty and health shop, whose supreme private room was extremely luxurious, and arranged separate rooms for Su Yang and Jin Qiqin respectively. We also arranged for Chairman Su to have the best skilled and most beautiful technician in the store, and repeatedly reminded him to serve Chairman Su well and ensure his satisfaction. However, Su Yang did not experience anything this time. He lay down on the soft big bed, and the next moment he felt sleepy and fell asleep. Chapter 54, Rich Woman's Plan 2. The next day, in the chairman's office at Crown Building. "Chairman, what should we do with these beauty and health membership cards?" Jin Qiqin asked, looking at the large cardboard box full of membership cards on the table. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "Let Director Luo bring someone over to take over." Jin Qiqin nodded in agreement and then went to find Luo Nailin. When Luo Nailin came to Su Yang's office and saw the thousands of membership cards of Vanti Beauty and Health, she was stunned. After all, she would often visit Vanti Beauty, and the consumption price was not low. So many membership cards would cost at least tens of millions of yuan. "Director Luo, please arrange for someone to register these beauty and health cards. They can be distributed as employee benefits. You and President Ouyang can decide on the specific implementation," Su Yang said to the stunned Luo Nailin. "Okay, Chairman." Luo Nailin's eyes had changed when she looked at Su Yang. It seemed that she had chosen the right person, such a considerate boss. After Luo Nailin left, Chairman, I have made an appointment with Lan Ruidong, the owner of Yushiji Garment Company, Limited, for lunch today. She is 30 years old, single, and a charming young woman. It is the largest clothing trading company in Donghai, with an annual turnover of over 10 million. I made an appointment this afternoon with the chairman of Yujin Wine Company. He is a widower and single, but still charming at 40. It is the largest wine trading company in Donghai City, with an annual revenue of tens of millions of yuan. Jin Qichin reported one by one. Very good, then let's go and meet the proprietress of Clothing World first. Su Yang said. Inside the office building of Yushiji Garment Company, Limited, the proprietress Lan Ruidong sat at her desk, looking through the relevant information about the chairman of Phylon Global Strategic Group. She was quite surprised that the other party took the initiative to come to discuss cooperation, and she was also quite curious about this young chairman. After checking the time, he arrived downstairs of the company in advance to greet Chairman Su. A Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the company, and a plump and charming woman and a handsome man in a well-ironed suit walked out of the car. They were Su Yang and Jin Qichin. I saw Lan Ruidong covered in a red dress, with a half-covered and half-exposed breast like white jade under her slender jade neck. Her waist was tied, not even wide enough to be held in one hand, and a pair of slender, moist and well-proportioned legs were exposed. She smiled slightly, looking charming and gorgeous. Su Yang took a look and was shocked. What a beautiful young woman. Fortunately, he had seen many beautiful women around him, otherwise he would have been conquered by just one look from this young woman. Mr. Su, welcome. You have brought honor to my small company. Lan Ruidong said with a smile. Boss, you are too polite. I am deeply honored to meet you today. Su Yang said. This was indeed the most beautiful young woman she had ever seen. Her every frown and smile was captivating. Then everyone came to Lan Ruidong's reception room. I wonder what specific business Mr. Su is here to discuss. Lan Ruidong asked. I'm planning to make custom work clothes for all the company's employees. The boss's wife's Clothing World is second to none in Donghai, so naturally I thought of you. Su Yang said with a smile. Oh? Custom-made work clothes? I wonder how many sets Director Su wants to order. Lan Ruidong asked. In fact, she had already guessed it in her mind. After all, he was in the clothing business. He couldn't say that he came here just for her beauty, right? Besides, the secretary next to her had a figure and a face that were not inferior to hers. With the current number of employees, each person will receive 2 sets, and the first batch of orders will be about 1,200 sets. As new employees join the company, we will continue to place orders. Su Yang replied. Lan Ruidong's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she thought that this was an order worth at least millions. Mr. Su, we customize clothes in Ishiji, especially work clothes. The cost is not cheap. After all, our brand is here, and the materials we use are top-notch. What's the specific price? Su Yang asked directly. Depending on the different materials used, we have several grades, 1,000 yuan, 2,000 yuan, 3,000 yuan. Lan Ruidong began to introduce, but was interrupted by Su Yang before she finished speaking. 20,000 yuan per set. Ah? Lan Ruidong stared at Su Yang blankly with her beautiful eyes. Work clothes costing 20,000 yuan a set? These were custom made for every employee. Why was it so extravagant? The first batch of custom made clothes cost as much as 24 million yuan. That's right. Ordinary employees can order each set at 20,000 yuan, management personnel above the manager level can order each set at 100,000 yuan, directors and general managers can order each set at 200,000 yuan, and presidents can order each set at 500,000 yuan. Su Yang said in one breath. After hearing this, Lan Ruidong could no longer hold back. Her chest rose and fell, and her deep cleavage was faintly visible. She could not hide her excitement and wished she could directly serve under Chairman Su. After the two parties finished the discussion, Chairman Su directly asked Secretary Jin to pay the full amount. Lan Ruidong smiled from ear to ear and promised to arrange for staff to provide door-to-door service at your company tomorrow to measure the size and make customization. As expected, Lan Ruidong cordially invited Su Yang and Secretary Jin to stay for lunch, and after lunch she gave each of them 2 sets of clothes. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Lan Ruidong's consumption rebate, consumption of 35,000 yuan, sincerity index 72.34%, cashback 7,234 times, the amount received 253,190,000 yuan, has been credited. Su Yang was happy in his heart. These bosses really know how to do things. Their sincerity index is not low. The gifts they give on his birthday will definitely not be cheap. Ha ha ha. Next, Su Yang and Jin Shiqin rushed to Yujin Wine Company. In the negotiation room, Bai Huiyun, chairman of Yujin Wine Company, was chatting happily with Su Yang. Wine is a must-have for the development of a company. It can be used for both external receptions and internal team building. I wonder what grade of liquor Mr. Su needs? Bai Huiyun asked. It can be divided into 3 levels, ultra high-end, and mid-range. Boss Bai is an expert on what kind of wine to use for each level. Does he have any suggestions? Su Yang said. Bai Huiyun smiled and said, then I will briefly introduce it based on Donghai City's drinking preferences. For ultra-high-end liquor, you can directly choose Feitian Mutai high-end liquors such as Guojia 1573, Kingawalang, Kingweifan 30, etc. are all okay. Mid-range liquors such as Luzhou Laojia Teku, Jiaoling 60, Jingtai, Tiansilin, Jiaozong 1998, etc. are all okay. After listening to this, Su Yang thought for a while, and then said, for the first batch, we will purchase 100 boxes of Feitian Mutai, 100 boxes of Qinghuafan 30, and 200 boxes of Tiansilin. Bai Huiyun didn't expect Su Yang to want so much liquor at once, which is worth about 3 million yuan. Director Su, I need 2 days to arrange the liquor you requested. Can I send it to your company the day after tomorrow afternoon? Su Yang had no objection, as he was not in a hurry to use it anyway. Chapter 55, Can't Hold On. That evening, the chairman of Eugene Liquor Company unsurprisingly invited Su Yang and Jin Shiqin to dinner to taste her collection of liquor. Su Yang thought that his drinking capacity was enough to deal with a woman, but he didn't expect that in the end both he and Jin Shiqin were unable to beat Bai Huiyun and drank until they were dizzy. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Bai Huiyun's consumption rebate, consumption of 15,000 yuan, sincerity index 70.55%, cashback 7,055 times, the amount received is 105,825,000 yuan, has been credited. When they finally left, Bai Huiyun arranged a dedicated driver for them. After all, one should never drive after drinking. When they arrived at Dongdu Yayuan community, Jin Shichuan supported Su Yang and first took Cici back home, and then returned home. Although she also drank some red wine, fortunately she was able to remain stable. Mom, Dad has drunk too much. You should take care of him and let him rest. Cici is going to sleep first. Little Cici said sensibly. Cici, be good and go to bed first. Jin Shiqin said. Seeing that Cici had gone back to her room to sleep, Jin Shiqin looked at Su Yang, who was already unsteadily walking, and could only help him to the bed in the bedroom. Chairman, you sleep here tonight. I'll get you a set of pajamas and you can change into them first. Jin Shiqin said. Su Yang nodded and said vaguely, okay. Seeing that Su Yang was still somewhat conscious, Jin Shiqin let him change his clothes by himself, while she went to the shower room to wash up as quickly as possible. The strong smell of alcohol on his body made her very uncomfortable. After all, he had rarely drunk alcohol before. After taking a shower, I thought I would feel more awake, but I felt even more dizzy. After putting on my pajamas, I suddenly thought of Su Yang. I wondered if he could still take a shower. So I went to the bed in the bedroom, only to see Su Yang holding his pajamas, drowsy. Su Yang, do you want to take a shower and change your clothes? It will be very uncomfortable for you to sleep in a suit. Jin Shiqin said softly while shaking Su Yang's shoulders. Su Yang's sleepy eyes, smelling the faint fragrance so close, looked at Jin Shiqin, who had just finished a shower and was wearing a gauze pajamas. Her devilishly hot figure was faintly visible under the pajamas, and her slender and round thighs looked delicate and smooth under the light. Perhaps under the stimulation of alcohol, Su Yang suddenly felt a surge of hormones in his body, and the look he gave Jin Shiqin was filled with possessiveness. Jin Shiqin was also frantic at the look in Su Yang's eyes. She was about to ask Su Yang to take a shower to sober up, but Su Yang pulled her into his arms. Jin Shiqin tried to struggle, but the feeling of being held in Su Yang's arms made her feel strangely excited. Perhaps it was because she had drunk too much. It was a night of infinite spring, beautiful and lingering. The next morning, Jin Shiqin looked at the clothes scattered on the floor and her torn pajamas, and her pretty face blushed. He got up from the bed and prepared to clean up. After taking 2 steps, his legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. He couldn't help but glance at Su Yang, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, with resentment. He didn't show any mercy to Su Yang last night. Su Yang slept particularly soundly this time. When I woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. Thinking back on what happened last night, I felt relieved. The former sales goddess had finally become my woman. Gurgle. Feeling hungry, Su Yang put on his pajamas that were arranged beside the bed and went to the living room. Jin Shiqin was seen making breakfast in the kitchen, with the aroma filling the air. Looking at her graceful figure, Su Yang couldn't help but walk up to her and gently hug her from behind. "Chairman, stop making trouble. I'm making breakfast." Jin Shiqin couldn't help but say coquettishly. "Pa." With a crisp sound, Su Yang slapped Jin Shiqin on her buttocks and said, "Where is the chairman in this house? If you call me chairman again, I will punish you according to the family rules." "You are my chairman, dear chairman, please wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon," Jin Shiqin said with a smile. "It seems like you want to experience the power of family law," Su Yang said as he picked up Jin Shiqin and strode towards the bedroom. Jin Shiqin screamed and begged with a blushing face, "Su Yang, don't, my legs are still." However, Su Yang laughed and said, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. This breakfast tastes really good," Su Yang said to Jin Shiqin, who was lying weakly on the sofa while eating breakfast. Ding, the super rich cashback system has received Jin Shiqin's consumption rebate. She spent 20 yuan, and her sincerity index is 100%. She got a cashback of 10,000 times, and the amount she received was 200,000 yuan. It has been credited. At the same time, the system has activated the 10,000-fold cashback again, and rewarded the inheritance of the miraculous Dr. 13 Ghostgate needles, which can cure diseases with just one needle. Su Yang's mind suddenly contained a lot of medical information. Su Yang, who originally knew nothing about curing diseases and saving lives, now felt omniscient and omnipotent, especially the inheritance of the 13 Ghostgate needles, which was even more amazing. If he could successfully perform the 13 Ghostgate needles, even if a person was halfway into the gates of hell, he could be saved. Who can guarantee that they will never get sick? Since the car accident, either I was injured or people around me were injured. Little Cece lost too much blood and went into shock that day. If I had inherited the miraculous skills of this genius doctor, there would be no need to go to the hospital. I could have taken care of it myself in minutes. 13 Ghostgate needles, but where are the needles? Su Yang couldn't help but mutter in his heart. As a result, the next moment, silver needles appeared in Su Yang's hand, and he summoned up to 13 silver needles. Moreover, the 13 Ghostgate needles were not only used to save people, but also a martial arts inheritance, killing people invisibly. Jin Shiqin listened to Su Yang praising her delicious breakfast and couldn't help but reply, "Of course, a breakfast made with care is delicious." Ha 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 ha. All that could be heard was Su Yang's triumphant and arrogant laughter. The next moment, Su Yang appeared in front of Jin Shiqin, staring at her with burning eyes. Seeing this, Jin Shiqin was horrified. Would it come again? She really couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't even walk now. However, Su Yang just kissed her hard on the cheek and said, "You are really my lucky star." Jin Shiqin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as they weren't doing that. She wondered in her heart, it was just breakfast, even if it was delicious, there was no need to react so violently, right? By the way, where is Xiao Cece? Su Yang asked. I sent her to kindergarten this morning, Jin Shiqin replied. At this time, Su Yang's cell phone rang. It was Zhou Juanhao calling. He organized a special discussion meeting on the groundbreaking ceremony plan for the scientific research base project. Time was tight and the plan had to be finalized as soon as possible. He invited the chairman to attend the meeting. Is there anything going on at the company? Jin Shiqin asked. I need to attend the discussion meeting regarding the groundbreaking ceremony, Su Yan replied. Upon hearing this, Jin Shiqin was about to get up and follow Su Yan to the company. However, as soon as she sat up, she gasped in pain. You take a good rest at home. I can go by myself. I'll come back to see you after the meeting, Su Yang said, and then gently carried Jin Shiqin back to bed. Chapter 56 Inviting Celebrities. After Su Yang arrived at the company, the employees greeted him enthusiastically along the way, which made him confused. Although they would greet him normally, they were never as enthusiastic as today. After arriving at the conference room, Luo Nailan explained that it was the Yishiji clothing company that sent people to take measurements and make custom work clothes for the employees, and that the clothes were worth 20,000 yuan per set, with 2 sets for each person. The employees were very excited. Now, back to the topic, we will study the implementation of the groundbreaking ceremony plan for the scientific research base project. The date for the groundbreaking ceremony has been set, and the event will be large in scale. Fortunately, the municipal government strongly supports it and will dispatch public security organs to carry out traffic control and maintain on-site order. At the same time, the Thunder Guard will also arrange 60 people to participate in on-site security work. The most important thing at present is to determine the list of people the company plans to invite and the identification of star personnel in addition to relevant government leaders. President Ouyang, you can be responsible for confirming the list of invited personnel. You can contact Secretary Jin for details. Su Yang said. Okay, Chairman. As for the star candidates, let's look at the projection. Ouyang Weiniang said. Then Su Yang saw the website opened on the projector. It introduced all the stars and the fees for participating in events and performances. There were also many familiar stars. He used to feel that these stars were very far away from him, but now it seems very easy. There's nothing to research about this. Just find the most popular star at the moment. Don't worry about the cost. Su Yang said generously. Chairman, some stars do not participate in commercial performances, such as Shang Guanyao, the most popular star at the moment. Her song Love Through a Painful Life is popular all over the country and is almost a household name. Luo Nalan explained. Oh? But have you communicated with them? Su Yang asked in surprise. I have contacted Shang Guanying's agent, and he explicitly refused to participate in commercial performances, but... Luo Nalan hesitated to speak. But what? Su Yang asked curiously. They said Shang Guanyao has a strange disease and has lost her voice. If we can cure her, maybe they will allow us to participate in the commercial performance. Luo Nalan said helplessly. This condition is almost impossible to fulfill. After all, with Shang Guanyao's reputation and financial strength, what kind of doctor can't she hire? However, she still cannot be cured. Is it losing virginity? Or losing voice? Su Yang asked puzzledly. Ahem, I can't speak. Everyone couldn't help but look at Chairman Su with strange eyes. Ah, just a joke. Su Yang laughed. Are these people really that serious? The way they look at him is as if he is so evil. Back to the topic, the group continued to discuss other celebrity personnel. I think we should choose Shang Guanyao. After all, she is the most popular star at the moment, and she never participates in commercial performances. But if we invite her, the sensational influence she will create will definitely be worth it. Su Yang interrupted the discussion. Everyone looked at Su Yang in silence. It was very clear that not only did he never participate in commercial performances, but more importantly, Shang Guanyao was unable to speak, let alone sing. Moreover, many senior medical experts at home and abroad were unable to cure her. Why could we invite her over? You don't need to look at me with suspicion. Leave this matter to me. I will go to your house in person to invite you. Su Yang said confidently. Chairman, are you really sure? After all, there are only 7 days left until the groundbreaking ceremony. Ouyang Weiniang still asked doubtfully. Su Yang thought that he had just inherited the 13 ghost needles, and he could save dying people, not to mention that Shang Guanyao had just lost her voice. However, after all, he hadn't tried it yet, so he couldn't say for sure what the result would be. You first choose an alternative star plan. Public Relations Director Lan Yingying and the two team leaders of the Thunder Guard, Baihu and Zhuke, follow me immediately and arrive at Shang Guanyao's residence in Kyoto before dark. Communicate with them in advance and tell them that we have found an expert who can treat Shang Guanyao. Whether it will succeed depends on tonight. Su Yang replied, so that it would not waste too much time. Seeing that Su Yang had made up his mind, everyone stopped trying to persuade him and could only agree. So Su Yang, Lan Yingying, Zhuke and Baihu drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom hurriedly to Kyoto, which was about 600 kilometers away from Kyoto, and they were expected to arrive before 5 or 6 in the afternoon. After Su Yang left, Ouyang Weiniang and Zhou Juanhao continued their meeting to discuss the selection of stars. They had no hope at all for the chairman's visit, and this was not something that could be solved with money. Su Yang and his group, without stopping, finally arrived at the luxury villa at the foot of Kyoto Mountain before 1800 hours. Surrounded by lush trees, it gave people a sense of dignity and tranquility. Su Yang felt that his villa was far inferior to it, which showed that Shang Guanyao was very wealthy. Stop, who are you? In front of the gate of the luxury villa, two security guards stopped Su Yang's Rolls-Royce and asked. Lan Yingying, the public relations director sitting in the passenger seat, got out of the car, showed her work ID and said, "We are from Huanya Strategic Group. We have already discussed this with agent Ms. Zhang Qianqin in advance and have come here specially to treat Shang Wanyao." The security guard heard this and said, "Wait a minute, I need to confirm it." Then the security guard picked up the intercom, and after a few minutes, he said to Lan Yingying, "You can drive in now, but you must follow the black guide car in front, otherwise you will be expelled." Lan Yingying nodded in agreement, then returned to the car and followed the lead car in front. It is unknown how big this luxury villa is. There are thick sycamore trees on both sides of the main road, and a small team of security patrol cars passes by from time to time. About 5 minutes later, the car slowly stopped in a parking lot. 2 security guards came forward and led Su Yang and the others to the reception room. On both sides of the reception hall, there were 10 bodyguards in black. At this time, a pretty woman was standing in front of the reception room. When she saw Su Yang and his group, she went to greet them. "Hello, Miss Shang. I am Lan Yingying, the Public Relations Director of Huanya Global Strategic Group, and this is the company's chairman Su Yang." Lan Yingying introduced to her agent Zhang Qianqin. Zhang Qianqin simply greeted Su Yang, and then asked in confusion, "Who is the doctor who came to treat Yao Yao?" The so-called Yao Yao is the popular star Shang Wanyao. Su Yang smiled and said, "Miss Shang, I am here to treat Miss Shang Wanyao." "You?" Zhang Qianqin frowned and looked at Su Yang carefully. He had a good-looking appearance, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. She wondered if he wanted to take the opportunity of treating Shang Wanyao to get close to her again. Chapter 57 Gambling. In the reception room, Su Yang sat on the sofa, while Lan Yingying, Baihu and Zhuke stood behind him. "Mr. Su, please have some tea." "You need to wait a moment, a medical expert is treating Yao Yao now," said Zhang Qianqin. Su Yang nodded, but was not in a hurry. "I wonder how many years Mr. Su has been practicing medicine?" Zhang Qianqin asked. Although she had the guarantee of Huanya Global Strategic Group, she had never heard of this company. She didn't know the people in front of her at all. The other party didn't even have a medical license, so she couldn't help but doubt. Su Yang laughed, "Miss Shang, you don't have to doubt my ability. My medical skills were taught by a master. I won't treat illnesses easily, but once I do, I can cure any disease." "Humph. What an arrogant boy. Are you here to cheat people? How dare you speak so brazenly?" A mocking voice sounded at this time. 4 people walked into the living room, one of them had an immortal-like appearance, and the other 3 were young men. Judging from their temperament, they were probably sons of wealthy families. The person who laughed at them was one of the young men in black. When Zhang Qianqin saw the few people, she couldn't help but walk towards the young man in black anxiously. "Mr. Mu, how is Yao Yao? Is she cured?" Mr. Mu's face suddenly became embarrassed, and he couldn't help but glare hatefully at the old Taoist priest with an immortal look behind him. "I am incompetent, so I'll take my leave now." The old Taoist sighed and shook his head, then turned and left. After the Taoist priest left, Master Mu could not help but curse, "What a waste! He made me spend so much energy to get him down from the mountain. Mu Feichen, I told you that the person you found is not good enough. What do you think? Do you still want to bet with me? Transfer the 1 million you lost to me as soon as possible," said another young man with dyed yellow hair and wearing a vest and shorts. Mu Feichen's face was gloomy. Suddenly he saw Su Yang sitting on the sofa and sneered, "Wang Jingshan, I can afford to lose a mere 1 million, but I want to make another bet with you. I bet on whether this guy can cure Yao Yao. I bet he can't. If I lose, I will give you another 2 million. If you lose, you just give me 1 million. Do you dare to bet?" Wang Jingshan looked at Su Yang, who was sitting there in a neat suit, and heard the conversation between Zhang Qianqin and Su Yang. This guy had never studied medicine. He couldn't help but laugh at Mu Feichen and said, "Do you think I'm an idiot? If this guy can cure Yao Yao, I will kneel down and call him Big Brother." "Humph, so you don't dare to gamble? It just so happens that losing your 1 million will offset it." Mu Feichen sneered. He had long experienced Mu Feichen's shamelessness, and he couldn't swallow this breath in his heart, so he said, "Let's bet. I bet this kid can cure Yao Yao, but Kai Ziyu and I will split the bet, 500,000 each. If you lose it will be 2 million. Another young man standing by and watching the show couldn't help but say, "Hey, just gamble if you want, why drag me into this? We are good brothers, so we should share the good and the bad." Wang Jingshan patted Kai Ziyu on the shoulder and said, Zhang Xianxin was helpless with the three young masters in front of her. If it weren't for their prominent family backgrounds, they would have been driven out by her long ago. She hadn't decided yet whether to let Su Yang treat her. If Yao Yao's condition became more serious, it would be a responsibility she couldn't bear. "Three gentlemen, I haven't decided to let Mr. Su treat me yet, so there's no need for you to make this bet," Zhang Qianqin said calmly. Upon hearing this, Mu Feichen came directly in front of Su Yang and said condescendingly, "Boy, do you really know how to cure diseases, or do you want to take the opportunity to get close to Yao Yao? If it's the latter, I will break your limbs today." Su Yang looked up at the sinister-looking man and frowned. "I am indeed somewhat confident that I can cure Miss Shangguan Yao." "Hey, I like your confident look, brother. I believe you can do it." At this time, Wang Jingshan also came over and said to Su Yang with a smile. Su Yang glanced at the guy who was dressed like a gangster and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Wang Jingshan? Why do I feel like I have seen him somewhere before?" "How sure are you?" Zhang Qianqin asked in surprise. Su Yang nodded affirmatively. "Okay. If you are really sure, I will give you a chance. However, in order to prevent you from having ulterior motives, you need to give a guarantee. First, we will detain the three people around you. Second, you also need to pay a deposit of 5 million yuan. If you cure Yao Yao, we will return the 5 million deposit to you and also pay you a reward of 2 million yuan. How about it?" Zhang Qianqin thought for a while and said, "The remuneration doesn't matter. I came here to treat Miss Shangguan Yao because I hope she can participate in the performance activities of our company's project groundbreaking ceremony. I have discussed this with you before," Su Yang said. Zhang Qianqin suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a company that wanted to pay a high price to invite Shangguan Yao to participate in a commercial performance. "Who the hell are you? You actually want the pure and innocent Yao Yao to participate in your commercial performance? Do you want her to be covered with the stink of money?" Mu Feichen reached out and grabbed Su Yang's collar with a ferocious look on his face. Seeing this, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird were about to rush forward, but Su Yang waved his hand to stop them. "Mr. Mu, please don't get excited. Whether you are willing to accept it or not depends on Yao Yao's opinion. If this can cure Yao Yao's voice loss problem, then it's not a bad idea to participate." Zhang Qianqin gently patted Mu Feichen's hand. Mu Feichen snorted coldly and pushed Su Yang back onto the sofa. Then Zhang Qianqin hurried to Shangguan Yao's room and explained everything. After a while, she returned to the living room and said to Su Yang and others, "As long as you can cure Yao Yao, she can participate in your commercial performances." "Okay. Then I'll transfer 5 million as a deposit to you first," Su Yang said, and then whispered to Lan Yingying, Baihu, and Zhu Ke to let them rest assured. Mu Feichen watched the scene coldly. Shangguan Yao was the object of his pursuit and she must marry him in the future. He did not like Shangguan Yao participating in commercial performances, but he did not think that Su Yang could really cure Yao Yao's voice loss problem. After all, so many medical masters had been invited but failed to cure it. After Su Yang completed the transfer, Zhang Qianqin asked the bodyguards outside the door to control Lan Yingying, Baihu, and Suzaku, and finally led Su Yang to Shangguan Yao's room. "Boy, I believe in you. You must succeed." Wang Jingshan patted Su Yang on the shoulder and said. Su Yang nodded and smiled evilly, "Don't forget what you said. If I cure Miss Shangguan Yao, please remember to kneel down and call me Big Brother." Chapter 58, 13 Ghost Needles. Led by Zhang Qianqin, everyone came to a unique room, but it was obviously not a boudoir. It should be a room for receiving guests, fully equipped with tables, chairs, and sofas. I saw a graceful figure sitting quietly on the sofa. She was indeed a beauty that could make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame on the flowers. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh that she was even more beautiful than she looked on TV. Shangguan Yao just glanced at Su Yang indifferently. She didn't have much expectation about whether he could be cured, because every time she was full of hope, it would be shattered in the end. "Hey, don't you want to get treatment? How can you treat him with your empty hands? I think you must be a liar, so just break his limbs and throw him away," Mu Feichen said coldly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They didn't pay much attention to it before. Indeed, how could they cure the disease with empty hands? "Don't use your shallow knowledge to doubt my profound medical skills," Su Yang said lightly. "Are you looking for death?" Mu Feichen couldn't help but shout angrily. No one dared to mock him like that. Shangguan Yao waved her hand and Mu Feichen gave up. Miss Shangwan, please ask these irrelevant people to leave so as not to affect my treatment. Please believe that I am at least 90% sure that I can cure you. Su Yang said to Shangwan Yao. Shangwan Yao understood that the so-called irrelevant persons were the three young masters. In the end, Mu Feichen, Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu were driven out by Zhang Qianqin with ugly faces. This bastard, if he can't cure Yao, you'll have no chance of leaving safely today. Mu Feichen said hatefully. In the room, only Su Yang, Shangwan Yao and Zhang Qianqin were left. Mr. Su, can we start? Zhang Qianqin said. Su Yang nodded, came to Shangwan Yao's side, and said, stretch out your hand, I'll take your pulse first. Shangwan Yao naturally cooperated and stretched out her slender hand. Su Yang closed his eyes slightly and quietly felt Shangwan Yao's pulse. After a long time, Su Yang opened his eyes burst into a bright light, and he thought that the 13 Ghost Gate needles could indeed cure the disease, and only 6 needles were needed. He just needed to find the corresponding 6 acupoints and insert 6 silver needles. Mr. Su, how is it? Zhang Qianqin asked nervously. Don't worry, no problem. I will use acupuncture. Only 6 needles are needed to cure Miss Shangwan. Su Yang said with a smile. Acupuncture? Some hospital experts have used this method before, but it had no effect. Zhang Qianqin couldn't help but frowned. Su Yang said disdainfully, how can their acupuncture method compare with mine? My acupuncture technique is the most complete inheritance of the immortal family. Shangwan Yao and Zhang Qianqin looked at each other in silence when they heard this. Why did he feel like a charlatan and yet he was inheriting the immortal tradition? I wonder where Mr. Su's silver needles are. Do you need me to find a set of silver needles for you? Zhang Qianqin asked. No need. I know acupuncture and I carry silver needles with me. Let's get started. Su Yang said. So Shangwan Yao looked at Su Yang, waiting for his next move. Miss Shangwan, I have 6 needles, 3 of which are on the face, and the other 3 are on the back and neck. I would like to trouble you to take off your coat. Su Yang said lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, 2 cold gazes were directed at Su Yang. They were Shangwan Yao and Zhang Qianqin. Su Yang shuddered, but still said righteously, I am a doctor. In my eyes, there is no difference between men and women. Even if there is a beautiful woman in front of me, she is just a skeleton in red powder. If you believe me, take off your clothes and expose your back. If I can't cure Miss Shangwan, you can do whatever you want. Shangwan Yao couldn't help but struggle when she heard this. She had been pure and innocent all her life, and her hands had never been touched by any man. But today, she had to show her back skin to a strange man. She felt depressed. However, when she thought about the pain caused by not being able to speak or sing, it seemed that this grievance was nothing. Besides, doctors are like caring parents. For a long time, Su Yang looked at Shangwan Yao's back, which was as smooth and delicate as cream and as flawless as a jade carving. He couldn't help swallowing. The voice was particularly clear in the quiet room. Mr. Su, can we start? Zhang Qianqin frowned. Well, don't talk now. I need to concentrate on finding the acupuncture points, otherwise all my efforts will be wasted. Su Yang said seriously while calming himself down. He silently recited the formula of the 13 ghost needles in his mind, and a silver needle instantly appeared in his hand. There seemed to be a stream of air flowing along the meridians in his body and finally gathered in his hand. It happened in a flash. Su Yang made a quick move and 3 silver needles pierced into Shangwan Yao's back and neck in an instant. Su Yang let out a long sigh, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't expect that using the 13 ghost needles would be so tiring. Zhang Qianqin raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, what a sharp technique. He really has some skills and is not comparable to those medical experts before. Then Su Yang came to Shangwan Yao's front, and looking at her beautiful face, his heartbeat quickened a little. Seeing that Su Yang was sweating profusely, Zhang Qianqin handed him a handkerchief. Su Yang thanked him and then concentrated on reciting the formula silently again. Shwa! Su Yang completed the operation in one go, with 3 silver needles inserted into the corresponding 3 acupuncture points on the face. After finishing, he collapsed and fell backward. Fortunately, Zhang Qianqin was quick to support him. Mr. Su, how are you? Zhang Qianqin asked with a worried look on her face. It's not okay for a person to collapse halfway through treatment. It's okay, let me relax for a moment, then I will pull out the silver needle, and Miss Shangwan can speak. Su Yang said weakly. He didn't expect that the 13 ghost needles were so powerful. It almost exhausted him to death. Fortunately, only 6 needles were needed, otherwise if he had used the 13 needles, his life would really be lost. After a while, Su Yang regained some strength and came to Shang Guanyao again, taking back the silver needles one by one, until Su Yang took out the last silver needle. Shang Guanyao suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Su Yang excitedly. "Thank you." "Ah." Zhang Qianqing covered her mouth in shock and looked at Shang Guanyao in disbelief. Su Yang smiled and said, "It would be a pity if such a beautiful voice could not speak." Shang Guanyao said, "No matter what, I must thank you very much. And I will definitely participate in your company's commercial performances." "Great. Great. Yao Yao, you can finally speak." Listening to this familiar heavenly music, Zhang Qianqing was so excited that she was incoherent. Outside the door, Mu Feichen, Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu heard the noise in the room and rushed in hurriedly, and then saw Shang Guanyao's charming smile. "Thank you three for your hard work during this period," Shang Guanyao said to the three of them. The three of them nodded woodenly, staring at Su Yang in disbelief. This guy actually cured Shang Guanyao? Chapter 59, Shang Guanyao's Party Dispute. In a magnificent hotel in Kyoto, Su Yang sat in the main seat, and Shang Guanyao sat on his left. Shang Guanyao specially invited Su Yang to dinner in the evening to thank him for saving her life. As for Mu Feichen, Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu, they had been busy and tired in recent days, so they were also invited to a banquet together. Su Yang didn't want to sit in the main seat, but he couldn't refuse the kindness. Mu Feichen sat on the left side of Shang Guanyao, looking at the goddess in his mind, smiling sweetly at Su Yang, and letting Su Yang sit in the main seat. His hatred for Su Yang soared to the extreme. Moreover, because of the bet, he lost 2 million again. Although this amount of money was nothing to him, it made him lose face. Su Yang also felt Mu Feichen's cold eyes. The reason was not difficult to guess. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had offended a powerful person invisibly. Fortunately, after dinner, he would rush back to Donghai City overnight. "Mr. Su, voice is undoubtedly my second life. Thank you for saving my life. Here's a toast to you." Shang Guanyao picked up a glass of red wine and said to Su Yang, "Miss Shangguan, you are too polite. We just get what we need." Su Yang replied calmly. Shang Guanyao drank it all in one gulp, then took out a check and gave it to Su Yang. "This is the 2 million reward that I promised you before, and your 5 million deposit has also been returned. I'm deeply sorry for my previous suspicion of you." Ding, the super rich cashback system received Shang Guanyao's consumption rebate, consumption 2 million yuan, sincerity index 70.77%, cashback 7,077 times, the amount received 14154000000 yuan, has been credited. Hearing the familiar and enchanting voice of the system, Su Yang was shocked. He thought that he had just made several hundred million by doing business with the rich woman in Donghai for a few days, but Shang Guanyao gave him a big surprise. "Also, don't call me Miss Shangguan anymore, just call me Yao Yao." Shang Guanyao continued. "No, how can he call you Yao Yao? Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Mu Feichen stood up angrily and stared at Su Yang. Su Yang was speechless. Who had he offended? Why was it so difficult to cure a disease and save lives and have a meal? "Mu Feichen, Su Yang is my benefactor, please be polite, otherwise please leave," Shang Guanyao said coldly to Mu Feichen. Mu Feichen had never been so humiliated before, so he snorted coldly and left the table. The last glance he gave Su Yang was full of murderous intent. "Ha ha, you are indeed a narrow-minded villain." Wang Jingshan just laughed. It was rare to see Mu Feichen so angry. "Brother, I admit defeat and I'll toast you a glass. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so amazing. You have easily solved problems that so many medical experts are helpless against. I admire you." Wang Jingshan raised his glass and said to Su Yang sincerely, "Brother, I'll toast you too." Kai Ziyu also raised his glass with a sincere heart. He thought that he had also found a lot of medical experts. It's not that these experts are too incompetent, but it can only show that Su Yang's medical skills are indeed superb. Although Su Yang looks a little younger than them, he is sincere in calling him brother. Who made Wang Jingshan always bring him along in every bet? Besides, who can guarantee that he will not get sick in the future? Being able to meet such a person with superb medical skills is also a guarantee for the future. Su Yang's mood couldn't help but improve at this time. It seemed that narrow-minded people like Mu Feichen were still a minority after all. So he picked up the wineglass and drank a glass with Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu. These two people were quite upright in character. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, please don't mind it. Shang Guanyao couldn't help but apologize for Mu Feichen's rudeness. It doesn't matter. I always turn a blind eye to such people. Since you let me call you Yao Yao, then you can call me Su Yang. Su Yang said. The atmosphere at the dinner table became much more harmonious afterwards. Although Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu were also suitors of Shang Guanyao, their demeanor was far greater than that of Mu Feichen. After dinner, Su Yang and Shang Guanyao once again confirmed the time of the commercial performance, and then drove away. Sister Qianxin, please arrange some bodyguards to drive behind Su Yang and the others to ensure that they can leave Kyoto safely. I'm worried that Mu Feichen will not give up. Shang Guanyao said to Zhang Qianxin with a frown. Don't worry, Yao Yao, I'll arrange it right away. After Zhang Qianxin said this, she left in a hurry. They knew Mu Feichen too well, which was why Yao Yao was unwilling to have too much contact with this person. What? The famous star Shang Guanyao agreed to attend our groundbreaking ceremony? The chairman also cured her aphonia? Ouyang Weiniang was completely shocked when she received Lan Yingying's call. It was incredible that Su Yang had invited Shang Guanyao. More importantly, how did Su Yang do it when so many hospital experts couldn't cure her? She was increasingly unable to see through this chairman Su Yang. At this moment, Ouyang Weiniang couldn't help but feel off for Su Yang. Initially, she only helped Su Yang because of her grandfather's idea. Now, she not only witnessed Su Yang's strong financial strength, but also his ability to overcome some unsolvable problems. She couldn't help but have more confidence in the future of the company. Chairman, it seems that Mr. Mu is full of hostility towards you, and he is a vindictive person. I'm afraid it will be troublesome in the future. In the speeding car, Lan Yingying couldn't help but say to Su Yang. Hey, that pretty boy? It would be fine if he behaved himself, otherwise I will make him know how powerful my Thunder Guard is. Baihu couldn't help but laugh while driving. Su Yang shrugged indifferently. He had never expected that treating Shang Guanyao would cause trouble. Besides, he was not worried about what would happen to Mu Feichen after returning to Donghai City. After all, Donghai City was his territory. Whether it was his Thunder Guards or his relationship with the government, they could nip the danger in the bud. As they left Kyoto, the number of vehicles gradually decreased. At an intersection, two cars suddenly came speeding and blocked Su Yang's Rolls-Royce in the middle. Then 8 men in black clothes and holding iron bars got out of two cars. They looked not like ordinary thugs, but had similar temperament to the group of bodyguards. Captain, speak of the devil. Baihu stopped the car urgently and stared coldly at the group of men in black. Su Yang smiled. It seemed that Mu Feichen still underestimated him. Did he think that such a small number of people could deal with them? Baihu, Suzaku, are you sure you can go and meet these people? Su Yang said lightly. Don't worry, Captain. Give us 2 minutes. Baihu and Suzaku looked at each other and said confidently. Ever since they were beaten up by a group of thugs last time, they have been training harder and carrying weapons and equipment with them to prevent situations like today. Chapter 60, Encirclement. Baihu and Zhu Kei walked out of the car, and Baihu slowly put on a pair of metal iron fists with protruding spikes on the surface, flashing a cold light. He was good at double fists, so he specially made this pair of gloves. Zhu Kei used a long metal whip and swung it in the air, making crackling sounds. There was not much exchange of words between the two sides as 8 men in black rushed towards White Tiger and Suzaku, holding iron rods. Chairman, can Baihu and Suzaku really beat them? Lan Yingying asked with a worried look on her face. Don't worry, it should be fine. Besides, I'm here for you, right? Su Yang chuckled, showing no fear at all. At this time, Baihu and Suzaku were already fighting with the 8 opponents. Baihu's fists left after images. Each punch was accompanied by a strong wind and was as fast as lightning. Soon, 2 men in black fell to the ground injured. Suzaku also swung her whip wantonly, and the 4 men in black who surrounded her could only defend themselves. Su Yang yawned in boredom. It seemed that this was a battle without suspense. After all, Baihu and Suzaku were both people he carefully selected. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, 8 men in black were lying on the ground, wailing. Captain, we have fulfilled our mission. We have dealt with this group of people. Baihu and Suzaku returned to the car and said to Su Yang. Su Yang nodded, yes, let's continue. However, at this moment, 2 more cars sped towards them. White Tiger and Vermilion Bird immediately prepared for defense. Su Yang couldn't help but frown. Is this never going to end? However, the bodyguards who got out of the car looked at each other in dismay when they saw the 8 people falling to the ground and wailing. They looked at Baihu and Zhu Kei in shock. Seeing that they were about to attack them, they hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, you two. We are not in the same group with them. We are Miss Shangwan's bodyguards and we have been ordered to escort you out of Kyoto." Su Yang also got out of the car. Seeing that the people on the other side had no ill intentions, he said, "Thank Miss Shangwan for me. However, there is no need for an escort. We still have the power to protect ourselves." After Su Yang finished speaking, he asked Baihu and Zhu Kei to get in the car, and then the group drove away quickly, gradually disappearing into the darkness of the night. Seeing this, the bodyguards realized that there was no need for escort, so they drove back and reported to Miss Shangwan. Oh? Mu Feichen's 8 bodyguards were actually beaten down by the 2 people around Su Yang? After listening to the report from their men, Shangwan Yao and Zhang Qianqin looked at each other in surprise. You know, Mu Feichen's bodyguards are very strong. 4 or 5 thugs are no match for one person. However, these 8 people were actually dealt with by 2 of Su Yang's men. Yao Yao, it seems that we have underestimated Mr. Su. He is not only an excellent doctor, but also wealthy. As far as I know, the scientific research-based project that their company is about to build will require an investment of approximately 50 billion. Zhang Qianqin said to Shangwan Yao. It's indeed extraordinary. Shangwan Yao's mouth curled up slightly. She was actually a little curious about this man. This was the first time she was curious about a man. By the time Su Yang and his group rushed back to Donghai City, it was already early morning. Su Yang hurried to Zhen Qichin's home. At this time, Zhen Qichin was sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Su Yang's return. Now, in addition to her daughter Cici, her heart now has a place for Su Yang. Although she knew that Su Yang had several female confidants around him, as long as Su Yang could treat her well, it would be enough. Besides, Cici also liked Su Yang very much, so Cici could grow up happily. When the door opened, Su Yang walked in, looking exhausted. Zhen Qichin hurried over to meet him, but her walking posture was still a little strange, and it was obvious that she had not yet fully rested. Su Yang picked up Zhen Qichin and came to the sofa, stroking her round white thighs, and couldn't help but grinning. "How come it's been a whole day, and you haven't rested enough?" Zhen Qichin blushed, rolled her eyes at Su Yang, and said, "You'll probably be fine after one more night's rest. You must have had a hard day, right?" Su Yang couldn't help but stretch. Indeed, it was easy to get tired after running back and forth between Kyoto and Donghai City all day long. So he told Zhen Qichin everything that happened today. Zhen Qichin listened with great interest and was shocked by Su Yang's medical skills. At the same time, the big star Shangwan Yao was about to attend the project's groundbreaking ceremony, and she was very happy to see this big star in person. "Go take a shower and rest. I'll give you a massage to relax you tonight," Zhen Qichin urged Su Yang. Su Yang immediately became energetic after hearing this and hurried to take a shower. Lying on the bed, feeling the massage service of Zhen Qichin, I fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, Su Yang and Zhen Qichin came to the company together. After entering the office, I saw a slim figure. "See you, why are you here? You should rest more at home and spend more time with your mother." Su Yang was surprised to see Yao Siyu coming to the company early. Yao Siyu smiled and said, "The company is so busy now, how can I be lazy? And I have recovered." Su Yang understood Yao Siyu's thoughts. She must want to help him share some of the pressure, so he said, "Okay. I just happen to have something to entrust to you. Call Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhu Kei to my office. There are some tasks that need to be confirmed." After a while, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird came to Su Yang's desk and stood upright. Currently, the Thunder Guard has a full staff of 100 people, excluding these 4 team leaders. The manpower is barely sufficient for the time being. As the company expands in size, more staff will be needed. "See you are the deputy captain of the Thunder Guard. You were recuperating due to an injury before, and now you have returned to the team. Then you will be in charge of the Thunder Guard. Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Suzaku, you must assist Siyu in her work," Su Yang said to several people. "Yes, Captain." In addition, the most important task at present is the groundbreaking ceremony for the scientific research base in a few days. Since the big star Shang Guanyao has been invited to participate in the performance, there will surely be many fans coming that day, so you must ensure the order and everyone's safety on that day. Yao Xiu, Zhou Juanhao, and Lan Yingying will work with the government public security organs to coordinate the specific matters. Su Yang continued. Yes, Captain. Also, the Thunder Guard needs to set up an intelligence department to better collect information and prevent problems before they happen. Especially Mu Feichen in Kyoto. We need to have detailed information about him, as he might pose a threat to us. Su Yang said with a frown. Okay, Master. I will contact the intelligence department to implement the details. Yao Xiu replied. Su Yang nodded and asked Xinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Suzaku to go back and strengthen their training. Chapter 61 Milk Tea Shishir. A special meeting on the groundbreaking ceremony was held again in the conference room of the Crown Building. Zhou Juanhao reported, at present, the ground for the groundbreaking ceremony has been leveled, the performance venue has been hardened, and the entire project has rebuilt and reinforced the walls along the Red Line. All preparations are progressing in an orderly manner. The relevant government departments heard that the big star Shang Guanyao will participate in the performance, and hope that our company will send someone to contact the public security organs to ensure the safety of the event on the day. Su Yang nodded slightly. He had anticipated this. After all, in such a large-scale gathering, the most worrying thing is trampling and crowding, so good planning is necessary. This matter will be handled by Thunder Guard Deputy Captain Yao Xiu and Public Relations Director Lan Yingying, who will work together with General Zhou Juanhao to ensure security coordination with the government. Su Yang immediately made the arrangements. Yao Xiu and Lan Yingying agreed immediately. In addition to safety, which is the most important aspect, some businesses, upon learning that the big star Shang Guanyao will be participating in the performance, have asked to sponsor the event, hoping to be the title sponsor. Yang Weining said with a smile. Oh? Su Yang was slightly surprised, but it seemed reasonable. After all, if these businesses could use this event to promote their own companies, their popularity would definitely soar. Since someone is willing to spend money, it is naturally a good thing. I'll have to trouble President Yang to implement the specific matters. Su Yang said to President Yang. Yang Weining agreed with a smile. The company had been spending money since its establishment, and this was a good opportunity to make money. Also, it is necessary to limit the size of the participants in the event. Invitation letters will be used, and only those holding invitation letters can enter the venue. The specific number of people will be determined by General Zhou Juanhao in communication with the government. Su Yang continued. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours, during which the activity plan was thoroughly refined and the division of labor was clarified. After the meeting, everyone started to get busy. Only Zhen Xiqin followed Su Yang back to the office. Chairman, are you going to continue with your rich woman plan? Today I received an invitation from Lan Ruidong, the chairman of Yushiji Clothing Company, Limited, saying that there is a single beautiful rich woman who wants to meet you. She is the owner of the Kalixiang milk tea chain store, known as the Milk Tea Shishir. Zhen Xiqin reported to Su Yang. Oh? Milk Tea Shishir? Ha, interesting, let's meet her. Su Yang said with a smile. Could it be that he was famous? These rich ladies actually took the initiative to invite him. Since there was a chance to make money, he naturally couldn't miss it. So Zhen Xiqin agreed on a specific time with the other party, which happened to be close to lunchtime. After arriving at the designated restaurant, Su Yang met Lan Ruidong, the proprietress of Yushiji Garment Company, Limited, who was wearing a cheongsam today, showing off her charming figure. Next to her was a beautiful woman in a miniskirt, with a graceful figure and a beauty mole between her eyebrows. She was stunningly beautiful and charming, and her eyes were full of temptation. Every subtle movement revealed her charming demeanor, stirring his heartstrings. Is this the Milk Tea Shishir? Su Yang calmed himself down, reached out and held the Milk Tea Shishir's soft and boneless little hand, which was indeed smooth and tender. Chairman Su, you're too polite. My name is Yun Chanxian, but you can also just call me Chanxian. Milk Tea Shishir smiled charmingly at Su Yang, and pulled her slender hand out of Su Yang's hand, only her fingertips lightly brushing across Su Yang's palm. Su Yang's heartbeat quickened. She was indeed a charming little devil. She flirted with him in public? Was he such an insatiable person? Chairman Su, the food is ready. How about we eat and talk at the same time? Lan Ruitong said to Su Yang with a smile. So everyone came to the private room of the restaurant, and the milk tea beauty Yun Shanshan sat down next to Su Yang. Jin Shiqin couldn't help but frown when seeing this scene. This woman was too proactive. I wonder why Miss Shisher wants to ask me out. Su Yang asked with a smile, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him. You're wrong, it's not Miss Shisher, call her Cece. Yun Cece said gently and charmingly. Su Yang had just taken a sip of tea and almost choked. Just hearing this sound made him feel tingling and numb. Okay, Cece, just tell me what you have to say. I will do my best to help you. Su Yang said, trying to calm himself down. Chairman Su, I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. Can I call you Brother Su Yang? Yun Shanshan stared at Su Yang with loving eyes. Eh? Of course you can if you like to call me that. Su Yang was a little confused. Such a beautiful woman was so enthusiastic towards him that he felt a little overwhelmed. Brother Su Yang, does your company want to give employees a cup of milk tea for afternoon tea every day? Yun Shanshan got to the point at this time. This is a good idea. It will definitely greatly improve the happiness and satisfaction of employees. Su Yang exclaimed. Thank you so much, Brother Su Yang. Cece offers you a glass. Yun Cece said as she picked up a glass of red wine, her red lips slightly raised. Su Yang had no choice but to pick up a glass of red wine and drink it all. Chairman Su, Yun Shanshan is not the only beauty at this table. I'd like to toast you as well. Lan Ruidong, chairman of Yushiji Clothing Company, Limited, said in a tender voice. Two goblins. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This meal made Su Yang completely infatuated. Finally, Yun Shanshan called the waiter to settle the bill, which amounted to 3,800 yuan. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Yun Shanshan's consumption rebate, consumption 3,800 yuan, sincerity index 0%, cashback 0 times, received amount 0 yuan, has been credited. When Su Yang heard the system's voice, his drunkenness instantly dissipated. What the hell? Sincerity index 0%, system bug? This was the first time he encountered such a situation. If the Xinhao system really had a problem, then his future ambitions would be difficult. Secretary Jin, go buy me a bottle of mineral water. Su Yang said hurriedly to Jin Shiqin. He had to verify whether there was a problem with the system. Jin Shiqin was puzzled. She was thirsty right after dinner. But she immediately went to buy a bottle of mineral water. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Jin Shiqin's consumption rebate, consumption of 5 yuan, sincerity index 100%, cashback 10,000 times, the amount received is 50,000 yuan, and has been credited. Ha! There's nothing wrong with the system. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes changed when he looked at Yun Shanshan. Since there was nothing wrong with the system, then the problem must be with this person. So Su Yang said to Yun Shanshan again, Shanshan, can you also buy me a bottle of mineral water? The girls were stunned when they heard this and didn't understand what Su Yang meant. But Yun Shanshan blinked her eyes, thinking that Su Yang didn't like this brand of mineral water. So she went to buy a different brand of mineral water. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Yun Shanshan's consumption rebate, consumption of 15 yuan, sincerity index 0%, cashback 0 times, received amount 0 yuan, has been credited. Fuck. Su Yang cursed in his heart, what is wrong with this woman? Chapter 62 The Killer. After leaving the restaurant, Lan Ruidong, the proprietress of Yushiji Garment Company, Limited, said to Su Yang, Chairman Su, I have something else to do in the afternoon, so I won't accompany you. It's okay, just go about your business. Su Yang replied. After Lan Ruidong left, Milk Tea Beauty Yun Shanshan said to Su Yang, Brother Su Yang, I'm quite bored this afternoon. Can you accompany Shanshan to go shopping and watch a movie? Su Yang thought about it and decided to contact this woman to find out what was going on. Otherwise, he would always feel uneasy. This was the first time the system had encountered such a situation. So he said to Jin Shiqin, Secretary Jin, please go back to the company first. I have something important to discuss with Yun Shanshan. Jin Shiqin nodded, and before leaving, she took another look at the charming and enchanting woman. She felt very uncomfortable with her. Yes, it was too fake. She hoped Su Yang could notice it. After everyone else left, Yun Shanshan's eyes revealed a look of pride and disdain. It was around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was scorching hot. Su Yang and Yun Shanshan finally decided to go shopping in the mall. See? Why haven't I heard of milk tea shisha before? Su Yang asked puzzledly. Yun Shanshan smiled charmingly. Brother Su Yang, I just recently bought this Kalixiang milk tea chain store. I heard that Brother Su Yang's company is going to invite the big star Shangwen Yao to participate in the event, so I want to borrow Brother Su Yang's relationship to help promote my milk tea shop. I wonder if Brother Su Yang can make Shanshan's wish come true. Ha ha ha. I see. This is a simple matter. I'll help you with it later. Su Yang replied. In the mall, the two of them chatted while shopping. Hey! Brother Su Yang, I want to grab a doll. Yun Shanshan shook Su Yang's arm coquettishly, pointing to a shop with dozens of doll machines inside. Su Yang wondered what was so fun about this, but he ended up buying 100 yuan worth of game coins. Yun Shanshan excitedly took the game coins, walked to the claw machine, and started grabbing dolls with great concentration, forgetting for a moment the existence of Su Yang. Su Yang stared blankly at Yun Shanshan's focused and innocent look, her frustration and annoyance when she couldn't pick up the doll, and her happy dance when she picked up the doll. Everything was so genuine and didn't seem so artificial when she communicated with him. Why was that? Why was her sincerity index towards him 0%, and why did she still want him to go shopping with her? Su Yang was puzzled. Su Yang just watched Yun Shanshan quietly grab the doll. It was obvious that she was a novice at the level of a rookie. In the end, she used up 100 game coins and successfully grabbed a furry little duck. It was not until this moment that Yun Shanshan suddenly remembered Su Yang. She had been too engrossed in grabbing the doll just now. Brother Su Yang, I'm sorry. I was so focused just now that I forgot about you. Yun Shanshan smiled awkwardly at Su Yang. It doesn't matter, as long as you have fun. Have you never played it before? Su Yang asked puzzledly. Logically speaking, there are claw machines everywhere, and girls mostly like to grab dolls. A hint of sadness flashed across Yun Shanshan's eyes, but she immediately changed the subject and said with a smile, Brother Su Yang, I want to watch a movie. So Su Yang took Yun Shanshan to the cinema on the 5th floor. What a coincidence, there was another horror movie showing at that time. I have an affinity with beautiful women, and an even greater affinity with horror movies. It is not known whether it was intentional or not, but Yun Shanshan snuggled in Su Yang's arms throughout the entire movie. However, Su Yang could clearly feel that this horror movie really made Yun Shanshan very engaged, and her occasional nervousness was also a true expression of her true feelings. Su Yang's feeling towards Yun Shanshan is pure and innocent, yet he wants to appear charming and seductive. Brother Su Yang, I had so much fun this afternoon. Thank you for accompanying me. Yun Shanshan said. Ha ha ha. I'm very happy to have a beautiful woman by my side. Come on, I'll take you to have some skewers and then send you home. Su Yang said with a smile. Okay, I'll follow Brother Su Yang's arrangements. Yun Shanshan replied obediently. Su Yang looked at them in surprise, and then took Yun Shanshan to a roadside stall to eat skewers. The barbecue street was bustling with people. A charming woman like Yun Shanshan naturally attracted a group of people's attention, which made people a little uncomfortable. Su Yang randomly chose a seat and sat down, skillfully ordering some grilled skewers, small pancakes, green onions, etc. Yun Shanshan was eating the skewers of meat in small bites. Su Yang couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he took 2 skewers of meat, rolled them up in a small pancake with green onions, and handed them to Yun Shanshan. Try it, it's more enjoyable to eat this way. Su Yang said with a smile. Yun Shanshan was skeptical as she rarely ate green onions. However, when she put them in her mouth, they tasted really good, so she started eating barbecue. Su Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw Yun Shanshan eating happily. He reached out and gently wiped the oil stains from the corners of Yun Shanshan's mouth. Yun Shanshan was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head shyly. Su Yang was surprised. How could she still be shy? During lunch, she was quite bold and unrestrained. After dinner, Su Yang wanted to send Yun Shanshan home, but was politely declined. After Su Yang left, Yun Shanshan was seen riding an off-road motorcycle and disappearing into the night. In the suburbs, inside a dilapidated abandoned factory, a figure wrapped in black stood quietly. At this time, only the sound of a motorcycle was heard coming from afar, and it stopped at the door of the abandoned factory. An enchanting figure slowly walked into the warehouse. You're here. Was your contact with Su Yang going smoothly today? A cold voice came from the mouth of the man wrapped in black. Everything goes well, but why do you have to meet me? This is not against the rules. the woman said indifferently. As a killer, the employer should not contact her directly. Do you know? It was in this abandoned factory that the bastard Su Yang caused my father to be arrested and executed. My mother died of depression because she couldn't stand the shock. I want to see Su Yang die with my own eyes. I want to skin him alive, piece by piece. So I have to keep track of your progress at all times. The man in black shouted hysterically. If Su Yang was here, he would recognize this person at a glance. It was Meng Junying, with whom he had conflicts in the past. Unexpectedly, he sneaked back to Donghai City even though he was wanted by the police. Since you hate him so much, why don't you let me capture him directly? Making him fall in love with me in a roundabout way and then betraying and killing him, isn't that a waste of effort? The woman frowned. She really couldn't understand the thoughts of this kind of person. Such a simple thing was made too complicated. What do you know? Killing him directly would be too easy. His ex-girlfriend's betrayal made him live a life worse than death. I still enjoy his expression when I think about it now. I want him to taste the betrayal of his beloved woman again. And then skin him alive. Meng Junying, who was covered in black, laughed crazily. Chapter 63 Watching the sunset from the top of Mount Tai. Meng Junying slowly walked out of the darkness and looked at the stunningly beautiful, sexy and charming woman in front of him. Su Yang was really lucky. This is the Mandragora international killer whom he hired at almost his entire fortune of 50 million. He is also the ace of the Mandragora killer organization and there is almost no possibility of failure. Even if this killer fails, Mandragora will continue to send other killers until the mission is completed. Su Yang, you are dead. Meng Junying roared with gritted teeth. Yun Shanshan frowned and glanced at the crazy employer, and said without any emotion, I will let you know when there is a breakthrough. It's better to meet less often if there is no need. I don't want to wait too long. I'll give you 2 more days. I want him to die before the groundbreaking ceremony. Meng Junying said hoarsely. Yun Shanshan felt a chill all over her body upon hearing this, totally unlike the gentle and well-behaved girl she was during the day. Just wait and see. After Yun Shanshan finished speaking, she turned around and left. It was still very challenging to make Su Yang fall deeply in love with her in 2 days, but she still had confidence in her appearance. So far, there has been no man that she could not control. At night, Su Yang returned to Jin Qichin's residence. Chairman? Why are you back? I thought you would be with that charming woman? Jin Qichin asked in surprise when she saw Su Yang coming back, but she was secretly happy in her heart, because it seemed that Su Yang was not tempted by her beauty. Su Yang listened to Jin Qichin's slightly jealous words, smiled, and directly picked up Jin Qichin and walked towards the bedroom. Jin Qichin couldn't help but panic, her small body couldn't stand Su Yang's ravages all night, and she took a day or 2 to recover last time. After the battle, Jin Qichin snuggled in Su Yang's arms. Su Yang, I think this woman today is a little weird. Jin Qichin said. Oh? What do you mean? Su Yang was surprised. He didn't expect that Jin Qichin also found something wrong. Maybe it's a woman's intuition. She is charming, gentle, and lovely, but I feel that this is not the real her. She seems to be pretending. I wonder what her intention is in approaching you. Jin Qichin said worriedly. Su Yang nodded. If it weren't for the sincerity index prompted by the godly rich system, it might be difficult to find her flaws. But he didn't expect Jin Qichin to have such a strong insight. Don't worry. I have also discovered that this woman is indeed abnormal. I will be careful and on guard, but I have to continue to contact her. I want to know what is hidden behind this. Otherwise, it will be a hidden danger after all, and I don't know when it will erupt. Su Yang said lightly. With his own means, he was not worried that the other party would play any tricks. The next day, Su Yang received Yun Shanshan's invitation again to go to the top of Mount Tai to watch the sunset together. What's wrong? Seeing Su Yang sneering at his phone, Jin Qichin asked curiously. Yun Shanshan invited me to go to the top of Mount Tai to watch the sunset. She clearly has no feelings for me at all, yet she is still trying to be so attentive to me. Su Yang said helplessly. You still have to be more careful this time. Jin Qichin said with a worried look on her face. Su Yang nodded and said, Don't worry. So Su Yang drove a Rolls-Royce to pick up Yun Shanshan. The journey from Donghai City to Mount Tai would take about 4 hours. Today, Yun Shanshan, wearing a white sportswear, shows a different kind of charm, with a slender waist and elegant steps, full of agility. Brother Su Yang, do you have someone you like? Yun Shanxian looked at Su Yang and said. Someone you like? Su Yang was stunned by the question and muttered to himself. Of course he had someone he liked, and more than one. If you say he was promiscuous, he was sincere to every person he liked. It seems that Brother Su Yang must have someone he likes, but does Brother Su Yang believe in love at first sight? Yun Shanxian asked Su Yang with a rosy face and a loving look. Believe it, of course I believe it. Su Yang looked at Yun Shanxian sincerely, then drove and stared at the front, otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to help laughing out loud. Yun Shanxian is definitely a talented actress. Coupled with her stunning appearance, sexy figure and charm, how many men can resist her? If Su Yang had not been prepared, he might have fallen by now. Brother Su Yang, I like you. The first time I saw you, I knew you were the man I wanted to find in my life. Yun Shanxian said in a firm tone. Su Yang's hands holding the steering wheel couldn't help but tremble. This beautiful woman simply made him feel helpless. She clearly didn't say anything in her heart, but she told him that she fell in love at first sight. Really? Cici, I'm honored, but I already have someone I like. Su Yang said, holding the steering wheel with his left hand and holding in Cici's slender hand with his right hand. Yun Shanxian felt the warmth coming from her hand, her face stiff. She didn't understand what Su Yang meant. He already had someone he liked, but he took the opportunity to take advantage of me? Brother Su Yang, don't you have any feelings for me at all? Yun Shanxian said, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Yun Shanxian actually shed tears, Su Yang hurriedly parked the car on the side of the road, took out a tissue to help wipe her tears, and said, Shanxian, after all, we just met and are not familiar with each other yet. Although I believe in love at first sight, I am not mentally prepared yet. Are we not familiar enough yet? Brother Su Yang is really a rational person? But I believe that if Brother Su Yang gives me some time, he will definitely like me. Yun Shanxian couldn't help but throw her head into Su Yang's arms, but she felt extremely depressed in her heart. It is said that it is easy for a girl to pursue a boy, especially a peerless beauty like herself. She originally thought that these rich men were all lustful. This mission would be relatively simple. It seems that she still needs to use some means. When Su Yang and his friends arrived at the foot of Mount Tai, it was already past 4 o'clock. In order not to miss the sunset, they planned to eat after reaching the top of the mountain. So they took a tourist shuttle bus and went directly to the middle of the mountain, and then they had to hike up. However, after taking just 2 steps, Yun Shanxian couldn't help but cry out in pain. Cici, what's wrong? Su Yang hurriedly supported Yun Cici and asked. Brother Su Yang, I sprained my ankle. I'm so useless. Yun Shanxian said self-reproachfully. It's okay. I'll carry you up the mountain. There's a hotel on the top of the mountain. You can watch the sunset and have a good rest and everything will be fine. After Su Yang said that, he carried Yun Shanxian on his back. Yun Shanxian smiled and put her head on Su Yang's back, with a cunning look in her eyes. Su Yang finally reached the top of the mountain after great effort. At this moment, the top of the mountain was already crowded with tourists, who obviously came to watch the sunset. So Su Yang found a position with an excellent view, and sat side by side with Yun Shanxian. Yun Shanxian gently leaned her head on Su Yang's shoulder, quietly watching the sunset in the distance. As the sun gradually sets, the sky begins to change colors. At first, the sky is still golden, but as time goes by, the color of the sky gradually deepens, turning into deep orange, and then gradually turns into deep red. The color changes are like a visual feast, making people intoxicated. Chapter 64, Using Myself as Bait. After sunset, Su Yang carried Yun Shanxian to the mountaintop hotel and booked 2 rooms. I'll ask the waiter to bring the food over. It's not very convenient for you to walk. Su Yang said with concern. Okay. Can I have 2 more bottles of red wine? I want to have a couple of drinks with Brother Su Yang. Yun Shanxian smiled charmingly, which was really heart-stirring. Su Yang nodded and went to the restaurant to order food. Seeing that Su Yang had left, Yun Shanxian couldn't help but frown and think. She had to make Su Yang willingly fall at her feet before tomorrow night. However, the current situation had not reached the point of being infatuated. It seemed that she had to take the most primitive and direct approach. Although this might involve great sacrifices, she must not let the reputation of the Mandragora killer organization be damaged. No matter how tricky the mission was, the Mandragora organization had never failed. As the ace that the assassin organization has treasured for many years, she can't fail in her first mission, right? Because this mission is not risky, the organization specially arranged for her to gain experience. The purpose of the organization is to take all measures to complete the employer's requirements. Besides, for a cold-blooded and ruthless assassin, chastity is nothing, and she may die in a mission one day. So the organization gave her the task with only one purpose: to complete the employer's requirements at all costs. Yun Shanshan couldn't help but lament that it was a pity that she had such powerful martial arts skills, but had to rely on seduction to complete the task. Half an hour later, Su Yang brought a table of delicious food. The two were already starving. While Su Yang was in the bathroom, Yun Shanshan secretly sprinkled a packet of white medicine powder into the red wine bottle. "Brother Su Yang, actually I'm really happy to be with you these 2 days. I've experienced happiness that I've never had before." Yun Shanshan looked at Su Yang's handsome face and thought to herself that it didn't seem to be a loss. So he picked up a glass of red wine and drank it all with Su Yang. Although Su Yang was full of doubts at this time, he was still trying his best to please Yun Shanshan, hoping that she would reveal her flaws. So he planned to get her drunk directly. As the saying goes, truth comes out after drinking, and maybe he can get the answer he wants. The 2 bottles of red wine were quickly finished. Yun Shanshan seemed drunk, her eyes were blurred, her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and she leaned on Su Yang's shoulder. Su Yang seemed even more unbearable, his face flushed, especially when he smelled the virgin fragrance of Yun Shanshan's body. A nameless fire in his body rushed straight to his forehead, and he could not suppress it at all. The more he suppressed it, the stronger the desire became. He was very familiar with this feeling, after all, he had been caught by it once before. However, he was puzzled as to who would drug him. Could it be Yun Shanshan? However, soon, his desire slowly made him lose his mind. Yun Shanshan's lips curled up with an evil smile. The plan was successful. "Can't I exchange my most precious virginity for a little bit of your affection?" Then her consciousness began to blur. It seemed that she had put a little too much of this strong aphrodisiac. In the second half of the night, Yun Shanshan woke up slowly. The room was dark and she was lying naked in Su Yang's arms. At this time, Su Yang was snoring and still sleeping soundly. The next moment Yun Shanshan couldn't help but frown. Is there murderous intent? Where did the murderous intent come from? As a killer, she believed in her instincts and couldn't help but hold her breath, narrowing her eyes and scanning everything in the room. Sure enough, I saw a black figure tiptoeing to the bedside, a bright white light flashed in his hand, and he suddenly stabbed at the bed. Yun Shanshan was shocked. Who dared to ruin her mission? So she didn't care about the sudden exposure of her naked body. She threw off the quilt and kicked the black shadow. The black shadow was not careful for a moment and did not expect that the other party was not asleep. He was kicked back repeatedly and was suddenly shocked, thinking that the other party was a master. In the darkness, one could only vaguely see a naked body with curves in all the right places. Yun Shanshan attacked again without hesitation. For a while, the men in black were defeated, but they tried their best to suppress the noise of the fight, for fear of waking up Su Yang on the bed. "Who are you? Why do you want to assassinate Su Yang?" Yun Shanshan asked in a low voice angrily. The man in black wearing nightgown was anxious. If the fight continued like this, the assassination plan tonight would fail. Suddenly, Su Yang turned over in his sleep. While the man in black was distracted, Yun Shanshan had already approached him and her sharp nails accurately and ruthlessly pierced the man in black's throat. The man in black had his eyes wide open with fear in them. He was one of the top assassins in the country, so how could he die at the hands of a woman? Yun Shanshan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard Su Yang still snoring. She hurriedly put on her clothes, picked up the man in black, and prepared to throw him down the mountain. Su Yang actually saw all of this. When the man in black entered the room, Su Yang was awakened and was about to take action when Yun Shanshan moved first. Watching the fight between Yun Shanshan and the man in black, Su Yang was completely shocked. These two were actually masters. Even Qinglong might not be their match. Why did this man in black want to kill him? Yun Shanshan was obviously not in the same group as the man in black, but what kind of identity was Yun Shanshan hiding? Why was she so deliberate in approaching him? So Su Yang also put on his clothes and secretly followed Yun Shanshan. Next to a steep cliff, Yun Shanshan lifted up the man in black and threw him down the mountain. Suddenly, a bullet came at her at high speed. Yun Shanshan was shocked, but she couldn't dodge. She tilted her body slightly and the bullet hit her thigh. I was careless. I didn't expect that the man in black had accomplices. Sure enough, not far from her, another man in black raised a silenced pistol and pointed it at her, firing several shots without hesitation. Yun Shanxian gritted her teeth, turned around and jumped off the cliff. If she jumped, she might survive. If she didn't jump, she would definitely be shot to death by the other party. When Su Yang arrived, he happened to see Yun Shanxian jumping off a cliff. He was shocked, but unable to rescue her. No matter what, at least tonight Yun Shanxian not only devoted herself to him, but also saved him. If possible, he would never let Yun Shanxian die like this. The man in black walked slowly to the edge of the cliff, but could not see anything below. Just as he was about to turn around and go back to kill Su Yang, two silver needles flashing with cold light shot into his brain and throat respectively. He staggered back 2 steps and actually fell directly off the cliff. Su Yang slowly emerged from the darkness, looking at the bottomless cliff. Without any hesitation, he groped his way down. No matter what, he had to find Yun Shanxian. He had to see her alive or dead, otherwise he would not be at peace. As he continued to go down, after an unknown amount of time, Su Yang discovered the body of a man in black, and then he discovered the body of another man in black. Yun Shanxian, where are you? Su Yang was anxious. As his eyes swept across the area, they suddenly stopped and saw a familiar figure lying quietly among the rocks. Su Yang hurriedly came forward with a grim look on his face. He saw that Yun Shanxian's body was covered in blood and the ground beneath her was soaked with blood. Chapter 65 Amnesia. Inside a hospital at the foot of Mount Tai. Su Yang was waiting anxiously outside the operating room while the doctor was performing emergency treatment on Yun Shanxian. When Su Yang found her, she was already unconscious and had been shot twice. Fortunately, neither shot hit the vital parts, only one bullet in the thigh and one in the back. However, Yun Shanxian's head hit the rocks as her body rolled down, so the situation was not very optimistic. In a luxurious villa in Kyoto, Mu Feichen listened to the report on the phone with an uncertain expression. The 2 assassins we sent out are dead? Mr. Mu, do you want to continue sending out assassins? A voice asking for instructions came from the phone. Mu Feichen frowned deeply. He sent 8 bodyguards the first time, but they were severely beaten up by Su Yang's 2 men. This time, he sent powerful killers in the country, but these 2 killers were killed directly. We've already alerted the enemy, so don't act rashly for now. Find out who the experts around him are. I also want to know all the information about Su Yang. Mu Feichen ordered coldly. At this time, Su Yang was also thinking about what happened last night. Who could the 2 men in black want to kill him? Could it be Mu Feichen? He seemed to have only offended this person recently, and Mu Feichen also had the ability to arrange a killer. As for Yun Shanxian, she is very skilled and must be more than just a milk tea shop owner. Why does she hide her identity by his side? But the contradiction is that Yun Shanxian is not sincere to him, but devotes herself to him, and finally saves him? Su Yang's head was about to explode. He couldn't figure it out at all. It seemed that he could only wait for Yun Shanxian to wake up and then confront her directly. Doctor, what's the situation? Su Yang asked hurriedly when he saw the doctor walking out of the operating room. Don't worry, sir. There is no danger to the patient's life. However, the patient's brain has been hit violently by external force, which may cause temporary amnesia, said the doctor. Temporary amnesia? How long will it last? Su Yang couldn't help but wonder. That's hard to say. Maybe he will recover suddenly one day, or maybe he will need several years of recuperation, said the doctor helplessly. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had originally planned to wait for Yun Shanxian to wake up and ask her about everything. If she had lost her memory, he didn't know when the doubts in his heart would be resolved. Then Su Yang came to the ward. Looking at Yun Shanxian sleeping on the hospital bed with a pale face, which did not affect her charming appearance at all, Su Yang soon felt tired and fell asleep on the bed. When Su Yang woke up again, it was already morning. He raised his head and looked hurriedly at Yun Shanxian. She was still lying on the bed, staring at him with a pair of bright eyes. "CC, are you awake?" Su Yang asked in surprise. Yun Shanxian didn't respond at all and continued to stare at him. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the situation was not very good. "Sisai, do you remember who I am?" "Husband," Yun Shanxian said, revealing a charming smile. However, Su Yang was shocked and speechless for a long time. "Then do you know who you are?" Yun Shanxian shook her head slowly. So do you remember what happened last night? Yun Chantian nodded shyly. Su Yang was overjoyed when he saw this scene. It seemed that he had not completely lost his memory. CC, then tell me what happened last night. Who are those two men in black? Yun Chantian shook her head and whispered, Honey, how embarrassing it is to talk about such a shameful thing. Who is the man in black? I don't remember any man in black. Su Yang's expression froze instantly, staring blankly at Yun Chantian. Could it be that she only remembered the embarrassing things that happened last night? That's why she called him husband? Honey, I don't want to stay in the hospital. I want to go home, said Yun Chantian. Su Yang couldn't help but frown. If she really lost her memory, how should he deal with Yun Chantian? After all, her identity was unknown. With such a skilled person, if she did something bad to him one day, it would be hard to guard against. However, looking at Yun Chantian's pleading eyes, he knew that he definitely couldn't abandon her. CC, you can't be discharged from the hospital yet. Your body hasn't recovered yet, but we can transfer to the hospital in Donghai City. That's our home, Su Yang said soothingly. They could only stay in the hospital to recuperate for the time being. So Su Yang arranged for Yun Chantian to be transferred to another hospital. On the way back to Donghai City, Su Yang received a call from Public Relations Director Lan Yingying. Chairman, the groundbreaking ceremony for the scientific research base will be held the day after tomorrow. Miss Shang Guanyao will come to Donghai City at 5 o'clock this afternoon and would like to meet you. Oh? Why did she come here a day in advance? Su Yang was surprised. The other party didn't specify anything. Lan Yingying replied. Okay, I'll rush back to the company at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yang said, and hung up the phone. At the moment, he needed to settle Yun Chantian as soon as possible. At the same time, he called Zhu Ke and asked him to personally lead 10 members of the Thunder Guard to the Donghai City Hospital to wait for orders. When we arrived at Donghai City Hospital and completed the relevant procedures, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The environment in the high-end VIP ward is quiet and peaceful, and Yun Chantian is very happy about it. CC, I have some very important things to deal with at the company. You better stay in the hospital and recover well, Su Yang instructed Yun CC. Okay, husband. Remember to come back to see CC when you're done, Yun CC said reluctantly. Don't worry, I will come back to see you in the evening, Su Yang said with a smile, then turned and left the ward. Zhu Ke, who was following behind Su Yang, stared at Yun Chantian in amazement. Is this the captain's wife? Outside the ward, Su Yang said to Zhu Ke seriously, everyone must be careful and never let anyone come into contact with Yun Chantian. Don't worry, Captain. I will definitely protect your wife, said Suzaku. Su Yang felt that it was necessary to explain, so he told Yun Chantian's story again, and finally emphasized, so, her identity is very suspicious. We must test it out if she really has lost her memory when we have the chance. Captain, I understand. Zhu Ke was shocked. The captain was in danger again and again. It was the negligence of their Thunder Guard. It seemed that he needed to discuss with the deputy captain in Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu to develop a protection plan. After explaining everything to Zhu Ke, Su Yang drove to the Crown Building. In the chairman's office, Su Yang was lying on the sofa with his head resting on Jin Qichin's elastic thighs. Jin Qichin gently helped Su Yang press his head while listening to Su Yang telling about the thrilling events of last night. This Yun Chantian actually saved you? It's really surprising. Jin Qichin was also full of surprise. Su Yang nodded and decided to study how to cure Yun Chantian's amnesia after he finished this busy period. Chapter 66 Shang Guanyao arrives. At the back door of the Crown Building, Chairman Su Yang, President Ouyang Weining, Public Relations Director Lan Yingying, President Secretary Jin Qichin, Deputy Captain of the Thunder Guard Yao Xiu, and team leaders of the Thunder Guard Qinglong and Baihu. The group quietly waited for the arrival of the big star Shang Guanyao. The reason they chose the back door was also the other party's request, so as not to cause unnecessary sensation. After a while, 7 or 8 people walked towards the back door. Shang Guanyao, who was walking in the middle, was wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled down low, almost covering half of her face. She was also wearing a pair of large sunglasses, completely hiding her eyes behind the lenses. She was wearing a loose windbreaker that wrapped her body tightly, and she was even wearing a mask, revealing only her small nose tip and graceful chin. If Su Yang had not seen the familiar agent Zhang Qianqin beside this person, he would never have guessed that this was the famous Shangguan Yao. President Ouyang, Yao Xiu, Qinglong, Baihu and others wanted to catch a glimpse of the big star, but in the end they saw nothing. Yao Yao, it's nice to meet you again. Su Yang walked straight up and said with a smile. I came here early and hope I didn't disturb you. A pleasant voice came from Shangguan Yao's mouth. How could that be? I'm so happy. Su Yang said as he led everyone to his office. After arriving at Su Yang's office, Shangguan Yao took off her disguise. Her simple casual clothes could not hide her stunning figure. In the office, besides Su Yang, Ouyang Weining, Lan Yingying and Zhen Qiqin, there were only Shangguan Yao, agent Zhang Qianqin and 2 bodyguards. Su Yang, we said goodbye in a hurry last time in Kyoto and I didn't have time to prepare a thank you gift. This time, I'd like to take the opportunity of coming to the East China Sea to give you some gifts to express my gratitude. Shangguan Yao said, waving to the 2 bodyguards to present the gifts. These gifts include signed photos of Shangguan Yao, exquisite photo albums, and a landscape painting from the Song dynasty, which are of great collection value. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Shangguan Yao's consumption rebate. The consumption was 1.2 million yuan, the sincerity index was 71.22%, the cashback was 7,122 times, and the amount received was 8,546,400,000 yuan, which has been credited. Yao Yao, you are so polite. Your coming to participate in my company's performance is the greatest thank you to me. Su Yang laughed, his heart was beaming with joy. The rich man was indeed generous and helped him spend more than 8.5 billion at one time. After the 2 sides sat on the sofa and chatted for a while, Su Yang personally took the redisguised Shangguan Yao to visit his company. Su Yang, your company is very large. Shangguan Yao exclaimed. This is nothing. My goal is to build a world-class enterprise, but now I am still a long way from achieving that goal. Su Yang said ambitiously. I didn't expect that your ambition is to lead your company to become the world's top. It's a pity that your medical skills are so superb, it would be a pity not to practice medicine. Shangguan Yao couldn't help but sigh. Everyone has their own aspirations. Of course, if necessary, I will also help. Su Yang said. Shangguan Yao suddenly stopped and looked at Su Yang intently. Oh? Yao Yao, do you have a friend who needs my treatment? Su Yang asked when he saw Shangguan Yao looking at him. Shangguan Yao smiled sweetly. Su Yang, you are so smart. I really want you to help me treat someone. I wonder when it is convenient for you. If you can cure the patient, the consultation fee will be 10 million yuan. Su Yang felt helpless. Kyoto was a dangerous place, and he could easily offend someone if he wasn't careful. However, the consultation fee was not low, and it seemed that the treatment was quite difficult. There have been a lot of things going on in the company recently. If you're not in a hurry, let's wait a week or 2. I'll confirm the specific time with you then. Su Yang said after thinking for a while. Okay. Shangguan Yao nodded happily. After solving this problem, she felt much more relieved. In fact, the main reason she came here early this time was that she wanted to take her relationship with Su Yang to the next level and become real friends. It's almost time, let's go eat. How about seafood? We are close to the sea, so there is quite an abundance of seafood. Su Yang asked, looking at the time. Okay. Then let's try the seafood in Donghai City. Shangguan Yao readily agreed. Afterwards, Su Yang, Shangguan Yao and the others went straight to the RF Seafood Hotel. In the hotel box, Su Yang said to the lobby manager Mahani, please order a set of your hotel's top package fumang. And don't let anyone come to the box to disturb you. Okay, Mr. Su, arrange it right away. At the same time, Su Yang asked Qinglong and Baihu to guard outside the door of the box to prevent ignorant people from breaking in. Soon, all kinds of special seafood were served on the table one by one. General Manager Lu Mei learned that Su Yang was entertaining guests and personally brought 4 bottles of red wine. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Lu Mei's consumption rebate. The consumption was 40,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 78.88%, the cashback was 7,888 times, the amount received was 315,520,000 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. Could this be the big star Miss Shangguan Yao? Lu Mei exclaimed as she looked at the woman wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses. Su Yang was surprised. How could he recognize this? Mr. Lu, keep a low profile. Miss Shangguan doesn't want to be disturbed during her meal. Su Yang couldn't help but remind her in a low voice. I understand. I won't disturb you while you're having your meal. Lu Mei tactfully left the private room, but in her heart she was thinking whether she could use Shang Guanyao's fame to hype up the hotel. At the dining table, Shang Guanyao sat next to Su Yang, and the two of them were chatting happily. By the way, Yao Yao, where are you staying tonight? Have you booked a hotel? Su Yang asked. Shang Guanyao shook her head, then looked at Su Yang and said, Don't you live in a big villa? Don't you have a guest room? There are guest rooms, but is this appropriate? Su Yang asked doubtfully. If rumors were to spread, he wouldn't care, but it would have a huge impact on Shang Guanyao. The image of her as a goddess in the hearts of many men would probably collapse. We are friends, right? What's wrong with staying at a friend's house? Shang Guanyao said without hesitation. Since Shang Guanyao had no scruples, what should I be afraid of? So I called Aunt Yang and asked her to clean the guest room again. After dinner, Shang Guanyao and Su Yang went to the villa in a Rolls-Royce. As the agent, Zheng Xianqin didn't dare to let Shang Guanyao live there alone, so she drove behind Su Yang with 6 bodyguards. After arriving at the villa, the Thunder Guard's Azure Dragon Squad and White Tiger Squad, a total of 40 members, were fully equipped and guarding every corner of the villa. Since Shang Guanyao lives in his own villa, her safety must be ensured. Shang Guanyao saw so many security personnel, which really gave her a full sense of security. She couldn't help but smile and said, Isn't that too exaggerated? Chapter 67, Martial Arts Competition. Inside the villa, Su Yang and Shang Guanyao sat on the open-air balcony on the 3rd floor, drinking tea and chatting while admiring the moonlight. At this time, Su Yang's phone rang. When he saw that it was Zhu Kei calling, he suddenly remembered that there was someone lying in the hospital. Hello, Suzaku, is there any situation at the hospital? Su Yang asked. Captain, Yun Shanshan is clamoring to see you and is making a fuss. Zhu Kei said. Okay. I'll be there in a minute. Su Yang said helplessly, then hung up the phone. Shang Guanyao saw this and asked in confusion, What's wrong? We have to rush to the hospital so late at night? Su Yang stood up and said to Shang Guanyao apologetically, It seems that I can't chat with you tonight. A friend of mine was injured and hospitalized, and I need to go over there. Okay, then you go and do your work first. I've been on the bus for a long time today and I'm tired. I'll go to bed later. Shang Guanyao said. After Su Yang said goodbye to Shang Guanyao, he explained to Qinglong and Baihu that they must stay alert at night and ensure the safety of the villa, and then drove to the hospital. In the hospital ward, Yun Shanshan, regardless of her injuries, fought against Zhu Kei and the others, exuding a cold aura, like a madman, and forced her way out of the ward. Zhu Kei didn't expect that Yun Shanshan was still so skilled even though she was injured, but they didn't dare to use heavy hands, in case she got more injured and couldn't explain to the captain. It was at this time that Su Yang rushed to the VIP ward. CC, why did you run out? Su Yang asked with a frown when he saw Yun CC running out of the ward barefoot and in a disheveled state. Husband. When Yun Shanshan saw Su Yang, she immediately smiled happily and threw herself into Su Yang's arms. I'm afraid you won't come back. Yun Shanshan said aggrievedly, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm back now. There's too much going on in the company and I made you wait anxiously. Su Yang stroked Yun Shanshan's back and said soothingly. So under Su Yang's coaxing, she finally returned to the ward and fell asleep while holding Su Yang's arm. It seemed like she had a nightmare, her face was full of sadness, and tears flowed down her eyes again. Su Yang frowned as he watched this scene. What kind of identity and unbearable experience did she have? Even if she had lost her memory, she was still so sad in her dreams. Did she say anything special today? Su Yang walked out of the ward quietly, came to the door, and asked Zhu Kei. No, she just keeps talking about you and wants to see you. It seems that you are the only one in her memory, and she doesn't know anything else. Zhu Kei replied. Call me immediately if anything happens. After Su Yang finished explaining, he hurried back to the villa. That night, in a dilapidated warehouse in the suburbs, Meng Junying had a gloomy face. He had lost contact with the beautiful killer. He could not help but question the headquarters of the Mandala International Killer Organization and ask them to give an explanation. Please rest assured, we will give you a satisfactory explanation. For the time being, the organization is unable to contact number 7. We have arranged personnel to investigate the situation. If number 7 has had an accident, we will arrange another killer. Meng Junying hung up the phone angrily. He had hoped to torture and kill Su Yang before the groundbreaking ceremony of Phylon Global Strategic Group, but he didn't expect an accident to happen. What went wrong? The next morning, when Su Yang got up and went to the living room, he saw Shang Guanyao and Zhang Qinqin eating breakfast. Su Yang, it's time for breakfast. Aunt Yang's cooking skills are really good. Shang Guanyao waved to Su Yang while eating. Indeed, Su Yang was quite satisfied with Aunt Yang's cooking skills. Besides, people got injured from time to time in the family, and Aunt Yang was a professional caregiver, so Su Yang hoped that Aunt Yang could stay. After breakfast, Shang Guanyao took Su Yang and hurried out while Zhang Qinqin went to the bathroom. Su Yang, let's go out and play. Ah? Just the two of us? Su Yang asked in surprise. Of course, how can we have fun if we have these bodyguards with us? Shang Guanyao said as she pulled Su Yang's sleeve and walked towards the parking lot. Su Yang had no choice but to drive away. However, as soon as he arrived at the gate of the villa, he was stopped by Zhang Qinqin and 6 bodyguards. Yao Yao, how could you sneak out alone? What if something unexpected happens? How can I explain to the head of the family? Zhang Qinqin said angrily to Shang Guanyao in the car. Shang Guanyao said helplessly, Sister Qinqin, please let me go out and play for a while. I am almost going crazy being stared at by a group of you every day. Besides, I am not alone, Su Yang is with me. Mr. Su is with you, but can he protect you? Although his medical skills are very good, what if you meet a bad guy? Can he use his medical skills to protect you? Zhang Qinqin asked repeatedly. Shang Guanyao was speechless, but still said stubbornly, it's broad daylight, how can there be so many bad guys? And we are only hanging out in places where there are people. Yao Yao, if you really want to go out and play, you must bring your bodyguards with you, and I must accompany you. Zhang Qinqin said, taking a step back. Shang Guanyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The purpose was just to get rid of you guys. How could she play with you guys like normal people? Ms. Zhang, you don't have to worry about Yao Yao's safety. I can protect her. Su Yang said to Zhang Qinqin at this time. You? Mr. Su, I admit that you are rich and powerful, and your medical skills are excellent, but if you happen to meet some bad guys outside, how can you protect Yao Yao alone? Zhang Qinqin's face was full of disbelief. Then how can you trust me? Unless you can defeat these 2 bodyguards beside me at the same time. Zhang Qinqin pointed proudly at 2 of the bodyguards behind her. No, Sister Qinqin, aren't you making things difficult for Su Yang? These bodyguards are masters carefully selected for this trip. Each of them has the courage to fight 10 people alone. You are being too bullying. Shang Guanyao said anxiously. Okay, Mr. Su, as long as you can defeat one of their bodyguards, I can let Yao Yao go out with you without worry. How about it? Zhang Qinqin said to Su Yang with a smile. No need, let's have 2 of you come together. Su Yang got out of the car and casually pointed at 2 of the bodyguards. Su Yang, why don't you just give up? You are no match for them. Shang Guanyao said worriedly. It would be bad if Su Yang got hurt again. Yao Yao, don't worry. Since I dare to say it, I must be confident. Su Yang laughed. Zhang Qinqin saw Su Yang was so confident, but she didn't take it seriously. She said to the 2 bodyguards, just stop there. Don't hurt Mr. Su. The 2 bodyguards nodded in agreement, and then they moved forward, one in front and one behind, trying to trap Su Yang in the middle. Chapter 68 Big Star becomes a disciple. Facing the attack from the front and back by 2 bodyguards, Su Yang remained calm. During this period of time, he had every opportunity to practice with Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. The 2 bodyguards in front of him were at most at the same level as Qinglong and the others. The 2 bodyguards were tall and mighty. They attacked Su Yang at the same time with strong and powerful punches. Su Yang cleverly avoided them and kicked one of the bodyguards at lightning speed. The bodyguard crossed his hands and thought he could easily block it with his arms, but he was kicked back repeatedly. His arms were numb and he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly reminded his companions, he is a master, don't hold back. However, Su Yang took advantage of this opportunity and smashed his fists at another bodyguard like a storm, and with a sweeping kick, the bodyguard was knocked to the ground instantly. Shang Guanyao and Zhang Qinqin stared at the scene in amazement. The so-called expert bodyguards were repelled and knocked down by Su Yang in an instant. Is Su Yang's strength so terrifying? Come on, all 6 of you. Su Yang said to the bodyguards. These bodyguards also realized that Su Yan was definitely a master and they were no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, they also wanted to fight with the master. Regardless of whether they were outnumbered or not, they had to win the battle today. So the 6 people surrounded Su Yang directly. Su Yang, come on! Shang Guanyao waved her pink fists and looked at Su Yang with admiring little stars in her eyes. Zhang Qianqin glanced at Shang Guanyao and was speechless. Su Yang beat up your bodyguard, so isn't your elbow too obvious? The 6 bodyguards also looked embarrassed, and then rushed towards Su Yang together. Su Yang smiled faintly, then waved his hand casually, and 6 silver needles shot out and pierced into the acupuncture points of the 6 people. The 6 people were instantly unable to move, like sculptures. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? Zhang Qianqin asked curiously. Shang Guanyao was also stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a fighting scene. While chatting and laughing, she waved her hand and the opponent was unable to move. It was simply too powerful. Ms. Zhang, I wonder if I can protect Yao Yao's safety? Su Yang smiled at Zhang Qianqin, who was stunned. How did you do it? Zhang Qianqin came back to her senses and asked in shock. We just blocked the acupoints that control their movements. They will be free again in 10 minutes. After Su Yang said that, he drove away with Shang Guanyao in his car. Zhang Qianqin did not continue to stop him. At this moment, she believed that Yao Yao's safety could be guaranteed. Such a master was really rare. In the speeding car, Shang Guanyao looked at Su Yang with admiration. Su Yang, your martial arts are so powerful? I want to be your disciple, can you teach me? Just that one move, all enemies can be frozen in place with a wave of your hand. It's no problem to teach you, but I don't think you can learn it, Su Yang said with a smile. Master, please accept my disciple's greeting. Shang Guanyao said as she leaned her upper body forward 30 degrees, clasped her fists and bowed gently to Su Yang. Yao Yao, you are not serious, are you? Su Yang looked at Shang Guanyao and said. Of course I'm serious. Master, you are not only a great martial artist, but also an unrivaled medical practitioner. I can just learn a few tricks from you, so I won't be followed by a group of bodyguards every day. Shang Guanyao's face was full of seriousness. Su Yang smiled helplessly. How come he suddenly had another disciple? He couldn't help thinking, why not teach her the 13 ghost needles? As for how much she could comprehend, it all depended on her luck. Yao Yao, where do you want to go for fun? There is a fun valley in Donghai City which is quite lively. Do you want to go? Su Yang asked. Okay. I'll listen to Master. Shang Guanyao said happily. So Su Yang drove straight to Play Valley. However, just as he arrived at the gate of Playful Valley, Su Yang received another call from Suzaku, but the voice that came was Yin Qianqian's, who was making a fuss about looking for Su Yang again. It took Su Yang a lot of comfort to calm Yin Qianqian down. Master, is there something going on? If you are busy, let's hang out next time. Shang Guanyao asked when she saw Su Yang answering the phone and chatting for a long time. It's okay, it's been taken care of. Now that we're here, let's go in and have some fun. Su Yang said. Shang Guanyao adjusted her disguise to avoid being recognized, which would have prevented her from playing. After entering the Play Valley, Su Yang took Shang Guanyao to experience some exciting rides such as bumper cars and roller coasters. Master, let's go rafting. Shang Guanyao said excitedly. She had so much fun today. She had never felt so relaxed and happy before. Okay, then wait for me, I'll go buy 2 disposable raincoats. Su Yang said. Master, wait for me, I'll go buy it. Shang Guanyao said, and then she jumped to buy a raincoat. Looking at Shang Guanyao's cheerful jumping figure, Su Yang couldn't imagine that this was the steady and dignified goddess in everyone's mind on the stage. It turned out that she was just an ordinary girl. Simplicity is happiness. Master, I bought the raincoats. I'll give you one. Shang Guanyao handed one of the thin disposable raincoats to Su Yang. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Shang Guanyao's consumption rebate. The consumption was 10 yuan, the sincerity index was 99.99%, the cashback was 9,999 times, and the amount received was 99,999 yuan, which has been credited to the account. Su Yang was startled when he heard the system's voice. The sincerity index was just a little bit away from 100%. It seemed that Shang Guanyao was really sincere to her master, but how could it be just 0.01% short? He was really looking forward to what kind of treasure the godly rich system would give him when it reached 100% again. On the two-seater raft, Su Yang sat in the front, and Shang Wanyao sat with her legs apart, directly next to Su Yang's back, holding Su Yang's clothes tightly with both hands. It was her first time riding a raft, and she was both excited and nervous. When the rapids were faster, Shang Wanyao couldn't help but hug Su Yang tightly from behind. Feeling the softness on his back, Su Yang's heart was in turmoil, thinking in his heart that this is my apprentice. After playing for a whole day, when Su Yang and Shang Wanyao rushed back to the villa, it was already around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. "Master, I will cook dinner tonight to honor you," Shang Wanyao said with a smile. "Okay. You can ask Aunt Yang to help you. I have to go to the hospital first and come back for dinner," Su Yang said, and then sent Shang Wanyao back to the living room. Seeing Shang Wanyao's cheerful and lively appearance, Zhang Qianqin felt a little emotional. It seemed that Yao Yao had not been so happy for a long time. "Sister Qianqin, is Aunt Yang at home? See if there are any ingredients. I'll be the chef tonight, and I must prepare a sumptuous meal to honor our master." Shang Wanyao was so excited that she was at a loss. "What? You want to cook? And you want to honor your master? Where did you get this master?" Zhang Qianqin was confused. How come she got a new master after going out? Chapter 69 Love to Take Advantage. In the hospital, Su Yang stayed by Yin Qianqian's side and tried various tests, but still failed to arouse her memory. "Perhaps I could try the 13 ghost needles, but this method requires too much energy. Tomorrow is the groundbreaking ceremony for the scientific research base, and I need to maintain my condition." At this time, in Su Yang's villa, Zhang Qianqin saw Shang Wanyao, who was busy in the kitchen. She went up to help several times, but was driven out every time. Until this moment, she couldn't believe that Shang Wanyao actually worshipped Su Yang as her master. "Miss Shangwan, let me cook. The kitchen is full of smoke and it's not a place for a big star like you to stay," Aunt Yang said to Shang Wanyao, who was already sweating profusely. "Auntie Yang, it's okay. I cook at home occasionally," Shang Wanyao said without turning her head, staring at the cola chicken wings in the pot. Aunt Yang shook her head helplessly and could only help out. A beautiful figure walked towards the gate of the villa. "Ms. Zhou Wen, why are you here?" Baihu stopped in front of Zhou Wen and asked. "Ha? Qinglong, Baihu? Why are you all here? And you brought so many security guards with you. What happened?" Zhou Wen frowned and asked when she saw that the villa was tightly guarded. "Well, I don't know whether I should tell Miss Zhou Wen. Let me ask the captain," Baihu said with an awkward smile. Zhou Wen was full of curiosity, wondering what Su Yang was doing again. "Captain, Miss Zhou Wen is here at the villa. Is she allowed in?" Baihu asked after answering Su Yang's call. Su Yang was also wondering why Zhou Wen came here. After asking, he learned that she came to see how the garden was being taken care of. Su Yang thought about it and decided that even if Zhou Wen knew Shang Wanyao was at home, it would not matter, so he agreed to let her in. "TSK, you're being so mysterious. I don't even want to come in," Zhou Wen said proudly, but she rode her electric scooter into the villa. Qinglong and Baihu looked at each other in silence. They couldn't believe that the company's serious general manager Zhou Juanhao had such a naughty sister. After Zhou Wen entered the villa, she first looked at the garden and couldn't help muttering, "Not bad for management. I wonder what secrets are hidden in the villa. No, I have to go and take a look." Zhou Wen thought to herself, and dodged left and right all the way to the living room of the villa. However, her every move was under the surveillance of the Thunder Guards, but it was obvious that they all knew Zhou Wen. After all, they had done their homework on the people close to the captain. Since she was able to enter the villa gate, she must have been allowed by the captain, so they turned a blind eye to her. When Zhou Wen stepped into the living room, she smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen. She wondered if they were going to have a big dinner tonight? Was it to invite some important guest? So Zhou Wen walked to the kitchen and shouted, "Auntie Yang, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good." The two people in the kitchen looked back, and Aunt Yang smiled and said, "It turns out to be Miss Zhou Wen, but I didn't cook this meal today." "Who is this?" Shang Wanyao looked at the beauty in front of her, especially the cleavage. She couldn't help but feel envious. "She is Miss Zhou Wen, Mr. Su's good friend," Aunt Yang explained. "Ah, you? You're not? No way, am I dazzled?" Zhou Wen rubbed her eyes hard after seeing Shang Wanyao. It's Miss Zhou Wen. Hello, I'm Shang Guanyao. Shang Guanyao said with a smile. Shang Guanyao? Is it really Shang Guanyao? The big star Shang Guanyao? Zhou Wen opened her mouth wide, eyes full of disbelief. She actually saw Shang Guanyao in Su Yang's house? Although she knew that Shang Guanyao would come to participate in the groundbreaking ceremony of the scientific research base, she didn't expect that she would come directly to Su Yang's house and cook in the kitchen. I think I should be the Shang Guanyao you mentioned. Shang Guanyao's smile was so stunning that it captivated the whole city and the whole country. It's really you. I'm so excited to see you. I'm your loyal fan. As your fan, how can I let you cook by yourself? Let me do it. Zhou Wen said excitedly, and walked forward to help cook. Ms. Zhou Wen, there's no need for help, I can do it myself. I want to make a delicious meal especially for my master. Shang Guanyao quickly waved her hand and refused. Master? Sister Shangguan, your master is here too? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. My master is the owner of this villa. Shang Guanyao replied. What? The owner of the villa? Su Yang? Zhou Wen was a little confused and asked uncertainly. Yes, Su Yang is my master. I'm cooking tonight for you to taste my cooking skills. Shang Guanyao said proudly. Zhou Wen was completely petrified and remained silent for a long time. With Su Yang's character, is he worthy of being your master? Isn't this misleading the students? Moreover, his big pig's hoof loves to take advantage of beautiful women. He has been touched and kissed by her. Sister Shangguan, why don't you think seriously about how Su Yang is qualified to be your master? Zhou Wen couldn't help but persuade. Shang Guanyao couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard this. Ms. Zhou Wen, Su Yang is the most powerful person I have ever seen. If he is not worthy, no one will be worthy of being my master. The most powerful? He is the best at taking advantage of beautiful women. Sister Shangguan, you can't let him take advantage of you, otherwise it will affect your glorious career. Zhou Wen saw that Shang Guanyao didn't listen to the advice, so she continued. Shang Guanyao couldn't help but look Zhou Wen up and down, especially her proud breasts, wondering if her master had taken advantage of her. Zhou Wen blushed when she saw Shang Guanyao looking at her strangely. Why was Shang Guanyao so unwilling to listen to advice? Ahem. Wen, does your mother know that you say bad things about others behind their backs? It seems that I need to visit your house again. At this time, Su Yang suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. Ah? Why are you back? I didn't say anything just now. Zhou Wen laughed. Master, you're back. The food will be ready soon. Shang Guanyao said happily when she saw Su Yang. Yao Yao, thank you for your hard work. Su Yang said. Shang Guanyao shook her head and asked Su Yang to go to the living room to rest for a while, and she would be fine soon. Zhou Wen continued to stay in the kitchen and help Aunt Yang. At the dinner table, Su Yang enjoyed the delicious food made by the big star with a very satisfied look on his face. Regardless of the taste of the food, the main thing about having the big star make the food for him was a spiritual enjoyment. Zhou Wen naturally stayed for dinner and chatted with Shang Guanyao from time to time. In the end, she even became Shang Guanyao's assistant. Do you really want to be my assistant and go back to Kyoto with me? Shang Guanyao asked in surprise. Of course, I am your loyal fan, I love you the most, and I am especially willing to be your assistant. Zhou Wen said affirmatively. Shang Guanyao couldn't help but look at her master Su Yang. She could see that Zhou Wen seemed to have a special relationship with her master. If she brought her to Kyoto, would her master agree? Chapter 70 Grand Event. The groundbreaking ceremony for the Phylong Global Strategic Group's scientific research base project will be held grandly today. Zhou Wen arrived early in Su Yang's villa. She would attend the groundbreaking ceremony as the assistant of the big star Shang Guanyao. In the end, Su Yang agreed to let Zhou Wen work in Kyoto as Shang Guanyao's assistant. It didn't matter. His company's business would definitely expand to Kyoto in the future, so it would be convenient for them to meet. Today, Shang Guanyao wore a red long dress that perfectly outlined her figure. The hem of the skirt swayed gently with her steps, making her look elegant and noble. Master, what do you think of my outfit? Is it suitable for today's event? Shang Guanyao said to Su Yang with a smile. Not bad, very festive. Su Yang laughed. Afterwards, Su Yang, Shang Guanyao and others drove to the scientific research base in the suburbs. The originally remote suburbs were now unusually busy. People driving there could be seen everywhere on the road, and there were even traffic jams. In the vicinity of the scientific research base project, the public security, transportation, and other departments have arranged hundreds of police officers to maintain order to prevent excessive crowding and chaos. Su Yang and his team drove directly into the scientific research base. At this time, a large area of the venue had been hardened and equipped with a parking lot, a large stage, a lounge, a temporary meeting room, etc. There were seats for more than 5,000 people and a simple sunshade shed. Shangguan Yao, Zhang Qinqin, Zhou Wan and others went directly to the lounge of the stage to make corresponding preparations for the performance. Yao Xiyu, Jinglong, Baihu and Xuanwu, in accordance with Su Yang's request, led the Thunder Guard to ensure order and stability in the venue. Su Yang led President Ouyang Weining, General Manager of the Real Estate Division Zhou Juanhao, Secretary Zhen Qiqin and key personnel of Feilong Global Strategic Group to welcome government leaders and invited business owners. When Su Yang saw Secretary Luo of the Donghai Municipal Party Committee and Mayor Tang leading their team members, he hurriedly greeted them, and after some polite exchanges, he led them to their seats. After sitting down, Su Yang, Ouyang Weining and Zhou Juanhao accompanied them and talked about the details of the event and the development of the company. Su Yang suddenly remembered something, so he said to Secretary Luo and Mayor Tang, "I have a small matter that I would like to trouble Secretary Luo and Mayor Tang for. I know a top dentist in China and abroad named Tang Wenba, but he was framed and his business license and medical qualification certificate were revoked. I have no way to appeal, so I hope you two leaders can help him clear his name." "Oh? There is such a thing? If he is really wronged, he will be cleared of all charges, and those who neglect their duties will also be punished." Secretary Luo frowned slightly, and then ordered his subordinates to solve this problem as soon as possible. With Secretary Luo's statement, Su Yang felt relieved. This matter should be resolved. The next step is to open a dental hospital and invite Tang Wenba to see patients. After a while, the place was packed with people, but the order was maintained. Everyone knew that Secretary Luo and the mayor of Donghai City were present today, so they did not dare to make a noise. As the time came, the host also walked onto the stage. After a speech, he warmly welcomed the government leaders. Secretary Luo, Mayor Tang and his team members are here to attend the event. Suddenly there was thunderous applause from below. Welcome Zhou Boyuan, chairman of Hongding Group. Welcome Lu Mei, general manager of RF Seafood Hotel. Welcome Song Yuehua, chairman of Fanti Beauty and Health Company. Welcome Lan Ruidong, chairman of Yishiji Garment Company, Ltd. Welcome Bai Huiyun, chairman of Yujin Wine Company. Next, Su Yang went on stage to give a speech, but he had a script written by someone, so he just read it out, and there was some promotion. Then, Secretary Luo of the Municipal Party Committee also went on stage to give a speech, expressing his expectations for the scientific research base and the government's determination to strongly support it. The project site is more directly spectacular, with thousands of workers wearing work clothes and helmets, lined up in an orderly manner. 40 large excavators and dozens of muck trucks are extremely shocking at first glance. The process is already formulaic, but what everyone is most looking forward to is the last part, when the popular star Shangguan Yao performs on stage. In the last segment, we welcome the big star Shangguan Yao to sing a song and offer her blessings. When the host finished speaking, the crowd below could no longer contain their excitement. Shangguan Yao! Shangguan Yao! With loud shouts, Shangguan Yao, wearing a bright red dress, walked gracefully onto the stage. She was so stunning that she was worthy of being a goddess. Shangguan Yao's famous song immediately pushed the atmosphere to a climax. The audience danced and shouted to the rhythm of the music. Some fans even wanted to run to the stage to present flowers, but were stopped in time by security personnel. One more song. One more song. The audience was obviously not satisfied with just one song. Shangguan Yao naturally spared no effort to perform for her master's company and would not bargain with Su Yang's company, because she did not participate in this concert for the money. In the intervals between each song, the host would insert advertisements at the appropriate time. After all, many companies have spent a lot of money on advertising in order to increase their visibility. The audience wanted to catch the host and give him a good beating. Su Yang was also filled with emotion. His company project in the true sense had finally started, and a 2-year construction period was required. All the required equipment had been purchased and installed, meeting the conditions for trial operation. At the end of the event, after Shangguan Yao left the stage, the audience left reluctantly one after another. However, there were still fanatical fans waiting, hoping to get Shangguan Yao's autograph. Su Yang quietly returned to the villa with Shang Guanyao and others, and the subsequent matters were handled by President Ouyang and General Manager Zhou Juanhao. Inside the villa, Zhang Xianqin said to Shang Guanyao, Yao, the event has ended successfully, and we should go back. There are still many things to deal with in Kyoto. I would like to stay for 2 more days. I haven't learned any skills from my master yet. Shang Guanyao shook her head. Yao, there is a long time to come. There is already a lot of opposition to this performance in the family, so it is not advisable for us to stay here for too long. Zhang Qianqin still refused. Shang Guanyao nodded helplessly. Master, I have to go back to Kyoto. Don't forget to come to Kyoto to find me when you have time, and help treat a person. Shang Guanyao forced a smile at Su Yang. The past 2 days in Donghai City were really pleasant, and she was a little reluctant to leave. Don't worry, Yao, you should go back earlier so that your family won't worry. When I'm done with my work now, I'll go to Kyoto to find you. Su Yang said, thinking that he was too busy this time and could only teach her the 13 ghost needles next time he went to Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen, who was standing by, hurried home to pack her luggage, ready to go to Kyoto with Shang Guanyao. Chapter 71. Whoever touches it will be unlucky. After Shang Guanyao and others left, the villa returned to its former quietness. However, considering that there have been some blind killers appearing out of nowhere recently, it was decided to arrange for 10 members of the Thunder Guard to continue to stay in the villa. At present, the largest groundbreaking ceremony has been successfully completed. Next, we have the energy to prepare for the construction of the dental hospital and find out Yun Shanxian's identity and background. The matter of the dental hospital is not urgent. After all, even if Secretary Luo has personally instructed to solve the matter of Tang Wenba being framed, it will not be resolved in a short time. At present, the mystery of Yun Shanxian must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise he will always feel uneasy. After thinking about it, he decided to find Lan Ruidong, the chairman of Yushiji Clothing Company, Limited, to find out the situation. After all, it was she who introduced Yun Shanxian to him, so he should know something about Yun Shanxian. I looked at the time and it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so I called Lan Ruidong. Mr. Su? You just finished a big company event, how come you have time to think of me? Lan Ruidong was a little surprised when she received Su Yang's call. After all, she should be accompanying a big star at this time. Boss Lan, do you have time? I want to talk to you. Su Yang said bluntly. If we want to talk about life, I still have time. Lan Ruidong joked. Okay, where are you? I'll come find you. Su Yang said with a smile, thinking that it was okay to talk about life, but he had to solve his own doubts first. So Lan Ruidong sent the location to Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the address, which was a residential area in Donghai City, so he drove his Rolls-Royce towards the destination. About half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at the gate of the residential area and called Lan Ruidong again. Lan Ruidong sent the specific address of the building, unit, and room number to Su Yang. Su Yang couldn't help but guess that this should be Lan Ruidong's home. After thinking about it, he decided that since she didn't have a husband, he wouldn't be misunderstood if he went there. So after a while, Su Yang came to the door and rang the doorbell. When the door opened, Su Yang was stunned. Lan Ruidong was wearing a light pink pajamas that was barely visible, as light as mist in the morning light of summer. The pajamas were close to her body, outlining her graceful figure, like a clear spring in a mountain stream, with elegant curves and agile posture. The barely visible pajamas, under the light, made her skin look even whiter and tenderer like snow. But why are her eyes red, as if she just cried? Mr. Su, you're here. Lan Ruidong said with a sweet smile. The moment Lan Ruidong opened his mouth, Su Yang could smell the alcohol coming towards him. He couldn't help but wonder, Boss Lan, why are you in such a refined mood? Are you drinking alone? When Su Yang walked into the living room, he saw a wine glass and 2 bottles of red wine on the coffee table. Mr. Su, you're joking. How can there be any interest in this? I'm just trying to kill time when I'm lonely and bored. Lan Ruidong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Su Yang did not comment, and said seriously, Boss Lan, regardless of your wealth, just based on your looks, I think you must have countless suitors, right? How can you be lonely? Lan Ruidong smiled bitterly, then took a wine glass and poured red wine for Su Yang. Su Yang, come and have a drink with me, we can talk while we drink. Lan Ruidong handed another glass of red wine to Su Yang. Su Yang naturally didn't hesitate to pick up the wine glass and started drinking with Lan Ruidong. A few years ago, I had a husband whom I loved deeply. However, the day before our wedding, he died in a car accident. I was devastated, and it was only in the past year that I gradually came out of the shadow. However, I always heard people say that I was unlucky in marriage and whoever met me would be unlucky, so I never had the mood to start a new relationship. But there was a young and promising guy who pursued me relentlessly, and I finally softened my heart and agreed to date him. Lan Ruetong said, and suddenly stared at Su Yang. Su Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did that guy also have an accident?" "Yes, it was another car accident. Although he didn't die, he was completely paralyzed and finally committed suicide due to depression." Lan Ruetong drank the red wine in his hand with sadness. "Boss Lan, these are all accidents. Why should you take them seriously?" Su Yang couldn't help but comfort him. "Mr. Su, could you please stop calling me Boss Lan? Just call me Tong Tong, it sounds more comfortable." Lan Ruetong said. "Okay, then let's just get along as friends. You don't have to call me Mr. Su. Just call me by my name." Su Yang nodded. "Okay, Su Yang, do you think I'm a woman who brings bad luck to my husband? Is it true that whoever touches me will suffer bad luck?" Lan Ruetong stared at Su Yang with burning eyes. Su Yang nodded affirmatively. "I never believed these words. You might as well try again. There is no chance that you will be hit by a car again." "Thank you, Su Yang." Lan Ruetong filled a glass of red wine for Su Yang and herself again. Lan Ruetong actually drank it all in one gulp. It was obvious that Su Yang's persuasion did not really work. Seeing this, Su Yang had no choice but to drink it all. "By the way, Tong Tong, I came to see you because there is something I want to know from you." Su Yang couldn't help but speak when he remembered the purpose of this trip. However, a slender jade finger was placed on Su Yang's lips, and Lan Ruetong said drunkenly, "Drink with me first, I don't want to say anything now." Su Yang had no choice but to continue drinking with Lan Ruetong until they finished 2 bottles of red wine. Lan Ruetong stood up, swaying from side to side, and looked at Su Yang with blurry eyes. She had to admit that Su Yang was still very handsome, and he always liked dealing with single rich women recently. She couldn't help but wonder if he had a special liking for rich young women and that he just liked this type of women. Then she remembered what Su Yang said and thought she might as well try again. It was impossible for him to be hit by a car again. In this case, let Su Yang be the third person. If Su Yang really gets into an accident, the worst that can happen is that he will die together with me this time. Lan Ruetong thought silently in her heart. "Su Yang, don't you have something you want to know from me? I feel a little dizzy now. Help me to the bedroom and we can talk slowly." Lan Ruetong leaned close to Su Yang's ear and whispered softly. Su Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. He was not Lu Xiaohui. He remained calm in the face of the beautiful woman and helped Lan Ruetong walk towards the bedroom. The next morning, Su Yang woke up, but Lan Ruetong was gone. He couldn't help but wonder where she had gone. I took out my phone and saw that it was a message from Lan Ruetong, saying that there was something going on at the company and she had to go there first. Su Yang was speechless. He came here just to learn about Yun Shanxian's situation, but this is what happened. In the end, Lan Ruetong left before he even asked anything. But he still gained something after all. Chapter 72, So Evil. After Su Yang left Lan Ruetong's house, his stomach rumbled with hunger and he remembered that he had not eaten last night. "So I plan to have some breakfast at the entrance of the community first, and then go to the hospital to check on Yun Shanxian's condition." When Su Yang came to the road and crossed the sidewalk, a speeding van hit Su Yang directly. Su Yang was startled and slapped the hood with his right hand. He then did a backflip, passed over the roof of the car, and landed steadily. Bump! There was a loud bang and the van crashed into a big tree on the side of the road. "Fuck, it can't be so weird, right?" Su Yang remembered what Lan Ruetong said last night. It seemed that her 2 ex-boyfriends both died in car accidents. Su Yang walked forward to check on the driver, opened the door, and smelled a strong smell of alcohol. The driver was already unconscious. Was it drunk driving? Was it just an accident? Su Yang frowned slightly. The assassinations he had encountered in recent times made him wonder if they were targeting him again. In any case, I called the traffic police in 121st. In the crowd not far away, a figure completely obscured by a windbreaker saw that Su Yang was safe and sound, and left angrily. He was Meng Junying. The damn Mandala International Killer Organization has not given him a clear answer yet. They just said that they would send someone to investigate the situation of killer number 7, and that other killers in the organization still had tasks to do, so they needed to understand the situation here in detail before formulating the next plan. After the traffic police arrived and handled the scene, they could only determine that it was drunk driving, and the van driver was then taken away by an ambulance. After Su Yang had breakfast, he drove to the hospital. Husband. When Yun Shanshan saw Su Yang, she threw herself into his arms. Su Yang sighed helplessly, first comforted her, then carefully took Yun Shanshan's pulse. He needed to diagnose whether the 13 ghost gate needles could be used to treat and restore her memory. Su Yang raised his eyebrows, thinking that it was indeed possible, but it would require 7 needles in the brain, which made him a little troubled. With his current ability, he could only give 6 needles before he became exhausted. In addition, Yun Shanshan's body had not fully recovered yet, which would also affect his treatment. Suzaku, go and handle the discharge procedures. I'm going to take Yun Shanshan back to the villa, Su Yang said to Zhu Ke. After all, Yun Shanshan was no longer in danger and just needed to rest. If she stayed in the hospital, Zhu Ke would have to bring people to guard her, which would be a waste of resources. Now his villa was also guarded by the Thunder Guards, which avoided the waste of manpower. What's more, there was a professional caregiver, Aunt Yang, at home. Yes, Captain. Zhu Ke took the order and left, feeling secretly delighted in his heart. Finally, he didn't have to guard Yun Shanshan anymore. If she started to make a fuss, they would be unable to cope with it. The key point was that Yun Shanshan was not a delicate beauty. She was very strong. If she wasn't injured, Zhu Ke wouldn't dare to say that he could beat her. That's great. I can finally go home. Yun Shanshan cheered, hugged Su Yang's head and gave him a big kiss. Su Yang sighed in his heart, how great it would be if this was Yun Shanshan's true appearance. He was really worried that after Yun Shanshan recovered her memory, the result would be something he would not want to face. When Su Yang brought Yun Shanshan back to the villa and handed her over to Aunt Yang was stunned. He brought beautiful patients home every few days, and each of them was as beautiful as a flower. This was the most beauty she had seen in these few short months. Honey, our house is so big. Yun Shanshan smiled as she lay on the soft big bed. Cici, we are home now. I go home every day after finishing my work at the company. You are not allowed to make trouble. You must listen to Aunt Yang, otherwise I will send you back to the hospital, Su Yang said seriously. Don't worry, husband. I won't act rashly, and I will definitely listen to Aunt Yang. Yun Shanshan answered obediently. After Su Yang settled Yun Shanshan down, he came to the company. Chairman, you're here. Jin Shiqing greeted Su Yang happily when she saw him coming to the office. Is Xiao Cici doing okay these days? Su Yang asked. He has been busy with work and various social events recently and has neglected his goddaughter. Cici hasn't seen you for the past 2 days and she still feels a little lost. If you are free to go home tonight, let's go pick up Cici together and I will cook for you, Jin Shiqing said with a blushing face. Are you thinking about me or are you thinking about me? Su Yang said, and took advantage of Jin Shiqing's unpreparedness to slap her on the plump and elastic buttocks. Jin Shiqing couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and glanced at Su Yang with resentment, then looked to see if there was anyone at the door. She had to pay attention to the impact in the office. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing if seen by others? By the way, please invite President Ouyang here. I have something I want to communicate with her about, Su Yang said. Okay, Jin Shiqing said, and hurried out with her round and sexy legs, fearing that Su Yang would slap her in the back again. After a while, President Ouyang walked in. Director Su, do you have any instructions? President Ouyang asked. She was used to this chairman who appeared and disappeared mysteriously and never showed up on time. President Ouyang, please take a seat, Su Yang said as he walked to the sofa and sat face to face with Ouyang whinnying. In fact, I have always had an obsession. I want to build a hospital, a professional dental hospital. I want to make it bigger and stronger, covering the whole country and even the world, Su Yang said ambitiously. Dental hospital? And it's so large? Ouyang whinnying asked in surprise. Yes, of course I won't achieve everything overnight. I will gradually expand it to all parts of the world. I already have candidates for top dentists, but the management of the huge business system requires the decision of President Ouyang. President Ouyang couldn't help but ponder for a moment. This requires the establishment of a special hospital sector, just like the current real estate sector of the company. I do know someone who is fully capable of serving as the general manager of the hospital sector, but he is not easy to invite. I'm afraid you, the chairman, will have to come forward in person to invite him. President Ouyang said, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Oh. That's good that there is a choice. There is no one I can't take down. Su Yang said confidently. Okay, I'll go with you when the time is convenient for you recently. The other party is in Haidu City, which is also a first-tier city. It is quite far from Donghai City, so you need to book a plane ticket in advance. Ouyang Weiniang continued. Su Yang thought about it and thought that there shouldn't be anything special recently. Yun Shanshan still needed to rest for a few days, and the dental expert Tang Wenba's matter would probably take a few days as well. So he said, why don't we do it tomorrow and get things done sooner? Okay, then I'll go back and arrange the work at hand, and then go to Haidu with you tomorrow. Ouyang Weiniang said. Good. Su Yang nodded, and after Ouyang Weiniang left, he asked Jin Qichin to book a few plane tickets. This time he planned to bring Yao Xiu, Suzaku and Xuanwu from the Thunder Guard to avoid the embarrassing situation of assassination again. Chapter 73, Tyrant Temperament. After get off work that day, Su Yang left with Jin Qichin. They first went to the vegetable market to buy some ingredients, and then went to the kindergarten to pick up Cici. When Cici saw Su Yang, she was so happy that she stuck to Su Yang all the way to the door of her house. Su Yang, then you stay with Cici first, I'll cook. Jin Qichin said. She was very happy watching Cici and Su Yang playing happily. Okay, I miss Cici a lot after not seeing you for a few days. Su Yang replied while playing with Cici. Su Yang felt that time passed very quickly, and then the smell of food came from the kitchen, 4 dishes and a soup. It's time to eat. Jin Qichin greeted the two people, one big and one small. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Jin Qichin's consumption rebate, consumption of 360 yuan, sincerity index 100%, cashback 10,000 times, the amount received is 3,600,000 yuan, and has been credited. At the dining table, Cici grabbed a prawn with her little hands and gave it to Su Yang. Dad, eat prawns. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh happily. What a caring little girl. Jin Qichin looked at Cici eagerly. After waiting for a long time, Cici finally reacted and caught a prawn and gave it to Jin Qichin. Mom, eat. Only then did Jin Qichin smile happily. After dinner, Su Yang accompanied Cici and Jin Qichin to play in the community again. They did not return home until Cici was tired and drowsy. After Cici fell asleep, Su Yang and Jin Qichin also had an in-depth communication. Jin Qichin lay in Su Yang's arms, feeling the warmth. Suddenly, Su Yang's cell phone rang. It turned out to be Yun Shanshan calling. He forgot that there was a patient at home. He had agreed to return to the villa after get off work in the evening. Su Yang looked at Jin Qichin in his arms awkwardly. Su Yang, it's okay, just go and get busy. As long as you have me and Cici in your heart, nothing else matters. Jin Qichin said gently. Su Yang was moved when he heard this, and he couldn't help but kiss Jin Qichin's attractive red lips deeply. They separated for a long time and finally hurried back to the villa, worried that if Yun Shanshan made a noise in the middle of the night, Aunt Yang might not be able to cope with it. The next day, Su Yang, Ouyang Weiniang, Yao Xiu, Zhuke, Xuanwu and others arrived at the airport and flew directly to Haidu City. The plane was expected to land around 12 noon, so Ouyang Weiniang's friend prepared a feast at home and waited for their arrival. This friend was the talent that Ouyang Weiniang introduced to Su Yang, a candidate who was qualified to be the general manager of the hospital sector. When Su Yang and his friends arrived here, they could not help but be shocked by Ouyang Weiniang, their rich friend. Her villa was much more luxurious than Su Yang's, and her friend also came to the door of the villa to greet them. Weiniang, long time no see. I missed you so much. I saw a presumptuous woman whose appearance and figure were not inferior to Ouyang Weiniang, hugging Ouyang Weiniang while talking. Okay. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Chairman Su Yang. Boss Su, this is Miss Jinlian whom I want to introduce to you. Ouyang Weiniang broke free from the hug and introduced both parties. Hello, Mr. Su. The woman called Jinlian said indifferently, not at all as enthusiastic as she was towards Ouyang Weiniang. Hello, Miss Pan. Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised. The other party was so courageous that she actually dared to call him Pan Jinlian. Miss Jinlian glared at him and said, my last name is not Pan, my last name is Jin, and my first name is Lian. Ah. Sorry, I heard it wrong. I'm so sorry. Su Yang couldn't help but sweat. So that's it. Yao Xiu, Suzaku and Xuanwu behind him couldn't help but hold back their laughter. Jilian ignored them, took Ouyang Weiniang's hand and walked into the living room. Su Yang and the others had no choice but to follow behind awkwardly. After arriving in the living room, Jilian said, Weiniang, let's go to the restaurant to eat first. I'm sure you must be hungry after running around all morning, right? Okay, I'm indeed very hungry and have been waiting for your feast. Let's eat and talk at the same time. Ouyang Weiniang replied. So, under the guidance of Jilian, everyone came to the private room of the restaurant. The luxurious decoration style of this private room of the restaurant was eye-catching. The noble sofa, soft cushions, gorgeous lighting, every detail showed unparalleled taste. The exquisite murals on the walls of the private rooms are like low-key luxury, which makes people sigh. The carefully selected artworks and decorations exude a unique charm that makes people intoxicated. The silver tableware shines charmingly under the light, and the whole private room is full of elegance and tranquility, making people feel like they are in a small world away from the hustle and bustle. Here, people can enjoy delicious food and also enjoy the tranquility and comfort. It's so luxurious. Su Yang, Ouyang Weiniang, and others couldn't help but exclaim. As the delicious dishes were served, the whole room was filled with the rich aroma of food, which whetted one's appetite. Lian, what do you think about the matter I told you? Ouyang Weiniang asked Jilian. Weiniang, based on our feelings, I will of course rush to your side as long as you say the word. Even if you ask me to be a clerk in your company, I will agree as long as I can be with you. There is really no need to invite your boss over. Do you think I would be the kind of person who would give face to a boss? Jilian said, glancing at Su Yang casually. Okay, stop saying useless things. I asked Director Su to come here to help you solve the problem. This way you won't have any worries, right? You should be more polite to Director Su. Ouyang Weiniang couldn't help but say. Jilian couldn't help but sighed slightly. Boss Su, I'm so sorry, my family has encountered difficulties recently, so I'm in a bad mood, please don't mind. Su Yang smiled and said, it's okay. Miss Jilian, if you have any difficulties, please tell me directly. Maybe I can help you. Mr. Su, even though we live in a mansion worth tens of billions, our family business has plummeted in the past few years due to the impact of the global economic recession. We even owe a huge sum of 8 billion. Even this mansion has been mortgaged. Only by plugging the gap of 8 billion can the family business survive. Jilian said with a heavy heart. She did not think that Su Yang had the ability to solve such a problem. After all, 8 billion was not a small goal. Ms. Jilian, please give me your company's account number. Su Yang said directly. Jilian didn't take it seriously at first and casually gave the company's bank account to Su Yang. However, the next moment, there was an extra 10 billion yuan in their company's account. Jilian could not help but stare at Su Yang blankly. Yes, I have transferred 10 billion yuan. I think it should be enough for your family to cope with business risks. Su Yang said with a smile. Is this the temperament of a wealthy person? He transferred 10 billion yuan so calmly. Aren't you afraid that the 10 billion yuan will go down the drain? Chapter 74 Seventh Sister. Mr. Su, my family and I will always remember this kindness. Once we get through this difficult time, we will pay you back in full and repay your kindness. Jilian said excitedly, and at the same time ordered someone to bring paper and pen and wrote a promissory note. Su Yang took the IOU and tore it into pieces casually. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Jilian looked at Su Yang in confusion. I believe in President Ouyang, and therefore I believe in you. There is no need for an IOU. I just hope that you can come to my company and serve as the general manager of the hospital business division. Su Yang said. Although Ouyang Weiniang had introduced Feilong Global Strategic Group to Jilian before, Jilian did not think there would be much development. After all, the company did not have its own industries yet, and the so-called hospital sector was blank. However, President Su had casually invested 10 billion today. Therefore, she had to believe that Su Yang's ability and courage would definitely create a brilliant future. Mr. Su has been so helpful and trusts me so much. I will do my best to contribute to the development of Feilong Global Strategic Group. Jilian said firmly. Ouyang Weiniang felt that Su Yang could solve the problem, but she didn't expect it to be so simple and crude. He just threw 10 billion yuan at him and all the problems were solved. Afterwards, Jinlian ordered someone to bring out 2 bottles of precious red wine. During the subsequent drinking, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Except for Yao Xiu, Zhu and Xuanwu, everyone else was already slightly tipsy. Mr. Su, are you going back to Donghai City tonight? It's a rare opportunity for you to come here, so you might as well stay here for a few more days. Jinlian said. Su Yang originally intended to relax in Haida City for a few days, but there was a patient at home, which was an unknown hidden danger. How could he dare to stay outside for long? As for Ouyang Weining, Phylon Global Strategic Group was in its starting stage, and too many matters required her to make decisions. Although she had not seen Jinlian for a long time, Jinlian would soon be her colleague, and there was a long way to go. There are still many things to be dealt with in Donghai City. There will be a chance in the future. Su Yan declined. In that case, I will send you to the airport this afternoon. After I take care of my family affairs in the next few days, I will go to Donghai City to start work. It will take no later than 10 days. Jinlian said. Su Yan readily agreed and gained another capable general. Time passed quickly. When Su Yang and his friends were about to leave in the afternoon, Jinlian took out 2 gift boxes, gave them to Su Yang and said, Mr. Su, our family is in the shipping business and deals with many overseas countries. These are tea leaves purchased from overseas. Please accept them. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Jinlian's consumption rebate. The consumption was 2 million yuan, the sincerity index was 82.26%, the cashback was 8,226 times, the amount received was 16,452,000,000 yuan, and it has been credited. Su Yang took the gift box and smiled from ear to ear. This Jinlian is good, she can do things, and her sincerity index is not low, so he said, Jinlian, I have decided, the 10 billion will be regarded as my investment in your family's business. I don't want anything, as long as you often get some good things from overseas for me. Jinlian was stunned. It was just 2 boxes of precious tea leaves. Why was she so happy? And from what she said, it seemed that he wanted to give her the 10 billion directly. But no matter what, this money and this favor had to be repaid. It was also necessary to buy some precious items from overseas. Su Yang and his group came and left in a hurry, and it was already early morning when they returned to Donghai City. Yao Xiu drove a Rolls-Royce to take Su Yang back to the villa. As for the others, they had also gone home. Xiu, how is your aunt doing recently? Su Yang asked. Master, mother is fine, but she is not used to living in the city. She wants to go back to the countryside. I plan to send her back in a few days so that I can have more time to protect you. Yao Xiu said. Of course she knew about Su Yang's assassination attempt, and she only blamed herself for not being able to protect Su Yang all the time. Su Yang expressed his understanding that life in the countryside might be more comfortable. After all, life in this big city was too unfamiliar to Yao Xiu's mother. Okay, after you send your aunt back, you can move in with me. Su Yang said. Okay, master. Yao Xiu couldn't help but smile. After Su Yang returned to the villa, he asked Yao Xiu to go home as soon as possible to avoid worrying her aunt. After returning to the villa, Su Yan was lying on the bed. He just went to check on Yun Shanshan and found that she had fallen asleep. It was a rare occasion that she wasn't making any noise. Just as Su Yang turned off the lights and prepared to go to sleep, a figure tiptoed to open his door, quietly walked to Su Yang's bed, and then got into the quilt. Su Yang closed his eyes helplessly. He thought Yun Shanshan was asleep, but how come she suddenly came over and got into his bed? Honey, I miss you. Yun Shanshan said softly, snuggling in Su Yang's arms. Cici, how do you feel about your recovery? Su Yang asked. Much better now. I can walk around freely now. Do you remember anything else? Scared, nightmares, always the same nightmare. What kind of nightmare? Darkness, hunger, blood, silence. The next day, Su Yang slept comfortably. When he woke up, he saw Yun Shanshan lying beside him, staring at him tenderly. So in the next few days, Su Yang stayed with Yun Shanshan and tried to solve her memory problem. Her so-called nightmare might be part of her memory. In the past few nights, Yun Shanshan always ran to Su Yang's bed and snuggled into his arms to sleep. Tonight was no exception. The exception was Yun Shanshan's hands, which were restlessly rubbing all over his body. Su Yang couldn't help but wonder. He reached out and patted Yun Shanshan's back. It felt smooth and delicate. He didn't know when Yun Shanshan was lying naked beside him. Husband. Yun Shanshan's extremely seductive voice came to my ears. The next day, after Su Yang got up, he was full of energy and agreed to take Yun Shanshan out for a walk. The busy streets were bustling with people coming and going. Yun Shanshan was as happy as a child and ran to the roadside to buy 2 strings of candied haws. "Honey, this is for you." Yun Shanshan gave one of the candied haws to Su Yang. Ding, the super rich cashback system has received Yun Shanshan's consumption rebate. She spent 5 yuan, her sincerity index was 100%, and she got a 10,000-fold cashback, which means she received 50,000 yuan. The amount has been credited. At the same time, the system has activated the 10,000-fold cashback again, and awarded a body cleansing and marrow removing pill. Su Yang was stunned and shocked. How could Yun Shanshan's sincerity index suddenly reach 100%? How is it possible? She had never been sincere to him before. Was it because she lost her memory? Did she only remember that he was her husband? As for the body cleansing and marrow removing pill, it sounded like a good thing, but now it was on the street, so it was not convenient to use it directly. While Su Yang was stunned, Yun Shanshan ran to a jewelry store and was suddenly pulled into a secluded corner by a veiled woman. "Seventh sister? What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly lose contact with the organization?" the veiled woman asked. Chapter 75 Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Yun Shanshan stared at the woman in front of her and asked curiously. "Seventh sister, don't you recognize me? I'm the 6th sister." The veiled woman couldn't help but frown slightly, but looking at Yun Shanshan's strange eyes, she knew that the woman in front of her really didn't recognize her. What kind of accident had happened? "I don't know you. I'm going to find my husband," Yun Shanshan said, then turned and left. "Husband? Could it be that Su Yang?" the veiled woman murmured to herself, but she did not stop Yun Shanshan from leaving. If she made a noise, she would be completely exposed. But she did not expect that the 7th sister did not remember her at all. Could it be that she had lost her memory? Forgot her identity? When Su Yang came to his senses, Yun Shanshan was gone. So he hurried forward and looked around. "Husband." Su Yang heard the sound and looked over, only to see Yun Shanshan jogging towards him. "Where have you been?" Su Yang opened his arms and hugged Yun Shanshan in his arms. No matter what, at least this woman was absolutely sincere to him now. "Just now a strange woman called me 7th sister and said she was my 6th sister, but I can't remember her at all," Yun Shanshan said. Su Yang was shocked when he heard this. Could it be the person behind Yun Shanshan? Now that Yun Shanshan has lost her memory, why did she come to him? "CC, where is she? Take me there quickly," Su Yang said hurriedly. "This is a rare clue." Yun Shanshan nodded and pulled Su Yang to the remote corner. "Ha? Where's the person?" Yun Shanshan looked around, but there was no trace of the person. Su Yang was thoughtful. It seemed that the other party had already run away, but he believed that the other party would definitely not abandon Yun Shanshan. Since they had already contacted each other today, he would probably look for opportunities to get close to Shanshan in the future. It was still the dilapidated warehouse in the suburbs, and the woman wearing a veil was standing in front of Meng Junying. "I have contacted number 7 today. From what I can see, number 7 must have had an accident that caused him to lose his memory and has completely forgotten his identity. So, the next task will be carried out by me. You can call me number 6, said the veiled woman. "Damn it, are you sure you lost your memory? How could you just happen to lose your memory?" Meng Junying said gloomily. The specific reason why number 7 lost her memory has not been determined yet, but the amnesia is definitely true. "I know her too well. What do you want to do next?" "I will definitely do it," said killer number 6. "I want him to die, immediately," Meng Junying roared. He had lost his patience. Originally, he had planned to let Su Yang be betrayed and desperate, and then skin him alive piece by piece. However, at this moment, he just wanted to see Su Yang's head immediately. "Okay. But we need to wait for a suitable opportunity. The security force in Su Yang's villa is not weak now, and it is difficult to sneak in quietly. But in 3 days at most, we will take his head," killer number 6 said. At this moment, Su Yang finally completed his shopping mission. After a whole day of shopping, he was more tired than working. Yun Shanshan was like a deflated ball in the end. She was too tired to walk and begged Su Yang to carry her on his back. Su Yang had no choice but to carry Yun Shanshan on his back and rush to the parking lot as soon as possible. That night, after Su Yang coaxed Yun Shanshan to sleep, he went to the next room alone. Then he excitedly took out the body cleansing and marrow strengthening pill. He couldn't wait to feel the magic of this pill, so he opened his mouth, and the pill melted in his mouth. A warm current spread to his internal organs and limbs. Su Yang suddenly felt as if he was floating in the air. He closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in himself. His hearing, vision, and even the strength in his body had improved qualitatively. He had a hunch that he could easily defeat Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise with just one hand. After a long time, Su Yang opened his eyes and couldn't help but show his joy. Now he was confident that he could fully use the 13 ghost needles and solve Yun Shanshan's amnesia problem easily without worrying about not being able to do it. However, when he thought of the sixth sister that Yun Shanshan had told him about today, he decided that he could not cure Yun Shanshan's amnesia for the time being. It would be troublesome if she recovered her memory, and it would be disadvantageous to him. It would be better to take this opportunity to lure her sixth sister out. Perhaps he could learn the real information from her and then consider whether to restore Yun Shanshan's memory. So Su Yang called Yao Siyu and asked her to lead Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu and others to a deserted place in the suburbs to set up control tomorrow. He planned to lure Yun Shanshan's sixth sister over there and then take her down in one fell swoop. After all, he didn't know how many people there were on the other side, and he had a hunch that the other side should not be weak. The next morning, after Su Yang and Yun Shanshan had breakfast, Su Yang took Yun Shanshan out. "Honey, where are we going today?" Yun Shanshan asked with a smile. "Take you for a walk to a place with few people." Su Yang replied casually. "Okay. No matter where I go, I'm glad you're by my side," Yun Shanshan said naively. Su Yang remained silent. He didn't want to use Yun Shanshan to lure the other party out, but if this problem was not solved, it would always be a hidden danger. After arriving at the destination, Su Yang took Yun Shanshan's hand and walked into a forest. Walk leisurely, feel the quiet atmosphere, away from the hustle and bustle. Suddenly, a slim figure appeared in front of us. She was a woman in white and wearing a veil. Although her face could not be seen clearly, her temperament alone was enough to make people's hearts beat fast. "Ha! It's her? Husband, it's her who claims to be my sixth sister." Yun Shanshan also noticed the woman in front of her and couldn't help but say to Su Yang. Su Yang nodded, not expecting that the other party would actually show up. The veiled woman walked slowly towards Su Yang and Yun Shanshan. "Seventh sister, you still haven't remembered who I am?" Yun Shanshan shook her head slowly. "Who are you? What is your relationship with Cici?" Su Yang asked in a deep voice. "I am naturally Cici's sixth sister. My name is Yun Lulu." "I don't know why my seventh sister lost her memory?" asked the veiled woman with a frown. "This is a long story." "How do you prove that you are the sixth sister Cici?" Su Yang asked. "I grew up with Cici. There is a red heart-shaped birthmark on Cici's right buttock," said the woman who called herself Yun Lulu with a faint smile. "Ah." Yun Shanshan blushed when she heard that. "Oh. Since she is Cici's sixth sister, we are family. You might as well go home with us." Su Yang raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew about Cici's birthmark, which showed that the woman in front of him did have a special relationship with Yun Cici. "Okay. Let's go then. I also want to see what kind of man seventh sister is looking for." Yun Lulu nodded. However, just as Su Yang and Yun Shanshan turned around and prepared to lead the way, a strong wind blew from behind. Su Yang grabbed the other person's wrist with his backhand, and saw a dagger flashing with cold light almost piercing Su Yang's body. Chapter 76 Recovering Memory. The scene froze for a moment, and Su Yang, Yun Lulu, and Yun Shanshan all had different expressions. Su Yang was calm and composed, as if he had expected this. Yun Lulu was full of surprise. She didn't expect Su Yang to react so quickly. Yun Shanshan's face was filled with anger. She thought this woman was really her sixth sister, but she didn't expect that she actually wanted to kill her husband? So Yun Shanshan used all her strength and kicked Yun Lulu in the chest with lightning speed. Yun Lulu was kicked and flew several meters away, then spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Yun Shanshan in disbelief. She had been carefully guarding against Su Yang and subconsciously ignored her seventh sister Yun Shanshan, forgetting that she had lost her memory. Her seventh sister's skills were also not weak, just slightly worse than hers. This one kick alone left her severely injured. Ha! Su Yang was also stunned. He didn't expect Yun Shanshan to react so violently. What if she is really your sixth sister? How will you face her after you recover your memory? Su Yang and Yun Shanshan slowly came to Yun Lulu. Who are you? Why did you want to kill my husband? Yun Shanshan stared at Yun Lulu with anger on her face and asked loudly. Yun Lulu looked at the furious Yun Shanshan speechlessly, and shouted in her heart, "Seventh sister, we are in the same group." At this moment, a group of fully armed thunder guards came out from the woods and surrounded the three people present. Yao Siyu led the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise to Su Yang. "Master, we've checked the surroundings and there's only this one woman," Yao Siyu said. Su Yang nodded. Now that he had caught this woman, some problems could be easily solved. Yun Lulu looked at the group of people who suddenly appeared, and she knew that she had been calculated by them. "Take her back to the villa first and interrogate her carefully," Su Yang said. Then a group of people rushed back to Su Yang's villa. After arriving home, Su Yang first asked Yun Shanshan to go back to her room to rest, while he wanted to interrogate the woman personally. In a room in the basement of the villa, Yun Lulu's hands were tied behind her back on a chair. At this time, her veil had been taken off, revealing a beautiful face. Su Yang couldn't help wondering, what organization did she and Yun Shanshan belong to? Why were they both stunning beauties? "Tell me, who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Su Yang asked calmly. The only people left in the room were Su Yang, Yao Siyu, and the tied-up Yun Lulu. Yun Lulu snorted coldly and turned her head away. Su Yang couldn't help but frown, so he changed the question. "What is the relationship between you and Yun Shanshan?" "Don't waste your energy. I won't say anything. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you," Yun Lulu said coldly. In fact, people in their line of work have known that this day will come. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise I don't mind killing your seventh sister Yun Shanshan first," Su Yang said viciously. He. Yun Lulu just snorted twice. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a toothache. Did he have to use some violent means? But he still couldn't bear to see such a beautiful woman, just like a piece of art that he couldn't bear to destroy. Su Yang and Yao Siyu walked out of the basement room. "Send someone to watch her first, and don't give her food or water. See how long she can endure it?" Su Yang said to Yao Siyu. "Yes, master. By the way, has your mother been sent back to the countryside?" Su Yang asked as they walked. "Master, I sent my mother back 2 days ago." "Okay then. Just move in here," Su Yang said. Afterwards, Su Yang came to Yun Shanshan's room alone. "Honey, who is that woman? Have you figured it out?" Yun Shanshan asked. Su Yang shook his head and looked at Yun Shanshan with complicated eyes. Until now, he was still hesitating whether to help Shanshan recover her memory. Judging from the current situation, Yun Shanshan was undoubtedly in cahoots with Yun Lulu. If Yun Shanshan regained her memory, how would she treat me? Would she eventually draw her sword against me? After spending these days together, he has developed feelings for Yun Shanshan. After all, she was injured while saving him, and her sincerity index reached 100%, which allowed him to obtain the precious body cleansing and marrow strengthening pill. But the problem must be solved after all. If Yun Shanshan suddenly recovers her memory one day, it may be even more disadvantageous to him. But now he still has Yun Lulu in his hands and some bargaining chips. "Cici, do you want to restore your memory? Do you want to know who you really are?" Su Yang stared at Yun Cici with a serious face and said. Yun Shanshan was stunned. "Can my memory be restored?" "Yes, I now have the ability to restore your memory." Su Yang nodded. Yun Shanshan couldn't help but feel conflicted. In fact, although she had lost her memory, she was living a very happy life with Su Yang. She was afraid that if she regained her memory, all this beautiful life would be shattered like a dream. Moreover, Yun Lulu must have some special relationship with me, so why would she kill my husband? "Honey, can you let me think about it?" Yun Shanshan said in a low voice. "Okay. Come to me after you make a decision," Su Yang said, and left the room. Yun Shanxian came to the windowsill and looked at the beautiful scenery outside. She was afraid that after she recovered her memory, everything here would have nothing to do with her anymore. And that feeling was very strong. But could she really live a carefree life like this? This time it was the so-called sixth sister who came to see her. Would the next time be the fifth sister, the fourth sister, the third sister? And she knew that these people were definitely not ordinary people. She had a familiar feeling, and it was this feeling that made her familiar and disgusted. After a long time, Yun Shanxian came to Su Yang's room. "Husband, please help me recover my memory. I don't want to be a trouble to you," Yun Shanxian said firmly. Su Yang looked at Yun Shanxian with complicated eyes and couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Sit still, close your eyes, and don't move." As Su Yang spoke, a stream of air in his body circulated according to the formula of the 13 ghost needles. 7 silver needles flew out of his hands and accurately pierced the corresponding positions on Yun Shanxian's brain. After a moment, Su Yang took back the 7 silver needles and stared quietly at Yun Shanxian's changes. However, Yun Shanxian did not open her eyes for a long time. See? Su Yang couldn't help but frown and called softly, wondering if her head was damaged by the silver needle he pierced. However, the next moment, 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of Yun Shanxian's eyes, and she slowly opened her eyes full of sadness. The look in Su Yang's eyes when he looked at Yun Shanxian was no longer as clear as when he lost his memory. It was obvious that he had recovered his memory. "Cici, how should I call you? Who are you? Why do you want to approach me?" Finally, Su Yang asked in a deep voice. Chapter 77, Eliminating the Roots. "Sorry." Yun Shanxian cried and slowly knelt down in front of Su Yang. Su Yang was stunned. He didn't expect Yun Shanxian to have such an expression after recovering her memory. "I am a member of the Mandala International Killer Organization, ranking 7th. Yun Lulu and I belong to the same organization, and she ranks 6th, so she calls me the 7th sister. The reason why I approached you was because of the request of my employer. I seduced you first, and after you fell in love with me, I betrayed you and captured you in front of my employer, who would cut you into pieces," Yun Shanxian said slowly. Su Yang suddenly understood. No wonder Yun Shanxian's sincerity index was 0 when she approached him. These killers had long lost their love and were just cold killing machines. And that employer, was he so hateful? He actually wanted to make him feel betrayed by his lover. Su Yang really didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. And he also wanted to cut him into pieces? How much hatred was this? "Can you tell me who your employer is?" Su Yang asked. "The employer's name is Meng Junying. It turns out that he is this scumbag, full of evil, and I don't know how many young girls he has harmed." Su Yang couldn't help but snorted coldly. He didn't expect that this guy would not be able to keep quiet even when hiding abroad. If he was caught by him, he would definitely kill him. He is now in an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs of Donghai City. Yun Shanxian continued. "What? He actually dares to come back?" Su Yang said in disbelief. After all, he is still wanted nationwide. Su Yang frowned slightly, and couldn't help but doubt the truthfulness of what Yun Shanxian said. "Why did you confess everything so easily? As a member of a killer organization, are you so unprincipled? And your 6th sister refuses to confess anything?" Su Yang asked puzzledly. Yun Shanxian raised her crying face with a determined look. "Not only will I betray the organization, I will also destroy its lair. The moment you restored my memory, I realized that I had been brainwashed by the killer organization since I was a child, and my childhood memories were wiped out. My family also died tragically at the hands of this group of demons." Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised that Yun Shanxian's lost childhood memories were also restored by him. "So what are you going to do in the future?" Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. Yun Shanxian shook her head, and then said with a firm look in her eyes, "No matter what, I must find a way to avenge my family. Also, 6th sister failed to kill you this time, so the Mandala International Assassin Organization will continue to send assassins until they kill you. And I hope to continue to be by your side and eliminate these assassins one by one, so that they can also cause huge losses. Let me vent my anger." Su Yang couldn't help but think that if Yun Shanxian had really changed, then it would not be a bad idea to keep her by his side. After all, she came from an international assassin organization, and there was a lot worth learning from her. He could let her serve as an instructor of the Thunder Guard and pass on some of her experience. "Cici, since you are homeless now, then stay with me. As for your blood feud, I will help you, Su Yang said as he helped Yun Cece up. Really? Thank you, old man. Yun Shanshan was about to blurt out the word husband, but suddenly realized that it was wrong. How could she be worthy of him? She was just the woman who came to kill him. It was just a coincidence. When Yun Shanshan suddenly remembered the forest, her eyes lit up when she heard Yao Xiu addressing Su Yang. Thank you, master. I will do anything for you in the future, Yun Shanshan said, kneeling on one knee again. Eh? Su Yang was speechless. Could this be transmitted by Yao Xiu? Cece, get up. Can you take me to catch Meng Junying? Su Yang said. Yun Shanshan nodded. On the street, Su Yang asked Yun Shanshan to buy a bottle of mineral water. Ding, the Xinhao Cashback System received Yun Shanshan's consumption rebate. The consumption was 15 yuan, the sincerity index was 100%, the cashback was 10,000 times, the amount received was 150,000 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. Hearing the voice of the system, Su Yang was completely relieved. That night, Su Yang, Yun Shanshan, Yao Xiu, and dozens of Thunder Guards came quietly to the once familiar dilapidated warehouse in the suburbs. It was here that Yao Xiu was seriously injured. If the armed police had not arrived, he might have been a corpse long ago. Things are different now. This time, the hidden danger of the Meng family will be completely eliminated. At Su Yang's signal, the Thunder Guards quietly and secretly surrounded the abandoned warehouse, while Su Yang and Yun Shanshan walked in. It was dark in the abandoned warehouse, with moonlight shining through the dilapidated roof. Mr. Meng, Su Yang has been captured by me, please show up. Yun Shanshan's cold voice echoed in the empty warehouse. However, there was no response for a long time. Su Yang frowned slightly, thinking, this guy won't run away? Just as he was about to ask, a figure slowly walked towards him in the darkness. Meng Junying? A ray of moonlight shone on the face of the man in black, and Su Yang recognized him at a glance. Ah, Su Yang, you are such a loser, you have ruined my family. Today I will cut you into pieces. Ha, also, being betrayed by the woman you love, does it feel good? Meng Junying laughed crazily, raised his gun and slowly walked towards Su Yang. In his opinion, although he didn't know why Killer Number 7 lost his memory and contact, maybe it was to gain Su Yang's trust. It's not that he didn't doubt Killer Number 7, but he believed in the credibility of the killer organization Mandragora, which rarely failed. Seeing that Meng Junying actually had a gun in his hand, Yun Shanshan's heart tightened. She secretly decided that if the other party did something wrong, she would kill him immediately and never let him hurt her master. Su Yang put his hands behind his back and snorted coldly, there is no hatred between you and me. It is your Meng family who has committed many injustices and will eventually perish. Humph, if it weren't for you, how could my father go to jail? How could my mother die of depression? It's all your fault. You deserve to die. Meng Junying roared emotionally, pointing the gun at Su Yang. Do you want to break your arm or your leg first? Are you sure that I'm here to die today? Instead of completely eradicating this cancer of yours? Su Yongfeng said calmly. Meng Junying was stunned, then sneered. Now, if he just moved his finger slightly, Su Yang would die. He was really stubborn even when facing death. It was a pity that Su Yang's face showed no fear at all, which made him even angrier. I think I'd better smash your mouth first, Meng Junying said viciously, slowly raising his pistol. Meng Junying! Yun Shanshan shouted in a low voice. Meng Junying turned around and looked. There was a flash of silver light, and Meng Junying's right hand holding the gun was cut off by Yun Shanshan. What are you doing? How dare you betray the killer organization? Meng Junying's face was full of disbelief, and he even forgot the pain. Meng Junying, just surrender, Su Yang said indifferently, watching everything calmly. Chapter 78 Dark Knight Goddess Project. In the end, Meng Junying took out a dagger again and rushed towards Su Yang, but was stabbed in the throat by Yun Shanshan's sword. After returning to the villa, Su Yang looked at Yun Shanshan and asked with a headache, how do you deal with your sixth sister? Although the Mandala International Killer Organization is huge, the most powerful ones are still our 7 sisters, the gorgeous killers. Now that I have recovered my memory, I naturally know a lot of things. From the eldest sister to the sixth sister, they all have similar experiences as me. As long as their childhood memories are restored, I will be able to convince them to join the master. In this way, the master can subdue us 7 sisters without any effort. Yun Shanshan said affirmatively. Su Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew Yun Qianqian's skills. He had seen the fight with the black-clad man on Mount Tai that night. Qianqian's other 6 sisters were even stronger than her. If he could get 7 sisters, the strength of his people would be greatly improved, which was equivalent to directly taking in a killer organization. Okay. As long as your other sisters dare to come, I will take 1 in for each one that comes, and a pair if 2 come. Ha ha ha. Su Yang laughed heartily. By then, you 7 sisters will be the leaders to form a team of Dark Knight Goddess killers and train a group of our own killers. Su Yang thought very clearly that as his power continued to expand, he would inevitably offend a large number of people in the future. I have no intention of killing, but I must have a sword to intimidate the enemy, and the Thunder Guard and the Dark Knight Goddess Killer Squad will become his sharpest swords. Master, in order to make my sisters follow you wholeheartedly, I suggest that you should conquer their bodies first, and then conquer their souls. Just like conquering me. Master, don't worry, my sisters are all young and beautiful, with extremely high looks. You have seen it, 6th sister. Yun Qianqian said with a smile. When Su Yang thought about this scene, his eyes became brighter. Cici, you are really their good sister. We really share the happiness. What should we do now? Su Yang asked. Then let's start with 6th sister. I will guide 6th sister and then report to the master. Yun Qianqian said. Su Yang nodded. As for Yun Qianqian's sincerity to him, there was no doubt about it. She was able to win over her sisters one by one, which was indeed a great help to him. Yun Qianqian came alone to the basement where Yun Lulu was imprisoned. When the door opened, she saw her 6th sister tied to a chair, with bloodstains on her white clothes. She knew that she had injured her 6th sister, and she couldn't help feeling sorry. After all, the 7 sisters grew up together and had deep feelings for each other. 6th sister, I'm sorry. Yun Qianqian said bitterly when she came to Yun Lulu. Yun Lulu had her eyes closed, thinking that Su Yang came to interrogate her again. But when she heard the word 6th sister, her eyes suddenly opened. 7th sister? What did you call me? Yun Lulu asked in surprise. After all, Yun Qianqian didn't recognize her as the 6th sister before, and the kick in the woods almost took her life. 6th sister, my name is Cici. Let me tell you slowly. Yun Cici came behind the chair, untied the rope, and let Yun Lulu go. 6th sister, actually, I was trying to save you when I kicked Xiao Shulin. You don't know how powerful Su Yang is. Even if you and I join forces, we are no match for him. If you act rashly like this, you will only lose your own life. Yun Qianqian sighed helplessly. But Cici, didn't you lose your memory? Yun Lulu asked doubtfully. However, she did have a new understanding of Su Yang's strength. When she launched a full-strength sneak attack, the opponent not only grabbed her wrist accurately, but also made her unable to break free. Otherwise, she would not have been kicked away by Yun Cici. That was a disguise. I gained Su Yang's trust with great difficulty, and your sudden appearance disrupted my plan. Su Yang was closely watching my every move, and I didn't even dare to recognize you. Yun Qianqian sighed. Ah. So that's how it is. I was too reckless. What should we do now? Should we work together to escape first? Yun Lulu said with a look of regret on her face. You can't escape. Not to mention that you are injured now. Even if you are not injured, it will be difficult to escape from here. You have seen the security forces here. They are all very skilled. Moreover, Su Yang has dispatched 10 more members of the Suzaku team to further strengthen the defense of the villa. Yun Qianqian said with a wry smile. What should we do now? Yun Lulu couldn't help but ask anxiously. After all, her appearance would not only fail to save the 7th sister, but would more likely harm her. As for killing Su Yang, it would be even more impossible to achieve now that he had been exposed. 6th sister, do you believe me? Yun Qianqian stared at Yun Lulu. Of course I believe it. Yun Lulu said affirmatively. Although they were not biological sisters, they had known each other for many years and had a deep bond. Okay, no matter what I do, it's all for 6th sister. You will understand later. Now, what we need to do is to gain Su Yang's trust. Yun Qianqian said. What can I do to gain Su Yang's trust? Yun Lulu asked with a frown. Seduce her with sex. Yun Qianqian simply uttered 4 words. Ah? Is it that simple? Yun Lulu couldn't help but doubt, Su Yang didn't seem like such a brainless person. Sixth sister, of course it's not that simple. I sacrificed myself in the beginning and gradually gained Su Yang's trust. This is just the first step. But as long as sixth sister takes this step successfully, with my help, I can slowly gain Su Yang's trust and finally defeat Su Yang and complete the task. Yun Qianqian said confidently. Okay. Cici, sixth sister believes in you. I will do whatever you say. I just hope I won't implicate you. Yun Lulu said with a firm look in her eyes. Yun Qianqian felt a warm current flowing through her heart when she heard this. Of course, all she did was for the good of her sixth sister. Only by becoming Su Yang's woman and completely giving her body and soul to her master can she let go of her grudges. After all, they have all lost their homes and families, and have nowhere to put their bodies and souls. If the seven sisters stay with Su Yang from now on and serve the master together, it will also be a very good choice. Moreover, Su Yang's character is also worthy of trust after these days of getting alone. Come on, sixth sister, I'll take you to wash up. You should show your strength tonight. Yun Qianqian said, and then she took Yun Lulu's hand and walked out. Can we just go out like this? Yun Lulu asked in surprise. It doesn't matter. As long as I don't leave this villa and move around in this small area, I can still do it. Yun Qianqian explained casually. Afterwards, Yun Lulu was taken by Yun Qianqian to a room on the second floor. Master, sixth sister will come to see you tonight. You have to behave well and conquer sixth sister completely. Yun Qianqian secretly sent a message to Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the message sent by Yun Qianqian with a serious expression. For the sake of his great cause, he could only give it his all. Chapter 79 Conquest. That night, Su Yang went to bed early. At the door of Su Yang's room, two sexy and enchanting figures were whispering. Sixth sister, remember what I said? Don't act rashly, or we will both die. Yun Qianqian reminded again. Seventh sister, sixth sister knows, don't worry. Yun Lulu said, but she was a little nervous inside. When she was doing missions in the past, even if it was seduction, it was just a superficial appearance, just to facilitate seizing the best opportunity to strike. However, this time, it was for real. Okay, then you go in. Yun Qianqian gently pushed Yun Lulu into Su Yang's room. The room was dimly lit with only a small night light. Yun Lulu took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Su Yang's bed. Su Yang glanced at Yun Lulu. Although the light was dim, after using the body cleansing and marrow strengthening pill, his vision was still clear even at night and at such a close distance. Yun Lulu was seen walking slowly towards me, wearing sexy black lace underwear and stockings, exuding charming charm. It took Yun Lulu several minutes to walk the short distance of a few meters, and finally she gently got into Su Yang's bed. Su Yang felt Yun Lulu's trembling body and couldn't help wondering, is he that scary? One night later, Su Yang was eating breakfast in the restaurant when Yun Qianqian came over and asked quietly, Master, where is sixth sister? Have you conquered her? He should still be in the room. Go check it out yourself. Su Yang said with a playful smile, but his face was full of confidence. Yun Qianqian smiled secretly, then trotted to Su Yang's room, only to see a figure still lying in the quilt. Yun Qianqian walked forward and pulled back the quilt. Sixth sister? Seventh sister, quickly cover yourself with the quilt. I haven't put on my clothes yet. Yun Lulu said with a blushing face. No, sixth sister, what time is it? It's time to go downstairs for breakfast. Yun Qianqian couldn't help but frown. Yun Lulu hesitated to speak. Seventh sister, I can't walk now, my whole body feels like it's falling apart. Yun Qianqian was stunned. Were you all so fierce last night? Upon hearing this, Yun Lulu hid her head in the quilt, thinking back to last night. She didn't know how many rounds of battle she had fought, and her feelings were extremely complicated. Sixth sister, wait a moment, I'll go downstairs to get you something to eat. After Yun Qianqian said that, she trotted to the restaurant downstairs. When Su Yang saw Yun Qianqian approaching, he couldn't help but ask, Qianqian, is your sixth sister okay? Yun Qianqian gave Su Yang 2 thumbs up. Master, I plan to tell sixth sister the true situation of the matter, and then ask you to help restore sixth sister's childhood memories. I believe sixth sister will make the same choice as I did. Yun Qianqian said. Su Yang nodded. If he could successfully subdue the 7 stunning killers of the Mandala International Killer Organization one by one and undermine its strength, he would make a fortune. In the room, Yun Lulu had a simple breakfast. Yun Shanshan stared at Yun Lulu seriously. Seventh sister, do you have anything to say? Yun Lulu obviously noticed that something was wrong with Yun Shanshan. Sixth sister, I'm sorry. There are some things I need to make clear to you. I did lose my memory before, and it was my master, Su Yang, who helped me restore my memory. And now I am willing to follow the master. Yun Shanshan said in a deep voice. Cici, what do you mean? Su Yang is your master? You follow him willingly? Then you let me seduce him, and then we work together to find an opportunity to kill him? Why do you want to do this? Yun Lulu widened her eyes, not understanding what the seventh sister was trying to do. Moreover, she dared to betray the organization, which would lead to endless hunting by the organization. No one has ever lived long after betraying the organization. Sixth sister, don't worry. No matter what, I am doing this for your own good. I believe that after listening to my experience, you will make the same choice as me. Yun Shanshan then told the story of how the organization massacred her family when they were young, how Su Yang treated her kindly later, and how she hoped that all 7 sisters would follow Su Yang. Yun Lulu was a little confused for a moment, with a faint fear in her heart. It was the fear of losing her childhood memories. No wonder she could not remember anything about her childhood. It turned out that it was all the organization's doing, and they sacrificed their lives for the organization. Sixth sister, I believe that your experiences are true. If my situation were the same as yours, then I would choose to follow Su Yang and destroy the Mandala International Killer Organization with you. Yun Lulu finally said slowly. Okay. Then you take a rest. I will go report to the master and ask him to help you recover your childhood memories. After Yun Shanshan said this, she left the room. Yun Lulu closed her eyes, and the words of her 7th sister still echoed in her mind, which overturned her long-held beliefs. In any case, she needed to recover her childhood memories before making any plans. After a while, Yun Shanshan and Su Yang came into the room together. At this time, Yun Lulu was already dressed and sitting upright on the sofa. Seeing the two people walking towards her together, she felt mixed emotions. Thank you, Mr. Su, for helping me recover my childhood memories. Yun Lulu stood up and said with both anticipation and fear. Okay. Since Cici has followed me, and you are her 6th sister, we have a deep relationship. After I awaken your memory, I won't make it difficult for you to go or stay. After Su Yang said this, he came to Yun Lulu. Close your eyes and relax. With Su Yang's low shout, 7 silver needles flew out. Yun Shanshan looked at this scene with curiosity, thinking that her master was indeed powerful. After a long time, Yun Lulu slowly opened her eyes, with endless sadness and boundless anger in her eyes. Then Yun Lulu knelt on one knee in front of Su Yang. Yun Lulu was willing to follow the master from now on. I hope that one day, the master can avenge me and my 7th sister. Don't worry. That day will come. Su Yang replied. It turns out that Yun Lulu's experience was exactly the same as Yun Shanshan's. That's great, 6th sister, we can be together again. Yun Shanshan said happily, while helping Yun Lulu up. I'll let you plot against me, your 6th sister. Yun Lulu said shyly while beating him. 6th sister, we are sisters, so of course we should share the happiness. Yun Shanshan responded with a smile. Soon the two women started to fight and quarrel. 7th sister, I wonder when the organization will send 5th sister and the others over. When the time comes, we will use the same tactics to win them over. Yun Lulu said to Yun Shanshan. Since the 2 sisters have already followed the master, the other sisters will naturally follow suit. Su Yang was in a good mood. After the mystery of Yun Shanshan was solved, he did not expect to have such an unexpected gain. He could completely open his heart to Yun Shanshan and no longer have to be on guard. If the Mandala International Killer Organization dared to send people over again, he would not mind subduing them one by one. This was training talents for him. Chapter 80 Hospital Global Strategy. In the villa living room, Su Yang was sitting on the sofa with Yao Siyu, Yun Shanshan, and Yun Lulu in front of him. Currently, these 3 beauties all live in the villa, so Su Yang arranged them all on the 2nd floor, and he lived on the 3rd floor. Cici, Lulu, you will temporarily serve as instructors of the Thunder Guard. You will teach the killers some infiltration, reconnaissance, camouflage, and other skills. When the conditions are ripe, you can set up a separate Dark Knight Goddess killer team. For now, you are under the command of Yao Siyu, deputy captain of the Thunder Guard. Su Yang said to the two. Yes. Master. Yun Shanxian and Yun Lulu answered in unison. Yao Siyu couldn't help but turn her head to look at the two of them, and sighed in her heart. It seemed that the title of master was no longer exclusive to her. Hello, Deputy Captain. The two girls then greeted Yao Siyu. After all, they had already gotten to know the people around Su Yang, and Yao Siyu was one of the closest people to Su Yang. Yao Siyu also greeted the two of them with a smile, and they officially got to know each other. Then Su Yang took the three of them to the Crown Building. After receiving the news from Ouyang Weining that the new general manager of the hospital division, Jin Lian, has arrived at the Crown Building, President Ouyang is preparing to hold a meeting to officially announce the dental hospital and personnel appointments to everyone. After arriving at the Crown Building, Su Yang asked Yao Siyu to take Yun Shanxian and Yun Lulu to the Thunder Guard training ground to get to know the team members and appoint instructors. Then Su Yang came to the chairman's office. Jin Shichin had already prepared tea for Su Yang. Then there was a knock on the office door. Su Yang looked up and saw Ouyang Weining and Jin Lian coming together. Jin Lian, I've finally got you here. Su Yang stood up to greet her. Chairman, you're too polite. By the way, these are 2 bottles of aged mitai that my father asked me to bring to you. He originally wanted to come and thank you in person, but he was busy with other things, so he asked me to bring the wine here and he will come to thank you again when he has the chance in the future. Jin Lian said as she took out an exquisitely packaged box. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Jilian's consumption rebate. The consumption was 2,060,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 83.89%, the cashback was 8,389 times, the amount received was 1,728,134,000 yuan, and it has been credited. This is too expensive. You are blatantly bribing the chairman. President Ouyang and Secretary Jin, you should study hard. Can't you just give me some gifts or something? Su Yang took the opportunity to say to Ouyang Weining and Jin Shichin. The two of them had no choice but to agree with a smile. Chairman, the meeting is ready, let's go to the meeting room. Ouyang Weining said. Su Yang nodded, and the group walked towards the meeting room. When we arrived at the conference room, all the company's key personnel were already present. First, President Ouyang introduced Jin Lian's identity and appointment, as well as the plan to establish a dental hospital. The people below couldn't help but whisper when they heard this. Su Yang frowned slightly. He didn't expect that everyone had ideas about setting up a dental hospital. If you have any ideas, just speak up. Su Yang said to everyone. Everyone present looked at each other, but no one spoke. At this time, the financial director Jiang Huiyun said, Chairman, the research-based project has been developed and constructed, which requires a large amount of funds, and the corresponding technical equipment needs to be negotiated and purchased at the same time. The funds required in the future are very huge. If we set up a dental hospital at this time, it will put more financial pressure. Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Yang smiled, it turned out to be a problem of funding. Director Jiang has made a good plan, but you don't have to worry about the funding. I will immediately inject another 50 billion yuan into the company. All expenses of Feilong Global Strategic Group will be planned and used by Director Jiang of the Finance Department. Su Yang said with a smile. He currently has more than 60 billion yuan in his hands, and it would be useless to keep it in his hands. It is better to invest directly in the company to promote its rapid development. The group of people were immediately shocked by Chairman Su Yang's words. He started with 50 billion. With such strong funds, everyone was more confident about the company's development. After the dental hospital is established, Zhou Juanhao, general manager of the real estate sector, also reported on the relevant work. All work is progressing normally. The scientific research-based project has carried out large-scale foundation construction, and the cell phone real estate is also under normal construction. After the meeting, Ouyang Weining and Jin Lian came to Su Yang's office again. Let's discuss the dental hospital further. Jin Lian has rich experience in hospital operation and management. However, the most important thing at present is staff recruitment. After all, not all matters can be handled by Jin Lian as the general manager. President Ouyang, you will be responsible for arranging and implementing the various positions required for hospital management. As for professional planners and doctors, I do have candidates. Su Yang said to the two. At this time, Jin Shichin received a call, then walked up to Su Yang and said, Chairman, the dental professional Tang Wenba came to the Crown Building and wants to see you. Oh? What a coincidence. Bring the person in quickly. Su Yang said with a smile. Jin Shichin took the order and left. Tang Wenba? Could he be the famous dentist renowned both at home and abroad? Jin Lian asked in surprise. Yes, it's him. It seems that Jin Lian has also heard of this person. Su Yang said with a smile. After a while, Jin Shichin led Tang Wenba to the chairman's office. After seeing Su Yang, Tang Bowen was so excited that he bowed and thanked him. Mr. Su, thank you for redressing my injustice and clearing my name. I really can't repay you enough. Mr. Tang, you're welcome, please sit down and talk. I need your help with something. Su Yang gestured with his hand, inviting Tang Bowen to take a seat. Mr. Su, please give me your instructions. I will do my best. Tang Bowen said sincerely. So Su Yang told Tang Bowen in detail about the establishment of the dental hospital, introduced Jin Lian to Tang Bowen, and made it clear that the dental hospital might set up branches across the country and even around the world in the future. Tang Bowen was shocked by Su Yang's strategic plan. What a huge ambition this was. He was going to monopolize the global dental industry. So I hope Mr. Tang can serve as the vice president of the dental hospital. As for the position of president, I have someone else in mind, but I don't know where she is now. But I will find her one day. Su Yang said to Tang Bowen. Mr. Su, even if you let me be just a dental doctor, I would be willing to do that. If it weren't for your help, I don't know what else I can do now. Tang Bowen said sincerely. Su Yang smiled and was very satisfied with Tang Bowen's answer. President Ouyang, Jin Lian, Mr. Tang, the hospital's affairs will mainly depend on you from now on. I may go to Kyoto in the next 2 days and stay there for a while. I hope you can give me a surprise when I come back next time. Su Yang laughed. Chapter 81 Stormy Night. After the matter at the dental hospital was settled, everyone dispersed. Su Yang arranged a dinner at the RF Seafood Hotel to welcome Jin Lian and Tang Bowen, and all the company's senior executives attended. Ouyang Weining was speechless. Since she met Su Yang, she had no idea how many times she had eaten at the RF Seafood Hotel. Although the seafood tasted really good, it was inevitable that she would lose her desire after eating it so often. In the chairman's office, Su Yang then summoned the Thunder Guards Yao Xiyu, Yun Lulu, Yun Chanshan, Xinglong, Baihu, Suzaku, Xuanwu, and others to discuss the matter. Originally, Xinglong, Baihu, Suzaku, and Xuanwu did not take the 2 female instructors who suddenly dropped in seriously. However, after a fight, the 4 of them were unable to defeat Yun Lulu and Yun Chanshan together. They had to admire the captain's sharp vision. I called you here this time because there are some things that need to be deployed. Su Yang said to everyone. I am going to Kyoto, firstly to help Shangguan Yao treat a patient, and secondly to develop a base in Kyoto so as to expand business in Kyoto in the future. Yao Xiyu will coordinate and deploy the security of the Crown Building, Scientific Research Base, Real Estate Office Building, Employee Dormitory, etc. in Donghai City to ensure safety. Yes. Master, don't worry. The Thunder Guard has been expanding its recruitment according to your instructions, and it will reach 200 people in a few days. Yao Xiyu replied. Su Yang nodded and continued, this time, I will bring Lulu, Cici, Xinglong, and Baihu with me. Zhuke and Xuanwu will cooperate with the deputy captain to train the new team members and provide safety and security. Yes. Everyone agreed. Privately, Su Yang said to Yao Xiyu, ask the intelligence department to find the whereabouts of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. I want to know where they are and how they are doing. Even if we don't meet, I will feel more at ease. Now that he is no longer alone and has his own power, he believes he has the ability to protect Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, or at least know their current situation. That night, Su Yang asked Jin Shichin to take little Cici to the RF Seafood Hotel. He hadn't been able to accompany Cici for a long time, and he was about to go to Kyoto and would have to stay there for a while. In the private room of RF Seafood Hotel, Su Yang looked at the 20 company executives in front of him and felt deeply moved. He did not expect that in such a short period of time, the foundation for development in Donghai City had been laid and the future was promising. Mr. Su, welcome. Lu Mei led the lobby manager Ma Hongyi and came with 8 bottles of red wine, greeting with a smile. This year, the turnover of the branch of RF Seafood Hotel in Donghai City will rank first among other branches in the country, and all this is due to Su Yang's support. Due to her outstanding performance, Lu Mei, the general manager of the Donghai branch, may be promoted to vice president of the Kyoto company headquarters at any time, so this time Lu Mei directly gave away 8 bottles of red wine for free. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Lume's consumption rebate. The consumption was 80,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 85.66%, the cashback was 8,566 times, the amount received was 685,280,000 yuan, and it has been credited to the account. The second afternoon. Baihu drove a Hongqi HQ9 on the highway and headed straight for Kyoto. Co-pilot Qinglong. In the back row, the two sisters Yun Chanqian and Yun Lulu accompanied Su Yang. However, when the vehicle was halfway through the journey, its speed slowly slowed down. "Captain, there was a traffic accident ahead, and the road is congested for 10 kilometers," said Baihu. "It's okay, don't be in a hurry, just drive slowly," Su Yang said. With two beautiful ladies, Cici and Lulu, chatting with him, he didn't feel bored. "However, I didn't expect that this section of road would be blocked for 3 hours." After finally passing the congested section, it started to rain heavily. The original plan was to arrive in Kyoto before 6 o'clock, but under the current circumstances, it is estimated that we will arrive around midnight. At the intersection of Tokai City and Kyoto City, there are tall mountains and trees on both sides of the road, and the street lights are dim. Especially when the heavy rain is getting heavier, the line of sight is only a few meters. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, and Kyoto City was only half an hour away. Su Yan was already drowsy in the car. Bump! Suddenly there was a sound of collision. Baihu was startled and slowly slowed down the car and stopped it on the side of the road. He just saw a black shadow fall in front of the car and there was no way to avoid it. In such heavy rain, he didn't dare to brake suddenly. What happened? Su Yang was also awakened by the collision sound. "Captain, I'll go down and check it out," Qinglong said, put on his raincoat and walked out. After a while, Qinglong ran back in a hurry. "Captain, there are two people. They are seriously injured and bleeding profusely, but they are mainly knife wounds. It seems that they rolled down the hillside by the road and happened to hit our car," Qinglong said quickly. Su Yang couldn't help but frown. If they left at this moment, these two people would probably die here. "Let's go and take a look." After Su Yang said that, everyone put on raincoats and followed Qinglong to the two injured people. Palace Master, how are you?" Under the heavy rain, a sturdy man was seen crawling towards another lying man with difficulty, calling out continuously. With the arrival of Su Yang and others, the sturdy man couldn't help but stare at them vigilantly. After seeing their faces clearly, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were not the group of people who were chasing him. Su Yang walked forward and took a quick look at their injuries. The strong man was not in danger of death, but as for the other man, he was afraid he would not survive as his injuries were too serious. He was stabbed several times in the vital parts. "Please, save the Palace Master," the sturdy man begged Su Yang and others. Palace Master? Su Yang couldn't help but wonder, he had never heard of this before. He helped the dying man up, and a few silver needles flashed in his hands and pierced the acupuncture points on the man's body. Cough, cough. The man's scattered eyes gradually focused. He glanced around and wanted to speak, but blood continued to flow out of the corners of his mouth. "Is there anything you want to say about your funeral? You won't be able to survive for more than a few minutes," Su Yang said helplessly to the man. The man also knew that he was going to die, so he used all his strength to take off the blood-red ring on his right thumb and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang subconsciously put his thumb into it. "Please help me." Su Yang frowned slightly. The other party seemed to have no strength to speak. His voice was intermittent and could not be heard clearly at all, so Su Yang put his ear closer. "Palace Master." Another sturdy man was extremely anxious. He knew the Palace Master's injuries and was heartbroken, but he was also seriously injured. He only vaguely saw the Palace Master put the most important token of the Fighting Soul Palace on Su Yang's hand, and then the sturdy man fell into a coma. Su Yang slowly stood up and looked at the man who had passed away in his arms. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the way, but he couldn't ignore it, so he said, "Send them both to the hospital first." Not long after Su Yang and his companions left, a group of men in black holding sharp blades came up the road from the hillside beside the road, seemingly looking for something. Chapter 82: The Stubborn Three Guardians. The next day, a hospital in Kyoto. Su Yang and others came to a ward, and lying on the bed was the strong man from last night. "Ha? Awake?" Yun Chanqian said. Su Yang looked up and saw that the sturdy man had indeed opened his eyes. He was not surprised by this. Although the sturdy man seemed to be seriously injured last night, they were only superficial injuries and excessive blood loss. The sturdy man stared at Su Yang, his eyes moving downwards. When he saw the blood-red ring on Su Yang's upper right thumb, he got up from the bed in an instant and knelt on one knee in front of Su Yang. Subordinately, Taichu greets the palace master. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Su Yang frowned and said, "You recognized the wrong person, your palace master is dead. I know that the previous hall master has passed away, but the token of the hall master of the Battle Soul Hall has been passed on to you. You are the new hall master," the sturdy man explained. Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Who the hell wants to be your hall master? Look at your hall master being chopped to pieces. He doesn't want to be the next person to be chopped. It's better to stay away from him to avoid getting into trouble. But what made Su Yang helpless was that he couldn't take off the blood-red ring no matter what. It seemed to be connected to his thumb, which gave him a headache. Your name is Li Taichu, right? Let me tell you clearly, I am not your palace master, and I don't want to be your palace master. As for this blood-red ring, it can't be taken off? If you can take it off, I will return it to you. Su Yang said helplessly. I dare not. Please follow me back to the headquarters of the Battle Soul Palace. Li Taichu said while kneeling. Su Yang was speechless, and asked Baihu to help him take off the blood-red ring. However, no matter how hard Baihu tried, he couldn't take the ring off. Did you see it? Did you see it? This thing really can't be taken off. I'll return it to you when I can take it off. This check for 10 million is my money buying this ring. Su Yang said as he stuffed the check for 10 million into Li Taichu's hand. After saying that, he turned and left. Palace Master, you can't leave. Once you leave, the Battle Soul Palace will fall into internal strife and fall apart. Li Taichu shouted hurriedly. Let's go. Su Yang ignored them and prepared to leave with Yun Chanxian, Yun Lulu, Qinglong, and Baihu. Li Taichu suddenly became anxious and chased after Su Yang. Seeing this, Qinglong and Baihu tried to stop him, but they were knocked off balance by Li Taichu. They were shocked at how strong Li Taichu was. Su Yang was also surprised to see this scene. He didn't expect this guy to be so strong, but he was in no mood to wait to be chopped, so he raised his hand and shot out 2 silver needles. Li Taichu's body suddenly stiffened and he couldn't move. He looked at Su Yang with horror, but he sighed in his heart, "You are worthy of being the palace master. Your palace master is in the morgue. You will go find him yourself later. In 5 minutes, you will be able to move freely." Su Yang said to Li Taichu, and at the same time signaled Qinglong and Baihu to carry Li Taichu to the hospital bed. Then he left the hospital. At this time, in the headquarters meeting room of the Battle Soul Hall, a group of people were anxiously waiting for news. The Battle Soul Hall is an underground force in Kyoto City, with over 10,000 people under its command. Under the Hallmaster Yang Zhenghao are 2 deputy Hallmasters Lang Jian and Yang Ruoyan, and under the deputy Hallmasters are the 4 Dharma Protectors of the Battle Soul Hall: 1st Dharma Protector Wu Ho, 2nd Dharma Protector Tu Chi, 3rd Dharma Protector Li Taichu, 4th Dharma Protector Yui Bai. Each Dharma Protector team has 1,000 people with impressive combat power, and the rest are ordinary employees who manage the property. Is there still no news about the Palace Master and the 3rd Dharma Protector Li Taichu? Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan shouted angrily to everyone. Deputy Palace Master Ruoyan, don't worry. I believe that with the ability of the Palace Master and the 3 Guardians, we will be able to overcome the danger. Another Deputy Palace Master, Lang Jian, looked at the curvy Yang Ruoyan in black clothes and comforted her. Deputy Hall Master Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but slam her fist on the conference table. Hall Master Yang Zhenghao was her father, how could she not be anxious? And the ones chasing them were the bastards from their old rivals, the Skeleton Gang. Deputy Palace Master Ruoyan, there is news. The Palace Master and the 3 Dharma Protectors are now in the hospital. A subordinate came running over and said hurriedly. Everyone's heart tightened when they heard this, and Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan immediately rushed out of the meeting room and hurried to the hospital. After Su Yang and his friends left the hospital, they drove to Shangwan Yao's Yunshan mansion. Baihu was driving slowly on the busy road. He saw a white-haired old man crossing the road on a bicycle on the zebra crossing in front of him, so he stopped the car in a hurry to let him cross. However, the white-haired old man rode his bicycle straight into the car. Bump! The old man fell to the ground after a car accident. Fuck, this is a scam. Baihu said angrily. Qinglong, Baihu, get out of the car and deal with it. Su Yang couldn't help but frown. Why was he so unlucky this time in Kyoto? They were all staring at his car and getting hit. Xinglong and Baihu got out of the car and wanted to scold the old man, but the old man was lying on the ground motionless and in a coma, and it didn't seem like he was committing a scam. "Captain, this old man really fainted," Baihu reported to Su Yang. Upon hearing this, Su Yang got out of the car. At this moment, there was a crowd of onlookers surrounding him, pointing and talking. Su Yang examined the white-haired old man with a serious expression. The old man did have some health problems, and it would be extremely difficult to cure him with his methods. However, if he just wanted to alleviate the condition and wake the man up, it would be much easier. So with Su Yang's help, the old man slowly woke up and regained consciousness. "It was you who saved me?" the old man asked in surprise. Su Yang shook his head and said, "It's not a rescue, it's just temporary relief for you. I suggest you go to the hospital for treatment. If you hadn't met me this time, you probably wouldn't have had a chance to wake up again. Thank you very much, my friend. I don't know your name, but I will definitely thank you generously," said the old man gratefully. "No need to thank me, we still have things to do. Goodbye." After Su Yang said this, he let Xinglong and Baihu get in the car. The old man was hesitant to speak. He just memorized the license plate number and prepared to ask someone to check who the other party was. He still wanted to thank him when he had the chance. More importantly, this young man could actually relieve his symptoms. Now he obviously felt much lighter. You know, his physical problems have left many doctors helpless. When Su Yang saw Shang Wanyao's familiar mansion again, he couldn't help but sigh. This journey has been really bumpy. There were several figures standing at the door of the villa, and the two beautiful women standing in the front ran over happily when they saw Su Yang's car arrive. "Master, you are finally here." Shang Wanyao saw Su Yang getting out of the car. If there were no other people around, she would have wanted to give her master a hug. Zhou Wen felt more familiar when she saw Su Yang. Perhaps it was because she hadn't seen the familiar faces from her hometown for some time. However, when she saw Yun Lulu and Yun Shanshan coming out of the car one after another, she couldn't help but sneer at Su Yang. This big pig's hoof always has beautiful women around him wherever he goes. Chapter 83: The Unknown New Palace Master. At noon, Shang Wanyao arranged to have lunch at home. She had been very busy in recent days, and there was a concert tomorrow night, so she didn't have much time to eat out. Su Yang came here early with the intention of attending Shang Wanyao's concert. After all, she was his apprentice, so he had to give her his full support. Although she had enough fans, she didn't need his support at all. "Master, try these dishes." "How are they?" "They are all specialties from Kyoto," Shang Wanyao said. Ding, the super-rich cashback system received Shang Wanyao's consumption rebate. The consumption was 26,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 99.99%, the cashback was 9,999 times, the amount received was 259,974,000 yuan, and it has been credited. Su Yang felt a toothache when he heard this sincerity index. It was just a little bit away from reaching 100%. Yeah, the food tastes good. By the way, let me introduce these two to you. They are Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu, and now they are instructors of the Thunder Guard. Su Yang introduced to everyone. "Hello, two sisters. Please take care of us in the future." Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu smiled at Shang Wanyao and Zhou Wen. They didn't expect to meet this big star today, and that she was actually the master's apprentice. They were very surprised. Shang Wanyao responded with a smile, and Zhou Wen couldn't help but curl her lips. "Wen, are you very busy recently? Are you adapting to your work? Your brother asked me to tell you to call home more often when you have time," Su Yang said to Zhou Wen. "I've been too busy lately. I've been surrounded by a bunch of suitors every day and it's hard to handle them all. Also, Sister Yao Yao is going to have a concert soon, so I've been a little more busy and have called home less often," Zhou Wen explained helplessly, staring at Su Yang. Puff. Shang Wanyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhou Wen had many suitors, but she rejected them all. She kept muttering about her master Su Yang from time to time. Those suitors were much worse than Su Yang. And now, with the use of the body cleansing and marrow removing pill, Su Yang's temperament has become even more extraordinary, and he has become more and more lethal to women. While Su Yang and his friends were having a happy meal. After Su Yang left the hospital, the place was in an uproar. Hundreds of people almost blocked the hospital, led by the two deputy hallmasters of the Fighting Soul Hall, Lang Jian and Yang Ruoyan. At this moment, they were standing in the morgue with grim expressions. Yang Ruoyan was heartbroken. She couldn't believe that the father who was omnipotent in her heart would actually leave her. The skeleton gang, that bunch of bastards, father, I will definitely avenge you. Yang Ruoyan said angrily. Deputy Palace Master Ruoyan, don't be impulsive. Now that the current Palace Master has passed away, the most important thing is to unite the Fighting Soul Palace and select a new Palace Master. Otherwise, we will be a scattered sand, not to mention revenge for the Palace Master, said the second guardian Tu Chi. Tu Chi is the most intelligent person in the Battle Soul Hall. Yang Ruoyan nodded. Now was not the time to be sad. The new Hall Master had to be determined, otherwise the Battle Soul Hall would easily fall into a state of power struggle and division. Li Taichu, where is the Palace Master's token? Asked the Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian with a frown. Until now he had not seen the Palace Master's token, the Blood Ring. Only by obtaining the Blood Ring can one become the true master of the palace. Li Taichu glanced at the two Deputy Hall Masters and several other guardians, and said hesitantly, the Blood Ring is in the hands of the new Hall Master. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What does that mean? A new Palace Master? What new Hall Master? Explain clearly. Deputy Hall Master Lang Jian shouted. Now that the Palace Master has passed away, he and Yang Ruoyan are the strongest competitors. However, he is determined to win the position of Palace Master, so how could a new Palace Master emerge? Everyone looked at the third guardian Li Taichu in confusion. He was the only one following the Hall Master at the time, and he was the only one who knew the situation best. So Li Taichu recounted in detail how he and the Palace Master were chased that night and how they were rescued on the road. Do you mean to say that you saw with your own eyes the Palace Master passing the blood ring to that young man? Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but frown and asked. Based on her understanding of her father's connections, it seemed that there was no such person at all. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, that young man is the new Palace Master. Li Taichu said affirmatively. If Su Yang heard this here, he would definitely spit on Li Taichu's face. It was just a coincidence. The former Palace Master Yang Zhanghao never said that he would pass the position of Palace Master to him. Yang Zhanghao died before he could finish his words. What was even more helpless was that Su Yang could not take off the blood ring for the time being. What nonsense! The position of Palace Master is so important, how can it be easily passed on to others? Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian could not help but scold. He thought that he had put in a lot of effort to get to this point, and seeing that the position of Palace Master was within his grasp, how could he make wedding dresses for others? Whoever holds the blood ring is the Hall Master. Seeing the ring is like seeing the Hall Master. This is the iron rule of the Fighting Soul Hall. I, Li Taichu, am not talking nonsense. I have seen it with my own eyes. No matter what, I only recognize him as the Hall Master. Li Taichu continued. Yang Ruoyan also frowned slightly. Yes, whoever holds the blood ring will be the Hall Master, but at least they have to meet this young man to see if he has the ability to keep the blood ring. The Hall Master of the Battle Soul Hall cannot be elected by just any loser. Where is that young man? Regardless of whether he is the new Hall Master or not, we must meet him first. Yang Ruoyan said. When he heard that he was going to meet Su Yang, Li Taichu couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. Deputy Palace Master, the Palace Master has left, and I don't know where he is. You don't know where he is either? Are you kidding me? You just let him leave with the Palace Master's token? If he loses the Palace Master's token, how big of a blow will it cause to our Fighting Soul Palace? Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian was so angry that his eyes almost spit fire. The Palace Master has unparalleled martial arts skills, and the blood ring is safe in his hands. Li Taichu said with his chest puffed out, thinking of how Su Yan was able to freeze him with just a wave of his hand, which was simply a miraculous skill. However, everyone did not believe this. He was also a martial arts master? Could it be that Li Taichu's brain was damaged? What's his name? Yang Ruoyan asked. Have no idea. Everyone was stunned again. He knew nothing about the question and yet he kept insisting that the young man was the new Hall Master. How could they not believe him? Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes, Li Taichu said anxiously, the new Hall Master had something urgent to do and left in a hurry, so he didn't have time to ask. Okay, let's check the surveillance footage. We must find this person as soon as possible. After meeting him, we can decide whether he is worthy of the position of palace master. Yang Ruoyan said to everyone. She would never allow the Battle Soul Palace to be torn apart by internal strife because of this. This was her father's life's work. Afterwards, everyone reached a consensus to deal with the funeral of the previous hall master first, and as for the new hall master, they would make a decision after meeting the young man. Chapter 84, Buying a House and Being Teased. After Su Yang, Shang Wanyao and others had lunch, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Afterwards, Shang Wanyao could only leave with an apology. She still had a concert and many other things to take care of. She could only accompany her master to tour Kyoto after the concert and take him to see someone for treatment. As Shang Wanyao's assistant, Zhou Wen has been busy running around recently. Su Yang and his friends were quite tired after the journey, so they stayed in Shang Wanyao's mansion to rest for a while. In a luxurious bedroom, Yun Lulu gave Su Yang a head massage, while Yun Chanxian loosened up Su Yang's limbs. Su Yang was playing with the ring on his thumb, frowning deeply. He didn't understand what was going on with the ring. No matter what method he used, he couldn't take it off. Fortunately, it wasn't that ugly. That night, Shang Wanyao and Zhou Wen came back very late. Seeing that the lights in Su Yang's room were off, they did not disturb him. They were also very tired from being busy. The next morning, Shang Wanyao and Zhou Wen left early again. Su Yang had no choice but to call Yun Lulu, Yun Chanxian, Qinglong and Baihu to go out for a walk. In Su Yang's plan, he wanted to expand his business in Kyoto City in the future, so he had to have a place to stay. He couldn't always stay with his apprentice. And Shang Wanyao was a big star, so it was easy for her to cause too much trouble. Captain, where are we going? Baihu asked while driving the car. Go to the largest real estate sales complex in Kyoto. Jingda Sales Center? Su Yang looked up at the name of the sales office, and then led Yun Lulu, Yun Chanxian, Qinglong and Baihu into the sales office. At this time, a beautiful sales lady came up to them with a smile. Judging from the temperament of this group of people, they were obviously rich people. Maybe they could get a big order today. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Jingda Sales Center. The sales lady led Su Yang and his group to a huge sand table and gave Su Yang a detailed introduction to the houses and villas there. At this time, Mu Feichen, the eldest son of the Beijing University Sales Center, snorted coldly when he received a report from his subordinates that Su Yang was going to buy a house at their sales office. Mu Feichen had already received news about Su Yang when he first arrived in Kyoto and came to Shang Wanyao's mansion. He also learned that Shang Wanyao had already taken Su Yang as her master, which made him particularly unhappy. After a thorough investigation, he found that Su Yang was just a more famous entrepreneur in Donghai City, and his Feilong Global Strategic Group was just an empty shell, and currently had no industry of its own. How could he deserve Shang Wanyao's favor? Want to buy a house in Kyoto? Want to seek development in Kyoto? You're just dreaming. Mu Feichen sneered, but the only thing that made him hesitate was that the two killers he sent out at the beginning were killed by the other party, which made him a little worried. But this is Kyoto City, which is Mu Feichen's territory. Here, he has 100 ways to kill the opponent. The house can be sold to him, but the price has to be 10 times higher. Mu Feichen said into the phone. Yes. Mr. Mu. At this moment, the sales lady was having a great conversation with Su Yang and they had basically reached a purchase intention. A villa and a house, which together were worth more than 1 billion yuan. The commission would be at least several million, which would allow her to enjoy her life. At this time, the sales lady received a call from her manager, asking her to come to the office immediately. I'm sorry, sir. Please wait a moment. The manager is looking for me. I just want to ask the manager for a price discount and try to give you a 3% discount, said the sales lady embarrassedly. Su Yang nodded, and several people sat on a sofa in the sales office. The waiter brought them a few cups of tea. Inside the sales manager's office. What? Manager, you want me to sell it to the other party at 10 times the price? The sales lady looked at the manager in disbelief. That's right, increase the price tenfold. If they are willing to buy, then they can buy. If they don't want to, then don't force them, said the manager calmly. Manager, why? We finally got such a big order, aren't you trying to drive us away? Who would be so stupid as to buy a house that costs 10 times the market price? The sales lady said excitedly. Is this big order that we have been waiting for months going to disappear like this? Okay, if this order fails, the company will give you a little compensation, but you have to take a vacation according to my instructions. This is the intention of the leaders above. Of course, if you don't want to do this anymore, you can leave immediately," said the manager seriously. The sales lady felt depressed upon hearing this. She had finally found a job and accumulated some customer resources. How could she dare to quit her job so easily? When Su Yang saw the sales lady coming back, he couldn't help but wonder, she was so cheerful when she left, why did she look so listless when she came back? Beauty, if there is no problem, just go through the formalities. It doesn't matter if the discount is not approved, Su Yang said to the sales lady. He thought that the other party looked unhappy because the price discount was not approved. "I'm sorry, sir, I may not be able to sell this house to you," said the sales lady apologetically. "Oh? What? Has the house been booked by someone else?" Su Yang asked puzzledly. "No, our leader requires us to sell the house to you at 10 times the price, otherwise we won't sell it to you," the sales lady explained with difficulty. Su Yang was stunned when he heard that. Yun Lulu, Yun Shanshan, Qinglong, and Baihu couldn't help but look at the sales lady. Are Su Yang and the others like fools, or is the sales manager the fool? Ha, interesting. Su Yang couldn't help but sneer. The other party was just trying to disgust him. He really couldn't think of anyone else in Kyoto City besides Mu Feichen who would mess with him for no reason. "Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with you, no need to apologize," Su Yang said to the sales lady, and then led Yun Lulu, Yun Shanshan, Qinglong, and Baihu out of the sales center. On the way back, Yun Shanshan couldn't help but ask, "Master, what happened just now?" Su Yang smiled and said, "If I'm guessing correctly, it should be Mu Feichen from the Mu family, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto City. He is one of Shang Wanyao's suitors. The last time I came to Kyoto City, I had a bit of an unpleasant experience with him." The other 4 people in the car couldn't help but show a look of realization when they heard this. It seems that it will not be easy to gain a foothold in Kyoto in the future. Su Yang sighed inwardly. At this time, inside the Battle Soul Hall, after multiple verifications, it was confirmed that the car driven by the new hall master mentioned by Li Taichu was a Hongqi HQ9, an asset of the Filong Global Strategic Group Company in Donghai City. Following the clues, they soon confirmed that the young man was named Su Yang. "Deputy Palace Master Lang, we have been planning for so long, and everything was going according to normal plan. Unfortunately, an outsider took advantage of us in the end. We must find this person as soon as possible and seize the Palace Master's token first. With the Palace Master's token, you can rely on your prestige in the Battle Soul Hall to take over as Palace Master, and everything will go smoothly," the second protector Tu Chi said to the Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian. Lang Jian's face was gloomy. "Tu Chi, you have to do this yourself. Make sure you take the blood ring. If necessary, you can kill that guy directly." Chapter 85, Full of Gunpowder. Kyoto City's large stadium can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at most. This is where Shang Wanyao's concert is held. The concert will start at 8 o'clock tonight. Su Yang, Yun Shanshan, Yun Lulu, Qinglong, and Baihu arrived at the gymnasium an hour in advance. At this moment, there were so many people in front of the gymnasium that it was almost impossible to move. Fortunately, Su Yang and his friends were able to use the green channel and avoid long queues and congestion. "Master, Miss Shangwan is indeed a big star. With such a grand scene, there must be hundreds of thousands of people here." Yun Shanshan couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the huge stadium, which was almost full of people. Su Yang couldn't help but nodded. It was also the first time for him to experience such a spectacular scene in person. Su Yang and his friends walked in the green channel and soon arrived at the exclusive VIP seats. The view here faced the stage and the seats were spacious and comfortable. These were the seats shown specially reserved for Su Yang and his friends. "Hey, you guys, move aside, is this the seat you can sit in?" Just as Su Yang and the others were about to sit down, a scolding voice was heard. When they heard the sound, they saw more than 20 gangsters coming and driving them away. Looking at this group of thugs, Su Yang frowned, but still sat down steadily. "Hey, are you looking for death?" one of the thugs said as he reached out to grab Su Yang. Qinglong took a step forward and stood in front of Su Yang's seat. He pushed the gangster with his shoulder and knocked him back repeatedly. He lost his balance and fell flat on his face. "Ha ha! Gangzi, have you been playing with women too much recently? Your body is so weak that you can fall down just by being bumped into?" The other thugs around couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. The gangster who fell stood up cursing, and didn't care about his companion's ridicule. "Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. Our skeleton gang's young leader will be here soon, and it won't be so easy for you to leave then." The gangster sneered, but there was obviously a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Qinglong. The collision just now almost suffocated him. "We are friends of Miss Shang Guanyao, and this seat is reserved for us. We advise you not to disturb our captain. Otherwise, no matter you are from the skeleton gang or the dog shit gang, you will have to let them watch the concert while lying down," Qinglong said coldly. This group of thugs looked at Qinglong as if he were a fool. They must be from other places, otherwise they would have heard of the skeleton gang. Most people would be so scared that their legs would go weak when they heard that they were from the skeleton gang. "Since you don't know what's good for you, then my brothers from the skeleton gang have no choice but to take action." The gangsters surrounded Qinglong and his men. If they couldn't handle this small matter well, they would be in big trouble when their young leader arrived. Just then, Zhou rushed over with 8 security guards. "Why are you guys here at the VIP viewing platform? There is no place for you, please leave," Zhou shouted, while the security guard beside her drove the thugs out. "Who is so disrespectful to our skeleton gang?" A man in shorts and slippers, with a cigarette in his mouth, walked over with a heartless gait, followed by 6 big fat men. "Young leader is mighty." When a group of thugs saw the person coming, they hurriedly shouted respectfully. Zhou couldn't help but frown, and still scolded, "No matter what you call young gang leader, there is no place for you here, please leave." The young leader of the skeleton gang came closer and couldn't help but look Zhou up and down. She was wearing black stockings and a miniskirt, especially her bottomless cleavage and beautiful face. "Beauty, don't be angry. These guys are too ignorant. How about this, we add each other on WeChat and become friends? I will make them all get out right away," said the young leader of the skeleton gang with a lecherous look. Zhou felt the other person's naked and lustful look and couldn't help feeling disgusted. "Forget about making friends, I hope you can leave immediately and not affect the safety and order of the scene," Zhou said coldly, suppressing her disgust. The young leader of the skeleton gang heard this and his expression gradually became gloomy. How dare she reject him? But he just liked this kind of hot-tempered girl. So the young leader of the skeleton gang walked towards Zhou, followed closely by 6 strong men. Zhou couldn't help but look grim, and the security guards beside her were also full of fear. Zhou didn't know how powerful the skeleton gang was, but they knew very well that if they offended them, they would probably be disabled if not dead. Su Yan really couldn't understand why he met some arrogant and domineering people wherever he went. He rolled over and jumped, standing in front of Zhou. Zhou was originally feeling a little nervous, but when she saw this familiar figure, she felt at ease. "Take another step forward and I'll break your legs," Su Yang said in a deep voice, staring at the young master of the skeleton gang. "Oh? So many people don't give me face today? It seems like I have to let you see the bloody methods of the skeleton gang." The young leader of the skeleton gang sneered. He was going to get this woman tonight. "Come on, kill this guy." The young leader of the skeleton gang ordered the strong men around him. It seemed that a fight was about to break out. "Stop!" A loud shout came from behind. "Who the hell is looking for death again?" The young leader of the skeleton gang was completely furious. A man in a suit and tie with a feminine look slowly appeared in everyone's sight. "What? Was young Master Chow scolding me just now?" The man stared at the young master of the skeleton gang with cold eyes. When the young leader of the skeleton gang saw who was coming, his expression changed and he said flatteringly, "Ha ha! So you are the handsome and elegant Mr. Mu. How dare I scold you? I wouldn't dare to do that even if I had 100 guts. And this person is one of Shang Guanyao's suitors, Mu Feichen. Today is Yao Yao's concert. Whoever dares to cause trouble will die. Take your people and get out of here immediately." Mu Feichen waved his hand and said coldly, Yes, Master Mu has spoken, and we will obey. Get back here, you are embarrassing yourself." The young leader of the skeleton gang yelled at his men again. Before leaving, he looked at Zhou with dismay, and finally glanced at Su Yang with hatred. After the skeleton gang left, Zhou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no violent conflict occurred. It would have been troublesome if it had affected the concert. "Thank you, Mr. Mu, for helping me out," Zhou said calmly to Mu Feichen. Zhou Wen was naturally familiar with this man who liked to look for Shangguan Yao whenever he had something to do or not. Miss Zhou, you don't have to be polite. Even if I don't show up, these trash from the skeleton gang probably can't hurt Miss Zhou, Su Yang, don't you think so? Mu Feichen said, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Xinglong, Baihu, Yun Lulu and Yun Shanxian beside Su Yang. But no matter what, I still have to thank you on behalf of Yao Yao. After all, once the fighting starts, it will inevitably cause chaos. Su Yang said with a smile. When Mu Feichen heard this, his face instantly darkened. Why should I ask you to thank me on behalf of Yao Yao? Chapter 86. Brother, I'll introduce my sister to you. Seeing that the matter had been handled, Zhou Wen said hello to Su Yang and hurried away with the security guard. She still had a lot of things to do. Su Yang, getting too close to some people may not be a good thing. Mu Feichen said coldly. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Mu. As long as I'm happy. Su Yang replied with a smile. The two sat side by side, looking straight at the stage in front of them. Ha! Is it Big Brother? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu came together. Today is Shangguan Yao's concert. As her suitors, how can they not come to support her? I just didn't expect to meet Su Yang here. Su Yang looked up and couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that these two guys would really call him Big Brother when he just casually said it. Su Yang also had a good impression of them, so he waved to them and asked them to sit next to him. Mu Feichen, you are really indispensable everywhere. Wang Jingshan was surprised to see Mu Feichen sitting next to Su Yang. Wang Jingshan actually felt very strange in his heart. With Mu Feichen's personality, he actually sat with Su Yang. The relationship between the two did not seem to be very harmonious. You always follow me half a beat behind. Mu Feichen sneered. The time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. There was warm cheers at the scene. The moment Shangguan Yao stepped onto the stage, she became the focus of the entire audience. Under the bright spotlight, she was wearing a gorgeous dress, shining like the stars in the night sky. The color of the dress was as bright and fiery as her flaming red lips, echoing her aura. The cut of the dress cleverly outlined her slender waist curve, showing her perfect body proportions. The design of the neckline was even more ingenious, and the low-cut style just showed her charming clavicle and fair skin, revealing a hint of sexy charm. Her hair falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin, as soft as silk. There is a dazzling light flashing between her hair, just like the aura of a star emanating from her. Her makeup is delicate and elegant, her eye makeup is deep and charming, and the lipstick on her lips is bright and bright, which complements her overall look and shows her unique charm and personality. As the beautiful songs continued, the atmosphere on the scene reached a climax. In the end, there was a chorus of thousands of people. The scene was heart-stirring and blood-boiling. After the concert, Mu Feichen stood up and left. Su Yang glanced at him indifferently, but his attention was more focused on an old man who had been following Mu Feichen silently. He inexplicably felt a sense of pressure from him. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu didn't care about Mu Feichen leaving without saying goodbye. They were not really his friends, they just had some business dealings between their families, and they didn't like Mu Feichen very much. My two dear brothers, do you know who the old man next to Mu Feichen is? Su Yang asked Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu. That old man should be Mu Feichen's bodyguard. I heard he is very powerful and even bullets can hardly hurt him. Wang Jingshan exclaimed. Su Yang frowned slightly. It seemed that his feeling was correct. The other party was indeed a powerful character. Mr. Wei, what do you think of the strength of the people around Su Yang? Mu Feichen said as he walked. Just a clown. The old man's words were calm, but revealed his disdain. Mu Feichen nodded, thinking that the people around Su Yang were just good in skills, and that was only compared to ordinary people. Brother, it's a rare opportunity for us to get together today, why don't we find a place to have a couple of drinks? Said Wang Jingshan. Su Yang thought about it and nodded in agreement. If he wanted to gain a foothold in Kyoto in the future, he would probably have to deal with them. After all, their identities were not simple, otherwise it would be impossible for them to compete with Mu Feichen to pursue Shangguan Yao. Wang Jingshan is the son of the Wang family, one of the four major families in Kyoto City, and Kai Ziyu is the son of the Kai family, one of the four major families in Kyoto City. Although their family is listed as one of the four major families together with the Mu family, in fact, over the years, the strength of the Mu family has far surpassed that of their Wang family and Kai family. In a bar box. Su Yang, Wang Jingshan, and Kai Ziyu were like buddies who hadn't seen each other for many years, with endless topics to talk about and endless wine to drink. The last 3 people were already unconscious after drinking. Brother, it's a pity that my sister ran away from home and I don't know where she is hiding, otherwise I would definitely introduce her to you. Let me tell you, my sister is very beautiful, only a little bit inferior to Shang Guanyao. Wang Jingshan said, shaking his head. Yes, yes, yes. And my sister also ran away from home. She is just as beautiful. Kai Ziyu echoed. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do all you rich girls like to run away from home so much? Brother, it's hard to explain. Born in a wealthy family, you often have no choice. In recent years, the Mu family has been suppressing our Wang family and Kai family. In order to ease the relationship, the family betrothed my sister to the second son of the Mu family, Mu Fiki, and Kai Ziyu's sister to the third son of the Mu family, Mu Feibei. But there is no good person in the Mu family. My sister didn't want to marry into the Mu family, so she ran away from home secretly. I don't know where she has been hiding in the past 2 years. She hasn't been home for a long time. Wang Jingshan said sadly, which shows that he has a good relationship with his sister. Yes, but I'm afraid my sister can't hide for long. She will be engaged to the Mu family before the Spring Festival this year. Now the family has begun to mobilize various channels of connections. I'm afraid it won't be long before we can find my sister. Kai Ziyu also said, feeling a little depressed. Su Yang shook his head. He naturally did not approve of this kind of family marriage, but as an outsider, he could not help. It would be great if my sister could marry someone like my brother. Wang Jingshan sighed, and Kai Ziyu agreed deeply. Naturally, they also inquired about Su Yang's identity. He was a leading young talent in Donghai City and had outstanding medical skills. He was definitely a good match for their sister. Maybe there is a way to solve it. If the Mu family falls, will your family still have marriages? Su Yang said with a smile. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu could not help but shake their heads slowly. The power of these big families was so intertwined that it would not be so easy for them to fall. Brother, let me show you a picture of my sister. She is an absolute beauty. When I find my sister, I will introduce her to you first. Wang Jingshan said with a chuckle. Brother, take a look at my sister's photo first. She is an absolutely stunning beauty. When you find her, let her elope with you. Kai Ziyu said unwillingly. Su Yang was speechless. They wanted to turn his eldest brother into his brother-in-law. Su Yang was just about to look at the photos in their phones when he suddenly received a call. It was Shang Guanyao, who was probably worried about why he hadn't returned yet. Master, it's bad. Zhou Wen has been captured by the young leader of the skeleton gang. Shang Guanyao's hurried voice came from the phone. Su Yang was instantly sober, stood up abruptly, and exuded murderous aura. Chapter 87, One move affects the whole body. Su Yang's sudden violent reaction and the murderous intent emanating from him made the drowsy Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu suddenly sober up. Brother, what happened? Wang Jingshan asked. However, Su Yang had no time to reply to them. He left quickly, called Yin Chanqian, Yin Lulu, Qinglong and Baihu, and drove away quickly. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu chased out of the bar and only saw the taillights of Su Yang in his car. Ziyu, big brother might be in trouble. Since we respect him as our big brother, we can't just stand by and watch. Wang Jingshan said to Kai Ziyu. That's right, let's hurry up and catch up. Kai Ziyu nodded and said. There was no guest in a luxurious entertainment club at the moment. Nearly 100 thugs armed with machetes were guarding every corner of the club downstairs. Beauty, where is your arrogance just now? I just like your hot temper. Tonight, I will let you know how powerful I am. The young leader of the skeleton gang looked at Zhou Wen, who was struggling violently on the bed, and couldn't help but smile lewdly. You'd better let me go, otherwise Su Yang will definitely kill you. Zhou Wen scolded with a cold expression. Ah, the Su Yang you are talking about is the pretty boy who stood in front of you tonight, right? How about this? He should have known that you are tied up here, and he will be here soon. I will subdue him and let him enjoy our lovemaking. The young leader of the skeleton gang laughed wildly. What do you mean? Zhou Wen asked with a frown, feeling vaguely uneasy. It seemed that the other party intentionally revealed his whereabouts in order to lure Su Yang into the trap. I have deployed more than 100 brothers downstairs. If he dares to come tonight, he will never be able to get away. In Kyoto City, no woman I have ever liked has escaped. Anyone that young Master Mu doesn't like must not leave alive," said the young leader of the skeleton gang with a sinister look on his face. Zhou Wen's face changed drastically when she heard this. It turned out that the other party's target was not just her. Battle Soul Hall. Deputy Hallmaster Lang, we have already found the location of that young man Su Yang, but he seems to have offended the young leader of the skeleton gang, Yin. Now Yin has kidnapped Su Yang's woman and set an ambush. I'm afraid this so-called new Hallmaster will not survive this night. The second Guardian Tu Chi said to the Deputy Hallmaster of the Battle Soul Hall, Lang Jian. The young master of the skeleton gang is helping Yin? These guys are more likely to cause trouble than to help. There was a great opportunity before. Although the former Hallmaster Yang Zhanghao was killed, Li Taichu escaped and even the Hallmaster's token was lost. A new Hallmaster suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This time, you have to go there in person and seize the Hallmaster's token, the Blood Ring. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lang Jian said coldly. Yes. The second Guardian Tu Chi's eyes brightened and he took the order and left. At the same time, Yang Ruoyan, another deputy hall master of the Fighting Soul Hall, also obtained specific information about Su Yang. Deputy Palace Master, the new Palace Master is going to the entertainment club to rescue people. There must be many dangers. We have to go and help quickly. The third Guardian Li Taichu said anxiously. Deputy Hallmaster Yang Ruoyan ordered, no matter if he is the new Hallmaster or not, at least the Hallmaster's token, the Blood Ring, must not fall into the hands of the skeleton gang. Moreover, the hatred of killing my father is irreconcilable. Summon the 4 Dharma protectors and lead the crowd to the entertainment club, kill Yin, and take back the Blood Ring. Yes. Deputy Palace Master Ruoyan. So 2 groups of people in the Fighting Soul Hall rushed to the entertainment club. One group was led by the second protector Tu Chi. They were all dressed in black and masked. Their purpose was naturally to seize the Blood Ring. If there was a chance, they would kill Su Yang as well. The other team was led by Yang Ruoyan herself. Why is the Guardian Tu Chi not here? Yang Ruoyan asked with a frown. The second protector is carrying out the task assigned by Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian and cannot be free for the time being, replied the fourth protector Yui Bai. Yang Ruoyan nodded. The people she led were enough to deal with the young leader of the skeleton gang. At this moment, Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu's cars were following Su Yang's car closely. They already knew what had happened. They didn't expect that the skeleton gang was so rampant that they openly kidnapped the assistant of the big star Shang Wanyao. So they hurriedly called their bodyguards and made sure to rush to the entertainment club at full speed. Mu Family Mansion. Mu Feichen listened to the report from his men. He did not expect that the young leader of the skeleton gang was so efficient. He actually kidnapped Zhou Wen that night and even set an ambush, waiting for Su Yang to take the bait. However, he did not expect that the kidnapping of Zhou Wen would attract the attention of many forces at once. 2 of the 4 major families in Kyoto City, Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu, actually got involved. What puzzled him even more was that the Fighting Soul Hall also dispatched a large number of people to the entertainment club. What does this matter have to do with the Fighting Soul Hall? Is it a coincidence? He also heard about the death of Yang Zhanghao, the leader of the Battle Soul Hall. It was the work of the skeleton gang. Could it be that the Battle Soul Hall was seeking revenge on the skeleton gang? Wouldn't that be a bad thing? Kyoto City Armed Police Brigade. Captain Ling, tonight, the 2 underground forces, the skeleton gang and the Battle Soul Hall, have a large-scale mobilization of personnel. They are all heading to a certain entertainment club in Kyoto City. I'm afraid there will be a big move. Ling Qingxue, dressed in armed police uniform, looks heroic. These guys are really restless. They must be eradicated sooner or later. If it weren't for the complicated relationships behind them, how could they have been allowed to survive until now? Ling Qingxue frowned. She was ordered to keep an eye on these 2 forces. There must not be any large-scale conflict that would affect social stability and order. Ling Qingxue then led a fully armed police force to a certain entertainment club, making sure not to affect social stability. Su Yang was extremely anxious at this moment. He did not expect the skeleton gang to be so bold and presumptuous. He just hoped that the young leader of the skeleton gang had not done anything stupid, otherwise he would definitely eradicate the skeleton gang completely. When Su Yang and his friends arrived at the entertainment club and walked into the lobby, they realized that something seemed wrong. They were surrounded by thugs holding shining machetes. Qinglong, Baihu, Yun Lulu, and Yun Qianqian could not help but protect Su Yang in the middle. At this moment, they didn't know that they had fallen into the enemy's ambush. "Ha, Su Yang, huh? I didn't expect you to be so fast. You didn't make me wait too long. Otherwise, I would have held back and done with that girl first." On the second floor, Xiaoyin, the young leader of the skeleton gang, looked down at Su Yang and others who were surrounded, and couldn't help laughing. Su Yang felt slightly relieved when he heard this. From the other party's words, he could be sure that Zhou Wen was not hurt. "Xiaoyin, the young leader of the skeleton gang? You and I have no grudges against each other? Why are you forcing me like this?" Su Yang asked coldly. Chapter 88, 1 vs 8 Skeleton Guards. Ha ha ha. I don't need a reason to bully anyone I want if I don't like them. Don't think you are great just because you are around a big star. In the eyes of my skeleton gang, you are nothing. The woman I like is blessed. Xiaoyin laughed. The skeleton gang and the Fighting Soul Hall were the two most powerful gangs in Kyoto City. Now that the leader of the Fighting Soul Hall, Yang Zhenghao, is dead, the Fighting Soul Hall will immediately fall into internal strife and will naturally fall apart. By then, the skeleton gang will be the strongest force in the entire Kyoto City, and as the young leader of the skeleton gang, he will be respected by countless people. Therefore, at this moment Xiao Yin's self-confidence has grown and he thinks he can do anything. Su Yang looked around and saw a group of thugs holding shining machetes in their hands. However, this was not what he was most concerned about. Instead, it was the 8 men in black standing behind Xiaoyin. They were wearing skull masks and exuding a cold and murderous aura. They were obviously not easy to deal with. The best way is to capture the leader first. Su Yang was just about to signal Qinglong, Baihu, and others to take action. At this time, another group of people rushed in. Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu, with more than 10 men, rushed to Su Yang. "Brother, we are here to help you." Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu shouted. Su Yang was slightly moved. He didn't expect that these two people were so loyal. "Xiaoyin, you are so brave. You dare to kidnap Shang Wanyao's assistant. You dare to touch my eldest brother's woman? Do you want to die?" Wang Jingshan shouted at Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin, the young leader of the skeleton gang, frowned as he looked at Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu who suddenly broke in. After all, these two were sons of the Wang and Kai families, two of the 4 major families in Kyoto City. Although he was not afraid of their backgrounds, if he offended these two families at the same time, it would still bring some trouble to the skeleton gang. However, he couldn't let this matter go easily. He originally didn't plan to kidnap Zhou Wen. Now was the time to deal with the Battle Soul Palace with all his strength. But someone behind the scenes asked him to deal with Su Yang, so he had to give him face. "Young Master Wang, young Master Kai, I didn't expect that such a trivial matter would alarm you too. Since you have come forward, I naturally have to give you face," Xiaoyin said politely. Wang Jingshan winked at Su Yang and said, "Brother, you see, my help is very helpful. I can let that woman go, but Su Yang was rude to my skeleton gang, and he must give an explanation. What do you think, Master Wang and Master Kai?" Xiaoyin continued. "Let my elder brother give you an explanation? What explanation do you want?" Wang Jingshan couldn't help but frown. When Su Yang heard this, his eyes flashed. He obviously heard the hidden meaning in the other party's words. He was afraid that the other party was mainly targeting him. As long as Su Yang can defeat the 8 guards behind me, then today's matter will be over. If he can't, I'm sorry, but you won't be able to leave here without an arm and a leg. Xiaoyin stared at Su Yang and smiled playfully. "Xiaoyin, you're going too far. Everyone knows that the people behind you are the elite skeleton guards of your skeleton gang. How can ordinary people be their match, let alone a 1-on-8 situation?" Wang Jingshan said angrily. "Ha, there's nothing I can do about it. You can't say that I didn't give face to you, young Master Wang and young Master Kai," Xiaoyin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu couldn't help but look grim. "Okay. I agree to your proposal. Release Zhou Wen first." At this time, Su Yang spoke lightly. "Brother, don't be impulsive. These skeleton guards are really strong. Each of them has the power to split rocks with bare hands. They are the strongest force in the skeleton gang," Kaiziyu advised hurriedly. Su Yang smiled at Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu. Don't worry, since I dare to agree, I must be confident. Good. You have courage. In that case, then you come to the second floor alone, and I will release Miss Jo Won. Chow Yin, the young leader of the skeleton gang, looked down at Su Yang. Su Yang signaled to Yun Chanshan, Yun Lulu and others not to be nervous, and then walked up to the second floor step by step. At the same time, Chow Yin also asked his men to bring Jo Won out of the room. Su Yang! Why are you so stupid? You will be beaten to death. After Jo Won was released from the room, she saw a dense crowd of people downstairs, holding shining swords. Just now in the room, she also heard the conversation of this group of people. She didn't expect that Su Yang would put himself in danger for her. Su Yang was completely relieved when he saw that Jo Won's clothes were intact, otherwise he was really afraid that he would not be able to resist and massacre the skeleton gang. Won, don't worry, go to Cici and Lulu first. I can still deal with these clowns, believe me. Su Yang went straight to Jo Won on the second floor and said to her with gentle eyes. Jo Won's eyes were filled with tears as she hugged Su Yang tightly. Su Yang felt the softness on Jo Won's chest, but unfortunately it was not the right time and place. At this time, the 8 skeleton guards had surrounded Su Yang and Jo Won. Fortunately, the hall on the second floor was spacious, with enough space for them to fight. Ms. Jo Won, if you don't want to leave now, then you don't have to leave. Stay and watch with me to see how Su Yang is disabled. Seeing Jo Won and Su Yang being intimate, the skeleton gang's young leader Chow Ying couldn't help but say coldly. Jo Won also knew that if she stayed with Su Yang she would only be a burden to him, so she could only look back every few steps as she walked towards the first floor. Yun Chanshan and Yun Lulu hurriedly took Jo Won back to their side, and then handed her over to Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu for protection. It seemed that the skeleton gang still had some concerns about the identities of the two, so it might be safer to hand Jo Won over to them. They are highly focused, and once Su Yang is defeated, they will immediately rush to help their master. Get started! Chow Yin shouted. Su Yang faced 8 people alone without any fear. His eyes were full of determination and confidence. He rushed into the group of 8 people like a tiger descending from a mountain. Every attack he made was with the force of thunder. Everyone was staring at the battle intently. Jo Won's heart was beating wildly. She clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, and her heart was full of worry. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu were indeed worried about Su Yang at first, but after the battle began, they couldn't help but look shocked. They didn't expect that big brother Su Yang would not lose to the 8 skeleton guards. What kind of strength is this? Perhaps only the 4 guardians of the Battle Soul Hall have this ability? At this moment, the skeleton gang's young leader Chow Yin had a gloomy and ugly expression on his face. He did not expect that Su Yang actually had such strength. How could 8 skeleton guards not be able to take him down? Just then, a subordinate hurried over and whispered something in Chow Yin's ear. Chow Yin's expression changed from gloomy to uncertain. The deputy hallmaster of the Battle Soul Hall, Yang Ruoyan, was coming towards their club with 3 Dharma protectors and a guard team of 1,000 people. Could it be that the Battle Soul Hall was coming in full force just to target him? Moreover, their large-scale personnel mobilization has been noticed by the armed police, and the armed police are sending troops to the club. Chapter 89. The Palace Master was frightened. Damn it, why are there so many variables tonight? First, young Master Wang and young Master Kai from the 4 major families in Kyoto City got involved, and then almost all of the fighting Soul Hall rushed here, which aroused the vigilance of the armed police force. It seems that I can only retreat first, otherwise I will be surrounded by that group of people, and my few people can't save me. Chow Yin thought secretly in his heart. Stop! Chow Yin, the young leader of the skeleton gang, suddenly shouted at the 8 skeleton guards. Upon hearing this, the 8 skeletons immediately withdrew and returned to Chow Yin's side. Su Yang frowned secretly, wondering what tricks Chow Yin was going to play next. However, the 8 skeleton guards on the other side were indeed powerful, and he might be able to defeat them if he put his all. But there were still hundreds of thugs with machetes here, and he could not ensure the safety of those around him. He was thinking about how to deal with it, but he didn't expect Chow Yin to suddenly stop the fight. Su Yang, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so amazing. I admire you. Today is just a misunderstanding. I will host a banquet to apologize someday. I have something important to attend to today, so I won't accompany you. After Chow Yin finished speaking, he led everyone away quickly. Su Yang, Wang Jingshan, Kai Ziyu and others looked at the skeleton gang members who were leaving in a mighty manner, and were confused for a moment. What was the skeleton gang's young leader up to? Was it too anticlimactic? But it was also a good thing for them. After all, the other side had more people and more power. Even if Su Yang defeated the 8 skeleton guards, who knew whether Chao Yin would be desperate and send his men to rush forward. Su Yang, are you okay? Zhou Wen hurriedly ran to Su Yang, looked him up and down carefully, her eyes full of worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Yang patted Zhou Wen's little hand and said with a smile. Brother, you are so powerful. Even the 8 skeleton guards combined are no match for you. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu looked at Su Yang with admiration. They used to think that Su Yang was good at medicine, but they didn't expect that his martial arts were also so amazing. Big brother is really awesome. I have to thank Master Wang and Master Kai for their help tonight, otherwise the problem might not be so easy to resolve. Su Yang smiled at Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu. At this moment, he also recognized the two of them in his heart and believed that they could be brothers. Thank you, brother. From now on, just call us Xiao Wang and Xiao Kai. Wang Jingshan laughed. Su Yang nodded indifferently. It was just a name. As long as they liked it, it was fine. But Su Yang never expected that one day when he really called them Xiao Wang and Xiao Kai, he would be beaten black and blue by the two beauties. It's getting late, let's go back. Su Yang said to everyone. However, as soon as Su Yang and his group walked out of the club, they were met by thousands of people who surrounded the club. Su Yang and the others' faces changed drastically, and they were shocked by the scene before them. It was the first time for them to be surrounded by such a large number of people. Even Qinglong and Baihu, who were experienced in the battlefield, looked grim. They are from the Battle Soul Palace. Wang Jingshan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after recognizing the people in front of him. In terms of their style of doing things, the Battle Soul Hall is relatively righteous and rarely bullies the weak, which is completely opposite to the bloodthirsty skeleton gang. Fighting Soul Palace? Su Yang's heart couldn't help but move. Could it be the person from the Fighting Soul Palace he had met before? When Zhou Wen saw this scene, her face turned pale. She held Su Yang's hands tightly with both hands, and only then did she feel at ease. The people from the Fighting Soul Hall only saw Su Yang and others, but did not see any scum from the skeleton gang, and they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just as both sides were stunned. A burly figure stood out from the crowd of people from the Fighting Soul Palace and headed straight for Su Yang. I am Li Taichu, the third guardian of the Fighting Soul Hall. I am here to see the Hall Master. I am sorry to have frightened you. Li Taichu came up to Su Yang, knelt on one knee, and said loudly. This subordinate greets the Palace Master. As the third Dharma Protector Li Taichu paid homage to the Palace Master, hundreds of Dharma Protectors under Li Taichu's command, who were wearing yellow clothes, also knelt on one knee and saluted loudly. The sound shook the whole area. Su Yang and others were stunned. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu were even more incredulous. The eldest brother was the master of the Battle Spirit Hall? At this moment, Deputy Hallmaster Yang Ruoyan looked at the scene that the third guardian Li Taichu had arranged, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She hadn't recognized that the other party was the Hall Master yet, and you did this? It made her very embarrassed. Ahem, are you Su Yang? At this time, a woman wearing tight clothes, with a graceful figure and a resolute face walked up and said to Su Yang. Yes, Deputy Palace Master Yang, this is the new Palace Master Su Yang. Palace Master, this is Yang Ruoyan, the daughter of the old Palace Master of the Battle Spirit Palace, and also the Deputy Palace Master. Without waiting for Su Yang to reply, the third guardian Li Taichu stood up, walked to Su Yang and spoke. Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but look at Li Taichu speechlessly. The so-called new Palace Master was said by Li Taichu alone. She had to seriously consider whether this new Palace Master was suitable. Moreover, she wanted to know what her father said to Su Yang before he died. It turns out to be Deputy Palace Master Yang. My apologies. Su Yang said. By the way, Mr. Su, where are those bastards from the skeleton gang? Yang Ruoyan asked. They've already run away. Su Yang then realized why Chao Yin, the young leader of the skeleton gang, left in such a hurry. It was obvious that he had learned of the arrival of the Fighting Soul Hall's troops. He's lucky. Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but say with hatred. Mr. Su, can I have a word with you for a moment? Then Yang Ruoyan stared at the blood ring on Su Yang's right thumb and said. Good. Su Yang nodded. He didn't expect that the Battle Soul Hall was so powerful. However, from the other party's tone, it could be seen that he did not acknowledge that he was the new master of the Battle Soul Hall. So Su Yang and Yang Ruoyan came into the club, while the others stayed outside. Mr. Su, I want to know what my father said to you before he died? Did he really pass the position of the Lord of the Battle Spirit Hall to you? Yang Ruoyan stared into Su Yang's eyes and asked slowly. Su Yang took a look at the blood ring on his hand and said helplessly, Deputy Palace Master Yang, to be honest, your father gave me the blood ring before he died, but he didn't have time to explain anything before he passed away. Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard this. Does that mean that father didn't explicitly pass the position of Palace Master to you? Or maybe he wants you to give the blood ring to someone else? Maybe. And I have no intention of becoming the master of your battle soul hall. Su Yang nodded and said. Oh? Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but be surprised. You know how many people are drooling over the position of Palace Master? In that case, Mr. Su, you might as well give me the blood ring, the token of the Palace Master. My fighting soul palace will definitely thank Mr. Su greatly. Yang Ruoyan said after taking a glance at the blood ring. I can't give it to you. Su Yang shrugged helplessly. He thought that the blood ring could not be taken off. Li Taichu had already told everyone in the Battle Soul Palace about this. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruoyan's face turned cold. It seemed that the other party's claim of not wanting the position of Palace Master was simply a lie, otherwise he would not be unwilling to hand over the blood ring. Mr. Su, I'm afraid this is not up to you. The blood ring is a token of the Master of the Battle Soul Hall. It is impossible for it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Yang Ruoyan exuded a cold aura. Chapter 90, Fighting Leads to Ambiguity. Su Yang spread his hands helplessly and said, if you have the ability to take it down, just take it away. Yang Ruoyan's aura became colder and colder. Was he teasing her nakedly? She wanted to see if Su Yang was really as powerful as the three guardians said. Well, I will learn from Mr. Su's strength. As Yang Ruoyan spoke, she kicked out sideways. Damn it, why are you touching me? Su Yang dodged and stepped back. Yang Ruoyan was slightly angry when she heard this. What does it mean to make a move? If the subordinates outside heard it, who knows what they would think? The offensive became more and more fierce. Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of the Deputy Hall Master of the Fighting Soul Hall, his strength was indeed formidable. Even if Yun Shanxian and Yun Lulu joined forces, they might not be Yang Ruoyan's match. Yang Ruoyan was secretly shocked. She didn't expect that the other party was so powerful. Even if she had tried her best, the other party could still deal with it easily. Another side kick, straight to Su Yang's face. Su Yang raised his hand, firmly grasped the opponent's ankle, and pushed forward. Yang Ruoyan lost her balance and fell to the hard ground. Su Yang quickly reached out and put his arms around the other person's slender waist, and their eyes met immediately. Bump! The door of the club was violently pushed open by Li Taichu. However, the new hallmaster was seen holding Yang Ruoyan's ankle with his left hand and his slender waist with his right hand, with an ambiguous posture. Oh, sorry, I just heard a fight in there. It turns out I was wrong. I'll leave now. Li Taichu retreated awkwardly and closed the door gently again. He personally stood guard outside the door to prevent others from disturbing the Palace Master's good deeds. As expected of the Palace Master, he took down the Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan as soon as they met. Let me go. Yang Ruoyan said in a low voice with a blushing face. Ah, Deputy Palace Master Yang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Su Yang said, slowly letting go of Yang Ruoyan. Yang Ruoyan knew that she was no match for Su Yang, so she asked coldly, what do you want me to do in exchange for your bloody ring? Huh? Didn't Li Taichu tell you that this blood ring can't be taken off my hand at all? Su Yang asked puzzledly. What do you mean? Can't take a small amount? Yang Ruoyan's face was full of suspicion when he heard it. Su Yang knew that the other party didn't believe it, so he stretched out his right hand and let the other party try it himself. So Yang Ruoyan stretched out her slender hand, grasped the bloody ring on Su Yang's thumb, and pulled it out with force. How is this possible? After spending a long time trying, Yang Ruoyan looked at the blood ring in disbelief. It was really difficult to take it out. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood the meaning of Su Yang's words and thought he was teasing her. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? This blood ring really can't be taken off. Su Yang looked at the blood ring helplessly. Yang Ruoyan was also very troubled for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that if Su Yang succeeded as the Lord of the Fighting Soul Hall, it would be a good choice. At least with his strength, everyone in the Fighting Soul Hall would have to submit. The only problem was the Deputy Lord Lang Jian. His ambition for the position of Lord had long been obvious, and he would probably not agree easily. However, the Hall Master's token was in Su Yang's hands. The third Dharma Protector Li Taichu had always supported Su Yang as the new Hall Master, and the fourth Dharma Protector Yue Bai had always been on the same side with her. As long as she supported Su Yang, the fourth Dharma Protector would certainly support her as well. The first Dharma Protector Wu Ho had a neutral attitude, and the second Dharma Protector Tu Chi had a close relationship with the Deputy Hall Master Lang Jian. Therefore, supporting Su Yang to succeed the Palace Master will certainly stabilize the disputes within the Battle Soul Palace. Otherwise, the fight for the Palace Master position will inevitably greatly consume the strength of the Battle Soul Palace, and then facing the Skeleton Gang, the situation will be particularly difficult. Yang Ruoyan had made up her mind, so she faced Su Yang and knelt on one knee. I am Yang Ruoyan, the Deputy Hall Master of the Battle Spirit Hall. I pay my respects to the Hall Master. I apologize for any offense I have caused you before. Su Yang was stunned and hurriedly held Yang Ruoyan's hands and helped her up. Deputy Palace Master Yang, what do you mean? I have no intention of becoming your Palace Master. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Yang Ruoyan felt the scorching heat coming from her hands, her face flushed, and she whispered, Palace Master, can you let go of my hands first? Sorry. Su Yang let go of his hands awkwardly. Palace Master, as far as I know, the people from the Skeleton Gang are looking for trouble with you today, right? They didn't succeed this time, but they will definitely come again next time. The Palace Master is alone. Even if there are a few masters around him, how many people can he protect? The Skeleton Gang is as powerful as our Battle Soul Hall, with about 10,000 people. No matter how strong the Palace Master is, can he fight against the Skeleton Gang alone? But if the Palace Master has the Battle Soul Palace as his backing, then the Skeleton Gang will have to think twice about everything. At least they won't dare to blatantly attack the Palace Master and the people around him. Besides, the Battle Soul Palace has its own management system, and with my assistance, it won't take up too much of the Palace Master's time. The Palace Master has his own things to do, so just go and get busy. In order to win over Su Yang to join the Battle Soul Hall as the Hall Master, Yang Ruoyan analyzed the current situation in detail. After listening to Yang Ruoyan's words, Su Yang immediately felt that it made sense. Moreover, if he wanted to gain a foothold in Kyoto City in the future, he would definitely need his own group of subordinates. However, the Thunder Guard was guarding the industries in Donghai City and lacked manpower, so they could not take care of Kyoto City at all. Deputy Palace Master Yang, excuse me for asking, your father was the previous Palace Master of the Battle Soul Palace, but why was he hunted to death? Su Yang asked. He didn't want to be the next target. Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but feel sad, and murmured, in fact, my father was seriously ill and was receiving treatment abroad. On the way back to China, the news leaked out, and the Skeleton Gang took advantage of it. But don't worry, Palace Master. The Skeleton Gang in Kyoto City will never dare to send people to hunt you down. Otherwise, my Battle Soul Hall can follow suit and go straight to the Skeleton Gang's lair. But once both of us do this, we will probably be hit by a thunderbolt from the government army and collapse in an instant. Therefore, on the surface, there will be no large-scale armed conflict between my Battle Soul Hall and the Skeleton Gang. Su Yang nodded. Okay. Then I will promise you that I will succeed you as the master of the Battle Spirit Hall. Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but feel happy. In this way, the Battle Soul Hall that his father had spent his entire life building would not be destroyed. Maybe it could even go further under Su Yang's leadership. At this time, there was a sound of dispute outside the club. It turned out that the second guardian of the Battle Soul Hall, Tu Chi, had been hiding around the club early on, waiting for the young master of the Skeleton Gang and Su Yang and the others to be defeated, and then he would reap the benefits. However, the Skeleton Gang actually escaped with a whimper. Soon after, he saw Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan arriving with a large group of people. Tu Chi knew that things were not good and was afraid that the blood ring would be taken away by Yang Ruoyan first, so he hurriedly notified Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian. After hearing the news, Deputy Hall Master Lang Jian rushed over with his men, but he was blocked outside the club by the third Dharma Protector Li Taichu, who refused to let him in. Chapter 91, Beaten to Panda Eyes Again. Li Taichu, how dare you be disrespectful to Deputy Palace Master Lang? The second guardian Tu Chi stood beside the deputy hallmaster Lang Jian and shouted angrily at Li Taichu. I am guarding here on the orders of the palace master. No one is allowed to disturb the palace master and deputy palace master Yang. Li Taichu replied fearlessly. He would never allow anyone to disturb the palace master and deputy palace master Yang's good deeds. Li Taichu, if you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for not caring about the friendship between fellow disciples. Lang Jian's face was gloomy. Li Taichu's disregard for him was a fatal blow to his reputation. After all, most of the combat power of the Battle Soul Hall was gathered here. Squeak! At this time, the door of the club opened. Su Yang and Yang Ruoyan walked out, but judging from their movements, Yang Ruoyan was walking behind Su Yang. What happened? Yang Ruoyan asked with a frown. Palace Master, Deputy Palace Master Yang, Deputy Palace Master Lang wanted to break into the clubhouse door and disturb your good times, but I stopped him and he got furious. Li Taichu replied loudly. Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but glared at Li Taichu when she heard this. What good news? If you can't speak, just shut up. Since Deputy Hallmaster Lang and the second Dharma Protector have also arrived, and the main high-level officials of the Battle Soul Hall are all here, then there is an important matter to be announced. When my father, Yang Zhanghao, was about to die, he passed the position of Hallmaster to Su Yang. From this moment on, Su Yang is the new Hallmaster of our Battle Soul Hall. Greetings to the Palace Master. After Yang Ruoyan finished speaking, she knelt on one knee and spoke loudly. Greetings to the Palace Master. The second Dharma Protector Tu Chi and the fourth Dharma Protector Yui Bai led their men to kneel on one knee and spoke loudly. Greetings to the Palace Master. The Great Protector Wu Ho then led his men to kneel on one knee and spoke loudly. At this moment, Deputy Hallmaster Lang Jian and the second Dharma Protector Tu Chi looked grim. At this moment, only they and their subordinates were still standing and had not seen the ceremony. Didn't we agree before that we should at least see whether Su Yang is worthy of being the Palace Master? Why did everyone accept the new Palace Master in such a short time? Was Yang Ruoyan so willing to give up the Palace Master position? The second Dharma Protector Tu Chi quietly pulled the corner of Deputy Hallmaster Lang Jian's clothes and winked at him. Now the Deputy Hallmaster Yang Ruoyan and the first, third, and fourth Dharma Protectors all supported Su Yang. They were outnumbered and could only submit for now and make plans later. Lang Jian, the Deputy Hallmaster of the Battle Soul Hall, greets the Hallmaster. Lang Jian's cold voice came out. Greetings to the Palace Master. Then the people under the command of the second Protector Tu Chi knelt on one knee and spoke loudly. Su Yang looked at the large group of people in front of him paying homage to him, and he couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. The strength of the Battle Soul Palace was really good. At this moment, Wang Jingshan, Kai Ziyu, Zhou Wen, Yun Lulu, Yun Shanshan, Qinglong, Baihu and others were also completely petrified. This spectacular scene was really rare to see. Okay. Everyone please stand up. Since everyone has recognized me as the Palace Master, I swear here that I will crush the skeleton gang and avenge Palace Master Yang. I will definitely lead the Battle Spirit Hall to grow and prosper, and make it famous through the ages. Su Yang's declaration gained more recognition from everyone in the Battle Soul Hall, especially Yang Ruoyan. She did not expect that Su Yang's first goal was to avenge her father. This moved her. However, at this time, a large number of armed police forces surrounded them from all directions, all armed with live ammunition. Su Yang couldn't help but raise his brows. From afar, he saw a familiar figure. He didn't expect to meet him here. The people in the Fighting Soul Hall were not afraid of this scene. After all, they were not fighting with weapons, they were just paying homage to the Hallmaster. A heroic figure passed through the crowd of the Battle Soul Hall, and everyone made way. Captain Ling, how did we alarm you? I'm really sorry. Our new Hallmaster has just taken over today, so everyone from the Fighting Soul Hall has come here to pay their respects. We are not gathering to fight and affect social order. Deputy Hallmaster Yang Ruoyan hurriedly stepped forward to explain. She was naturally familiar with the armed police captain Ling Qingxue, having dealt with him many times, and she also had a good impression of the Battle Soul Hall. The new Palace Master? Your father? Ling Qingxue asked puzzledly. My father has passed away. Before he died, he passed the position of Palace Master to Su Yang. Yang Ruoyan replied. Su Yang? Ling Qingxue was stunned when she heard the name, and then she looked carefully at the man behind Yang Ruoyan. It was indeed that familiar face. Captain Ling, what a coincidence! We meet again. Su Yang greeted Ling Qingxue with a smile. Oh? Palace Master, so you know Captain Ling? Yang Ruoyan asked in surprise. Su Yang nodded. If Ling Qingxue had not arrived in time with the armed police force, he didn't know whether he would be alive today. Ling Qingxue was shocked. Su Yang actually became the master of the Battle Soul Hall? You know, the Battle Soul Hall is quite powerful in Kyoto, and most dignitaries have to give it some face. Su Yang, come in with me. Ling Qingxue said indifferently, and then entered the club. Su Yang signaled to everyone to rest assured, and then walked into the club. The third guardian, Li Taichu, rushed to the door first, helped Su Yang close the door, and then took on the important task of guarding the door again. Deputy Hallmaster Lang Jin could not help but glance at the door god indifferently. Su Yang, you are quite capable. Now you come to Kyoto City to cause trouble? Ling Qingxue sneered. When Su Yang saw Ling Qingxue's cold smile, he couldn't help but think of the time when he was beaten up. He took a step back and said with a wry smile, Captain Ling, I'm really not here to cause trouble. Just listen to me and tell you slowly. So Su Yang explained why he came to Kyoto City and how he became the master of the Battle Soul Hall. I didn't expect you could cure diseases? Ling Qingxue asked in surprise. Captain Ling, don't underestimate me. My medical skills are the best in the world. I am no longer the Su Yang you knew in Donghai City. The me now is not someone who can be bullied. Su Yang said with a confident smile. Really? Why don't you stay in Donghai City? I want to see how capable you are. After Ling Qingxue finished speaking, she kicked Su Yang with lightning speed. Su Yang smiled faintly, raised one arm and easily blocked it. Oh? You've really improved. Ling Qingxue was surprised. She didn't expect that Su Yang was indeed much stronger than the last time they met. Unfortunately, this was not enough in front of her. So he kicked Su Yang in the chest again, increasing the force a bit. Su Yang crossed his arms, confident that he could block the kick. However, when the kick landed on his arms, a huge force hit him and he could not help but step back repeatedly. Ling Qingxue took advantage of the situation and rushed forward, attacking Su Yang's entire body with a violent flurry of fists. Su Yang was only able to defend himself, and was secretly shocked. Is Ling Qingxue so strong? He thought that his strength had greatly improved and Ling Qingxue was no match for him, but he didn't expect that he would still be beaten up. Ouch! Su Yang's screams could be heard from the club from time to time. Yang Ruoyan and others standing outside the door didn't know what was going on, but they didn't dare to break in. After all, there were so many armed police around. After a while, Ling Qingxue came out first and said to Yang Ruoyan, let's disperse everyone immediately. Then left. Then Su Yan walked out with panda eyes, feeling resentful. At least he is the master of the Battle Soul Hall now, can't he give him some face and not embarrass him? Chapter 92, Teaching Medicine. Everyone outside the door looked at Su Yang's panda eyes, suppressing their smiles. It is really not appropriate to laugh out loud in front of the new hallmaster. I just don't know what the relationship between this armed police captain and the hallmaster is. Palace Master, what are you doing? Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan asked in confusion. With her understanding of Captain Ling, she would not personally beat up the Palace Master, right? Unless their relationship was more than just acquaintance. Su Yang waved his hands and didn't want to say more. He didn't understand. Captain Ling seemed to have some resentment towards him, but he had never offended her. He really couldn't figure it out. It's so late, let everyone go back. Su Yang said to Yang Ruoyan. Yang Ruoyan nodded. Captain Ling of the armed police had already made the request, so she asked several bodyguards to take their men away. Only Yang Ruoyan and the fourth protector Yui Bai were left at the scene. Jingshan, Ziyu, thank you for tonight. You should go back early. Su Yang said to Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu. Okay. Since Big Brother is fine, I will go back first. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu replied. At this time, Deputy Hall Master Yang Ruoyan noticed these two people. Seeing these two faces, she couldn't help but asked in surprise, so it's Master Wang and Master Kai? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu nodded to Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan, and then left with their bodyguards. Palace Master, young Master Wang and young Master Kai call you Big Brother? You are their big brother? Yang Ruoyan still stared at Su Yang in shock, her heart full of disbelief. The four major families in Kyoto City are very powerful, and even the Battle Soul Hall is unwilling to offend them easily. I didn't expect that the Hall Master has such a close relationship with the Wang family and the Kai family. It seems that Su Yang's succession as the Hall Master of the Battle Soul Hall may really change the situation of the two major gangs in Kyoto City in the future. Yes, these two are my brothers, Su Yang. If they encounter any troubles in the future, we must help them with all our strength. Su Yang nodded. Palace Master Ruoyan, you should go back first. Yang Ruoyan thought about it and felt that there would be no danger tonight, so she asked for Su Yang's phone number and address and prepared to leave. By the way, Palace Master, I hope to hold a grand celebration for the Palace Master's succession. Firstly, to let everyone in the Fighting Soul Palace know about the Palace Master's existence, and secondly, to let the Palace Master get to know some of the forces in Kyoto City that are friendly with the Fighting Soul Palace. Yang Ruoyan said to Su Yang. Okay. You can take full charge of this matter. Su Yang agreed, thinking that this would greatly expand his network of contacts in Kyoto City. The final celebration of the succession of the Hall Master was decided to be held in a month. Yang Ruoyan planned to take this opportunity to revive the reputation of the Fighting Soul Hall. In recent years, due to her father's illness, the Fighting Soul Hall was suppressed everywhere by the Skeleton Gang and its reputation was damaged. After everyone left, Su Yang led Zhou Wen and others to Shang Guanyao's mansion. At this moment, Shang Guanyao was still waiting anxiously in the living room. She originally planned to ask all the bodyguards at home to rescue Zhou Wen. But when she was halfway there, she learned that Zhou Wen had been rescued. Su Yang told her to wait at home and not to worry. 1-1. When Su Yang and the others returned to Shang Guanyao's mansion, Shang Guanyao hurried forward, held Zhou Wen's hand, looked her up and down for any injuries, and her concern was evident in her words. After all, after spending these days together, not to mention the relationship between Zhou Wen and her master Su Yang, Shang Guanyao and Zhou Wen have become as close as sisters. Sister Yao Yao, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. Zhou Wen said with a smile. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. Shang Guanyao said excitedly. Yao Yao, everything has been resolved. It's already 4 in the morning. You should all go to bed early. We can talk about anything tomorrow. Su Yang said to the two girls. Shang Guanyao nodded when she heard this. She was stunned when she saw Su Yang's panda eyes. Master, are you injured? Su Yang couldn't help but waved his hands awkwardly, then hurried back to his room. Seeing her master fleeing in panic, Shang Guanyao was confused. Your master was beaten by a woman. Zhou Wen laughed secretly in Shang Guanyao's ear. Ah? Shang Guanyao was confused. How could her master, who was so powerful, be beaten like this by a woman? Zhou Wen pulled Shang Guanyao back to the room and told her everything that happened tonight. Shang Guanyao was shocked and dizzy. She didn't expect that these twists and turns would involve several forces, and she didn't expect that her master would become the master of the Battle Spirit Hall. In the end, he was beaten by Captain Ling of the armed police force and had panda eyes. Before they knew it, the two girls had been chatting until dawn before falling into a deep sleep. On the second day, Su Yang, Shang Guanyao, Zhou Wen and others did not show up until lunchtime. Su Yang wore huge sunglasses to cover his panda eyes. Shang Guanyao and Zhou Wen couldn't help but smile when they saw this. They didn't plan to go out that day and would rest at home for 2 days. The concert had already made Shang Guanyao and Zhou Wen exhausted, and after what happened last night, they were physically and mentally exhausted. Su Yang was also happy to be free, but the key point was that he was unwilling to show up in public even with his panda eyes. I wonder if this was intentional by Captain Ling. By the way, Yao Yao, you asked me to help you treat a patient before. Who is he? Su Yang asked. She is a very important relative of mine, but there is no need to rush. She has an old illness. Let's go after Master has recovered in a few days. Shang Guanyao explained. Su Yang nodded. He had nothing to do these 2 days, so he might as well teach Shang Guanyao the 13 ghost needles. However, he didn't know if she had the talent for it. Yao Yao, since you have nothing to do these 2 days, I will teach you a set of unique skills for treating diseases and see how much you can understand. Su Yang said. Ah, Master, are you going to teach me medical skills? That's great. Shang Guanyao was delighted. She knew how powerful Master's medical skills were. If she could learn just a little bit, she wouldn't have to go to the hospital for any minor illness. So after dinner, Su Yang and Shang Guanyao went to a room alone. Outside the door, Zhou Wen, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu looked at each other in bewilderment. Does teaching medical skills need to be so secretive? In the room, Su Yang first explained the acupuncture points of the human body in detail to Shang Wanyao. After all, she was not himself. She received the inheritance from the system, and she understood everything instantly. It has to be said that Shang Wanyao is indeed smart. She quickly became familiar with all the acupuncture points in the human body. Then Su Yang taught her the formula of the 13 ghost gate needles. Su Yang was well prepared to teach Shang Wanyao the 13 ghost needles, and he took out a set of silver needles and gave them to Shang Wanyao. The two people stayed in the room and didn't come out until dinner time. Zhou Wen couldn't help wondering, so she went to the door of the room and knocked gently. Soon the door opened, and Shang Wanyao was seen with a rosy face and a proud look. "Sister Yao Yao, what are you doing? What are you guys doing?" Zhou Wen couldn't help but think wildly. Su Yang walked up to her, slapped her on the buttocks, and said in a faint anger, "What are you thinking? It's not what you think." Chapter 93 The Thoughts of Two Sisters. Zhou Wen's face turned red after being slapped, and she glared at Su Yang fiercely. After dinner, Shang Wanyao took Su Yang, Zhou Wen, and others for a stroll in the mansion. The moon was bright in the sky and the night scenery was beautiful. "Yao Yao, tonight you should familiarize yourself with what I taught you today. We will have actual practice tomorrow," Su Yang said to Shang Wanyao. "What? You still want actual combat?" Zhou Wen asked in shock. Su Yang couldn't help but look Zhou Wen up and down, and said with a chuckle, "Not bad, and you can also join us tomorrow." "Bah! You filthy rascal!" Zhou Wenjiao shouted and trotted away. Su Yang and Shang Wanyao looked at each other in confusion. What was Zhou Wen thinking about? That night, at the door of Su Yang's room, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu were acting stealthy. "Seventh sister, do we really want to do this?" Yun Lulu asked nervously. "Sixth sister, we are all the master's people anyway, so what is there to be afraid of? The key point is that there are so many beautiful women around the master. If we don't make our presence felt and let the master experience a different kind of happiness, what value will we have in the future? Do you still want to be a killing machine? We must not only be the sword in the master's hand, but also the master's people. Besides, the master is so outstanding that he deserves our devotion," Yun Shanshan said patiently to Yun Lulu. "But we are sisters, Yun Lulu couldn't help but hesitate, feeling a little uneasy. Yun Shanshan was too lazy to persuade her anymore, so she just pulled Yun Lulu and quietly entered Su Yang's room. Su Yang did not fall asleep at this moment. He closed his eyes and thought about the future. At this time, there was a sound of the door opening, and two familiar figures walked in and locked the door. "Master, are you asleep? You have been working so hard these past few days. We hope we can do our best to help you and relieve your fatigue," Yun Shanshan said, pulling Yun Lulu to come in front of Su Yang. Su Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Yun Shanshan was indeed thoughtful. How could Su Yang not know her intentions? For a moment, his mood could not be described in words. Su Yang swallowed his saliva, and couldn't help but think of what Yun Shanshan had said before, if the seven sisters. 10,000 words are omitted here. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Su Yang swept away all his fatigue, felt full of energy and extremely happy. It was another wonderful day. While eating breakfast, Shang Wanyao frowned and clearly noticed the changes in Su Yang. "Why are you so horny so early in the morning? Look how filthy your smile is." Zhou Wen couldn't help but sneer. Only Zhou Wen dared to speak so unscrupulously about Su Yang. "Humph, Yao Yao, after we finish our meal we will enter the actual combat phase, bring one along with us," Su Yang said, staring at Zhou Wen with ill intent. Zhou Wen held his head high and chest out, and snorted, "Who is afraid of who?" After a while, Zhou Wen's howling sounds could be heard from time to time in the room. Shang Wanyao was seen twisting a silver needle and injecting it into Zhou Wen from time to time. Su Yang was also pointing and talking beside her, completely ignoring Zhou Wen's wailing. "Damn Su Yang, is this what you call actual combat? Isn't this just using her as an experiment?" He couldn't help but stare at Su Yang with resentment. Over the past few days, Shang Wanyao's medical skills have improved rapidly. However, even so, she can only use 3 of the 13 Ghost Gate needles, which is enough to deal with minor ailments. In the future, she can only wait and see if she has the opportunity to make further progress. "Master, let me take you to meet my grandfather this afternoon. It happens that my grandfather has nothing to do in the afternoon," Shang Wanyao said to Su Yan. "Your grandfather? Yao Yao, the patient you are talking about couldn't be your grandfather? Su Yang asked in surprise. Shang Guanyao nodded, and then introduced her grandfather's condition to Su Yang. Her grandfather was a veteran who had participated in countless battles, leaving him with a chronic illness. In recent years, the illness had flared up from time to time, and the situation was getting worse. Su Yang nodded slightly. Since he was his apprentice's grandfather, he had to do his best. In the afternoon, Shang Guanyao took Su Yang and Zheng Qianxin with her, and the three of them set off together. Came to a quiet alley in the old city. This is a quadrangle courtyard with a spacious yard, shaded by green trees and fragrant flowers, giving people a sense of tranquility and elegance. Yao Yao, why are you here today? In the yard, a young man in a suit said in surprise that Shang Guanyao rarely came to their house. Second brother, I'm here to find Grandpa. Shang Guanyao said. Then you have to wait a moment. The doctor is here today to check Grandpa's health. Who is the person behind you? The young man looked at Su Yang and asked. Second brother, this is my master Su Yang. Master, this is my second brother Shang Guanyao. Shang Guanyao then introduced. Master? Shang Guanyao frowned when he heard that, and then looked at Su Yang carefully. Hello? Su Yang walked forward and extended his hand politely. Shang Guanyao held Su Yang's hand and applied a little force, but saw that Su Yang remained calm. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. How could this young man be worthy of being Shang Guanyao's master? I wonder what abilities Mr. Su has. How can he be worthy of being Yao Yao's master? Shang Guanyao asked coldly. He didn't want his sister to be deceived by a pretty boy. Shang Guanyao saw that the two of them were holding hands and had not let go for a long time, so she frowned and said, Second brother, let go first, or else master might hurt you. Shang Guanyao couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this. He had been practicing martial arts since he was young and had amazing arm strength. Isn't this sister looking down on her second brother too much? Shang Guanyao, right? I am not talented, I am just good at martial arts and outstanding medical skills. Su Yang smiled faintly. You, little white face, don't look like a good person. You brag for free, right? You must be deceiving his naive sister. Shang Guanyao sneered in his heart, and the strength in his hands increased a bit. Su Yang knew that if he didn't show his strength, the opponent would never stop, so he increased the strength in his hands. Gradually, Shang Guanyao's expression became more and more ugly, his face turned red, and his heart was full of shock. This guy is really strong. Let go. Shang Guanyao shouted. If he didn't speak, his hand would almost be broken by the other party. Su Yang smiled slightly and loosened his hand. Shang Guanyao couldn't help but smile, she was truly stunningly beautiful. Second brother, do you know how powerful my master is? He is not only strong in martial arts, but also has great medical skills. My loss of voice was cured by my master. Shang Guanyao explained. Oh? So it was you who cured my sister's aphonia? I'm really sorry, Mr. Su. I was too reckless. Shang Guanyao couldn't help but apologize. Su Yang waved his hands. The other party had no ill intentions, so why would he care? Yao Yao, you brought Mr. Su here to see Grandpa? Shang Guanyao asked suddenly with his eyes lighting up. Shang Guanyao nodded. At this time, a man came in from outside the door, wearing a military uniform and exuding an iron-blooded aura. Brother? Shang Guanyao and Shang Guanyao said in unison. Chapter 94. What a coincidence. In the living room. Shang Guanhong, dressed in military uniform, couldn't help but look at Su Yang. Mr. Su, you were able to cure Yao Yao when many experts and doctors were helpless. This shows that your medical skills are indeed extraordinary. However, my old man's condition is different from Yao Yao's. I'm afraid your acupuncture method is useless. Shang Guanhong said with a slight sigh. Su Yang did not comment. He had also heard from Shang Guanyao that his grandfather had shrapnel left in his head and could not undergo surgery. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Brother, no matter what, let's let Su Yang diagnose and see the situation. Shang Guanyao said to Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong shook his head helplessly and said, It's not up to me to decide on this matter. Let's see what father thinks. As he was speaking, a dignified middle-aged man came over with a doctor in a white coat. Upon seeing this, the three Shang Guanhong siblings stood up hurriedly. Father, how is Grandpa? Shang Guanyang asked anxiously. The old man's condition has improved slightly since the last checkup. It's a miracle. But unfortunately, the root cause of the disease still exists. The doctor in the white coat shook his head regretfully. Uncle. Shang Guanyao addressed the middle-aged man. It turns out that Shang Guanhong and Shang Guanyang are actually Shang Guanyao's cousins, and the middle-aged man in front of her is her uncle Shang Guansu. Oh. It's Yao Yao here. The middle-aged man smiled at Shang Guanyao. Uncle, can my master treat Grandpa? My master has cured my aphonia before. Shang Guanyao said to the middle-aged man with anticipation on her face. No need. I already have someone to treat the old man. All we need to do is find the young man who saved the old man that day. The middle-aged man refused. Father, what do you mean? Shang Guanhong's eyes lit up. That's right. According to him, the reason why his symptoms have eased is that a young man came to his rescue. I believe that as long as we find that person, maybe the old man's condition will be cured. That's great. Do you have any information about that young man? Shang Guanhong asked. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head slightly. He was in a hurry at the time and didn't even leave the young man's phone number. Father, don't worry. I know where the old man met that young man. As long as we check the surveillance footage, I believe we can find him soon. Shang Guanhong spoke confidently. With his status and position in the military, it would be easy for him to find someone. The middle-aged man nodded. As long as there were clues, it should not be difficult to find the person with the power and connections of his Shangguan family. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have made you come here for nothing. The middle-aged man said politely to Su Yang. No matter what, the other party had good intentions in coming to treat the old man, but he could not agree to use acupuncture on the old man, not to mention that he already had a target candidate to treat the old man. Su Yang didn't care. Since someone was able to treat old man Shangguan, he was happy to have some free time. Uncle, my master's medical skills are really amazing. How about letting my master take a look at Grandpa? Shang Guanyao still said without giving up. He believed that his master's medical skills were the best. The middle-aged man was a little impatient. How could he treat the old man casually? If something went wrong, it would be a disaster for the Shangguan family. Besides, he already had a candidate. Honger, please see the guest off. The middle-aged man ignored Shang Guanyao and spoke directly to Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong understood what his father meant and looked at Su Yang apologetically. Yao Yao, since there is someone who can treat your grandfather, that's a good thing. It doesn't necessarily require me to do it. Let's go back first and don't disturb the old man's rest here. Su Yang said to Shang Guanyao. Shang Guanyao had no choice but to leave with Su Yang. Just as Shang Guanyao and Su Yang were about to walk out the door, Old Master Shangguan came into the living room. Yao Yao, little girl, why are you here? Why are you leaving without even looking at Grandpa? A voice came from behind. Shang Guanyao turned around happily, and it was indeed her grandfather. So Shang Guanyao pulled Su Yang back again. Shang Guanyao's uncle couldn't help but frown slightly, and signaled with his eyes that Shang Guanyao should not talk nonsense. Grandpa, I originally wanted to let Master treat you, but I heard that you already had a candidate, so I took Master with me and prepared to go back. Shang Guanyao came to Grandpa's side, holding his arm and said. Yao Yao is still filial. But it's true. I won't bother others with my illness. The old man said with a wry smile. He knew in his heart that his illness was not something that ordinary people could solve. So many experts at home and abroad couldn't solve it. Even if the young man was not found in the end, he had lived to such an old age, and it would not be a loss if he died. Okay, but Grandpa, let me introduce you to my master. He is so powerful. He is great in martial arts and unparalleled in medical skills. Shang Guanyao said as he pulled Su Yang over. Hello, old man. I'm Su Yang. Su Yang said respectfully to the old man. After hearing his granddaughter's introduction, the old man couldn't help but be curious about her master. What kind of person is he that his precious granddaughter admires him so much? However, when Mr. Shangguan saw Su Yang's face clearly, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and stood up excitedly. You. Everyone was shocked. Why was the old man so excited to see this young man? Father, what's wrong with you? The middle-aged man hurried to the old man and asked nervously. Su Yang was also stunned. He couldn't help but look at the old man carefully. It seemed that he had seen him somewhere before. Seeing that the old man was so emotional that he couldn't speak, and that all this was caused by Su Yang, the middle-aged man said coldly, "Mr. Su, please leave as soon as possible." Ah! Su Yang was stunned again. Snap! Get out of here, you little brat. You have no respect for your elders and you don't even know how to be polite to your savior. The old man slapped the middle-aged man on the head. Shangwan Su was beaten into a daze by the old man. "Young man, is it really you?" Old Master Shangwan walked up to Su Yang excitedly and held Su Yang's hand. "Oh? You are the old man who fainted while riding a bike that day? I didn't expect that you are Yao Yao's grandfather?" Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised. This was too much of a coincidence. "Ha ha ha, it's you, my dear friend. You and I are really destined to meet. I was just wondering how I could find you." Old Master Shangwan laughed. "Grandpa, is the young man you are talking about my master?" Shangwan Yao asked in surprise. "Yes, it is this young friend Su Yang." The old man nodded with a smile. After being slapped, Shangwan Su finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the young man his father was talking about was Su Yang, and he wanted to drive Su Yang out before. He deserved this slap. Chapter 95, Treating Illnesses and Saving Lives and Giving Away Luxury Houses. Shangwan Su said to Su Yang awkwardly, "Mr. Su, I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize the great man, please don't mind what I said just now." Su Yang smiled and shook his head. After all, they were all Shangwan Yao's relatives and had no ill will towards him, so how could he take it to heart? "Master, can you help me check my grandfather's condition?" Shangwan Yao said, but she was secretly happy in her heart. "You look down on my master, and now I have been slapped in the face by this old man. Grandpa, please give me your hand." Su Yang said. "Sorry to bother you, young friend," said the old man, extending his hand. Su Yang couldn't help but concentrate on sensing the condition inside the old man's body. It seemed that a warm current flowed from Su Yang's hands into the old man's body, circulated in the old man's body and returned to Su Yang's hands again. Su Yang took the old man's pulse. The last time he accidentally saved the old man, he didn't check him in detail. Now it seems that the condition is much more serious than he expected. When everyone saw Su Yang's stern expression, they couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. "My young friend, you may as well be frank. At my age, I have long been indifferent to life and death." The old man smiled calmly. Su Yang couldn't help but admire the old man and asked how many people in the world could be so indifferent to life and death. "Don't worry, everyone. Although it is a little troublesome, it can still be solved. The main problem is that the shrapnel is deep in the old man's head. I can only move the shrapnel outward. As for removing the shrapnel, the old man needs to go to the hospital for surgery." Su Yang comforted everyone. The old man, Shangwan Su, and others couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. In fact, everyone knew the problem, and experts from various hospitals also knew it. The most difficult thing was that there were too many nerves around the shrapnel, and the operation was extremely difficult. But if the shrapnel could be located close to the outside, it would be easy to remove the shrapnel through surgery. "I wonder how confident Mr. Su is?" Shangwan Su asked solemnly. After all, it was a matter of life and death for the old man. The old man could be indifferent to life and death, but he couldn't. "About 99.99%. Su Yang said calmly. "Brother Su is awesome." Shangwan Yang couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up. This 99.99% means there is basically no risk. Shangwan Su was shocked again. In this case, he could let Su Yang provide treatment. "Father, what do you think?" Shangwan Su said to the old man. "Young man, if it is convenient now, please give me treatment," said the old man. So, at Su Yang's request, they found a quiet room. There were only the old man, Su Yang, and Shangwan Yao in the room. The old man closed his eyes and sat cross-legged quietly on the bed. Su Yang said to Shangwan Su and others outside the door, "Please do not let anyone disturb us. Please rest assured, Mr. Su." Shangwan Su nodded and then closed the door. The brothers Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Yang stared at the surroundings with vigilance. Even though it was their own home, they still treated it as if they were facing a powerful enemy. After all, this could affect the life and death of old man Shangwan. In the room, Su Yang said to Shangwan Yao again, "Yao Yao, you study on the side?" "Yes, Master." Shangguan Yao responded obediently. The next moment, Su Yang came to Grandpa Shangguan with a serious expression. He moved his hands slowly, and silver needles appeared in his hands, gently inserted into various acupuncture points on the old man's head. The old man frowned slightly, a look of pain flashing across his face from time to time, but he didn't say a word. Although Shangguan Yao believed in her master's ability, she was still very nervous at the moment. The whole process is quite slow. After all, there are too many nerves in the human brain, and if you are not careful, it may lead to serious consequences. Drops of sweat flowed down Su Yang's cheeks. Shangguan Yao took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off his master. Outside the door, Shangguan Su's face was full of anxiety, but he stood there without moving an inch. More than an hour had passed, and he had never felt time go by so slowly. He finally understood what it meant to feel like a day was a year. Call. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a long breath. His whole body was soaked with sweat, but fortunately he finally succeeded. Master, how is my grandfather? Shangguan Yao asked carefully. It should be fine. Grandpa, how do you feel? Su Yang said with a faint smile. Old Master Shangguan slowly opened his eyes, felt his physical condition, and couldn't help laughing. My friend is really amazing. I feel 100 times more energetic and full of strength. There is no strong sense of oppression in my head anymore. Shangguan Yao couldn't help but be delighted when she heard this. Outside the door, Shangguan Su, Shangguan Hong, and Shangguan Yang, father and son, walked into the room with great joy after hearing the old man's loud laughter. Seeing that the old man is indeed in better spirits, I finally feel at ease. Father, I will arrange for the hospital to perform surgery on you right away. Shangguan Su said excitedly. Old Master Shangguan shook his head and said with a smile, Don't worry, it's getting late today, let's arrange dinner quickly, I want to have a drink with my friend. Father? Your health is important. Why don't we do the surgery first? Shangguan Su advised hurriedly. Although the old man was in much better spirits now, the shrapnel was still in his brain and it was still a hidden danger. Old Master Shangguan raised his foot and kicked Shangguan Su on the butt. What? My words don't work anymore? Shangguan Su's face was full of grievance. He was already the father of 2 children. Couldn't he save some face in front of his children? However, facing the old man, Shangguan Su could only accept it willingly. Uncle Shangguan, you don't have to worry. The old man is fine now and there is no need to rush for surgery. Su Yang said with a smile. The old man cheerfully urged Shangguan Su to hurry up and make arrangements. After all, once he had surgery, he would definitely not be able to have a drink with Su Yang in such a short period of time. So Shangguan Su thought about it and made a reservation at Kyoto RF Seafood Hotel. My dear Su Yang, you don't have to call me old man all the time. Just call me grandpa like Yao Yao does. Old Master Shangguan looked at Su Yang with admiration, then looked at Shangguan Yao. The more he looked, the happier he was. Isn't this a perfect match? What apprentice, master? He has decided on this grandson-in-law, so it seems he has to find a way to bring the 2 of them together. Shangguan Yao looked at her grandfather's praise for Su Yang, then looked at herself, and she keenly realized what her grandfather was thinking. Her face turned red with shame. She had already recognized Su Yang as her master, so how could she do that again? Su Yang thought about it and felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with calling him grandpa. Isn't it a good idea to address an elderly person respectfully as grandpa? Grandfather. So Su Yang shouted to Mr. Shangguan. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Old Master Shangguan laughed heartily. Su Yang, Grandpa will give you a gift. I'll give you Yunshan Villa No. 2 as a thank you gift. Grandpa Shangguan said happily. Yunshan Villa? Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Yang were shocked when they heard this. That was a mansion worth more than 2 billion yuan, not far from Yunshan Villa No. 1 where his sister Shangguan Yao currently lived. Chapter 96 Goodbye Lu Mei. From the shocked looks of Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Yang, Su Yang knew that this Yunshan Villa must be worth a lot of money. Grandpa, this Yunshan Villa is too valuable. I can't afford it. Su Yang refused. Old Master Shangguan couldn't help but glared, we are a family, what can we afford? Besides, Yunshan Villa No. 2 is close to Yao Yao's Yunshan Villa No. 1, you can also take care of each other. Su Yang couldn't help but smile helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't refuse. Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Yang were shocked again? Giving her a villa was fine, but how did they suddenly become a family? So they both looked at Shang Guanyao at the same time. At this moment, Shang Guanyao's face was flushed and she didn't know what to say. At this time, Shang Guansu walked in. "Father, we have already booked dinner at Kyoto RF Seafood Hotel. We can leave now." Old Master Shang Guan nodded, took Su Yang's hand, and walked out together. Su Yang thought in his heart that he had a connection with the RF Seafood Hotel. At this moment, when Kyoto RF Seafood Hotel received the notice that Mr. Shangguan, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto, was coming to dinner, the hotel was excited and in a panic. "President Liu, I didn't expect that you would have such a distinguished guest on your first day in office. You are really a lucky star for our hotel." Inside the hotel general manager's office, a hotel lobby manager spoke respectfully to the beautiful and elegant woman in front of the office. This person is Lu Mei, who was promoted from the Donghai City RF Seafood Hotel. She is currently the company's vice president and general manager of the Kyoto City RF Seafood Hotel. Lu Mei did not expect to welcome such a distinguished guest on her first day in Kyoto. She couldn't help feeling a little nervous. After all, the 4 major families in Kyoto were all extremely powerful figures. Make arrangements and prepare the best private room, the best ingredients, and the best drinks. Make sure Mr. Shangguan is satisfied, Lu Mei ordered. Afterwards, he tidied up his appearance and prepared to greet Mr. Shangguan in person. Old Master Shangguan rode in the same car with Su Yang and Shangguan Yao, while Shangguan Su and his son took another car and headed straight to Kyoto Seafood RF Hotel. "Boy Su Yang, I heard that your company held a groundbreaking ceremony and invited Yao Yao to attend, and she stayed at your house?" asked Grandpa Shangguan. "Huh?" Su Yang was stunned, not knowing what the old man meant. "Yes. In order to ensure Yao Yao's safety, she lives in my villa," Su Yang said frankly. "Well, Yao Yao has been very outstanding since she was young. She has achieved what she has today entirely through her own hard work, without relying on any influence from her family. In fact, most people in the outside world don't know that Shangguan Yao is my granddaughter, Shangguan Nan." Su Yang couldn't help but look at Shangguan Yao in surprise when he heard that. In fact, he didn't know at first that Yao Yao was from the Shangguan family, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto. If he hadn't been treating her grandfather this time, he probably would never have known about such a relationship. "Boy Su Yang, what do you think of my granddaughter?" Grandpa Shangguan asked proudly. "Yao Yao's beauty is as stunning as the bright stars, her talent is as admirable as the bottomless ocean," Su Yang praised without reservation. Shangguan Yao blushed slightly after being praised by Su Yang. "Is she that good?" "You have good vision, kid." The old man laughed. He hadn't been so happy in a long time. "By the way, Yao Yao, why didn't I see your father? Aren't you going to have dinner together tonight?" Su Yang asked. "My father is busy with business overseas now and doesn't have time to come back for the time being," Shangguan Yao explained. "Yao Yao's father is so incompetent. His daughter is so grown up, but he doesn't care about her lifelong affairs. I, an old man, have to worry about her," Old Master Shangguan said meaningfully. "Grandpa, you don't have to worry about it. When the time comes, I will get married naturally," Shangguan Yao said shyly. Why did her grandfather always talk about her openly or secretly tonight? We chatted all the way and unknowingly arrived at the RF Seafood Hotel. Lu Mei led the hotel manager to welcome Mr. Shangguan. "Senior Shangguan, welcome to our RF Seafood Hotel. I am Lu Mei, the company's new vice president and general manager." Lu Mei shook hands with him in an elegant manner. "Oh? Mr. Lu? Why are you here?" Su Yang said in surprise when he saw Lu Mei. It was only then that Lu Mei noticed the young man next to Mr. Shangguan. "Boss Su?" Lu Mei's face was full of surprise. She was shocked in her heart. It was obvious that Su Yang had a special relationship with this old man Shangguan. Meeting old friends in a foreign land, a group of people happily came to the private room. In the private room, "Mr. Lu, if you have nothing to do, why don't you stay and have dinner together? I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here," Su Yang invited with a smile. "This is all thanks to the support of President Su. The branch in Donghai City ranked first in performance, so I was promoted to Kyoto City by the company." Lu Mei smiled and felt grateful at the same time. This was an opportunity created by Su Yang for her to establish a good relationship with the Shangguan family. However, she could not stay without the permission of Mr. Shangguan. Mr. Lu, since you are Su Yang's friend, and we meet here by such a coincidence, then please stay and have dinner together. Old Master Shangwan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei was immediately excited and thanked him repeatedly. Senior Shangwan, Mr. Su, since you have come to our hotel for dinner, please give me a chance to show my hospitality. Mr. Lu, you don't have to be polite. This dinner tonight is a special thank you from me, Su Yang. I have to treat you, said the old man domineeringly. In this case, Lu Mei didn't want to force him, but she still followed the old rules and gave Su Yang 4 bottles of fine red wine for free, each bottle worth 50,000 yuan. A mere 200,000 yuan is really nothing compared to being able to get to know the Shangwan family. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Lu Mei's consumption rebate. The consumption was 200,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 92.77%, the cashback was 9,277 times, the amount received was 1,855,400,000 yuan, and it has been credited. When Su Yang heard the prompt from the super rich system, he couldn't help but feel happy. The sincerity index of General Lu Mei had increased by leaps and bounds, and she was even more generous. This time, she allowed him to transfer more than 1.8 billion yuan. It seemed that he would have to come more often in the future. The atmosphere at the table was quite lively. At the suggestion of Old Man Shangwan, Shangwan Su, Shangwan Hong, and Shangwan Yang took turns to toast Su Yang. Su Yang couldn't refuse, and Old Man Shangwan was even more enthusiastic. He and Su Yang drank 3 glasses of white wine in a row. Moreover, Shangwan Su and his 2 sons also have a huge amount of knowledge. It was the first time that Su Yang encountered such a situation. He drank so much that he became dizzy and fell into Shangwan Yao's arms without knowing when. Shangwan Yao's face turned red with shame. Her grandfather had persuaded her to drink a few glasses of red wine tonight. Her face was now hot, bright, and charming. Chapter 97. The old man is the one who makes the connection. After dinner, Su Yang was helped out by the brothers Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Yang, while Shangwan Yao was also staggering. Fortunately, her agent Zhang Qianqin arrived and supported her. At the request of Mr. Shangwan, everyone went straight back to the courtyard. Father, let Honger and Younger send Yao Yao and the others back to the villa, Shangwan Su said to the old man. Old Master Shangwan shook his head. It's so late, and you're still sending them back? Just arrange a room for Su Yang and Yao Yao. What? Father, you mean to put them in the same room? Shangwan Su was stunned. Yes, it's just a room with a bed. The old man chuckled. Shangwan Su couldn't help but frown, not knowing what his father was up to. Father, this isn't appropriate, is it? After all, Yao Yao is a big star, and the most important thing is that she is still a virgin. If these 2 sleep in the same bed, it will be like a fire. I'm afraid something will happen, right? It will be hard to explain to the second son when the time comes, right? What? The second brother himself doesn't care about his daughter's lifelong affairs, so why can't I, as a grandfather, care about it? Besides, Su Yang is a rare talent with unlimited future. It would be a good thing if we could help them get together. And I believe Yao Yao would be willing too. It's better than marrying that kid from the Mu family, right? I think those guys in the Mu family are not good people. They even want to take advantage of Yao Yao. I don't know what they are thinking. Old Master Shangwan said sternly. Shangwan Su was speechless for a moment, but he always felt that this was too hasty. Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Yang were also stunned. What their grandfather had done was indeed a bit shocking. What's more, Su Yang was now Yao Yao's master. However, Old Master Shangwan didn't care about this and maintained a tough attitude. Finally, Shangwan Su had no choice but to arrange for Su Yang and Shangwan Yao to stay in a separate room. While sleeping at night, Su Yang and Shangwan Yao seemed to have the same dream. The next day, after Su Yang woke up, he saw Shangwan Yao lying beside him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could imagine that this must be the work of the old man, otherwise who would dare to arrange Yao Yao and him in the same room? Seeing that Shangwan Yao hadn't woken up yet, he put on his clothes quietly and looked back at the bedsheet. The blood on the bedsheet stimulated Su Yang's nerves. He knew that there was one more person in his life whom he should not let down. After Su Yang walked out of the room, Shangwan Yao blinked her eyes slightly. In fact, she had already woken up, but she didn't know how to face Su Yang. She was even more afraid of embarrassment. After all, Su Yang was her nominal master, and her grandfather was too impatient and rough. Moreover, Su Yang had many female confidants, and she didn't know how to get along with them in the future. Ha ha! Su Yang, did you sleep well last night? When Su Yang came to the living room, he saw old man Shangwan speaking to Su Yang with a smirk on his face. Ah, Grandpa, I slept very well last night. Su Yang replied awkwardly. Although he knew it was the old man's arrangement, it was too sudden and he was not mentally prepared at all. Well, Yao Yao will be handed over to you from now on. Grandpa Shangwan continued happily. Su Yang was silent for a moment, struggling over how to explain to the old man. He had several beauties, how would the old man feel if he knew? Do you regret what you did last night? Boy Su Yang, do you want to say that you have other women? It doesn't matter. I'm a very open-minded old man. It's normal for a man, especially a capable man, to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as you have a place for Yao Yao in your heart, it's enough. Old Master Shangwan said slowly. Su Yang was completely shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that an old man of his age would be so open-minded. Thank you, Grandpa. I, Su Yang, swear that I will never let Yao Yao down in this life. Su Yang said solemnly. Shangguan Yao happened to walk into the living room and blushed when she heard Su Yang's words. Hey, Yao Yao is here, huh? Seeing his granddaughter's blushing face, the old man smiled even more happily. When Su Yang saw Shangguan Yao, he stopped being shy and walked up to her and took her hand. Shangguan Yao's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she blushed and said, Master, Grandpa is here? Yao Yao, Grandpa supports you. And you don't have to call me Master in the future. Just call me by my name. Besides, we didn't have a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Su Yang said sincerely. Shangguan Yao looked down at her toes and nodded slightly. At this time, Shangguan Su also brought Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Yang to the living room. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel helpless. The old man's style of doing things was sometimes so simple, rough and informal. Dad, we've already contacted the hospital. Let's go to the hospital for the surgery now. Shangguan Su said. No matter how good the old man's condition is now, as long as the shrapnel is not removed, it will always be a hidden danger, and they can never put their minds at ease. Okay. Let's go. The old man nodded. Su Yang, if you have nothing to do, come and stay with Grandpa with Yao Yao. Shangguan Su said to Su Yang and Yao Yao again, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at their clasped hands. Okay, uncle, that's exactly what I meant. Su Yang replied. Shangguan Su was stunned for a moment. This name? Wasn't it too fast? Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Yang couldn't help but grin. Suddenly they had a brother-in-law, but this brother-in-law still made them satisfied. Old Master Shangguan laughed heartily and waved his hand to signal everyone to set off. So the group rushed to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Mr. Shangguan was given another comprehensive examination. When the doctor found that the location of the shrapnel was indeed suitable for surgery, he was shocked. The doctor who performed the operation was the most famous expert in Kyoto City. He had treated Mr. Shangguan many times before and was very familiar with his symptoms. He knew that he was not in a condition to perform surgery at all. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events at this moment. It was truly incredible. When the doctor confirmed that the operation could be performed, Shangguan Su and his son and his 2 sons were all excited. Although they had been able to go to the hospital for surgery to remove the shrapnel after Su Yang's treatment, that was only Su Yang's words after all. They still had some doubts in their hearts. Now that the doubts have been completely dispelled, how can they not be excited? Brother-in-law, it turns out to be you. Shangguan Yang gave Su Yang a thumbs up. Shangguan Su was also satisfied with Su Yang. Such medical skills were indeed miraculous, and it was feared that few people in the world could match him. Su Yang couldn't help but smile modestly. Then the old man was sent to the operating room. Everyone waited quietly outside the operating room. Although they knew that the operation on the old man would not be dangerous, they still felt a little nervous. Su Yang, are you thirsty? I'll get you a bottle of water. Shangguan Yao said. Su Yang blinked his eyes, thinking that Shangguan Yao's sincerity index had reached 99.99% before, and wondered whether it had reached 100% now. He nodded with anticipation. Chapter 98, Heart Sutra of Controlling Women. So Shangguan Yao went to the convenience store in the hospital and bought a few bottles of mineral water. Su Yang was looking forward to it, and when he saw Shangguan Yao coming back with a few bottles of mineral water, he could almost hear his own heart beating violently. After Shang Wan-su and others took the mineral water, they nodded and kept their eyes on the operating room. Su Yang took a bottle of mineral water from Shang Wan-yao with trembling hands. Ding, the super-rich cashback system has received Shang Wan-yao's consumption rebate. The consumption is 5 yuan, the sincerity index is 100%, and the cashback is 10,000 times. The amount received is 50,000 yuan, which has been credited. The system activates the 10,000-fold cashback and rewards the secret book The Heart Sutra of Controlling Women. Su Yang stood there in a daze. The Heart Sutra of Controlling Women? When Su Yang digested the secret book of the Heart Sutra of Controlling Women, he couldn't help but feel excited and ecstatic. This is a secret book for dual cultivation between men and women. Su Yang can use the Heart Sutra to improve the strength of the beauties around him. Then the strength of those around him will have a qualitative leap. In this way, Su Yang does not have to worry about their safety. Su Yang, what's wrong with you? Shang Wan-yao asked puzzledly when she saw Su Yang in a daze. Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but hug Shang Wan-yao into his arms. Shang Wan-yao was caught off guard and her face turned red with shame. This is a hospital, and her uncle, eldest brother, and second brother are here. Shang Wan-su took a look and couldn't help but cough lightly. Su Yang awkwardly let go of Shang Wan-yao in his arms and said softly, "Yao Yao, you were so great, I can't help myself all of a sudden." Shang Wan-yao lowered her head shyly, not knowing what was so great about it. I don't know how long it was when the door of the operating room opened. Shang Wan-su and others couldn't help but walk up hurriedly. "Doctor?" The operation went very smoothly. "You will be able to fully recover after a period of hospitalization," said the doctor with a smile. "Very good." Everyone was filled with joy. In the high-end VIP ward. At this moment, only Su Yang and Shang Wan-yao were left. As for Shang Wan-su and his son, they were sent back by old man Shang Wan and asked to come back in the evening to take over the shift to take care of the old man. "Boy Su Yang, this time it's all thanks to you." Old Master Shang Wan sighed. He had originally accepted his fate, but he never thought that he would meet Su Yang. This acupuncture skill is simply a miracle. "Grandpa, you're welcome. We are a real family now," Su Yang said with a smile. Mr. Shang Wan nodded. "Boy Su Yang, with all your medical skills, don't you plan to open a hospital?" "Grandpa, this is not my ambition. The main business of my Phylong Global Strategic Group is technology. We want to stand at the top of the world with advanced scientific and technological power," Su Yang said firmly. Okay, great. If there's anything that requires the Shangwan family's help, just let us know. We're all family," Old man Shangwan praised. If they could really achieve technological leadership, it would benefit all of humanity. However, all their medical skills would be a bit of a waste. Time passed unknowingly and it was night. Shang Wan-su came to the hospital and asked Su Yang and Shang Wan-yao to go home and rest. So Su Yang pulled Shang Wan-yao and rushed back to Yunshan Villa No. 1 impatiently. "Master, you are back." When sisters Yun Chanxian and Yun Lulu saw Su Yang, they couldn't help but greet him. Su Yang nodded and continued to pull Shang Wan-yao towards the bedroom. "Su Yang, sister Yao Yao, are you back?" Zhou Wen happily greeted them when she saw them. "Ah. Wen, I have to preach to Yao Yao now. Let's talk about it tomorrow," Su Yang replied hurriedly. Shang Wan-yao's heart was beating wildly. She didn't understand why Su Yang was so anxious. She was already hers, so why should she be so anxious? Zhou Wen stared blankly at Su Yang, who was in a hurry, not understanding what he was saying. After arriving at Shang Wan-yao's bedroom, Su Yang turned off the lights. "Su Yang, I want to take a shower first," Shang Wan-yao whispered. "Okay, I also need to take a shower. Let's do it together to save time," Su Yang said. "Ah." Shang Wan-yao was confused. Before Shang Wan-yao could react, Su Yang carried her horizontally towards the bathroom. "Yao Yao, I will teach you a set of mental skills. You must remember them carefully. We will try to practice them tonight. The next day, you will definitely experience unexpected results." Su Yang laughed. Shang Wan-yao felt dizzy. There were so many things going on in the past 2 days, and the pace was so fast that she didn't even have time to react. However, as smart as she was, she quickly memorized the techniques of the Heart Sutra for controlling women. That night, Su Yang and Shang Wan-yao practiced the Heart Sutra of controlling women and did not fall asleep until after 3 in the morning. The next morning, Su Yang got up in high spirits. Shang Guanyao thought she would be very tired in the morning, but unexpectedly, her body and mind felt unprecedentedly light and she seemed to be full of strength. Yao Yao, do you feel the changes in your body? Su Yang asked excitedly. He also felt that his strength had improved a little. Shang Guanyao nodded with joy on her face. In the restaurant, Zhou Wen, Yun Shanxian, Yun Lulu and Zhang Qianqi looked at Su Yang and Shang Guanyao walking hand in hand, talking and laughing, and their mouths open in shock. What is the relationship between these two people? Aren't they master and apprentice? Yao Yao? What are you doing? Zhang Qianqin had a vague guess. Old Master Shangwan didn't let them come back last night. She vaguely realized what the old man was thinking. Shang Guanyao nodded shyly. She had been calling him Su Yang in front of everyone before, but in just one night, they had become a couple. At this moment, Zhou Wen's brain short-circuited and she didn't know what to feel. Yun Shanxian and Yun Lulu looked at Su Yang with admiration. He was worthy of being the master. Any woman would bow down to him. After breakfast, Su Yang led everyone to an open grassland. Cici, come and have a few moves with Yao Yao. Su Yang said to Yun Cici. Yun Shanxian couldn't help but look at Su Yang in confusion. Master? Miss Shangguan also knows martial arts? I couldn't do it before, but I could do it last night. Su Yang said with a smile. Yun Shanxian was speechless. As a professional killer, what if she got hurt by a powerless celebrity? What if the master blamed her? Su Yang nodded to Shang Guanyao. So Shang Guanyao stepped forward and said, Cici, please help me. I also want to know how powerful I am. Finally, after Su Yang's confirmation, Yun Shanxian had no choice but to agree to have a competition with Shang Guanyao. Yun Shanxian raised her hand and grabbed Shang Guanyao's arm, preparing to subdue her directly to avoid hurting the other person. Shang Guanyao also slapped Yun Shanxian's shoulder, but Yun Shanxian didn't take it seriously. She thought that the other party's strength was just like a tickle. However, the next moment, his expression changed. He felt a huge force on his shoulder and his body was pushed back several steps. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Is Shang Guanyao's power so great? Yun Shanxian frowned slightly, looked at Shang Guanyao carefully, and put away her contempt for her. On the grass, the two women fought back and forth. Although Shang Guanyao was obviously no match for Yun Shanxian, it was not easy to fight with a master like Yun Shanxian. What's more, Shang Guanyao was clearly a big star who was powerless before. Chapter 99 Zhou Wen wants to become stronger. As the competition between Yun Shanxian and Shang Guanyao ended, everyone still looked at Shang Guanyao in shock. Yao Yao, how did you do it? Zhang Qianqin asked in surprise. Shang Guanyao blushed slightly and said vaguely, this was all taught by Su Yang. Su Yang? Everyone looked at Su Yang in surprise again. Could it be that Su Yang was teaching Shang Guanyao martial arts last night? Isn't this too fantastic? Is it possible for someone who has never learned martial arts to make such tremendous progress overnight? Zhou Wen's eyes were shining. Everyone around her was a martial arts master. Even Shang Guanyao had a certain level of martial arts skills. Only she was still so weak. She thought to herself that she must not become a burden to everyone. So she stared at Su Yang with burning eyes and said tenderly, Su Yang, I also want you to teach me martial arts, okay? Su Yang laughed in his heart. Are you sure you want to learn this martial art? Zhou Wen nodded quickly. The thought of becoming a master overnight was exciting. Okay. I'll teach you tonight. Su Yang said with a smile. Okay. Then will I be as awesome as Sister Yao Yao tomorrow? Zhou Wen asked happily. That's inevitable. Su Yang laughed. Shang Guanyao was not surprised when she saw this scene. After all, she had long noticed that Zhou Wen had a secret crush on Su Yang, so she thought that Zhou Wen would be happy to accept the teaching of martial arts. Seeing that Su Yang agreed to teach Zhou Wen, Yun Shanxian and Yun Lulu looked at each other and said in unison, Master, we want to learn too. In the sparring with Shang Guanyao just now, although Shang Guanyao's strength was not as good as hers, her martial arts routines were varied and she was one level higher than hers. This martial arts method was obviously not simple. No problem, but we have to wait until one succeeds in her practice. Su Yang said. He had originally planned to teach the Heart Sutra of controlling women to the people around him. This set of skills is not only able to improve the strength of both practitioners, but its martial arts methods are also varied and it is definitely a superior martial arts method. If the people around him could master the technique of controlling women, it would be easy to deal with the skeleton guards of the skeleton gang. Xinglong and Baihu were also excited and looked at Su Yang with anticipation. Captain, we. Stop. Su Yang hurriedly interrupted Xinglong and Baihu and said, "This technique can only be taught to the opposite sex. You are not suitable." Upon hearing this, Xinglong and Baihu could not help but look frustrated. Shang Guanyao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Afterwards, when everyone had nothing to do, Su Yang planned to lead everyone to Yunshan Villa No. 2 to see the luxury house given by Mr. Shangguan. Yunshan Villa No. 2 is not far from Shangguanyao's Yunshan Villa No. 1, and can be reached in more than 10 minutes by car. This Yunshan Villa No. 2 seems to be slightly bigger than Yao Yao's villa. Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Grandpa Shangguan is really generous." Arriving at Yunshan Villa No. 2, we entered through the gate and walked through a vast garden to reach the main house. The main house has 3 floors, each with dozens of rooms. Each room is decorated extremely luxuriously, as if you were in a palace. There is also a fully equipped gym, a cinema, and a sauna on site. There is a huge swimming pool in the backyard of the villa, next to it is a lush green lawn, and behind it is a tennis court and golf course. Everyone strolled on the grass, feeling relaxed and happy. Xinglong, I plan to build this place into a base in Kyoto City. You should mobilize all the Xinglong team and the Thunder Guard here. This place can be slightly modified and used as your training base. Su Yang ordered Xinglong. Yes. Captain. Xinglong responded excitedly. Also, expand your Xinglong team to 1,000 people. Su Yang said again. After arriving in Kyoto City, he realized that the Thunder Guard was still too small. It still had a certain deterrent effect in Donghai City, but it was not enough in Kyoto City. Therefore, Su Yang has informed Yao Siyu to continue expanding the Thunder Guard, with the total number reaching at least 4,000 people. Originally, Su Yang was planning to transfer some people from the Fighting Soul Hall to garrison the villa, but considering that although he was the new hall master, some people were obviously not convinced, and even said that he was blocking someone's way. At least the deputy hall master Lang Jian and the second protector Tu Chi were not so impressed with him. Moreover, there were many members in the Fighting Soul Hall, and it was inevitable that there would be some people with bad intentions among them. Besides, the death of the previous Battle Spirit Hallmaster might lead to the disclosure of his whereabouts by an internal staff, so it was not a bad idea. After the succession ceremony of the Hallmaster, I was afraid that I would need to spend energy to rectify it and control this force as I wish. Otherwise, if someone below me stabbed me in the back one day, it would become a huge joke. A few hours later, Su Yang left Xinglong and Baihu at Yunshan Villa No. 2, and he followed Shangguanyao back to Yunshan Villa No. 1. After Su Yang left, Xinglong immediately contacted the members of the Xinglong team in Donghai City and asked them to rush to Yunshan Villa No. 2 tomorrow. After all, he and Baihu alone could not guarantee the safety of the villa. Xinglong, what kind of martial arts did the captain teach Shangguanyao? Is it so powerful? In time, will we all be no match for her? Baihu said to Xinglong depressedly. Xinglong's face was grim. It seemed obvious, so he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. It seemed that the martial arts could only be passed on to females and not males, so he could only work hard to strengthen his training, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to be left behind by a group of women. After Su Yang, Shangguanyao and others returned to the villa to rest for a while, they went to Kyoto City Hospital to visit Grandpa Shangguan. When Mr. Shangguan saw the two of them, he was in a good mood and had endless topics to talk about. Seeing that the old man recovered well, Shangguanyao felt relieved. Before they knew it, they had been chatting with the old man until the evening. After Shangguan Su arrived, Su Yang and Shangguanyao returned to Yunshan Villa No. 1. Just returned to the villa. Zhou Wen couldn't wait to run over. Su Yang, please teach me martial arts. Having said that, he pulled Su Yang to his room in full view of everyone. In the room, Su Yang first explained the secret formula of the Heart Sutra of controlling women to Zhou Wen in detail one by one. It was obvious that although Zhou Wen had big breasts, she was also quite smart. After thoroughly understanding the essence of the Heart Sutra of controlling women, he couldn't help but blush and become embarrassed. No wonder you didn't pass this skill on to Xinglong and Baihu. Zhou Wen finally understood. Come on, take off your clothes quickly. Aren't you very anxious? Su Yang teased. Zhou Wen couldn't help but give Su Yang a fierce look. Anyway, she had been taken advantage of by Su Yang before. Besides, if she didn't take action, who knew which beautiful woman would get ahead of her? Chapter 100, Poison Invulnerability Pill. for several days. During the day, Su Yang and Shang Guanyao went to the hospital to look after old man Shangguan at night. Su Yang took turns helping Shang Guanyao, Zhou Wen, Yun Shanshan, and Yun Lulu practice the Heart Sutra of controlling women. At the same time, the Qinglong team also arrived at Yunshan Villa No. 2 and made some necessary modifications to the villa according to Su Yang's requirements to ensure the team members' daily training needs. On this day, Su Yang talked with Shang Guanyao about the idea of starting a media company. This idea had been brewing for a long time. He wanted to build a top media company to serve Kai Lingdeling. If Shang Guanyao could join the media company he founded, the company would definitely grow and develop at a very fast speed. Yao Yao, if I own my own media company, can you come and help me? Su Yang asked. Shang Guanyao nodded without hesitation. Even if she breached the contract with the company she was working for, what would happen? She would only have to pay compensation and not be able to continue singing her popular songs. Shang Guanyao's answer was as expected. So after much research, Su Yang decided to directly acquire a media company called Xinyue Media, which was once a media company with great development potential, but was later suppressed by competitors and gradually declined. Su Yang, have you really decided to enter the media industry? In Kyoto City, the giant in the media industry is Longyi Media of the Mu family, one of the 4 major families. And Xinyue Media, which you want to acquire, was once suppressed by the Mu family, so it may go bankrupt at any time now. Shang Guanyao frowned and said. Su Yang smiled. He was not afraid of the suppression from the Mu family. He had people and money, so what was there to be afraid of? Don't worry. I'm sure. Just as Su Yang and Shang Guanyao were chatting about the media company's plans in the living room, Zhou Wen walked in carrying a lot of bags. Su Yang, I bought some clothes and daily necessities for you. I plan to put them at Yunshan Villa No. 2 in case of emergency. Zhou Wen said as she showed the things she bought to Su Yang and Shang Guanyao. Suits, leather shoes, pajamas, underwear. Ding, the super rich cashback system has received Zhou Wen's consumption rebate, spending 420,000 yuan, sincerity index 100%, cashback 10,000 times, the amount received is 4,200,000,000 yuan, has been credited. The system has activated the 10,000-fold cashback, and the reward is the 100 poisons invulnerability pill. Su Yang was stunned. He had been living too comfortably recently and even forgot to develop the super rich system. As expected, Zhou Wen had a 10,000 times critical hit. If he took the extra reward of the immunity pill, would he be immune to all poisons in the future? Su Yang couldn't help but praise Zhou Wen a lot. In front of Yun Shanshan, Yun Lulu and Shang Guanyao, he made it clear that he would give her special training when practicing the Heart Sutra of controlling women in the evening. Zhou Wen couldn't help but puff out her chest proudly towards the other beauties. Su Yang's mind became active. He had to get them to spend money actively. They would definitely consider buying something for him, right? So Su Yang transferred 10 million to Yun Shanshan, Yun Lulu, Zhou Wen, and Shang Guanyao respectively. These are the people around him who have 1,000 times more critical hits and can greatly guarantee the accumulation of his wealth. Su Yang seemed to have missed something. He stared at the girls and finally fixed his eyes on Yun Lulu. Yes, no wonder he felt something was wrong. Yun Lulu seemed to have never spent money on herself? He had no idea of Yun Lulu's sincerity index. He couldn't help but sweat in his heart. He actually forgot such an important thing. Cici, Lulu, why don't you go out for a walk too? I look forward to giving me a surprise. Su Yang said with a smile to the 2 sisters. Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu nodded excitedly when they heard this. When they saw Zhou Wen buying so many things for Su Yang, they also had an idea. After the 2 sisters left, Su Yang put the things Zhou Wen bought in the car and took Shang Guanyao and Zhou Wen to Yunshan Villa No. 2, just to see how the Qinglong team had renovated the Yunshan Villa and whether the defense work was solid. Arrived at the gate of Yunshan Villa, 6 fully equipped members of the Qinglong team stood at the door. However, Su Yang felt that he looked unfamiliar and thought that he was a new member recruited later. Hello, Captain. Although Su Yang didn't know them, every new member of the Thunder Guard had already memorized the captain's appearance. After entering the villa, Zhou Wen and Shang Guanyao brought all the belongings to Su Yang's room and prepared to pack them up. Su Yang went straight to the backyard of the villa. At this moment, Qinglong and Baihu were leading a team of about 200 people in training. See Captain Su Yang arriving. All the team members stood still. Hello, Captain. Su Yang couldn't help but nodded approvingly. Every team member was sweating profusely and in high spirits. They were dressed in Thunder Guard combat uniforms, neat in uniform, giving people a strong sense of aura. Afterwards, Su Yang asked everyone to continue training. Xinglong and Baihu came to Su Yang and reported on the renovation of the villa training ground. The 300-meter obstacle course, 800-meter special operations comprehensive obstacle training ground, single and double bars, shooting target platforms, rope climbing poles and climbing frames have been completed. Since Xinglong was a special forces soldier, he was very familiar with these trainings. Su Yang nodded and said, "You can modify the villa area as needed. If you have any questions, you can call me directly. In addition, how is the recruitment of your team members going? Report to the captain." Deputy Captain Yao is currently assisting in recruiting team members. Since the Azure Dragon Squad is responsible for the defense of the Kyoto City base, the newly recruited personnel are basically incorporated into the Azure Dragon Squad. So far, 200 people have arrived at the Kyoto City base and 500 people have arrived at the Donghai City base. They are currently undergoing corporate culture training and will gradually come to the Kyoto City Villa base. We are still short of 300 people. Xinglong reported. Su Yang was quite surprised at the progress of the recruitment. The speed was still quite fast. This was also due to Yao Siyu's sleepless and active recruitment. After all, not everyone can join the Thunder Guard, so he lost some weight. At this time, Su Yang's phone rang, and it was Yang Ruoyan, the deputy hallmaster of the Fighting Soul Hall. "Ruoyan, what do you want to talk to me about?" Su Yang asked. "Palace Master, it's been a few days, why don't you come and see the headquarters of the Battle Soul Palace?" The helpless voice of Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan came from the phone. Su Yang thought about it and decided that he should indeed go and get to know the door, but he was indeed too busy in recent days, going to the hospital during the day and practicing the Heart Sutra of controlling women at night. "I have things to deal with tomorrow, so let's do it the day after tomorrow," Su Yang said. "Okay, you can come over the day after tomorrow. There are still some things about the Palace Master's succession ceremony that we need to discuss and confirm with you," Yang Ruoyan said. After Su Yang hung up the phone, he planned to meet with the chairman of Xinyue Media tomorrow to discuss the acquisition, and then go to the Battle Soul Hall headquarters the day after tomorrow. Chapter 101 Acquisition of a Media Company. After Su Yang, Shangguan Yao and Zhouwen returned to Yunshan Villa No. 1, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu also returned from shopping with a lot of things. Su Yang stared at Yun Lulu with anticipation. "Master, these are the tie, socks, and razor I bought for you." Yun Shanshan stepped forward and reported happily. Ding, the super rich cashback system received Yun Shanshan's consumption rebate. The consumption was 280,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 100%, the cashback was 10,000 times, the amount received was 2,800,000,000 yuan, and it has been credited. Su Yang couldn't stop smiling. A 10,000 times critical hit was so refreshing, and it was easy to make billions. Then he stared at Yun Lulu with burning eyes, wondering what treasure the super rich system would give him this time. "Master, this is my gift to you, mainly some clothes," said Yun Lulu. Ding, the super rich cashback system received Yun Lulu's consumption rebate. The consumption was 170,000 yuan, the sincerity index was 9,999%, the cashback was 9,999 times, the amount received was 1699,830,000 yuan, and it has been credited. When Su Yang heard the system prompt, he was stunned. It was gone. How could it be 99.99%? Su Yang looked at Yun Lulu in confusion. How could her sincerity index be so little off? Yun Lulu was confused by Su Yang's look and wondered if she was not satisfied with what she bought. But what she bought was almost the same as what Zhouwen and Yun Shanshan bought. "Master, what's wrong? Don't you like it?" Yun Shanshan also noticed Su Yang's strangeness and asked in confusion. Su Yang suddenly laughed and said, "I like it, of course I like it, but I feel like Lulu seems to have become prettier today." "Really?" Everyone couldn't help but look at Yun Lulu. Yun Lulu's face turned red, which made her look even more beautiful. Su Yang sighed helplessly in his heart. This could not be forced, so he could only let nature take its course. The second day. Shangguan Yao went to the hospital to visit Grandpa Shangguan as usual, while Su Yang took the sisters Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu to Xinyue Media Company to meet with its chairman Feng Junya. We drove all the way to Xinyue Media Company. The scene in front of him made Su Yang frown. Unexpectedly, the office of Xinyue Media Company was located in an old residential building. Su Yang climbed to the third floor according to the address information and saw the word Xinhua Media Company on the door. So I knocked on the door. After a while, a middle-aged woman opened the door. She looked tired, but still had charm. Are you President Su? The middle-aged woman asked. Not bad. Su Yang nodded. So the middle-aged woman led Su Yang and others into the company, which was actually just a renovated house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. There are only a few people working in the entire company, and the whole environment seems dead silent. One of the offices converted from a bedroom is the office of middle-aged woman Feng Junya. Mr. Feng, what about your office environment? Su Yang asked in surprise. Is it really so shabby? Feng Junya shook her head and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Su. Not to mention working in a commercial building, even the small residential space will soon be unaffordable for rent. Please sit for a moment, I'll pour you a glass of water. Feng Junya said, and she was about to pour tea for Su Yang herself. Su Yang hurriedly declined and motioned to Cece to help pour water and make tea. Mr. Feng, has your company's operation become so difficult? Su Yang asked puzzledly. To be honest, Mr. Su, Xinhua Media was once the leader in the industry, but ever since the Mu family established Longi Media, they have been suppressing them everywhere, resulting in a gradual loss of talent and less business. It eventually became a vicious cycle and is facing the impending bankruptcy today. Feng Junya replied, her eyes full of unwillingness. So, Mr. Su, are you still willing to buy my company that is about to go bankrupt? Su Yang nodded and said in a positive tone, the acquisition is inevitable. I am more optimistic about Mr. Feng's ability. As long as resources are injected, Xinhua Media will surely be able to rise again under the leadership of Mr. Feng. Feng Junya didn't know whether to feel mockery or helplessness. Boss Su, thank you for your compliment. But how much resources can you inject? Even if you invest more money, you can't run the company normally. You probably don't know the strength of the Mu family in Kyoto City. The Mu family is ranked first among the 4 major families, with strong strength and background. You are definitely not as good as them in terms of funds, and in terms of means, you can't afford it if they move their fingers. Feng Junya couldn't help but think of the Mu family's suppression tactics when the company was in its heyday. They pressured partners to refuse to cooperate, and used threats and inducements to the company's talents. Anyone who did not submit almost ended up with their family destroyed. Su Yang stood up upon hearing this, looking down at Feng Junya. Boss Feng, since I dare to enter the media industry in Kyoto, I can naturally deal with some things. I will handle any means of the Mu family, I will be responsible for the safety of the employees, and I will invest as much money as you want. What do you think? Feng Junya was for a moment shocked by Su Yang's high-spirited spirit. Did she underestimate this man? However, if this person can really save the company, then she is willing to hand over the company to him and is willing to do her best to make the company glorious again. This is her lifelong dream. Boss Su, since you are so determined, why should I be afraid to give it a try? The company will give it to you directly, but I hope the company's name will still be Xinhua Media. A fire of hope burned in Feng Junya's eyes. Okay. I hope you can serve as the general manager of the company and be responsible for the operations of the media company. As for the troubles you encounter, I will solve them myself. Su Yang said sincerely. In the end, Su Yang and Feng Junya reached an agreement, and the company was directly transferred to Su Yang. Su Yang became the boss of Xinhua Media, and Feng Junya became the general manager, fully responsible for the company's operations. By the way, Mr. Feng, do you know Shang Guanyao? Su Yang asked. Feng Junya couldn't help but laugh and said, I'm afraid everyone knows the popular star Shang Guanyao, right? And there are rumors that she might be from the Shangguan family, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto City. Shang Guanyao has agreed to join our company. Su Yang's light words were like a thunderclap, shocking Feng Junya so much that she was stunned. Boss Su, are you saying that the popular star Shang Guanyao is also willing to join our company? That's right. If you are free in the next few days, I can let you meet first. Su Yang continued. Feng Junya was seen trembling slightly with excitement. If Shang Guanyao joined the company would be able to regain its former glory in no time. Mr. Feng, I will temporarily inject 10 billion into the company's account. You go buy an office building, recruit talents, and ensure the human and material resources needed for the company's operations. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me at any time. Su Yang said. Feng Junya stared at Su Yang blankly, her eyes blurred with tears. Who could have known how much hardship and suffering she had endured over the years, struggling to support the company and finally waiting for the dawn? Thank you, President Su. Chapter 102: The Strongest Music Producer. Mr. Su, since the popular star Shangguan Yao is willing to join our company, we need to tailor some songs for her. And there is a person who is very talented and has created many well-known songs. If we can let her return to the company, it will be a great help, and our Xinhua media may be able to reach the top of the industry again. Feng Junya said with a trembling voice, still unable to hide her inner excitement. Could the person Mr. Feng is talking about be Lo Lengyu, the music producer during Xinhua Media's peak period? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Yes. It's her. Feng Junya nodded. In that case, will it be difficult for Mr. Feng to invite her back? Su Yang asked puzzledly. Feng Junya couldn't help but sigh slightly. When Xinhua Media was in trouble, Lo Lengyu remained loyal to me and the company. However, Longyi Media kept threatening and intimidating me, and even caused a car accident, which caused Lo Lengyu's father to die on the spot and her mother's legs to be paralyzed. In order to prevent her mother from living in fear, Lo Lengyu had no choice but to leave the company. I didn't expect the Mu family to be so despicable. Su Yang said angrily when he heard it. Yes. However, we were weak and helpless at the time. So if we want to develop in Kyoto City, we must have the strength to compete with the Mu family. Feng Junya smiled bitterly. So if we invite Lo Lengyu to come out of retirement, we must solve her worries? Su Yang couldn't help but understand what Feng Junya meant. That's right, so I'm afraid that this matter will require President Su to step in personally. Lo Lengyu is now teaching at Kyoto University. If President Su is not busy, I can take you to meet her now. Feng Junya said. Su Yang had no objection, so he went to Kyoto University with Feng Junya. When we arrived at the gate of Kyoto University, it was almost noon, and I just happened to make an appointment with Lo Lengyu to have a quick meal. So Feng Junya called Lu Lengyu. Sister Feng, why did you suddenly think of me today? Lu Lengyu's graceful voice came from the phone. What? Can't I invite you to have dinner? I'm already at the gate of your school. I wonder if it's convenient for you now. Feng Junya said with a smile. Okay, Sister Feng, please wait a moment, I'll be out soon. After hanging up the phone, Feng Junya nodded at Su Yang. Su Yang could sense, from the way Lo Lengyu addressed Feng Junya, that the two had a close private relationship. At this time, Su Yang looked towards the gate of Kyoto University. It was a historic stone arch that looked solemn and dignified, symbolizing the history and heritage of the school. Su Yang saw several men making advances towards a female student. At a quick glance, he felt that the female student looked familiar, so he quickly opened the car door and walked over. Tang Shanshan, I have been pursuing you for so long, why do you always refuse? You have made me lose my patience. You have to stay with me tonight no matter what, said the leading man gloomily. Senior 2A, I'm sorry, I really just want to study now and don't want to fall in love, said the innocent-looking female student in a crying voice. Humph, what's the point of studying? If you want, I can let you graduate directly, give you endless money, and let you enjoy wealth and glory. So, you better come with me. As he spoke, the man named Tu-Wei grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her towards a Mercedes-Benz SUV. Su Yang directly blocked their way. Where did this blind guy come from? The four men around Tu-Wei couldn't help but shout and raise their hands to grab Su Yang at the same time. Su Yang raised his foot and kicked the four guys away. Let go of her hand, Su Yang said coldly to Tu-Wei. Brother Su Yang? The girl looked at the man who was displaying his supernatural powers and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Shanshan, what a coincidence, we meet here, Su Yang said with a smile. This woman was none other than Tang Shanshan, the daughter of Tang Wenba, the vice president of his dental hospital. I seem to have mentioned before that Tang Shanshan was at Kyoto University, but I didn't think of it for a moment and we actually met in this way. However, Tu-Wei just stared at Su Yang with a sneer and did not let go of Tang Shanshan's arm. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Do you know who I am? Although Su Yang has demonstrated his absolute strength, Tu-Wei is still not afraid because he has the confidence and the background. Su Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense to this idiot. He grabbed Tu-Wei's arm with lightning speed. With a click, the arm was broken by Su Yang violently. Ah! Tu-Wei screamed and fell to the ground. Tang Shanshan took the opportunity to run to Su Yang's side. Brother Su Yang, you'd better leave quickly. This man has a powerful background. His brother is the guardian of the Battle Soul Hall, one of the two major gangs in Kyoto City. He controls more than 1,000 people. If you hurt him, they will not let you go. Tang Shanshan said anxiously. She didn't expect Su Yang to be so powerful that he directly crippled Tu Wei's arm. Boy, do you know who I am? It's too late to regret now. My brother will never forgive you. If you kneel down and apologize now, I can still spare your life. Tu Wei said threateningly while covering his injured arm. The guardian of the Battle Soul Hall? Could it be Tu Chi? Thinking of how Tang Shanshan had called the other party Tu Wei before, he couldn't help but mutter. Since you've heard of my brother's name, why don't you kneel down and crawl over to apologize? Tu Wei stared at Su Yang viciously. Su Yang couldn't help but sneer, walked up to Tu Wei, and kicked him to the ground again. If you dare to do bad things under the banner of the Battle Spirit Hall again, I will beat you every time I see you. The four men who had been kicked down by Su Yang before knew that they were no match for Su Yang, so they hurriedly helped Tu Wei and fled away in a panic. Brother Su Yang, you should leave as well. Tu Wei will definitely notify his brother to bring people over to avenge you. I heard that his brother is extremely protective of his people. Tang Shanshan couldn't help but urge Su Yang to leave. Don't worry, it's okay, I can handle it. By the way, have you eaten? Let's eat together later. Su Yang patted Tang Shanshan's shoulder and said with a smile. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Tang Shanshan could only sigh helplessly. Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu were standing in the distance watching this scene. They were just a few minions, so of course they had to leave the chance to be a hero and save the beauty to their master. At this time, Feng Junya also got out of the car. She didn't expect Su Yang's skills were quite good. Then Su Yang introduced Tang Shanshan to several people. Boss Su, Lu Lengyu is here. Feng Junya said something to Su Yang, then walked towards the woman walking towards her. She was wearing a black professional suit, had a slim figure and a cold temperament. Brother Su Yang, is the person you are waiting for our school's icy beauty, Teacher Lu? Tang Shanshan asked. Yes, what? You know him too? Su Yang said with a smile. Tang Shanshan nodded. Teacher Lu is talented and beautiful. She is the most dazzling person in the school and is known as the strongest music producer in the industry. Chapter 103 Shocked, it turns out to be the Lord of the Battle Spirit Hall. Let me introduce you to my boss, Su Yang. Feng Junya took Lu Lengyu's hand and came to Su Yang to introduce him. Your boss? Sister Feng? What do you mean? Have you given up on Xinyue Media? Lu Lengyu couldn't help but frown. Hello, Teacher Lu. Nice to meet you. Xinyue Media still exists and will definitely become the leader of the industry again. Su Yang said with a smile. Let's go eat first and talk while we eat. Feng Junya said this and led everyone to a nearby hotel. In the hotel private room. So, Sister Feng, you are now the general manager of Xinyue Media, responsible for the company's operations, and the boss behind the scenes is President Su, who is responsible for dealing with the suppression from the Mu family. Lu Lengyu asked. Feng Junya nodded. Lu Lengyu couldn't help but look at Su Yang with suspicion, wondering how the other party could withstand the suppression of the Mu family, one of the four major families in Kyoto City. Then congratulations, Sister Feng. But Sister Feng, are you looking for me this time because you want me to return to the company? That's right. If Xinyue Media wants to regain its former glory and return to its peak, it will definitely need your support. Feng Junya said affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Lu Lengyu fell silent. If possible, she would certainly like to return to Xinyue Media. After all, she had put a lot of effort into the company. However, she was afraid that she would lose her only relative again. The strength of the Mu family and their unscrupulous ruthlessness gradually turned her fiery heart cold. Sister Feng, I'm sorry, I can't promise you to go back to the company. In the end, Lu Lengyu shook his head dejectedly. Teacher Lo, if you agree to return to Xinyue Media, I can promise you a few things. First, I know that the only thing you care about now is your paralyzed mother. I can guarantee that your mother will be cured and stand up again. Second, I can ensure that your mother and your personal safety will not be harmed. Third, I promise to help your father get revenge and completely defeat Lomi Media. Mr. Su, what did you say? Can you cure my mother's paralysis? Lo Lengyu, who has always been calm, stood up excitedly when he heard this. Although I haven't met your mother yet, based on my understanding, I am more than 90% sure that I can cure your mother's paralysis. Su Yang said. Feng Junya also looked at Su Yang in surprise. She didn't expect that the other party also knew medical skills? Lo Lengyu stared at Su Yang with burning eyes. If President Su can really cure my mother's paralysis, I can consider returning to Xinyue Media. Okay. Then after dinner, we will go to treat your mother. Su Yang said with a smile. At this moment, dozens of fierce men came to the door of the hotel. One of the leaders had a bandage on his arm, hanging around his neck. Brother, you must help me get revenge. That guy cut off my arm, I will cut off all his limbs. It was Tu Wei who had been beaten up by Su Yang before. Don't worry, you are my only brother and my only relative in the world. I will never let anyone who bullies you go, even if you are the one who made the mistake first. What's more, the other party actually doesn't give face to my battle spirit hall. I want to see who is so arrogant. The person who spoke was Tu Chi, the second guardian of the battle soul hall. When a group of people entered the hotel manager was immediately frightened. He knew that the other party was looking for someone, so in order to avoid trouble, he led them directly to the box where Su Yang and the others were. Brothers, the person you are looking for is in this box, said the hotel manager tremblingly. Get lost. Tu Wei pushed the hotel manager away and kicked open the door of the private room. Su Yang and others who were happily eating were startled by the loud noise. Ah, it's you, indeed. You broke my arm, and yet you still dare to eat here leisurely? Tu Wei walked into the box carelessly, and surprisingly, there were beauties inside. Of course, except Su Yang. It seems that breaking your arm is not enough of a lesson for you? Su Yang stood up and slowly turned to look at Tu Wei and the people behind him. When Tu Wei saw Su Yang's cold eyes, his heart tightened and he quickly retreated to his elder brother's side. Brother, it was him. He was the one who broke my arm. You should break his limbs quickly to avenge me, Tu Wei said to the elder brother beside him. At this time, Feng Junya, Lo Lengyu and Tang Shanshan saw a group of fierce men rushing into the private room, and their faces changed drastically, thinking that they were in trouble. Especially the leader, who was Tu Chi, the second guardian of the Battle Spirit Hall. This person was extremely protective of his shortcomings, so few people were willing to offend Tu Wei. Tu Chi seemed not to hear his brother's voice. He just stared blankly at Su Yang, who turned around, and his expression gradually became ugly. Brother, hurry up and do it. What are you hesitating about? Tu Wei shouted anxiously. Second protector? I haven't seen you for a few days. Could it be that you have forgotten me? Su Yang raised his right hand, turned the bloody ring, and stared at Tu Chi and smiled. I am your subordinate, greeting the palace master. I did not know that you were having a meal here. I am guilty of disturbing you. I deserve to be put to death. Tu Chi knelt on one knee hurriedly and said, Greetings to the palace master. The big men who rushed into the box knelt on one knee in front of Su Yang. The sudden change made Feng Junya, Lo Lengyu and Tang Shanshan stunned. Palace master? Su Yang was the palace master of the Battle Spirit Palace? Asshole. Why don't you go and pay your respects to the palace master? Tu Chi shouted angrily at his brother. Tu Wei was also shocked at this moment. He didn't expect that the other party was the new master of the Fighting Soul Hall. Sweat couldn't help but run down his cheeks. Palace master, please spare my life. I deserve to die. I was bewitched and provoked Shanshan's study. I beg for forgiveness, palace master. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and never allow anyone to bully Shanshan in school. Tu Wei said hurriedly, kneeling on his knees. Second protector, you'd better take your brother back and discipline him properly. He met me this time. If it were someone else, it might not be just a broken arm. Su Yang said coldly to Tu Chi. Palace master, what you have taught me is true. I will definitely give him a good beating when I get back. Thank you for showing mercy. Tu Chi said. And you, let's forget about this incident. But if you dare to bully the weak under the banner of the Battle Soul Hall again next time, I will not let you off easily. Su Yang scolded Tu Wei. Yes, I will never dare to do it again. Tu Wei nodded hurriedly. Okay, all of you go back and don't disturb us while we eat. Finally, Su Yang waved to them. Thank you, Palace Master. Afterwards, the second guardian Tu Chi led everyone away in a hurry. Mr. Su? Are you the new master of the Battle Soul Hall? Lu Lingyu stared at Su Yang with burning eyes. Su Yang nodded slightly. No wonder Su Yang has the confidence to ensure my mother's safety and no longer be harmed. It turns out that he is the new master of the Fighting Soul Hall. The Fighting Soul Hall has many masters and powerful strength, which really gives people a sense of security. Lu Lingyu couldn't help but think in his heart. Chapter 104 agreed to join the company. After the meal, Feng Jr. rushed to pay the bill. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Feng Jr.'s consumption rebate. The consumption was 1,300 yuan, the sincerity index was 83.45%, the cashback was 8,345 times, the amount received was 10,848,500 yuan, and it has been credited. Mr. Feng, I'm sorry to have cost you money. Su Yang said with a smile. He didn't expect that Feng Jr.'s sincerity index was also quite high. Boss Su, you are too polite. Feng Jr. was just thinking about the money for a meal, which was not worth mentioning considering Su Yang's status, not to mention that he had invested hundreds of billions in Xinhua Media. Teacher Lu, do you have anything else to deal with at school? Su Yang said to Lu Lingyu. It's okay, I've already asked for leave from the school leaders. Let's go home directly. I'd like to trouble Mr. Su to help treat my mother. Lu Lingyu replied. At this moment, her heart was completely focused on her mother. She hoped that Su Yang could really cure her mother's paralysis. Su Yang nodded, and then asked Tang Shanshan to go back to school first and call him if anything happened. Afterwards, Lu Lingyu took Su Yang and others and went straight home. After Tu Chi left the hotel with his younger brother Tu Wei and others. Tu Wei couldn't help but say to Tu Chi, "Brother, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. I didn't expect that he would be the new leader of the Battle Spirit Hall." Tu Chi looked gloomy and said in a low voice, "It's better to be quiet for the next period of time. This is an ordinary residential area." Lu Lingyu's house is a simple 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, which shows that he is not well off. Mom, I'm back. After returning home, Lu Lingyu went straight to the bedroom. At this moment, an old man was lying on the bed, looking depressed. Why did you come back so early today? The old man asked hoarsely. Mom, I brought a friend back with me. He knows medical skills and can cure your paralysis. Lu Lingyu held her mother's hand tightly. The cruelty of life had caused the old woman to lose hope in life. She had also become a burden to her daughter and wished she could just leave. Don't waste your money on seeing a doctor. Save some money for your dowry. The old man sighed. Mom, he is my friend. He will treat you for free. Lu Lingyu said in a crying voice. Hearing this, the old man nodded woodenly. Mr. Su, thank you for your help. Lu Lingyu said to Su Yang. Su Yang came to the bedside, lifted the old man's arm, and carefully felt the old man's physical condition through his pulse. After a long time, Su Yang slowly let go of his hand. Mr. Su, how is my mother's condition? Are you sure she can be treated? Lu Lingyu asked nervously. Su Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, Teacher Lu, I promise your mother will be able to get out of bed and walk in a while. Then, Su Yang asked everyone to help take off the clothes on the old man's legs. Only 9 of the 13 ghost gate needles were needed to cure the old man's paralysis, 3 needles on each leg and 3 needles on the head. For Su Yang now, performing the 9 needles technique is no longer a difficult task. A moment later, Su Yang returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. He had completed the diagnosis and treatment of the old man and was waiting for the results. In the bedroom, only Lu Lingyu was with her mother. Boss Su, is it cured just like that? Feng Jr. asked in confusion. Su Yang cured the paralysis with just 9 needles? Isn't this too simple? So many doctors were helpless, how could acupuncture cure it in one go? Don't worry, the old man will be able to get out of bed and walk around in less than half an hour. Su Yang smiled confidently. In the bedroom, Lu Lingyu accompanied her mother, but she felt a little lost in her heart. She had thought that Su Yang's method was so brilliant, but in the end it was just like an ordinary Chinese medicine practitioner who gave her a few needles. If this could cure her mother, she would not have to suffer so much. At this moment, she didn't have too high expectations. Don't waste your energy on me. Just let me accompany your father. I lie in this bed every day, unable to move. It's worse than death. Sighed the old man. Mother, stop talking nonsense. How am I supposed to live without you? As Lu Lingyu spoke, tears couldn't help but flow down her face. She stood up and turned her back to the wall. Seeing this, the old mother subconsciously picked up the tissue and handed it to Lu Lingyu. Lu Lingyu took the tissue and wiped her tears. Suddenly she stopped and turned back. Mom! Are you standing up? Lu Lingyu looked at his mother standing behind him in shock. I stood up? The old man also asked in confusion, and then looked at his legs in disbelief. Did he really stand up? Mom! Lu Lingyu cried excitedly and hugged her mother tightly. Feng Junya, who was in the living room, heard the sound and hurried into the bedroom. However, the scene in front of her completely shocked her. The old man really stood up. Master, you are so awesome. Yun Shanxian and Yun Lulu naturally heard the sound coming from the bedroom, and couldn't help but look at Su Yang with admiration. After a while, Lu Lingyu helped her mother walk into the living room. Boss Su, thank you. The old man said to Su Yang excitedly. Auntie, you're welcome. I'm also your daughter's friend. Besides, this is just a piece of cake for me. Su Yang said with a smile. Mr. Su, no matter what, I will always remember your kindness. I decided to return to Xinyue Media and help the company out of its predicament. Lu Lingyu said. He had made up his mind that from now on, he would never leave the company. Su Yang and Feng Junya couldn't help but smile at each other when they heard this. Boss Su, let's have dinner at home tonight. I haven't been able to cook for many years, and today I can finally cook. The old man invited happily. Okay, then let's try Auntie's cooking tonight. Su Yang couldn't help but agree. So the old woman asked Lu Lingyu to go out and buy vegetables. Although Lu Lingyu wanted to accompany her mother very much at the moment, she couldn't persuade her mother and had to go buy vegetables first. Su Yang asked Yun Shanxian and Yun Lulu to accompany him, on the one hand to help buy groceries, and on the other hand to protect her, although there should be no danger now. The old man took Su Yang to chat in the living room, and when he learned that Su Yang was not married yet, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Lu Lingyu went directly to the vegetable market near the community, hurriedly bought various vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, meat, etc., and then hurried back. At this moment, she could only accompany her mother. When Lu Lingyu returned home with a bunch of food, her mother was stunned. She thought it was too fast. Go and chat with Boss Su. I'll make dinner for you, said the old man with a smile. Mom, let me help you, Lu Lingyu said. As a result, her mother kicked her out and told her to cherish the opportunity to chat with Boss Su. Lu Lingyu had no choice but to return to the living room. Teacher Lu, in order to ensure the safety of your mother and yourself, I hope you can move to my place. It is absolutely safe there. What do you think? Su Yang promised Lu Lingyu that as long as she joined the company, he would ensure the safety of Lu Lingyu and her mother. Chapter 105 Secret Planning. Lu Lingyu couldn't help but say to Su Yang with gratitude, "Thank you, President Su." In this way, she can create without any worries, otherwise she will have to worry about her mother's safety all the time. After all, the Mu family is too powerful. But when she knew that Su Yang was the master of the Fighting Soul Hall, she believed that Su Yang was indeed capable of protecting her and her daughter. Boss Su, if it's convenient for you, I would also like to move over there, so that I can keep them company. It's boring to live alone, Feng Junya asked with a smile. That's great. Su Yang originally hoped that Feng Junya could move in and live with him, but he didn't know who was in her family, so it was not convenient to invite her directly. Now it seems that she lives alone. Do you have any new works recently? Feng Junya asked. Lu Lingyu shook his head. Given the situation at home, he really had no mood to compose songs. Feng Junya could understand Lu Lingyu's situation. If her mother had remained paralyzed, she might never have had the passion to create again. Now that her mother has recovered, the once most powerful music producer is about to return. Oh, I haven't told you yet that the popular star Shang Guanyao will also join our company. If you can compose a divine song tailor-made for her, then our Xinyue Media may become famous again overnight. Really? Shang Guanyao has also joined Xinyue Media? Lu Lingyu asked in surprise. Yes. I am sure of that. Su Yang gave a definite answer. Lu Lingyu was increasingly shocked by Su Yang's strength. This young, handsome and cool boss was truly capable. He had managed to recruit a popular star directly to Xinyue Media. The future of the company was becoming increasingly bright. In the living room, Su Yang, Feng Junya, and Lo Lingyu were happily chatting and planning the future of the company. At Su Yang's signal, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu ran to the kitchen to help wash vegetables and cook. Before I knew it, it was dinner time. The table was filled with more than 10 dishes. Lu Lingyu also bought 2 bottles of red wine. Of course, he had to drink to celebrate on such a happy day. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received a rebate from Lo Lingyu. The consumption was 890 yuan, the sincerity index was 90.99%, the cashback was 9,099 times, the amount received was 8,098,110 yuan, and it has been credited. Su Yang was delighted, thinking that this was another potential stock. In a room of an underground casino in Kyoto City, 3 figures were sitting on each sofa. The one in the middle was Mu Feichen, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto City. On the left was Chao Yin, the young leader of the skeleton gang. On the right was Lang Jian, the deputy leader of the Fighting Soul Hall. Mr. Mu, I wonder why you invited us here tonight? The young leader of the skeleton gang asked in confusion, especially since the deputy leader of the Fighting Soul Hall, Lang Jian, had also come here. If you hadn't been so incompetent, I wouldn't have called you here. You couldn't even get rid of that kid Su Yang. Mu Feichen snorted coldly. Alas, Master Mu, this is not my fault. The original plan was well planned, but who knew that Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu from the 4 major families in Kyoto would also get involved? That would be fine, but the key is that the Battle Soul Hall almost came out in full force to surround me. If I don't run quickly, I'm afraid I will be the one to die. After all, the previous leader of the Battle Soul Hall died at the hands of my skeleton gang. If they catch me, I will really die miserably. Mu Feichen had a gloomy face. Deputy Hallmaster Lang, what on earth is going on with your Battle Soul Hall? How is it related to Su Yang? How did he become the Hallmaster of your Battle Soul Hall? When can you remove the title of Deputy Hallmaster? Chao Yin couldn't help but point the finger at Lang Jian, the Deputy Master of the Fighting Soul Hall. Lang Jian could not help but stare at Chao Yin with gritted teeth. I have to ask you how the skeleton gang does things. I took a huge risk to reveal the whereabouts of the former Hallmaster Yang Zhanghao to you, but what happened? He actually broke through your encirclement, and then met Su Yang, and I gave Su Yang the War Soul Hall Hallmaster's token. Chao Yin was speechless. Why was it all because of the incompetence of the skeleton gang? Okay, stop blaming each other. I asked you to come here today to discuss countermeasures and completely get rid of Su Yang. Mu Feichen raised his hand to stop the quarrel between the 2 sides. According to the information he had, Su Yang, the bastard, had cured Shangguan Yao's grandfather's serious illness and was now deeply loved by Mr. Shangguan. What was even more hateful was that Su Yang had been living in Shangguan Yao's villa during this period. How could he tolerate this? At this moment, he wished he could tear Su Yang into pieces. Things are not going well right now. With the support of Yang Ruoyan, the Battle Spirit Hall has recognized Su Yang as the new Hallmaster. The only person I can mobilize now is the second Guardian Tu Chi and his Guardian team. Lang Jian couldn't help but frown. And Su Yang's strength should not be underestimated. Even the 8 skeleton guards under my command could not take him down together, unless we had an absolute advantage in numbers. But if he wants to run, it will still be difficult to stop him. Chao Yin also continued. Mu Feichen couldn't help but sneer. I asked you to find a way to kill him, not to praise him. Chao Yin was speechless. He was just speaking the truth. How could this be considered a compliment? There are many ways to kill someone. Mu Feichen stared at the 2 people in front of him. Lang Jian, aren't you preparing for the succession ceremony for Su Yang as the new Hallmaster? Mu Fei asked thoughtfully. That's right. This matter is mainly handled by Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan. Speaking of this, Lang Jian's face couldn't help but darken. Originally, there was a great hope that the position of Palace Master would be his. I have a medicine that can make a person lose their ability to move in a short period of time. If a group of people lose their ability to move on the day of the ceremony, then Su Yang and all those who support him can be captured in one fell swoop. In this way, you can also take over the Battle Soul Hall smoothly. Mu Feichen said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lang Jian couldn't help but ponder the feasibility of this method. If he could take down Su Yang, Yang Ruoyan, and the 3rd Guardian Li Taichu and the 4th Guardian Yui Bai who supported him in one fell swoop, then there would be no obstacles for him to ascend to the position of Palace Master. However, it would be difficult to complete the deployment relying only on him and the 2nd Guardian Tu Chi. After all, the personnel transfers would be closely monitored by Yang Ruoyan, and it would be impossible for all the guards to participate in the ceremony. Of course, this is a difficult task to accomplish by yourself. You are mainly responsible for putting drugs in the food. When the time comes, Xiaoyin will lead the gang members to enter and directly control the situation. This way it will be foolproof. Mu Feichen continued. Xiaoyin, the young leader of the skeleton gang, was moved. If this was the case, wouldn't the Battle Soul Hall be wiped out by his skeleton gang? Then his skeleton gang would become the only gang force in Kyoto City. If Xiaoyin could think of it, Lang Jian would naturally think of it as well. The risk is too great, and it may even endanger his own life. Is he really a fool to entrust his life to the hands of the skeleton gang? Chapter 106. The world is so small, Ling Qingxue. Mr. Mu, I'm afraid I can't accept this method. Lang Jian, deputy hallmaster of the Battle Soul Hall, replied after thinking for a while. Mu Feichen didn't care. He knew Lang Jian's concern. He was simply worried that the skeleton gang would take the opportunity to wipe out the Battle Soul Hall. Deputy Hallmaster Lang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, it will be difficult for you to become the real helmsman of the Battle Soul Hall in your lifetime. I know your concerns. You are just worried that the skeleton gang will take advantage of the situation to destroy the Battle Soul Hall. I can guarantee here that I will never allow the skeleton gang to do so. Yes, Deputy Palace Master Lang, rest assured. I, Xiaoyin, will never do such a treacherous thing. Xiaoyin also hurriedly expressed his opinion. Lang Jian still shook his head slowly. How could he dare to believe the verbal promise? Then what do you want to do? Mu Feichen stared at Lang Jian. Unless the leader of the skeleton gang comes to my place as a guest for a while and leaves after the matter is done. Lang Jian said. Lang Jian, are you going too far? You want to take my dad as a hostage? Xiaoyin said angrily. What? You control the life and death of the entire Battle Soul Hall. Without the amulet, how can I dare to believe your verbal promise? Lang Jian retorted. Stop arguing. Mu Feichen shouted loudly. It's decided. Our goal is to kill Su Yang and Yang Ruoyan and help Lang Jian become the leader of the Battle Spirit Hall. The leader of the skeleton gang will have to endure this for a few days. Anyone who dares to ruin my plan will be an enemy of my Mu family. Finally, the three of them reached an agreement in this underground casino room. The next day, Su Yang arranged for Qinglong to bring people to help Feng Junya and Lu Lengyu move. When Feng Junya, Lu Lengyu and her mother arrived at the villa, they were shocked by its luxury. It was the first time they had seen such a luxurious house and they were deeply shocked. What shocked them even more was that there were hundreds of security guards in the villa, each of them was agile and made them feel safe. Boss Su, your house is too luxurious. I really don't dare to live in it. What if it gets dirty or damaged? Lu Lengyu's mother said in panic. Auntie, you can live here without worry. I won't have any complaints even if you tear down the house. Su Yang said with a smile. Mom, just live here with peace of mind. Lu Lengyu also said. Living here, she no longer has to worry about her mother's safety. At this time, a car drove into the villa. Two beautiful figures walked down, they were Shang Guanyao and Zhou Wen. Ah? Is it the big star Shang Guanyao? Lu Lengyu was surprised. She didn't expect to see Shang Guanyao here. You must be the great music producer Miss Lu Lengyu, right? Shang Guanyao walked over and couldn't help but smile. Miss Shangguan, you are too kind. Lu Lengyu didn't expect that this big star actually knew her. Su Yang took Shang Guanyao's hand and walked towards the living room together. Let's sit in the living room and chat. Feng Junya and Lu Lengyu stared at Su Yang holding Shang Guanyao's hand, their eyes full of disbelief. Big star Shang Guanyao actually has a boyfriend? And he's their boss Su Yang? No wonder Su Yan was so sure that Shang Guanyao would join their Xinyu Media. It turns out there is such a relationship. Zhou Wen took Lu Lengyu's mother to choose a room to stay in. In the living room, Shang Guanyao said to Lu Lengyu, Teacher Lo, I have left the previous media company and have terminated my contract, but I can no longer sing the songs I sang before. I can only trouble you to compose a song for me. Miss Shangguan, please rest assured, I will do my best to create a masterpiece for you. Lu Lengyu said excitedly. This is a chance to become famous. By then, the whole industry will know that the once strongest music producer is back. After everyone chatted for a while, Feng Junya couldn't help but say, "Boss Su, Xinhua Media's office location has been decided. We plan to locate the company in the CBD area of Kyoto City, where there are many office buildings. I plan to go there to discuss it today." "Okay. Just go and do this. Call me anytime if you have any questions." After Su Yang finished speaking, he asked Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu to accompany Feng Junya, which was also a way to protect Feng Junya. After everything was settled, Su Yang, Shangwan Yao and Zhou went to the hospital to visit Grandpa Shangwan. Inside the hospital, old man Shangwan was answering the phone. When he saw Su Yang and the others arrive, he motioned for them to sit down first. "Old Ling, don't worry, my grandson-in-law is very capable. Your little flaws can be easily dealt with. You have to treat me to a good drink when the time comes," Mr. Shangwan said happily on the phone. After Mr. Shangwan hung up the phone, Shangwan Yao asked, "Grandpa, are you chatting with me? You seem to be having such a good time." "He's an old comrade in arms of my grandfather. He's old and has a lot of problems. By the way, Su Yang, if you are free, please go and help take a look at him and see if you can cure him," Grandpa Shangwan said. Nowadays, he has fewer and fewer old friends, and it is even rarer to see old friends who still keep in touch. "Okay, Grandpa. Don't worry, I will definitely heal your old comrade's injury," Su Yang said firmly. Su Yang admired the older generation of soldiers from the bottom of his heart. It was because of them who defended their country that we have this prosperous and peaceful era. "Okay. Of course I believe in your medical skills. Then you can go there in the afternoon. I'll give you the address," Old man Shangwan said, and told Su Yang the address. Su Yang took a look and nodded. At noon, I had lunch with Mr. Shangwan in the hospital. In the afternoon, Su Yang prepared to go to the home of the old man's comrade in arms to help with the treatment. Shangwan Yao stayed in the hospital to accompany the old man. Zhou was bored, so she followed Su Yang. "Wen, you haven't been home for a long time. Don't you plan to take some time to go back and visit?" Su Yang was driving and turned to look at Zhou, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "When are you going back?" "I'll go back with you," Zhou said with a playful smile. "Okay then. I plan to go back to Donghai City after the Battle Soul Hall Master's succession ceremony. I will be away for quite a long time this time. I wonder if they miss me in Donghai City?" Su Yang laughed. Su Yang and Zhou were chatting and unknowingly arrived at the house they had located, which was also a similar courtyard house. Su Yang walked up and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened and a heroic figure walked out. "Is it you? Is it you?" The two of them couldn't help but say in unison. "Why are you coming to my house? Do you have something to ask me?" Captain Ling, if I knew it was your house, I might not dare to come." When Su Yang saw the armed police captain Ling Qingxue, a shadow was formed in his heart. Every time they met, she would beat him up so that his eyes turned into panda eyes. He didn't know how he had offended her. "What do you mean?" Ling Qingxue raised her eyebrows and asked in a cold voice. Chapter 107. Damn, I got beaten into panda eyes again. Su Yang subconsciously took 2 steps back and said hurriedly, "I was entrusted by Mr. Shangwan to treat Grandpa Ling." "Treat my grandfather?" Ling Qingxue raised her eyebrows and walked around Su Yang. Why didn't I know you could heal illnesses?" "Hey, Captain Ling, you and I have met 3 times in total, right? Of course you don't understand my abilities." Su Yang spread his hands helplessly. "I really don't know about your ability to heal illnesses, but your ability to flirt with women is truly unmatched." As Ling Qingxue spoke, she glanced at Zhou, a beautiful woman with a great cleavage, standing next to her. Su Yang was speechless for a moment. Indeed, this damn charm was just that great, but he didn't dare to show it in front of Ling Qingxue. Although he had been practicing the Heart Sutra of controlling women recently and his strength had improved, he always had a feeling of being invincible when facing Ling Qingxue. "Captain Ling, I was the one who cured Grandpa Shangwan's illness, so he recommended me here. You have to trust me." Su Yang still carefully turned around to face Ling Qingxue, guarding against her sneak attack. Puff. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but smile. "Am I that scary?" Looking at Ling Qingxue, who was always serious and indifferent, she actually smiled. It was too incredible. The key point was that she was quite charming when she smiled. I couldn't help but stare at her for a moment. "Looking for a fight?" Ling Qingxue couldn't help but yelled and punched Su Yang in the eye socket, letting you see. Su Yang let out a scream, but he was distracted for a moment and failed to defend himself. Su Yang. Seeing this, Zhou Wen hurriedly stood in front of Su Yang and glared at Ling Qingxue. Captain Ling, Su Yang came here with good intentions to treat your grandfather. Why did you take action? Yes, Captain Ling, do you have any prejudice against me? Why do you always beat me up every time we meet? Su Yang also asked the doubts in his heart. Ling Qingxue said coldly, don't you know what bad things you have done? Su Yang couldn't help but have a face full of question marks. Captain Ling, will you let me treat your grandfather? Otherwise, I'd better go back. After Su Yang finished speaking, he pulled Zhou Wen and was about to leave. Stop. Follow me. As Ling Qingxue spoke, she opened the door and walked in first. She thought that after all, it was Grandpa Shangguan who recommended Su Yang here, so he must have some ability to treat illnesses. She might as well let Su Yang give it a try. Although her grandfather's illness was not that serious, every time the pain came, Ling Qingxue still felt tormented. Su Yang secretly despised him in his heart and thought he could drive him away. When I came to the courtyard, I saw an old man sleeping on a recliner under a peach tree. Seeing Ling Qingxue leading a man and a woman in, he couldn't help but sit up tremblingly. Ling Qingxue hurried forward and supported her grandfather. Are you little friend Su Yang? Hello, Grandpa Ling, I'm Su Yang. Grandpa Shangguan asked me to come over to check on your health. Su Yang walked forward and replied respectfully. Please take a seat, young friend. Qingxue, go make tea for Su Yang. Grandpa Ling ordered. Okay, Grandpa. Su Yang looked at Ling Qingxue. He didn't expect that she was so well behaved in front of Grandpa Ling. My friend, is old man Shangguan's illness really cured? Has the shrapnel in his head been taken out? Grandpa Ling still couldn't help asking again. Grandpa Ling, Grandpa Shangguan is basically recovered now and will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. Su Yang replied. Okay. I was worried that he would die suddenly one day. If that happened, an old man like me would be even more lonely. Grandpa Ling sighed. After a while, Ling Qingxue brought 2 cups of tea and placed them on the stone table in front of Su Yang and Zhou Wen. Thank you, Captain Ling. Ling Qingxue replied calmly. My friend, what's wrong with your eyes? They look a little red and swollen. Grandpa Ling then noticed Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang couldn't help but glance at Ling Qingxue and said with a smile, Grandpa Ling, I bumped into him by accident. By the way, Grandpa Ling, what are your main physical symptoms? Su Yang asked, changing the subject. Grandpa Ling sighed, I got sick when I was young. As I get older, I twitch and ache all over my body from time to time. Grandpa Ling, let me take your pulse first. Su Yang said, but the next moment, he was stunned, only to see that Grandpa Ling's right arm was empty. Grandpa Ling laughed and said, the old man still has a left hand. Su Yang looked at his left hand covered with calluses, feeling mixed emotions. No matter what, he had to cure Grandpa Ling's illness and save him from the pain. Su Yang carefully sensed the condition of Grandpa Ling's body. His meridians were disordered, his qi and blood were insufficient, and his brows were frowned from time to time. After a long time, Su Yang finally relaxed his pulse. Su Yang, how is Grandpa's condition? Are you sure he can be cured? Although Ling Qingxue did not have much confidence in Su Yang, she still held a glimmer of hope. My dear friend, you might as well be frank. It doesn't matter even if the disease cannot be cured. I have consulted many miracle doctors over the years and I no longer hold out much hope. Grandpa Ling also said with a smile. Don't worry, Grandpa Ling, your disease can be cured, but it may take a while, at least a month to recover. Su Yang replied. What? A month to recover? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but exclaimed, and she was a little confused. How could so many diseases that couldn't be cured by miracle doctors be cured in just 1 month? She originally hoped that it would be good enough to relieve her grandfather's pain a little bit, but Su Yang said cured? Su Yang nodded affirmatively. Ha ha ha. Okay, I didn't expect that an old man like me also has hope of recovery. I wonder how you would like to treat it. Grandpa Ling laughed. Due to the root cause of Grandpa Ling's illness, Su Yang had to use the 13 Ghost Gate needles over the years, at least twice a month, and then combine it with Chinese medicine conditioning, and he could basically recover in a month. Grandpa Ling, my main method of diagnosis and treatment is acupuncture. I'd like to trouble you to take off your shirt. Su Yang said. Afterwards, Su Yang helped Grandpa Ling back to the bedroom. As for Ling Qingxue and Zhou Wen, they waited outside the living room. Su Yang looked at Grandpa Ling's thin and wrinkled back, his heart trembled, and then he slowly calmed down. Grandpa Ling, I'm about to start. Okay. Go ahead and do what you want, little friend. In the living room, Ling Qingxue and the people around her sat facing each other. Captain Ling, I'm really curious, did Su Yang do something to offend you? Why do you always beat him? Zhou Wen asked, staring at Ling Qingxue. I can see that you have feelings for Su Yang, but do you know how many women Su Yang has? Ling Qingxue asked with a frown. Of course I know that in addition to his girlfriend, Su Yang has 2 other women in his heart. They also occupy a very important position in Su Yang's heart. He has never lied about these, but what does it matter? As long as Su Yang has me in his heart and loves me, that's enough. Zhou Wen said happily. Who are the 2 women you mentioned who hold a very important position in Su Yang's heart? Ling Qingxue's heart couldn't help but move, and she asked. Chapter 108 Shocking News. You wouldn't know them even if I told you. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling should be Su Yang's earliest women. Unfortunately, for some reason, Su Yang still can't find them. Zhou Wen couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Is it really so? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but murmur to herself. When her best friend Wang Xiaotong called her and asked her to help solve the troubles of the Meng family in Donghai City, she did a detailed investigation and found out that Su Yang had lived with Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, although it was in the name of sharing the house. But later she discovered that Wang Xiaotong, Kai Lingling, and Su Yang had a very different relationship, especially when she chatted with Wang Xiaotong on the phone recently. She could clearly feel that Wang Xiaotong's concern for Su Yang was getting stronger and stronger. However, what about Su Yang? With a bunch of beautiful women around him, how could he ever miss Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? This is also the reason why Ling Qingxue always wants to beat Su Yang up whenever she sees him. She wants to vent her anger for her best friend. Ling Qingxue also knew why Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling ran to Donghai City. It was simply because they did not want the family marriage and separated from Su Yang, and also to protect Su Yang. However, the current Su Yang made Ling Qingxue look at him with new eyes. Compared with the first time she saw him in Donghai City, Su Yang's strength has improved greatly. He has become the master of the Fighting Soul Hall and the savior of Grandpa Shengguan. He is becoming more powerful. I don't know whether Su Yang can break the shackles on Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling in the future. What are you talking about? Su Yang and Grandpa Ling walked out of the room. Grandpa, how do you feel? Ling Qingxue hurried forward and asked with concern. It's so comfortable. I haven't felt so light in years. Young friend Su Yang is indeed a great doctor. Grandpa Ling laughed. Seeing that her grandfather's mental state was indeed much better, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but secretly marvel at Su Yang's methods. Su Yang, thank you this time. Ling Qingxue rarely spoke to express her gratitude. Captain Ling, you're too polite. Besides, you've saved me before. Su Yang replied politely. Oh? Xuer also saved little friend Su Yang? What happened? Tell me about it. Grandpa Ling suddenly became curious. It turned out that the 2 had known each other for a long time. Ling Qingxue knew her grandfather's temper, so she had no choice but to briefly explain what happened in Donghai City. So you knew each other at that time and have known each other for so long. My dear Su Yang, don't always call her Captain Ling. Just call her Xuer directly. There is no captain in this family. Grandpa Ling said with a smile. Xuer? Su Yang couldn't help but mutter. Ling Qingxue glared at Su Yang fiercely. What Xuer? Just call me Qingxue. Ah. Okay, Qingxue, this is a prescription I wrote. Grandpa Ling will be basically cured after drinking it for a month. However, he will need another acupuncture treatment within this month. Su Yang said, handing Ling Qingxue a prescription. Ling Qingxue solemnly put it away and put it into her pocket. My dear Su Yang, if you have nothing to do, why not stay for dinner? Said Grandpa Ling. Will it be too intrusive? My dear Su Yang, you came here specially to treat my illness, shouldn't I treat you to a good meal? Grandpa Ling couldn't help but pretend to be angry. In the end, Su Yang and Zhou Wen were invited to stay for dinner. Xuer, go buy some delicious dishes and bring back 2 bottles of good wine. I haven't drunk alcohol for a long time. Today I can finally have a drink. Grandpa Ling said to Ling Qingxue. Okay, Grandpa. But then Ling Qingxue looked at Su Yang again. Su Yang, please come with me. Ah, okay, my friend Su Yang, then you can go shopping with Shuer, and come back to eat together in the evening. Before Su Yang could answer Ling Qingxue, Grandpa Ling spoke. Su Yang thought Ling Qingxue probably had something to say to him, so he nodded and said to Zhou Wen, you stay at home and chat with Grandpa Ling first, we will be back soon. Zhou Wen nodded, but warned Ling Qingxue with her eyes not to beat Su Yang again. When they came to the street, Ling Qingxue and Su Yang walked side by side and headed straight for the vegetable market. Su Yang, when did you start learning medicine? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask. Su Yang's medical skills were obviously very powerful. Difficult and complicated diseases that others could not cure were easy for him. Ling Qingxue nodded and asked casually, do you know much about the 4 major families in Kyoto? Su Yang nodded slightly. He knew a little about these 4 major families. After all, he had some interactions with people from the 4 major families. However, he only knew superficial information. Although you are the master of the Battle Soul Hall now, you must not underestimate the strength of the 4 major families. If their connections and relationships are really mobilized, the Battle Soul Hall cannot bear it at all. Especially the Mu family, which is unfathomable and the strongest among the 4 major families. Su Yang didn't understand why Ling Qingxue suddenly told him about the 4 major families. He was not a troublemaker, but if someone bullied him, he would have to fight back, no matter whether he was from one of the 4 major families or not. Palace Master? Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Su Yang and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but look back at the same time. Tu Wei still had a bandage on his arm and was followed by several bodyguards. It's you? Su Yang couldn't help but frown. Palace Master, it's really you. I have something important to report to you. Tu Wei said respectfully. Just tell me what's going on. Su Yang couldn't help but wonder, what could Tu Weinon have to report to him? Palace Master, may I have a word with you? Tu Wei glanced around and said cautiously. Su Yang didn't think Tu Wei could do anything to him, so he walked to a corner. Tu Wei whispered in Su Yang's ear. Su Yang couldn't help but frown as he listened, staring at Tu Wei. How did you know such a confidential matter? Tu Wei couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. The skeleton gang's young leader got drunk and said something. Her girlfriend told me after hearing it. Su Yang couldn't help but sneer. These people really know how to play. But don't worry, Palace Master. I think this must be the skeleton gang's young leader who got drunk and boasted. Our fighting soul palace is powerful. They actually want to wipe out our backbones at the Palace Master's succession ceremony. It's simply a joke. Tu Wei said with a flattering smile. It's really funny. You are not allowed to tell anyone about this, including your brother. Do you understand? I have my own plans. If you say too much and ruin my plans, your brother won't be able to save you. Su Yang said in a deep voice. Yes, Palace Master, don't worry, I won't say anything more. Just think of it as a joke or a fart you heard today. Tu Wei nodded hurriedly. Chapter 109, The Majestic Battle Spirit Hall Headquarters. After Su Yang sent Tu Wei away, his expression gradually became solemn. Perhaps Tu Wei really thought this was a joke, but Su Yang would rather believe it. After all, the death of the previous hall master was a living example. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ling Qingxue walked over and saw Su Yang's serious expression, so she couldn't help but ask. Su Yang shook his head. He needed to think about this matter carefully. He would go to the Battle Soul Hall headquarters tomorrow and discuss countermeasures with Yang Ruoyan. It's okay, let's go buy some groceries first. Okay, if you encounter any difficulties, you might as well tell me. Since you saved your grandfather, maybe I can help you. Ling Qingxue said. Su Yang couldn't help but glance at Ling Qingxue's serious expression. Thank you. The vegetable market was not far away, and Ling Qingxue soon bought some ingredients and 2 bottles of good wine, while Su Yang became a free laborer. Ding, the Tycoon Cashback System received Ling Qingxue's consumption rebate, consumption of 2,800 yuan, sincerity index 73.86%, cashback 7,386 times, the amount received is 20,680,800 yuan, has been credited. What? Are you tiring carrying these little things? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but sneer. How is that possible? I can lift them all with just one finger. After Ling Qingxue and Su Yang returned home, they handed the purchased vegetables to the nanny at home. At dinner, Grandpa Ling and Su Yang drank some wine and talked endlessly about the glorious life when they were young. It was also the first time that Ling Qingxue saw Grandpa so happy. After dinner, Su Yang and Zhou Wen prepared to leave. Su Yang couldn't help but remind Ling Qingxue again that she must follow the prescription and take it for a month. After returning to Shang Guanyao's mansion, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu had also returned long ago. Today, they accompanied Feng Junya for a walk around the CBD. Everything went smoothly. That night, Su Yang quietly came to the room of the two sisters Cici and Lulu. Su Yang still had a sense of urgency and needed to improve the strength of the people around him as soon as possible. At present, the easiest to improve are Yun Cici and Yun Lulu. After all, they have been practicing martial arts since childhood and are already very strong. With the help of the Heart Sutra of controlling girls, their combat power is now comparable to the four guardians of the Battle Soul Hall. The next day, Su Yang said hello to Shang Guanyao, Zhou Wan and others, and then took Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu to the headquarters of the Battle Soul Hall. There are two major underground forces in Kyoto City, the Battle Soul Hall and the Skeleton Gang. The headquarters of the Battle Soul Hall is located in the northern part of Kyoto City, and the headquarters of the Skull Gang is located in the southern part of Kyoto City. Su Yang followed the navigation and came directly to the foot of a high mountain in the north of Kyoto City. The mountain was named Fighting Soul Mountain after the Fighting Soul Palace, and the headquarters of the Fighting Soul Palace was located on the top of the mountain. Su Yang drove up the winding mountain road and was stopped and questioned many times by the guards of the Battle Soul Hall. When they learned that he was the new hall master, they were all terrified. However, Su Yang did not care. After all, this was their duty and they should be rewarded for being loyal to their duties. At the gate of the Battle Soul Hall, Deputy Hallmasters Yang Ruoyan and Lang Jian, as well as the four guardians of the Battle Soul Hall Wu Ho, Tu Chi, Li Taichu, and Yui Bai, the main backbone members, were waiting for Su Yang's arrival. After a while, they saw a car driving over and a man and two women got out of the car. Yang Ruoyan, Lang Jian and others hurried to meet them. Greetings to the palace master. Everyone, get up. After Su Yang finished speaking, he couldn't help but look up at the Battle Soul Hall headquarters building. It stood tall and majestic, reaching into the sky, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura of majesty. The entrance is a heavy stone door with Protect Justice and Eradicate Evil engraved on both sides. The group followed Su Yang into the hall, and saw that the interior of the hall was magnificent and splendid. The dome was high, and the ceiling was painted with exquisite murals, showing ancient myths and legends. Huge stone pillars supported the entire building, and the pillars were carved with delicate patterns, showing the dignity and solemnity of the hall. In the center of the hall is the prominent throne, made of pure white jade, inlaid with gold and silver threads, shining with brilliant light. The back of the throne is carved with exquisite reliefs, depicting heroic deeds and great battles, symbolizing power and glory. How fucking generous! Su Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seemed that he had underestimated the financial resources of the Battle Soul Hall, which could actually build such a magnificent hall. Palace Master, please take a seat. Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan said. Su Yang nodded and walked up the steps to the high throne one step at a time, while Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu stood on both sides. Directly below the throne are 6 chairs, which are exactly the positions for the 2 deputy hallmasters and 4 guardians. Su Yang sat on the throne, overlooking the people below, and had a strange feeling in his heart, as if everything in the world was under his control. Palace Master, are you satisfied with the battle against the Soul Palace headquarters? Yang Ruoyan asked with a smile. Not bad, very good, it's beyond my imagination. Su Yang exclaimed. Deputy Hallmaster Lang Jian glanced at Su Yang, who was sitting on the throne, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. Why could an outsider become the Hallmaster of the Battle Spirit Hall so easily? He was not convinced, as he should have been sitting on the throne. Palace Master, if you have time, you may as well come to the headquarters more often. In this headquarters, there is a room exclusively for the Palace Master. Lying on the bed, you can overlook the beautiful scenery of the entire Kyoto city. Yang Ruoyan continued. Su Yang couldn't help but feel excited after hearing this, and he couldn't wait to experience it right now. Everyone, are there any important matters that need to be decided? Su Yang looked at the people below and said, you can't just come here and enjoy it. Since you are the master of the Battle Soul Hall, you must shoulder the responsibility of the master. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. The current important event is to hold a succession ceremony for the Palace Master. The location of the ceremony has not yet been determined. After all, there will be many guests, and our headquarters is located on the top of the mountain, which is not very convenient. Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but frown slightly. Su Yang smiled helplessly. After all, he was not familiar with Kyoto City. Does anyone have any good suggestions? Su Yang asked. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. I think there's a good place, Phoenix Manor, located in the suburbs. It's big enough, parking is convenient, and the environment is very good. Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian suggested. Everyone nodded slightly upon hearing this. Phoenix Manor was indeed more suitable for hosting large-scale events. Yang Ruoyan had no objection to this. Therefore, the Palace Master ceremony was scheduled to be held at Phoenix Manor in the suburbs of Kyoto City. The corner of Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian's mouth inadvertently curled up a sinister smile, and Su Yang, who was looking down from a high place, happened to see this scene. If it weren't for the information given by Tu Wei that made him alert, perhaps he would not have cared about this detail. Then everyone discussed other things for a while. After everything was settled, Su Yang said to Yang Ruoyan, Deputy Palace Master Yang, please take me to visit the Palace Master's suite. As for the others, just go and do your own things. After all, there are many people here, and the only people he can trust are Yang Ruoyan and the third guardian Li Taichu, so he can only send the others away and then make plans with Yang Ruoyan. Chapter 110 Luxury Suite. Yang Ruoyan led Su Yang, Yun Shanshan, and Yun Lulu and took the elevator to the top, which was the exclusive suite of the Lord of the Fighting Soul Hall. After opening the door, Su Yang asked Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu to guard outside the door and not allow anyone to approach. Then he closed the door. Su Yang couldn't help but take a closer look at what Yang Ruoyan was wearing today. She was wearing a black tights that showed off her tall figure to the fullest. The clothes were embroidered with delicate silver patterns, which flickered with a faint light, adding a bit of mystery to her. She wore a wide leather belt around her waist, inlaid with gorgeous gemstones, highlighting her noble status. 2 long chains hung from both ends of the belt, swaying gently with her movements, making crisp sounds. Her hair fell down her back like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin, as soft as silk. Her hair color was as deep as the night, gleaming with a faint light, as if it contained endless power. She was wearing a pair of black long boots that reached up to her knees and were inlaid with silver rivets. This outfit made Yang Ruoyan look mysterious and majestic, and people dared not offend her easily. When Yang Ruoyan saw Su Yang leaving her alone and closing the door, and kept looking at her, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Could it be that the palace master wanted to do something to her? Ruoyan. No, Palace Master, this is really not possible. Yang Ruoyan said hurriedly. What's wrong? Su Yang couldn't help but look at Yang Ruoyan in confusion. He hadn't said anything yet. Only then did Yang Ruoyan realize that she had spoken too quickly and said what was on her mind. Palace Master, what do you want to say? Su Yang said with a serious expression, about the survival of the Battle Soul Hall. After saying that, he walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Through the window, the entire city of Kyoto can be seen clearly, and the sunlight shines into the living room. Yang Ruoyan's expression changed when she heard this. Palace Master, what is the matter that threatens the survival of the Battle Spirit Palace? Su Yang did not answer, but admired the suite by himself. In the living room, there was a set of luxurious sofas covered with soft pillows, which made people feel very comfortable. On the walls were hung exquisite artworks and murals, showing the splendor of ancient culture. The suite's interior uses warm lighting to create a warm and luxurious atmosphere. The living room and dining room are connected by a huge arch, and a gorgeous crystal chandelier hangs above the arch, adding a dazzling glow to the entire space. There is a large dining table in the restaurant that can accommodate many people, which is filled with exquisite tableware and flowers. On one side of the restaurant is an open kitchen equipped with the most advanced kitchenware and equipment. The suite also features a spacious bedroom with a luxurious king-size bed and a balcony with comfortable lounge chairs and a coffee table, from which you can enjoy the charming mountain views and magnificent sunrises and sunsets. In addition, the suite features a luxurious bathroom equipped with a large jacuzzi and a steam room, where you can relax and enjoy luxurious treatment. It's really an imperial enjoyment. Su Yang exclaimed. Palace Master, what is so serious? Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but ask again. Since it concerns the survival of the Fighting Soul Palace, you still have the mood to visit and comment on this suite. Deputy Palace Master Ruoyan, can I trust you? Su Yan looked directly at Yang Ruoyan. Yang Ruoyan did not shy away from Su Yang's scrutiny and said solemnly, "Palace Master, I can swear that since I recognize you as the Palace Master, I will definitely be loyal to you." Su Yang nodded, and then asked, "Can the other people in the Battle Soul Hall be trusted?" This? Yang Ruoyan hesitated. She didn't dare to say it for sure, but since her father's whereabouts were leaked and he died, she suspected that there must be a traitor inside the Battle Soul Hall who was in collusion with the skeleton gang. Su Yang knew the answer in his heart. It seemed that there were indeed hidden dangers inside the Battle Soul Hall. Perhaps the death of the previous Hall Master had been planned for a long time. I got some unconfirmed news. On the day of my succession ceremony, the skeleton gang captured all the backbone members of our Battle Soul Hall. Ah? How did the Palace Master know this news? This is a bit far-fetched. After all, the northern part of Kyoto City is the sphere of influence of our Fighting Soul Palace. It is impossible for the skeleton gang to sneak in on a large scale quietly. If they have too few people, they will just be seeking death if they come. Yang Ruoyan said indifferently. Is Deputy Palace Master Ruoyan so confident? What if there is someone inside colluding with the insiders? Su Yang couldn't help but remind her. Su Yang's words made Yang Ruoyan feel like she was hit hard. Her father's tragic death was still vivid in her mind. If there really is such a traitor inside, I will make him live a life worse than death. Yang Ruoyan said hatefully. So Su Yang and Yang Ruoyan planned for more than 2 hours. If the other party did not cause trouble, it would be fine. But if the skeleton gang really dared to kill them, they would definitely be killed without returning. Deputy Palace Master Ruoyan, this matter must be kept confidential. Even among your trusted subordinates, only a select few people can know about it. Su Yang warned solemnly. Don't worry, Palace Master. This matter is of great importance. I will be careful and cautious. Yang Ruoyan nodded in response. After clarifying some details of the ceremony with Yang Ruoyan, Su Yang took Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu back to Yunshan Villa No. 2. He couldn't completely entrust his life and property to Yang Ruoyan's hands. There were some things that he had to rely on his own Thunder Guards to be at ease. After returning to Yunshan Villa No. 2, Su Yang immediately summoned Qinglong and Baihu. After some conspiracy, all 1,000 members of the Qinglong team are now in place, and they all have certain skills. Su Yang requires all team members to be equipped with protective equipment and ensure that everyone has an electric baton for attack. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you can be knocked out by several electric batons. Another thing is that there are so many team members and a lack of transportation, so we can't just take a taxi. So Su Yang thought of Zhang Yu from Kyoto Automobile Sales Center. He planned to ask Zhang Yu to buy another 100 large passenger vehicles, 30 of which would be delivered directly to Kyoto, and the other 70 would be handed over to Yao Xiyu, deputy captain of the Thunder Guard. After all, the Donghai City Thunder Guard base had more personnel, and the number of employees of Phylon Global Strategic Group was also increasing, so the demand for vehicles was growing. When Zhang Yu, who was far away in Donghai City, received Su Yang's call, he couldn't help but get excited. Every time Su Yang called, it was a big order, and this time was no exception. Brother Su Yang, the cars you want are expected to be delivered within 2 days. Zhang Yu said. 2 days is not too late for Su Yang, after all, there is still a week before the Palace Master ceremony. By the way, Sister Zhang Yu, are you interested in following your brother to do something big? Su Yang asked with a smile, thinking of Zhang Yu's sincerity index and absolute potential stock. There are so many vehicles in Kyoto City, so you can set up a department and let her be in charge of the overall vehicle dispatch and use. Chapter 111, Beautiful Women Gather for Outdoor Barbecue. Brother Su Yang, can I really join your company? Zhang Yu's surprised voice came from the phone. Of course, you can come with us when the passenger bus is delivered. You don't have to worry about food and accommodation. I guarantee you will be satisfied with the environment. Su Yang said. Okay, Brother Su Yang, I'll follow you from now on. Zhang Yu was dancing with joy on the other end of the phone. She was about to join Phylong Global Strategic Group. Everyone in Donghai City knew about this and they were proud to join the company. Now that everything has been arranged, Su Yang returns to practicing the Heart Sutra of controlling women at night. During the day, when he has nothing to do, he goes to the hospital with Shangguan Yao and chats with old man Shangguan. On the afternoon of the second day, Feng Junya and Lu Lingyu found Su Yang. The company address of Xinyue Media had been selected, and they invited Su Yang to inspect it. If there was no problem, they planned to buy the office building. The price had been almost negotiated, about 2 billion. Su Yang looked at Feng Junya today, his eyes slightly brightened. She was wearing a black suit jacket and straight trousers, showing her competence and decisiveness. Her figure was well maintained, with curves in all the right places, her face rosy, her charm still there. She was no longer as decadent as when they first met, now she already had the demeanor of a company boss. When Su Yang had nothing to do, he took Yin Qianqian, Yin Lulu, Zhou Wen, Feng Junya, and Lu Lingyu to the CBD of Kyoto City to see the address of Xinyue Media Company, which will be famous all over the world in the future. The prosperity of Kyoto is breathtaking, with tall buildings standing like giant beasts, competing to show off their modern splendor. The streets are crowded with people and cars, and the busy traffic flows with endless vitality. In this prosperous city, people pursue their dreams and pursue success. The business center is full of tall buildings, financial institutions, and multinational companies. It is a hotbed for entrepreneurship and development. The prosperity of the city attracts people from all over the world, who pursue opportunities here and create their own glory. Boss Su, what do you think of this office building? When they arrived in front of a towering building, Feng Junya said to Su Yang. Su Yang looked around and saw famous domestic and foreign companies everywhere, and the atmosphere was quite good. It looks good. Let's go in and take a look. Su Yang said. Feng Junya made a phone call, and immediately the building's manager personally took them to visit the office building. This building had just been built not long ago and had not yet been opened to external investors. The building has a total of 28 floors and is equipped with a cafeteria, sports venues, a reading room, and complete supporting facilities. We came to the luxuriously decorated office on the top floor, which was the chairman's office reserved for Su Yang. Great, then let's choose this building. Su Yang said to Feng Junya. Feng Junya nodded. Since the boss had no objection, the next operation process would be quick. She could then let her employees move in. With her abilities, Xinyue Media would be officially operational soon. At this time, Su Yang's phone rang. Brother Su Yang, my 30 large passenger vehicles will arrive at Yunshan Villa No. 2 in about an hour. When I heard Jiang Yu's voice on the phone, I couldn't help but be surprised at her efficiency. She just made the reservation yesterday and the car was delivered this afternoon. So Su Yang said something to everyone, and the beauties who had originally planned to go shopping after looking at the office building had to give up. If you want to go shopping, go ahead and buy some barbecue ingredients. We will have an open-air barbecue in the courtyard of the villa tonight and have a get-together. Su Yang said to the beauties. Yin Qianqian, Yin Lulu, Zhou Wen, Feng Junya, and Lu Lingyu are all stunningly beautiful. Walking on the street, they are definitely a beautiful scenery. Su Yang didn't have to worry about their safety. Yun Qianqian and Yun Lulu were already very strong. Even Zhou Wen had made some progress in practicing the Heart Sutra of controlling women in the past few days. At least a few big men were no match for them. So several beauties readily accepted Su Yang's proposal, holding hands and disappearing from Su Yang's sight. I hope you can give me a surprise tonight. Su Yang was secretly delighted. Su Yang then drove back to the villa alone. On the way, he called Shangguan Yao and asked her to go to Yunshan Villa No. 2 for barbecue in the evening. When we returned to the villa, we saw 30 large luxury passenger buses parked in 2 rows in the yard. Xinglong and Baihu were leading people to check and familiarize themselves with the vehicles. Brother Su Yang, you're back. I saw a graceful figure wearing a black short skirt, which was simple yet elegant, and the slim style highlighted her graceful figure. Sister Jiangyu, your efficiency is still so high. Su Yang praised him, and then saw that Jiangyu had a lot of bags around him. Brother Su Yang, these are the specialties from my hometown that I brought you, 2 boxes of rice wine and 2 boxes of tea. Don't dislike them, brother. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Ding, the super rich cashback system received Jiang Yu's consumption rebate, consumption of 125,000 yuan, sincerity index 90.88%, cashback 9,088 times, the amount received is 1136,000,000 yuan, has been credited. Su Yang was delighted. It was indeed the right decision to let Jiang Yu come over. He must take good care of her in the future. Sister Jiang Yu is too polite. Come on, I'll take you to choose a room. Jiang Yu was stunned. Brother Su Yang, do I live in a luxurious villa here? It was the first time she had seen such a luxurious villa, and she didn't expect to have the opportunity to live in it. Don't worry, stay here. I'll introduce you to some sisters in the evening. You won't be lonely here. Su Yang said with a smile, and planned to arrange Jiang Yu to live next door to Feng Junya and Lu Lingyu. After settling Zhang Yu, Su Yang came into the yard. Captain, each of these large passenger buses can accommodate 80 people. 30 vehicles are enough to accommodate 2,400 people, and can quickly deploy team members to designated locations. Xinglong reported. Su Yang nodded and was quite satisfied with this. Soon, it got dark. Shang Guanyao and Zhang Qianxin came here just as Zhang Yu had finished cleaning the room. After seeing Shang Guanyao, he was stunned again. What's going on? The big star Shang Guanyao is also here? Zhang Su was excited. Su Yang smiled and then introduced the two to each other. Did I come too early? I can't even smell the barbecue now. Shang Guanyao asked curiously. Su Yang was also puzzled. It was almost dark, why hadn't they come back yet? But the next moment, a large truck drove in, loaded with all kinds of mutton, pork, beef, seafood, etc. Yin Chanshan, Yin Lulu, Zhou Feng Junya, and Lu Lingyu ran towards him excitedly. Oh my god, it's just a barbecue, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Su Yang's eyes were full of shock. Chapter 112 Grand Ceremony Gift. On the vast lawn in the courtyard of this luxurious villa, there are 2 long rows of barbecue grills, and people are sitting around them, including thousands of members of the Qinglong team. It turns out that Feng Junya, Zhou and others took into consideration that the team members' training is quite hard and they are responsible for everyone's safety, so they specially prepared their portions. The rice wine that Zhang Yu had just brought in the afternoon was drunk up by Su Yang and others. Time flies, several days have passed, and it is almost the day for Su Yang to be the successor of the Lord of the Battle Soul Hall. The activities of this grand ceremony were relatively simple. After all, it was a fact that Su Yang would succeed as the Hallmaster. The main purpose was to gather some corporate managers and responsible persons within the Battle Soul Hall so that they could get to know the new Hallmaster. The venue for this grand ceremony, Phoenix Manor, has been reserved by the Fighting Soul Hall today, and Deputy Hallmaster Yang Ruoyan has personally arrived at the scene to direct the arrangements. The event is scheduled for 8 p.m. The 4 guardians of the Battle Soul Hall, Wu Ho, Tu Chi, Li Taichu, and Yui Bai, each led 200 members of the guardian team to ensure the safety of the ceremony activities. Su Yang only brought sisters Yin Chanshan and Yin Lulu with him for this grand event. After all, things might not be peaceful tonight. Although he and Yang Ruoyan had made secret arrangements, they did not want Shang Guanyao, Zhou and others to be at risk in any way. When Su Yang arrived at the gate of Phoenix Manor, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Deputy Palace Masters Yang Ruoyan and Lang Jian led the crowd to welcome them. Su Yang couldn't help but look around at the surrounding environment. It was indeed a remote manor. Arriving at the banquet hall for the grand ceremony, it was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of people. In the center is a huge throne covered with gorgeous brocade. The back of the throne is carved with exquisite patterns, symbolizing power and dignity. A gorgeous chandelier hangs from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. The lighting design cleverly highlights the throne and the successor, making them the focus of attention. Around the banquet hall stood rows of people in fancy dress. They were important figures and representatives from various fields. Their eyes were focused on the throne, full of curiosity about the new Hallmaster. The whole environment is filled with a solemn and sacred atmosphere. The entire succession ceremony was presided over by Deputy Hallmaster Yang Ruoyan, and Su Yang made a symbolic speech at the end. The young master of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families in Kyoto, came to celebrate and presented a 100-year-old ginseng to wish the palace master a long life. The young master of the Kai family, one of the 4 great families in Kyoto, came to celebrate and presented a pair of night shining pearls to wish the palace master a long and prosperous life. The sudden voice shocked everyone. The young masters of the Wang and Kai families, 2 of the 4 major families in Kyoto, actually came to congratulate the new Hallmaster? Does their new Hallmaster have such a powerful background? Before, they didn't think much of the new Hallmaster, but since all the high-level officials of the Battle Soul Hall supported him, then they, the subordinates, naturally had no say. Brother, congratulations. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu walked in together and bowed to Su Yang. Su Yang was immediately at a loss for words. He had never expected these 2 guys to come and join in the fun. What was this? Why didn't they unify the martial arts world? However, seeing the reactions of the people at the scene, Palace Master Su Yang's prestige in everyone's hearts was greatly enhanced. Deputy Hallmaster Lang Jian couldn't help but frown as he watched the scene. He didn't expect that 2 unexpected people would suddenly show up. He hoped that it would not affect the plan. Shangguan Yang from the Shangguan family, one of the four great families in Kyoto, came to celebrate and presented a bulletproof car. As this voice came out, the crowd at the scene suddenly exploded. The Shangguan family? They actually came to celebrate? Impossible? The Shangguan family has an official background, how dare they get so close to our gang? If you ask me, our new hallmaster is still very powerful. The four major families in Kyoto have to give him face. Su Yang couldn't help but frown slightly, came to Shangguan Yang, and whispered, "Second brother, why are you here? This will have a bad impact on the reputation of the Shangguan family, right?" Shangguan Yang smiled bitterly and said, "I have no choice. The old man knew that you were going to take office, so he insisted that I come to support you, to show the attitude of the Shangguan family, and to help you secure your position as the palace master. If I don't come, I will be beaten to death." Su Yang was speechless for a moment. This was in line with the old man's style, so he never mentioned the fact that he was the master of the battle soul hall to old man Shangguan. However, after all, they were one of the four major families in Kyoto City and were well informed. Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu naturally knew Shangguan Yang, but they were not familiar with each other. Shangguan Yang simply greeted them and left. After all, he still had some concerns about the Shangguan family's official background. When the deputy hallmaster Lang Jian saw the Shangguan family coming, his expression changed. He wondered if he should cancel the plan for tonight. After all, the Shangguan family had a military background. If something happened to them here, it would be difficult to deal with the aftermath. Fortunately, Shangguan Yang stayed for a while and left. Xinyue Media Company came to celebrate and presented a song swordsman. Everyone was stunned again. Xinyue Media? Could it be the leader in the media industry that was once popular? 5 beautiful figures appeared in everyone's sight: Feng Junya, Zhou Lulengyu, Shangguan Yao and Zhang Qianqin, who were both wearing veils. Su Yang frowned and walked forward. "Why are you here? After all, today is your big day as the palace master. How can I not come to celebrate for you?" Shangguan Yao said with a smile. Su Yang was helpless. Afterwards, Shangguan Yao took the microphone and sang an adapted version of Swordsman on the spot. Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu couldn't help but cheer excitedly. They didn't expect Shangguan Yao to appear here. Although she was wearing a veil, they knew Shangguan Yao too well, how could they not recognize her? At first, everyone thought nothing of it, thinking that Master Wang and Master Kai were a little abnormal, making it sound like a big star singing. But then they found that Shangguan Yao's singing was so beautiful, which instantly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Fortunately, Shangguan Yao was wearing a veil, and no one recognized her as a popular star, otherwise the protagonist at this moment would not be the new hallmaster. Then the dinner started. Su Yang, the 2 deputy hallmasters, the 4 guardians, Wang Jingshan, Kaiziyu, Shangguan Yao, Jin Qianqian, Yin Lulu, Zhou Feng Junya, Lulengyu, Zhang Qianqin and others were in a separate private room. At Su Yang's signal, Yin Qianqian and Yin Lulu stood guard at the door of the private room, while Zhang Qianqin stood behind Shangguan Yao and did not sit down, acting more like a bodyguard. At the dinner, Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian was the first person to actively toast Su Yang. He then frequently toasted everyone present, even the 4 Dharma protectors. Su Yang and Yang Ruoyan looked at each other. The Deputy Hallmaster Lang Jian's behavior tonight was indeed a little strange. Was he trying to get them drunk? Could it be that he and the skeleton gang had teamed up to set up this scheme? Chapter 113 The Secret is Revealed. Deputy Palace Master Lang, are you in such a good mood for drinking tonight? If someone doesn't know you, they would think you are the palace master. Yang Ruoyan sneered. Ha ha ha. Ruoyan, you really know how to joke. But if this guy hadn't suddenly appeared, I think I would have been the master of the fighting soul hall now. Lang Jian suddenly pointed at Su Yang and laughed wildly. Everyone at the table's expressions changed when they heard this. This deputy palace master Lang Jian was too rude. Lang Jian, don't be rude in front of the palace master, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The 3rd Dharma protector Li Taichu glared at the deputy palace master Lang Jian. Lang Jian snorted coldly and looked down on Tu Chi. He had secretly informed the young leader of the skeleton gang to take action. He believed that the masters of the skeleton gang would arrive soon. The reason why he kept toasting and urging people to drink was because the wine had been mixed with poison given by Master Mu. This poison was colorless and tasteless, and its main effect was to make people paralyzed and powerless for 24 hours. It seemed that the effect of the medicine should have taken effect quickly, but unfortunately Yin Qianqian, Yin Lulu and Zhang Qianqin did not drink any alcohol or even any beverages. However, Lang Jian did not care. They were just 3 women and could not cause any waves. Li Taichu, Deputy Palace Master Lang, just drank too much and said something out of turn. He didn't mean to be rude to the Palace Master. Why are you so angry? The second guardian Tu Chi stared coldly at the third guardian Li Taichu. Okay, stop arguing. If you don't want to continue eating, get out. Yang Ruoyan shouted coldly at Tu Chi and Li Taichu. Li Taichu and Tu Chi looked at each other and snorted coldly, saying no more. Just then, there was a chaotic noise coming from outside the private room. Palace Master, it's bad, a large number of skeleton gang members are attacking us. A member of the Battle Soul Hall ran into the box in a panic and said urgently. What are you panicking about? Didn't you see that the Palace Master is drinking? It's just the skeleton gang, what's there to be afraid of? Get out! Deputy Hall Master Lang Jian scolded. The subordinate from the Battle Soul Hall was stunned, and for a moment he didn't know whether to leave or stay. Su Yang and Yang Ruoyan looked at each other. They didn't expect that the other party would actually take action. Deputy Palace Master Lang, you have overstepped your boundaries. How can you decide on such an important matter? Yang Ruoyan's face turned cold. How many people from the skeleton gang have come? Yang Ruoyan asked the subordinate. I don't know. Their people are everywhere. The law enforcement team can't hold out for a few more minutes. The skeleton gang is really courting death. The 4 guardians will follow me to meet the enemy. Yang Ruoyan's face turned pale. Today, the skeleton gang would have no chance of returning. All new and old grudges would be settled today. However, when Yang Ruoyan stood up, her feet went weak and she fell to the ground. The 4th guardian Yui Bai was shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly tried to help Yang Ruoyan up, but the next moment, she also fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately afterwards, the 1st Dharma Protector Wu Ho, the 2nd Dharma Protector Tu Chi and the 3rd Dharma Protector Li Taichu all leaned on their chairs with grim expressions, feeling weak all over. What happened? Why did you all fall down? Wang Jingshan couldn't help but stand up and asked curiously. However, the next moment, he sat down again and couldn't stand up. Is the wine poisonous? Yang Ruoyan said with an unpleasant expression. Everyone present felt powerless, and either fell to the ground or sat in their chairs, unable to move. Su Yang, what should we do? Shang Guanyao and Zhou Wen were filled with panic and couldn't help but look at Su Yang. Su Yang signaled them not to worry. Zheng Qianqin frowned and stood guard beside Shang Guanyao, staring at the deputy hallmaster Lang Jian, the only one at the scene who could remain calm after drinking. Ah, you're right, the wine is poisonous, and not only that, every dish on the table is poisonous. Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian laughed wildly. Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu, who were guarding outside the door, saw what happened in the room and hurried back to Su Yang to protect his safety. Lang Jian, it's you. Traitor! Yang Ruoyan said, gritting her teeth. The 4 guardians of the Battle Soul Hall all looked at the Deputy Hallmaster Lang Jian in disbelief. He actually joined forces with the skeleton gang to deal with the Battle Soul Hall? The 2nd guardian Tu Chi also frowned at Lang Jian. As his confidant, Lang Jian did not tell him about this plan, and even poisoned him. Traitor? Ruoyan, you are wrong. After tonight, I will be the master of the Battle Soul Hall. How can I be a traitor? Lang Jian approached Yang Ruoyan step by step. You are simply dreaming. The skeleton gang will definitely take this opportunity to completely destroy the Battle Spirit Hall. How could they let you be the Hall Master? Yang Ruoyan looked at Lang Jian as if he were a fool. Lang Jian couldn't help but tremble all over at Yang Ruoyan's look. He pinched Yang Ruoyan's chin with his right hand and said angrily, Yang Ruoyan, the Battle Soul Hall was originally fine, why didn't you agree to my pursuit? I will succeed the position of the Hall Master, and you will marry me as your wife. Isn't everything perfect? Yang Ruoyan was unable to break free from Lang Jian's grip and could not help but spit on his face. Bah, you scumbag? Are you worthy? Ha, it doesn't matter whether we are worthy or not, I want you to be my woman tonight. Lang Jian wiped the saliva off his face, then let go of Yang Ruoyan and looked directly at Su Yang. Deputy Palace Master, how could you betray the Palace Master? The subordinate who had entered the private room to report earlier was shocked when he saw this scene. Lang Jian didn't even turn his head and slapped his subordinate on the top of his head. The subordinate never understood what was going on until his death. Lang Jian walked towards Su Yang. Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu hurriedly protected Su Yang in front. Lang Jian, if you dare to hurt the palace master, I will tear you into pieces. The third guardian, Li Taichu, fell to the ground and shouted angrily. Lang Jian smiled coldly and said that they would never survive tonight. Lang Jian, is the position of palace master really so important to you? Su Yang asked with a frown, without any sign of panic on his face. Is it important? Of course it is. I have been planning for so long, but in the end you, a guy who came out of nowhere, got the upper hand. You deserve to die with so many twists and turns in your life. Lang Jian said coldly. It took you so long to plan this? Could it be that you were also responsible for the death of the previous palace master? Yes. It is indeed me. I want Yang Zhenghao to die. I want to become the master of the Battle Spirit Hall and marry Yang Ruoyan. This is what I originally planned. Everyone was shocked by Lang Jian's words at this moment. Not only did he murder the former palace master, he even wanted to marry the former palace master's daughter? It's you? It turns out it's all your fault. Why? My father has been so good to you, why do you want to hurt him? Yang Ruoyan burst into tears. Alas, who made him disagree to marry you to me? And I have my own difficulties too. Lang Jian sighed. It seemed as if he had endured so much grievance and torment. Is there anything else you want to know? I can answer your questions one by one. Anyway, the night is long, and you are destined not to see the sun tomorrow. Chapter 114. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Lang Jian, I advise you to stop here, otherwise my Wang family will not let you go. Wang Jingshan said coldly. That's right, otherwise my Kai family will never tolerate you. Kai Ziyu said immediately. Lang Jian couldn't help but frown. These two guys were really everywhere. However, he couldn't kill them like this. Otherwise, he would have to face the wrath of the four major families in Kyoto, the Wang family and the Kai family at the same time. I'm afraid he would really not be able to bear it. Ha ha, Master Wang, Master Kai, what a pity. No one here will get out alive tonight. A loud and crazy laugh was heard. Xiaoyin, the young master of the skeleton gang, led a group of skeleton guards into the box. Xiaoyin? Everyone in the private room couldn't help but look at this scene with heavy expressions. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect that, did you? The Battle Soul Hall will end in my hands, Xiaoyin. From now on, my skeleton gang will dominate the entire underground forces of Kyoto City. Xiaoyin, the fighting Soul Hall still exists, and I will be the new Hall Master. Lang Jian said with a frown. Oh. By the way, I was too excited and forgot about you, the Palace Master. So congratulations to Palace Master Lang first. Xiaoyin looked at Lang Jian and bowed to congratulate him. Xiaoyin, you really are haunting us. Su Yang said in a deep voice. Su Yang? Alas, it's a pity that you have such skills. Who made you offend Mr. Mu? You even dare to snatch the woman that Mr. Mu likes. Aren't you looking for death? This can't be blamed on me. Xiaoyin said, glancing at the stunning superstar Shang Guanyao. He is definitely behind this. Su Yang already had a strong desire to kill Mu Feichen. Xiaoyin took the long sword handed over by his men and slowly walked towards Su Yang. If you become a ghost, don't look for me. However, when Xiaoyin passed by Lang Jian, he suddenly turned around and stabbed Lang Jian's body with his sword. This sudden change shocked everyone present. Aren't they in the same group? Lang Jian's face was also full of disbelief. He slapped Xiaoyin hard with his palm. Xiaoyin stepped back, drew out his sword, and a string of blood came out. Lang Jian stumbled back and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyin, what do you mean? Do you want to cross the river and destroy the bridge? Humph, you're crossing the river and then destroying the bridge? Have you forgotten your identity? You are just a flag planted in the Battle Soul Hall by my skeleton gang. Without the support of my skeleton gang, can you sit on the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Battle Soul Hall? However, you have become inflated and actually want to get rid of the control of my skeleton gang. You actually want to become the Hall Master of the Battle Soul Hall. You even dare to threaten my father's life. Are you looking for death? Xiaoyin sneered at Lang Jian. Everyone present was shocked again, especially the Vice Hall Master of the Battle Spirit Hall, Yang Ruoyan, and the four Dharma Protectors. They simply couldn't believe it. Deputy Palace Master Lang Jian was actually a member of the skeleton gang. The thought of this made him break out in a cold sweat. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Am I wrong? Besides, Master Mu has also promised that I will succeed him as the head of the Battle Spirit Hall, and your father is still in my hands. Why don't you care about your father's life or death? Lang Jian covered the wound on his abdomen, and blood dripped onto the ground. So, you deserve to die. You actually made my father your hostage. But unfortunately, my father has been rescued. Chao Yin sneered. What? Impossible? Lang Jian panicked at this moment and fell to the ground dejectedly. You'll suffer the consequences of bringing trouble upon yourself. This is the result of letting a wolf into the house. Yang Ruoyan snorted coldly. Chao Yin shook his head and looked at the many beauties present. What a pity, so many beauties will eventually become skeletons. Go! Kill them and leave Shang Guanyao behind. Chao Yin ordered the skeleton guards. Suddenly, a group of skeleton guards came with machetes and wanted to attack everyone. A figure suddenly jumped up, stepped on the dining table, and then rushed towards the skeleton guards with a shadowless kick. Bang, bang, bang. The skeleton guards were kicked back again and again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that figure. Zhang Qianqin? Sister Qianqin is so powerful? Shang Guanyao looked at Zhang Qianqin in shock. She had never known that Sister Qianqin's martial arts skills were so powerful. Su Yan was also shocked. He didn't expect that there was a master hiding beside Yao Yao. Who are you? Chao Yin was also shocked. How could there be someone who was not poisoned? And his martial arts skills were so powerful. Chao Yin, leave immediately, or I will kill you today. At this moment, Zhang Qianqin exuded a murderous aura and stared at Chao Yin intently. Lang Jian, you loser, is this the situation you created by drugging people? Chao Yin couldn't help but turn around and scold Lang Jian. Come together and kill this woman. Sister Qianqin, be careful. Shang Guanyao said nervously when she saw a group of skeleton guards besieging Zhang Qianqin. Su Yan looked at the chaotic situation in front of him. Fortunately, it was not completely out of control. He thought that his men had already rushed into Phoenix Manor, and today, the skeleton gang would be defeated. But at this moment, he had to take action. Although Zhang Qianqin was very skilled, this group of skeleton guards was also extremely powerful. Over time, Zhang Qianqin might not be able to hold on. Su Yang signaled to Yun Shanxian and Yun Lulu to pay attention to protecting everyone. At present, only these two sisters had not been poisoned. After Su Yang took the immunity pill, the poison had no effect on him. It can be said that Su Yang has a physique that is immune to all poisons. While everyone's attention was focused on Zhang Qianqin, Su Yang rushed towards Chao Yin like lightning. Oh my god, help! Chao Yin inadvertently glanced at Su Yang's position and saw Su Yang rushing towards him. He was immediately frightened out of his wits, because he knew Su Yang's strength. Two skeleton guards blocked Su Yang's way. Su Yang didn't stop and kicked the skeleton guards away with 2 feet. Su Yang's move shocked everyone at the scene again, especially Lang Jian, whose eyes almost popped out of his head, and he murmured, "How is it possible? He obviously drank so much poisoned wine? Hurry, stop him." Chao Yin hurriedly ran to the door. At this time, 7 or 8 skeleton guards reacted and rushed towards Su Yang. Damn Lang Jian, you're trying to kill me. Chao Yin couldn't help but get furious, but fortunately the skeleton guards temporarily stopped Su Yang, but Su Yang was obviously stronger, and 7 or 8 skeleton guards were no longer his opponent. Fortunately, he brought 100 skeleton guards this time, which was half of the skeleton gang's top combat power. Chao Yin stood at the door of the private room, cursing loudly. Suddenly I felt something against my back, like a wooden stick, and then an electric current spread throughout my body, and I began to tremble all over. Stop it! A loud shout silenced the fighting scene, and everyone looked towards the door of the box. Dozens of members of the Qinglong team wearing bulletproof vests, helmets and holding electric batons rushed into the private room and surrounded everyone. Chao Yin was held in Baihu's hand with a sharp dagger at his neck. Qinglong stood on the other side with an iron rod in one arm, staring at the skeleton guard vigilantly. Chapter 115, Killing. In Phoenix Manor, in order to ensure that the Battle Soul Hall was wiped out, the young master of the skeleton gang led 100 skeleton guards and 1,000 gang members. The Fighting Soul Hall had only 400 members of the Guardian team in Phoenix Manor, and they were beaten back step by step by the skeleton gang. However, at the critical moment, a large number of fully armed men suddenly appeared with shields in their left hands and electric batons in their right hands, and they stabbed the skeleton gang members with electric batons when they saw them. Afterwards, another large group of people rushed into the manor. It was the secret plan arranged by Yang Ruoyan, the deputy hallmaster of the Battle Soul Hall, who was waiting to trap the people of the skeleton gang. The situation on the battle turned around in an instant, and more than 1,000 members of the skeleton gang were surrounded and beaten. However, under the leadership of 50 skeleton guards, they were still resisting stubbornly. As for the other 50 skeleton guards, they were led by the young gang leader Chao In and rushed into the private room. Although the skeleton guards were powerful, they could not withstand the opponent's electric batons. Countless electric batons made the skeleton guards feel like they were in heaven. The outcome of the battle in the courtyard was no longer suspenseful. At this moment in the private room, the fighting had stopped after the young leader of the skeleton gang was captured. The skeleton guards were tied up tightly and squatted in a row along the wall. The sudden change shocked and delighted everyone present, except Chao In and Lang Jian, who looked dejected. Chao In and Lang Jian were kneeling on the ground, with Su Yang, Yang Ruoyan, and others in front of them. Lang Jian, you idiot, how could such a perfect plan be ruined by you? The young master of the skeleton gang was still gritting his teeth and cursing Lang Jian. Ha ha! This is good, you will be buried with me. Lang Jian laughed loudly, not expecting that he was just a chess piece from the beginning to the end. No matter whether the skeleton gang wins or the battle spirit hall wins tonight, he will be the one to die. His wound was affected by his laughter, and blood flowed all over the floor. At this moment, his face was pale. But, Su Yang, I'm curious, why weren't you poisoned? Lang Jian looked at Su Yang in confusion and asked. During the whole drinking process, he focused on taking care of Palace Master Su Yang and drank several more glasses. The others also looked puzzled when they heard this. Even someone as strong as Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan couldn't resist the effect of the medicine, so how did the Palace Master do it? You call this poison? You're just kidding, right? Su Yang sneered, and several silver needles appeared in his hand. He came to Yang Ruoyan and inserted the silver needles into several acupuncture points with a wave of his hand. Then Su Yang did the same action to every poisoned person. After a few minutes, everyone gradually recovered their strength. Palace Master, you are too amazing. After the third Dharma protector Li Taichu recovered his strength, he couldn't help but stand up to stretch his muscles. He picked up the skeleton gang's young leader Chao In and attacked him left and right, making Chao In see stars. Having lost their power, they were indeed lambs to be slaughtered. Only until they regained their strength did they feel safe. I see. Su Yang, the master of the Battle Soul Hall, can actually detoxify easily. Isn't the poison given by Master Mutu fake? Chao In was stunned. It was a pity that he trusted Mu Xiao so much. However, Lang Jian did not think so. He had tried this poison himself. After all, tonight's action was crucial. The poison was indeed a rare poison. It could only be said that Su Yang's methods were too magical. Ruoyan, what suggestions do you have next? Su Yang asked. Of course, I'll just chop them up. I was almost chopped to death by those bastards. Before Yang Ruoyan could reply, the third guardian Li Taichu spoke loudly. Yang Ruoyan nodded and said, yes, they deserve to die. If we hadn't made preparations in advance, we would have been the ones to die tonight. Moreover, nearly half of the skeleton gang's combat power has been lost here. We can take this opportunity to completely wipe out the skeleton gang. The four guardians of the Fighting Soul Hall all agreed with both hands. After all, they were old rivals of the skeleton gang. Both sides had suffered casualties over the years, but they had not been able to completely crush the other side. If it were not for the sudden appearance of Hallmaster Su Yang, perhaps the Fighting Soul Hall would have really been destroyed in Lang Jian's hands. Just cripple the ordinary gang members of the skeleton gang outside and spare their lives. As for the skeleton guards, kill them all, as well as the culprits Chao In and Lang Jian. So Su Yang ordered. Wait, there's one thing I don't understand, otherwise I will die with regrets. Chao In, the young master of the skeleton gang, suddenly yelled. Oh? What else do you want to know? Su Yang asked. How did you know about our actions tonight? From the conversation between Su Yang and Yang Ruoyan, Chao In realized that the other party had already known about their actions, so they had set up a tight net. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many people to get here so quickly. Su Yang couldn't help but stare at Chao In meaningfully and chuckled. What do you mean? Chao In was startled by Su Yang's gaze. It was impossible. How could he have leaked the secret? Don't you know how much you drank and what you said to the woman? This. Chao In gradually had an impression in his mind. It seemed that one night, he was drunk and showed off to his girlfriend. He did say that he would take advantage of the ceremony for the new leader of the Battle Soul Hall to destroy the Battle Soul Hall in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha. Chowin, it turns out you are the stupidest one. Lang Jian laughed until he was out of breath. He lost too much blood and his consciousness was gradually becoming blurred. He just didn't expect that the whole plan was a joke. Now you can rest in peace. Deputy Hall Master Yang Ruoyan walked up to Chowin with a sword in hand. I don't accept, Chowin screamed wildly. How could it be because he leaked the secret? However, before he could finish his words, Yang Ruoyan stabbed him in the throat with a sword, cleanly and neatly. Then another sword was swung towards Lang Jian. Father, your daughter has avenged you. Yang Ruoyan burst into tears. Next, Su Yang ordered the first protector Wu Ho, the third protector Li Taichu, the fourth protector Yui Bai, as well as Qinglong and Baihu, to each lead 1,000 people to besiege the Skeleton Gang headquarters and completely destroy the Skeleton Gang. Among the 4 guardians of the Battle Soul Hall, only the second guardian Tu Chi was not assigned any task. As for the reason, everyone knew it well. Tu Chi, you have always obeyed Lang Jian's orders. How much involvement have you had in this matter? Deputy Palace Master Yang Ruoyan calmed her mind and looked at Tu Chi coldly. The second guardian Tu Chi had an ugly look on his face and fell to his knees. Deputy Palace Master Yang, I deserve to die, but my brother Tu Wei is just a student, still a child. Please don't implicate him. I am willing to die to atone for my crime. Tell me all the things you have done to offend the Battle Spirit Palace. Yang Ruoyan shouted coldly. Tu Chi knew that he could not escape death, and he only hoped not to implicate his brother, so he confessed everything. He did participate in the murder of the former Hall Master, but he knew nothing about what happened tonight. You really disappoint me. Yang Ruoyan shook his head, but he couldn't bear to kill him. After all, he was only following orders from Lang Jian, and the real culprit had already been killed. However, Su Yang swung a sharp sword and slashed at Tu Chi. He naturally saw what Yang Ruoyan was thinking, so let him solve the problem. Palace Master, Tu Chi's crime does not deserve the death penalty. Yang Ruoyan shouted hurriedly. Chapter 116 Lonely Soul. The second protector Tu Chi groaned in pain, and one of his arms was cut off by Su Yang. Although Ruoyan wants to spare your life, there must be a price to pay. That's your arm. Su Yang said calmly. Thank you, Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master Yang, for not killing me. Tu Chi couldn't help but bow in gratitude. In fact, we were able to finally break through today thanks to your brother Tu Wei. If he hadn't told me the news, we might have been killed by the Skeleton Gang tonight. So, I'll give you another chance to start a new life and be loyal to the Battle Soul Hall. You will continue to serve as the second protector for the time being to make up for your mistakes. Su Yang said. Tu Chi was stunned for a moment. How could this matter be related to his brother? Why didn't his brother tell him about such a big thing? And the Palace Master actually let him continue to serve as the second guardian? What? You don't want to? Yang Ruoyan's pretty face turned cold. I am willing, thank you, Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master. From now on, I, Tu Chi, am willing to be the Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master, and I am willing to die for the Battle Soul Palace. Tu Chi said, kneeling down. Su Yang nodded, and then used a silver needle to temporarily stop Tu Chi's injuries. Next, after calming down the other guests at Phoenix Manor, he let everyone leave. Brother, congratulations. After tonight, the Battle Spirit Hall will become the largest underground force in Kyoto City. Even the Mu family will not dare to provoke them at will in the future. Wang Jingshan came over and congratulated him. Brother, I will rely on you from now on. Kai Ziyu chuckled. Alas, I'm sorry to have frightened you too tonight. I'll treat you to a good feast another day. Su Yang said apologetically. Afterwards, Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu hurried back. What happened tonight was of great importance and might affect the power structure in Kyoto City, so they needed to communicate well with their families. Yao Yao, Wenwen, Mr. Feng, and Teacher Lo, you should go back first. Miss Qianqin, please take them home. Su Yang said to them. Shangguan Yao and Zhou Wen nodded. They knew that Su Yang must have a lot of things to deal with tonight, and staying here would only distract Su Yang. So Shangguan Yao, Zhou Wen and other women rushed back to Yunshan Villa under the escort of Zhang Qianqin. Su Yang, Yang Ruoyan, Yun Shanshan, Yun Lulu and the second protector Tu Chi led a group of people back to the headquarters of the Battle Soul Hall. they still needed to stay at the headquarters. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and the skeleton gang would be completely wiped out. At this moment, thousands of people led by the great protector Wu Ho of the Battle Soul Hall, the third protector Li Taichu, the fourth protector Yui Bai, as well as Qinglong and Baihu have besieged the headquarters of the skeleton gang. The skeleton gang's combat power was greatly damaged, and faced with enemies that were several times larger than their own, they quickly collapsed. Unfortunately, the leader of the skeleton gang escaped. When Su Yang got the news, he was completely relieved. Although the leader of the skeleton gang escaped, the main fighting force of the skeleton gang was almost completely wiped out, and they could no longer make any waves. The other side could only hide with their tails between their legs. Palace Master, now that the dust has settled and it's getting late, you should rest in the Palace Master's suite at the headquarters tonight. You can also enjoy the sunrise tomorrow morning. Yang Ruoyan said to Su Yang. Okay. Let's rest here tonight. Su Yang responded. He was indeed a little tired tonight, and it was already past 4 in the morning. At this moment, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder in the sky outside, and a violent storm was about to come. After Su Yang finished washing up, he lay down on the bed. He originally wanted to feel the comfort of the big bed with sisters Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu, but the two sisters insisted on guarding the entrance of the Battle Soul Hall. Now most of the people have not returned yet, the defense of the Battle Soul Hall headquarters is empty, and such a huge change has occurred tonight, so they must be on guard. Su Yang had no choice but to fall asleep alone. However, the rumbling thunder tonight was like an angry beast, roaring in the sky, making people feel frightened. Suddenly, Su Yang heard the sound of the door lock turning, and he was startled, but then he saw a familiar figure. Yang Ruoyan was wearing a pink pajamas with delicate lace on the collar and cuffs, which made her look very cute. The pajamas were soft and comfortable, and the close-fitting design outlined her perfect body curves. It was completely opposite to her cold and austere aura during the day. Ruoyan, what are you doing? Seeing Yang Ruoyan coming to his bedroom, Su Yang couldn't help but ask in surprise. A flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the bedroom. The light made Yang Ruoyan's figure appear dim, and Su Yang couldn't help but secretly praise her. Boom was followed by deafening thunder. Ah! Yang Ruoyan exclaimed, jumped onto Su Yang's bed, and hugged Su Yang tightly. Su Yang's body stiffened. Was this too sudden? He hadn't thought of this yet? However, Yang Ruoyan buried her head in Su Yang's arms, her body shaking from time to time, especially when the thunder sounded. She shook even more violently. Are you afraid of thunder? Su Yang couldn't help but smile helplessly. He didn't expect that the deputy hall master of the Fighting Soul Hall, who was decisive in killing, was actually afraid of thunder. So Su Yang couldn't help but hug Yang Ruoyan gently. Feeling the masculine energy of Su Yang, Yang Ruoyan's trembling body gradually calmed down, and she said softly, Palace Master, I'm sorry, I'm afraid of lightning and thunder. I ran into this room just as a reflex. When my father was around, I would hide in his arms every time there was thunder. Don't be afraid, I'm here now. But I can't believe you are afraid of thunder? Su Yang said with a smile. Yang Ruoyan was silent for a moment, and murmured, I was not afraid of thunder before, but when I was a child, I witnessed my mother's tragic death at the hands of the enemy on that thundering night. Since then, I have been particularly afraid of thundering weather. Now, my father is gone, and I am the only one left. Yang Ruoyan spoke softly, at this moment like a lonely and helpless little girl. I'm sorry. Su Yang was silent, not knowing how to comfort her. Wasn't he also a person? Actually, I am also a person. I am an orphan and I don't even know who my father and mother are. Su Yang said bitterly. Ah? Palace Master, you are an orphan? Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but asked in surprise. She didn't expect that an orphan could grow up to be so strong today. How much suffering must he have endured? Yeah, so you don't have to feel lonely, don't you have me? Palace Master, it's really not easy for you. At least I have had the love of my father and mother. Yang Ruoyan said, with maternal love rising in her heart. She couldn't help but hug Su Yang tighter. It turned out that the Palace Master was even more pitiful than her. What is this? Yang Ruoyan couldn't help wondering. Su Yang was sweating profusely. That night, two lonely souls comforted each other, the gears of fate began to turn, and the lonely people were no longer alone. Chapter 117 10,000 times critical attack. The next day, sunlight shone through the window onto the big bed in the master's suite at the Battle Soul Hall headquarters. Su Yang looked at the beautiful Yang Ruoyan in his arms. He was so passionate last night that he forgot to teach her the secret of controlling women. Ruoyan, are you awake? I have a very powerful set of martial arts techniques to teach you, you must remember it. Su Yang said. Yang Ruoyan nodded shyly. She had been too absorbed in passion last night and now felt sore and weak all over. Soon, Yang Ruoyan memorized this set of mental skills by heart. After all, she was a martial artist, and her understanding of the Heart Sutra of controlling women was higher than that of ordinary people. Okay. Since you have already understood it, let's practice this Heart Sutra of controlling women now. Su Yang stared at Yang Ruoyan's jade-like skin and laughed. Ah. Palace Master, it's almost noon now. I believe everyone in the Battle Spirit Palace has returned and is waiting to report on last night's battle. Let's go meet them first. Yang Ruoyan couldn't help but say hurriedly, if those subordinates knew that the Lord and the Deputy Lord of the Fighting Soul Hall fought all night until noon, wouldn't it be a joke? It doesn't matter. I don't mind taking an hour or two. Su Yang said as he unceremoniously pulled Yang Ruoyan to start practicing the Yu Nu Xan Jing. Yang Ruoyan could not resist and just endured and practiced obediently. However, as the practice progressed, she miraculously felt that her body was no longer sore and she even felt her physical strength increase. Was this technique so magical? She couldn't help but sink into it. 2 hours later, the training ended. Yang Ruoyan was still unsatisfied and looked at Su Yang with resentment as he started to get dressed. Hurry up and get up. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. How long are you going to keep everyone waiting? He slapped Yang Ruoyan in the face. Above the buttocks. Yang Ruoyan looked around and then remembered that she was wearing pajamas last night, so she ran over. Su Yang, can you please go get me some clothes? If I go out in my pajamas, wouldn't it be a joke if someone saw me? Who dares to laugh at you? And isn't your room on the next floor? Aren't ordinary people not allowed to enter the top 2 floors? As Su Yang spoke, he picked up Yang Ruoyan and strode out of the room. However, when the door opened, only Yun Chanxian and Yun Lulu were seen standing on the left and right. Owner. The two of them stared at Yang Ruoyan in Su Yang's arms, not surprised at all by their master's damn charm. However, Yang Ruoyan was so ashamed that she hid her head in Su Yang's arms. The main hall on the first floor of the Battle Soul Hall. When Su Yang and Yang Ruoyan arrived, the 4 Dharma protectors as well as the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger had been waiting for a long time. Greetings to the Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master. The 4 guardians couldn't help but look back and forth between Su Yang and Yang Ruoyan, their meanings unclear. Ahem. Great Protector, can you tell me how the battle went last night? Deputy Hall Master Yang Ruoyan asked. Palace Master, Deputy Palace Master, last night more than 200 members of our Fighting Soul Palace's 4 major guardian teams were seriously injured, nearly 3,000 members of the skeleton gang were captured, and a total of 185 skeleton guards were killed. But in the end, the leader of the skeleton gang escaped. The Great Protector Wu Ho said. Yang Ruoyan nodded when she heard this. This time she could say she had won a complete victory. The next step was to quickly take over the skeleton gang's assets like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. At the same time, everyone in the Fighting Soul Hall was also asked to continue searching for the whereabouts of the leader of the skeleton gang. Although the other party could no longer pose a threat to the Fighting Soul Hall, it would naturally be best if the risk could be completely eliminated. After everything was properly handled, Su Yang prepared to leave and return to Shang Wanyao's Yunshan Villa. Palace Master, why don't you have lunch before leaving? Seeing Su Yang preparing to leave, Yang Ruoyan felt reluctant and said. Well, I'm indeed hungry. Su Yang said with a smile. So Yang Ruoyan ordered the kitchen to serve the food quickly. After all, the Battle Soul Hall headquarters had its own cafeteria restaurant. Soon, the table was filled with delicious food. Ding, the super rich cashback system received Yang Ruoyan's consumption rebate, consumption 4,800 yuan, sincerity index 100%, cashback 10,000 times, the amount received 48 million yuan, has been credited. The system activated the 10,000 times cashback, and rewarded the purple sun sword, which is indestructible. At this moment, Su Yang was immersed in his mind, and he saw a divine sword emitting purple light and flashing sharp light. Ruoyan, thank you. Su Yang excitedly grabbed Yang Ruoyan's hand beside him. This sudden action caught Yang Ruoyan off guard, and the 4 Dharma protectors at the table couldn't help but widen their eyes. There was indeed something fishy. Palace Master, let's eat. Yang Ruoyan said with a blushing face, she didn't know why Su Yang thanked her for no apparent reason and even held her hand in public. A toast to the palace master and the deputy palace master. The 4 Dharma protectors stood up at the same time and spoke respectfully. It would be better to give birth to a little palace master. The 3rd guardian Li Taichu added. Ha ha ha, okay. Su Yang put his arms around Yang Ruoyan's slender waist and laughed, not shying away from his relationship with Yang Ruoyan. Since Yang Ruoyan couldn't hide it, she accepted it calmly. After the meal, Yang Ruoyan looked at Su Yang's car reluctantly as it left. She originally wanted to follow Su Yang, but the fighting soul hall could not be without a master. Su Yang, the hall master, was no longer around, and now she was the only deputy hall master left. Therefore, she had no choice but to stay in the fighting soul hall, and having just defeated the skeleton gang, there were indeed too many things to deal with. When Su Yang returned to Yunshan Villa, Shang Guanyao and Zhou Wen were waiting for his return. Only when they saw Su Yang did they feel completely relieved. As for Feng Junyat and Lo Lingyu, they went to the Xinyue Media office building. Now that the office has been relocated, they are very busy for a while. Xinglong, arrange personnel to be responsible for the security of Xinyue Media's office building. Su Yang ordered Xinglong. Yes, Captain. Xinglong replied. In the following period of time, Su Yang was no longer busy, so he and Shang Guanyao went to the hospital to visit Grandpa Shangguan. Su Yang was so busy these 2 days that he had almost no time. In the hospital, old man Shangguan was listening to Shang Guanyang's report, which was obviously about what happened in Phoenix Manor last night and how the skeleton gang was wiped out by the Battle Soul Hall overnight. Su Yang is indeed an extraordinary guy. As soon as he succeeded the Battle Spirit Hall, he wiped out the skeleton gang with ease. Coupled with his extraordinary medical skills, he will definitely be someone that countless people look up to in the future. Mr. Shangguan sighed. Just at this time, Su Yang and Shang Guanyao came to the ward. Grandpa, I'm here to visit you. Su Yang came to the ward and said with a smile. When Mr. Shangguan saw Su Yang coming, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. At the same time, he asked Shang Guanyang to go through the discharge procedures. He was fine now and didn't need to be hospitalized anymore. By the way, Su Yang, I asked you to check on old Ling last time. How did it turn out? Grandpa, I'm planning to give Mr. Ling another acupuncture treatment tomorrow, and he will be basically cured. Su Yang replied. Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. I haven't seen this old guy for a long time. Old Master Shangguan laughed. He was the only familiar old comrade left around him. Chapter 118 Surprise News. The next day, Su Yang, Grandpa Shangguan, Shang Guanyao, Zhou Wen, Zheng Qianqin and others went to Grandpa Ling's residence together. As for Zheng Qianqin, she is not only Shang Guanyao's agent, but also a master carefully selected by Mr. Shangguan to protect Shang Guanyao's safety. At Grandpa Ling's house, it was Ling Qingxue who opened the door again. Knowing that Su Yang would treat her grandfather again today, she took a leave of absence to come back. However, when she saw Grandpa Shangguan who came with them, she couldn't help but be shocked. Qingxue girl, don't you recognize me? You are getting more and more beautiful. Old Master Shangguan said with a smile. Hello, Grandpa Shangguan. I didn't expect you to come back so suddenly. I think you will be very happy to see you. Ling Qingxue replied. At this moment, Mr. Ling in the yard was originally sitting on a recliner. When he heard the knock on the door, he sat up. When he saw Mr. Shangguan, he stood up and rushed over in 2 steps. Old man Shangguan. Old man Ling. The 2 white-haired old men clasped their hands tightly, with tears in their eyes. They were both tortured to death by illness, but they did not expect to be reborn. The old friends who had not seen each other for many years were so happy that they cried. After Su Yang gave acupuncture to Grandpa Ling, he was basically fine again. At noon, the 2 old men drank and reminisced about the past, while Su Yang, Shang Guanyao, Ling Qingxue and other younger generations listened quietly to their grandfather's glorious deeds. Suddenly Su Yang's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Yao Siyu calling. I walked into the courtyard alone and answered the phone. Siyu, what's wrong? Master, we have now collected some information about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Yao Siyu's voice came from the phone. Su Yang's body stiffened, and the hand holding the phone even trembled slightly. What did you say? Master, you heard it right. We have news about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Yao Siyu said again. Where are they? Su Yang asked in an almost trembling voice. Southern Dragon City. They just appeared there, but we can't be sure where they are exactly. Yao Siyu said with some regret. Su Yang slowly calmed down and said, keep looking. I must find them. I will return to Donghai City tonight. Su Yang didn't expect that it had been more than half a year since Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling left. Now he finally had clues about them, and he had to find them no matter what. At this moment, at the Mu family, Mu Fei angrily threw the teacup in his hand onto the forehead of the person kneeling in front of him. Master Mu, you must avenge my son and the skeleton gang. The kneeling middle-aged man said sadly, ignoring the blood on his forehead. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Such a perfect plan was actually counterattacked by the other party. They are really useless. Mu Feichen scolded angrily. Now, not only has the Fighting Soul Hall failed to be destroyed, but the skeleton gang has been eliminated instead. From then on, the Fighting Soul Hall has become the largest underground force in Kyoto City, and its strength has expanded tremendously, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Tell me, what happened last night? Why did things turn out like this? Mu Feichen asked coldly. Mr. Mu, I don't know the specific situation, but among the people who besieged our skeleton gang headquarters last night, in addition to the people from the Battle Soul Hall, there was also a large number of fully armed masters wearing bulletproof vests, with shields in their left hands and electric batons in their right hands. We were really no match for them, replied Chao Taiha, the leader of the skeleton gang who was kneeling on the ground. Mu Feichen couldn't help but frown when he heard this. How come this force suddenly appeared in Kyoto? Could it be Su Yang? Brother! Brother! Suddenly, two voices were heard outside the door, and then two figures walked in. Their faces looked somewhat similar to Mu Feichen. Second brother, third brother, is there something wrong? Mu Feichen glanced at the two of them and said lightly. It turned out to be Mu Feichen's second brother Mu Fiki and third brother Mu Feibei. Brother, what happened? Why are you so angry? The second brother Mu Fiki was puzzled when he saw the mess on the ground. Just teaching a piece of trash a lesson, what do you want from me? Brother, we finally got news about those two bitches. My third brother and I were willing to form an alliance with them, but they were so ignorant that they fled Kyoto City to avoid the marriage. This time we must catch them and give them a good beating. Mu Fiki said viciously. Why are you looking for me for such a small matter? Mu Feichen frowned. Brother, these two bitches hid in the southern Dragon City, but their exact location is unclear. We need a large number of manpower to search for them. I would like to borrow some manpower from you. Mu Fiki said helplessly. Okay. I got it. I will arrange 500 Mu family guards for you. After Mu Feichen finished speaking, he waved his hand. This trivial matter was not worth his concern. He would give them some men and let them find it themselves. After all, he hadn't even dealt with the woman he liked yet. Thank you, brother. Mu Fiki and Mu Feibei said in unison. In the Mu family, apart from the head of the family, Mu Feichen has an extremely high status and a lot of say, which is far beyond the reach of Mu Fiki and Mu Feibei. After Su Yang and his friends had lunch at Grandpa Ling's house, they helped the drunk Grandpa Shangguan back home. After Mr. Shangguan is properly settled, Su Yang said to Shangguan Yao and Zhouwen, I plan to leave soon and return to Donghai City. Ah? So anxious? Did something happen in Donghai City? Shangguan Yao asked puzzledly. Su Yang shook his head. There were still many uncertainties. He didn't want to say anything more. He would make plans after meeting Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Okay, but you must be careful and pay attention to safety. I'm worried that the Mu family may cause trouble for you at any time. After all, the Mu family has always been behind the skeleton gang. Shangguan Yao said with concern. Don't worry, Yao Yao. I will explain everything to you after things are done. Su Yang said. Yao Yao, let me go back to Donghai City with Su Yang. I haven't been home for a long time, and I miss my parents a little. Zhouwen said with a smile. Shangguan Yao nodded. Su Yang and Zhouwen both left, leaving her feeling empty. So Su Yang summoned Qinglong, Baihu, Yun Shanshan, and Yun Lulu. This time, Qinglong stayed in Yunshan Villa No. 2 to guard the villa and Xinyue Media office building. As for Shangguan Yao, she was not too worried. After all, she was backed by the Shangguan family, one of the four major families in Kyoto City, and there were masters like Zhang Qianqin around her. Moreover, Shangguan Yao practiced the Heart Sutra of controlling women, so she also had some self-protection power. In the end, Su Yang rushed back to Donghai City with Bai Hu, Yun Chanxian, Yun Lulu, and Zhou Wen. He was eager to know the specific news about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Chapter 119, Creating a First-Class Master. When Su Yang rushed back to his villa in Donghai City, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Bai Hu and Zhou Wen had already been sent back along the way. When I got home, I saw Yao Siyu waiting in the living room. Owner. When Yao Siyu saw Su Yang, she excitedly went to greet him. She didn't expect that Su Yang would be away for nearly a month this time. During this time, she realized that missing someone could be such a tormenting thing. Cici, Lulu, go back to your room and rest first, Su Yang said to the two sisters. Yun Chanxian and Yun Lulu knew that their master and Yao Siyu had not seen each other for a long time and must have a lot to talk about, so they obediently returned to their rooms. Su Yang picked up Yao Siyu and walked towards the bedroom. Yao Siyu reported in detail the news about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, but the information was very limited and it could only be confirmed that they had appeared in the southern Dragon City. Su Yang couldn't help but frown and ponder. He decided to take people to Longcheng in person after dealing with the affairs of Donghai City in the next 2 days. Since there was a clue, there must be hope of finding them. Next, Su Yang taught Yao Siyu the Heart Sutra of controlling women. For Yao Siyu, who already had a solid foundation in combat, the Heart Sutra of controlling women could greatly improve her combat power. After making love, Yao Siyu gently gave Su Yang a full body massage. Su Yang enjoyed it quietly. It had been a long time since he had felt so relaxed. The next morning, Yao Siyu prepared a brand new suit and leather shoes for Su Yang. Ding, the Shinhao Cashback System received Yao Siyu's consumption rebate, consumption of 580,000 yuan, sincerity index 100%, cashback 10,000 times, the amount received is 5,800,000,000 yuan, has been credited. Nowadays, all the women around Su Yang are not short of money. They are more particular about the quality of the items used in Su Yang's life, and price is no longer an issue they consider. This also enabled Su Yang's wealth to accumulate rapidly with the help of the Shinhao Cashback System. Su Yang held Yao Siyu's hand and drove to the Crown Building. After all, he hadn't shown up for almost a month. Before going to Longcheng, he still had to go back to the company for a meeting, otherwise President Ouyang and others would still have some opinions. Come to the chairman's office. Jin Qiqin had tears in her eyes. She no longer cared about her modesty and threw herself into Su Yang's arms. Su Yang felt the elastic and soft body of Jin Qiqin in his arms, and his heart was stirred again. He whispered, "Let's go home together tonight and have a good discussion. Besides, I haven't seen Xiao Cici for so long, I really miss her." Jin Qiqin nodded shyly. A company management meeting was then held. In the conference room, there were President Ouyang, General Manager of the Real Estate Division Zhou Juanhao, General Manager of the Dental Hospital Management Department Jin Lian, and management above the manager level of Filong Global Strategic Group. There were about dozens of people, including some familiar faces and some newcomers. Everyone was delighted to see Su Yang finally return to the company. Then each department reported the company's recent work progress in turn, with the focus on the construction of the scientific research base project. The progress is now very fast and the main structure has been completed by about 50%. Chairman, is there something more surprising? Ouyang Weining said with a smile. Oh? What surprise? Su Yang asked in surprise. Jin Lian, please report to the chairman. Ouyang Weining said to Jin Lian. Su Yang then looked at Jin Lian, thinking that it was good news from the dental hospital. Reporting to the chairman, the dental hospital quickly completed the site selection, renovation, and team recruitment of the hospital, and officially opened for business half a month ago. In just half a month, the net profit has exceeded 3 million yuan. Jin Lian reported. It's actually starting to make a profit so quickly? Su Yang said in shock. Yes, the company's management is efficient, and Vice President Tang Wenba is a golden signboard, and many people come here because of his reputation. Jin Lian said with a smile. Su Yang couldn't help but approve and admire him, but the most important thing was that he had a sharp eye and discovered talents like Jin Lian and Tang Wenba. Now, the company has begun to have its own revenue and does not always need himself to provide blood transfusions to the company. When the technology research and development base is put into production, it will feed back to itself. In order to reward everyone for their hard work, Su Yang decided to take out 5 million as a reward. The specific distribution plan would be implemented by President Ouyang. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. Then at noon, Su Yang invited all the participants to the Fuli Seafood Hotel for a banquet. This time, when they came to the Fuli Seafood Hotel, Ma Hongyi, who was originally the lobby manager, has now been promoted to the general manager of the Donghai branch, replacing Lu Mei's previous position. Mr. Su, I'm so glad to meet you. As usual, these 6 bottles of red wine are free for you. Ma Hongyi said happily and respectfully when he saw Su Yang. He could now sit in the position of general manager thanks to Su Yang. Su Yang was the honored guest in his life. Su Yang accepted the red wine, but unfortunately, the super rich system did not give him any more cash back. Apparently, consumption by people other than the opposite sex could not bring him any cash back. After lunch, Su Yang had an in-depth discussion with Ouyang Wenying, Jean Lian, and Zhou Juanhao, the 3 pillars of the company, about the development of the company. Currently, the scientific research-based project is progressing normally, but the dental hospital can continue to expand. The next goal is to open a branch in Kyoto City. Jean Lian, this task is given to you. If you have any difficulties or need assistance, you can find Yang Ruoyan, the deputy hallmaster of the Fighting Soul Hall. Su Yang said to Jean Lian. Jean Lian nodded excitedly. Obviously, the dental hospital in Donghai City alone was not her goal. Her goal was the same as Su Yang's, to make their dental hospitals flourish all over the world. Next, Su Yang said that he was planning to go to Longqing in the next 2 days. It might take some time there, and they would need to pay more attention to the company's affairs. President Ouyang couldn't help but give Su Yang a resentful look, thinking that he was a hands-off boss. But she was happy that Su Yang trusted them. Basically, they could discuss and make all the decisions on their own, and only for some major matters would they ask Su Yang for instructions. At this moment, Su Yang was heading to Longchang, ready to take Yao Xiu, Yun Shanxian, Yun Lulu and 200 members of the Thunder Guard. The purpose of bringing Yao Xiu was to speed up the improvement of her strength in the Heart Sutra of controlling women. At present, the only ones who could be considered first-class masters around him were Yun Shanxian and Yun Lulu. Of course, Yang Ruoyan and the 4 guardians of the Battle Soul Hall were also very strong, but there were still too few real top masters, and Yao Xiu had the potential to become a top master, so Su Yang wanted to keep her by his side to improve Yao Xiu's strength as soon as possible. Moreover, the main purpose of this trip was to find people, so naturally they needed to bring more people with them. So Yao Xiu was asked to select 200 members of the Thunder Guard and have them ready to set off at any time. Chapter 120 Storm Gathering in Dragon City. After get off work that day, Su Yang and Jin Shiqin went home together, and they first went to the kindergarten to pick up Xiao Sisi. When Xiao Sisi saw Su Yang, "Dad!" Little Sisi cheered excitedly, ran towards Su Yang with her little legs, and even accidentally fell down, but quickly got up again. Su Yang hurried forward and picked up little Sisi. "Sisi, are you hurt?" Su Yang asked nervously. Jin Shiqin also hurried forward and held Sisi's little hand, scratching the skin on her palm. "It's okay, Dad. Sisi doesn't feel any pain." Sisi still smiled and kissed Su Yang on the cheek a few times. Su Yang couldn't help feeling a little apologetic. Little Sisi really treated him as her father, but he had very little time to accompany her recently, and he was preparing to go to Longqing tomorrow. After returning home, Jin Shiqin was busy cooking, while Su Yang was playing with little Sisi in the living room. Hearing little Sisi's cheerful laughter in the living room, Jin Shiqin couldn't help but smile. During this period of time, this good girl had been making a fuss in front of her and insisted on seeing her father. Life at this moment is exactly what she has long expected, and her life is full of joy. After busying herself for a while, Jin Shiqin finally prepared 6 dishes and a soup. "Well, it's delicious, Shiqin, your cooking skills have improved again," Su Yang praised. Ding, the Shinhao Cashback System received Jin Shiqin's consumption rebate. The consumption was 2,600 yuan, the sincerity index was 100%, the cashback was 10,000 times, and the amount received was 26 million yuan, which has been credited. Jin Shiqin couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on her face. During this period of time, she was indeed studying cooking, and naturally hoped that Su Yang would enjoy the meal. After dinner, Su Yang and Jin Shiqin took Xiao Sisi out to play again. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening that Xiao Sisi got tired and went to bed. In the bedroom, Jin Shiqin was still a little reserved. "Su Yang, I'll take a shower first." Su Yang smiled, picked up Jin Shiqin and went to the bathroom. After making love, Su Yang finally remembered to teach Jin Shiqin the secret of controlling women. When Jin Shiqin learned that this martial art could make her more powerful, she couldn't help but feel eager. She also hoped that she would have a certain level of strength, so that even if she couldn't help Su Yang, at least she wouldn't become a burden. So that night, Jin Qichin was unsatisfied, and Su Yang was also impressed by her fighting power. The next morning, after Jin Qichin sent little Cece to kindergarten, she came back and saw Su Yang still sleeping soundly, so she quietly got into bed again. After all, Su Yang was leaving again this afternoon, and this time he was going to Longqing to find someone, and it might take some time to find him. If it weren't for taking care of Cece, she really wanted to be able to stay with Su Yang. Su Yang and Jin Qichin didn't get up until noon. As for Jin Qichin's absence from the company today, Ouyang Weining and others knew it very well. Su Yang also made it clear that Jin Qichin didn't need to check in and could go to and from get off work at her own pace. Besides, Jin Qichin was Su Yang's secretary, so she didn't have much to do when Su Yang was away. She only took orders from Su Yang, and even President Ouyang was very polite to her. Su Yang notified Yao Siyu, deputy captain of the Thunder Guard, and asked him to lead 200 members of the Thunder Guard to stand by at the villa and prepare to set off for Longqing in the afternoon. "We're leaving in the afternoon? When can you come back?" Jin Qichin asked with reluctance in her eyes. Su Yang gently kissed Jin Qichin's fiery red lips. He was not sure when he would be able to come back. If he couldn't find her in Longqing within a month, he might come back first. Jin Qichin accompanied Su Yang back to the villa. At this moment, there were 4 large passenger buses and 200 spirited and powerful Thunder Guard elites in the villa, waiting for Su Yang's instructions. Yao Siyu, Jin Shanshan and Yun Lulu stood in the front of the team, and even Zhou ran over, but she just came to see Su Yang off. After all, Su Yang had no plan to take her with him, and hoped that she would stay at home for a few more days to accompany her family. "Master, everything is ready, we can set off at any time." Yao Siyu was wearing a tight combat uniform with the Thunder Guard logo printed on it. She looked enchanting yet full of coldness. "Okay. Let's go," Su Yang said. Su Yang, Yao Siyu, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu were riding in a car, which was the bulletproof car given by Shang Guanyang. Su Yang naturally couldn't afford to waste it, and it would indeed be more secure. Watching Su Yang and the others leave, Zhou Wen and Jin Qichin looked at each other and saw each other's reluctance to part. However, at Zhou Wen's invitation, the 2 women decided to go out shopping to ease their mood. "Siyu, have we arranged a place to stay in Longqing?" In the car, Su Yang asked. "Master, I have booked a hotel with more than 300 rooms, which is enough for us to use," Yao Siyu replied. Moreover, the hotel is very close to where Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling appeared. Opposite the hotel is a hospital. They had gone to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. Su Yang was silent, thinking of the madness of the night before they parted. Could it be his child? If so, after a few months, the belly should be quite big. Is there anyone taking care of them? At the same time, Mu Fiki, the second son of the Mu family in Kyoto, and Mu Feibei, the third son, were also on their way to Longqing, leading a team of 500 people. The Wang family and the Kai family, 2 of the 4 major families in Kyoto City, were also a little panicked after learning about the actions of the Mu family, because their daughters refused to marry into the Mu family and ran away, which made the Mu family angry and humiliated. In the past 2 years, they have been making trouble for the 2 families. But no matter what, their daughters cannot be captured by the Mu family, otherwise the Wang family and the Kai family will be even more passive. Therefore, Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu were asked by the 2 major families to find Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling first and bring them back to the family. As for the subsequent marriage, there is still room for negotiation. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu were in the same car, heading to Longqing. At the moment, they were both happy and worried. They were happy that they finally had news about their sister, but they were worried that if they were found by the Mu family first, they would be tortured by the Mu family's personality. But even if they found their sister, should they bring her back to the family? After bringing her back to the family, marriage would be inevitable, which would only increase the bargaining chips of the family. However, they could not change the family's will. "Ziyu, we can't let my sister become a victim of family interests. I want to introduce her to Big Brother Su Yang after I find her. I think Big Brother is extraordinary and powerful, and now he is the master of the Fighting Soul Hall. He must be able to protect my sister," Wang Jingshan said to Kai Ziyu. Kai Ziyu nodded and smiled bitterly. "Brother Su Yang is not short of beauties around him, but I wonder if he will be attracted to our sister? I'm not sure if he is willing to become the enemy of the Mu family for the sake of our sister." Chapter 121 Whereabouts Exposed. When Su Yang and his friends arrived at the hotel booked in Longqing, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Fortunately, they notified the hotel in advance and prepared the meal. As for finding someone to inquire about the information, it can only be done the next day. That night, Yao Xiu came to Su Yang's room. Now, Su Yang was racing against time to practice the Heart Sutra of controlling women with Yao Xiu in order to improve Yao Xiu's strength as soon as possible. The next day, Su Yang took Yao Xiu, Yun Shanqian, and Yun Lulu to the hospital opposite. After all, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling had appeared in this hospital before, so perhaps they could find out some information. However, after arriving at the hospital, they were met with a cold shoulder. The hospital refused to let them see the surveillance footage and would not disclose any patient information. In the end, Su Yang had to use his money ability. In the end, I only saw a video. It was indeed Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, but at this moment they both had bulging bellies. Su Yang was stunned. He was a little unsure if this was his masterpiece. They were both pregnant? He originally thought that only one of them was pregnant. That was the only clue I had. There were so many people like this that I didn't know where to look. In the hospital, the staff were delighted as they looked at the handfuls of cash in their hands. This was the third wave of people coming to check the surveillance footage of the day, and each one was more generous than the other. "Master, what should we do next?" Yao Xiu asked. Su Yang shook his head helplessly and took the three women to stroll casually on the streets around the hospital. Looking up, he saw countless surveillance cameras in the surrounding streets and alleys. It would be great if he could retrieve all of these surveillance cameras. "Master, this shopping mall is very close to the hospital and has a wider surveillance range. Perhaps we can see some information." Yao Xiu pointed to a large shopping mall surrounded by cameras. "Okay. Let's go and see if we can get anything." Su Yang nodded and said. So the group came to the shopping mall again, and relying on their ability to use money, they went directly to the monitoring room of the shopping mall. After some checking, they saw them get into a car, so they remembered the license plate number of the car. Now that we have a target, as long as we find the driver of this car, we may be able to determine where Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling went. At this moment, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling are living in seclusion in a small mountain village surrounded by mountains and rivers under the jurisdiction of Longqing City. "Xiaotong, your whereabouts have been exposed. The second young master Mu Fiki and the third young master Mu Feibei of the Mu family have already brought people to Longqing to search for your whereabouts. Including your brother Wang Jingshan and Lingling's brother Kai Ziyu also brought people to Longcheng. Maybe they have arrived in Longcheng now. With their abilities, they will probably find your location soon. If you don't want to be found, you'd better move as soon as possible." Wang Xiaotong frowned when she answered a call from her best friend Ling Qingxue. "Qingxue, I understand. But it's not so easy for us to leave now. We are stuck like a dogskin plaster." Wang Xiaotong sighed helplessly. "Huh? What's that dogskin plaster?" Ling Qingxue asked in confusion. "Alas, it's the Sun Moon Divine Sect, the largest underground force in Longcheng. I was targeted by their leader. I just helped them by chance once, but they insisted on marrying me and Lingling. Even though we were pregnant, he insisted on marrying us. It's unreasonable. But he is pretty good to Lingling and me, and he won't force us. But it's not so easy to leave. Who is this person? Is he crazy? He wants to force a pregnant woman to marry him?" Ling Qingxue couldn't help but curse. So now Lingling and I live in a quiet little mountain village, and there are thousands of Sun and Moon sect followers around the village. So, even if the Mu family comes with hundreds of people, they can't enter the village. Wang Xiaotong smiled bitterly, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. Ling Qingxue on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. "Then what are you going to do? Are you going to be kept under guard there forever? Do you want me to tell Su Yang your location and let him take you away? You may not know yet, but Su Yang is now the leader of the Battle Soul Hall, the largest underground force in Kyoto City. He should be able to protect you." Ling Qingxue suddenly said. "Ah? Su Yang is already the master of the Fighting Soul Hall? Tell me what's going on." Wang Xiaotong asked in surprise, while Kai Lingling leaned on Wang Xiaotong's shoulder and listened to the voice coming from the phone together. After listening to Ling Qingxue's story, they were shocked. They didn't expect Su Yang to be so powerful now. However, even if Su Yang is now the master of the Battle Soul Hall, if they appear next to Su Yang, I'm afraid the Battle Soul Hall will not be able to withstand the pressure. Especially the Mu family and their Wang family and Kai family all know that Lingling and I are pregnant. This is a shame for the family. If the three major families join forces, the Battle Soul Hall will not be able to withstand it. Qingxue, don't let Su Yang know about our affairs for now. Let's make plans after our child is born. At least now, we are relatively safe here. No matter how powerful the Mu family is, they cannot defeat the Sun and Moon cult in this dragon city. Wang Xiaotong finally refused. Okay, but Xiaotong, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. Ling Qingxue said again. The two then chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Xiaotong, could it be that the damn Mufiki and Mu Feibei from the Mu family have really found this place? Kai Lingling couldn't help but said angrily. The reason they are hiding here and there now is because of those bastards in the Mu family. Moreover, the family is weak and they sacrificed them in exchange for their own interests. So what if they come here? They can't enter this small mountain village anyway. Wang Xiaotong said with a smile. I mean, should we let the leader Qiao of the Sun Moon sect teach them a lesson? Kai Lingling suddenly laughed. Wang Xiaotong thought about it and thought that maybe it was feasible. The Sun Moon sect had a huge influence in Longcheng, with tens of thousands of followers and many masters. They would not be afraid of the Mu family in Kyoto. At this moment, Mufiki and Mu Feibei's faces were livid, especially when they saw the video and found out that Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were pregnant. They were so angry that they were fuming. This was a great insult to the two brothers. Originally, Wang Xiaotong from the Wang family was to marry Mufiki, the second son of the Mu family, and Kai Lingling from the Kai family was to marry Mu Feibei, the third son of the Mu family. But what is going on now? Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling are pregnant? Second brother, these two bitches must be killed, and the man who got them pregnant must be made to wish they were dead. Mu Feibei's chest heaved violently with anger. It was unforgivable that this green grass had grown on their Mu family's head. Die? That's too easy for them. Don't they like having children? Then find them a bunch of perverted men and turn them into breeding machines. Ha ha ha. Mufiki laughed wildly. Chapter 122, Wave After Wave. The Mu family was indeed very powerful. Following clues, they had already found out the location of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, which was a small village nestled in the mountains and beside the water. So Mufiki and Mu Feibei led 500 men and rushed to the small mountain village with great momentum. They were eager to torture Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. There is only one main road leading to the mountain village. When Mufiki and Mu Feibei arrived at the entrance of the village, they were blocked by a group of people. Who are you? What are you doing in my village? The leader of the people blocking the road shouted loudly. It was Qiao Weikai, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect. When he got the news from Kai Lingling, he knew that someone would come to cause trouble, so he came here in person to take charge. He wanted to see who dared to act wildly in his territory. Mufiki and Mu Feibei got out of the car and walked closer. There were only a few dozen people on the opposite side, but they dared to block their way. Humph, we are the heads of the 4 major families in Kyoto City. The second young master of the Mu family, Mufiki, and the third young master, Mu Feibei, are here to find our fiancés. Mufiki said loudly, especially the word fiancé. He gritted his teeth. Ha, it turns out you are the Mu family from Kyoto City. I've long heard of your name. However, your fiancé is not here, so you'd better get out of here. Qiao Weikai laughed. You know our Mu family, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Who gave you the courage? Is it just the dozens of people behind you? Mufiki sneered. You too, don't be ungrateful. If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you. Qiao Weikai said disdainfully. Although the Mu family in Kyoto City is indeed very powerful, this is in Longcheng, the territory of the Sun and Moon sect. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil around. Mufiki and Mu Feibei were furious when they heard this. How could someone humiliate them like this? Could this man be the one behind Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? Let's see today who will be the one to defeat whom. Mufiki shouted angrily, and with a wave of his hand, 500 of his men swarmed forward behind him. Oomph, more people, huh? Qiao Weikai sneered, and then he saw a dense group of people suddenly pouring out from both sides of the road, at least several thousand of them. At this moment, Mufiki and Mu Feibei's faces changed drastically. They actually fell into the trap? Qiao Weikai took the lead and rushed towards Mufiki and Mu Feibei. Kai Lingling said that they would teach them a lesson. Anyone who tried to stop Qiao Weikai along the way was either kicked away or slapped down. This scene frightened Mufiki and Mu Feibei. They did not expect the other party to be so fierce and now had more people in power. So the two of them turned around and ran towards the car, but Xiao Wei was faster. He sprinted directly behind them, grabbed their collars and threw them backwards. Suddenly, two screams were heard. The battle ended quickly. After all, the fighting power was completely unequal. The 500 men of the Mu family wailed on the ground one by one. Xiao Weikai dragged a machete to Mufiki and Mufebe, and said fiercely, "Tell me, do you want to cut off your hands or feet? Brother, please spare us. After all, we are members of the Mu family. Today was just a misunderstanding. We shouldn't take things too far, right?" Mufebe said in a trembling voice. Born in the Mu family, he had been arrogant and domineering since childhood, and had never suffered the humiliation and intimidation today. "I promised to destroy you, how can I go back on my word?" Xiao Weikai shouted loudly and swung his sword to chop at the two men. "Brother, spare my life." Mufiki and Mufebe were scared. The Mu family's signature weapon didn't work. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. When the other party swung the sword, they were so scared that they pissed their pants. Xiao Weikai frowned. Such a loser? How could he be so scared? His knife didn't even cut down. "Get out of here quickly and don't disgust me here," Xiao Weikai shouted. Mufiki and Mufebe felt relieved, and fled with their men. As the Mu family left, Xiao Wei waved his hand, and thousands of people disappeared on both sides of the road again. "Guard the entrance to the village carefully, and don't let even an ant in." "Yes, Master." Just as Xiao Wei turned around and prepared to enter the small mountain village to talk to Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling about this matter, the sound of a car engine came from afar. Xiao Weikai couldn't help but frown. Is this never going to end? More than a dozen cars slowly stopped at the entrance of the village. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu got out of the car, followed by more than 100 guards. "Who are you?" Xiao Weikai asked with a frown. "We are from Kyoto and are here to look for our sister. Could you please give way and remove the roadblocks so we can go in?" Wang Jingshan said politely. Xiao Wei was really surprised. Kai Lingling told him that people from Kyoto would come to cause trouble, and asked him to teach them a lesson. Just now, a group of people came to look for his fiancée, and now another group came to look for his sister? Are they really good at playing? Will the father of the child come to look for him soon? The person you are looking for is not here. Get out of here, otherwise I will beat you to death or cripple you, Xiao Weikai said coldly. Hey, aren't you being too overbearing? We're just going in to look for someone, Kai Ziyu said angrily. Xiao Weikai was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and thousands of soldiers and horses poured out from both sides of the road again. Fuck! Have we entered a bandit's den? Run! Wang Jingshan shouted when he saw so many people suddenly appearing. However, it is easy to enter the country road, but it is not so easy to run away. After all, there are more than 10 cars and it is difficult to turn around. In the end, Wang Jingshan, Kai Ziyu and others were severely beaten and had bruised faces and noses. After finally getting rid of this group of people, Xiao Wei was about to return to the small mountain village to meet Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. However, the sound of a car approaching was heard again. Xiao Wei's face was gloomy. Is this going to end? How many more waves of people are there? Why don't they just join together? A handsome man got out of the car, followed by 3 beautiful women and 200 fully armed members of the Thunder Guard. Xiao Weikai looked at this group of people with a solemn expression. From the momentum of this group of people, it was obviously different from the previous 2 groups. This was a group of real iron-blooded guards. Who are you? What can I do for you? Xiao Weikai asked loudly. Looking for someone, Su Yang said. Ha ha ha. I knew you were looking for someone, and then you were going to say you were looking for the child's mother? And you are the child's father? Xiao Weikai laughed. Ha? How do you know? Su Yang asked in surprise. Ha? Xiao Weikai couldn't help but stare at Su Yang with wide eyes. He could even guess this? When did he become so talented? Interesting, really interesting. Just now, a group of people came saying they were here to look for my fiancée, but I beat them so hard that they peed their pants. Then another group of people came saying they were here to look for my sister, but I beat them into pig heads. And you are the 3rd group of people today. Are you here to look for my fucking child? Have you thought about your ending? Xiao Weikai stared at Su Yan with ill intentions. Chapter 123: A Fierce Fight. Ha? Who are they? Su Yang frowned slightly when he heard this. Could it be that these people were here for Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? If so, then their identities were indeed extraordinary. Aren't you caring too much? You should take care of yourself first. Xiao Weikai just waved his hand, and thousands of soldiers and horses appeared on both sides of the road again, surrounding Su Yang and his men. However, this time, Xiao Weikai did not see any panic from Su Yang and others. He was even shocked to find that this group of people were still full of fighting spirit. It seems that this wave is a tough one. Deploy a defensive formation. Yao Siyu shouted. I saw 200 Thunder Guards forming a defense circle, protecting Su Yang in the middle, and moving quickly. Su Yang was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the other party had hidden so many people here. Was this a deliberate ambush for him? But after thinking about it, it was unlikely, because he had no plan to find this place. Siyu, do you know who they are? Su Yang asked Yao Siyu beside him. Master, I suspect they are members of the Sun Moon Divine Sect, the largest force in Longcheng, with tens of thousands of followers and extremely strong power. Moreover, the car that Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling took when they came out of the hospital is an asset of the Sun Moon Divine Sect. Yao Siyu replied, obviously having investigated the forces in Longcheng. Su Yang nodded, and then shouted to Xiao Weikai, is the person on the other side the leader of the Sun Moon Sect, Dongfang Bubi? Yao Siyu and many members of the Thunder Guard couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Xiao Weikai could not help but get furious, you are the Dongfang Bubi, your whole family is the Dongfang Bubi. I am the wise and powerful leader Xiao Weikai, the best in the world. Oh? Then I wonder if Master Qiao has practiced the Book of the Sunflower? If he has, we can only admit defeat and flee in panic. Su Yang continued to mock. Fuck you, I didn't travel through time from the noble swordsman, so where did I get the Sunflower Manual? Xiao Weikai was frustrated and angry. The name of this gang was insisted on by his sister, who said that the name sounded domineering and was well known to everyone, so it had more appeal and would be easier to attract followers. Sure enough, in just a few years, the number of followers had grown to more than 70,000. Ha ha ha. That's a pity. I wanted to see the power of the Sunflower Manual. But Master Qiao, you and I have no grudges against each other, why are you making such a big fuss? Su Yang slowly walked out of the Thunder Guard's defense circle and faced Xiao Weikai directly, with Yao Siyu, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu closely protecting him on both sides. This is my territory, I can do whatever I want, let's do it. Xiao Weikai shouted. No matter what, he had to teach these people a lesson first. Although these people were fully armed and not easy to deal with, there were at least thousands of people on his side, and they could be drowned with a spit from each of them. As Xiao Weikai finished speaking, countless believers around him swarmed over. It was the first time that Su Yang encountered such an unreasonable person. He started fighting as soon as he said so. The other side had more people, and even if his people were good at fighting, there might be casualties. So he decided to capture the leader first, so he rushed towards Xiao Weikai. How brave! Xiao Wei was furious. Su Yang's intention was obvious. Was he planning to capture him directly? It was ridiculous. He could become the leader of the sect because he was the best in martial arts. In the whole sect, no one could rival him except his sister. Xiao Weikai and Su Yang fought each other in an instant, punching and kicking, switching between offense and defense. Their moves were as unpredictable as flowing clouds, dazzling the eyes. Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised. The leader of the Sun and Moon sect was indeed quite capable. With his current strength, he was unable to defeat the opponent instantly, even though he had not used all his means. As the fight went on, Xiao Weikai became more and more frightened. He thought he was invincible, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. He was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Perhaps only his sister could compete with him. Bump! Su Yang's powerful kick made Xiao Weikai retreat repeatedly, his arm numb. He looked up at the battle situation around him, and saw that a large number of his men were knocked down by the enemy's electric batons. Although he had more people on his side, they could not take advantage of the rural terrain. On the other hand, the enemy, each of them held a shield and their defense was impenetrable. Just as Xiao Weikai was hesitating whether to continue the fight, a member of the sect ran out from the small mountain village and shouted to Xiao Weikai, Master, it's bad, Miss Wang and Miss Kai have been kidnapped by a group of men in black. What? Xiao Weicai's face changed drastically. This group of people had grasped the timing very well. They took advantage of the time when he was fighting with others to quietly kidnap people. Su Yang's expression also changed. He stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Are the people you are talking about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling?" Originally, Xiao Weikai was still wondering whether Su Yang secretly sent someone to snatch the people away when the two sides were fighting. Now that he saw that Su Yang's anxious expression did not seem fake, he said, "Yes, they are Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling." "Stop it!" Xiao Weikai shouted at his men, then led many masters and rushed into the small mountain village, no longer paying attention to Su Yang. Su Yang also hurriedly led people to chase after him. Xiao Weikai glanced at Su Yang and said nothing more. Now the most important thing was to save Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. However, when they arrived at the attic of an elegant wooden house, they saw only tilted furniture and scattered teacups. "Tell me, did they kidnap or take the person away?" Su Yang shouted at the subordinate of the Sun and Moon sect. When the subordinate saw Xiao Weikai nodded, he recounted what had happened in detail. It was obvious that Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling resisted with all their might, but the other party forcibly took them away. Su Yang's heart tightened, and he stared at Xiao Weikai. "Boss Xiao, do you know who did this?" Xiao Weikai looked grim, his mind racing. Maybe it was the first two waves of people that came today? Search the group of people coming from Kyoto City immediately and capture them all. Don't let any of them escape. Xiao Weikai shouted at his men. A group of people from Kyoto City? Who are they? Su Yang asked with a frown. Xiao Weikai saw that Su Yang was indeed concerned about the safety of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, so he said, "The Mu family, one of the four major families in Kyoto City, also came from Kyoto City," but he didn't ask who they were. The Mu family in Kyoto? Su Yang's face turned ugly when he heard this. Why would the Mu family come here to arrest Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? Could it be that they were coming for him? But how did the Mu family know about his relationship with Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? After all, he had just received news about their whereabouts. No matter whether they are from the four major families in Kyoto City or not, they are dreaming about capturing people on my territory. Xiao Weicai's face was cold. It seemed that the lesson he had given to that group of people before was not enough. Chapter 124: Chaotic Relationship. Su Yang and his companions drove behind Xiao Weikai and his companions. Right now in Longcheng, no one was better informed than the Sun and Moon sect. The kidnapping of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling might have been possible thanks to the power of the Sun and Moon sect. Xiao Weikai led thousands of followers to surround a 5-star hotel. Passers-by nearby could not help but feel curious and pointed at them, but they showed no fear at all. It is because the Sun-Moon Divine sect is not a group of bad people who do evil things, and most of the time they even punish evil and promote good. That is why so many people are willing to join the Sun-Moon Divine sect. Xiao Weikai took the lead and rushed into the hotel. Su Yang followed closely with Yao Xiu, Yun Shanshan, and Yun Lulu. They rushed all the way. There was indeed a group of people in the hotel, but they were few in number and were unable to resist. Bump! Xiao Weikai kicked open the door of a high-end suite, only to see two men inside surrounded by a dozen bodyguards, staring at Xiao Weikai nervously. It was Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu. They couldn't understand why the other party would chase them all the way to the hotel after they had already been beaten up. What exactly do you want to do? We are just here to look for someone. Why are you hitting us? Wang Jingshan shouted angrily. What do you want to do? Tell me, did you secretly send people to kidnap Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? Xiao Weikai pointed at the two of them and shouted. What did you say? My sister was kidnapped? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu looked at each other in surprise. Didn't you do it? How could we have kidnapped her? Wang Xiaotong is my sister, Kai Lingling is his sister, and we are her relatives. Wang Jingshan said with a frown. Damn it, you still dare to quibble with me. You're my fiancé and my brother, and even the father of my child is here. If I don't show you some of my power, don't you know the drastic methods of my Sun-Moon sect? Xiao Wei was extremely angry. He felt that he was deceived so badly today. Someone actually kidnapped Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling right under his nose. Hit me. Xiao Weikai gave instructions to his men. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu were in tears. They were telling the truth, so why didn't they believe it? Stop. A loud shout came from behind him. Su Yang walked out of the crowd and came into the room. Xiao Weikai looked at Su Yang and frowned. If he was not afraid of the other party's skills, he would not bother to pay attention to him. I believe it wasn't them. Su Yang said affirmatively. He didn't expect Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu to be here. The sisters they always talked about were actually Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? What a coincidence. Brother? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu looked at Su Yang with surprise. They didn't expect that their eldest brother had also come here. Brother, you have to stand up for us. This bastard beat us up without any reason. And my poor sister, whom I originally wanted to introduce to you, was pregnant by some bastard. Wang Jingshan said to Su Yang, but his eyes were staring at Xiao Weikai fiercely. He suspected that this guy was his sister's man. That's right, brother. My sister had the same experience. It was so tragic. That hateful bastard got my sister pregnant. If I catch him, I will tear that bastard into pieces. Kai Ziyu said, staring at Xiao Weikai with hatred. The corners of Su Yang's mouth twitched involuntarily. It was very likely that the man who made their sister pregnant was him. What the hell are you looking at? Why are you staring at me? I've only known Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling for 2 months, and they were already pregnant at that time. Xiao Weikai felt uncomfortable with the stares from the two and explained loudly. Then Xiao Weikai seemed to have thought of something and glanced back and forth between Su Yang, Wang Jingshan, and Kai Zhe. Are you two here to look for my sister? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu nodded. He is your eldest brother? Xiao Weikai said, pointing at Su Yang. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu nodded again. Are you the child's father? Xiao Weikai stared at Su Yang again and asked. Su Yang nodded. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu could not help but look at Su Yang blankly. You are kidding me, right? What is your relationship? Xiao Weikai instantly got furious. This messy relationship made him feel that his IQ was insulted. Brother, what does he mean? What child's father? Are you my sister's man? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu looked at Su Yang with both excitement and nervousness. It's hard to explain this matter clearly at the moment. Anyway, I met Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling a few months ago, and we were indeed together. The most urgent task right now is to find them. Su Yang said in a deep voice. It really wasn't you who kidnapped them? Su Yang confirmed with Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu again. The two shook their heads. They had not seen their sister until now. Master Chow, we should hurry up and find the people from the Mu family. The ones who really want to harm Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling are the Mu family. Su Yang said to Xiao Weikai. What? The Mu family has found this place too? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu's faces changed drastically. Now that their sister was pregnant, the Mu family must be furious and they didn't know how they would torture their sister. So after their explanation, Xiao Wei temporarily believed them. So a group of people rushed to the Mu family's residence in Longchang. Inside the car, Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu stared at Su Yang. Brother, are you really the one who got my sister pregnant? And my sister? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu still couldn't help but want to confirm again. We'll talk about it after we find them. Su Yang really didn't want to explain. The key point was that he couldn't be 100% sure now. In just that one night, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were both pregnant? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu looked at each other. If this was true, it would be great. They had been thinking of introducing their sister to Su Yang after finding her. With the strength of the eldest brother Su Yang, he might be able to compete with the Mu family. Soon, everyone arrived at a huge villa. Xiao Weikai ordered his men to drive their car to smash the gate and drive straight to the villa. At the same time, he left a large number of people to surround the villa and did not allow anyone to go out. At this moment, Mu Fiki and Mu Feibei learned from their subordinates that the group of evildoers had broken into the villa, and they immediately panicked. So he hurriedly got into the car and prepared to slip away, but he was still a step too late and was blocked by more than a dozen cars. Get out of here! Xiao Weikai punched a big hole in the car's windshield, scaring Mu Fiki and Mu Feibei so much that they hurriedly got out of the car. At this time, they also knew that this guy was the leader of the Sun Moon sect, the largest force in Longcheng, and was not afraid of the identity of their Mu family at all. Master Qiao, what do you mean? We have never offended you. Why are you holding us back? Mu Fiki asked with a sad face. Chapter 125 Shameless, Telling Lies with Open Eyes. Xiao Wei was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and just slapped each of them, making Mu Fiki and Mu Feibei sea stars. Hand over Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, or I will break your limbs. Xiao Weikai threatened viciously. Master Qiao, we really don't know what you mean. We are also looking for Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, but we don't even know where they are? Mu Fiki said hurriedly. Snap snap. Xiao Weikai slapped them again. Who else would catch them besides you? Mufiki and Mufebe were so sad that they could not even cry, so they knelt down and begged for mercy. Mufiki, where did you take my sister? In the crowd, Wang Jingshan couldn't hold back any longer. He walked forward and shouted. Ah! Master Wang? And Master Kai? You are here too? Please help us to plead for mercy. We really didn't catch your sister. We just heard that your sister was here, so we followed the clues to find the small mountain village, but we were beaten up by Boss Xiao. We didn't even see your sister. When Mufiki saw that Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu were actually with the leader of the Sun Moon sect, Xiao, he hurriedly asked the two for help. Although their relationship was not friendly, they were all from the four major families in Kyoto City after all, so he had to give the Mu family some face. It seems that you won't tell the truth unless I cripple you, Xiao Weikai said coldly, and then took out a machete again. Mufiki and Mufebe were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They cowed out and begged for mercy, swearing that they had never sent anyone to kidnap Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. If they had really done it, they would have rushed back to Kyoto City long ago. How could they continue to stay here? Su Yang frowned as he watched this scene. It seemed that these two guys were not lying. So who kidnapped Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? Master Qiao, let's forget it. They look like they are lying. After all, they are from the Mu family in Kyoto City. Give them some face. Wang Gingshan finally spoke up to help and plead. After all, the Mu family could not take revenge on the Sun and Moon sect far away in Longcheng, but if they did nothing to help, the Mu family would definitely take revenge on the Wang family and the Kai family. The two families were originally weak and could not withstand the revenge of the Mu family. Xiao Wei snorted coldly. Okay, I'll give you some face today, but before you find Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, none of you can leave Longcheng. He then led his men away, and left behind some men to guard the villa to prevent Mufiki and Mufebe from sneaking away. As for Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu, they followed Su Yang. Master Qiao, this is your territory after all. If there is any news about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, I hope you can inform me as soon as possible. Su Yang said to Qiao Weikai. Why should I notify you? You want to snatch this opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty from me? Dream on. Xiao Weikai sneered. Brother, what's the relationship between this guy and my sister? Wang Gingshan asked in a low voice in confusion. To put it bluntly, he's just a bootlicker. Su Yang replied in a low voice. Su Yang, you are looking for death. I am a flower protector, not a bootlicker. Xiao Weikai glared at them. Although Su Yang and the others spoke in a low voice, Xiao Weikai still heard them. Su Yang shrugged. What? Are you dissatisfied? Hit me if you can. Xiao Weikai gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he knew he couldn't win, he would have beaten him to death. Why are you following me? Xiao Weikai got into a business car, only to see Su Yang, Wang Jingshan, and Kaiziyu following him. As for Yao Siyu, Yin Shanshan, and Yun Lulu, Su Yang asked them to lead people to continue searching for the whereabouts of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, and they followed Xiao Weikai closely so that they would be the first to know if there was any news. Master Qiao, as the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. We are friends now. Why don't you invite us to be your guests? Su Yang said with a smile. Are you sure you want to go back with me? Aren't you afraid that I will teach you a lesson? Xiao Weikai sneered. Then you must have the ability to do so. Su Yang said disdainfully. Xiao Weikai was speechless. He could hardly find an opponent in the entire Longcheng. He did not expect that the Su Yang he met today was so powerful. It seemed that only his sister could suppress him. Since you are willing to follow me, then just follow me. Xiao Weikai said indifferently, and at the same time notified the followers of the Sun and Moon sect to conduct a large-scale search for the whereabouts of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Su Yang and his friends followed Xiao Weikai all the way to a luxurious manor. After arriving in the living room, Xiao Weikai shouted, Sister, someone wants to challenge you, come out quickly. I found a master for you. As Xiao Weikai finished speaking, a woman in ancient costume jumped down from the second floor of the room. She looked like a fairy descending to earth, beautiful and charming. Sister, it's this guy. His methods are bloody and cruel. He claims to be invincible. I am no match for him and was severely beaten by him. He also threatened to spank your butt and conquer you. Sister, you should teach him a lesson. Xiao Weikai pointed at Su Yang and accused the beautiful woman. Su Yang was completely stunned for a moment. This guy's level of lying is unmatched. I didn't even know you had a sister, and you threatened to spank her? The woman in ancient costume is the real #1 master in Longcheng, the elder sister of Xiao Weikai, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect, Xiao Miaoyan. When Xiao Miaoyan heard her brother's words, especially that he actually wanted to spank her but didn't conquer her, she immediately gave off a cold aura and stared at Su Yang with cold eyes. Su Yang couldn't help but shudder. You scoundrel, you want to harm women just because you have a little ability. You are simply courting death. Xiao Miaoyan shouted angrily and rushed towards Su Yang. Su Yang was kicked back by the opponent and was shocked by the opponent's strength. Su Yang fought and retreated until he was pushed out of the hall and into the courtyard. Seeing that Su Yang was suppressed by his sister and had no power to fight back, Xiao Wei couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Miss Xiao, it's a misunderstanding. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. I don't want to spank you, nor do I want to knock you down and conquer you. This is all made up by your brother. Su Yang hurriedly explained while dealing with Xiao Miaoyan's attack. You scoundrel, you still dare to say it? Xiao Miaoyan was extremely angry, but she was shocked in her heart. The other party was indeed a master, and even she could not defeat him in a short time. Su Yang was speechless, but there was no point in continuing to fight like this. Now his arms were numb from the opponent's shock. Miss Xiao, could you please sit down and listen to my explanation? Su Yang continued. There's nothing to explain. You must be beaten up by me today, otherwise I won't be able to vent my anger. Xiao Miaoyan said coldly, but she felt refreshed in her heart. It had been a long time since she had a big fight. It was too difficult to find a rival who could match her. Miss Xiao, if you continue to be so unreasonable, don't blame me for being rude. Su Yang shouted loudly. If I don't use some tricks, do you really think he is easy to bully? Chapter 126, Beautiful Woman Enjoying the Moon with Wine. Humph, just use whatever means you have. Xiao Miaoyan said disdainfully. Sister, come on. Beat this guy to death. Xiao Weikai stood in the distance waving a flag and shouting, thinking in his heart, I can't beat you, but my sister can, after all, you are the father of my goddess's child, I just want to beat you up. Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu were worried about Su Yang. They didn't expect that there was someone powerful enough to suppress their eldest brother. At this moment, Su Yang was in danger. Xiao Miaoyan jumped up and flew towards Su Yang. Her palm techniques were ever-changing, making Su Yang unable to defend himself. Su Yang had no choice but to instantly shoot out 2 silver needles and pierce into Xiao Miaoyan's acupuncture points. Xiao Miaoyan was rushing towards Su Yang in a flying posture, but the next moment, she was horrified and found herself unable to move, and just rushed straight towards Su Yang. Su Yang opened his arms and caught Xiao Miaoyan steadily, and for a moment, he was filled with warmth and fragrance. Snap. You won't listen to my explanation. Snap. You are so unreasonable. Every time Su Yang spoke a word, he would knock her on the head. This scene directly shocked Xiao Weikai, Wang Jingshan, and Kaiziyu. They didn't understand why the style suddenly changed. The originally fierce fighting scene suddenly became so ambiguous? You, stop it. Xiao Miaoyan had tears in her eyes. She had not yet recovered from the shock of losing her ability to move. Her forehead was burning with pain from being hit. How could anyone dare to do this to her? However, she did not feel angry. Su Yang, you bastard, how dare you bully my sister? Xiao Wei just recovered from his shock and shouted at Su Yang. Let my sister go. Xiao Weikai pulled his sister from Su Yang's arms, but Xiao Miaoyan remained motionless. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xiao Weikai asked anxiously. I don't know what happened. I suddenly lost the ability to move, said Xiao Miaoyan. Su Yang, did you do it? Xiao Weikai turned his head to look at Su Yang and asked in shock. What else? Su Yang put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky, looking like a hermit. It has to be the eldest brother. Wang Jingshan and Kaiziyu's faces were full of admiration. Well, Su Yang, I was wrong just now. I just wanted my sister to have a sparring match with you. It was a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding, ha ha. Xiao Weikai laughed awkwardly. Please trouble Master Su to restore my sister's ability to move first. Xiao Weikai couldn't help but flatter him. Su Yang looked at Xiao Miaoyan. At this moment, her mood was calm and she no longer had the arrogance she had just now. I can restore your freedom, but you can't do anything to me again, Su Yang said to Xiao Miaoyan. Okay. I will definitely not do it again. Then Su Yang just casually patted Xiao Miaoyan on the shoulder, and then it was time to witness a miracle. Sure enough, Xiao Miaoyan regained control of her body. Fuck, what kind of method is this? It's too awesome. Xiao Weikai exclaimed. Xiao Miaoyan's eyes were also filled with shock. In the evening, Xiao Weikai arranged for someone to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Now he was completely convinced by Su Yang, and even his sister was no match for him. At the dining table, Xiao Miaoyan looked at Su Yang curiously from time to time. She really wanted to know what happened during the day. Mr. Su, I don't know what you did during the day. Can you explain a little bit? Finally, Xiao Miaoyan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Xiao Weikai, Wang Jingshan, and Kai Ziyu also stared at Su Yang with curiosity. Su Yang shook his head slightly. If you can help me find and rescue Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, then I can consider telling you. Don't worry, Mr. Su. We in the Sun and Moon sect will do our best to find them. Xiao Miaoyan said. As for the fact that Su Yang did not directly tell her about the miraculous method, she did not mind. After all, it was someone else's top secret. That night, Su Yang, Wang Jingshan, Kai Ziyu, and others stayed here directly. Su Yang tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He was worried about the safety of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling all the time, especially in the current unknown situation. He didn't know which force had kidnapped them and what their purpose was. Su Yang walked to the open-air balcony of the room. The bright moonlight tonight dispelled all the darkness. At the same time, on another nearby balcony, a graceful figure was also admiring the moonlight. What's wrong? Mr. Su can't sleep? Xiao Miaoyan couldn't help but say hello. Yes. You can't sleep. Miss Xiao can't sleep either? Su Yang asked with a smile. Xiao Miaoyan nodded. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would think of Su Yang spanking her but during the day, which made her feel confused. Why don't we go to the roof together and enjoy the moonlight? Xiao Miaoyan held a bottle of red wine in her hand and invited Su Yang. Okay. Su Yang readily agreed. Since he couldn't sleep, it would be nice to have someone to chat with. On the roof, two figures were lying sideways, each holding a bottle of red wine and taking a sip from time to time. Are you still worried about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? Xiao Miaoyan asked. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh, yes. The most important thing is that we don't have any information now. We don't know who kidnapped them? We don't know what the purpose is? They must be very important to you? Of course it's important. Are the babies in both of their bellies yours? That should be it. How many women do you have? 4 head? Don't worry, as long as they are still in Longcheng, there will be news soon. Xiao Miaoyan finally comforted. Su Yang nodded. It's getting late and daybreak is almost approaching. Let's go back first. Xiao Miaoyan said as she looked at the sky which was gradually brightening. Seeing Xiao Miaoyan turn around and leave, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, do you really want to know the means of controlling your body today? Of course. This method is unheard of and unseen before, so naturally I am full of curiosity. Xiao Miaoyan turned around and said. Okay. Since you want to know, let's go back to the room and I will explain it to you in detail. Su Yang said with a smile. No matter what, it is obvious that Xiao Miaoyan and her brother take good care of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot, and now they have to rely on the power of the Sun and Moon sect to find people. Su Yang doesn't mind teaching her some basic skills of the 13 ghost needles. So Xiao Miaoyan led Su Yang to her bedroom. This was the first man to enter her bedroom, and she felt a little nervous. When Su Yang walked into the bedroom, he smelled a faint fragrance unique to women. The entire bedroom was decorated in a simple and elegant style. Next, Su Yang taught him the human body acupuncture points map one by one, as well as the function of each acupuncture point. However, physical contact was inevitable during the teaching process. Early the next morning, Su Yang walked out of Xiao Miaoyan's room yawning. He looked at the moon all night and taught the basic acupuncture techniques of the 13 ghost gate needles. He had not slept all night and felt a little tired. This scene happened to be seen by Xiao Weikai. He opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. Even he didn't dare to enter his sister's room, and Su Yang actually walked out of his sister's room? Chapter 127 The Killer Organization Reappears. At the dining table, Su Yang, Wang Jingshan, Kai Ziyu, as well as brother and sister Xiao Miaoyan and Xiao Weikai were having breakfast. Xiao Weikai kept looking between his sister and Su Yang. What are you looking at? Is there any news about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling now? Xiao Miaoyan slapped her brother Xiao Weikai on the back of the head. The look in this guy's eyes made her feel very uncomfortable, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. There is no news yet. The person who kidnapped them is probably not an ordinary person. His methods were very secretive and we couldn't even find the slightest clue. Xiao Weikai touched the back of his head and said seriously. Who are these damn guys? Apart from the Mu family, who else could harm them? Wang Jingshan said puzzledly. They kidnapped Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling for a purpose. I don't think their lives are in danger for the time being. Could it be that they want to blackmail your Wang and Kai families? Xiao Miaoyan couldn't help but look at Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu. After all, these two families were two of the four major families in Kyoto City, and the kidnapping of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling was most likely for the money. It would be great if it could be solved with money. Kai Ziyu also sighed. At this moment, Su Yang glanced at the message on his mobile phone and his eyes couldn't help but freeze. I have to go out for something, so take your time eating. After Su Yang finished speaking, he stood up and left in a hurry. Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu originally wanted to go alone, but were rejected by Su Yang. This guy, is he going back to accompany those beauties? And he claims to be the father of the child? Xiao Weikai couldn't help but spit. That would be fine, but the key point is that he was really worried that this guy Su Yang would harm his sister as well. You're the only one who talks too much. Xiao Miaoyan slapped Xiao Weikai on the back of the head again. Xiao Weikai couldn't help feeling aggrieved. This sister was obviously biased towards Su Yang now. After leaving the Chao family, Su Yang hurried back to the Thunder Guard Hotel. Owner Yao Siyu, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu said in unison. Tell me, what's going on now? How did the people who kidnapped Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling get in touch with you? Su Yang stared at Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu and asked. The Mandala International Killer Organization has sent people again, and the ultimate target is probably the master. Now we only know that it was the fifth sister who contacted us, and we don't know how many people they have sent. After all, 2 consecutive failures must have attracted the attention of the organization. Yun Shanshan said in a deep voice. It turned out to be your killer organization, and they were targeting him. Your killer organization is quite difficult to deal with. I have already killed the employer, but you still keep pestering me. Su Yang said helplessly. Since they knew that the other party's target was him, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling would not be in danger for the time being. Master, the organization must have collected sufficient information this time. They even know about your relationship with Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. It shows that a lot of resources have been spent. Moreover, the organization may also suspect that my 7th sister and I have betrayed them. In addition to dealing with the master, they will probably also capture us. Yun Lulu said with a frown. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Yun Lulu's cell phone suddenly rang. Su Yang and others couldn't help but look at Yun Lulu. It's them. Yun Lulu said this and picked up the phone. 6th sister, did you and 7th sister really betray the organization? A woman's voice came from the phone. 2nd sister? Yun Lulu's expression changed. Could it be that her 2nd sister was leading the operation this time? Do you still remember my 2nd sister? I hope you and my 7th sister can capture Su Yang and bring him to me. Only in this way can the organization believe that you have not betrayed me. 2nd sister, my 7th sister and I have not betrayed the organization. We have been looking for opportunities to kill Su Yang, but neither of us is Su Yang's match. Yun Lulu explained. Really? With the skills you and your 7th sister have, you can't even take down a man? After all, your skills don't just rely on force. 2nd sister, 7th sister, and I have really tried our best and have been trying to find a solution. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Since you can't capture Su Yang, then you and 7th sister should bring Su Yang to this place. Remember, there can only be 3 of you. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. The person on the other end of the phone interrupted Yun Lulu and informed her of the meeting address. After hanging up the phone, Yun Shanshan said solemnly, I didn't expect that my 2nd sister would come in person, and my 5th sister would come too. I'm afraid there are more than just the 2 of them. What? Is your 2nd sister very powerful? Su Yang asked puzzledly. Manjula, the 7 of us sisters are actually ranked according to our own strength. The second sister is indeed stronger than us, but that was in the past. Now that we have practiced the Heart Sutra of controlling women, it is hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. The key is that the second sister is not only strong, but also always plans before doing anything, is meticulous, and almost never fails. Yun Shanshan said with a frown. Master, what should we do now? The three girls couldn't help but stare at Su Yang. Su Yang said helplessly, now that the other party has absolute initiative, we can only act according to circumstances. Cici, Lulu, let's go meet your second sister. Master, if only you, Cici and Lulu go, wouldn't it be too dangerous? I will lead the Thunder Guard to go with you. Yao Siyu said worriedly. No, the other party has made it clear that only the three of us can go. If we anger them, Xiaotong and Lingling might be hurt. Su Yang hastily refused. Moreover, with the strength of Su Yang, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu, even if all the sisters were present, they would still be able to fight. Siyu, you just need to lead the Thunder Guard to do the support work. Su Yang finally said. Yao Siyu nodded worriedly. That night, Su Yang, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu drove to a dilapidated house. The room was brightly lit. When Su Yang, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu stepped into the room, 6 men in black immediately blocked the door. And in the front of the room stood 3 sexy and enchanting figures. Yun Shanshan whispered in Su Yang's ear, the woman in the middle has the hottest body, curvy figure, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a pair of seductive red lips under her tall nose. She is the second sister Yun Kiki, and the one on the left wearing purple is the fourth sister Yun Zizi, and the one on the right wearing green is the fifth sister Yun Xingxing. Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised that these three were all foreigners. Sixth sister, seventh sister, you have failed miserably in completing this mission, said the second sister Yun Kiki disappointedly. Second sister, you guys made such a big fuss that even fourth sister and fifth sister came together. Yun Lulu asked with a frown. There's nothing I can do. I've always been cautious in doing things. Seventh sister, sixth sister, you guys failed in your missions one after another. I knew that this person was not simple. Yun Kiki's beautiful eyes looked at Su Yang carefully. Chapter 128. See you again. Why do they use Chinese names when they are foreigners? Su Yang asked in a low voice while thinking about Yun Shanshan. Because the leader is Chinese, and our names are just code names. Yun Shanshan replied in a low voice. It's already this late, and you're still whispering here. Sixth sister, seventh sister, is this how you should act if you haven't betrayed the organization? Yun Kiki said coldly. Second sister, we have coaxed Su Yang here according to your request. It shows that we are still willing to listen to your orders. Yun Lulu said. Okay. Then you just capture Su Yang for me. Yun Kiki sneered. Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu were indifferent upon hearing this. Second sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, at this point, we don't want to hide it from you. Sixth sister and I really don't want to go back to the Mandragora killer organization. If there is ever a day when we have to go back, that will be the time to raise the Mandragora headquarters. Yun Shanshan spoke slowly. Seventh sister, how dare you actually betray the organization and speak so arrogantly? Don't you remember the leader's methods? Yun Kiki shouted coldly. Yun Shanshan shook her head with a miserable look on her face, and then slowly narrated her own experience, how her family was killed by the organization, and how she was deceived by the leader to become a killer. Then Yun Lulu also narrated her own experiences one by one. And their situations are so similar. So, second sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, I believe that you are just like me. You must have been deceived by the leader. Besides, do you still have any memories of your childhood? Yun Shanshan said. The three killers on the opposite side, Yun Kiki, Yun Zizi, and Yun Xingxing, couldn't help but frown when they heard this. Humph, we won't be fooled by a few words from you. No matter what, after we capture Su Yang, we will slowly settle the score with you. Yun Kiki said, clapping his hands. Then 2 men in black came over, escorting Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. Su Yang stared at the 2 familiar figures intently, his bulging belly, and his heart began to tremble with excitement. Xiaotong, Lingling, are you okay? Su Yang said excitedly and couldn't help but walk towards the 2 of them. Stop. If you go any further, I will kill them. Yun Kiki shouted. Su Yang froze on the spot instantly. Su Yang, we are fine. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling did not expect that the situation would be like this when they met again. Originally, they wanted to give birth to the child before deciding whether to find Su Yang. However, once their whereabouts were exposed, they caused so much trouble. Humph, Su Yang, our target is only you. As long as you surrender, I can let them go. Yun Kiki said. Okay. As long as you are willing to release Xiaotong and Lingling, I can do anything. Su Yang said firmly. He would never allow Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling to be hurt because of him, not to mention that they are pregnant now. This is a special poison made by my Mandragora killer organization. As long as you take it, I will let them both go. Yun Kiki said as she played with a thumb-sized red pill on her fingertips. What? 7-step soul-severing pill? Yun Chanqian and Yun Lulu exclaimed in unison. Yes, it's the 7-step soul-breaking pill. Its effect is just as its name suggests, breaking the soul in 7 steps. Yun Kiki snapped her fingers, and the 7-step soul-breaking pill flew towards Su Yang. Su Yang grabbed it in his hand, opened his palm and looked at the poison. Su Yang, don't eat. You can't die. The child can't be without a father. Kai Lingling cried loudly. Su Yang, you must not eat it. Even if you eat it, they will never let us go. Wang Xiaotong also advised loudly. Yun Kiki looked at the scene with a sneer. Xiaotong, Lingling, believe me, I will definitely rescue you and get you out safely. Su Yang smiled at the two of them. Then Su Yan looked at Yun Kiki again and said, I can take this poison, but I need to let Yun Chanqian and Yun Lulu check their bodies first. Are they okay? Okay, but only CC can come to check. Yun Kiki said. Su Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect Yun Kiki to be so cautious. With Yun Chanqian and Yun Lulu's current strength, if the two of them came to Wang Xiaotong and the others, they would definitely be able to protect them, and he would have no scruples. Now only Yun Chanqian went there, but she couldn't act rashly. After all, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were pregnant. If she accidentally hurt them, it would be unacceptable. Su Yang nodded at Yun Chanqian. So Yun Chanqian walked straight towards Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, and the other party did not stop her. Yun Chanqian briefly questioned the two of them and checked them, and indeed there was no hidden trick, so she nodded to Su Yang and protected the two of them at the same time. Can you take the 7-step soul-breaking pill now? Yun Kiki stared at Su Yang threateningly. If Su Yang still didn't take the poison, she would attack Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling without any hesitation. The reason why Su Yang had to take the poison and do it himself was just to ensure that there would be no mistakes. After all, anyone who could subdue the 6th and 7th sisters must be extremely powerful. Su Yang was also worried that the other party would not be able to bear it, so he opened his mouth and swallowed the poison directly into his stomach. He. I didn't expect Mr. Su to be such a loyal and righteous man. I almost can't bear to kill you. Yun Kiki smiled and walked towards Su Yang with a sexy step. Anyone who has taken the 7-step soul-severing pill is doomed to die and is no longer a threat. Su Yang, why are you so stupid? Kai Lingling burst into tears. Wang Xiaotong also had 2 lines of tears on her cheeks. Her child had not yet been born, but he had already lost his father. Yun Chanqian took Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling's hands and leaned towards the corner. Seeing this, Yun Lulu also rushed over. However, he was not blocked by the other party. After all, in the eyes of this group of killers, the only threat is Su Yang. As for Yun Chanqian and Yun Lulu, they are very familiar with them and they are no match for them at all. Xiaotong, Lingling, I am willing to give everything for you. If there is an afterlife, will you marry me? Will you still hide from me? Your leaving makes me really painful. I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid of all the suffering, which you are bearing by yourselves. Su Yang said to the two with a sad face. Yes, if there is an afterlife, we will definitely marry you. We won't hide from you anymore. We're going to face all the ups and downs together. Su Yang, don't die. Please find a way to save Su Yang. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling grabbed Yun Chanqian and Yun Lulu's arms and said pleadingly. Don't worry, you have to believe in the master. The master will not die. Yun Chanqian whispered to the two of them. At the same time, Yun Chanqian and Yun Lulu couldn't help but look at each other. They knew how powerful their master was. The poison could be easily detoxified by the master. This time, the second sister Yun Kiki was shooting herself in the foot. Chapter 129, Subjugating 3 Female Killers. Yun Kiki came to a place not far in front of Su Yang and asked curiously, how did you subdue my 6th and 7th sisters? Could it be that they used their beauty to trap them and they fell for your beauty trap anyway? Su Yang looked Yun Kiki up and down, and said with a wicked smile, "To be exact, I will conquer you three completely. Your appearance was within my expectations, but I didn't expect you to kidnap Xiaotong and Lingling. So when I conquer you, I'm afraid it will be a bit more painful. It can be regarded as a lesson for you." When Yun Kiki heard this, her pretty face turned cold. He dared to tease her even when he was about to die. Court death. So Yun Kiki punched as fast as the wind, right at Su Yang's face. Su Yang smiled evilly, and a divine sword with purple light instantly appeared in Su Yang's hand. He swung the sword straight at Yun Kiki's throat. Yun Kiki froze instantly, feeling a chill on her neck. Her face looked grim and her mind went blank. The other party clearly had nothing in his hand before, so how could a sharp sword suddenly appear in his hand? Second sister. Yun Zizi, who ranked 4th among the killers, and Yun Qingqing, who ranked 5th, couldn't help but exclaimed and rushed forward together. However, a figure blocked their way. It turned out to be Yun Shanshan. "7th sister, get out of the way, or don't blame us for not remembering our friendship." 4th sister Yun Zizi shouted loudly. "Sorry, 4th sister and 5th sister, I can't let you go over and disturb the master," Yun Shanshan said with a smile. Yun Zizi and Yun Qingqing were furious, so they attacked Yun Shanshan together. However, the next moment, they were shocked to find that they were at a disadvantage with their strength. How could the 7th sister have such a strong fighting ability in such a short time? In the past, the 7th sister was the weakest. Seeing this, the 6 men in black guarding the door rushed towards Su Yang. Su Yang would not show mercy to these men in black. When he got close to them, he swung the purple yang sword in his hand backwards, and the 6 men in black were killed instantly. As for the 2 men in black who were guarding Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling, they were directly killed by Yun Lulu. While Su Yang was killing the man in black, Yun Kiki couldn't help but retreat quickly. After keeping a distance, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His life was really hanging by a thread just now. "Su Yang, I didn't expect that you were so powerful. Even I almost fell into your trap. But so what? You have taken the 7-step soul-breaking pill. As long as you take 7 steps, you will definitely die." Yun Kiki sneered. "Really? Then you just wait and see." Su Yang sneered. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps. Su Yang took 7 steps towards Yun Kiki. Yun Kiki looked at him with a sneer. "Come on, I'll stand here and not move. If you take another step, the sword in your hand will stab me. Come on, take another step forward and let me see." However, the next moment, Yun Kiki was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly with an ugly look on her face. Su Yang not only took another step, but also jumped left and right. "Yun Kiki, how did I take these steps? Did they look good?" Su Yang laughed. "How is this possible? You clearly took the 7-step soul severing pill, how come nothing happened to you?" Yun Kiki couldn't help but mutter in a daze. "Now it's you who should surrender." Su Yang pointed his sword at Yun Kiki. "Second sister, just give up resisting. What happened to us before did not deceive you. Su Yang can heal your memory and help you recover your childhood memories. Then everything will be clear. Our real common enemy is the leader of the Mandragora killer organization," Yun Lulu said to Yun Kiki. Yun Kiki was even more shocked when she saw that the 4th and 5th sisters were no match for the 7th sister. However, she was unwilling to just surrender like that. "Su Yang, if you can defeat me with your bare hands, we will let you do whatever you want," Yun Kiki said with a glimmer of hope. "Good." Su Yang agreed readily. He also wanted to know how capable Yun Kiki was. Yun Kiki was secretly shocked when she saw Su Yang retract the magic sword with such miraculous skill. But then, Su Yang rushed forward and the two of them soon started fighting fiercely. As for Yun Zizi and Yun Qingqing, they also chose to stop at this moment. Their fight with the 7th sister was meaningless. The final result depended on whether the 2nd sister could defeat Su Yang. Wow, Su Yang is so powerful. Kai Lingling couldn't help but shake Wang Xiaotong's arm excitedly when she saw Su Yang showing off his prowess. Wang Xiaotong was also staring in a daze. She didn't expect that in a moment, Su Yang and the others had taken control of the overall situation, and at this moment Su Yang had completely crushed Yun Kiki. After a moment, Yun Kiki fell to the ground dejectedly. She was no match for Su Yang. Su Yang! Seeing that victory was certain, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling excitedly came to Su Yang. Su Yang gently embraced the two of them. At this moment, he was also very excited. After such a long time, he finally found them. What surprised him even more was that he was about to become a father. And from their attitudes, it was obvious that they still had him in their hearts, otherwise they would not be willing to give birth to a child for him. Master, what should we do with my second sister and the others? Should we help them recover their memories now? Yun Qianqian asked. Su Yang nodded. At present, he should solve the memory problem of these three killers as soon as possible and ensure their loyalty to him, otherwise he would be burying a heavy mine next to him. So in this dilapidated courtyard, the second sister Yun Kiki, the fourth sister Yun Zizi, and the fifth sister Yun Qingqing sat in a row. With Su Yang's current strength, it would be easy for him to treat and restore their memories. After a while, Su Yang had completed the treatment and then watched their changes carefully. These beauties came from 3 different countries. Su Yang had no idea whether their situations were the same as Yun Qianqian and the others. How could this be? The 3 female killers could not help but mutter to themselves as their childhood memories gradually came to their mind. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The cold aura that originally belonged to the killers disappeared without a trace at this moment, leaving only weakness and helplessness. After a long time, with the comfort and guidance of Yun Qianqian and Yun Lulu, the 3 girls' mental state finally calmed down. From their stories, they found that the childhood nightmares they experienced were almost exactly the same. Second sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, you all understand what's going on. This is why we are willing to follow the master. One day, the master will lead us back to take revenge. So are you willing to follow the master together? Yun Qianqian said. Yun Kiki, Yun Zizi, and Yun Qingqing looked at each other, nodded silently, and knelt on one knee in front of Su Yang and said, "We are willing to follow our master and serve him wholeheartedly. We hope that our master will avenge us one day." Chapter 130: The Secret of Becoming a Master. Late at night, Su Yang and his friends quietly returned to the hotel. Although Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling have been successfully rescued, Su Yang is not going to tell anyone else. The 2 women are now in the spotlight, especially the pregnant one. Whether it is the Mu family, the Wang family, or the Kai family in Kyoto City, they will definitely punish them severely. The best way is to never find the 2 people. Even if they are Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu, Su Yang will not let them know. That night, Su Yang stayed in Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling's room and chatted for a long time. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, I now have more than just tens of billions of assets. In addition to the Phylon Global Strategic Group, I have also specially set up a dental hospital. The position of the dean is reserved for Sister Xiaotong. In addition, I have also established a media company in Kyoto City, which will also serve Sister Lingling in the future. Su Yang said with a smile. Brother Su Yang is so thoughtful. Don't worry, Sister Xiaotong and I are both pregnant with your child, so we will definitely serve you together in the future. Kai Lingling laughed. She was really touched in her heart. She didn't expect that Su Yang still remembered what he had said. Originally, I thought Su Yang was very wealthy and had become the master of the Battle Soul Hall in Kyoto City. He was extremely powerful and surrounded by beautiful women. I'm afraid he had already forgotten about them. As for the 3 beauties Yao Xiyu, Yun Qianqian, and Yun Lulu whom they met in the hotel tonight, Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling had some vague guesses, but who made Su Yang so outstanding now? It would be abnormal if there were no beauties around him. And they were pregnant with Su Yang's children, so no one could shake their positions. Sister Xiaotong, Sister Lingling, I plan to arrange for the deputy captain of the Thunder Guard, Yao Xiyu, to quietly send you back to the villa in Donghai City early tomorrow morning. There are various forces in this place, and there are too many people and eyes. It is too dangerous. Su Yang said solemnly to the 2 of them. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were both smart people, so they naturally understood that the best way at the moment was to disappear while being kidnapped. In order to confuse other forces, Su Yang still needed to stay here and pretend to continue searching. It's just that they had just met Su Yang and had to separate in such a short time, so they were reluctant to let him go. Su Yang seemed to see what they were thinking, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll just stay here for a few more days, and I'll come back to find you when the time comes. But unfortunately, I can't teach you martial arts for the time being, otherwise I will pass on the Heart Sutra of controlling women to you, and then you can become masters in the future." Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling's eyes lit up when they heard this. They also saw today that Su Yang and Yun Qianqian were very powerful in martial arts. If they could also become such masters, they would not be in the situation of being kidnapped. What kind of martial arts is it? Can it be as powerful as Yun Qianqian's? Wang Xiaotong asked. Of course. Su Yang nodded affirmatively. Seeing that the two of them were itching to try, Su Yang first taught them the mantra of the Heart Sutra for controlling women, and then helped them practice it later. After imparting the secrets of the technique, Su Yang asked the two girls to have a good rest. After all, they had been quite frightened in the past 2 days. Su Yang wanted to leave, but was asked to stay by Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Yang and his friends came to the hotel lobby. Meet the madam. In the living room, Yao Xiyu, Yun Chanxian, Yun Lulu and the newly conquered Yun Kiki, Yun Zizi and Yun Qingqing all knelt on one knee and said. Although they were all Su Yang's people, they knew how to position themselves. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were not only the first women, but also pregnant. They knew this very well. Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling were stunned and hurriedly helped the beauties up. Each of them was beautiful and graceful. They did not expect such a generous gift to them. However, they felt sweet in their hearts. It can be seen that the status of these two women is far above other women. Su Yang was also quite satisfied with the performance of Yao Xiyu, Yun Chanxian and the other 5 sisters. Xiyu, select 2 people from the Thunder Guard to escort Xiaotong and Lingling back to Donghai City. Su Yang said to Yao Xiyu. Don't worry, master. I will complete the task. Yao Xiyu replied. Su Yang nodded. With Yao Xiyu's strength, it would be no problem to send them back quietly. As for the other members of the Thunder Guard, they had to stay here to confuse all forces. After sending Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling away, Su Yang gave some instructions to the 4 sisters Yun Shanshan and rushed to Qiao Weicai's house. After all, in order to complete the show, he had to ask them if there was any news about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling. After Su Yang left the hotel, Yun Kiki and Yun Shanshan came into the courtyard, ready to have a fight. Last night, Yun Zizi and Yun Qingqing together were no match for Yun Shanshan, which shocked Yun Kiki greatly. Yun Kiki originally thought that she could defeat Yun Shanshan with her own strength, but after a fight, she found that they were evenly matched and she was slightly inferior to Yun Kiki. 7th sister, how did you become so strong? Yun Kiki asked in shock. Hee, not only have I become stronger, but 6th sister has become even more powerful. Yun Shanshan said with a smile. These words made the 2nd sister Yun Kiki, the 4th sister Yun Zizi, and the 5th sister Yun Qingqing so shocked that they were speechless. 2nd sister, 4th sister, and 5th sister, do you want to become stronger? Yun Shanshan laughed. Yun Kiki and the other 2 said in surprise, of course. So next, Yun Shanshan and Yun Lulu told the secret of becoming powerful. When Su Yang rushed to Qiao Wei's luxurious villa, the atmosphere in the living room was depressing. Xiao Weikai, Xiao Miaoyan, Wang Jingshan, and Kai Ziyu were all silent. Brother, you are here. Seeing Su Yang, Wang Jingshan, and Kai Ziyu said in unison. Su Yang nodded, and then asked, is there any news about Wang Xiaotong and Kai Lingling? Wang Jingshan and Kai Ziyu looked at Xiao Weikai helplessly. Seeing the 3 people staring at him, Xiao Wei couldn't help but say awkwardly, wait a little longer, there will definitely be news. Could it be that these guys can grow wings and fly? What on earth do you do for a living? How could someone be kidnapped right under your nose? Xiao Miaoyan scolded Xiao Weikai again. Ms. Xiao, this cannot be entirely blamed on your brother. We were in a melee at the time, which gave that group of people the opportunity to take advantage. Su Yang helped to resolve the situation. I'll forgive you this time, you're so useless. Xiao Miaoyan said angrily. But Mr. Su, you don't have to call me Miss Xiao from now on. Just call me Miao Yan. Okay, then I will call you Miao Yan, and you can call me Su Yang. Xiao Wei stared with wide eyes at his fierce sister and Su Yang. No one had ever called his sister Miao Yan so intimately before. When he thought about how Su Yang came out of his sister's room early yesterday morning, he knew there must be something going on between these 2 people.